Soho stood on a busy city street, his phone in hand. The urban hum vibrated around him, a stark contrast to the events about to unfold. A pedestrian crossing signal blinked green, a simple detail that highlights Suho's reluctance to join his friends. His internal hesitation is palpable. He received a flurry of texts, invitations to meet at the PC Bang. His terse replies reveal a sudden withdrawal, a decision he doesn't fully explain. The offer of ramen, a small gesture of friendship, goes unanswered. He chooses solitude, hinting at an internal struggle or impending event. A man in a hoodie, absorbed in his phone, is bumped by a businessman. The businessman, clearly flustered, apologizes. The hoodie-clad man, his irritation evident, angrily mutters about his already ruined day and the inconvenience of the encounter. A city street explodes in a cataclysmic boom, cars scattering like toys in a devastating shockwave. The aftermath, a towering skyscraper is consumed by a searing energy surge, its structural integrity compromised. Amidst the chaos, figures flee, a desperate cry of run echoing through the debris field. The city is under attack. A wave of concussive force rips through the city streets, sending pedestrians sprawling. Screams erupt as a motorcycle crashes, its riders thrown violently to the ground. The chaos intensifies. Another explosion rocks the area, throwing more people to the ground. A man, amidst the rubble, yells desperately for everyone to escape. Terror grips a young woman as she flees the scene, her desperate cries for help echoing through the devastated street. Amidst the pandemonium, a man desperately tries to reach safety, a desperate no escaping his lips as another victim is thrown before him by a still unseen force. He stumbled, a desperate scramble to avoid the monstrous truck bearing down on him, the screech of tires a terrifying prelude to impact. A blinding flash of light, an unearthly power, seared his vision. The man gasped, his eyes wide with shock and something else. Fear? Awe? He couldn't decipher it yet. He swore he'd only been run over by a truck. A rather mundane explanation for his current predicament. Then, the impossible. A blood-red moon, impossibly large, hung in the sky, two monstrous, winged creatures silhouetted against its malevolent glow. His muttered "what the fuck" perfectly captured the utter disbelief of the moment. A guttural growl vibrates through the air, the low rumble echoing the man's burgeoning rage. His skin tingles with barely contained power. The snapping jaws of a monstrous beast descend, saliva spraying. A wet schlick punctuates the air as fangs bare themselves, mere inches from their target. The beast's attack is ferocious. The man's eyes widen in terror, reflecting the chaotic scene before him. A wolf, its mouth agape, closes in. This isn't a normal animal, the creature pulses with a primal, dark energy. A young man's face, shadowed by his dark hair, hangs heavy with unspoken burdens. His eyes, though hidden, betray a deep weariness, hinting at a recent struggle. A brutal clash. A large bear, its fur matted with blood, is locked in a desperate struggle with a white wolf. The wolf's fangs are sunk deep, a testament to its ferocity, as a crimson tide blossoms across the bear's flank. The bear, its lifeblood ebbing, is torn apart with a thunderous roar. The impact of the attack is visceral, its body shattering as bone and viscera spray across the landscape. A pack of wolves, their eyes gleaming with predatory hunger, emerges from the forest, their paws thudding against the earth in a rhythmic beat, a silent, relentless advance. He surfaced, gasping for air, his chest heaving as he clawed at the slick rocks. The water, cold and unforgiving, clung to his skin. Collapsing onto the riverbank, a guttural curse escaped his lips, fuck. The sheer exhaustion etched itself onto his features, mirroring the desperation in his eyes. Juno, absorbed in his phone, scrolls through a message. His expression is one of quiet contemplation. A sudden shove interrupts his focus. "Watch where you're going, asshole," someone shouts. Juno, startled, mumbles an apology. The casual aggression marks a shift in his environment. He sighs, the weight of a recent memory settling upon him. What did Juno like again, he wonders, a clear sign of self-reflection and perhaps some guilt related to the previous interaction. A jarring crash shatters the relative calm. A wave of panic washes over the crowd. What was that noise? The sudden, violent sound marks a dramatic escalation in tension. A collective murmur rises from the crowd, a palpable sense of fear and uncertainty pervades the scene. Juno's face reflects this escalating unease as he stares forward, his earlier concerns completely overshadowed. Chaos erupts in the city streets. Cars collide in a fiery wreckage as terrified civilians scramble for safety, a desperate cry of "Our run" echoing through the pandemonium. The destruction intensifies. A man desperately cries out, "Honey, no," as more vehicles are crushed under a relentless assault. The sheer force of the unseen catastrophe is evident in the devastation. A shower of golden light streaks across the sky, the ominous harbingers of a cataclysmic event descending. A yellow car is violently thrown into a building, the impact muffled by a grunt of pain, "Kook." The destructive force is clearly overwhelming. A man frantically urges a woman and another man to join him, shouting, "Come over here." The urgency in his voice and the chaotic scene suggest imminent danger. One of the fleeing men stumbles, his breath ragged as he gasps, "What's going on?" The disbelief on his face speaks of the surreal nature of the unfolding events. He questions whether it's all a dream, his confusion reflects the bewilderment of a world suddenly shattered. The scene shifts dramatically. Alone and disoriented, he finds himself in an unfamiliar, dark place, whispering, where am I?" The abrupt transition and his stark terror highlight a sudden, violent displacement. Confusion clouded his gaze as he awoke, naked and disoriented, amidst the verdant undergrowth. A single question mark hung in the air, mirroring his own bewilderment. A chilling shriek pierced the night, echoing his disquiet. He lay exposed once more, the only light emanating from a spectral moon, casting long shadows that hinted at approaching peril. He rose, his naked form a stark contrast to the darkening waters, and began to walk away from whatever he'd escaped. But the quiet was too heavy, his apprehension too acute. A guttural roar shattered the silence. A monstrous grizzly bear, its red eyes burning, materialized from the shadows, fangs bared in a terrifying display of aggression. Terror grips him as a monstrous bear and a pack of wolves, creatures unlike any he'd ever seen, descend upon him. Their snarls echo the chaos of the fight. The doctor recounts the patient's incredible story, awakening on a planet with 2 moons, in a forest teeming with bizarre beasts, only to be immediately confronted by a brutal, desperate struggle for survival against a massive bear and a wolf pack. The doctor's astonishment is palpable, he presses for details, his disbelief evident as he marvels at the patient's miraculous escape from such a harrowing ordeal. A brutal scene unfolds. A large bear, riddled with wounds and surrounded by a pack of ravenous wolves, is violently torn apart. The air is thick with the sounds of tearing flesh and desperate snarls. A young man, his body lean and muscular, stands amidst the carnage, observing a lone white wolf watching him from the edge of the woods. He appears unaffected by the gruesome spectacle. He ran, gasping for breath, his bare chest glistening with sweat. The forest floor blurred beneath him. Collapsing, he uttered a final breath, "Ha," before his vision faded. He'd pushed himself to his absolute limit to survive. A foot breaks the surface of the water, followed by a splash. A wave of confusion ripples across the scene. The man is thrown violently from the water, his body impacting the ground with a jarring thud. The force of the unseen blow is evident in his sudden, uncontrolled flight. He coughs violently, spitting water and struggling for breath. The unexpected event leaves him disoriented and gasping. Confusion and disbelief war on his features as he contemplates the bizarre occurrence. He questions the nature of what just transpired, the sheer strangeness of it all settling upon him. His shock deepens, a palpable sense of unease creeps in as he experiences a new, disquieting phenomenon, a disturbance to his senses. He wonders if his senses are failing him. Racked with hunger, the naked man stumbled through the undergrowth, his stomach gnawing. He spied some small, red fruits. He devoured them, the faint sounds of nom nom barely audible above the rustling leaves. A desperate, primal hunger drove him. A reptilian eye, immense and ancient, opened in the tall grass. Its gaze, sharp and cold, pierced the concealing reeds. The man, mid-bite of an apple, found himself facing the enormous serpent's head emerging from the water. A colossal wave, sparked by its movement, crashed down, the impact a deafening roar. He sat, recounting his experience, an apple crunching between his teeth. That place was absolutely crazy, he stated, the memory clearly still vivid. Rainwater, pure and clean, cascaded from a leaf and into his open mouth, a much-needed respite. He awoke on a branch, shivering and parched, the taste of bitter desperation clinging to his tongue. A ragged cloth barely covered his lean frame. The young man, his eyes darting nervously, scrambled down. A pack of wolves tracked him, their eyes burning with hunger. Fear fueled his every step. He knew they could catch him at any moment. A year. A year of solitude, of desperate survival. The image of him clinging to a giant, blossoming plant, crafting a makeshift raft, spoke volumes of his resilience in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. He ripped a piece of the giant flower's petal, his desperate hope palpable. A new chapter begins. I had survived. More accurately, I had adapted. A persistent trickle of liquid ran down my back as I lay there, vulnerable. The pain was intense, a guttural fuck, escaping my lips as the reality of my situation crashed down. The gorilla, a monstrous creature of muscle and rage, launched itself forward with a deafening roar. Its powerful limbs propelled it through the air, a blur of furious motion. The man, his face contorted in pain, stared upwards as the gorilla's attack connected. Blood trickled from his lips. He had been gravely injured. Lying defeated, he muttered, "Better luck next time," a defeated acceptance coloring his tone. The fight was over. A small wolf, its body a blur of motion, dodges a massive blow. Dust and debris explode outward as the beast narrowly avoids a crushing attack. The wolf's desperate evasion is shown against the backdrop of a colossal, hulking figure, a monstrous gorilla-like creature whose furious blow sends tremors through the earth. The creature's power is undeniable. The wolf lies wounded, its leg torn and bleeding, a stark contrast to its earlier agility. Blood stains the snow, a grim testament to the fight's brutal reality. The gorilla's enraged face fills the panel, its yellow eyes blazing with fury, teeth bared in a terrifying snarl. The creature's raw aggression is palpable. He launched himself through the air, a desperate leap towards freedom, narrowly evading the gorilla's massive grasp. The gorilla's massive hands clamped down, its furious roar echoing through the trees as it pinned him to the ground. Pain shot through him. With a powerful kick, he sent the beast reeling, the impact a thunderous quang. He rolled away, escaping its clutches as a small white dog darted past. A monstrous ape, muscles bulging, roars as it lunges. The raw power of its attack is evident in the blurred motion lines and scattered debris. The man, bleeding but defiant, acknowledges his past mistakes. That was fucking dumb of me. He reflects, a grim understanding dawning on his face. His impulsive flight was a failure. He continues his self-assessment, constantly running away wasn't going to solve anything. The weight of his past actions settles upon him, a stark realization of his flawed strategy. A close-up reveals a sinister smile playing on the lips of a shadowy figure. The words, "Because no matter where you go," hang in the air, a chilling promise of inescapable pursuit. He ran. The desperate flight was a blur of motion, the water a cool, fleeting relief against his burning lungs. Panting, he scrambled over a fallen log, his muscles screaming in protest. Each breath was a ragged gasp. His constitution increased by 1. A minor, yet vital, boost in his physical resilience. The impact, a jarring ugh, sent him sprawling, the force of his fall knocking the wind from him. A figure, partially consumed by encroaching vegetation, erupts from the earth. Stone fragments scatter as the plant life relentlessly claims him. Is it safe to eat? The question hangs in the air, as the image shows a large, seemingly ripe fruit, now marred by the presence of several ants actively consuming it. He cautiously approaches, a mixture of apprehension and hunger etched on his face. The man, naked and seemingly alone, regards the ants devouring the fruit, a potent symbol of his own precarious situation. He devoured the fruit, the sound of nom nom echoing faintly. A moment of peace, a brief respite from the unknown. A sudden rustling broke the quiet. His eyes widened, reflecting a dawning apprehension. A strangled gasp escaped him as he choked on the fruit. Panic swelled. A massive serpent, jaws agape, lunged from the foliage. The man was caught completely off guard. A monstrous serpent, jaws agape, ensnares its prey in a brutal, fatal embrace. The scene explodes with the visceral impact of its attack, blood splattering as the serpent's fangs pierce flesh. Naked and wounded, the man lies collapsed on the forest floor, a single, crimson fruit near his outstretched hand. His whispered confession hangs heavy in the air. No, actually, I might have been the one going crazy. His internal turmoil is palpable, hinting at a descent into madness or the unsettling realization of a frightening truth. 67 days stranded. The man, his body lean and scarred, stares out at the relentless downpour. The text reveals, the wolf pack that was chasing me still hadn't given up. His ordeal is far from over. The relentless pursuit by the wolves underscores his desperate situation. He continues, his voice a low murmur, also, that forest had dangers other than just the wolves. The statement hints at even greater perils lurking within the seemingly impenetrable forest, foreshadowing further trials and the scale of his struggle for survival. The man plucked a cluster of ripe, yellow fruit from a vine, a faint thwip accompanying the harvest. His strength increased by 1 point. A subtle shift in his bearing reflects the small but significant gain. He then settled into the giant fruit, using it as a makeshift raft as he floated downriver. Emerging from the water, the man is now carrying a sack heavy with newfound bounty. A quiet curiosity crosses his face. A blinding flash of light erupted, followed by a resounding quang. The force of the impact sent shockwaves outward. Riding a banana, the young man swung through the trees, narrowly avoiding the enraged gorilla's grasp. He let out a surprised oof as the ape lunged. The gorilla's furious attack shattered a large tree trunk, sending splinters flying. The massive ape lay stunned on the ground, its eyes wide with confusion. A single question mark bubble floated above its head. A large white wolf, its eyes burning with primal fury, snarls, a low growl rumbling in its chest. The tension crackles in the air. A massive gorilla explodes into action, its powerful fist a blur as it unleashes a devastating blow. The sheer force of the attack is palpable. The wolf is sent flying, its body tumbling across the ground, the impact echoing with a bone-jarring thud. The battle has begun. With surprising speed and agility, a man strikes, his blade finding its mark in the gorilla's throat. The beast roars in pain and fury, its attack momentarily halted. A colossal ape slams into the ground, its massive form creating shockwaves that send a young woman sprawling. She cries out in pain, ugh, as the impact reverberates through the forest. The ape rises, its eyes burning with fury, a guttural roar, a harsh caw, fuck, escaping its lips as it lunges forward. The sheer power is palpable. An older man, a doctor, stares with disbelief. His question hangs heavy in the air, why did you do that? The implication is clear, this was no accident. There is always a ruler. This simple statement carries profound weight, a fundamental truth underpinning the very fabric of this world's power structures. It foreshadows an ongoing struggle for dominance, a cycle of power that knows no end. A wave of incandescent energy erupts, the very air crackling with power as the blonde woman, katana held high, prepares to meet it head-on. The resulting shockwave sends a man reeling backward, his face contorted in a mask of pain and raw fury. His eyes burn with an unnatural light. The blonde woman, her expression etched with strain, stands defiant, but the intensity of the previous attack is undeniable. Particles of energy still shimmer around her. Her grip tightens on her katana's hilt, her body is clearly failing her. A tremor runs through her as she whispers, "My body." A figure slams into the ground, the impact shattering the earth around him. The raw power of the blow is palpable, a testament to the immense force involved. Two agents stare in stunned disbelief. One exclaims, "What the?" It was a person. The sheer unexpectedness of the event leaves them speechless. A woman, radiating confidence and authority, appears amidst the chaos. The text clarifies the significance of the event, a force previously only encountered in high-tier dungeons. The figure from the first panel lies unconscious, his body battered but alive. The implication is clear, this individual possesses an extraordinary level of resilience. A city lies in ruins, buildings cracked and crumbling. The urgent plea, "Call an ambulance now," echoes through the devastated landscape. A young man, his face etched with weariness, sits passively as someone records his statement on a small digital recorder. The aftermath of the catastrophe weighs heavily upon him. In a sterile hospital room, a doctor informs the young man, "Your testimony and medical exam will be shared with the Awakener Bureau. You seem pretty healthy, so you should be discharged in a few days." The implication is clear: his experience is not merely a medical matter but holds significant bureaucratic importance. The doctor, his back turned, speaks, his words carrying unexpected weight. "You shared with us a very valuable personal story. We should be the one thanking you." The narrative subtly shifts. The young man's ordeal is not merely a case to be closed, but a resource of significant value to the Awakener Bureau. A door closes quietly. Footsteps echo softly on the polished floor. A doctor, his face etched with thoughtful curiosity, muses, "What an interesting patient. His story is so vividly detailed, he would be successful as a novelist." This reveals that the patient possesses a remarkable, almost unbelievable life story. In a brightly lit office, a tense exchange unfolds. One man, concerned, asks, "What's strange about it?" His inquiry hints at an unusual aspect of the patient's case. The other responds, "Yeah, he's a rare F-rank patient." This confirms the patient's unusual status. The F-rank designation signifies an exceptional, possibly dangerous, classification. It's a shame. If he was an E rank, he would have received disability benefits from the government. But no, it's just that his F rank means he's just an average person. But how did an F rank manage to go through a portal? Are you sure you aren't wrong? I just got the doctor's opinion from the hospital. Want to take a read? F rank returners. A surge of raw power erupts from within him. Confirmation arrives. This is Park Soo-ho's returner document. The captain's concern is evident. He wants the document personally delivered. A sense of urgency hangs in the air. A woman, katana strapped to her hip, accepts the task. Her calm demeanor belies a readiness for action. 2 weeks have passed since Park Soo-ho's return from a millennium in another world. The narrative shifts to his perspective. He awoke with a sigh, a profound sense of unease settling upon him. Despite his fervent wish to return, his surroundings felt alien, unfamiliar. A nurse offered him a bland tray of food, her expression polite but distant. His gaze, however, remained fixed on something beyond the immediate reality. A rumbling in his stomach, a primal need, broke through the fog of his disorientation. A woman with striking blonde hair and intense blue eyes observes from a distance, her expression unreadable. The tension is palpable. Choi Soo-young, from the Awakener Bureau, introduces herself. Her casual greeting belies the seriousness of her presence. She has come to find him. He sniffed the ground, a faint scent registering. "Smell, blonde," he muttered, the words barely audible. The blonde woman addressed him directly, her tone sharp. "I was the first person you saw when you returned." Her words were a statement, laden with unspoken implications. Her expression shifted, a subtle hint of sorrow clouding her features. "He was a patient." She trailed off, the unspoken weight of her words hanging heavy in the air. The significance of this revelation was palpable. Take your time reading through the document. For now, just sign and consent to sharing your information. He hadn't seen this kind of paperwork in ages. Why do they keep smelling up the place with this bureaucratic nonsense? It's been thousands of years, and these people still insist on this tedious process. Seriously, are you a Neanderthal? No, here. I'm telling you to sign an initial right here. Isn't he just an idiot? Mr. Park Soo-ho? What? Did you learn anything back there? She demanded, her tone sharp. He mumbled a hesitant, "Like what?" prompting her to explain, "Like magic, or voodoo, or martial arts." The interrogation revealed a critical gap in his training. Her gaze softened slightly as she stated, "So in order to survive, you just spent 10 years running around." The woman's words highlighted the protagonist's ineffective survival strategy. A brutal scene unfolded. a fierce battle against monstrous dinosaurs. The narration clarifies, in order to become a true returner that can pass through a portal, one has to kill monsters and steal their dimensional energy. The panel reveals the true, arduous path to becoming a returner. His realization hit hard, so I really was mistaken. No, it wasn't 10 years. The revelation shatters his perception of his past decade, setting the stage for a deeper examination of his experiences. He stared, incredulous. Thousands of years, they'd said, but the record showed only 10. 10? The clerk pointed to his file. It says you went missing in 2015, and you returned in 2025 through a portal. His eyes widened in disbelief. Only 10 years? When you've recovered, go back to your family, the clerk instructed, her expression softening slightly. A woman with long blonde hair, dressed in a dark jacket, turns the doorknob, her expression unreadable. Farewell, then, she says, the words laced with a subtle finality. A man sits, studying documents, a flicker of concern crossing his features as he utters a single, questioning word, family. His eyes widen in disbelief, his mouth agape. My God! He whispers, the weight of the revelation dawning on him. Then, a stunned realization, they're alive. She moved like a blur, a golden streak against the crimson backdrop. The katana sliced through the air, leaving a shimmering trail of energy in its wake. The blonde warrior stood poised, her katana held low, ready. The setting sun cast long shadows, painting the scene in warm hues. A massive explosion rocked the ground. Dust and debris filled the air as the opponent was sent flying, the earth cracking beneath the force of the blow. Her eyes narrowed, a mixture of disbelief and suspicion clouding her features. What in the world is he? She muttered, the question hanging heavy in the air. This encounter clearly revealed something unexpected and deeply troubling. A faint beeping sound filled the sterile room as Dr. Baldy, a kindly old man, ended a call. His expression held a quiet contentment. He'd just heard a story unlike any other. A young man, his face etched with weariness, hesitantly addressed the doctor. The weight of 1,000 years rested heavily on his shoulders. He confessed his long isolation, 1,000 years spent in the wilderness. This was his first interaction with civilization in all that time. A simple thanks for hearing my story carried the profound weight of his experience. Dr. Baldy's words paint a vivid picture, a warrior from the wilderness, emerging after 1,000 years. The immense story only just begun to unfold. The Awakener Bureau, a towering edifice in the heart of the city, looms large. Its imposing structure speaks volumes about the power held within. A young woman, her blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, stares intently at a card, her expression etched with concern. The card, a key to a world beyond the ordinary, reflects her anxieties. An older man, his face lined with experience, speculates on the seemingly improbable events that led to a recent incident. His casual tone masks a deeper understanding of the arcane forces at play. The man suggests the possibility of a return stone, hinting at the existence of magical artifacts within this world. A medical report reveals a diagnosis: post-traumatic stress disorder. The symptoms are unusual, involving a distorted perception of reality where the patient believes they are trapped in a different world, sometimes acting like a wolf. This is a common disorder among awakeners. The woman's concern deepens as she rereads the patient's file, focusing on the unsettling detail that he acts like a wolf, a clue that hints at a deeper, more supernatural connection. Doubt clouded her features as she questioned the reality of recent events. Did she truly experience what she just did? The blonde woman, despite her apparent high rank, is still considered a returner by the organization and thus is subject to standard protocol. Her supervisor insists on following procedure, despite her unusual abilities. Despite the woman's rank, the official remains unconvinced. He needs visual confirmation to fully accept the situation. A young man lies in a hospital bed, his expression unreadable, his future uncertain. The young man, Suho, is roused from his contemplation. It's mealtime. Mr. Park Soho, his stomach rumbling, decides it's time for a meal. Suddenly, a blonde woman appears, addressing him as Mr. Park Suho. Her unexpected arrival interrupts his meal preparations. Soho examines something in his hand, his expression questioning. The image only shows a hand and the question mark indicating uncertainty about this item. The woman, her long blonde hair cascading down her back, observed the man hunched on the floor. He seemed disoriented, muttering to himself. It seems familiar, she mused, a hint of unease in her voice. Her gaze hardened as a flashback revealed a terrifying image, a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes emerging from a portal. He definitely felt like a predator when he was coming out of the portal. She recalled, the memory clearly unsettling her. The man, seemingly oblivious to the woman's apprehension, commented with a casual air, "But I'm over 1,000 years old." His age, a fact so extraordinary, was spoken with surprising nonchalance. The narrative shifted. A new character, presumably a government official, explained, "The Awakener Bureau is a government organization meant to help returners like you get adjusted to society. These are materials that returners need." The implication was clear, the man was not merely old, he was a returner, someone who had come back from another place, another time. He stared, pen in hand, a mixture of surprise and disbelief etched on his face. "Wow!" he murmured, his eyes wide. The woman's voice cut through the silence. "No, I asked you to sign, not draw." Her following words were an apologetic aside, "Oops, sorry. It's just that it's been 1,000 years since I used it." His expression shifted, a shadow darkening his features. "No, I didn't. I lived in a forest." The implication hung heavy in the air. The narrative thrusts us into a violent past. A chaotic maelstrom of predatory creatures, fierce wolves and reptilian horrors, fills the frame. The caption explains, "But it seems like this guy managed to just stay alive in a peaceful dimension and crossed the portal by luckily coming across a return stone." The man's survival is revealed as a stroke of extraordinary luck amidst incredible danger. His eyes wide with 1,000 years' worth of untold stories, he utters, "I was in that jungle for 1,000 years." The weight of his statement hangs heavy in the air. An Awaken card is presented. This is his official documentation, proof of his return to civilization after a millennium spent in the jungle. Practicalities follow the extraordinary. The bureaucratic voice explains the subsidized hospital bill coverage associated with the card. He is urged to report any loss. He turns, leaving the sterile environment behind. A new chapter begins. Situation resolved. The announcement echoes, confirming the arrival of a returner, someone who has come back from a presumed death or alternate dimension. This throws the existing power dynamics into sharp relief. Doubt clouds the air. A woman, reviewing data, questions its accuracy. The implication is that this returner's reappearance is unexpected, perhaps even disruptive to established protocols. Her skepticism leads to decisive action. Instead of relying on possibly faulty information, she chooses a direct, personal approach, a face-to-face meeting. The stakes are clearly high enough to warrant this precaution. The meeting is underway, but even the mundane act of a simple conversation hints at underlying tension. Her informal address is met with a correction, showcasing a stark contrast in their power dynamics or relationships. This sets the stage for a potential conflict or a crucial information exchange. Her eyes, narrowed, betray a simmering frustration. "You're really starting to get on my nerves," she thinks, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. A sterile, high-tech facility. Several individuals, including soldiers and scientists, occupy the space. One man, our protagonist, stands apart, observing the technological expanse with a hint of unease. The protagonist, Frank, is informed that he hasn't met the requirements. His surprise and frustration are palpable, he questions how this could be. Frank learns he's classified as an F-rank awakener, just 4 points short of the required level. His bewilderment deepens as he reveals his arrival 2 weeks prior via portal. This establishes a central conflict. He's short on points despite having arrived much earlier than expected. The officer chuckled, a nervous tremor in her smile. "Ordinary people die from their bodies being torn apart if they cross a portal," she explained, her gaze fixed on the documents in her hands. A young man, his expression a mixture of confusion and bewilderment, muttered to himself, "What a confusing system." His eyes widened slightly as a new piece of information registered. Suwon Field Goblins, he questioned, the name clearly unexpected. The taxi driver explains that the city's massive walls encompass all of Seoul, easily visible on any map application. The passenger, clearly bewildered by the scale of it all, gazes out the window. The passenger, contemplating the immense scope of the city, realizes the need for a smartphone to navigate this vast, walled metropolis. The taxi pulls up to Suwon Field, Gate 27. A simple thank you is exchanged as the passenger departs. Stepping through the gate, the passenger contemplates the implications of entering a location designated as a hunting ground, his expression a mixture of apprehension and determination. A young man approaches a heavily fortified checkpoint. Two guards stand rigidly at attention, their faces grim, behind a table laden with technological equipment. The air crackles with tension. The guards demand to see his mercenary license. The young man's expression remains guarded, his silence heavy with unspoken apprehension. One guard informs him that civilians are forbidden from entering the restricted zone. The implication of his presence here is clear. A sudden, frantic order cuts through the tense silence: close the exit. The young man's eyes widen in alarm as a desperate cry follows: fuck. It's too late. The scene shifts to a chaotic closure of the exit gate, the guards scrambling. The military vehicle, a heavily modified SUV, roared out of the compound, its tires spitting gravel as it accelerated rapidly. The vehicle, battered and smoking, crashed to a halt. The soldiers, reacting instantly, barked orders. Get in formation. Maintain your current positions. The urgency in their voices mirrored the gravity of the situation. A monstrous hand, stained crimson with blood, shattered through the concrete, the shards of debris raining down like bloody hail. The sheer force of the breach spoke of an unimaginable power on the other side. The soldiers opened fire, a coordinated volley aimed at the monstrous threat. A hail of bullets tore into the creature, its roars echoing amidst the chaos before it finally fell silent. The immediate danger was over. A soldier called for an ambulance as others secured the area. The monster, its destructive rampage now finished, lay inert. Sergeant Park questioned the whereabouts of a man who had arrived earlier in a taxi, his presence clearly unnerving his fellow soldiers. The soldiers speculate that the mysterious man, terrified by the recent events, fled the scene. A young man walks towards a large building marked with the number 27. The setting suggests a post-apocalyptic landscape, hinting at the world's current state. The man's senses heighten, he recognizes a specific sound and smell, confirming his suspicions. The scene intensifies, foreshadowing conflict. He stands on a ruined structure, gazing at a ravaged cityscape bathed in the fading light of a dystopian sunset. The scale of the destruction is starkly apparent. A panoramic view reveals the extent of the devastation, a ruined metropolis stretching to the horizon. This establishes the bleak reality of his world. A familiar darkness cloaks the ruined cityscape. He stands, his back to us, a silhouette against the bruised twilight sky. The weight of this world, of this shadowed city, rests heavily upon his shoulders. The words hang in the air, a declaration of intent: it's time for me to hunt. A grim determination, a hunter's resolve, settles in the space between the panels. A violent impact. The earth erupts, a shockwave radiating outwards as he slams into the ground. The sheer force of the blow cracks the very pavement beneath him. He kneels amidst the devastation he created, alone in the ruined city, a figure of both power and profound loneliness. The darkness remains his constant companion. A devastating blast rips through the city. Debris rains down as the young man is hurled through the air, the force of the explosion echoing in the quang. He sprints away from the destruction, a blur of motion, the Korean onomatopoeia, shoo-shoo shoo-shoo, suggesting incredible speed. He collapses, his breath ragged. Is it an after-effect of returning? I feel like I'm missing power, he gasps, the realization dawning on him. This suggests a significant depletion of his abilities following some kind of return or a recent event. He paused, taking a deep breath, a thoughtful expression on his face. Let's see. He murmured, the faint scent of something unusual in the air. A quick survey of his surroundings revealed a potential lead. A dark alleyway beckoned him forward. Why don't I start over there, he mused, beginning his approach. A sudden, violent confrontation erupted. The sounds of snarling dogs, yelps, and a heavy wham filled the alley as he moved swiftly, fighting his way through a pack of aggressive creatures. He stood victorious but wounded, a large, injured dog at his feet, a grotesque goblin-like figure clutching a knife nearby. The scene was stained with blood, the air thick with the smell of violence. A monstrous maw, dripping ichor, fills the panel. Fangs gleam, a chilling promise of violence. Want my help? The question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the preceding horror. A young man, his face shadowed, offers assistance. His expression is unreadable, yet his offer implies a power yet to be unleashed. The young man moves with impossible speed. A blur of motion precedes a devastating blow that sends one of the grotesque creatures sprawling. His casual efficiency speaks volumes about his capabilities. The battle has begun. A monstrous creature, its maw agape in a silent roar, lunges. Blood splatters across its grotesque features. The ferocity is palpable. A system interface appears, stark against the darkness, searching for your class. Loading. A question mark explodes from below, mirroring the protagonist's evident confusion. The system displays multiple loading screens, mirroring the one before, all indicating a system error. A young man stares, his face etched with growing alarm. This is a critical system failure. His eyes widen in disbelief. What is this? The question hangs heavy in the air, reflecting the uncertainty of his situation. The system malfunction has left him reeling. Park Soho examines a credit card and an invoice, the word incapacity prominently displayed. His financial situation is dire. Soho insists he felt a sharp pain, but a disbelieving woman dismisses it as delusion, advising him to leave his fantasies at home. The scene shifts to a bounty poster advertising $500 for each goblin sighted in the Suwon field. Soho stares at the poster, his expression unreadable, hinting at a connection between his pain and the goblin infestation. Seoul's intricate network of gates, visualized on a digital map, is revealed. The city is divided into 12 distinct areas, interconnected by hundreds of gates allowing instantaneous travel between them. Dozens of additional gates provide access to external locations beyond the city limits. This is no ordinary metropolis. He arrives at Gate 27, a stark structure under construction, its number prominently displayed. The anticipation builds. This location holds a clear significance in the unfolding events. A soldier, his face grim, demands an explanation. What business brought you here today? He challenges the young man before him. The tension hangs heavy in the air. This is no casual inquiry. The young man's shoulders slump. His response is a quiet, almost defeated, "I don't have one." His demeanor speaks volumes. He's either profoundly unprepared or deliberately concealing something. A blur of motion erupts. The soldier's attack is swift and brutal, a sudden eruption of violence that leaves the young man reeling. A monstrous creature, its maw a terrifying display of jagged teeth, latched onto the driver, its grip vicious. The man's scream, a raw cry of agony, echoes as the vehicle careens wildly out of control. A sickening crunch of metal and concrete follows as the vehicle crashes, the force of the impact shattering the road. The scene is one of immediate chaos and destruction. Amidst the wreckage, a soldier frantically radios for backup, his face etched with desperate urgency. Requesting emergency squad, he yells into the comms, his voice tight with fear. Another soldier, his weapon trained on the damaged vehicle, barks orders. Take aim. The threat is clear and immediate. The creature's attack is far from over. The creature, its blood-soaked fangs bared, emerges from the wreckage, its presence more menacing than before. The desperate battle continues. Twin bursts of gunfire ripped through the air, impacting a monstrous creature as it smashed through a wall. The sheer force of the attack, a deafening roar of "dug dug dug," was barely enough to slow its advance. He surveyed the ravaged landscape, a field of destruction stretching before him. So this is a field, he muttered, the weight of the revelation settling heavily upon him. The question hung in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication. Did every city other than Seoul change like this? His face, etched with disbelief, answered it, no way. The young man plummets from a crumbling building, the city's ruins spread beneath him like a desolate tapestry under a bruised twilight sky. He lands hard, a muffled thud echoing the weight of his own words. My body feels a bit heavy. A sense of disorientation washes over him, the aftermath of a fall more profound than just physical impact. With a surge of unexpected power, he launches himself skyward, a brilliant white trail blazing behind him as he defies gravity, propelled by something beyond his comprehension. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion against the dark, gritty backdrop. The force of his movement sent ripples through the very air. He collapsed onto the rubble, catching his breath. Phew, he exhaled, the word hanging heavy in the still air. Standing on the precipice of a ruined cityscape, bathed in the ethereal glow of a giant blue moon, he surveyed the devastation. A palpable sense of quiet contemplation settled over him. A sudden shift in his posture. A subtle sound, barely audible, caught his attention. Ha, he murmured, turning towards an unseen source. The young man reacted instantly, leaping into action as cracks spiderwebbed across a building in the distance. The city was clearly still unstable. Goblins clashed, blades meeting in a flurry of guttural cries. Their crude weapons, an axe and a wickedly curved sword, aimed to inflict maximum damage. A snarling white wolf emerged from the carnage, its eyes blazing with predatory hunger. Blood dripped from its fangs, a testament to its recent feast. A low growl, punctuated by the onomatopoeia, echoed through the scene. The wolf's gaze, intense and piercing, locked onto its next target. The sound, a low rumble vibrating with power, suggested the immense force about to be unleashed. A goblin, caught in the wolf's deadly grip, was flung violently aside. The impact, a powerful, sent the creature flying. A man, eyes alight with predatory glee, declared, "Then these guys are all my prey now, got it?" His expression was one of absolute, ruthless dominance. A monstrous figure, its form contorted and dripping with crimson, collapses. The air crackles with residual energy, the very ground trembling from the sheer force of its fall. A young man stands amidst a cascade of digital glitches, his hands outstretched as if desperately trying to regain control. The system displays a catastrophic error message, a critical system failure is underway. The system error is confirmed. The implications are dire, a fundamental malfunction threatens to destabilize the entire system. A shout rings out, cutting through the chaos, "Hold fire!" A brief respite, but the tension remains palpable. A young man, his face etched with a quiet intensity, stands amidst the decaying beauty of an old city. The setting sun casts long shadows, painting the scene in hues of orange and purple, a stark contrast to the crumbling brick buildings around him. He seems lost in thought, his gaze fixed on something unseen in the distance, a premonition of the danger to come. A monstrous head fills the frame, eyes glowing with malevolent red light. Its shadowy form evokes a sense of primal terror, hinting at a power far beyond human comprehension. The very air seems to crackle with anticipation. This is no ordinary beast, this is a predator. A system error overwhelms him. Surrounded by digital chaos, he cries out, "Go away!" The digital torrent threatens to consume him entirely. The system error manifests as a monstrous creature erupting from the digital plane, its jagged teeth bared in a terrifying maw. He is violently thrown back. A powerful impact, a resounding quang, follows the creature's attack. The force of the blow throws him across the landscape. The monstrous creature lunged, its jaws snapping shut with a violent crack. Its attack was a whirlwind of teeth and claws. The man, thrown back by the force of the blow, landed hard, a pained kiki, escaping his lips. The beast's relentless assault continued. He braced himself, taking the full force of the creature's next strike. A brutal clash of flesh and bone. He backflipped, narrowly avoiding the creature's snapping jaws. A pained kkug escaped his lips as he landed hard. A blur of motion, the creature lunged again, its claws raking across his arm in a bloody swipe, kwang, sending him sprawling. His gaze fell upon a system notification, failed to obtain class skills. A flicker of understanding crossed his face. "Oh, right," he muttered, the implications dawning. A new system message appeared, "Your constitution has increased by 1. He read the following text with a sigh. After my body was trained to its limit, I barely got any stat increase alerts. A system notification blazes across the screen. Authority obtained. Achievement shop, open. The interface promises rewards. He stares, bewildered, at a reversed message within the system interface. I've never seen this message before, he mutters, his unease palpable. The achievement shop displays its inventory: a bottle of water, 1 point, a fried egg, 2 points, and 2 locked items. His total points, 1007. A whimper cuts through the night. He stands alone, a wounded animal lying near. A palpable sense of despair hangs in the air. A mortally wounded white wolf lies on the ground, blood staining the snow. Beside her, a small pup whimpers, its soft arf sounds a stark contrast to the grim scene. A hand reaches out to touch the wolf, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air: did they use poison? The wolf's mother is clearly dying. A young man with dark hair looks on, his expression a mixture of shock and sorrow. The question, your baby, underscores the devastating loss. The pup continues to whimper, its tiny barks echoing the despair of the situation. The man's silent grief is palpable, even as the narrative focuses on the pup's repeated arf-arf. He stared into the distance, a pensive expression settling on his face. Is this also fate? The weight of his unspoken question hung heavy in the air. The young man walked away from a scene of carnage. Dozens of monstrous creatures lay lifeless around him, their forms scattered across the blood-stained ground. The aftermath of his battle was stark and brutal. He looked up at the darkening sky, a sigh escaping his lips. I really have to get a car. The statement, while seemingly mundane, highlighted the extraordinary circumstances he found himself in. A young man sits beneath a sprawling tree, a stark contrast to the ruined cityscape behind him. A simple cross lies nearby, a silent testament to a world ravaged by unseen forces. His posture speaks of weariness, a quiet contemplation in the face of devastation. He cradles a small white rabbit, his expression one of quiet resolve. The words "we should go now" hang in the air, a subtle shift from the previous panel's passive observation to an impending action. The decision is made, the journey begins. The scene abruptly shifts. A soldier barks orders at a driver, urgency etched in his voice. The instruction to go to decontamination before receiving payment reveals a harsh reality of this post-apocalyptic world. Even survival comes at a price. A shocking image of several monstrous creatures, bound and seemingly lifeless, prompts the chilling question: did he kill them all by himself? The sheer scale of violence implies a power beyond the ordinary, hinting at the protagonist's capabilities. A man stands before a payout counter in a sterile office, the number 12 illuminated on a nearby display. He waits while a woman at the counter processes his request. The man's face registers a flicker of surprise as the clerk mentions blood crystals. The clerk presents a single, crimson blood crystal. For ones this size, you can get about $200 per crystal, she explains. Since you don't have a payout account registered, we'll give you cash. A stack of cash is shown. The man accepts the money, contemplating his next move. Once I start dungeon hunting after registering as a mercenary, making money will just be a matter of time. He muses. The scene opens on a quiet suburban street in South Korea. A delivery van idles outside a small convenience store. A concerned voice asks, "How are you doing, sir?" An older man expresses relief, stating he's glad the younger man, who had been struggling financially, found work. The younger man acknowledges this, adding that while it's dangerous field work, the pay is significantly better than city jobs. The young man drives away, humming contentedly to himself. The atmosphere is one of cautious optimism. The van drives down the street, the sound of a dumpster lid rattling loudly behind. The quiet of the street is suddenly broken. Park Juno is violently attacked, the impact sending him sprawling amidst a flurry of broken glass and scattered debris. A brutal pang echoes the ferocity of the assault. His attackers, a trio of imposing figures, stand over him. One, clearly the leader, holds a nightstick, a cruel smirk playing on his lips as he taunts, "It's been a while, Juno. I was wondering, you abandoned your kid and ran off." Juno, wounded and shocked, stares up at them, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. A trickle of blood traces a path down his temple. The leader continues his mocking, "You're looking much better than when I last saw you." Juno groans in pain, his body clearly battered. A man profusely apologizes, his body language conveying deep distress. He presents a wad of cash, explaining it's this month's principal payment, plus late interest, a total of $2,400. His plea for forgiveness underscores his desperation. The creditor assesses the money, noting the principal payment is $1,600, plus $1,200 in daily late interest. He further calculates additional fees, 4 days' worth of house calls and a dry cleaning charge. The creditor declares the amount insufficient, leaving the debtor kneeling in shame before him and 2 associates. The situation is escalating. Tears stream down the debtor's face, blood staining his brow. Despite his distress, his resolve is clear, he vows to obtain the remaining funds. The creditor, now visibly enraged, brandishes a baton. His threat to the debtor is chillingly direct and violent, promising retribution for any further lies. A man in a sharp white suit holds a weapon, his gaze fixed on a second man crouched before him, head bowed. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The man in the suit's expression shifts to one of confusion, a question mark floats above his head, mirroring his internal query. The scene abruptly cuts to a close-up of the crouched man's face, now bloody and bearing a look of grim determination. The man rises, his jacket now shown fully, a single word hanging in the air, "Bro." He stared, bewildered, at the glowing screens. "What's this?" he muttered, his eyes tracing the unfamiliar interfaces. A hidden class system, it seemed, had just been revealed. Suddenly, monstrous creatures lunged. A guttural cry escaped his lips as he braced himself against the onslaught. With a burst of speed, he countered, his movements a blur of motion as he dismembered the beasts with precise strikes. Blood sprayed. Another creature fell, its body dissolving into dust as a final, powerful blow landed. He leaps, a blur of motion against the crumbling cityscape. Below, a monstrous creature lies shattered, its demise marked by a spray of crimson. The young man lands, his feet splashing in a puddle of the creature's blood. The scene is brutal, yet he shows no hesitation as he moves forward. A critical system error flashes across his vision. What? Failed, he thinks, his expression a mixture of shock and concern. This signifies a major disruption to his abilities. He ponders the implications of the system error, linking it to a weakening of his powers. The question hangs heavy in the air, were his abilities diminished because of his arrival on Earth 100 years ago? A significant piece of his backstory and the current predicament is revealed. A young man's eyes widen in disbelief as a holographic interface flickers across his chest. He mutters, questioning the nature of this awakening. The interface displays unfamiliar symbols, hinting at a new, extraordinary power. The man kneels before 2 injured white dogs, their whimpers echoing the bleakness of the scene. Blood stains the cracked concrete floor, a stark contrast to the pale fur of the dying animals. His expression is one of profound sorrow and helplessness. One of the dogs dies, a faint arf its final breath. The man's touch is gentle, but his heartbreak is palpable in the panel's heavy atmosphere. The scene underscores the harsh reality of his newfound abilities, and their limitations in the face of suffering he cannot prevent. He knelt beside the injured dog, a mixture of guilt and resolve in his eyes. "Hey, I never said that I'd take care of your baby. Don't kick the bucket just yet." The animal whimpered softly, its breaths shallow. Counting something, his expression a blend of worry and grim determination, he muttered, 1, 2, 3, so 7 in total. The weight of the situation settled upon him. The sun rose over a cityscape marred by destruction, casting long shadows over the skeletal remains of buildings. A convoy of vehicles, maintaining a careful distance, emerged from an underground passage, marked by the number 27. The order was clear: maintain a set distance between vehicles. Soldiers and civilians stare in stunned disbelief as a figure emerges, carrying a grotesque burden, a writhing mass of goblins bound together. The sheer horror of the scene is palpable. A man, seemingly unfazed, carries the monstrous cluster of goblins, a small white dog trotting calmly at his heels. The weight of the situation, and the goblins, is clear. The cost of dealing with the goblins is tallied, $2,100 for various fees including decontamination and veterinary services for the small dog. The casual tone contrasts sharply with the preceding image. An official explains that the blood crystals were recovered from inside the goblin's chests. This reveals a valuable resource within the creatures. Mr. Park, previously absent, is found working as a truck driver. His reappearance hints at a broader story and potentially important contextual information about the protagonist or the broader crisis. The shopkeeper, a jovial man with silver hair, hands Gunwoo his purchase. "Good to see you here," he says. "Gunwoo likes these." Gunwoo adds, with a chuckle, "Could I also have a bottle of soju?" Gunwoo walks down the street, a thoughtful expression on his face, humming a tune. Two sharp wham sounds echo as Gunwoo is suddenly attacked from behind. Gunwoo is thrown to the ground, facing a furious assailant. "You lil' bitch," the attacker snarls, "do you know how many times I had to come here?" A bloodied fist clenches, the knuckles white against the dark fabric. The repeated Korean characters, byudul, suggesting trembling, hint at the raw exertion and barely contained fury behind the gesture. The scene shifts abruptly. A man in a sharp suit taunts a beaten figure, his words cutting like a blade. "Hey, fuckwad. Do you know how much 3 days' worth of interest is?" The captive, groaning Ugg, clutches a broken weapon, the weight of his transgression evident. Juno's face registers shock and dawning horror. Sweat beads on his brow, mirroring the internal turmoil and foreshadowing the repercussions of the events he's witnessed. A simple escapes his lips, a testament to the overwhelming gravity of the situation. A catastrophic system error has occurred. The attempted transfer of the Druid class has failed, forcing a stat reset. The young man stares at the glowing screen, his expression a mixture of frustration and disbelief. This unforeseen setback throws his carefully laid plans into disarray. The sound of a heavy blow, a jarring BAM, echoes through the city. Simultaneously, pained gasps of "Ugh," "Cook," and "KGH" punctuate the scene, painting a picture of violent struggle. The scene is set against the backdrop of a typical urban landscape. A confrontation has begun. Park Juno's name hangs heavy in the air, a whispered question amidst the aftermath of a brutal fight. He watches, unseen, as others tend to the injured. A young man's eyes widen, a single word escaping his lips, "Bro." His apprehension is palpable. Surrounded by a group of his peers, the young man protests his innocence. "Really, guys, I've got nothing," he pleads, as they roughly search his pockets. The tension is high, the accusation clear. He's found guilty. The weight of their suspicion settles on him as he stands alone, a discarded trash bag at his feet, the others watching him leave. A man urges his companions to help a friend in need, his words laced with a mixture of urgency and frustration. The subtle background sound emphasizes his intensity. Another man, observing the first, comments cynically on his desperation to help his brother, highlighting a strained sibling relationship. The weariness in his posture and the "Ugh" reflect his own reluctant involvement. A somber reflection on the brother's lack of support throughout his life sets a melancholic tone, foreshadowing potential conflict or underlying tension between them. The visual of looming buildings and stormy clouds intensifies the feeling of foreboding. A news report reveals a citywide crisis, explosions and strange red spheres are spreading nationwide, underscoring the urgent need for assistance alluded to earlier. The live broadcast emphasizes the escalating emergency. Driven by the unfolding crisis, the man from the earlier panels rushes towards a door, a sense of urgency propelling his actions. The frantic sound effects and his pet's concerned reaction to the sudden movement add to the dramatic tension. Juno's aunt and uncle greet him with relief, their joy palpable as he returns home, a stark contrast to the events about to unfold. The family's reunion is short-lived. The urgency in his aunt's voice, "We need to leave now," foreshadows immediate danger. The command to pack implies a hasty escape from an imminent and serious threat. A violent explosion rocks the scene, the onomatopoeia paints a picture of a powerful, destructive force. Juno is thrown back by the blast, the visual chaos mirroring his inner turmoil. Wounded and disoriented, Juno lies amidst the rubble, his shocked expression and bleeding wounds revealing the intensity of the attack. The panel emphasizes his vulnerability. The aftermath, Juno sits alone, surveying the devastation. The bright, almost heavenly light in the background suggests a path towards escape, or possibly a further complication. The image emphasizes the scale of the destruction and his isolation. Dead or alive, he was inconsequential. A mere shadow in the life of his younger brother. That was the extent of his existence to the younger brother. A brother he barely knew. The reunion was short-lived, a brief moment of stunned recognition before the weight of unspoken resentment resurfaced. The revelation of their brotherhood shattered the younger brother's composure, his disbelief palpable. A violent confrontation erupted, fueled by years of separation and unspoken grievances. A swift, brutal blow sends the man sprawling. The impact, a heavy thwack, echoes through the alleyway. He lies broken on the ground, the fight seemingly over. His face, bloodied and bruised, betrays his pain. A look of dawning horror sets in as he tries to comprehend what just happened. He is vulnerable, exposed. The man crashes through a makeshift barricade at the top of the stairs, landing hard amongst scattered debris. His limp body speaks of exhaustion and defeat. The assault took more out of him than expected. "You hurt?" one of his assailants asks, showing a flicker of concern. The other, however, brushes this aside, muttering, "I'm fine," a defiant lie. The tension remains. A sudden, furious shift. The man's attacker, previously nonchalant, erupts in rage. He spits out a chilling threat, "You all want to die, don't you?" The attack is far from over. The young man effortlessly dispatches his attacker with a swift, precise kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. A barely perceptible aura shimmers around him. The defeated man cries out in agony, his body contorted in pain as he collapses to the ground. The force of the blow is evident in his anguished scream, "Aargh." A witness, eyes wide with disbelief, mutters, "No way, is he an awakener?" The implications of this revelation hang heavy in the air. The young man calmly slides a stack of cash across the ground towards the stunned onlookers, a gesture of indifference as he states, "Come here and take your money." He snarled, "Take your money and go." The intensity in his eyes spoke volumes. This wasn't a simple transaction. He and his companion stood before the elderly woman, the small white dog at their feet. The setting, a quiet, almost desolate back alley, stark contrast to the earlier scene's tension. A silent exchange, heavy with unspoken understanding and a lingering unease. The woman's expression speaks of regret and perhaps a secret burden. A young boy, Gunwoo, sleeps soundly, a small puppy nestled nearby. His father, visibly weary, stands over him, a mixture of exhaustion and tenderness in his posture. The father confirms Gunwoo's identity to a visitor, revealing him as his only treasure. The visitor's questioning gaze lingers on the child. The visitor presses the father about his absence, referencing his return and the recent televised events surrounding Awakeners. The weight of unspoken obligation hangs heavy in the air, culminating in the question, "How much is your debt?" The debt was around $50,000, a significant sum, but the man remained unconcerned. He had secured employment and was confident in his ability to manage the repayment. The truck, the subject of their conversation, belonged to the landlord's deceased son, a detail that adds a layer of somber complexity to the scene. The landlord had lent it to the man now sitting before him. The boy's landlord, the owner of the truck, died during the Great Disaster. The boy's explanation suggests the landlord held a special place in his heart, almost as a family member. A young boy bursts into a room, calling out, "Dad!" He enters a family dinner scene, revealing a tense atmosphere between the father and another man. The father introduces the other man as his brother, prompting a polite greeting from the boy, who then asks to play with the family dog. This simple interaction subtly underscores an underlying tension. The boy happily plays with the dog, a moment of lightheartedness contrasting with the unspoken anxieties among the adults. The scene's contrast hints at a deeper family conflict. The father observes the scene, noting that getting a dog was something he and his brother had always wanted. This reveals a shared past and hints at a potential reconciliation. The brother, Juno, is shown in close-up, his expression questioning, as he hears a comment about their future work together. This signifies a turning point in their relationship. His brow furrowed, a bandage clinging to his temple, a man stared with dawning horror. The previous scene's events had clearly left their mark. A single word, raw and disbelieving, escaped his lips. What? His shock was palpable. The man's companion, his face etched with concern, gasped, "Bro?" The shared apprehension was thick in the air. Juno moved with a sudden burst of energy, his jacket billowing behind him as if propelled by an unseen force. A voice, sharp and inquisitive, cuts through the air. "You're Juno, right?" The question hangs, heavy with unspoken implications. The scene shifts. Juno lies on the ground, surrounded by a group of schoolboys, their uniforms crisp against the urban grid of the sidewalk. One of them kicks him. "Get up, you bastard," the voice of his aggressor snarls. A pained groan escapes Juno's lips. His face is bruised, sweat glistening on his brow, as the boy delivers the final insult. "You'll receive one punch one time for every 100 we've ever won on you." The threat echoes Juno's pain. A young man lies injured on the ground, his face contorted in pain. He gasps, "Bro, help." Another approaches, concern etched on his face, questioning, "What? Bro?" The desperate plea hangs heavy in the air. The second young man kneels beside him, his own face etched with worry. "Bro," he cries out. The injured man groans. A nearby voice sneers, "Still have enough in you to call for help, huh?" Close up on the injured man's tear-streaked face. Bruises darken his skin, his lip trembles. His whispered plea, broken with anguish, "Fuck, bro." The gravity of his condition is unmistakable. A breaking news report flashes across the screen. This just in. News is that unknown explosions from Seogyeodong. The ominous announcement underscores the escalating crisis. A young man stands silhouetted against a cityscape, his expression one of dawning horror. The word "creatures" hangs in the air, a chilling premonition of the events to unfold. Panic grips him. He bursts from a doorway, his cry of "Mom" echoing the sudden, desperate fear that consumes him. A small dog barks frantically in the background, mirroring his own alarm. His face is etched with terror. The weight of the news crushes him, his parents are unreachable. The desperate question, "Where's Suho?" adds another layer to his growing despair. Soho's absence amplifies the unfolding crisis. A wall explodes inward, a violent eruption of concrete and dust. The young man is flung into the air, a helpless victim of the sudden catastrophe that rips through his reality. Monstrous creatures, their forms grotesque and menacing, emerge from the breach. Their roars, kaya, and ugh, punctuate the scene with raw primal terror, as they burst into the world. The young man's ordeal is far from over. A colossal eye, monstrous and pulsating, bursts from the fractured earth. A young man, seemingly unharmed but clearly terrified, lies at its base, dwarfed by the horrifying spectacle. The young man, now in a different setting, is confronted by two men. One, casually clad, sneers, "You hallucinating 'cause I hit your head way too hard?" The implication is clear, the previous horrifying encounter was a result of trauma. One of the men is struck, a sharp impact denoted by the onomatopoeia. He stumbles backward, his expression of disbelief rapidly turning to pain. The other man's expression is one of grim determination. The blow sends the man crashing to the ground, his body collapsing amidst a splintered mess of wooden chairs and debris. A pained groan escapes his lips. This confirms the young man's unexpected power. Terror grips the two men as they witness the unfolding events. "Boss," one cries, his voice laced with fear, while the other cedes, muttering about a bastard. The intensity of their reaction foreshadows a significant threat. A blur of motion, a swift, brutal strike. The man in the suit is sent sprawling, the force of the blow evident in the stark visual. The attacker's speed and precision are clearly superior. The aftermath is clear. One man lies defeated, his body a testament to the overwhelming power displayed. Two others watch from a distance, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and calculation, as if considering their next move in this escalating conflict. "But I didn't hurt him," he pleaded, his hands raised in a gesture of innocence. His denial, however, fell on deaf ears. The accusation hung heavy in the air. His actions, regardless of intent, had consequences. A young man lay injured on the ground, a small white dog nestled beside him. Two figures, having just finished an altercation, stood over him, their expressions a mixture of indifference and slight guilt. The scene spoke of a recent conflict, resolved, but not without pain. A grateful whisper of "thank you, sir," echoed as the injured young man clutched his belongings and prepared to leave, the other men standing, observing him. The intervention, though brief, had altered the course of a precarious situation. An elderly woman's intense gaze filled the panel, her expression unreadable but sharp, hinting at an unseen power and a keen awareness of events unfolding elsewhere. This sudden shift in perspective suggests a deeper, more complex plot at play beyond the street altercation. An elderly woman questions the younger man, her doubt evident in her tone. "You sure this kid is your older brother?" The younger man laughs, reassuring her, "For sure, Granny, he's my older bro." His words reveal a familial bond, though the context suggests a possible age discrepancy. A young boy sleeps soundly, a small dog resting near him. His whispered words, "It's all my fault for not providing enough for my family," reveal a heavy burden of responsibility for one so young, hinting at the family's financial struggles. The younger man speaks into a phone, explaining his employment. "I work at a logistics center. The pay there is good, and not many are willing to take the job, since transporting goods among some given cities has become extremely dangerous." His words introduce a significant world-building element, the dangerous nature of intercity transport, implying a larger conflict or societal instability beyond the family's immediate difficulties. A young man's brow furrows in concern. "Son? What does he do?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a clear indication of parental worry. The father's face softens as he speaks to his son, now awake. "I'll do all the work," he offers, "so just help me out with that truck of yours." The casual request masks an underlying plea for cooperation. A sinister smile spreads across the son's face. "Go monster hunting," he states, his words dripping with malicious intent. The casual suggestion reveals a dark purpose hidden beneath a veneer of normalcy. "Congratulations on becoming an awakener. Your status has already increased significantly, a remarkable achievement in a single day. Download the Awakener Bureau app, it contains your schedule and crucial hunting information. You've gathered enough dimensional energy to achieve E-rank status, qualifying you for pensions and other benefits. Continue your efforts protecting humanity." Park Sajua's status screen reveals his level 1 Druid class, specializing in conjuration. His superpower is confirmed, but his overall power level is surprisingly low. The low stats explain why Sajua felt weak. His potential remains untapped. Sajua is driving, confirming he's en route to a meeting. He receives a message a rendezvous point will be confirmed upon delivery of his last cargo. However, before that, an ominous warning: a debt must be settled. This foreshadows immediate danger and conflict. "I don't think you're ready to hunt monsters yet. What if you get?" The speaker's concern hangs heavy in the air, his words trailing off as a phone rings urgently. A missed call. The implication is clear: something dangerous requires immediate attention. The word bounty echoes the urgency of the phone call, adding weight to the situation. A chase is underway, the target is a monster, and the team is running out of time. The tense onomatopoeia underscores their frantic pace. A dark green SUV speeds through the city streets, weaving through traffic. The visual adds intensity, showing the team's determination in this high-stakes pursuit. The blurred motion lines convey their speed. Inside the vehicle, tension grips the team. Faces are grim, hands clasped tightly, palpable anxiety fills the car, fueling their relentless hunt. The unspoken question hangs heavy in the confined space: will they succeed? The mission briefing concluded with assurances of their best efforts, yet a superior officer seethed inwardly, his contempt palpable for the subordinates' incompetence. His disdain deepened, attributing their paltry progress to the lack of inherent talent. These recruits were simply not up to par. He grimly predicts this new group will underperform just like their predecessors. A lone figure, dressed in civilian clothes, walks resolutely through a desolate, metallic corridor. A soldier in full gear trails behind, weapon at the ready, wary observation apparent. The soldier's apprehension is brushed aside. The man is clearly the one who single-handedly eliminated 27 goblins yesterday. His capabilities are already legendary. The man's audacity to approach the field unarmed elicits stunned reactions from observers. His confidence borders on madness. A soldier signals a man in a car to stop. The man, however, smirks, clearly unfazed. "I see," he says, already planning his escape. The soldier's order follows: "Chase that guy." The pursued man has already entered a tunnel, disappearing into the shadows. The pursuit continues. Inside the vehicle, the occupants express their disbelief. "Oh, boy." The car screeches around a corner, tires leaving trails of smoke. Their confidence falters. "I'm sure that we were right behind him," one man states, uncertainty creeping into his voice. The question hangs heavy in the air: so where did he go? A sneering face fills the panel, eyes narrowed, a cruel smile playing on the lips. The man's expression speaks volumes of his malicious intent. The young man, Park Soto, sprints through the forest, his movements a blur. The impact of his landing is depicted in a flurry of motion lines and dust. Soto catches his breath, his exhaustion evident. He assesses his weakened state, the weight of his current condition heavy upon him. "So this is the current state of my body," he gasps. A character status screen reveals Soto's low stats, confirming his weakness. The thought crosses his mind: should I start training again? A young man, his brow furrowed in deep concentration, stands amidst a silent unease. His gaze is lowered, hinting at the weight of a decision yet to be made. The young man stands in a forest clearing, the question a sword fight, hanging in the air. The implication of imminent conflict hangs heavy. His composure shatters. Rage explodes from him, the words "you son of a bitch." Do you really want to die, a raw testament to his fury? The scene is clearly escalating. He senses a threat. The question, is it coming from there, reflects a growing awareness of danger, his attention shifting to a previously unseen source. A bloody explosion erupts, the crimson spray a stark visual representation of brutal violence. The fight has begun. A boot, stained crimson, crushes downwards. A desperate whisper escapes the unseen victim: "Bring it." Silhouetted against a vibrant, verdant sky, a young man stands defiantly atop a crumbling structure. Two crimson blades lie crossed at the base, a stark contrast to the peaceful surroundings. His presence commands attention, his enemies are clearly defeated. The harsh words cut through the air. "Hey, didn't you hear what I just said? We'll go if you give us everything that you have." The response is immediate and brutal: "Fuck off. Just shut up and fuck off." A final defiant cry echoes: "You bastards, don't you know who we are?" A gruff voice cuts through the air, impatient with the prolonged struggle. "Only 3 of them. Get on with it." The speaker, a man with a mohawk, displays an aggressive impatience, underscoring the urgency of the situation. The mohawk-haired man's face cracks into a predatory grin. His target is identified: Choi Gushik, with a bounty of $40,000. The revelation establishes a clear mercenary motivation. Choi Gushik, the target, is shown in profile, his expression grim. The weight of the looming danger hangs heavy in the air. A group of armed men confront Choi Gushik, a C-rank ravager. Their fear is palpable, they recognize the danger he represents. Gushik confirms his identity, adding that his bounty is a considerable $40,000. He challenges them to take it if they dare. His arrogance is evident. Desperation sets in amongst Gushik's opponents. They offer him everything they possess in exchange for his departure, highlighting their desperate plea for survival. Gushik rejects their offer, his words revealing a sadistic thrill in the hunt. The scene explodes into motion as he sprints away, leaving his pursuers behind. A desperate plea for him to stop rings out, but Gushik is already gone, leaving his pursuers to face the grim reality of their situation. He landed, a blur of motion, shattering the pavement beneath him. 3 figures, swords drawn, surrounded him, but he moved with impossible speed, leaving them disoriented and bleeding. The 3 assailants, momentarily stunned, exchanged worried glances. Their initial confidence was shaken by his overwhelming power. A surprised shout cuts through the scene. "Who are you, bastard? And where did you suddenly come from?" The question hung heavy in the air, revealing the attacker's fear and uncertainty. A chilling smile played on the young man's lips. "You said $40,000? His calm response amplified the growing tension, hinting at a plan far more complex than a simple street brawl. A tense standoff unfolds. One man, clearly in need of funds, faces a superior, flanked by armed guards. The air crackles with unspoken threats. The man's assessment is swift and accurate. He recognizes his opponent isn't affiliated with the Bureau, a crucial detail in this dangerous game. A sinister smile spreads across the other's face. The opponent's eyes blaze with a malevolent crimson light. The true nature of his threat is revealed. The danger escalates dramatically. A wave of disorientation washes over him. His body feels wrong. A strangled gasp escapes his lips as he struggles to comprehend the sudden paralysis. "What's wrong with my body?" he murmurs, his voice laced with alarm. The man before him, eyes narrowed, utters a chilling statement, "You've looked at me in the eyes for more than 5 seconds." The casualness of his words belies the gravity of the situation. His crimson eyes gleam with a predatory intensity. The man's smirk widens, revealing a sinister intent. "And that means you can no longer move." The threat hangs heavy in the air. Suddenly, a group of men burst onto the scene, swords drawn, their loyalty unwavering. "What are you guys doing? Crush this bastard," their leader bellows, his voice filled with righteous fury. The protagonist, despite his paralysis, unleashes a ferocious counterattack. A swift, powerful punch connects, the impact echoing as thud, resounds across the scene, upending the would-be attacker's plans. A bloody sword flashes, leaving the onlookers speechless. One man, his face etched with disbelief, utters a simple, "Huh," as chaos erupts around him. His comrades stare, stunned by the impossible speed of the attack. The assailant grins, a chilling expression revealing sharp teeth. His question hangs heavy in the air: is this magic? The implication is clear: the speed at which he moved defies normal human capabilities. A powerful fist hurtles towards its target, a blur of motion underscored by dynamic lines. The sheer force is palpable, promising a devastating impact. An F-rank druid? The revelation hangs heavy in the sterile office air. The young man, clearly surprised by his own status, is informed he can now access and use his Awakener ID for financial transactions. This system's integration into everyday life underscores the profound changes wrought by the awakening. Minor interface changes, a consequence of recent technical issues, are announced. The woman's casual mention of the status screen hints at a routine action, highlighting the seamless integration of this technology into daily life, even with its occasional glitches. His status screen appears, displaying an unexpected result. What's this? The stark contrast between his low rank and the potential hinted at in previous scenes sets the stage for a compelling narrative of overcoming adversity. His low stats, particularly in harmony, indicate a potential vulnerability that could be explored later. "Ha! Bro! You got your phone. Guess you're an official Awakener now. Congrats!" The news is delivered with a mix of surprise and genuine excitement, marking a significant turning point in the protagonist's life. This is no ordinary achievement. Becoming an Awakener signifies entry into a world of enhanced abilities and potential dangers. Now that you're an official Awakener, all that's left is the mercenary exam, right? The conversation shifts to the next immediate challenge. The mercenary exam represents a significant hurdle, suggesting a rigorous and competitive process to fully integrate into this enhanced ability society, and implies the path ahead will be difficult. A lingering uncertainty clouds the scene. Is he really the bro I know him to be? It's as if he's completely changed. The narrator's observation reflects a subtle yet significant shift in the protagonist, hinting at the potential consequences and unforeseen transformations brought about by his newfound abilities. The Namyangju Gate is his destination. He walks with purpose, the city's clamor a muted backdrop to his determined stride. A sense of urgency grips the scene. Their pursuit intensifies, the words "we're gonna lose our game" hanging heavy in the tense atmosphere. The chase is on. Inside the vehicle, a confident smirk plays on the driver's lips. His casual demeanor, a stark contrast to the preceding panel's tension, reveals a calculated risk, a belief in their target's vulnerability. He dismisses their concerns about the lone target's safety, highlighting the awakener's inherent advantage. Doubt clouds the soldiers' faces. Their worry is palpable as one expresses concern over the target's lack of equipment and potential danger. The carefree confidence of their leader is not entirely shared. Contempt etched onto his face, the older man snarls, "Who does he think he is?" His younger companion, equally agitated, looks on in stunned silence. Their shared apprehension hints at the gravity of the situation. The older man's voice sharpens, a command cutting through the tension: "Han Sang-jin, step on the pedal." The younger man, Han Sang-jin, responds with a startled, "What?" The urgency of the moment is palpable. The car roars to life, tires screeching as they accelerate away, leaving a trail of dust and blurred lines in their wake. This frantic escape underscores the immediate danger they face. The older man, his expression shifting from anger to intrigued curiosity, muses, "Looks like I may have stumbled on something interesting." This revelation suggests a hidden purpose behind their pursuit. He stumbled, a data chip clutched in his hand, a question mark hanging heavy in the air. The sudden appearance of the chip disrupts his immediate surroundings. The metallic clang of steel echoed as he spun, a defiant roar escaping his lips: "Come at me, you bastard." His sudden turn and aggressive challenge signal an imminent confrontation. A cruel smile spread across his face. A battle between civilized beings and not beasts, this is an opportunity one can't miss. His words reveal a calculated ruthlessness, a willingness to exploit the situation for his own gain. A sword sliced through flesh, a pained cry, "My arm." This violent act confirms the brutality of the impending conflict. He dares them, a defiant roar echoing against the clear sky: "Come at me, you sons of bitches." The sheer contempt in his voice is palpable, a challenge thrown to a legion of unseen foes. The scene shifts, revealing a brutal melee. Blood spatters across gleaming blades as he surveys the carnage, coldly assessing his next move: "Whose arm should I cut off next?" His words paint a portrait of chilling efficiency. These aren't simply enemies to him, they are targets. A new voice cuts through the violence. Exasperated, he demands, "Stop talking bullshit and just leave already, you bastards." His frustration is evident, a desire to end this pointless conflict. The fight continues. Surrounded, outnumbered, yet unyielding, he is wounded but defiantly stands his ground. "Fuck. My arm." He grits out, the pain momentarily breaking through his iron will. But defeat isn't in his eyes, just grim determination. A figure escapes the scene, rapidly retreating into a getaway vehicle. The sound of a car door slamming emphasizes the urgency of his withdrawal. A hooded figure lunges, sword flashing, as his target recoils, eyes wide with shock. "Shit," he gasps, the word a testament to his sudden peril. The attacker's retreat is short-lived, his gaze drops to the ground, his attention caught by something out of frame. A nervous tremor betrays his apprehension, the words "that guy" hanging heavy in the air. The previous apprehension transforms into stunned disbelief. A bounty of $40,000? The implication hangs heavy: this isn't just any fight, this is a highly sought-after target. Enraged, the boss's underlings swore vengeance, their words dripping with hatred. "You guys are all dead now," they roared, their fury fueled by the insult to their leader. A desperate plea rings out amid the chaos: "You don't have to do this. We said we'll give it to you." The scene shifts, revealing a figure tumbling through a shattered building, the remnants of a desperate struggle visible around him. Their eyes wide with disbelief, the thugs stammer, "Who's this?" The sudden appearance of this unexpected adversary has left them stunned, their previous aggression momentarily forgotten. A large, imposing figure confronts a younger man, demanding, "Who are you?" The question hangs heavy in the air, underscoring the immediate tension as several armed soldiers stand silently behind the larger man, their presence a clear threat. Whispers of disbelief ripple through the soldiers' ranks. "Oh boy, what did he just say?" Is he mental? The casual yet uneasy tone reveals their shock at the younger man's apparent audacity in the face of such overwhelming force. The scene shifts dramatically. A sudden, intense energy explodes from the younger man, a visual representation of his inner power, hinted at earlier. The sudden release signifies a decisive escalation of the conflict. The large man's expression shifts to one of stunned disbelief as the younger man calmly replies, "What?" The unexpected nonchalance of the young man in the face of his unleashed power sets the stage for an unpredictable confrontation. A young man, his expression clouded with apprehension, stares into the distance. The weight of an unseen threat presses heavily upon him. Three armed figures emerge, their laughter echoing with derision. "So, why did a weakling like you have to get involved?" one sneers, highlighting the protagonist's unexpected intrusion into their plans. The young man's eyes blaze with an unexpected power, his smirk hinting at a hidden strength. "Pretty interesting," he remarks, a shift in the dynamic as the tables subtly turn. Park Soho stared at his low stats, a question forming in his mind: why are some of my stats so low? The system clearly indicated his low rank. This reveals the protagonist's initial weakness and sets the stage for his journey. A dismissive voice cuts through Suho's internal struggle. "Ha? You're still an F rank, right?" The casual nature of the statement underscores the vast gap between Soho's current abilities and the expectations of others. A sudden, violent impact. A heavy thud echoes the ferocity of the unseen blow. The panel emphasizes the brutality and unexpected nature of the attack. A tense silence hangs in the air, broken only by the ragged breaths of the two figures huddled together amidst the wreckage of what was once a sleek, modern building. The man, his expression grim, clutches a blood-stained weapon. His companion remains silent, her gaze fixed on something unseen. The man's assessment is delivered with chilling certainty: "I think he wants to die." The implication is clear: a desperate enemy, driven to suicidal recklessness, is about to unleash a final, devastating attack. A chilling smile stretched across his face, a predatory grin that spoke volumes. "Is this magic?" he mused, the question laced with dark curiosity. This isn't mere wonder, it's the calculated assessment of a powerful foe sizing up his opponent. "Pretty interesting," he murmured, his eyes glinting with a newfound intensity. The casual tone belied the gravity of the situation. He is fascinated, yet utterly unconcerned. The target is now completely within his power. Red eyes blazing, he roared a single word: "Bind." The command was not a request, it was a decree. A wave of dark energy surged forth, a tangible manifestation of his power, ready to ensnare his prey. The young man lunged, fist connecting with the larger opponent's jaw. The impact was jarring, a clear sign of unexpected strength. A sickening crunch echoed as the attacker's face was met with brutal force. Blood splattered. The young man stands over his fallen foe, a subtle sneer playing on his lips. He mutters, "Other than bind." The implication hangs heavy: this was merely a beginning. He challenges the defeated man with a confident smirk: "Don't you have anything better up your sleeves?" The fight is far from over. A brutal close-up reveals a bloodied mouth, contorted in a silent scream of agony. The sheer force of the attack is palpable. The attack continues. A swift, precise blow sends the man sprawling, his body a blur of motion as he's launched across the panel. The attacker, a figure shrouded in blue, delivers a clean strike with his weapon, a flash of motion leaving a trail of shattered fragments. The impact of the final blow sends the man plummeting, his coat billowing out as he falls, another victim of the relentless assault. The impact shattered the glass, sending a man plummeting through the window. He crashed onto the ground below, the force of the blow echoing in the stark, cold cityscape. He landed lightly, a smirk playing on his lips as he surveyed the damage. "Well, isn't this boring?" he mused, his voice dripping with nonchalant disdain. A group of men watched from the shadows, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. "Who on earth is he?" one of them stammered, his voice barely audible above the growing tension. The young man addressed a larger group of men who were hesitating to confront him. He challenged them, his words laced with an infuriating calmness: "You guys want to fight too?" Their immediate response was a nervous refusal, and more arrived as he commanded them: "All of you, come here." His power was palpable, absolute. A young man, his expression strained, asks a seemingly rhetorical question: anyone happen to have a rope? His inquiry hints at a desperate situation about to unfold. A man in military fatigues grins, replying, "W what? Oh, I have one right here." The casual response contrasts sharply with the previous panel's tension, suggesting a callous disregard for the gravity of the situation. His two comrades stare impassively in the background. A group of men, their faces etched with fear and desperation, kneel before the rope-bearing man. One whispers, "We had no choice, all of us were threatened to work for him," sob. Their forced servitude is revealed, contextualizing the earlier request for a rope and foreshadowing a grim event. The final line, "handing over Choi Gushik will be enough to make you rich," exposes the cruel bargain they were forced into. The gruesome aftermath. A man hangs, his face contorted in a rictus of terror, his eyes wide open. The blood staining his neck confirms his fate, a brutal execution carried out with cold efficiency. A betrayed man lies bleeding, his final words a bitter accusation: "selling me out after leeching off me all this time. Traitors!" The scene unfolds in a stark, urban landscape, a group of soldiers standing impassively over him. Their leader, a figure of quiet authority, observes the scene with a thoughtful expression. The weight of their actions hangs heavy in the air. The betrayal is met with immediate defiance. A soldier, enraged, shouts, "Shut up, you fucker." Another echoes his sentiment, "Yeah, just go to jail, you piece of trash." Their anger is palpable, a raw reaction to the dying man's accusations. The tension ratchets up, the scene poised on the brink of further conflict. The leader of the soldiers, however, remains unmoved by the outbursts. He contemplates the situation, a chilling question hanging in the air: "So, getting rid of these guys will do me no good?" A subordinate confirms, "That's right, sir. We're just a bunch of useless guys." Their words reveal a deeper malaise, a sense of purposelessness within the group. A new perspective is offered. Another soldier interjects, revealing a hidden truth: "They're lying. All those fuckers are criminals too. Some of these guys are bound to have a bounty. It'd be better for you to hand over all of them." The leader considers this new information with a detached, "Oh, is that so?" The situation takes a sharp turn, the initial focus on revenge replaced by a coldly calculated assessment of self-preservation and opportunity. A wounded warrior lies bleeding, his attacker taunting, "Don't the city's laws make you feel restrained?" The implication is clear: freedom lies outside the confines of the city's rules. The attacker continues, "This place, right here, is the true land of freedom. If you let me go, I'll do everything in my power to make you live like the king of." The promise of power and a king-like existence is a tempting offer for a downtrodden warrior. A new figure, a powerful man surrounded by soldiers, silences the dying warrior with a dismissive, "Just go to sleep." The scene shifts dramatically, highlighting the disparity of power. A brutal, swift killing blow ends the warrior's life. The sound of the impact, a guttural korolruk, underscores the finality. Death is swift and merciless in this world. Surrounded, the group's grim resignation is palpable. Their leader, a man with dark hair and a determined gaze, stands stoic amidst the encircling soldiers. "Oh well, we're fucked," one of the men mutters, his face etched with defeat. The weight of their predicament settles heavily. Hope flares as a red truck speeds into view. The sound of its engine, a powerful vroom, cuts through the despair. With a resounding thump, the men scramble into the truck bed, escaping their impending capture. Their hasty retreat marks a desperate gamble for survival. Inside a vehicle, one man downplays his absence from a previous event, stating it didn't matter as he couldn't have helped anyway. Another man's response is dismissive. This establishes a dynamic of unspoken tension and perhaps underlying resentment. The conversation shifts to the men's abilities. One reveals his skills are swordsmanship, tracking, and searching, a display of practical, martial expertise. The visual shows a vehicle speeding off, signifying a change in location or the start of a new mission. One man's surprised reaction highlights the other's ignorance of skill books, suggesting a key difference in their knowledge or access to information. This introduces a significant element of world building concerning the acquisition of abilities. It hints at a power system more complex than mere innate talent. A monstrous face looms, eyes blazing, mouth agape as it bellows, bind. The raw power of the command is palpable, a physical force pressing down on the smaller figure partially visible at the bottom. His gaze sharp, the young man questions, so that thing over there is a portal? The ruined structure in the background hints at the danger and scale of whatever lies beyond. Confirmation arrives, yes, that over there is the lowest tier level 1 dungeon. The implications are immediately clear, this is where their mission takes them. He's incredulous, sweat beading on his brow. You still don't have a mercenary license, the question hangs heavy in the air, highlighting the protagonist's precarious position. The explanation cuts through the tension. Any monsters encountered in the open fields are weaklings, survivors of a military assault. Level 1 dungeons, where entry-level portals are located, offer meager experience. The implication is stark: to gain significant experience, he must venture into level 2 dungeons. The image shows a monstrous bull-like creature emerging from a portal, its massive form dwarfing a military vehicle nearby, a clear and present danger. His confusion is palpable. A simple, "huh," reflects the gravity of the situation. What's next? The question marks his immediate, uncertain future. The vehicle careened dangerously close to the edge of a cliff. "Hey! Be careful! We're about to fall off," a voice yelled, the urgency palpable. A vast expanse of mountainous terrain stretched before them, bathed in the golden hues of a setting sun. Below, a luminous orb pulsed with ethereal energy. A figure, barely visible amidst a blinding flash of light and crackling energy, vanished. The residual energy pulsed, leaving only the faintest traces. A soldier cries out in pain, clutching his injured arm. His distress is palpable, a clear sign of the mission's brutal reality. His comrade, enraged, vents his frustration at the lax standards of the mercenary guild, blaming them for the situation. His words expose a systemic corruption and the dangers faced by poorly trained recruits. The harsh reality of the guild's compromised state sinks in, leaving him with a bitter resignation. The implication is that this isn't an isolated incident, the system is broken. A superior officer, uncaring about the ethical implications, coldly orders another soldier to engage the monster. This callous command highlights the dehumanizing nature of the conflict and the expendability of those at the bottom of the hierarchy. The casual mention of awakeners and their privileged access hints at a wider power structure. Wealthy parents hire mercenaries to escort their children through dungeons. A squad moves cautiously, checking their surroundings for threats. Suddenly, enemies attack from the 2 o'clock position. One mercenary expresses fear, highlighting the dangers inherent in even low-level dungeons and the harsh realities faced by those forced into such work for meager compensation. The aftermath of the battle is shown. A report is made about the unexpected encounter with a group of ravagers, among whom a sea ranker was captured. The scale of the unexpected event and the high rank of one of the captured foes are emphasized. The captured sea ranker is identified as the infamous Choi Gushik. His notoriety establishes a significant escalation of the situation. A high-ranking mercenary scoffs, revealing that a low-level, unlicensed mercenary captured their target. His disbelief underscores the unexpected nature of the event. The details of the capture are relayed. Choi Gushik, the captured individual, suffered severe injuries at the hands of the F-ranker, highlighting the F-ranker's brutal efficiency. The scene shifts, concern replaces the previous amusement. A superior officer demands to know the F-ranker's location, indicating a shift in the situation's urgency. "Captain, where are you going?" the worried voice cuts through the air. His response is resolute: "I have to see for myself." A sense of urgency hangs heavy, hinting at a critical development the captain is determined to investigate personally. His face is grim, eyes narrowed with determination. "If he's the real thing, then I'm onto something big." The captain's conviction underscores the weight of his hunch, suggesting a significant threat or discovery lies ahead. A close-up reveals the captain's adversary, his features twisted in a malevolent sneer, eyes blazing with barely contained rage. The tension escalates, signaling an imminent confrontation. The antagonist lunges, a blur of motion, his fist a projectile aimed at the captain. Speedlines emphasized the ferocity of the attack, underlining the immediate danger. The man's eyes narrowed, a predatory glint in them. As expected, you're no small fry. His tone held a grudging respect, laced with the threat of violence. His opponent, faster and more agile, launched a lightning-fast attack, striking with brutal efficiency. Still, you should have known better. The words were a taunt, a final warning before the inevitable collision of force. A brutal blow connected. The man's face contorted in agony, a crimson stream tracing a path down his nose. The impact was clearly significant. This fight was far from over. Another crushing blow landed, a sharp crack echoing the sickening sound of bone breaking. Blood splattered across his face, a testament to the ferocity of the attack. With a final, bone-jarring quang, the aggressor seized his opponent's arm, the sound indicating a decisive victory. The fight was over. A figure plummets from a significant height, the speed of his descent emphasized by motion lines. He impacts the ground hard, the force evident in his splayed limbs. The casual dismissal of Choi Gushik's defeat underscores a superior power at play. This is not a mere victory, but a testament to overwhelming strength. The scene shifts to a tense confrontation. A young man stands defiantly amidst a group of armed assailants, their swords poised to strike. The broken storefront window highlights the intensity of the previous conflict, suggesting this might be related. The question, "What are your bounties?" hangs heavy in the air, implying the young man is being assessed, likely for his involvement or capabilities. This places the young man at the center of attention and implies he's far from an average citizen. The men vehemently deny having bounties, revealing that only Choi Gushik, the previously defeated individual, is the target of such an offer. This implies the men are connected to Choi Gushik, and their apparent lack of bounties points to a certain hierarchical structure. A bruised and battered man grits his teeth, his face a mask of fury. "Those sons of bitches!" he growls, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. His rage fuels a burning desire for revenge. Three men, their faces etched with despair and self-recrimination, argue amongst themselves. "No, that's not true. We really are just a bunch of useless guys," one cries out, the weight of their failure crushing their spirits. Their desperation underscores the gravity of their situation. A man lies on the ground, blood spattering his face as he coughs violently. The Korean text, tohiol, meaning hemoptysis, reinforces the severity of his injury. This brutal scene underscores the escalating violence and the high stakes of the conflict. A young man, his expression unreadable, casts a sideways glance. A single, almost imperceptible Korean syllable is visible, suggesting a thought, perhaps a question or a silent observation. His demeanor shifts dramatically, a chilling smile stretches across his face as he declares, "Then, it's time for all of you to take a nice little nap." The threat is palpable. A desperate plea rings out, "Ugh. We're telling you, we have no bounties." The setting appears to be a desolate landscape under a fiery sunset, reinforcing their desperation. Two relieved men express their gratitude, "But thanks to you, bro, we were able to make it out of there alive." "That's right, bro, you're our lifesaver." Their heartfelt relief contrasts sharply with the previous panel's tension, highlighting the young man's unexpected heroism. "Ha? 3 skills," one man asked, incredulous. The other, a swordsman, confirmed, "Yes. My awakener skill, and I learned track and search from books." His revelation hints at a world where skills are both innate and acquired, broadening the scope of possibilities. The young man considered this, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He muttered to himself, "I better learn 1 or 2 combat magic skills. It'll probably come handy in the future." This suggests both a proactive approach to self-improvement and a sense of foreboding about future challenges. A red truck roared down a forest road, the Korean onomatopoeia suggesting the powerful engine and speed. The scene shifts to a high-stakes chase, the quiet contemplation of the previous scene replaced by a sense of urgency. His brow furrowed in confusion, a single bead of sweat trickling down his temple, he silently mouthed, "What?" The question hung heavy in the air, unspoken yet palpable. Sitting in his vehicle, he muttered about the missed opportunity, "I could have gone there if I had a mercenary license." Regret laced his words, a clear indication of his ambitions and the constraints he faced. The scene shifted dramatically. 3 attack helicopters descended upon a chaotic scene, their weapons blazing. A portal, spewing forth monstrous creatures, had been swiftly overtaken by a brutal military response. The text explained, once a portal opens, the military first subjugates the area. This established the established protocol for handling dimensional breaches. Amidst the ongoing battle, a man in a suit observed a mercenary struggling against several grotesque beasts. The stark reality of advancement was revealed. To level up further, you need to hunt stronger monsters and steal their dimensional energies. The brutal, resource-driven nature of this world became frighteningly clear. The man behind the wheel is incredulous. A rookie who hasn't even cleared a level 1 dungeon managed to defeat a C-ranker like Gushel? It's simply beyond comprehension. He's stunned into silence, but the question remains, what is this rookie's rank? The man's vehicle careens violently, skidding uncontrollably as the answer is revealed, F rank. The focus shifts to the rookie, now calmly inquiring about the favor the other man wanted. A vast, desolate landscape stretches before us, a harsh, mountainous terrain dotted with military vehicles. A company of soldiers, weary and battle-worn, makes their way across the unforgiving terrain, their numbers thinned. The weight of the recent conflict is palpable. A commanding figure emerges, a man radiating power and determination even amidst the exhaustion. His eyes burn with an inner fire. The electrical crackle surrounding him hints at extraordinary abilities. The soldiers, wounded and struggling, push onward. We're almost there, hang on, a voice shouts, a mix of encouragement and desperate resolve against the backdrop of their pain. Cries for a medic pierce the air as the soldiers near the waiting ambulances. The urgency of their situation is undeniable. A moment of levity cuts through the tension. "Whoa there, Cap," a soldier says, a smile playing on his lips as he steadies the visibly exhausted leader. The immediate crisis is easing, but the larger conflict undoubtedly continues. A monstrous creature, bound in chains, lies defeated. A soldier stands over it, the scene stained with blood. The caption explains the guild's methods. They provide the finishing blow, allowing monster capture brokers to claim the prize. The narrative shifts to show a soldier engaging another monster in a forested area. This rapid succession of battles illustrates the swift pace at which guild members are propelled into dangerous missions. 2 men converse. One, clearly exasperated, comments on the guild's ruthlessness in manipulating those too weak to refuse their contracts. The other, seemingly unperturbed, suggests a drink. This highlights the contrast between their moral compasses and the casual nature of deadly work. The first man's expression hardens into suspicion and anger. The mention of Choi Chang foreshadows a significant, perhaps antagonistic, figure entering the story. One man's disbelief hangs heavy in the air, a stark howl echoing his stunned reaction. His comrade, equally shocked, stands beside him, their shared bewilderment palpable. The scene is charged with urgent questions. The answer arrives swiftly. A witness reveals, "I saw him last headed for the portals." The urgency of their situation is underscored by the immediate visual of a man's foot pounding the ground, propelling him forward. The chase is on. A figure sprints across a vast expanse, bullets trailing behind him like fleeting specks of dust. The scale of his escape and the determination of his pursuer are evident. His desperate flight highlights the gravity of the situation. A brutal clash erupts. The masked figure sends a monstrous foe sprawling with a powerful blow, a flurry of motion culminating in a resounding quang. The impact echoes as the hero levels up. He stands over his fallen opponent, a smirk playing on his lips. "Well, aren't you giving me a ton of EXP?" he observes, the implication of easy experience gained clear. A new character, seemingly unfazed by recent events, sits calmly. He speaks, a hint of confidence in his tone. "Ah, yes, of course. It should open." His words suggest anticipation for a significant event soon to unfold. 2 figures, one in a dark, futuristic jacket and the other in more traditional military garb, stride purposefully across a pale blue sky. The scene is serene, yet their determined gait hints at a mission's urgency. They approach a military transport truck, soldiers stand guard, their expressions serious. One of the figures, the one in the dark jacket, shows a flicker of concern as he assesses the scene. Something is clearly amiss. Captain Kang's urgent message arrives. What's wrong, sir? The tension escalates. The returned operative is not what they expected. A sense of unease permeates the air. The mission's immediate aftermath unfolds. One operative, having apparently completed a difficult task, receives brief dismissal. Okay, you did great. I'll leave the clothes at the warehouse. The casual tone belies the gravity of the situation. The warehouse looms, a stark, metallic structure. The simplicity of the image underlines the weight of the implied secrecy and the mission's likely unsavory details. Kang Min-hyuk, captain of the 27th Combat Team of the Scylla Guild, identifies himself. This establishes his position and affiliation within a structured power system, hinting at a world with established guilds and potentially competitive combat scenarios. The guild captain extends a recruitment offer, promising an optimal environment for growth. This underscores the importance of guilds in this world and suggests a system where individuals seek affiliation for advancement and support. The offer is clearly directed at someone specific, highlighting the personal investment of the guild captain. He rejected the offer with a sip of coffee, a simple, "Sorry, but I'm not interested." His dismissiveness hints at a confidence that belies a hidden strength. The recruiter's expression shifted to suspicion. Is this merely a refusal, or something more calculated? The man's brow furrows, clearly weighing the young man's unexpected response. The recruiter's suspicion solidifies. He suspects a strategic ploy to leverage his value, questioning if this is an attempt to artificially inflate his worth in negotiations. The offer is re-evaluated. The young man's quiet admission, "I don't have a guild," reveals a crucial detail: his independence. This lack of affiliation alters the power dynamic significantly. Despite being only the fourth-ranked guild, the recruiter doubles down, highlighting the negligible difference in strength between the top guilds. Their offer, they claim, will be unmatched. He smirked, a knowing glint in his eyes. "Well, being under someone just doesn't click with me." His words hinted at a simmering discontent, a rebellion brewing beneath the surface. The other man's face registered shock and a hint of fear. His silent response spoke volumes. The weight of the first man's challenge was palpable. He stood alone in the quiet apartment, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. "Guess they aren't back yet," he murmured, his voice laced with a touch of impatience. His casual tone masked a deeper tension, the weight of the earlier conversation lingering. A young man lounges on the ground, observing an elderly woman struggling under a heavy load of laundry. His words, a subtle commentary on the pace of modern life, hang in the air. Why are young people these days so fond of wasting time? The question, however, is more than a simple observation. It foreshadows a deeper conflict within his own life. The young man's gaze softens as he invites the woman to rest. "Granny, you should come and lay down too," he says, his voice gentle. The weather, he notes, is perfect for a nap. The seemingly minor act reveals his underlying kindness, a stark contrast to his initial cynical observation. The young man continues his repose, seemingly oblivious to the elderly woman's unspoken labor. Her words, a pointed observation, pierce his tranquility. "Can't you see that Granny is here to hang laundry?" His nap is disrupted, subtly highlighting a clash between generations and priorities. The Granny's question cuts through the peaceful scene. "But are you really Juno's older brother?" This seemingly simple question reveals a previously unknown familial connection, introducing a new layer of complexity to the story, and suggesting a deeper reason for the young man's behavior. The young man scoffed at the older woman's words, his retort laced with disbelief. "That's not quite right. In fact, it's the opposite. I've aged too much." The woman, unimpressed, simply muttered, "Bullshit." This exchange reveals a significant age discrepancy, hinting at a deeper, unexplained narrative element. The older woman's concern is evident as she explains, "I've been told that you'll reunite with your brother after being apart for 10 years. Make sure to always look after yourself so that you don't break your family's heart." Her words highlight the importance of family and hint at a potential reunion fraught with tension. The young man's confidence is unwavering as he declares, "Don't worry, I won't die that easily." However, the older woman's response reveals a darker perspective. "Fool, it's always the ones who talk like you that are the first to go. This sets up a dangerous foreshadowing, contrasting his bravado with a grim prediction of his fate. Yes, you'll find him there. Bro. One man directs another, a casual assurance masking an underlying tension. The implication is clear: a meeting, possibly dangerous, is about to take place. $50,000. The offer is made, a sum clearly intended to resolve a pressing issue, a debt, as is revealed shortly. He accepts. The money, intended to settle a debt, is a means to an end, a shared dinner, a seemingly simple act concealing a deeper significance. The weight of the situation hangs heavy in the air, even as the superficial goal appears lighthearted. A man contemplates a profound debt, silently questioning how he can ever repay it. The weight of his obligation is palpable. The scene shifts, he's now outside, a young boy plays nearby with a small white kitten. He's told, sharply, don't get all teary and just go. Overcome with emotion, the man covers his face, unable to contain his tears. He manages a choked, why yeah, okay. A subtle smile plays on his lips as he reassures himself, you do have enough money to buy some food and drinks along the way, right? A new resolve takes hold. He confidently declared, yeah, of course. I'll be back before you know it. His assurance masked a growing unease. A system notification appeared before him, the target is following you. Please name the target. He paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. He hesitated, then tentatively suggested, Beku? The system confirmed, name, Beku. Level 1, combat power 3. A small, fluffy white puppy appeared on screen, its tail wagging innocently. A small child watches, breathless, as a white puppy, Beku, zooms past, propelled by the energy of a thrown tennis ball. Look, uncle. Beku is so fast, he exclaims, his joy palpable. The scene shifts. The child, now alone, lies on the floor, clutching Beku. A poignant question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with concern: why isn't Dad home yet? Blood streaks the man's face, a grim testament to the violence he's endured. His eyes, wide with pain and disbelief, betray the shock of a recent attack. A barely audible whisper escapes his lips, gun, woo. The words, strained and weak, hint at the source of his injuries and the horror he's witnessed. The man lies lifeless, his body twisted at an unnatural angle. A small child, his son, runs towards him, a desperate cry of dad, escaping his lips, painting a scene of devastating loss and grief. A young man's face fills the panel, his eyes burning with a fierce, controlled rage. The intensity of his gaze foreshadows vengeance. The odds for this week's SPFC are in 1.2 for John Harvey, and 7 for Dang Jinchul. A sudden commotion erupts in the office. The leader demands an explanation. He barks orders, urging his subordinates to investigate the disturbance immediately. A door creaks open, revealing a dark, shadowed corridor. The air crackles with anticipation. Inside a dimly lit office, 3 men in suits stand silently, their faces grim. A palpable tension hangs in the air. The scene is one of quiet, watchful waiting. Suddenly, one of the men crumples, his head bleeding profusely. A sharp, explosive sound echoes in the room. The remaining men react swiftly, their faces contorted in rage. One mutters a furious curse. They move as one, pursuing the unseen assailant. 2 men in suits crumple to the floor, a third watching from behind, muttering ow. The initial assault had clearly been successful. One of the fallen men, enraged, brandished a knife, snarling, "Fuck, you're dead meat now." His accomplice, equally furious, added, "Come in, you son of a bitch." The threat was palpable, the confrontation escalating dangerously. The masked figure, victorious, earns 120 achievement points after a brutal confrontation. Blood spatters across the pale backdrop, a stark contrast to the cool blue of the victory message. The vanquished foe lies at his feet, barely recognizable. A confident smirk plays on the lips of the masked figure as he anticipates, the door should open, right? A subtle shift in the atmosphere, a sense of expectation hangs in the air. 2 soldiers, their faces etched with a mixture of surprise and apprehension, exchange hushed words. Hey, isn't that the guy who caught Choi Gushik? One whispers, the other grimly confirming, yes, sir, he's the one Captain Kong was looking for. The tension is palpable, the stakes just raised. Park Soho, ravenous after his ordeal, finds himself utterly famished. A stranger approaches, identifying Soho by name, causing the young man to question the other's identity and intentions. The stranger's request for a few minutes of Soho's time reveals the name of the organization he represents, the Scylla Guild. Soho, intrigued, nods in agreement. Frustration etched his features, he muttered, "What's with this guy? How can he refuse my offer to join the Scylla Guild?" A young man reclined on a rooftop, basking in the afternoon sun. The thought crossed his mind, perhaps they're simply enjoying some rare father-son bonding time. He obediently helped his grandmother hang laundry, responding with a respectful, "Yes, ma'am," to her instructions to stretch the clothes out. He confirms, "Yes, I am his older brother." The casual tone belies the strangeness of the situation. The elderly woman reacts with surprise, "Well, isn't that a surprise? You must be aging backward." Her comment hints at a world where such anomalies are not entirely unprecedented. The brother explains, "But it's the truth. Well, with all the weird monsters popping out of nowhere and wreaking havoc, I guess looking young isn't something surprising." This establishes a context of escalating supernatural events. Seated on a bench, the brother looks up, surprised, as a small child and a puppy approach, the child calling out, "Uncle. You guys came?" This marks a reunion, emphasizing the familial bonds amidst chaos. A young boy and a small white cat scamper past two men seated at a wooden table. One man, clearly unnerved, questions the appearance of an envelope lying before them. One of the men, scrutinizing the envelope's contents, is visibly shocked by the amount of money inside. His disbelieving whisper, "This much money, just how?" hangs heavy in the air. Juno, the other man at the table, responds with a curt, almost grim, "Juno." His expression, a tight smile revealing his sharp teeth, hints at a hidden agenda. Tears welling in his eyes, the man holding the money makes a final, choked plea, "Please take care of Gunwoo." The weight of unspoken circumstances and impending parting settles upon the scene. A young boy, his small dog trotting at his heels, sprints across a rooftop, yelling, "Catch me if you can." His laughter echoes as he playfully taunts the imposing figure seated nearby. The man and boy sit together on a bench. The boy, brimming with excitement, insists, "Bekku. I want to call him Bekku," referring to the small dog now nestled between them. The man smiles slightly, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Bekku sounds nice, he agrees, a hint of paternal warmth in his tone. The scene shifts. The man stands, calling out, "Come here, boy." The child, still clutching his dog, scurries towards him. The earlier playful tension has eased into a comfortable affection. From a rooftop overlooking the city, a figure observes the sunset, a quiet certainty in their posture. "I think he's here," they murmur, the words carrying a weight of expectation. The figure considers their next move, a van passing casually in the street below. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable, should we go down and greet him? The stakes are high, a simple greeting could have unforeseen consequences. The scene shifts dramatically. A young boy bursts into view, a joyous dad, escaping his lips as he runs towards a man, who appears to be his father. The reunion is tender, a stark contrast to the previous moment of tense anticipation. A small, white puppy trots alongside the boy. The boy's expression shifts subtly, a hint of apprehension replacing the earlier exuberance. A single, whispered word hangs heavy in the silence, "Dad." The carefree joy of the reunion is shattered, replaced by a fragile uncertainty. Juno collapses, blood staining his jacket. The raw agony etched on his face speaks volumes. A desperate cry pierces the silence, "Dad." The urgency, the raw emotion, a son's plea for his father's well-being. "What on earth happened to you, Juno?" The question hangs heavy, a mixture of alarm and concern. The scene shifts, the narrative focusing on the worried speaker. The upcoming match between Michael Yorvas and Beyond Horizon is next week, a fact that's not lost on the betting communities, who are heavily favoring Michael. The stakes are high. Caution is urged, past experience with impulsive betting resulted in significant losses. This time, a more calculated approach is necessary. Suddenly, a figure appears, his face obscured by shadow, and the man seated before the computer is violently attacked, blood splattering across his face. The attack escalates, a group of men in suits bursting into the room, their faces twisted in fury. The scene devolves into chaos. A swift kick sends a man sprawling, knives scattering across the polished floor as his attacker, a figure in a sharp suit, moves with lethal efficiency. The impact echoes, a visceral UGH, escaping the fallen man's lips. He glances back, a quick message delivered, "I need to get back to my teammates. I'll contact you later, Hyung Nim." His departure is urgent, his loyalty to his companions clear. Two men in suits, their faces twisted in a grim determination, confront an unseen target. One brandishes a knife, his words sharp as the blade, "You're dead meat now." The other, equally menacing, adds, "Come in." The stage is set for a violent confrontation. A shadowy figure, its eyes burning with an eerie blue light, emerges from the darkness behind the door. The menace is palpable, a predator is unveiled. A hand, powerful and forceful, tears through a dark, viscous substance. The raw exertion is palpable. Two men in suits, faces contorted in fury, stand poised for action. Their rage is a tangible presence, fueling their readiness to strike. A thunderous KUAGH echoes as one of the men is violently thrown across the room, the impact jarring and brutal. The other man recoils, papers exploding around him in a burst of icy blue energy. His cry of ARGH is lost in the shock of the attack. A thunderous blow sends a man in a suit sprawling across the polished floor. His scream, a raw AARGH, echoes in the aftermath. He coughs, a ragged kohak, as he struggles to rise, pain etched onto his face. A pained UGH escapes his lips, his body still reeling from the impact. Another kohak escapes him, the man's face contorted in agony. He's clearly injured and defeated. Standing over his fallen foes, a man in a dark hoodie surveys the scene. His expression is one of cold calculation. The aftermath of the violence is stark. A man in a suit stares, eyes wide with disbelief, at a computer screen as another man beside him utters, "Ah." The tension is palpable, something unexpected and alarming is unfolding. He seems like an awakener. Is he perhaps? The second man's suspicion solidifies into a fearful hypothesis, hinting at a world where individuals possess extraordinary abilities. A young man with dark hair, dressed casually, swiftly kicks a chair, sending it flying with the force of a sudden, violent movement. His sudden, brutal action signifies the arrival of the awakener, and the tension escalates. The impact of the young man's attack is immediate and decisive. One man cries out in pain, "Arg," while the other groans, "Cook," as they are violently thrown back, the scene erupting into chaos. The contrast between the casual clothing of the awakener and the business suits of his victims underscores his raw power. A flurry of motion culminates in the destruction of the computer equipment. The young man's powerful kick sends screens and keyboards crashing to the floor, signifying his complete dominance. A tense confrontation unfolds. Kim Jong-soo, a man clearly in distress, is questioned by a figure whose identity remains shrouded in mystery. Who are you?" Jong-soo stammers, his fear palpable. The newcomer's presence is unsettling, a stark contrast to the mundane office setting. Jong-soo confirms his identity, his voice laced with anxiety. "Yeah, that's right. I'm Kim Jong-soo." The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. He's clearly not in control of the situation. The mysterious figure produces a document, its contents revealing the purpose of this sudden encounter. It's a debt settlement proposition, targeting Park Juno. This is no casual visit. Jong-soo's reaction is immediate and visceral. "Ha, you must be some insane motherfucker." He's incredulous, likely at the audacity and implications of what he just saw. The intensity of the moment is palpable. The stranger's response is sharp and condescending. "You call yourself an awakener after manhandling honest, working people?" This exchange highlights a crucial conflict, the moral ambiguity of the awakener and his actions. A debt collector, his face etched with fury, confronts the protagonist. "Why did you beat up the guy who just wanted to settle his debt?" he demands, the question a prelude to the violence already unfolding. The collector's outrage escalates. The protagonist's actions have clearly crossed a line. The impact of the blow is evident, a brutal violation of the established code. "Why the hell did you cross the line?" he roars, the question laced with pain and disbelief. The collector, defeated and bleeding, coughs weakly. His pleas for mercy, a desperate cough. "Coup." "Ugh," paint a stark picture of his vulnerability. His last breath is a whisper, a choked pleas, highlighting the protagonist's ruthlessness and the irreversible consequences of his actions. "Do you want to settle the debt?" the man challenged, his hand outstretched in a gesture that was both a question and a threat. The weight of unspoken consequences hung heavy in the air. Tears streamed down the other man's face as he stammered, "I'll settle. I'll settle the debt." His voice cracked, a testament to the crushing weight of his obligations. Relief washed over the faces of the men in suits as the official declaration echoed in the room. "From this moment onwards, our client Mr. Park Juno no longer has any obligations towards us, and all his debts are considered settled." The tension, palpable moments before, dissipated like smoke. A smirk played on Park Juno's lips. "Say it louder," he demanded, his eyes gleaming with a newfound freedom. The weight of his past was lifted. From this moment forward, Mr. Park Juno is free of all obligations, his debts are considered settled. Park Juno departs, leaving the creditor with a curt warning to ensure they never cross paths again. The creditors, their faces etched with defeat, prostrate themselves on the ground. Coins scatter around them. The creditor's enraged fury is palpable. He cedes, cursing Juno's audacity, viewing him as a fool to believe they would simply let him go. He vows revenge, likening Juno's allies to dead meat. Mr. Park, an executive at the imposing SR building, excitedly announces the discovery of a remarkable new talent. A colleague, weary from Mr. Park's frequent pronouncements of newfound talent, questions his seemingly endless energy, while Park eagerly introduces his latest find. The newcomer is revealed, Park Soho, a rookie whose profile suggests exceptional potential. This is the crux of the matter, the reason for all the excitement. Despite the apparent promise, a colleague expresses frustration with the bureaucratic hurdles involved in verifying Suho's abilities. Access denied. A wave of frustration washes over the younger man as his colleague, a seasoned operative judging by his grim expression, utters a curt "ha?" The situation is clearly more complicated than anticipated. The older operative, undeterred, calmly instructs his younger partner to try the back door. The rapid clicking of keys follows, a frantic counterpoint to the tension in the room. Done. The older operative's quiet declaration signals success, his hand resting reassuringly on his partner's shoulder. The tension begins to ease. The younger man's relief is palpable, though a lingering concern remains etched on his features. His relief is short-lived, as another challenge is clearly imminent. Uncertainty clouds the scene as a man questions the classification of an S-ranker. The secrecy surrounding this individual's profile fuels suspicion. The investigation intensifies, a command is given to assess the awakener's abilities. This suggests a pressing need to understand the S-ranker's true strength. Astonishment ripples through the scene. The implication is clear, a victory achieved with minimal resources, hinting at overwhelming power. The previously implied overwhelming power is now visually confirmed. Choi Gushik is being bombarded with bread and water bottles, yet his opponent is clearly overwhelmed. This depicts the S-ranker's unexpected and overwhelming strength. A young man, his expression a mixture of suspicion and unease, senses something amiss. "I'm smelling something fishy here," he muses, his intuition suggesting hidden agendas at play. Another man, older and more hardened, reveals a surprise. His initial assessment of the younger man is overturned. He never suspected the younger man's affiliation with the intelligence service. The older man's certainty grows, his conviction unwavering. He declares, "I'm 99.9% sure he belongs to the country." This confirms the younger man's connection to a national intelligence agency. The older man issues a direct order, his tone serious and urgent. "Please keep an eye on Park Soho," he instructs, while the younger man seems hesitant, muttering, "I told you to give up." A clear surveillance mission is underway, focused on a specific individual. Juno awakens in a hospital room. A concerned voice asks, "Juno, you awake?" A visitor, concerned about the amount of fast food, questions Juno's decision. Juno replies that he heard eating a lot helps with recovery. The visitor asks if Juno is feeling better. Juno confirms, stating he can have his bandages removed tomorrow. The conversation shifts to Juno's upcoming mercenary license exam, scheduled for tomorrow. The stakes are high. It would be advantageous to join a guild after passing the exam. He considers seeking out high-ranking guilds. His companion assures him that's unnecessary. He raised his hand, a surge of energy crackling around him. The air crackled with unseen power. A powerful burst sent his attackers sprawling. The impact, a heavy quang, threw them backward, leaving them stunned and disoriented. A wave of energy erupts, throwing a man in a suit violently to the ground. His cry of agony, a guttural aargh, echoes through the room. The sudden attack leaves him helpless. The attack continues relentlessly. He crashes into a nearby table, the sound of shattering wood and glass accompanying a pained uargh as he collapses. His body is visibly weakened. He's thrown into the air, a shower of shattered glass accompanying his desperate, strangled kuagh. The attack shows no sign of stopping, his fate hangs in the balance. The scene shifts. A man in casual attire stands over the prone form of the victim, his hands now stained crimson. The attacker surveys the scene, a chilling composure on his face. The blood-soaked floor speaks volumes. Another man, his face etched with shock and disbelief, stares down at the carnage. He demands, do you know who that fucker is?" Fear and uncertainty are palpable. A figure sprints, legs seemingly crushed beneath an unseen weight, his pained cry echoing, "Arg! My legs, my legs! My legs are being squashed, you motherfucker!" The raw agony is palpable. The man he's escaping from stares in disbelief, his face a mask of shock and confusion, demanding, who the hell are you?" The question reveals his complete unawareness of his assailant's capabilities. The assailant's swift counterattack leaves his opponent bloodied and reeling. A brutal, swift strike. He holds the defeated man by the throat, his voice dangerously calm, "All you had to do was to take the money." The implication is clear, this excessive violence stems from a needless escalation of a simple robbery. A dying man, his face a mask of pain and desperation, whispers a final plea, "Let me live." Blood stains his torn clothing, a stark testament to the brutal violence he endured. A young man sits atop a desk, his legs crossed, surveying the scene below. Several men, their faces downcast and bodies trembling, prostrate themselves before him in abject submission. This display of absolute power underscores his dominance. The shift is abrupt. 3 men, faces contorted in agony, their clothes stained crimson, scream in unison. Their expressions shift from fear to unimaginable pain. The brutality is palpable. The young man remains unmoved, standing over 4 men now sprawled on the floor amidst shattered furniture, a scene of chaos and destruction left in his wake. A resounding "Yes, sir," echoes through the room, a testament to the complete submission forced upon them. A figure sprints through a modern office building, the rhythmic tap-tap-tap of his umbrella against the polished floor echoing in the otherwise silent hallway. He's clearly in a hurry. What? He's only in F rank. Moreover, he registered as an awakener just today. The speaker's disbelief is palpable, this newcomer is clearly underestimated. Who on earth is he? The question hangs heavy in the air, underscoring the mystery surrounding this low-ranked awakener. A second man adds, "You can enter through there." The intrigue deepens. Wow, he's definitely something, alright. Told you he's the real deal. The initial disbelief gives way to wary respect, this F-rank awakener is far more than he appears. From the looks of it, he hasn't joined a guild yet. It seems, there's more to this guy. The mystery intensifies further as his lack of guild affiliation adds another layer of intrigue to his already unusual profile. A man in a suit, his brow furrowed in contemplation, muses aloud, a conjurer. What's that? His uncertainty hints at a world where such abilities are unusual, perhaps even clandestine. A sudden burst of motion, a violent struggle erupts. One man, clearly more powerful, easily overpowers his opponent. The sounds of a fierce fight echo, crack. Crack. The weaker man cries out, Stop. A powerful display of unexpected skill unfolds. The suited man's apprehension deepens as he observes the scene. His voice drops into a hushed whisper, could he be a special agent? The other man, witnessing his stunned reaction, adds bitterly, shit. I thought he was strong because of his skills. His surprise is palpable, revealing a hidden reality. The suited man sits at his desk, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. His colleague sighs, explaining, I knew it'd turn out like this from the moment you made a fuss about it. No wonder he was so indifferent. The mystery of the conjurer is beginning to unravel, revealing a greater power dynamic. A special agent's presence in a level 1 dungeon is questioned, prompting a dismissive retort, who gives a shit? The casual disregard hints at a world where such anomalies are not entirely uncommon, or perhaps simply brushed aside by those in power. The conversation shifts, one man pleads for a weekly report on the agent's activities, anticipating that something significant might transpire. His concern underscores the potential danger or importance of this seemingly inconsequential detail. A doctor's surprised reaction, you came, suggests a long-awaited arrival, implying a pre-arranged meeting or a highly anticipated visit. The context is set for a significant event. For me, the once king of the forest. The proposition to join a pack and become someone's lackey is met with disdain. He's not interested in serving, he intends to create his own pack. The fried chicken, a symbol of his self-sufficiency, underscores this determination. No. A single word, yet a declaration of independence. His smirk reveals a quiet confidence. Because I'll be making one. His resolve is unwavering, he'll forge his own path, his own destiny. You should probably give up on the idea of scouting this guy. This assessment underscores the man's formidable independence and potential threat. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he declares, because I'll be making one. His self-assuredness hints at a plan forming. The man's expression shifts to disbelief and concern. You're gonna make your own, he exclaims, voicing the incredulity many would feel. The scene shifts, and Choi Soo-yang is abruptly addressed by a man who appears to be an associate or perhaps even an adversary. The encounter carries an air of urgency. Soo-young's superior inquires about her well-being, eliciting a dismissive nothing in response. The casual exchange masks a simmering tension, foreshadowing the escalating conflict. Soo-young's frustration is palpable, she feels indispensable, questioning the team's ability to function without her crucial contributions. Her reliance on her colleagues is challenged, but the underlying issue remains unspoken. The casual facade crumbles. Soo-young reveals she's under relentless harassment from the Portal Management Bureau. This plea for help exposes a significant bureaucratic conflict and highlights the immense pressure she faces. Her superior's exasperation is evident. His rhetorical question about resignation reveals the depth of her predicament and hints at the limitations of his ability to alleviate the situation, demonstrating the system's flaws. The intensity amplifies the conflict. Soo-young's admission of being unable to focus underscores the emotional toll of the relentless harassment and signals a potential decline in her performance. This internal struggle is a critical turning point. A man in a suit hands a document to a blonde woman, sharply instructing her to stop arguing and read it. Her immediate response is a dismissive, "What's this about?" The tension is palpable, this is clearly not their first disagreement. The man's frustration boils over. You think you're the only one going? This ain't your first time anyway, he snaps, highlighting the woman's repeated pattern of defiance and the seriousness of the situation. His tone implies previous similar incidents. A desperate plea cuts through the tension. Another man, visibly distressed, begs the woman not to reject applicants, explaining their critical shortage of personnel. The desperation underscores the urgency of the situation and the stakes involved. He needs to pass this exam, it's his fourth attempt. The weight of repeated failure hangs heavy in the air of the crowded gymnasium. A live streamer, energized and confident, promises exciting hunting content to his viewers, urging them to like and subscribe. His enthusiasm is palpable. The live streamer receives a $20 donation, expressing gratitude and amusement at the mercenaries' apparent hoarding tendencies. The sheer amount of money earned from live streaming hunting content is surprising. 3 figures in tactical gear enter the gymnasium, their arrival unnoticed by the live streamer, creating a tense atmosphere. A tense confrontation unfolds. One young man demands to know who his companion was speaking with moments before. The other, evasively, requests some space. The situation escalates, the initial request for space is dismissed as funny, and a challenge is issued. The scene shifts to a large hall where a critical announcement is made: 21 supervisors will determine the fate of applicants in an upcoming exam. The weight of the exam's importance is heavily emphasized. Whispers of anxiety and speculation erupt among the candidates. Some are hopeful for a favorable supervisor, others dread the notorious Captain Park Jong-soo, whose reputation precedes her. The examination process will begin with a supervisor assignment lottery. The air is thick with anticipation as the announcement confirms the impending random selection. A high-ranking officer addresses a large gathering, his back to the audience. 2 guards stand rigidly at attention flanking the podium. The atmosphere is one of tense anticipation, the murmurs of the crowd barely audible. Number 45, Han Dong-soo, supervisor number 15, registers a palpable shock. His face contorts in a grimace of disbelief, his internal monologue betraying his utter dismay. "Oh shit. I'm fucked." This marks the beginning of his ordeal. Supervisor number 15, a woman with steely eyes and blonde hair, stands poised and alert. Her expression, though neutral, speaks volumes of her sharp, watchful nature. The number 15 clearly visible on the placard beside her further reinforces her identity and her role in this unfolding event. A blonde woman, her expression one of thoughtful contemplation, tilts her head slightly. A single word escapes her lips, a quiet, questioning "Hmm?" Her eyes widen, a stark contrast to her previous calm. The sudden dilation speaks volumes, a realization has dawned. A large group of individuals are directed to their respective waiting rooms to await further announcements. The scene is orderly, though a palpable tension hangs in the air. A young man, newly assigned to supervisor number 7, expresses his relief at avoiding the blonde woman from earlier. His relief, however, is laced with apprehension. "Ah. I'm fucked," he mutters, acknowledging the daunting task ahead. "Doesn't that look like a replica of the SPFC cage?" The observation hangs heavy in the air, a chilling realization dawning on the unseen speaker. Room 15. The number, stark and unyielding, marks the entrance to a place of unknown purpose, yet one that seems eerily familiar. He pauses, a question mark forming silently in his mind. Intrigue and a hint of apprehension cloud his features as he surveys his surroundings. Moments ago, a vibrant energy filled the room. Now, a young man sits slumped, his expression a mask of dejection. A question mark hangs heavy in the air, mirroring his uncertainty. Another young man observes him, a slight smirk playing on his lips. His question, this guy, reveals a hint of curiosity and perhaps a touch of amusement. The observer reveals an unexpected connection: we're in the same group. The initial observation is recontextualized, leading to a new question: then should I dance? The first young man's dejection is explained. He's not simply downcast, he's judging the situation harshly. He voices a cynical assessment of the other applicant's misfortune, highlighting the potential for unfair elimination based on circumstance rather than merit. The implication is that success isn't solely based on skill. The supervisor's words hang heavy in the air: why is it the supervisor's fault? It isn't your fault for not being prepared. His attempted justification reveals a deeper issue of responsibility and leadership. The supervisor's frustration boils over. Why do you have to go against everything I say, you little brat? His anger underscores the growing conflict between him and the younger man. A subtle shift in the younger man's demeanor. A knowing smirk plays on his lips, his defiance is not merely youthful rebellion, but a calculated move, a subtle hint of something more calculated beneath his seemingly nonchalant exterior. A group of young men and women, clad in dark uniforms, huddled over scattered papers in what seems to be a locker room. Their expressions are serious, focused on the task at hand, suggesting a search or investigation. Frustration etched across his face, a man with curly hair declared, "You're driving me nuts." His annoyance is palpable, hinting at a growing urgency. The same exasperated man, now directing his frustration towards a younger, darker-haired man, barks a sharp order, "Follow me." Tension hangs heavy in the air, something critical is unfolding. A lone foot, shod in a dark blue sneaker, steps purposefully forward. The motion implies a decisive action, a move towards a critical confrontation or resolution. A woman with long blonde hair, clad in tactical gear and wielding a katana, stands silently in a sparsely furnished room. A question mark floats above her head, reflecting her uncertainty. The woman's gaze drifts downwards, a subtle frown etching itself onto her face. Her internal monologue echoes, "Where did they all go?" The question hangs heavy in the air, hinting at a recent absence. The scene shifts to a stark, almost brutal training facility. Heavy bags hang from chains, and a cage dominates the space. The observation, "Looks like this place was designed to be someone's deathbed," reveals the intended purpose of this grim setting. Inside the cage, two men face off, their stance is tense. One urges haste, hurry, and start before the supervisor comes. "If she finds out, all of us will have to go home." His caution is countered by the other's cynical indifference, "Who cares? We're all gonna fail anyway." The impending threat creates a sense of urgency. A man with short, graying hair smirks, revealing a confident arrogance. He boasts, "You should have known better than to pick a fight with me. Haven't you ever heard of Freedom Doncio TV?" This introduction hints at a higher profile and potentially greater threat within this harsh environment. "YouTuber? What's that? Is it something you eat?" The question hangs in the air, laced with disbelief and a hint of menace. The older man's suspicion is palpable as he stares at the younger one, a fighter in a simple workout shirt and pants. "Are you fucking kidding me?" The older man's incredulity intensifies, his face a mask of disbelief and mounting anger. His words betray a deep-seated skepticism regarding the younger man's claims. "That's it. Fight. Fucking beat him to pulp." The scene shifts to another perspective, revealing two men who are visibly agitated. Their words are a clear call to violence, driven by frustration and an apparent need to settle the matter immediately. A chilling smile spreads across the younger man's face, a predatory grin that speaks volumes about his confidence and his intent. This expression underscores the growing tension and foreshadows the coming conflict. The casual addition of "like fun" only highlights his enjoyment of the impending violence. The older man clenches his fists, his knuckles white with barely controlled rage. His face reflects a mixture of shock and fury. This close-up shot conveys the visceral intensity of the moment before the inevitable confrontation. A man, eyes wide with fear, stumbles back as a woman with blonde hair and a katana stands before him, her expression hard. "Shit," he cries, the word a testament to his sudden, desperate situation. The blonde woman's face is a mask of fury. Her command rings out, sharp and unwavering, "Back to the waiting room, now." The urgency in her tone leaves no room for argument. Panic grips the three men as they flee down a corridor, the word, "Tan," likely Korean for run, echoing their desperate flight. "Oh shit, we're really fucked now," one gasps, the weight of their impending doom heavy in the air. The scene shifts. A blonde woman stands, back to us, surveying two men in a sparring area. The tension is palpable, a silent battle brewing before the impending confrontation. The blonde woman's voice cuts through the silence, "No need to explain yourselves. I only need one guy to take the blame." Her words are a cold declaration, devoid of emotion, foreshadowing a ruthless judgment. Her eyes gleam with a calculating, almost predatory smile. "Whoever loses fails the exam," she states, the stakes of this seemingly simple test becoming horrifyingly clear. A question hangs heavy in the air: what? Instead of joining a guild. The speaker's identity remains shrouded, their head entirely swathed in bandages. The implication is clear: this individual is charting a different course, one independent of the established power structures of this world. A lone figure, a woman with long blonde hair and a katana strapped to her back, strides purposefully through a modern hallway. Her attire, a black jacket, white top, and gray tactical pants, suggests a blend of practicality and calculated style. She carries herself with an aura of quiet determination, hinting at a path forged without reliance on guilds or established systems. The woman, her blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, offered a subdued, "Yes, boss," her gaze cast downward, betraying a simmering discontent. The weight of unspoken frustrations hangs heavy in the air. "There were already 2 breakouts in your area," her superior's voice boomed, his face a mask of barely controlled fury. "If the portal from yesterday was a bridge portal, Seoul would be in ruins by now." The gravity of the situation becomes instantly clear. This isn't just a minor incident. The boss's frustration intensified. "What I'm trying to say is that you're wasting your talent." He gestures emphatically, highlighting the woman's unrealized potential amidst the escalating crisis. The woman's frustration boils over. Holding a crumpled note, she mutters, "Why do they always send me away to do menial work when I think that I can finally get some rest?" Her resentment is palpable, hinting at a history of underutilization. Ignoring her boss's further attempts at conversation, she declares, "Whatever," and turns to leave, a decisive step that underscores her rebellious spirit. The man calls out, "Wait, we're not done talking yet," but she is already gone. A woman with steely eyes declares it's better to reject those who cannot protect themselves, her disdain for a hothead palpable. This reveals a ruthless pragmatism, prioritizing efficiency over compassion within her organization. A young man cheerfully greets his friends, announcing his intention to take a mercenary license exam. His lightheartedness contrasts sharply with the previous panel's harshness, foreshadowing a potential conflict between idealism and the realities of the mercenary world. His jovial demeanor shifts to concern as he notes the arrival of his supervisors, realizing that today's broadcast, which likely involves his exam, is about to begin. The carefree atmosphere dissipates, replaced by a sense of impending evaluation. Major Kim Yong-soo, the head supervisor for the next 3 days, formally addresses the candidates. His introduction establishes the formal structure and authority within the mercenary licensing process, highlighting the stakes involved for the candidates. Instructions ring out across the assembly area. Once your name is called, line up in front of your supervisor in a single file line. The scene is set. A large indoor space, likely a gymnasium or similar venue, is filled with a crowd of individuals awaiting their turn. The call-out begins. Kim Jong-woo, number 1, reports to Supervisor 13. Following him, Shim Hyun-seub, number 2, goes to Supervisor 15. John Hansu, number 3, displays some apprehension as he also reports to Supervisor 15. Park Soho, number 46, is also assigned to Supervisor 15. A look of concern crosses his face as he processes the number. The weight of the assignment, seemingly more significant than a simple number, is subtly revealed. A sudden shift in perspective. A blonde-haired individual, seemingly caught mid-fall, is shown from below. A single word, Blondie, underscores this character's identity. The scene abruptly transitions, suggesting a potential confrontation or interruption. Long time no see. The casual greeting hints at a reunion, but the context remains unknown. The discovery of a fitness gym within the facility elicits surprise and casual commentary from a group of students. This seemingly mundane detail subtly suggests the unexpected nature of this location. A young man's lament reveals the unexpected burden of his assignment, a witch. His previous boastful claims of easy success are now rendered ironic by the weight of reality. The scene shifts from the casual observation of a gym to a character grappling with his responsibilities, hinting at escalating stakes. Students milled about a locker room, a mix of quiet concentration and casual indifference filling the air. One student, noticeably different with his gray hair, sat apart, observing the scene. The gray-haired student, addressed as Blondie, was questioned about his somber mood. The question hung in the air, the long face? Blondie's frustration boiled over. He revealed the reason for his dour expression, explaining the rumors surrounding a girl they call a witch. There was a clear, underlying resentment in his tone, fueled by gossip and misunderstanding. Blondie's anger intensified. The other student's dismissive response, a perceived indifference to Blondie's concerns, sparked his fury. Blondie's judgment of the other student as good for nothing reveals a deeper rift than just a simple misunderstanding. An older man demands respect from a younger one, his words laced with a weary authority. The tension hangs heavy in the air. The younger man, unfazed, counters with a challenge, a fight, man to man, to settle their differences. His response reveals a disregard for social hierarchy and a readiness for violence. A friend of the younger man expresses disbelief and frustration at his impulsive behavior, foreshadowing potential consequences. The younger man prepares for the fight, his actions a testament to his fiery temper and unwavering resolve. The conflict is imminent. A woman with blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail sprints through a hallway, her gaze fixed ahead. The blurred background suggests urgency. The woman's face, now close up, registers a grim determination. Her eyes narrow, and a single word escapes her lips: hell. The scene shifts to a gymnasium. One man addresses another, his tone laced with mockery: "Hovu, you unlucky bastard." The first man, clearly agitated, prepares to fight. He declares, "My hobbies include drilling manners into disrespectful kids like you." His inner monologue reveals a self-serving motive: if only I could stream this match, I could probably scoop at least 1 million views. Don't ask me to pay for your hospital bills once I'm done with you, kid. The older man's threat hangs heavy in the air, his sneer reflecting a grim determination to inflict significant damage. The younger man braces himself, a low growl rumbling in his chest. You better clench your teeth tight for this one. He launches himself forward, ready to meet the impending assault. The two collide in a flurry of fists and fury. The raw power of their blows is evident in the impact. This is a fight for survival. A powerful kick sends the older man crashing to the ground, a thunderous stop echoing as the earth trembles under the force of the blow. The tide has turned. Be blonde witch. A desperate cry, laced with fear and a hint of disbelief, cuts through the tension. The arrival of an unexpected player dramatically alters the fight's trajectory. What? The accusation hung in the air. Both of them, so desperate to fail this exam? One man recoiled, denying the suggestion. It wasn't intentional, he insisted, mere circumstance. His companion remained impassive. Confusion etched itself onto the first man's face. A plea for clarification hung in the silence. The weight of failure hangs heavy in the air. A young woman's eyes, wide and intense, betray her disappointment: she has failed the exam. This failure will undoubtedly have significant repercussions. Two men observe the aftermath, their expressions reflecting a mixture of concern and apprehension. The tension is palpable, the consequences of this failure are clearly far-reaching. He sneered, a predatory grin splitting his face. Don't start hating me now. After all, you brought this upon yourself. His fists clenched, a clear sign of his readiness for a fight. The younger man moved with startling speed, a blur of motion as he landed a swift, decisive blow. The older man stumbled, his face contorted in pain. A final, powerful strike. The impact, a heavy quang, sent the older man sprawling to the ground. Park Soho stood over two fallen figures, his expression unreadable. The scene was grim, the weight of the encounter palpable. A woman's intense gaze bore down, her voice a low, dangerous whisper: "Yes, Park Suo." The threat hung unspoken in the air. A figure, radiating intense heat, shuddered. The text, a chilling confirmation: the feeling you get from encountering an irregular. The implication of the unseen threat was terrifying. Why are you spacing out? A concerned question hangs in the air, the implication being that the man's distraction is unusual. You wanna fight me too? Then get in the ring. The blonde woman's challenge is blunt, her anger simmering just beneath the surface. The stakes are clearly raised. I have one condition though. If I win, don't disqualify that guy. A deal is proposed, revealing a surprising loyalty or strategic maneuver. The man's fate is now tied to the outcome of the fight. Ha, you must be mental. The blonde woman's disbelieving laughter underscores the audacity of the condition, the tension palpable as she weighs her options. A katana, bound with crimson cords, lies discarded on the ground, its polished blade reflecting the dim light. Nearby, a foot in a blue sneaker rests, suggesting a hasty retreat. A woman with striking blonde hair, clad in military-style attire, confronts the scene's implied owner. Her sharp gaze and direct question, "You're an irregular, right?" reveals her awareness of his unique abilities. The weight of her words hangs in the air, the tension palpable. The young man's face is etched with surprise and defiance. The repeated Korean onomatopoeia, duck duck duck, visually represents his internal turmoil, a silent scream of resistance against the accusation. The blonde woman attacks, a blur of motion as she strikes. The Korean onomatopoeia kwang signifies a powerful blow landed. The confrontation has escalated. A powerful blow sends him sprawling. He crumples to the ground, his body absorbing the impact. A swift kick connects, launching the man into the air. The force is undeniable. His eyes widen in disbelief, reflecting the sudden turn of events. "If you win, I'll grant you a wish in addition to your request." The stakes have been raised dramatically. Victory now promises a reward beyond what was initially sought. The blonde woman, a seasoned operative judging by her attire, launched herself from a considerable height, her body a blur of motion against the hazy backdrop. The impact, a dull thud, was barely audible above the whoosh of wind. Her eyes widened, reflecting the sudden impact. A fleeting moment of disorientation before. She landed hard, the jarring force sending tremors through her body. Dust and debris rose around her. The woman's training kicked in. She quickly rolled and came to a fighting stance. She glared, a fierce determination hardening her features, and wiped a trickle of blood from her lip. The fight was far from over. The blonde woman's face is a mask of grim determination. "This time, it's really over," she declares, her voice echoing the finality of her words. "This is not a boast, it's a statement of intent." The fight is reaching its climax. She launches a devastating kick, a blur of motion that leaves only a trail of light in its wake. The force behind the attack is undeniable. The impact sends her opponent sprawling, a crater forming where he landed. The dust settles, revealing the extent of the blow. Another brutal kick connects, sending the man hurtling through the air. The fight is clearly one-sided now. A brutal exchange unfolds. The man delivers a swift kick, connecting with his opponent's chest. The force of the blow is evident in the visual distortion around the impact. The woman, his opponent, crumples, a single word escaping her lips, "Shit," revealing both the impact of the blow and her surprise. He finishes the fight with a decisive blow, sending her sprawling. The fight is over. A fist, crackling with energy, explodes forward. The sheer force is palpable. The woman's shield is shattered, her eyes wide with disbelief. "He broke my shield," she gasps, the shock evident in her tone. This unexpected power shift signals a turning point in the fight. His expression hardens, he declares, "It's my turn to go on the offense." The momentum of the battle has definitively swung. He effortlessly breaks through her defenses, a gleeful "this is fun" escaping his lips as he revels in the challenge. The fight is far from over, but the tide has turned. A predatory grin stretches across his face, eyes gleaming with a dangerous intensity. The man is clearly relishing the coming confrontation. His opponent, a woman with vibrant blonde hair crackling with energy, levels an accusation: "You really are an irregular, aren't you?" The term irregular hints at a unique and potentially dangerous ability that sets him apart from others. The conflict erupts. Blinding speed and crackling energy fill the air as they clash. This is no ordinary fight, these are individuals with exceptional power. He observes the aftermath, a hint of regret in his eyes. His words, "Why?" The fight was just heating up, reveal his disappointment that the clash concluded prematurely, suggesting a desire for a more prolonged, intense confrontation. He offered a sigh, a quiet "well, that's a shame," hanging in the air, his expression betraying a hint of disappointment. The woman, undeterred, countered, "Just tell me your wish. After all, a bet's a bet." Her tone was firm, expecting a response. She pressed further, her question sharp and direct: "Are there many strong females like you on Earth?" The man's response was hesitant: "Well, I can't say that there are many." The audacity of her next statement was breathtaking. A simple, blunt, "make babies with me." The man's jaw dropped, speechless. His initial shock morphed into a smirk. He calmly stated, "I want you to mate with me." The intensity of his gaze held a new and unexpected determination. A groan escapes the man as he lies on the ground, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and confusion. His thoughts race: why is the blonde slapping that bastard? And more importantly, why am I lying on the ground? The question reveals his disorientation and lack of immediate understanding of the situation. His dazed expression shows the impact of the events, the beginning of his physical and mental processing of what just happened. He clutches his face, the pain and embarrassment mounting as he takes in the scene. A bystander watches impassively. Now kneeling, he mutters, "This is so embarrassing." His shame is palpable, completing his descent into humiliation after the events before. "Are you happy now that you've gotten me disqualified?" The words, laced with bitterness and barely suppressed tears, hung in the air. His face, a mask of anguish, betrayed the depth of his resentment. The security camera's unwavering gaze captured the scene. A young man stood calmly in a fighting cage, while his opponent knelt defeated on the floor outside. The weight of the injustice hung heavy in the silence. A man's voice, barely a whisper, trails off, "Choi. Choi Soo-young." The name hangs heavy in the air, a potent incantation of dread. A woman's lips curl into a predatory smile, her gaze unseen but felt. "So get to it," she hisses, the words a challenge, a promise of violence. A man, his face etched with a cruel amusement, lets out a short, sharp ha. The sound is devoid of humor, a chilling display of cold calculation. Tension crackles in the air as the young fighter, his face partially obscured by shadow, stands defiantly before his trainer. The gym's harsh fluorescent lights reflect off the sweat beading on his brow, highlighting his steely resolve. He's ready. "Shut up, and get ready," the trainer's voice cuts through the silence, a harsh command delivered with a sharp slap to the face. The action speaks volumes of his frustration and the pressure he's under. With a swift, powerful kick, the young fighter retaliates, sending his trainer sprawling. The sound of the impact is a sharp crack, silencing any further words. The trainer lies defeated on the mat, his body slumping in defeat, the dust settling around him. The confrontation has reached its climax. A blonde woman observes the scene from a distance, her expression unreadable but her gaze intense, revealing a quiet assessment of the events that just unfolded. This man has been the source of her unease ever since their first encounter. The feeling persists, a constant, nagging dread. He approaches, his presence filling the space, causing her to turn. The tension is palpable. Her reaction speaks volumes, a gasp of disbelief, a silent question hanging in the air. A young man and a blonde woman stand poised within a fighting cage. A figure lies unconscious on the floor outside the ring. The tension is palpable, a fight is about to begin. Confusion clouds the young man's features as he questions, "Irregular? What's that?" His opponent's earlier actions clearly defy expectations. The blonde woman's face twists into a predatory grin, her eyes burning with a fierce intensity. "You don't die," she snarls, revealing a terrifying truth about her abilities. The blonde woman launched a swift attack, her hand connecting with the man's chest in a powerful strike. The force of the blow is evident in the visual distortion surrounding their bodies. He crumpled under the impact, his body visibly strained as he fell. The ferocity of the previous blow is underscored by the intensity of his pained expression and the motion lines suggesting the force of the impact. The woman, victorious, lets out a triumphant smirk, her confidence palpable. She taunts him, "If you win, I'll," the implication hanging heavy in the air, suggesting a significant reward or consequence for the upcoming confrontation. The woman sent her opponent sprawling with a powerful blow, the impact echoing as a resounding quang. His body crashed against the metal fence. Landing hard, she instantly recognized something was amiss. His defeat felt off. He was definitely hiding something. Suspicion etched on her face, she narrowed her eyes, a silent question hanging in the air. He smirked, revealing a surprising strength that had clearly underestimated. "Wow, you're stronger than I thought," he admitted. The woman launched a lightning-fast kick, connecting with her opponent's midsection with a resounding impact. The force of the blow sent him reeling back. The impact of her strike sent the man flying backward, crashing into a nearby table, scattering papers and debris across the room. She followed through with a graceful aerial maneuver, her long blonde hair trailing behind her as she arced through the air. A fierce struggle unfolds. The blonde woman, grappling with her dark-haired opponent, fights with surprising strength. Her opponent is clearly more experienced, but her tenacity prevents a quick victory. With a swift, powerful kick, the man sends his opponent sprawling, the impact echoing with a sharp crack. The fight takes a decisive turn. The final blow lands with a resounding thwack. The previously aggressive opponent lies defeated, his body limp against the chain-link fence. The fight is over. A surge of energy crackles between two outstretched hands, one tanned and calloused, the other gloved in sterile blue. The raw power is palpable, a tangible force threatening to overwhelm. The transfer is complete, and the shockwave sends a blonde woman sprawling across the floor, the force of the impact visible in the jagged lines radiating outward. Her attacker, a man in a white t-shirt, remains poised, assessing the situation. She rises, hair a shimmering cascade around her as she struggles to regain her footing. The electrical energy that pulsed through her body lingers, evident in the faint blue sparks still dancing around her. Close up on her face, eyes wide, a gasp caught mid-breath. Shock and disbelief are etched onto her features. A silent question hangs in the air, expressed only by two simple, yet powerful exclamation points. Her expression hardens into grim determination. The lingering electricity intensifies. A single word escapes her lips, a revelation both terrifying and inevitable, real. A woman, her face etched with grim determination, senses a palpable threat. Electrical energy crackles around her, a visible manifestation of her unease. Yes, I wasn't mistaking this uneasy feeling, she confirms, her inner turmoil made manifest. Defeated, the woman surrenders. Her words, "I surrender," hang heavy in the air, a stark acknowledgement of her current disadvantage. The woman's surrender isn't born of fear, but of strategy. She assesses her surroundings, stating, "This place is too small to use my skills." Her opponent, a man with dark hair, agrees to a more suitable rematch, suggesting, "Let's settle this fight in a more open place next time." The man's confident smirk speaks volumes. This calculated delay hints at a superior power he intends to unleash in a more advantageous environment. Her voice, sharp and edged with frustration, cut through the air. "I chose you." A confident smirk played on his lips as he replied, "I'll choose you." With a swift, brutal strike, she sent him sprawling. The impact echoed bang, leaving him dazed and on the floor. Another man, witnessing the scene, could only voice his stunned bewilderment. What the hell happened? A furious woman, katana strapped to her hip, glares at a defeated man. Her rage is palpable. Another man watches from the background, seemingly a silent observer to this tense confrontation. The defeated man slumps, dejected. "I lost. I guess I'll have to go home," he confesses, his voice heavy with disappointment. He laments wasting his application without even taking the exam. Suddenly, the man's posture shifts. He rises, a newfound determination hardening his features. A young man with dark hair approaches, his words surprising, "You didn't disqualify." In a dimly lit operations room, a man in military fatigues stares intently at a computer screen, his brow furrowed in concentration. The air is thick with tension. His eyes widen, reflecting a dawning horror. "Lost," he gasps, the unspoken weight of the word hanging heavy in the air. The implication, a critical asset, perhaps a person, is missing. A young woman with striking blonde hair, her features sharp with determination, enters the frame. The shift in focus hints at the impending action. Her expression suggests she's ready to address this crisis. A powerful punch explodes outward, a blur of motion captured with dynamic lines. The Korean onomatopoeia translates to a heavy, resounding impact, a stark visual indicator that the missing asset's recovery is about to become a violent affair. The protagonist, startled, demands an explanation. He hadn't been disqualified from the competition, despite expecting to be. His companion reveals he intervened on his behalf, securing an exemption. His companion insists the protagonist shouldn't worry about the details. This suggests a degree of influence or power that allows him to manipulate the competition's outcome. A woman slaps a man across the face. He weeps, muttering, "No, no way, was it because of me?" The scene suggests a deep-seated guilt and possible manipulation. Did someone else orchestrate this confrontation? The man's tears flow freely now, a guttural sob escaping his lips as he cries out, "Big bro." His distress is palpable, hinting at a complex familial bond and the weight of his perceived failure. Applicant number 46, Park Soo-ho, is summoned to the supervisor's office. The urgency of the announcement underscores the significance of this call. A high-ranking military officer and a young man sit opposite each other in a sterile, modern office. The tension is palpable, thick enough to cut with a knife. The setting suggests an interrogation, or perhaps a crucial briefing. Before the conversation can begin, the officer makes it clear, everything said will be recorded. This establishes the high stakes of the encounter and the official nature of the proceedings. The officer's smirk and the reveal of a recording device suggest the young man is already under suspicion. The question, "You must be an irregular, right?" confirms this, introducing a new term and hinting at a larger, clandestine world. The final panel dramatically shifts the narrative. A stark image reveals the existence of bridge portals linking Earth to 3 other planets. Gutchen and Aruka are specifically named, establishing the scope of the world and hinting at interstellar travel and conflict. Aruka, home to elves and dwarves, enjoys peaceful relations with Earth, engaging in frequent trade and cultural exchange. The two civilizations share a mutually beneficial partnership. Next, we turn our attention to Gutchen. The martial artists of Gutchen are our allies, while the Mammons are our enemies. This establishes a clear dichotomy in the interplanetary alliances. Midwar, a planet ruled by warmongering orcs, is plagued by vicious monsters. The constant threat of interdimensional portals opening ensures perpetual conflict. Among Earthlings who've returned from these 3 planets, some have acquired extraordinary skills, surpassing even the Awakeners. They are now classified as irregulars. Choi Soo-young insists the planet he visited wasn't one of the 3 designated ones. This raises questions about the nature of his return and the possibility of undiscovered worlds. The interviewer questions how an F-rank dungeon runner could defeat a B-rank returner, highlighting the anomaly of Soo-young's accomplishment and its implications for established power rankings within the returner community. Soo-young's frustration is palpable as he states he's already explained this to the bald doctor, indicating a previous interrogation and suggesting a pattern of disbelief surrounding his claims. The interviewer's expression softens as he dismisses Soo-young, thanking him for his account. The casual nature of the dismissal suggests either acceptance of Soo-young's account or a pragmatic decision to file his information away as an unresolved anomaly. Goodness! The man's expression reveals a mixture of surprise and perhaps a hint of apprehension. The weight of an unexpected situation settles upon him. Sergeant Kim Sang-shik's boots enter the frame, a stark contrast to the previous panel's pensive atmosphere. The military precision is palpable. His arrival foreshadows a formal matter. Sergeant Kim arrives, saluting sharply. He's been summoned. The superior officer's terse response confirms the gravity of the situation. This is no routine matter. The superior officer's question is a direct and rather abrupt proposition. Can Sergeant Kim take over the role of supervisor number 15? The unexpected nature of this request is clear, even before the sergeant's response. A dismissive tisk punctuates the officer's silent assessment of the situation. His unspoken contemplation speaks volumes. The unspoken pressure and the weight of responsibility are heavy in the air. A superior officer, his face partially obscured by shadows, issues a terse command. He demands close surveillance of applicant Seo Park, promising a detailed report after the exam concludes. This suggests a high-stakes assessment where Suho's performance is of particular interest. The scene shifts to a group of applicants. An announcement blares, they must change into outdoor attire and assemble at the training grounds. The palpable tension indicates the imminent commencement of a grueling test. Applicants line up, their numbered markers visible. The formality and strict organization highlight the rigorous and potentially dangerous nature of the selection process. This is not a mere examination, it is a trial. Sergeant Sangshik, in charge of Team 15, introduces himself to his team. His calm demeanor contrasts with the underlying intensity of the situation, setting the stage for the challenges ahead. The introduction of a named character provides focus as the narrative moves into the trials proper. The instructor's casual easy, right, belies the tension in the air as the initiates prepare for their physical aptitude test. One applicant quietly voices his doubts, revealing the subtle truth that not all awakener skills enhance physical prowess. A female applicant, a healer, is disqualified for exceeding the time limit by a mere 13 seconds, highlighting the unforgiving nature of the assessment and sparking a debate about fair standards for different skill sets. The official's unwavering response to the healer's complaint underscores the strict, impartial nature of the selection process. Applicant number 45, Han Donggu, is called to the starting line, signifying the continuation of the trials. Han Donggu's confident demeanor and self-assured comment about easily completing the trial while privately expressing concerns about the complexities of the task reveals a mix of bravado and underlying apprehension. A sudden burst of speed from Han Donggu, accompanied by the sound of strained effort, showcases his determination amidst the challenging conditions of the test. He explodes from the starting block, a blur of motion against the track. The air crackles with the anticipation of the race, his rivals stand poised, a silent testament to the challenge ahead. The starting pistol's report echoes, unseen but palpable, as his foot slams down, propelling him forward. The very ground seems to tremble under his power. From the stands, a voice rings out, sharp and clear, "Big bro, run." The encouragement, though simple, cuts through the roar of the crowd, fueling the runner's determination. He exploded from the starting blocks, a blur of motion leaving the others in the dust. A spectator's jaw dropped, utter disbelief painted his face. Sergeant Kim reported urgently into his phone, a sense of grave urgency in his voice as he said, "Sir, this is Sergeant Kim." The situation had escalated. A high-ranking military officer, sweat beading on his brow, urgently demands an update on the reporters covering the situation. His concern is palpable. The reporters, meanwhile, are captivated by an extraordinary event. They witness something so astonishing that one openly questions if the individual in question is even human. This observation fuels the narrative's escalating suspense. The officer informs his contact that he has just transmitted crucial video evidence. The urgency in his voice underscores the significance of this visual information. The recipient is left with no choice but to view it immediately. A woman on the receiving end of the transmission reacts with shock and disbelief, her face conveying the gravity of the situation. The previously implied suspense now explodes into full view. The footage is undeniably impactful. Major Kim Young-soo possesses the remarkable ability to detect lies. This fact proves crucial in verifying Dr. Kim Jungkook's report, confirming the truth of its contents. The implications are staggering. No one could have imagined that Dr. Kim Jungkook's report would ultimately prove true. This raises the chilling possibility that Park Soho may be a returner from a fourth planet. The implications of this discovery are profound and unsettling. A woman's fury erupts, her face contorted in a scream of raw, unbridled rage. The intensity of her expression leaves no room for doubt. This is a moment of crisis. One man walks away, leaving another kneeling, speechless, on the cold, impersonal floor. The silence speaks volumes, underscoring the weight of unspoken consequences. His face is a map of shock and disbelief, a single word, "What?" echoing the stunned silence of the previous panel. This is the immediate aftermath, the dawning realization of the enormity of what has transpired. A man, powerfully built, walks away, the unspoken weight of his presence filling the space. The narration confirms, this is a real man, someone of strength and substance. A younger man, catching up, calls out to his big bro, his voice a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The reunion is clearly significant. The older brother's expression hardens. His question, "So why did you ask me to come?" hints at underlying tension and unspoken expectations. The scene prepares for a confrontation. The superior officer's expression is one of disbelief. He recounts the applicant's recent fight with Choi Soo-young, a B-rank awakener, highlighting the shocking audacity of such a challenge. The applicant, clearly agitated, hears for the second time today the term irregular, expressing confusion and uncertainty. The superior officer reveals that no one has yet informed the applicant about the bridge portals, adding another layer of intrigue to the situation. Aruka, the first of the bridge portals, is revealed. Earthlings returning from this portal have introduced magic and artifact crafting skills, fundamentally altering society. This planet is a battleground. Namans and martial artists clash constantly, vying for control. A young man ponders the complexities of this world. His expression reflects the weight of the information he's received. A superior officer presses for details. He wants to know the specific planet from which the young man has returned. The young man, seemingly unfazed, reveals a startling detail of his past, 1,000 years spent living among wolves. "Am I finished with my story?" the man asked, his tone laced with uncertainty. The superior officer, seated opposite him, simply replied, "Ah, I see," his expression unreadable. The weight of the unspoken hung heavy in the air. The officer's skepticism was palpable. The idea that such an incredible tale could be true seemed almost beyond comprehension to him. He was visibly taken aback. A subordinate officer, entering the conversation, questioned the assignment of Captain Choi Soo-young to the seemingly impossible task. The initial shock gives way to a dawning realization. The question hangs in the air: ran away? What do you? The brothers discuss a change in their team's lineup. One wonders if Blondie has been dismissed. The minimum physical requirements for today's examination are announced: 9 seconds for the 100-meter dash and 1 hour for the tetrathlon. Confident, one brother bids his sibling farewell, looking forward to their next encounter. A runner explodes from the starting line, a blur of motion. 8 seconds. The time flashes before him, a testament to his raw speed. Applicant number 46, Park Soo-ho, stands poised at the starting line, awaiting his turn. The official observes, clipboard in hand, a keen eye assessing his readiness. Soo-ho's raw power unleashes itself. He explodes forward, leaving a white trail of motion in his wake. The sheer force of his speed is palpable. Park Soo-ho's face is etched with worry, his eyes wide with apprehension. A bandage covers a portion of his cheek. His distress is palpable. A superior officer receives a phone call. The news concerns applicant Park Soo-ho's shocking physical exam results, a video of which has been sent. The implication is serious, foreshadowing a significant development. A man stands on a running track, his back to us, contemplating the ramifications of the events unfolding. He seems to be waiting, perhaps for Soo-ho, or for instructions. His posture suggests a quiet intensity. A report comes in: "They're having a field day, sir." The implication is that some situation, likely dangerous or disruptive, is unfolding, requiring immediate attention. Director Kim Miso of the Returner Bureau receives a call. She identifies herself and then hears something startling from the other end of the line, setting the stage for escalating tension. The sheer power of a particular individual is revealed, for that F-rank megalomaniac to actually be an irregular at least stronger than a B-ranker. If his stories are true, this establishes a significant threat, far exceeding expectations, and hinting at unpredictable abilities. Director Kim Miso urgently instructs Mr. Park to prevent any reporters from accessing the training grounds, underscoring the gravity of the situation and the need for secrecy. The threat is serious enough to warrant a strict information lockdown. The news has broken: Park Soo-ho shattered the world record in the 100-meter dash, a feat deemed impossible. His time, however, has already triggered a desperate reaction from someone high up. "I think we're a little too late, Director," a concerned voice warns. The director's response is swift and decisive. "Remove all articles at once," he commands, recognizing the gravity of the situation and the potential ramifications of Soo-ho's superhuman achievement. The urgency intensifies. "And place an embargo." The consequences of allowing this information to spread unchecked are too significant to bear. The director's panic is palpable. The news of Soo-ho's record-breaking run has already reached a group of young athletes. Their faces register a mix of shock, disbelief, and perhaps a hint of dawning understanding. The implications of this seemingly impossible feat, this reality-bending speed, are slowly dawning upon them. A grim announcement hangs in the air. "I think we're a little too late, Director," a subordinate states, the weight of his words foreshadowing impending chaos. The urgency is palpable. The situation demands immediate action. The order is sharp, decisive, and place an embargo. The stakes are clearly high. A surging tide of reporters and photographers crashes down upon them, a relentless wave of flashbulbs and shouting. The attempt to control the narrative has clearly failed. Reporters swarmed Park Soo-ho, their cameras flashing, demanding a brief interview. They pleaded for just a moment of his time, insistent that it wouldn't take long. Soo-ho's expression hardened. He knew their questions were connected to the recent Awakener incident and the Bureau's increased scrutiny of his activities during that period. The urgency escalated. A squad of AMO officers burst through the doors, their orders sharp and clear, blocked the reporters. The narrative shifted. The scene focused on a woman's hand, a subtle implication of the clandestine nature of the situation and the overarching plot, the development project for the unknown fourth planet. The commotion outside is explained. A throng of reporters has gathered because of Park Soo-ho's presence. Park Soo-ho, clearly irritated by the intrusion, forcefully shoves aside a fellow student, muttering a sharp rebuke. Despite his earlier outburst, a softer side emerges as he offers water to his brother, revealing a familial bond amidst the media frenzy. It's clear he's on a different level, just from the amount of food he consumes. "I'm certain he'll become a hotshot one day." Why? He silently wishes for a team reassignment, his expression a mixture of weariness and quiet hope. The pressure of the current situation is palpable. One man casually lounges while the other, clearly agitated, confronts him. "I said, don't worry, more importantly, what were you doing with your phone when I first met you?" His concern focuses on the other's apparent obliviousness. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. "What? You seriously don't know? Have you been living under a rock?" The incredulity is clear, but the other man simply shrugs. "Yeah, I guess you could say that." His nonchalance underscores the vast difference in their awareness. He showed his brother a mukbang video boasting 128,000 subscribers. The brother pointed out a competitor with even more viewers, highlighting the mukbang trend's current popularity. The younger brother playfully challenged his sibling's success, reminding him of a prior promise. The older brother confirmed his commitment, solidifying the agreement. The man is a star. He possesses the ideal physique and charisma, propelling him to unprecedented fame, breaking world records and captivating audiences. His ambitions extend beyond fame. He plans a grueling feat of strength, consuming 30 plates of nuclear-spiced fire noodles, all while strategically eyeing a chance to collaborate with this remarkable individual. A bold declaration of admiration hangs in the air, an unexpected confession that adds a new layer to their complex dynamic. He's uninterested in joining a guild, let alone a clan. The question hangs heavy in the air, revealing a disconnect between societal expectations and his personal path. A sudden shift occurs. The possibility of creating a video documenting clan founding and dungeon raids for the mercenary exam's highest output sparks a flicker of ambition in his eyes. This reveals a pragmatic, if unconventional, approach to success. The image shows a boxer slumped against a post, boxing gloves discarded. His past is revealed. Boxing was his solace during a wretched childhood. This is the root of his current emotional distance, providing vital context for his current choices. The single word, fuck, speaks volumes of his past struggles and present cynicism. The crowd roars, hailing him as champion. His victory, however, is bittersweet. A flicker of determination remains in his eyes, a silent testament to his unwavering resolve. He hasn't lost hope. The harsh reality of his situation is laid bare. To achieve success in this world, one must either awaken their latent abilities or join the ranks of the SFFC mercenaries. The path to wealth and power is perilous. His younger brother pledges unwavering loyalty, ready to embark on any path alongside him. This familial bond offers a potent source of strength and support in their challenging journey. The brother's unwavering devotion is palpable, yet his tearful eyes reveal the weight of the risks they're about to face. He understands the peril inherent in their chosen path, yet his loyalty remains absolute. Concern etched on his face, the older brother asked why his sibling was crying. The younger brother brushed it off, muttering that it was nothing. The younger brother insisted that they needed at least 3 members to officially form their clan. The older brother pondered the requirement of 3 members. A figure, clad in a striking red robe, appeared. The fabric billowed around him, hinting at power and mystery. A bald man, clad in monk's robes, his hands clasped together in prayer, stood before him. His expression was serene, yet a hint of steely resolve shone in his eyes. The monk silently mouthed a prayer, a phrase barely visible on the panel, Namu Amitabha Bwansiam Bosal. It was a Buddhist invocation, a silent plea for guidance. The man's surprise was palpable. "A mercenary monk," he exclaimed, his disbelief evident. The implications of a warrior monk, seemingly at odds with his peaceful appearance, were immediately clear. A swift, decisive movement. The monk's hand shot out, gripping a staff. The sound of wood hitting wood, a sharp thwack, broke the tension. An announcement blares from a loudspeaker: all applicants must change into their battle suits and assemble in the 3rd floor briefing room within 30 minutes. The urgency is palpable. One applicant reacts with disbelief, voicing his astonishment at the unexpected midnight call to arms. The implication is that this sudden, unscheduled deployment is standard procedure. A bald applicant calmly explains that surprise nighttime dungeon raids are common practice among examiners. This establishes a key element of the world's rules and expectations. The initial disbelief gives way to a shared apprehension as 2 applicants stare at each other, their faces reflecting mounting anxiety about the upcoming mission. The tension ratchets up. Sector 5 of Seoul, under the protection of the Phoenix Guild, houses a level 1 dungeon with 250 doors. This is shown on a map highlighting the area's strategic importance. One man questions the meaning of protection, his skepticism evident in his expression. His companion, seemingly more apathetic, remains silent. The map expands, revealing that the government employs private mercenary clans to oversee the protection of Seoul's 12 sectors. This measure is a direct response to the influx of power and economic opportunities granted by the discovery of a new dimensional energy source. The implications are spelled out: the government has essentially legalized dungeon hunting, creating a lucrative money-making opportunity. One man finds this development interesting while the other offers a dry acknowledgement. A close-up reveals a sinister smile, hinting at a deeper, more ambitious plan. This character is silently contemplating the potential for seizing territory, a subtle foreshadowing of future conflicts. A barely audible chuckle underscores their intent. It's advantageous to own your dungeon, you avoid usage fees. The clan's ambition is to evolve into a guild. One member expresses skepticism. Doubt hangs heavy in the air. One man questions the leader's sanity or strategy. The chosen dungeon is revealed, a labyrinthine structure, the easiest of all dungeons, with minimal monsters and low-level difficulty. This choice is deemed inefficient for dimensional energy acquisition. Overcome with despair, the young man lamented his lack of the crucial search skill. His shoulders slumped, tears welling in his eyes. A confident figure, seemingly a superior officer, intervened, stating he possesses the necessary skill. The young man's expression shifts to one of stunned disbelief. A sudden realization dawns on a bystander: the skilled officer acquired his proficiency before taking the mercenary examination. This raises immediate questions. The young man's shocked silence speaks volumes. The implications of this revelation are profound and unsettling. Remove all articles at once. The command hangs heavy in the air, a stark instruction delivered with chilling intent. The implications of Park Suho's feat are being assessed. He maintained his physical stats despite passing through the portal without protective gear, a phenomenon initially attributed to his lack of dimensional energy. The conclusion is inescapable: Park Soho is a returnee from a 4th planet. His extraordinary resilience confirms his otherworldly origins. South Korea might just gain an advantage. Mr. Park Guho, a media frenzy surrounds him at the airport. The press clamor for a glimpse, while security struggles to maintain order, warning them back. A student, clearly surprised by Park Guho's fighting record, comments on the shocking nature of his recent match. Park Guho reflects on his loss, lamenting the inability to broadcast the match, his defeat clearly weighing on him. The implication is that the match was significant enough to warrant broadcasting, but its outcome prevents this. A young man with a pensive expression stands in a hallway. His gaze is intense, betraying a subtle apprehension. He observes the empty lockers, a dawning realization spreading across his face. The emptiness signifies the failure of his peers on the physical exam. His worry intensifies. The next phase of the exam involves dungeon raiding, and smaller teams face significantly greater challenges. His classmates' failures leave them severely disadvantaged. A young man lies resting, a calm expression on his face. He confidently asserts, "Don't worry, we don't need others." This reveals his self-reliance and perhaps an overestimation of his abilities. His brother, clearly concerned, explains, "I know that you're really strong, big bro, but the thing is that dungeons have many unpredictable factors. So I thought it would be easier to raid dungeons if there were more people with different abilities." The inherent risks and complexities of dungeon raiding are highlighted, emphasizing the need for teamwork despite the protagonist's strength. The brother's frustration is palpable as he urges his sibling to consider his advice. He points to a device, stating, "Take a look. This is what you call YouTube." This introduces a new element, technology, and suggests a contrasting approach to the protagonist's solitary methods, highlighting the information disparity and the possible benefits of external resources. His friend leans in, pointing at the phone screen. 1 million views. The implications of this sudden online success are just beginning to dawn on him. A woman devours a massive steak on camera, a donation notification flashes across the screen. The sheer scale of the meal and the casualness with which she consumes it are striking. Her viewer comments are as notable as her feat of eating. The friend suggests leveraging his newfound popularity. He knows mukbang YouTubers who could feature him. A subtle smile plays on the friend's lips as he offers a sincere compliment. This unexpected kindness underscores the genuine friendship underpinning their burgeoning enterprise. He extended his phone, a question hanging in the air between them. The other man, his features etched with curiosity, waited for an explanation. A confident smirk played on his lips as he simply replied, "Yup." The implication was clear, he'd already made his decision. A swift, decisive blow sent his opponent sprawling to the canvas. "Down," the referee declared, the sound echoing the impact. Despite repeated failures to obtain a professional license, the fighter's victory was undeniable. "Champion," the crowd roared, celebrating his resilience and skill. A great disaster shattered his hopes and dreams, leaving him searching for a new path. He wants to make a lot of money. His friend suggests YouTube as a viable alternative to boxing, a career path now rendered obsolete by the world's changes. The friend cautions that success requires high-quality content. Seizing upon this opportunity, the man expresses his excitement at the potential for success. His friend encourages him to focus on mukbang streams. The man's tears of joy underscore the profound impact of this new connection, highlighting the importance of relationships and opportunity in the face of adversity. A bald monk, his face etched with quiet intensity, stands within a stark, metallic corridor. A staff rests at his side, hinting at a strength that belies his serene expression. Two young men, their expressions a mixture of surprise and apprehension, observe the scene unfolding before them. Their disbelief is palpable. One of the young men, his voice laced with astonishment, utters the question that hangs heavy in the air, "A monk, out of nowhere?" The other young man, his gaze fixed on the monk, remains silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The mystery deepens. A young man, clad in simple robes and carrying a staff, pauses, a question mark hovering in the air above his head. His brow furrows slightly, uncertainty etched onto his features. The young man's query is answered. Another individual, equally young, asks, "Isn't the dungeon raid tomorrow?" The urgency in his voice hints at the approaching event. The robed man, his earlier uncertainty replaced by calm resolve, responds with a prayer, Namo Amitabha. His hands are clasped in a gesture of serene devotion, emphasizing his spiritual preparation. The scene shifts. A commanding voice booms, "Everyone, quiet down. We'll begin the dungeon briefing now." A large screen displays a complex map, highlighting the upcoming mission's strategic importance. This marks the official commencement of preparations for a dangerous undertaking. The instructor's stern gaze met the assembled students. "The dungeon you will enter for this exam," he began, his voice carrying an undercurrent of gravity. A hushed murmur rippled through the ranks as one student whispered, "Phoenix Guild?" Another, equally odd, commented, "Although they may not be part of the 12, it's still a pretty big guild." The implication hung heavy in the air. This exam was not to be taken lightly. The history of these guilds was revealed. Originally private mercenary clans hired by the government, they were granted the right to process dimensional energy from the dungeons they managed. The weight of this revelation underscored the significance of the approaching exam. This wasn't just a test, it was a glimpse into a power structure built on the precarious balance between government and these powerful, newly formed guilds. A lone figure ran across a desolate landscape, a poignant confession echoing in the silence. "I only wanted to make a clan because I missed hunting with the wolf pack." The scene suggested a deeper motivation behind the students' participation, hinting at a personal quest interwoven with the larger political context. "Big bro, shouldn't we pass the mercenary license exam first?" The younger brother's apprehension is clear, a stark contrast to his older siblings' seemingly reckless enthusiasm. This casual conversation foreshadows the inherent risks they're about to undertake. A briefing unfolds, revealing a crucial detail: this dungeon only has 15 days till dungeon break. The image shows a portal to a level 1 dungeon at Sector 5, Route 14, highlighting the time-sensitive nature of their mission. The limited timeframe adds a layer of urgency to their decision to forego the exam. That's all I have to say for the Level 1 dungeon briefing. The brevity of the briefing underscores the perceived simplicity of the task, further highlighting the potential for unforeseen danger. The casual tone masks the underlying threat. "Ha, what's this? The monsters may not be our biggest problem. If we're not careful, we could be trapped in the labyrinth." The older brother's words reveal a hidden danger within the dungeon, the possibility of becoming lost. This shifts the focus from simple monster encounters to the treacherous nature of the environment itself. The younger brother's worried expression reflects his growing apprehension about this new challenge. "Big, bro." The man's wide, almost childlike grin hints at a surprising revelation. His casual tone belies the significance of what's to come. His expression shifts, a flicker of concern replacing the earlier amusement. The price of the skill book, $30,000, reveals a significant financial disparity between him and his brother. The question hangs heavy in the air: was his brother born into privilege? The narrator's unspoken contemplation highlights the contrast in their backgrounds and the weight of the financial burden. A woman's furious outburst punctuates the scene, suggesting a sudden escalation. Her anger highlights the intense pressure and unexpected circumstances. Awe-struck, the young man's eyes widened, his mouth agape in silent wonder. Applicant number 80, Myunjin, announced his assignment to Team 15, a matter-of-fact declaration that belied the weight of his impending challenge. A man, his expression etched with concern, addresses a monk. He inquires, "Monk, do you have any awakened skills?" The question hints at a pressing need for specific abilities, suggesting an escalating threat or imminent danger. The rhythmic dong of a ceremonial mallet striking a wooden bowl filled the air. A monk, his face obscured by shadow, continued the solemn ritual. The sounds echoed in the temple, resonating with the chanting. Before the monk sat a serene figure, the mantra Mahabanya Ba'are Milda, perfection of transcendent wisdom, whispered on the air. Suddenly, a monstrous claw, imbued with dark power, slammed down, interrupting the peaceful scene. A guttural kaikek filled the air, a stark contrast to the previous serenity. The creature's attack was swift, violent, and unanticipated. The creature's gaping maw, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, snapped shut inches from its target. The dong of the ritual bell continued, almost mockingly, in the face of such imminent danger. A monk, serene amidst the chaos to come, sits cross-legged, rhythmically striking a small hand drum. The text reveals a philosophical principle: form is emptiness, emptiness is form. This foreshadows the cyclical nature of destruction and creation about to unfold. A monstrous creature, a grotesque amalgamation of shark and other worldly horrors, bursts forth from the darkness. Its guttural roar, a deafening echoes through the night, a terrifying herald of the impending invasion. The creature's terrifying presence is quickly matched. Hordes of grotesque, hulking beasts emerge from the shadows, their monstrous forms and guttural cries amplifying the escalating threat. The nightmarish shark-like creature, now looming larger and closer, descends upon the peaceful setting, its monstrous form casting a shadow over the serene architecture of the previous panel. The impending destruction is undeniable. A frantic cry pierces the air: Myung-jin! Myung-jin! The chief priest, his face etched with worry, emerges from a shadowed doorway, desperately warning someone off-screen to stop immediately. The order is clear: take the chief priest with you, and quickly evacuate. The urgency is palpable, a critical situation is unfolding. Fear grips someone unseen. Wide, horrified eyes reflect the immensity of the danger that has just become a stark reality. Sweat beads on their forehead as they witness the approaching threat. A monstrous maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, descends from the darkness. The Korean onomatopoeia denotes a monstrous roar. This is the immediate threat. One soldier's concern hangs heavy in the air. He questions the unusual behavior of his comrade, a silent tension building between them. A commanding voice cuts through the quiet, a stark contrast to the apprehension. A mission briefing, fraught with the gravity of a high-stakes operation. The success of all hinges on the flawless performance of each individual. A sudden, violent eruption shatters the calm. A blinding flash of blue energy explodes in the city, forcing immediate action. The urgency is palpable. A leader barks orders, his voice tight with urgency. The soldiers are urged to move with precision and speed. Complacency is a death sentence. The threat is immediate and lethal. A grim reminder of the mission's inherent risk. Even collective success doesn't guarantee individual safety. The weight of responsibility rests heavily on each soldier's shoulders. With a confident smirk, the squad leader declares, "Let's go." The mission is about to begin. Number 46, his gaze sharp, leads the squad into a transport vehicle. The air is thick with anticipation. Soldier 85 questions whether they can use personal weaponry, raising the stakes of the operation. A crucial question is posed: did number 46 already possess a weapon forged from dimensional material before the mercenary test commenced? This revelation hints at a significant advantage and raises concerns about the fairness of the competition. A squad of soldiers marches forward, their silhouettes stark against the desolate, cracked earth. Their determined stride suggests a mission of vital importance, a purposeful advance into unknown territory. One soldier, eyes blazing with focused intensity, emerges from the group. His expression is one of grim determination, a silent vow to overcome any obstacle. Group 15 has arrived. 2 soldiers, their numbers clearly marked, stand poised and ready, the air crackling with latent energy, indicating the imminent commencement of a critical operation. A lone figure strides purposefully through a dimly lit, cavernous passage. The chilling blue glow of the unknown depths ahead only enhances the sense of impending danger and the figure's unwavering resolve. "Brother! Set up a perimeter." The urgency in the officer's voice is palpable, a clear sign that the situation has escalated. He's clearly facing a serious threat. "Damn, I lost points." His self-reproach highlights a tactical error. He failed to secure a safe zone before engaging, attracting unwanted attention. The consequences of this mistake are immediately apparent. A deafening crack echoes, the sound of something shattering with immense force. The visual impact suggests a powerful blow or a violent explosion. The remnants of what appears to be a large, stony creature, now reduced to shattered fragments, float amidst the dust. The creature has been decisively defeated. "Big brother, you're using search while continuing forward, right? If you mess up..." The younger brother's anxious words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on his elder sibling's face as they navigate a dark, foreboding corridor. The weight of their mission is palpable. A foot descends onto a glowing square on the floor, triggering some unseen mechanism. The almost silent action hints at the high-stakes nature of their operation, where the slightest misstep could have catastrophic consequences. The older brother is flung backwards by a powerful force. A moment before, shock registered on his face, now replaced by a fierce concentration as he prepares to counter the attack. The sudden and violent turn of events underscores the extreme danger they face. The monk, his crimson robes billowing, parried a monstrous claw with his staff. Sparks erupted as the weapon met flesh, a desperate defense against overwhelming odds. He collapsed, the force of the blow sending him sprawling across the room. Debris rained down from the shattered ceiling as his fellow monk lay motionless nearby, the aftermath of a brutal struggle. A guttural roar echoed as the creature lunged, the monk's anguished cry of, "Because of me," swallowed by the chaos. The destruction intensified, his sacrifice laid bare. A whirlwind of sharpened staffs, a technique dubbed full moon whirlwind, engulfs the attackers. The sheer force is breathtaking. One soldier, awestruck, gasps, "Whoa! Big Brother's staff skills are killer." His words underscore the devastating power of the display. A cry of "Walk" punctuates the scene as two soldiers are flung into a chasm, the sudden impact echoing the overwhelming power of the attack. Agent 45 lies defeated, his despair palpable. "This is the worst. Is this how all my dreams turn into bubbles?" he cries, his words reflecting the shattering of his aspirations. Agent 85 unleashes his awakened skill. The swirling vortex around him is a visual testament to his area of effect taunt, a strategic ability that draws enemy aggression. "My awakened skill is an AoE taunt," he states, the implication of his words clear. The casual indifference of Agent 85 is striking. "I was too lazy to go around looking for everything," he remarks, highlighting a stark contrast to Agent 45's despair. His own efficiency is effortless. A man, his head shaved bare, stands in profile, a thoughtful expression etched on his face. He observes something just beyond the frame, a scene of quiet tension unfolding before him. His gaze, sharp and intense, focuses intently. The unspoken weight of a critical decision hangs heavy in the air. The scene shifts. A younger man with dark hair confronts an older, gray-haired man. Their expressions speak volumes, a simmering conflict is palpable. The younger man's eye, mirroring the intensity of the bald man's earlier gaze, holds a hint of uncertainty as he begins to speak, the word "I" hanging unfinished in the air, pregnant with meaning. A low, resonant dong echoes as a weathered hand strikes a bronze bowl. A golden light ascends, a silent prayer rising with it. The golden light's impact ripples outward. The Heart Sutra and Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva's chant are heard. Shim Jyang and Quan Jabo Sal are named, places clearly marked upon a panoramic view. A wave of unseen energy washes over the land. A horde of grotesque creatures, their guttural cries of kakak and keek echoing, surges through the forest. Their advance is met by another dong, this one carrying a wave of defensive energy. A rhythmic dong, 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 dong echoes through the night, a steady beat punctuated by the rustling leaves of a dark forest. Dong Young Musik's face is partially obscured by shadow, his expression unreadable. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. A horde of grotesque, snarling goblins charges forward, their guttural cries a terrifying prelude to an imminent attack. The ground trembles under their onslaught. "Elder Brother Goncio," a voice asks, tinged with apprehension. The question hangs in the air, implying a sense of urgency and a possible threat to the elder brother. The bald man's face twists into a grim expression. Drawing his sword, he shouts, "Hurry!" The urgency of the situation intensifies, emphasizing the immediate danger. A bald monk, eyes wide with terror, sprints away from a monstrous, gaping-mouthed creature. The beast's shadow looms large, casting a chilling pall over the scene. The monk's desperate flight continues, the monstrous creature's maw bearing down on him, its teeth like jagged daggers. A desperate struggle for survival is underway. The briefing concludes. The monk, now visibly shaken, absorbs the gravity of the upcoming mission. His apprehension is palpable. The team receives final instructions before deployment. They are reminded to consult their manuals to ensure readiness for the perilous task ahead. The tone is serious, urgent. A team leader checks his squad's readiness. His team, numbered and armed, shows a mixture of nervous energy and grim determination. The mission is imminent. A young man, his face a mask of nervous determination, addresses a superior officer. "Excuse me, sir, supervisor, our team is the only one with barely 3 members. If it gets really dangerous, you'll help out, right?" His plea hangs heavy in the air, a stark admission of their vulnerability. The young man's expression shifts subtly. "No, big bro, it's not because I'm scared." He tries to maintain his composure, but a flicker of fear still betrays him, revealing a deeper anxiety beneath his brave facade. His eyes widen, fear replaced by a dawning horror. "What, that monk?" The implication hangs unspoken, but the sheer terror etched on his face speaks volumes. The seemingly insignificant earlier request has just taken on a terrifying new context. Group 14 has completed its entrance. Group 15 is now entering through the 175th door. The next phase begins. Let's go in. A soldier, number 46, stands poised, ready for action. The energy around him crackles. A squad of soldiers, their faces grim, stand silently before a swirling, ethereal energy. One soldier, number 85, voices his concern. The unusual stillness of their superior officer is unsettling. Soldier 45 reacts with a gasp of fear, his hand flying to his mouth. The apprehension is palpable. A skeletal figure, cloaked and ominous, unleashes a terrifying shriek. The sound itself is a palpable force. The skeletal figure's skull is now visible in close-up, its expression is one of chilling malice. The threat is undeniable. One of the soldiers fires his weapon at the skeletal figure, the resulting explosion throws him back. The conflict begins. The plan was simple: catch the enemy off guard, lure them in, and then capture them. However, for Soldier 45, the operation went disastrously awry. A moment of stunned silence follows, Soldier 45's initial confidence shattered. His comrade's expression speaks volumes. Soldier 85's startled exclamation mirrors the sudden shift in events. A volley of arrows hurtles towards them. It's a booby trap. The reality of their perilous situation crystallizes. A monstrous dragon descended, its shadow engulfing the courtyard. Its roar echoed, a prelude to chaos. The warrior, his foe vanquished, stood amidst the carnage. The creature lay defeated, its lifeblood staining the earth. Tears streamed down his face. I am sorry," he choked out, the weight of his actions crushing him, "because of me." A thunderous crash, a bone-jarring quang, rocked the earth as a colossal figure was pulverized, reduced to rubble. A figure, moving with deadly efficiency, steps onto a glowing teleport pad, escaping the devastation. 2 figures, clad in dark tactical gear, stand amidst the ruins, one groaning in pain. The escape was successful, but the cost was apparent. His eyes widened in sudden realization. "Brothers, I think we really pulled in some aggro," he stated grimly, the weight of their reckless actions settling upon him. The realization intensified, his voice rising in alarm. "AAOE taunt?" The implications of their mistake were staggering. A narrow, claustrophobic tunnel yawned before them, the air thick with the stench of mildew and decay. Gasping for breath, they stumbled forward, the sounds of kayak and kohak echoing the strain on their lungs. He paid the price for his arrogance. A single, sharp blow ended the fight, a testament to his opponent's overwhelming strength. The soldier, number 85, could only stare, speechless, at the brutal efficiency of the strike. His earlier confidence shattered. The impact, a crushing blow, sent the figure sprawling. The raw power behind it was undeniable, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Soldier number 45, witnessing the scene, voiced the incredulity they both felt. How can a person kick like that? The sheer force displayed exceeded anything he could comprehend. A clandestine offer is extended to the monk. "Hey, monk. I like you. Join our clan," 2 figures propose, their words echoing in the dim, ancient passageway. Their shadowed faces hint at a power beyond mere words. Suddenly, a horde of skeletal warriors bursts forth, their bony forms a terrifying testament to a darker power at play. The sound of their advance is a chilling cacophony. An eye, ablaze with a vibrant blue light, opens wide. The word search is a stark command, reflecting a determined resolve to uncover the truth behind this sudden, violent incursion. A figure in dark attire, gripping a long, staff-like weapon, leans precariously over a chasm. The cries of Kayak and Kyato echo as he attempts to pull someone from the abyss. "Grab on," he shouts, urgency in his voice. A soldier, his face a mask of grim determination, plunges his weapon downwards. Above him, the words "I don't know anymore" speak to his exhaustion. Below, he calmly remarks, "Operation AoE Taunton Farm starting just as planned." The casual tone starkly contrasts the desperation in his own words from above. The scene shifts to a horrifying sight, a vast pit teeming with skeletal remains. From this gruesome scene, a figure cries out, "Kayak," their desperate scream swallowed by the chilling atmosphere of death and decay. The word kayak appears above, showing more bodies falling into the pit of death. The sheer scale of the unfolding chaos is overwhelming. One soldier, his face etched with disbelief, murmurs, "This is insane." His comrade, however, acts decisively, "Follow me, and tend to the fallen." A blur of motion, a powerful figure decimates the skeletal horde with brutal efficiency. A high-pitched shriek, "Kayak," pierces the air as bones shatter. The soldier's observation reveals the true nature of the scene. He's progressing at an incredible speed, decimating the mobs, using the booby traps to his advantage. His leader's tactical brilliance is evident, turning the battlefield to his favor. Another soldier engages a skeleton, his blow sending the creature flying with a resounding quack. The relentless assault continues, showcasing the coordinated, brutal efficiency of the squad's advance. A soldier, eyes wide with shock, stares at a collapsing skeletal figure. A powerful impact, a bone-jarring quang, sends the remains tumbling through the air. "Nice shot," one soldier exclaims, as another swiftly moves into position, his advanced arm-mounted weaponry glowing faintly. The quick victory highlights their superior technology and training. In a control room, a report breaks the tension. There's a team returning from the dungeon. "What? Already? It's only been 30 minutes though." The unexpected speed of their return foreshadows something unusual. Team 15 emerges, their vital signs completely normal, a stark contrast to the earlier scene of violent death. The unease deepens, their swift return and uninjured state are deeply unsettling. A phone rings, a hand answers the call. The call's recipient, a figure in tactical gear, reacts with disbelief. "What?" A cheerful man announces, "Huh? What will I be showing you today?" "Well, first, we'll watch the recently uploaded school clubhouse tour video together." The Soho clan's Gashuan, a dormitory offering small, private rooms, is introduced. It's described as having shared bathrooms and kitchens, lacking amenities like internet and electricity, but boasting cheap rent. A particular resident, the clan's cutie nutritionist, is highlighted for her cooking skills. Granny Sukja, a formidable figure, threatens a potential intruder with graphic violence, her words emphasizing her readiness to inflict harm. The scene is tense and threatening. The presence of a Buddha statue in the office sparks a question, hinting at a potential mystery or significance surrounding the religious artifact. Two men, referred to as Big Brothers, unexpectedly arrive at the Gashuan, their appearance creating an immediate sense of tension and anticipation of impending events. Monk Myung-jin, pressed to introduce himself, only manages a hesitant, "Ah." His nervousness hints at the unusual nature of his mission. He holds a staff, a relic left by his elder disciple, a powerful symbol of his lineage and the mission's importance. The staff's presence signals the commencement of a significant undertaking. A voice calls out, "Big bro. It's all ready." A van speeds into view, signifying the arrival of essential support and a shift towards immediate action. The van, carrying Myung-jin and others, speeds through an urban environment, pursued by drones. This depicts a high-stakes operation, hinting at danger and urgency. The whirring of the drones fills the air with a tense atmosphere. Despite the drone pursuit, the group remains focused on their objective. They head to Quest Area 4, Gate 30. The calm, matter-of-fact tone underscores the team's preparedness and their familiarity with this type of operation. Today marks a pivotal moment in Soho Clan history, their first ever dungeon quest. The weight of this undertaking is palpable. A strategic challenge arises. The team grapples with the question of how to effectively capture their elusive targets. Doubt hangs heavy in the air. The scene shifts to a tense exchange between two members. Unspoken concerns and differing opinions simmer beneath the surface. Anticipation for the impending solution builds. A wave of frantic energy emanates from Monk Myunjin's wooden bell, causing a chaotic swarm of bats to react violently. "Whoa, why are they acting like that?" one observer exclaims, while another adds, "Dear subscribers, can you see this?" The unsettling event is clearly significant. The intensity increases. A palpable sense of dread fills the air as the frantic energy intensifies. Oh. The ominous warning, "It's coming," underscores the imminent threat. A monstrous beast, its eyes burning with malevolent red light, fills the panel. Its terrifying maw is open in a silent roar, leaving the onlookers with a chilling question: what will happen? The creature's arrival signals a dramatic escalation. A fiery clash erupts. A warrior, clad in tactical gear, unleashes a searing attack, a wave of fire engulfing their opponent. "Whoa! Did you see it?" Fire wheel. The Bat Dungeon boss materializes amidst a fiery tempest. The aftermath of the previous attack clears to reveal an imposing figure, the dungeon's guardian finally emerging. The boss of the Bat Dungeon is finally appearing. Soho's brother is gravely wounded, a swift and brutal attack sending him sprawling. Wake! The crimson flow signals a critical blow, the fight's intensity escalating dramatically. Big Bro Soho's. With the door now open, a team of fighters pushes forward. The urgency is palpable as they strive to exploit the opportunity presented. The door is open, hurry! One presses on, determined despite the risks. "Let me just dig up one more, Big Bro." A team of mercenaries is systematically dismantling the level 1 dungeons. Their efficiency is alarming. One of them, it turns out, is a popular streamer. Park Subo's rise in the mercenary ranks is discussed, noting his position near the top in real-time popularity rankings. Concerns are raised about the situation spiraling out of control if left unchecked, prompting the need for immediate countermeasures. A newsfeed shows a challenge issued by the Russian Hulk, Mikhail Yorvas, to the world champion Okita Hero. Okita Hero is directly threatened, the foreshadowing of Lee Sung-woo's involvement is clear. The SS rank irregular, born in South Korea, is revealed, engulfed in flames, a potent symbol of immense power and potential disruption. The consequences of reckless talent acquisition loom large. What if the country's hasty approach to securing Sung-woo Lee's abilities leads to unforeseen repercussions? A concerned expression creases the face of a man in a suit, his silent question hanging heavy in the air, "Director?" A woman, decisive and strong, cuts through the uncertainty. "I'll go there myself," she declares, her resolve firm. He muttered, "That's good," a casual assessment masking a deeper calculation. His indolence, however, was a facade, he'd simply been biding his time, observing. A blur of motion, a sudden, powerful kick, punctuated by the impactful Korean onomatopoeia. His opponent, caught off guard, was sent sprawling. The soldier's eyes widened in surprise and alarm. The swift attack had shattered his complacency. A heavy footfall, a sharp, echoed the force of his advance. He was relentless. He stood over his fallen foe, a smirk playing on his lips as he uttered a chillingly calm, "Excuse me." Agent 46, a soldier of imposing stature and steely gaze, stands poised, his tactical gear hinting at the perilous mission ahead. The grim determination etched on his face foreshadows the brutal encounter to come. A swarm of skeletal warriors, their bony swords glinting, emerges from a shimmering blue portal. Their panicked cries, "Kayak, kayak, kayak," echo through the tunnel as they charge towards their unsuspecting target. The skeletal horde, led by a larger, grim reaper-like figure, surges forward. Their desperate attack is a testament to their numbers, but Agent 46's superior combat prowess, unseen here, shall soon become evident. Agent 46 sprints through the same ethereal tunnel, a blur of motion. The speed he displays is a stark contrast to the chaotic scene that moments ago was at his heels. His determination is the only constant in the shifting reality around him. Agent 45, his face etched with worry, questions their success. His words, "I think we really messed up," reflect the gravity of their unexpected predicament. Their escape, it seems, is far from certain. A soldier plummets into a dark, ancient chasm, the rough-hewn stone walls rushing past. He lands hard, groaning. His comrade, weapon ready, quickly dispatches him with a swift, brutal thrust. The pair advance into a vast chamber littered with skeletal remains. A chilling creak echoes, a sound of disturbed death. One soldier displays clear unease. A spectral energy erupts from the bones, violently scattering the skeletons. The soldiers are thrown back, struggling to maintain their footing amid the chaotic display of unearthly power. One soldier's eyes widen in shock and disbelief. Escapes his lips as he grapples with the unexpected power. A skeletal monstrosity explodes in a flurry of motion, its destruction marked by a chaotic burst of energy. A system notification confirms the acquisition of 42 achievement points. This signifies a significant victory in a challenging dungeon. 2 military personnel analyze data, their concern palpable. The dungeon's unexpectedly swift completion raises suspicions. A team's identity is revealed, Team 15, led by Park Suho. Their premature return is a source of increased alarm. The supervisor receives a call, his words laced with urgency. He demands an explanation for the team's rapid return from the exceptionally dangerous dungeon. A video will reveal the true capabilities of the subjects, though measuring their maximum stats will be challenging within the confines of a level 1 dungeon. He also achieved a record-breaking performance within the dungeon. The Suho clan's daily lives are now being documented for their vlog, beginning with a cheerful greeting to their viewers. A grandmother, visibly overwhelmed by her tasks, is urged to greet the vlog's subscribers. Her exasperated response reveals the chaotic nature of their daily lives. A young man films his father and younger brother at a restaurant table. The boy asks about salted tripe, prompting the older brother to chuckle and defend a seemingly absent woman, calling her a really nice person. The camera focuses on the young man, who reveals he's documenting his encounter with a member of the Soho clan, Aoi, a master of the Bonlim staff art. Across the restaurant, a man points out monk Myung-jin, easily identified by his goggles. Myung-jin, seated at a table, invites them to join him for a meal. Myung-jin, lamenting losses to evil spirits, is revealed to be the focus of this seemingly innocuous family meal. The team is mobilized. A young man, radiating confidence, urges them forward, "Let's go." His 2 companions, one jovial and one stern, are already in motion, heading towards an unknown threat. Riding in the back of a truck, the trio speeds toward the source of a disturbance. One of them, questioning the nature of a persistent aerial anomaly, proposes its destruction. "Hey, what's that thing that's been flying around since a while ago? Should I destroy it?" His concern highlights the escalating situation. The scene shifts dramatically. A vast, ruined cityscape is revealed, a blue portal sparking with energy piercing a protective barrier. The sheer scale of devastation and the otherworldly nature of the portal amplify the sense of urgency. "Do you see the blue portal past the barrier?" one of them asks. The stakes have just been significantly raised. A swarm of bats fills the twilight sky above 3 figures perched on a rocky outcrop. One of them asks, "Are those all bats?" The other confirms, "It's because this is a bat dungeon." One of the 3, a man wearing goggles, steps forward, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He declares, "Leave it to me." With a swift, brutal movement, he swings a bat, crushing a bat's head with a sickening thwack. The impact sends him sprawling, but he quickly recovers, his movements fluid and deadly. 2 monstrous bats, their teeth bared in a terrifying snarl, descended from the twilight sky, their leathery wings beating with a furious intensity. Monk Jing, unfazed by the approaching swarm, stood firm, his staff raised. All the bats were charging towards him. With a blur of motion, Jing unleashed his fire wheel technique, a blazing vortex of fire that incinerated the oncoming bats in a fiery explosion. From the heart of the inferno, a colossal, demonic bat emerged, its wings eclipsing the entire sky, a terrifying roar shaking the very ground. Park Seo-ho grins, blood spattering his clothes as he declares victory over a monstrous bat. Mission cleared. Online comments flood the screen, revealing Suho's astonishingly fast dungeon clear time and sparking debate about his abilities and rank. His success is deemed unbelievable, even anomalous, by some. A weary office worker, seemingly Suho's manager, sighs, burdened by the unexpected fallout from his unprecedented feat. She admits to having barely managed to implement a news embargo. The manager's concern deepens, she's aware of the situation's gravity, her expression conveying worry and apprehension. Mihail Yorvas, victorious, silenced his opponent with his ultimate move, the Mega Punch Shower. He now calls out Japan's Okita Hiro, the world's #1 ranked fighter, for his next challenge. Hiro, accompanied by a woman, stands poised and ready. Their demeanor suggests careful planning and anticipation for the upcoming fight. A younger man anxiously asks his older brother if he possesses any long-range combat skills, hinting at a strategic disadvantage or impending threat. The efficiency of the three hunters is remarkable. Based in Seoul Area 4, their clan operates with astonishing speed, completing 20 dungeon clears daily. This showcases their considerable skill and strategic prowess, suggesting a highly organized and well-resourced operation. The bustling streets of Seoul paint a vivid picture of daily life. A kimbap roll costs $3, a fish cake slice, 50 cents. A teen discusses their current situation. One member flatly rejects a suggestion, leaving the others to ponder their next move. Their current hunter is unavailable, creating a problem for their work. The team's hunting efficiency is suffering without their key hunter. A younger member suggests a one-day rest, but the need to renew their clan level and access higher-level dungeons is pressing. The financial incentive is clear, level 2 dungeons offer significantly greater rewards. One member reveals he has already amassed 20 million won, $17,000 in just 3 days, further emphasizing the urgency and potential profit of progressing to level 2. A pensive expression settles on Park Juno's face. He's clearly contemplating something. Juno's internal monologue reveals a recent acquisition of significant power. Having spent over 3,000 achievement points, he purchased miscellaneous skills, granting him the ability to perceive the unseen. Juno's plans are now clear. He intends to take Gunwoo and his grandmother, Lee Sukja, to a nearby park. The scene shifts. Someone calls out to Juno, interrupting his thoughts and plans. He leans in, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Want to go buy a pickup truck then? A salesman gestures towards a sleek, blue vehicle. This is the Kondai Drago XG7000. His customer, eyes wide with excitement, marvels, oh, they call this the mercenary's dream car, the Kondai Drago series. One man grins, his enthusiasm infectious as he asks his companion, do you like it? The other, leaning back, offers a subtle, approving smirk. They're in a car, speeding along. Wow, Hyung! This car is amazing, one exclaims, his jaw slack with awe. The other driver comments, it's in a completely different dimension compared to my old piece of shit truck. A small dog in the passenger seat enthusiastically barks its agreement. The driver's smile falters slightly as he asks, but why are we going to Area 423? Isn't that a closed area? A note of apprehension creeps into his voice. A man drives, a small dog nestled beside him. A puzzled escapes his lips, hinting at an unexpected event. The camera pulls back, revealing a desolate cityscape. Nature reclaims the ruins, buildings crumble, overtaken by rampant vegetation. The scene speaks of a catastrophic event, a world reshaped by disaster. Beku, a wolf-like creature, sniffs the air, a low growl rumbling in his throat. His companion detects the unmistakable stench of goblin, a clear sign of danger nearby. His companion, visibly distressed, expresses his unease. The palpable tension suggests an imminent threat, making escape seem like the only option. Despite his companion's fear, the man remains resolute, his gaze determined. He halts his departure, suggesting a change in plans. Panic grips his face as a sudden, unforeseen event unfolds. His desperate plea underscores the gravity of the situation. A powerful force impacts their vehicle, sending it hurtling forward in a chaotic burst of motion. The visual intensity emphasizes the force of the unexpected attack. Panic grips the room. The boss's unexpected appearance throws their carefully laid plans into chaos. Even resorting to assassination is deemed futile. The stakes are too high, the risk too great to abandon their current operation. The urgency intensifies. A list of guilds consistently funded by their organization is demanded. The situation demands immediate action, leaving no room for complacency. Assistant Manager Choi is tasked with the critical assignment. Assistant Manager Choi, his face a mask of grim determination, takes the reins. The weight of responsibility settles upon him as he accepts the mission's perilous demands. A man, his face a mask of cunning amusement, leans forward. "Hoo-hoo-hoo, contact him," he purrs, the words laced with a chilling implication. The stage is set, a significant player has just issued a critical order. Rain lashes down on a city street. An older woman, burdened by a laundry bag, mutters under her breath, "Fuck, I need to bring in the laundry," her words a stark contrast to the looming threat elsewhere. This seemingly mundane scene subtly underscores the normalcy juxtaposed against the unfolding drama. Under the relentless downpour, a woman in a sharp business suit stands defiantly, flanked by two bodyguards. She presents an official-looking identification card, the subtle shift in atmosphere underscoring the imminent confrontation. This is not merely laundry, this is a significant operation in motion. The man sat in his car, rain lashing against the windshield. Darkness had fallen, obscuring his vision. He could only feel the weight of the passing time. His unease deepened as a snarling, white wolf materialized in the back seat, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The creature's very presence felt like an eternity. A clawed hand, dripping with blood, smashed against the car's window, shattering his already fragile composure. The horrifying image confirmed his worst fears. Terror grips him. His eyes widen, reflecting the stark reality of the danger closing in. A choked whisper escapes his lips, "Hyung." The unspoken plea hangs heavy in the air, a desperate call for help. He sprints through the relentless downpour, the rain a stark backdrop to his desperate flight. The city's grim atmosphere mirrors his internal struggle. A monstrous maw explodes from the water, its jagged teeth a horrifying promise of violence. The sheer power of the creature is palpable. "Follow me while you're killing them," the older brother commands, his expression grim under the relentless downpour. The urgency in his voice hints at a danger both immediate and overwhelming. His younger brother, however, hesitates, fear etched onto his face. "Hyung, wait a second," he pleads, his voice trembling, overwhelmed by the situation. He clutches a bloody knife, the rain washing away the crimson. The younger brother's fear intensifies. Do I really have to awaken? The question reveals a deep-seated dread, a power within him he's reluctant to unleash. The image focuses on the young man's tears, underlining his internal conflict. The older brother's response is curt, cold, and devoid of emotion. "Kill it, quickly." His words underscore the dire situation, the immediate need to end this threat. A monstrous creature, wet and enraged, emerges from the shadows, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. A guttural roar, implied by the visual and the Korean onomatopoeia, fills the scene with primal terror. The brothers are facing a desperate fight for survival. A monstrous claw, slick with water, reaches for a small, white puppy, its tiny teeth bared in a defensive snarl. Rain lashes down. Hyung watches, his face etched with anguish, as he shouts, "Baekgu." The command is followed by a desperate plea, "Bite." The puppy bites, sinking its teeth into the creature's grotesque maw. The beast struggles in the rain-swept water, its movements becoming increasingly erratic. Hyung's face is filled with despair. He explains, "Baekgu can't do it yet because he's still too young. If you don't stab it now, Baekgu will die." The weight of his decision is crushing. Another man, his features blurred by the storm and a raw grief, screams, "Kill it." A surge of light briefly illuminates his anguished face. A surge of raw power, a blinding flash of lightning, courses through him, the rain intensifying around his form. He collapses, his face etched with exhaustion and grief, tears streaming down his cheeks as he grips a broken blade. Huff! He gasps, the weight of his burden evident. A monstrous maw, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, opens before him, a gaping chasm of darkness and hunger. The question hangs in the air, unspoken tension palpable amongst the three young men seated around a large table in a brightly lit cafe kitchen. Monk Myunjin's absence is noted. The scene is one of casual concern, but the undercurrent of anticipation suggests a shared mission beyond the mundane. One of the young men, his expression a mix of surprise and exhilaration, announces their financial success. Their clan bank account has already amassed 140 million won, a significant milestone. This moment reveals the stakes involved, highlighting a system of financial rewards built upon challenging dungeons. A different young man, his grin wide and unrestrained, expresses his confidence in future earnings, suggesting an escalation of their activities. The targeting of higher-level dungeons signals a significant increase in risk and potential reward. The third young man, Han Dongsu, a level 3F YouTuber, openly states the sheer magnitude of their accomplishment, underlining the unprecedented nature of their success. His status as a YouTuber adds another layer, connecting their actions to a wider audience. Alright, let's just rest today. A well-deserved break is called for, even amidst the ongoing challenges. A pensive expression crosses his face. The question, can dogs awaken like humans can, reveals an underlying concern about the nature of consciousness and the potential differences between species. This contemplation foreshadows deeper mysteries surrounding his abilities. The difficulty of repairing his truck underscores the challenges he faces in his daily life, potentially hinting at limited resources or the unique challenges of maintaining advanced technology in his world. This everyday struggle contrasts with the larger conflicts he's surely encountered. A subtle, almost predatory smile plays on his lips as he mentions anew. The incomplete sentence creates a sense of anticipation, foreshadowing some form of advancement or a turning point in his endeavors. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he utters a single word, yeah. The implication hangs heavy in the air, he's clearly made a significant decision. The salesman beams, explaining the capabilities of the model he's just presented. It runs on bloodstones, a semi-permanent fuel source, and its cost-effectiveness is noteworthy, costing 80 million won. This detail reveals the significant financial investment our protagonist is about to undertake. His expression is one of determined resolve. He plans to pay up front for this powerful tool, demonstrating his commitment to a goal hinted at but still obscured. The purchase seems key to his ability to drive this out, suggesting an imminent action of major significance. He speeds away in a truck, the city a blur behind him, a triumphant yahoo escaping his lips. This marks the culmination of his financial investment and signals the beginning of his long-awaited journey, the purpose of which remains only partially revealed. A concerned voice questions his past inability to awaken due to lack of funds. This scene serves as a critical reminder of his past struggles and the current significance of his acquisition. Money, previously an insurmountable obstacle, is no longer a barrier. A shadow falls across his face, the word today hanging heavy in the air. The weight of expectation, perhaps of a momentous decision, is palpable. What? The man's eyes widen, shock and disbelief etched onto his features. This unexpected development throws his composure off balance. He sits calmly now, a small white dog resting peacefully beside him. A stark contrast to the previous panel, suggesting a change in mood or a calculated shift in demeanor. The car door clicks shut, a decisive action concluding this brief but significant sequence. The sound is sharp, final. A subtle tension remains in the air. Holy! The man stares, awestruck, at a video depicting three figures, one noticeably smaller, surrounded by what appears to be a scene of carnage. His shock is palpable. The caption reads, Park Suho Super F rank mercenaries uprising. His concern deepens. If it's him, erasing one person isn't even a job for him, a companion remarks, adding a chilling, almost gleeful, kukoku. The second man presses for payment, reminding him of the 50% upfront fee and the 6 prior bastards with bad credit. The first man, now visibly strained, agrees to pay whatever is needed to secure Park Suho's services, for the work expenses, concluding the exchange. Under a relentless downpour, Lee Sukja is confronted by three figures emerging from a sleek black car. The woman in the lead, sharp and businesslike, asks, "You Lee Sukja?" The question hangs heavy in the air, pregnant with unspoken implications. Sukja's face, etched with worry, offers no immediate answer. The weight of the situation, the looming threat, settles upon her like the soaking rain. A storm breaks, mirroring the internal turmoil Sukja faces. The sky cracks with lightning, foreshadowing a confrontation that will test her resilience. A monstrous maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, erupts from a screen, its horrifying presence filling the frame. The man before it recoils in terror, a guttural uaak, escaping his lips as the creature's shadow consumes him. Rain lashes down on a dark, blood-soaked street. A car door swings open, revealing the aftermath of a brutal encounter. The scene is grim, the downpour washes away the traces of violence, but cannot erase the evidence of what transpired. Under the relentless rain, a tense confrontation unfolds. A figure in a dark hoodie, his face obscured, orders the terrified man in the car to get off. The threat hangs heavy in the air, a clear escalation of the conflict. The rain continues to fall as the hooded figure stands over the lifeless body of a monstrous creature. A small, white dog looks on from a distance, a silent witness to the violence. The threat is neutralized. He gasped, a choked heek, escaping his lips as the rain lashed down, each drop a cold hammer blow against his exposed skin. Panic etched itself onto his features. A knife plunged into a puddle, the ripples spreading outward like the expanding circle of his fear. The relentless downpour obscured the details but not the stark violence of the moment. His anguished query hung heavy in the air, unspoken yet echoing, "Why?" The question revealed a profound vulnerability beneath his exterior. A cold, harsh truth settled in his eyes, the words a brutal justification for what transpired: "You can't survive if you're weak." This was not a question, but a declaration, a stark axiom of his world. Rain lashed down as he stood there, a picture of despair etched on his face. The downpour mirrored the torrent of emotion within him. A snarling, white wolf erupted from the shadows, its enraged howl a stark contrast to the man's quiet anguish. The wolf attacked with brutal force, its blow sending the man reeling. The impact was deafening, the sound of violent punctuation marked to the escalating conflict. His plea, a desperate whisper, hung in the rain-soaked air. "Ha! Please!" Hope, fragile and desperate, flickered in his eyes. The revelation hits hard: a surviving member of the Temple family, once decimated, now lives in Seoul. This unexpected news carries the weight of history and hints at a larger mystery. Disbelief paints the man's face. The sheer improbability of the situation a family thought lost, resurfaced, is palpable. The confirmation arrives, delivered with a casual undertone that contrasts sharply with the gravity of the situation. He's a YouTube star now, his combat skills unusually formidable. A figure, drenched in rain, collapses, a look of pained exertion etched on their face. The impact is visceral, a silent scream in the downpour. He crumples, the word again, a ragged gasp against the relentless storm. The sheer desperation in his cry underscores the brutal reality of his struggle. A brutal clash under a relentless downpour. Blood splatters as a desperate struggle unfolds, punctuated by the pained cry, "Uaea." The attacker's relentless blows land with bone-jarring impact. The rain washes over the defeated man, his ragged breaths forming a stark contrast to the silence that follows the storm of violence. His weak, choked laugh, a mere ha! Ha! Speaks volumes of his despair. He is broken. His face, contorted in agony, reflects the depth of his injuries. The rain mixes with his blood, mirroring the internal turmoil that consumes him. He clutches his wounds, a silent plea for respite. Tears stream down his face as he utters a desperate plea, "Hyung, I really can't do it." His voice is choked with exhaustion and despair. He's reached his limit. Rain lashed down, mirroring the somber mood of the young man. His face, etched with sorrow, hinted at a recent trauma. A sudden, sharp intake of breath. Terror, raw and visceral, contorted the features of another young man, his face streaked with blood. The rain seemed to amplify his fear. The aftermath of a brutal fight. A monstrous creature lay defeated, its gaping maw a testament to its ferocity. A small, whimpering dog cowered nearby, a stark contrast to the violence surrounding it. The young man from the first panel looked on, a new intensity flickering in his previously mournful gaze. A voice cuts through the storm, a casual observation that holds a deeper meaning. "Hey, your older brother is passing by." The words, seemingly innocuous, carry the weight of unspoken consequences. This seemingly simple statement serves as a subtle introduction of the brother, setting the scene for a potential reunion or confrontation. A desperate plea escapes the injured man's lips, "Hyung." He clutches at the figure looming above him, a silent cry for help amidst the chaos. "Hold on." The other man replies, his tone laced with a grim determination, the weight of the situation heavy in the air. Ignoring the pleas, the man turns his back and walks away, leaving his injured companion behind. The word Hyung echoes, a final desperate call swallowed by the oppressive silence. Rain lashes down as the man continues his solitary walk, a stark contrast to the intense scene moments before. The downpour mirrors the emotional storm raging inside him. The sound of a blade slicing through flesh, a sickening kchsh, punctuates the rain-soaked scene. We see the monstrous creature below, its gruesome maw hinting at the brutality of the encounter. Rain lashed down as the young man, already wounded, collapsed. A monstrous creature, its maw agape, lay defeated beside him. His labored breath hinted at the brutal fight just concluded. With a surge of adrenaline fueled by desperation, he seized the creature's head, his grip brutal and unrelenting. The rain-slicked streets reflected the grim struggle. A final, desperate strike. The creature's lifeblood sprayed as the young man delivered a killing blow, ending its threat with swift efficiency. The storm raged on, indifferent to the battle concluded. His eyes blazed crimson, a furious tide of blood staining his face. The man's agony was palpable, his breath ragged. "I told you to shut up," he roared, his voice a raw, brutal command as he delivered another crushing blow. A monstrous creature lunged, its sharp teeth bared. The man, already wounded, barely had time to react before a powerful kick sent him stumbling into the rainy street, escaping the immediate threat. A bolt of lightning, the word "die," echoing across a stormy sky, illuminated the scene. This attack's power was undeniable. The man stood amidst the downpour, a chilling laughter escaping his lips as he dispatched another grotesque creature. His blade drips, each drop a dark testament to his grim efficiency. "Ha," he chuckled, the sound sharp against the rhythm of the rain. The rain continued to fall, obscuring his features, yet a twisted grin broke through the shadows. The wounds marring his face spoke of a brutal battle, but his eyes burned with a savage glee. Another foe lunged, its claws outstretched, but the man met the assault with practiced ease. His blade flashed, a blur of motion ending the creature's desperate attack. The blood spatters on his face only seemed to fuel him further. A monstrous creature, thrashing in a rain-slicked alley, is brutally dispatched. The attacker's movements are swift, precise, a blur of motion punctuated by the sickening splat of viscera. The rain washes away the blood, yet the victim's wide, terrified eyes remain, a stark testament to the violence. A faint whisper of exhalation, his final breath escaping into the storm. Close up on the victim's face, a grotesque parody of life, as he gasps his last breath, the crimson tide staining his skin and his clothes. Death's cold embrace. The killer walks away, the rhythmic drip, drip, drip of rain on his shoes mirroring the steady rhythm of his gait. "That comes when you slice flesh," he observes, the words dripping with chilling detachment. The rain lashes down as a lone figure, cloaked in shadow, leaps from a rooftop. His destination is unclear, but the urgency in his movements speaks volumes. Park Juno, an F-level butcher, stands amidst the downpour. A small white dog sits at his feet, seemingly oblivious to the man's lethal blade. The question hangs in the air, butcher? The title suggests a violent past, a life steeped in darkness. Juno calls out, "Come up here." His voice, though calm, carries an undercurrent of command, hinting at his authority in this situation. A response echoes, "Kukuku, all right." The soft chuckle, tinged with a sinister edge, confirms his suspicion. The game is afoot. A chilling grin stretches across his rain-soaked face, eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity. He stands amidst the storm, a figure both powerful and menacing. Hundreds of monstrous figures, clawing and snarling, are swept away by an unseen force, their guttural cries echoing in the aftermath. He awoke moments ago. The information is relayed with a quiet urgency, hinting at the gravity of the situation. For now, clean yourself up at the station's restroom and receive a quarantine inspection. Afterwards, you can proceed to the Dimensional Energy Assessment Room on the 3rd floor. What do they mean by measurement? One of the men wondered aloud, his apprehension evident as they ascended the staircase. You did? That doesn't make any sense. The man's skepticism was palpable as he and his companion continued their trek through the sterile hallway, the words hanging heavy between them. A man in a sleek, dark bodysuit lay on a medical table, his body wired to various monitoring devices. A bright orb pulsed above him, bathing the scene in an ethereal glow as 2 scientists observed him closely. You can get up now. Please proceed to the Ability Manifestation Room. The scientist's instructions were clear, initiating the next phase of the process for the man in the bodysuit who cautiously sat up. A scientist, his face partially obscured, stands in a dimly lit laboratory. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A terrifying wave of eyes consumes the frame, accompanied by the chilling Korean onomatopoeia, seoba, implying a desperate struggle for survival. The sheer number of eyes conveys a sense of overwhelming horror and inescapable dread. Electricity crackles across the panel, emphasizing the intensity of the situation. A swirling vortex of blue energy crackles into existence, its power palpable. Mr. Seho Park's dimensional energy growth is confirmed to be as astonishing as the rumors suggested. Soho, captivated by the spectacle, now contemplates the creator of this incredible feat of energy manipulation. Rain lashed down as the one-eyed man unleashed a furious attack, his blade a blur of motion. The raw power behind his swing was undeniable. His opponent crumpled, blood staining the rain-slicked ground. The fight was over. A monstrous hand seized a whimpering white dog, its grip cruel and final. A chilling sense of dread settled over the scene. The rain continued to fall, mirroring the silent despair as the blade lay embedded in the earth, stained crimson. The aftermath of violence was stark and undeniable. Blood-soaked hands claw at the air as a monstrous creature, its maw a gaping chasm of teeth, rises from the rain-slicked streets. The horrifying visage is a stark testament to the night's brutality. Grab the knife, a young man commands, his voice sharp and urgent, his gaze fixed on a companion cowering behind him in the downpour. The rain, a relentless backdrop to this desperate scene, washes over them both. Follow me while killing them. There's no time, the young man repeats, his face grim, the urgency of his words a reflection of the grave danger they face. He is already moving, his form almost lost in the relentless downpour. A young man, wounded and drenched in rain, collapses, weakly whispering, "Hyung." His companions, nearby, murmur in concern, their expressions mirroring the grim reality of the situation. The camera focuses on a close-up of the injured man's face, his mouth slightly open, blood trickling down his chin. The rain continues to fall, washing away the blood and reflecting the harshness of his ordeal. He sits amidst the rain-slicked pavement, a grotesque, defeated creature lying lifeless nearby. The weight of the scene is palpable, the man's exhaustion is evident, not just physical but also emotional. The man's gaze is distant, lost in thought. He utters a bitter truth, that bastard was always like that. The statement reveals not just a past conflict, but the lingering emotional wounds that still run deep. Rain lashes down as the man collapses, his body slick with blood. The force of the blow is evident in the way he crumples, his form a stark contrast to the furious energy of the motion lines surrounding him. His eyes blaze with a crimson fury, a stark contrast to the downpour washing the blood from his face. The rain continues, relentless and unforgiving, mirroring the brutal battle he has just endured. A sword drips, the blood clinging to its blade like a macabre ornament, a testament to the swift, brutal efficiency of the strike. Die! Fuck, he screams, the raw fury in his voice echoing the desperate violence of his attack. He brings his weapon down on his opponent with unrelenting force, the rain reflecting the carnage around him. Rain lashed down as the man, his face obscured by shadow, clutched at his shredded throat, blood blooming across his expensive suit. A chilling laugh escaped him, a cruel counterpoint to the storm. He. The sound echoed, a mocking symphony of impending doom. His laughter confirmed the grim reality of his condition. The end was near. A young man, his own face marred by cuts and blood, watched in horrified disbelief as a grotesque creature emerged from the darkness. The creature's maw opened wide, teeth like daggers. The young man, driven by a desperate surge of adrenaline, retaliated with brutal efficiency. A crimson spray erupted as his counterattack found its mark. A sticky feeling trails down the man's hand as he walks through the rain, a small white dog at his heels. He carries a bloody umbrella, its crimson a stark contrast to the gray cityscape. Another figure, cloaked in shadow and rain, cries out, "Why are you doing this? Don't do it." His words hang heavy in the downpour, echoing his despair. A young woman's voice breaks the silence, a stark contrast to the grim scene. "My brother is so cute." The statement hangs oddly in the air, hinting at a complex relationship and potential obliviousness. Perched atop a building, a young man watches the unfolding drama below. He casually asks, "By any chance, did you work part-time at a slaughterhouse?" The question, seemingly innocuous, carries an ominous undertone. Rain lashed down as he stared defiantly, blood staining his face, a single word escaping his lips: "No." His refusal echoed the gravity of the situation. "Let's wrap it up here." The command cut through the sounds of the relentless downpour and the guttural cries of the defeated creatures, now piled high in a gruesome heap. "There's a machine that measures dimensional energy. His companion's number needs to exceed 100 to be registered as a rank awakener, a prerequisite for the mercenary test." The stakes were high, the path arduous. Mr. Juno Park is instructed to lie on the dimension energy measurement machine, located in a sleek, technologically advanced room. The scene establishes a clinical, almost sterile environment. A surge of blue energy erupts from the machine as Juno undergoes the test, radiating a powerful, otherworldly aura. The intense energy pulses in rhythmic bursts. A scientist, observing from a nearby monitor, questions if Mr. Seho Park will also undergo the same measurement test. The query hints at a familial connection and the potential significance of these tests. Juno lies still on the examination table, his body subtly glowing with residual energy. Two scientists monitor his condition, one meticulously documenting the results on a tablet. The visual emphasis is on Juno's inert form, hinting at the test's powerful effects. An unseen observer monitors your every move, silently recording your actions and information. The weight of unseen surveillance settles heavily. A countdown begins, only 189 seconds remain. The urgency is palpable. "You'll rise to E rank soon." The words, a promise of advancement, are offered to a young scientist, a testament to his burgeoning talent within the organization. A senior scientist smiles, confident in the success of their project. Their quiet assurance speaks volumes about the capabilities of their team. A brutal attack explodes, a swift, violent strike leaving a trail of blood. The ferocity of the blow speaks to a desperate situation. A woman in military fatigues informs two young men that they've qualified for the mercenary test. The implication hangs heavy: this is a significant step in their chosen path. One of the young men, seemingly hesitant, deflects a question about his lack of sensitivity with a dismissive "No, nothing." His companion then presses him, demanding to know his awakened skill. The tension between them rises. The scene shifts, revealing a group of soldiers marching purposefully away. A single, surprised "oh" from one of the young men underscores his unease, a reaction to what he's just witnessed or heard. This further highlights the imminent test and its unknown challenges. Park Soo-hoo is pursued through a hallway by a squad of uniformed officers. The shout, "Blondie," echoes, indicating his pursuer's urgency and possibly the presence of a blonde woman involved. The blonde woman observes the chase, commenting that it seems Park Soo-hoo is intent on self-destruction. Her recognition of Soo-hoo confirms his identity as the target. The blonde woman, exasperated, declares the situation concluded. Her statement suggests she has a level of authority, perhaps indicating an end to the pursuit or a new phase in the unfolding events. Soo-hoo, having evaded his pursuers, walks away, his back to the viewer. The tension remains, implying the situation is far from resolved. A young man, his expression unreadable, stands amidst a hushed, tense atmosphere. The ellipsis below him suggests unspoken tension. Gossip swirls around a figure identified as Captain. The comment about a potential marriage hints at a power play, perhaps a strategic alliance. The young man's disapproval is palpable. He reveals his opinion of the captain, underlining a conflict of interest and perhaps hinting at deeper rivalries. A woman enjoys a meal, her actions highlighting a relaxed contrast to the earlier tension. The older woman's comment about her appetite and the husband's wine adds a layer of subtle intrigue, perhaps pointing towards a secret or manipulative element within the narrative. A woman sips a drink, her expression betraying a chilling calm. Those monster bastards really want to die. She thinks, the words laced with lethal indifference. A young boy, accompanied by a small dog, runs towards his father and another man who have just arrived home. The father's anxious question hangs in the air, "Why are you so late?" His concern is immediately followed by a softer, more inquisitive tone towards his son, "Did you have fun, son?" The scene is domestic, a contrast to the earlier ominous thought. The second man's gaze is intense, questioning. "Who are you?" he asks, his suspicion palpable. This simple question marks a significant shift, hinting at a hidden agenda or a dangerous secret within the seemingly ordinary family scene. Kim Miso, a woman of sharp features and composed demeanor, sits across from a young man in a casual hoodie. He questions her presence, to which she calmly replies that she's there to sign a contract. The young man's expression shifts to one of uncertainty and confusion. He clearly doesn't understand the situation. His response is a simple, disbelieving, "Don't know." The crucial condition for a contract has been met. The young man's return through a red portal triggered the fulfillment of the agreement. A returner's repeated successful returns are a sign of success. This cryptic statement hints at a system of rules governing travel between worlds, suggesting the possibility of repeated journeys and the need for consistent success to navigate them. The portal will reappear, providing a stable gateway for continued travel. This confirms the possibility of repeated journeys, setting the stage for the protagonist's future actions and hinting at a larger narrative arc focused on interdimensional travel. A woman, presumably an official of some kind, informs a man, likely a returner, of this. The man contemplates the possibility of reuniting with his friends, while simultaneously a narration reveals that the Awakener's Bureau suspects the fourth planet is the new planet. This creates a sense of urgency and sets up a potential conflict between the protagonist's personal desires and a larger political or interdimensional struggle. His hope to see his friends again is juxtaposed with the rising tension around the new planet. A new planet, a celestial body of crimson and violet hues, dominates the vast expanse of space. The question hangs heavy in the cosmic silence: new planet? A woman, her expression sharp and calculating, reveals a strategic assessment. If their assumptions are correct, South Korea will become the sole nation with a gateway, a bridge portal, to this mysterious fourth planet. The question, Lee Sung-woo? Who is that? Echoes in the room, revealing a critical unknown at the heart of their mission. The woman's attention is clearly focused on this individual. The current world ranking is revealed. Okita hero, Korean name Lee Sung-woo, holds the top spot. A question hangs in the air: Korean? The implication is that this information is unexpected or significant. Lee Sung-woo's past is unveiled. He was a D-rank awakener who escaped a facility due to a lack of information about irregulars at the time. This establishes him as someone extraordinary who overcame significant obstacles. A massive explosion erupts in a city, implying a significant event related to the dimension industry. The question, "You know what the dimension industry is, right?" foreshadows a crucial plot element involving powerful forces and technology. Sung-woo's demeanor shifts, showing a calculated calm. His curt response, "Tell me what you want," reveals both his power and his control in a potentially dangerous situation. The news of the Suho Guild's promotion hangs heavy in the air, a shadow cast across a man's brooding face. His expression speaks volumes of the power struggles and shifting alliances this event signifies. Fear grips a young man, huddled in a shadowed corner, the weight of an unseen threat pressing down. His apprehension hints at the dangerous game unfolding, a game where survival is far from guaranteed. How do you know when the portals are about to form? The question cuts through the tension, a sharp blade piercing the calm before the storm. The inquiry reveals a critical piece of knowledge: the existence of a system for predicting the dangerous temporal rifts. A confident smile plays on the lips of a woman. Her declaration, the best agent of the Bureau, establishes her as a key player, possessing both expertise and authority within a powerful organization. Her presence underscores the intricate web of clandestine operations interwoven with the main storyline. A young man's face fills the frame, his expression a mask of barely contained frustration. His eyes, dark and intense, hold a simmering anger. A woman's eye, wide and filled with a desperate, primal fear, dominates the panel. The word "this fuck" explodes from the speech bubble, mirroring the raw terror in her gaze. This is a moment of utter helplessness. Two men stand in a gym, one in clear distress, his mouth agape in a silent scream, "Hik." The other watches, his face grim, as he mutters, "Why is she like that again?" The scene indicates a recurring pattern of disturbing behavior. The chilling words, "I should have thrown that bitch into jail for sexual harassment," echo the gravity of the situation, revealing a history of unaddressed abuse. The speaker's regret and delayed action highlight the story's underlying theme of justice and accountability. A young woman, clearly agitated, declares her annoyance. Her companion, a more composed woman in professional attire, calmly asks if she's ever not angry. The underlying tension hints at a pre-existing, strained relationship. The scene shifts to an official notification. Mr. Park Juno's Certificate of Awakening has been issued, a significant development indicating a major shift in his status or capabilities within the established world order. "Good work," one man said, a hint of weariness in his tone, despite the compliment. The other, visibly shaken, clutched a shopping bag. The weight of his unspoken words hung heavy in the air. Decapitation. The man's shoulders slumped, the gravity of the task settling upon him. He offered a quick apology, his expression genuine, a stark contrast to the grim revelation that preceded it. The blonde woman listened intently. A collective murmur rippled through the group of sharply dressed men as they observed the departing woman, their expressions a mix of amusement and speculation. "Did he just get dumped?" one of them whispered. A woman in a suit, her face etched with disdain, mutters, "Crazy bastard." Doubt flickers in her eyes as she adds, "What? Misspoke?" The implication hangs heavy, she's unsure if she accidentally revealed crucial information about a dangerous individual. A man's frustrated bellow cuts through the air, "You bastards! Why aren't you guys going up yet?" He's clearly impatient, urging his subordinates into action. The scene shifts to a tense operation, likely an assault. A woman savors a sip of strawberry wine, a contented smile playing on her lips. The Kia escapes her, a sound of quiet pleasure. This is a moment of stark contrast to the previous tension. An elderly woman beams, her eyes crinkling with amusement. "Ah, even the way you talk is beautiful too," she comments, implying a flirtatious charm. The scene suggests a shift to a different location, one of more relaxed interactions. Park Suho is running late, a fact noted with mild impatience by a waitress in a small cafe. The arrival of a child, Beku, brings a change of atmosphere. The wait is over. Soho finally arrives, greeted by the waitress, a simple exchange that hints at their familiarity. The scene shifts to nighttime. Suho is identified as the captain of the Returners Bureau, a branch of the Awakeners Bureau. This reveals a world with individuals possessing unique abilities and a governmental organization dedicated to managing them. Suho's reaction to the mention of a contract suggests a significant plot development is imminent, hinting at a potentially dangerous or morally complex assignment. The woman's gaze is sharp, her assessment unwavering, it's human coordinate. The implication hangs heavy, this is not a random event, it's targeted. The interrogation continues. He's pressed, "When you were returning to Earth, you arrived through a red portal, correct?" The question confirms a significant event, a return from another realm through a specific kind of gateway. A surge of raw power erupts from within him, a furious, visceral reaction to the question. The red energy is a visible manifestation of his otherworldly origins and immense abilities. His confusion is palpable. A simple "so" reveals the weight of the revelation, a turning point in the encounter. He lacks complete understanding, yet the power he holds is undeniable. A young man, Lee Sung-woo, stares pensively into the distance, a question mark hanging in the air. He awaits something, a palpable tension building around him. His expression shifts, a hint of impatience now coloring his features. So, when is it going to form? He asks, his gaze sharp, his anticipation growing. A woman, her face etched with concern, issues a stern warning, until the portal appears, please don't go overseas. The gravity of her words underscores a significant threat. Her anxiety escalates. The woman's warning takes on an even more urgent tone, you could become a second Lee Sung-woo. The implication of a tragic parallel is clear. It seems you're unaware of the Lee Sung-woo case. The individual in question, Lee Sung-woo, was originally Korean. His immense power, now evident in the crackling energy surrounding him, is about to be revealed as a key factor in a global crisis. The Japanese government's actions during the initial stages of the Great Disaster, specifically, their approach to Lee Sung-woo following his disillusionment with South Korea, have now resulted in 9,000 planet gates opening in Tokyo. This is directly attributed to Sung-woo's actions. Should another portal open while key Korean personnel are abroad, the nation will suffer catastrophic losses. The gravity of the situation is made clear. The agreement grants the Suho Guild exclusive territory. This secures their position and resources. One party requests further details in writing, highlighting a need for formalization and transparency in their dealings. The other party, however, realizes a key detail has been omitted. A specialized agent will be dispatched to deal with dimensional energy cracks, a critical development that reveals a significant threat and the existence of specialized countermeasures. The man, seemingly unconcerned by the previous discussion's gravity, casually suggests a collaboration, let's mate, indicating a possible shift in focus or a deeper, hidden agenda. The blonde fighter, a whirlwind of motion, launches a devastating kick. The force of the blow sends her opponent reeling. A powerful quang echoes as the impact throws the woman violently to the ground, sparking electricity around her. The scene shifts. A woman in a business suit confronts the blonde fighter, her question sharp, who sexually harassed who? The tension is palpable. The businesswoman continues, stop trying to pick a fight with me. What is it? Go on a dispatch. She dismisses the fighter's aggression. The narrative changes focus. Two men converse. One asks, his tone concerned, but are you sure you didn't feel anything strange when your energy was being measured? The implication of a hidden power is suggested. The woman leans forward, her gaze intense. Do you know what a returner's official name is? She asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. This seemingly simple query hints at a deeper mystery surrounding individuals with unique pasts, suggesting a system of classification and control. She points, her expression sharp. Near the coordinate, she clarifies, confirming the existence of a specific location crucial to understanding these returners. The precise nature of this coordinate and its significance to their identity remains shrouded in intrigue. Her voice is a low plea. Please, tell me, she urges, revealing a desperate need for information. This underlines the importance of the returner's name and the larger context it holds. The stakes have risen considerably, suggesting potential danger and the urgency of the situation. A blonde woman, her expression tight with frustration, stares intently off-panel. Her posture hints at a simmering tension, the source of which remains unclear. The blonde woman's frustration erupts. Why, me, she demands, the question echoing her inner turmoil as she clutches files, her knuckles white. A dark-haired woman stands behind, observing with a stoic expression. The dark-haired woman's response is sharp, impatient, and I'm asking why. Her tone implies a critical urgency. The scene's tension intensifies. The dark-haired woman's concern shifts to a grave warning. Addressing the blonde Azuni, she emphasizes the potential catastrophe. What do you think will happen if a portal opens in the middle of the city? Then we still don't know what kind of planet it is. The implication of an imminent extraterrestrial threat hangs heavy in the air. A woman's grim prediction hangs heavy in the air, it will be hell. The city behind her crackles with chaotic energy, a fiery vortex mirroring the impending catastrophe. Another woman, calm and collected, delivers instructions, if you see signs of a dimensional crack, take Parsons, and get out of the field in advance. Until then, stick to him at all times. Her words reveal a plan unfolding, a desperate race against time. The first woman, her face etched with worry, confirms understanding. You understand what I'm saying, right? The tension ratchets up, the stakes are incredibly high. A man's face, contorted in a grimace of exertion, fills the panel. A child's voice cuts through the tension. Dad. Come out to eat. A young man grins, phone in hand. His excitement is palpable. Now we can take on level 2 dungeons as well. The scene shifts to a family meal. A serious discussion unfolds. If we want to take on level 2 dungeons, we have to be a D rank party. But we're still lacking in personnel at the moment. The conversation continues, a note of confidence replacing the earlier concern. But as long as we have Soho Hyungnim, I'm sure level 2 dungeons will be a breeze too. The term Hyungnim is clarified as a more respectful form of Hyung, often used by gangs and mafias. He nodded, a silent affirmation. Yes. Understood. A figure appeared, his presence unexpected. It's Monk Myung-jin. The monk, hands clasped, offered a serene greeting, Namu amenable. The urgency was palpable. Get in there already. A vast army stands poised, ready for battle. The air crackles with anticipation as their leader calls for a concerted effort. Let's all work hard today. A wave of determination washes over them, a silent promise of their unwavering commitment. Amidst the assembled forces, a young man, Jang Jae-shik, stands out. A confident smile plays on his lips as he is greeted warmly. The words Sutho Hyungnim speak volumes about the respect and camaraderie he commands. His presence foreshadows his leadership, his clan's nascent power, and his central role in the conflict about to commence. Jang Jae-shik is greeted by an acquaintance who notes, "It's been a while," acknowledging the significant changes in Jae-shik's position and status. The casual handshake masks the gravitas of the moment. Jae-shik's rise to power, the creation of his clan, has reshaped the political landscape. The phrase, "I heard the news that you made a clan," underlines the unexpected and impactful nature of this development. A young man, Jang Jae-shik, surveys a scene. His expression is one of quiet satisfaction. They're doing well, he muses, his gaze distant but warm. This suggests a deep connection to those he is observing, likely comrades. Suddenly, the peaceful observation is disrupted. Another man, his face etched with urgency, confronts Jae-shik. Then why are you in a one-day party? The urgent question implies a pressing situation demanding Jae-shik's immediate attention, and this gathering is interfering. The urgency intensifies. Jae-shik is called away, he must leave now. Hyungnim, I have to go now, he declares, turning from his friend to accept a new responsibility. His friend responds with the promise of later communication, I'll contact you later. The scene shows a clear shift towards a critical juncture. Jae-shik is shown departing, his silhouette emphasizing his resolve, his mission. The caption clarifies, a dungeon friend. This sets the scene's context and foreshadows the mission's nature. His objective seems to involve a dungeon and allies. The scene shifts to a dramatic confrontation. A powerful energy surge is depicted, and Jae-shik and his party are seen entering a perilous location, their determination hardened by the urgent situation. This is the culmination of the previous panel's setup, moving the story into the main action. A figure, clad in practical, dark green armor and carrying a large sword, stands poised before a vibrant blue energy field. He declares, let's go in as well, indicating a shared mission with unseen allies. The narrative shifts to a commentary on the instability of low-level mercenary groups. Level 0 clans are inherently fragile, prone to collapse once core members leave. This is the common fate of many small-time mercenary teams. Two figures flee through a devastated landscape, pursued by a monstrous, gaping-mouthed creature of vibrant pink. The narrator points out that their desertion from a mercenary team is hardly surprising given the circumstances. A group of mercenaries, preparing for a dungeon raid, are urged to maintain distance from the leader. The leader's conviction is clear, at least one within the group is destined for greatness. A man, his face obscured by shadow, utters a single, resolute declaration, I will start again. His resolve, though unspoken, rings with a quiet intensity, suggesting a past failure and a burning ambition for a renewed path. A woman, blonde hair whipping in the wind, speeds through the city streets on a powerful motorcycle. The purple hues of the background suggest a sense of urgency and impending danger, reflecting the threat she's responding to. The woman, now closer, reveals herself to be in a racing suit, her helmet partially removed. Her eyes reflect a grim determination as she reports, "They've been attacking Dungeonians since this morning." The urgency in her voice underscores the escalating crisis. Confirmed. The sharp word confirms the gravity of the situation, leaving no room for doubt as a violent impact throws her from her bike. The panel ends abruptly, suggesting the escalating nature of the conflict. Monk Myunjin's newly acquired dragon charge skill, obtained after clearing their clan treasury, is unleashed. Simultaneously, Park Suho's younger brother, recently awakened, enters the fray. Park Juno, the butcher, stands amidst the carnage, his dark attire stained with blood. The ferocity of the battle is evident. With a brutal, swift movement, Park Juno delivers a fatal blow, the brutal slaughter leaving a trail of crimson. A man's face is etched with apprehension. His unsettling observation hangs in the air, he's smiling, he's like a yaksha who enjoys slaughter. The chilling comparison reveals a dangerous opponent, one who finds pleasure in violence. A warrior lunges forward, unleashing energy blasts that engulf two monstrous toads. "Eat this, you bastards," he roars. The ferocity of his attack suggests a desperate fight for survival against overwhelming odds. A fallen warrior cries out in pain and disbelief. "Why did you shoot the firebomb at me?" His anguished question reveals a betrayal amidst the chaos of battle, highlighting the unforeseen consequences of reckless actions. A monstrous toad clamps its jaws around a man, who cries out, "Save me!" The desperate plea is punctuated by a sickening quack, as the creature's grip tightens. From the shadows, a squad of soldiers emerges. Their grim expressions and determined stances promise a swift, brutal intervention. Their arrival offers a glimmer of hope, but the man's predicament remains dire. Despite the impending rescue, the man's face is etched with despair. He mutters, "But there's no way," acknowledging the overwhelming odds against his survival. This panel underscores the gravity of the situation and the perilous nature of his ordeal. "You're the right person for this job." The statement hangs in the air, a confident assertion from a superior to a subordinate. The weight of expectation is palpable. The blonde woman bristles, her retort sharp and immediate, "She's the best in the detection team." Her indignation is clear, hinting at a feeling of being undervalued, perhaps even underappreciated. Her expression hardens, a simmering rage now visible. The threat of resignation hangs heavy, a clear indication of her frustration reaching a boiling point. A celebratory dinner is underway. One young man excitedly announces their success in passing a clan evaluation, while another, seemingly more reserved, quietly observes. The contrast highlights differing approaches to success. That reserved young man, upon hearing the news, offers a simple, "That's good," his subtle smile revealing a hint of quiet pride and satisfaction in his companion's achievement. The mood shifts. The same young man now expresses a pragmatic concern, suggesting they focus their efforts on lower-level dungeons to build a strong financial foundation before tackling more challenging and potentially riskier endeavors. His suggestion is a strategic plan: level up efficiently by maximizing profits from safer dungeons and investing in skill books instead of immediately risking it all on high-level challenges. Myung Jin, an F-level 5, stands before us, his hands clasped in a serene pose that belies the intensity in his eyes. The threat hangs heavy in the air, a line of vehicles sits idle, the backdrop of a menacing sky. A voice, sharp and unforgiving, issues a stark warning: "If you honk one more time, I'll kill you." The question, a barb aimed at the heart, pierces the silence: "What about your friends from that time?" The weight of the past bears down. Jang Jaeshik's face, a mask of controlled fury, fills the panel. The tension is palpable. With a confident grin, Park Soho gestures, inviting his team forward. "Yeah, feel free to." Soho leads his squad, a surge of electric energy crackling around him as they move forward. The command is sharp: "Go in." His team responds in unison: "Yes." The team's reaction reveals their recognition of Soho. A comrade exclaims, "I was wondering who it was." It was Park Suho. One of Suho's men is visibly troubled. His expression reveals a heavy burden. "I couldn't tell him that my clan disbanded." The relentless pressure of their impossible mission had pushed the soldiers to the brink. Their stress levels, fueled by a brutal environment and the constant threat of death, had reached a breaking point. Amidst the electric tension of the battlefield, a commander barked orders, entrusting the rearguard to Jaeshik. The weight of responsibility fell heavily upon him. Jaeshik's steely gaze locked on, and his resolve hardened. The implication of the looming threat was clear, and he was ready. The woman, her expression sharp, sends a location. The mission is underway. A blur of motion. A motorcycle, a streak of red, cuts through the city streets. A young man, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, reveals his mastery of a skill learned from a book. This knowledge will prove critical. A battle erupts. A desperate cry echoes as a figure is struck down. Another warning shouted, "A betrayal is unfolding." His face, marred by cuts, reflects a grim determination. The battle has clearly taken its toll. That grim determination shifts. A chilling smile spreads across his bloodied lips, revealing a terrifying duality. A lone figure stands on a rocky outcrop, overlooking a bloody battlefield. The text explains that he is a yeksha, a nature spirit with dual personalities, a fact crucial to understanding his conflicting emotions. A powerful blast erupts, throwing a warrior back with a pained cry of "Uaak." The force of the attack is palpable. A thunderous crying echoes as one soldier is sent sprawling, his sword clattering away. He cries out in pain, "Ugh," as another soldier stands over him, sneering, "Ak." The fallen soldier lies bleeding, his face a mask of defeat. A bitter voice narrates, "This team is hopeless too," revealing the speaker's disdain. The internal monologue continues, a confession of envy, "I was jealous." The context clarifies that this is the killer's motivation. The soldier, fueled by jealousy, seethes with resentment, a question hanging in the air, that they'll let in a forever errank swordsman like me, right? His bitterness reveals a deep-seated insecurity. Her eyes blazed with fury, a storm brewing behind the intensity of her glare. The woman's rage is palpable, it's not merely anger, but a potent, focused energy. After that, once preparations are complete, the assault teams will split up. More team members will be recruited if necessary. This suggests a carefully planned, multi-pronged attack, indicative of a well-organized, and potentially powerful, opponent. With a curt announcement, "I'm leaving the Soho clan office right now," she departs, the image emphasizing her immediate and decisive action. The swiftness of her exit highlights the urgency of the situation. A wave of blue energy, a dragon's form, explodes outward, the command charge, ringing in the air. This is not just an attack, it's a devastating, overwhelming assault. The sheer force of this blow is evident in the blood splatter and destruction left in its wake. A soldier coughs up blood, felled by the attack. The scene emphasizes the brutal effectiveness of the assault just witnessed. The image underscores the high stakes and the immediate threat to life. Two figures, one visibly less fatigued than the other, stand amidst crackling energy. The less tired man reflects on a pivotal moment, describing it as a time where he felt the raw power of a skill book, a force he'd only heard of before. This marks a significant advancement in his abilities. A sharply dressed man, exuding confidence, greets two others with an enthusiastic wave. His arrival and jovial demeanor suggest a shift in the immediate situation, possibly indicating a change in the protagonist's alliances or opportunities. The same man extends a business card, the BBG logo visible. This subtly introduces a powerful new organization into the narrative, promising further plot development and potential conflict or collaboration. The men, grim-faced, announce their arrival at the BDG Guild, a level 5 organization and the owner of the very portal they had just emerged from. It's standing? A massive guild ranked 20th nationally. A man in a blue hoodie, seemingly unfazed, calmly interacted with a sharply dressed man, exchanging something on a mobile device. The exchange was brief, marked by a simple, almost dismissive "ah" from the suited man. The suited man, a predatory glint in his eyes, posed a question. So, what do you think? Do you want to go there right away? His words carried a subtle implication of urgency, suggesting a pressing timeline. He assured them, with a confident laugh, there was no need for undue worry. They were already prepared, possessing necessary dungeon equipment, notes, and even a gift. Despite his teammates' reluctance, the leader insists they have enough support to proceed. He proposes a division of labor, highlighting his confidence in their combined strength. He announces his intention to tackle the level 2 dungeon solo, believing he can maximize efficiency that way. The others are dispatched to the level 1 dungeon to further hone their teamwork. The team, despite their initial reservations, agrees to the plan. They are ready to move forward. Traveling in a vehicle towards the newly formed portal, a conversation ensues regarding its relative emptiness. The explanation provided points to its recent creation. The Soho clan's continued use of the guild's services is secured, a deal sealed with a promise of future collaboration. One member expresses concern about being too burdensome, but the other assures him the procedures are simple and he can proceed. He receives a survival kit, essential equipment for dungeon exploration. His companion urges him to hurry so they can celebrate with drinks after the mission. The mission's conclusion is hinted at. The image shows him, his face heavily bandaged, seemingly emerging from water. The onomatopoeia suggests a struggle, his escape possibly being harrowing. He walked away, the weight of his mission heavy on his shoulders. The soldier, clad in a dark blue jacket and advanced helmet, carried a military-style backpack, his back to the viewer. Suddenly, a surge of electrical energy crackled around him, outlining his form in a brilliant, blue aura. His resolve hardened, a silent promise of action etched on his face. A woman, her blonde hair striking against her racing suit, stared intensely ahead. Is that Park Soho who just went in? She questioned, concern etched on her features, a helmet resting in her gloved hands. This reveals that the soldier is Park Suho, and his actions are being observed. Yes, that's correct. The man's confirmation hangs heavy in the air, a subtle acknowledgement of a dangerous truth yet to be fully revealed. A woman, a member of the Soho clan, bursts into action, her declaration, "I'm a member of the Soho clan," echoing the gravity of the situation. Her sudden appearance suggests a critical development in the unfolding events. The question, why is it so expensive? It's not even an assassination, underscores the unusual nature of the situation, hinting at a far more complex and potentially dangerous undertaking than a simple killing. The man's following explanation, it's not difficult to manipulate it, but there's a high risk because, leaves the audience in suspense, eager to understand the true nature of this costly operation. The impending cost is staggering, 4 billion. A figure whispered with grim certainty, underscoring the gravity of the situation. This man, widely known, knows the price. Electrified energy crackles around her. This woman, a force of nature, is poised and ready. The raw power she commands is palpable, a storm gathering. Soho Hyung's predicament is revealed in their worried expressions. The weight of the situation is heavy on them, the urgency evident in their concerned faces. The chase is on. She pursues him, her target fleeing through a dimensional portal. The pursuit is swift, relentless, leaving a blur of motion. Go into the portal with him. The order is given, the urgency implied. This mission, whatever its nature, demands immediate action. Why? The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the authority just exerted. The agent, clad in advanced combat gear, clearly questions the risks. I'll give a double times bonus for destruction of property. The incentive is clear, the mission's objectives justify collateral damage. The agent's superiors are willing to accept significant risk and destruction for the mission's success. Su Young. The agent's hesitance is palpable, the request to enter the portal is extreme, even for a seasoned operative, and she expresses doubt. Don't you think it's important? This suggests the mission's gravity, and the potentially high cost of failure. A young woman, hair a fiery cascade, lies sprawled beside a wrecked motorcycle. The impact, a violent bang, left her dazed but seemingly unharmed. Inside, a woman with dark hair and a calm demeanor reviews paperwork. Insurance is basic, she states, a subtle edge to her voice. Do me a favor. Her request hints at a larger, unspoken plan. A young man stands before a shimmering, rectangular portal in a dense forest, the air heavy with an otherworldly energy. A palpable tension hangs in the air, a prelude to the unknown that lies beyond. Having stepped through, he observes, it's a different atmosphere in here. His tone is cautious, acknowledging the shift in reality. A figure in a blue hoodie and tactical gear emerges from a shimmering portal, the air crackling with energy. He is clearly wary, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a stern voice commands, "Stop where you are." The figure turns, revealing a helmeted face with intense, orange-tinged eyes. The threat is palpable. The helmeted figure confronts a woman with flowing blonde hair, her body enveloped in electrical energy. He warns, "Stop your eyes." The scene pulses with raw power, the threat escalating. The helmeted figure makes a decisive move, his hand glowing with blue energy. He coldly states, "The moment you do, I'll kill you." The threat is immediate, lethal. The blonde woman, her face contorted with frustration, snarls, "Fuck, my mood is ruined." The power surrounding her dissipates, revealing the intensity of her anger and defeat. The confrontation concludes. Regret gnawed at her. "I should have asked for a bonus of 3 times instead," she mused, her eyes reflecting the weight of her poor negotiation. The woman, clad in blue tactical gear, knelt before a man in a futuristic, dark blue jacket and a white helmet. The scene unfolded in a mystical forest, the air thick with unspoken tension. He examined her closely. "No. I just like that bracelet. Does it also have an inventory function?" His curiosity was evident. A close-up revealed Choi Soo-young, B-level 8, her blonde hair framing a determined yet anxious face. The display confirmed her rank and prowess. A cataclysmic event flashed before her eyes. "Now that I think about it, you saw everything that day," she realized, the memory of a devastating explosion and a fallen figure searing itself onto her consciousness. A woman in blue combat gear confronts a man in a hooded jacket. "What? Fair? Did I look at you because I wanted to?" "Don't make me laugh," she scoffs, her disbelief clear. The man, seemingly unfazed, counters, "No, but why are you here?" Their encounter is tense, suggesting a prior conflict or misunderstanding. The dialogue shifts to a more explanatory tone. The man asks, "Did you not hear from Captain Kim Miso? That you were going to get a guardian?" This reveals a pre-existing arrangement or mission, placing the woman's presence in context. The woman's attitude changes. "This guy really," she begins, a smirk playing on her lips. The man's hurried explanation, "I came in like this because I was in a hurry," only seems to amuse her. Her superior confidence is now emphasized. The man, seemingly resigned to her amusement, states definitively, "Anyways, don't touch my prey." This establishes the man's objective and hints at a power dynamic between the two, setting up a potential conflict. A woman in a blue bodysuit, her blonde hair cascading down her back, stands poised, a look of intense concentration on her face. A faint blue energy crackles around her. Her surprise is palpable. A figure in dark blue tactical gear, his face partially obscured by a helmet, stands before her, his gaze unwavering. The atmosphere crackles with unspoken tension. His presence is a challenge to her. The team prepares to split up for a coordinated attack, a calculated strategy born from experience and the understanding of their shared objective. A confident smirk plays on the leader's lips. A sudden interruption. "Who are you?" The question hangs in the air, a challenge to the newcomer's seemingly unannounced presence. A jovial yet shrewd man explains his presence, revealing that this encounter is no coincidence. He claims the teens share a common area, specifically noting the Suho clan's presence. He hints at a gift, foreshadowing ulterior motives. The man elaborates further, underscoring their awareness of the Soho clan's recent advancement. His offer is revealed, free access to a level 2 dungeon, a seemingly generous celebratory gift. The implications of this offer remain unclear. Doubt clouds the leader's face. He questions their preparedness for such a challenging dungeon, highlighting the potential risks associated with the offer. the initial trust is challenged. A sly smile plays on the lips of a man in a suit, his eyes hidden beneath his brow. The word smile is subtly emphasized, hinting at a hidden agenda. He offers a ride, his words a veneer of politeness over an unseen purpose. "Let me escort you there in my car." The setting is a gritty, urban landscape, suggesting a clandestine meeting is underway. They utilize Portal 47, a seemingly advanced transportation method, emphasizing the high-stakes nature of their mission. The casual ease with which they use this technology suggests familiarity with such tools, hinting at either advanced technology or a well-established clandestine network. Arrival at their destination is swift, preparation is confirmed with a simple exchange. "Is it all ready yet?" "Yes." The setting is bleak and desolate, echoing the gravity of the situation. The man departs, leaving with a casual invitation, "Let's grab a meal together after I come out." This suggests a further, potentially dangerous encounter is anticipated, and a degree of camaraderie between these two individuals despite their clandestine operation. A wave of icy energy washes over the man, his expression unreadable as he subtly gestures with a finger. The air crackles with barely contained power. A man in a gray suit stands calmly, a hint of amusement in his eyes, as a woman on a powerful motorcycle speeds away. He anticipates her next move. The motorcycle screeches to a halt before a barrier, the woman narrowly avoiding a collision. The man watches intently, assessing the situation. The woman dismounts the motorcycle, declaring her intent to join the unfolding events. The stage is set for a confrontation. The price is steep, 2 billion won per head, or roughly $1.69 million. This significant sum underscores the gravity of the situation and the value placed on each individual. Park Soo-ho's absence is noted. A sense of urgency and concern permeates the scene. A motorcycle speeds away, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. The rapid departure suggests a desperate attempt to escape or reach a specific destination. What is there to see in a level 2 dungeon, anyway? The question hangs heavy in the air, a reflection of the speaker's skepticism. "I like these clothes." The exclamation bursts from the woman, her delight at her new attire apparent despite the helmet obscuring her face. It's a stark contrast to the mundane office setting from the previous panel. "Fuck." The single word, a raw expression of frustration and perhaps fear, underscores a sudden shift in the narrative. The woman's carefree attitude vanishes, replaced by something far more urgent. The woman, now back in the office, reviews a document, her focus is intense, her expression grave. The question, to grab Park Soo-ho, reveals a plan, a potentially dangerous one, judging by the tense atmosphere. A figure in advanced armor, his helmet obscuring most of his face, observes the scene with a thoughtful, "HM." The faint blue glow surrounding him hints at latent power. Electricity crackles as a foot, seemingly infused with the same energy as the surrounding environment, touches down. The implication is clear, this is a world where power flows through the very ground. Her eyes widened, a silent scream trapped behind the shock. The woman explodes in fury, her blonde hair a fiery halo around her face as she unleashes a torrent of accusations. "Look, you perverted bastard." Her rage is palpable, fueled by a transgression left unspoken but heavily implied. He flinches, his visor reflecting the intensity of her anger. A single, bewildered word escapes him, "Ah." His reaction suggests a guilty conscience, though the specifics remain shrouded in mystery. He challenges her, a hint of defiance in his tone. "Did you come here to fight me?" The question, though seemingly straightforward, hints at a deeper conflict, a clash not only of fists, but of wills and underlying grievances. A woman in blue uniform, her blonde hair shimmering, exchanges words with a helmeted figure in a blue hoodie. "Ah." She breathes, a hint of apprehension in her expression, as he explains, "They said a competent person was coming, though." His casual demeanor belies the seriousness of the situation. The blonde woman's face hardens, her gaze intense. "Don't worry," she states, a steely glint in her eyes, "I came here to see how good you were." This is no mere courtesy call, she's here to assess his abilities, possibly for an upcoming challenge. Her expression shifts to one of irritated surprise. "Looks like we have a guest already," she mutters, her gaze shifting away from the viewer. the unexpected arrival of another individual changes the dynamics of the situation. A hulking, dark-skinned figure, wielding a massive axe, emerges from the mist. The sheer size and menacing presence of the creature immediately establish him as a formidable threat. His shadow stretches long and ominous across the crimson ground. Choi Myung-woo, of the BDG Guild, introduces himself. The weight of that introduction hangs heavy in the air, his words carry the unspoken promise of action to come. A beat of silence follows, pregnant with unspoken tension. His expression, partially obscured, hints at a carefully concealed plan, a calculated stillness before the storm. The blonde woman's face tightens, her eyes narrowed in fierce concentration. "Enemy at your rear," she warns, the urgency evident in her tone. This indicates a sudden, critical threat, demanding immediate action. A hulking figure, a dungeon boss, materializes in a clearing. He wields a massive axe, radiating an aura of immense power, a clear indication of the impending danger. The blonde woman, undeterred, calmly assesses the situation. "A dungeon boss right off the bat, how lucky," she remarks, her tone betraying neither fear nor surprise, only a calculated assessment of the challenge before her. This reveals her experience and confidence in facing such a formidable opponent. Disbelief etched across her face, the woman in the blue suit stared, her eyes wide. "What?" She stands before a helmeted soldier, her blonde hair a stark contrast to the desolate landscape. "There's no way that's right. This is a level 2. The gravity of the situation settles heavily. Her jaw clenched, she explained, "That's because of the bracelet's barrier." The revelation offers a glimmer of understanding amidst the chaos. A powerful force impacts her, sending her sprawling. The sound of the blow, a sharp URK, filled the air as debris rained around her. The barrier, it seems, has its limits. What insanely fast speed? The question hangs in the air, a testament to the impossible velocity just witnessed. A blur of motion ends with a heavily muscled orc sprawling on the ground, defeated. The warrior in blue, a figure of focused power, stands over his fallen foe, axe poised. The warrior, momentarily caught off guard, finds himself facing a monstrous beast, its jaws snapping shut with terrifying force. This is no ordinary foe. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. The warrior met the charging orc with a brutal strike, his weapon a silver flash against the brute's dull green hide. The orc crumpled, a guttural quack, escaping his lips before silence. He plunged from the chasm, the vines failing to hold his weight. A desperate fall into the unknown. His descent ended abruptly. Below, a hulking orc, weapon drawn, awaited. A question mark hung in the air, mirroring the uncertainty of his situation. A man, mid-conversation on his phone, looks perplexed. "Ha? What level dungeon is this?" he inquires, his tone laced with disbelief. The casual nature of his question hints at a deeper, more unsettling truth about the situation he's found himself in. A brutal clash erupts, a swift, decisive blow sends a creature sprawling, crimson staining the ground. The attacker is clearly skilled and efficient, their movements suggesting experience in dealing with such threats. A thunderous blow shatters stone, the sound a deafening quang, as the warrior unleashes his fury. With a swift, powerful kick, he sends his opponent sprawling, the impact echoing the previous blow's ferocity. The fight is clearly nearing its end. Another devastating strike, a Kwang Tang, pulverizes the remaining defenses, leaving the foe utterly defeated. The warrior, victorious, receives 32 achievement points. A brief moment of awe, expressed in a quiet wow, precedes his next action. This place is a gold mine. The woman, her face etched with avarice, surveys her surroundings. A vast, unexplored cavern, rich with blood crystals, stretches before her. "Are you doing?" a gruff voice interrupts her reverie. A helmeted figure stands beside her, his presence a stark contrast to her excitement. He's there to help her harvest the crystals. Despite his low experience points, she observes him. He's an irregular, yet his hunting and killing display no hesitation. This anomaly is intriguing. The woman continues her assessment, intrigued by the killer's efficiency. The lack of hesitation during his brutal work is unexpected. A sudden shift in her demeanor. Hold on, she says, a new thought forming in her mind. Her observation of the irregular reveals something unexpected that requires further investigation. The woman, her blonde hair a radiant halo, commands, search. Her focus is absolute, her intent clear. This is no casual exploration, this is a mission of vital importance. A cloaked figure, his helmet obscuring his eyes, smirks as he holds up a large, crimson crystal. Even the blood crystals are big. He observes, a hint of dark satisfaction in his tone. The size of the crystal hints at the power of this dungeon, and the man's smirk suggests a deeper, more sinister understanding of its potential. The blonde woman's face is etched with frustration. Even though you killed 4 boss-ranked orc warriors, the door didn't open, she explains, her words sharp with disappointment. And then, the crushing blow, and the only thing in that bag are stones. The implication is heavy, the man's efforts were utterly wasted. She scoffs, her disdain palpable. Ha, you really don't have any brains. She sneers, highlighting not only his lack of intelligence, but also his wasted potential. The final line, a declaration of the dungeon's true threat, cuts through the scene. This place is at least a level 4 dungeon. The scale of the challenge is laid bare, further emphasizing the man's utter failure. A level 4 dungeon or higher presents an insurmountable challenge, even with combined strength, survival is questionable. Betrayal is revealed, the supposed level 2 gold mine was actually a far more dangerous level 4 dungeon, and entry was secured through deception. Facing imminent peril, a promise is made to buy something nice upon successful escape. The blonde woman, resolute, prepares for a desperate fight, power radiating from her gloved hands. The blonde warrior's face twists in alarm, a stark question hangs in the air, my blade. Her concern speaks volumes about the weapon's importance, hinting at a potential shift in the balance of power. A brutal clash. A blinding flash of energy erupts as the warrior is sent sprawling by a massive orc wielding a devastating axe. The sheer force of the blow, and the subsequent disintegration of the surroundings, reveals the overwhelming power of her adversary. The scene shifts, revealing the warrior, wounded but resolute, retreating through a dark forest. A figure with a backpack and a bladed weapon follows closely behind. The chase intensifies the narrative tension. A helmeted figure, seemingly unfazed by their injury, grins confidently, stating, "Don't worry, I'm strong, though I was stronger before." This subtle boast reveals both their resilience and a hint of a past strength, perhaps lost, perhaps to be regained. Doubt etched across her face, she questioned, "He was stronger before?" The implication hangs heavy, a significant shift in power is afoot. A thermal scan reveals a horde of figures, their energy signatures blazing, a clear indication of their hostile approach. The threat is immense and rapidly closing in. A tense standoff unfolds. The woman in blue, her blonde hair a stark contrast to the shadowed figure before her, waits. His helmet obscures his eyes, yet a grim determination emanates from his posture. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The revelation hits hard, there are 4 bosses, the words hang heavy in the air, a chilling forecast of the challenges ahead. The man's face, partially visible beneath his helmet, reveals a grim understanding of the task at hand. This is no ordinary level 2 dungeon, its power is far greater. The shift in dimensional energy was palpable as they passed through the portal. A warning, perhaps, of the dangers ahead. He sprints away, leaving the woman behind. His declaration, "Don't touch my prey," reveals both his ruthlessness and his clear intention. The woman, momentarily blinded, is left to face the consequences of his actions. The ominous darkness falling upon her hints at the growing peril. With a thunderous crash, the man is flung to the ground, his prey now revealed as a fearsome beast. The battle has begun. The warrior gripped his blade, a blur of motion as he unleashed a devastating strike. The orc crumpled, his hand flying to his head as the force of the blow registered. A crimson spray erupted as the warrior's blade found its mark, silencing the orc with brutal efficiency. Another orc, enraged, roared its defiance, his eyes burning with hatred as he lunged. A brutal axe cleaves through the air, its target a fallen orc already bleeding from a previous wound. The second orc collapses, joining his comrade in defeat. A swift kick sends another foe sprawling, his body impacting the ground with a sharp thud. The warrior, his momentum carrying him, is violently thrown from the vine he'd been using for support. He tumbles head over heels through the air. He's plummeting towards a waiting orc, his fate uncertain, leaving the surprised beast with a questioning expression. A hulking orc, wielding a massive axe, brought its weapon down with brutal force. The blow connects, sending the armored figure sprawling. The impact, a heavy quang, echoes through the desolate landscape. Despite the grievous injury, the young man's eyes blazed with grim determination. His resolve hardened, he would not yield. "I just have to kill them all," he muttered. With a sudden burst of speed, he counters the orc's attack. The warrior's surprised exclamation, a sharp, hangs in the air as he delivers a powerful kick that shatters the ground beneath the orc's feet. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion against the fiery autumn backdrop. The force of his jump sent a shockwave rippling outwards. The impact was brutal. A deafening kwang echoed as the earth shuddered beneath the weight of the collision. A close-up revealed a gaping wound on the orc's jaw, blood welling from the vicious strike. He knelt beside the fallen orc, his breath ragged, the grim reality of the fight settling in. A guttural tuck, punctuated the silence. Doubt etched her features as she questioned, "Is he a psychopath?" The uncertainty speaks volumes about her current assessment of the situation and the man's unsettling actions. "Now is not the time to be doing this," she exclaims, her concern evident as she confronts a cloaked figure, his actions clearly out of sync with the immediate crisis. The urgency of the situation is underscored by her sharp rebuke. A brutal scene unfolds. He efficiently dispatches an opponent, the swift, decisive motion reflecting a chilling calm amidst bloodshed. The act, however swift, sets a chilling tone. "Really?" she asks, skepticism coloring her tone. He calmly gathers blood crystals, his collected demeanor starkly contrasting the grim scene. This reveals a critical piece of lore, the collection of blood crystals, possibly for a later, currently unknown purpose, and the man's surprising pragmatism. A sharp intake of breath, a choked heek, betrays her shock at his efficiency and cold-blooded pragmatism, a reaction highlighting the contrast between his collected actions and the gravity of the situation. The woman's face registers a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Her internal monologue betrays her frustration. "This man is nothing short of an idiot." She stands her ground, her blue bodysuit stark against the ochre earth, a hulking orc charging toward her. The immediacy of the threat is palpable. The orc is almost upon her, its brutal features contorted in a roar. "I don't have it, damn it," she shouts, desperation lacing her voice, highlighting the stakes of this confrontation. The scene shifts abruptly. A guttural scream, accompanied by a burst of crimson, signals a swift, brutal end for the orc. The onomatopoeia emphasizes the violence. With a powerful kick, the woman in the blue suit sent her opponent sprawling. Blood sprayed across the desolate landscape as the impact shattered the ground beneath him. A look of confusion crossed her face. Something was wrong. Her eyes blazed with a brilliant light as she unleashed her clairvoyance, a surge of power filling the air. A mortally wounded orc warrior collapses, his blood staining the forest floor. The scene screams brutality. A blonde woman witnesses the gruesome sight, her face a mask of shock and disbelief. The sudden violence has clearly shaken her. The woman stares, her eyes wide with a dawning horror. What she's seen has fundamentally altered her understanding of this world. The question hangs heavy in the air. A wave of shock washed over her as the searing blue light filled her vision. "Fuck!" she breathed, the single word a testament to the overwhelming power she witnessed. Surrounded. The stark realization hit them both as an orc squad emerged from the crimson-tinged forest, their weapons gleaming ominously. "It's an orc squad! We're surrounded," one of them cried out, their voice laced with a mix of fear and desperation. Even without Monk Myung-jin present, the relentless tide of conflict continues. The grim determination etched on the lone warrior's face mirrored the brutal reality: the hunt, the chase for prey, would not cease. Two Orcish warriors, mounted on monstrous wolves, thundered through the crimson-tinged forest. Their brutal speed suggested a desperate flight or a furious pursuit. A woman in futuristic armor, witnessing the scene from a distance, gasped, "Whoa, it's a wolf!" Her astonishment highlights the unusual nature of these creatures within this world. The woman reacted instantly, launching a powerful energy blast. The orcs, caught off guard, were thrown from their mounts in a chaotic explosion of light and force, the impact a deafening roar. One orc, his face a mask of agony, crashed to the earth. Blood splattered across his face, a stark testament to the ferocity of the attack. The battle's outcome seems clear. The warrior, clad in blue, cleaves through a grotesque goblin with brutal efficiency. A swift, decisive strike ends the creature's life, the impact echoing in the surrounding forest. The warrior's momentum carries her forward, a blur of motion as she dispatches another enemy, this one riding a wolf-like beast. The scene is one of chaotic energy and violence. The blonde warrior, momentarily hampered, laments her lack of preferred weapon. Her frustration is palpable, fueled by the interruption of her hunt. An enemy dares to interfere with her kill. A brutal blow sends one of the grotesque creatures sprawling. The force of the impact is undeniable, a testament to the warrior's strength. Another monstrous foe meets a similar fate, its body shattering upon impact as it's sent flying. The scene is filled with the raw energy of battle. The warrior, a woman with flowing blonde hair, stands triumphant amidst the carnage, her blade still dripping with the ichor of her defeated enemies. Her power is evident. A heavy footfall, the earth trembling slightly beneath it, precedes a devastating blow. The impact sends the enemy soldier sprawling, impaled upon a sharpened post. The soldier's cry is cut short, a blonde woman witnesses the scene, her face hardening as she identifies the foe, orc warchief. Rage contorts her features as she prepares for battle. This is no mere skirmish, the orc warchief's presence signals a major escalation. A swift, brutal strike sends our protagonist sprawling. Three hulking figures, their faces grim, advance, weapons raised. Undeterred, he rises, a smirk playing on his lips. "Are you the boss?" he challenges. The monstrous figure before him roars, his eyes burning with malevolent energy. This is no ordinary foe, this is the leader of the horde. With a blur of motion, the protagonist delivers a devastating kick, sending the monstrous leader crashing to the ground. The fight continues. With a blur of motion and a resounding quang, the warrior brought his blade down upon the grotesque creature. The orc-like beast crumpled beneath him. The warrior, his face grim, examined his weapon. The fight, though seemingly swift, had left its mark. "Captain, this is strange," the officer stated, her voice laced with apprehension as she stared at the monitors displaying anomalous readings. The unusual activity signaled a threat beyond their initial comprehension. Park Suho's phone is near a level 1 dungeon, but Captain Choi Soo-young's location is unknown, a fact that deeply troubles the man on the phone. He utters a single word, "What?" Soo-young's distress is palpable as she frantically searches for information. Her question, "What in the world is she doing right now?" reveals her worry and the gravity of the situation. The urgent query about Captain Choi Soo-young's location underscores the escalating crisis. The command, "Go into the portal with him," is given, highlighting a desperate measure being taken. Her worried response, "Do you really have to go this far?" reveals her reservations about the extreme action, emphasizing the stakes. The screen displays a DGB Guild Hunter management profile. It confirms our protagonist's affiliation with a powerful organization. This is crucial context, establishing his resources and the scale of the conflicts to come. A brutal attack sends him crashing through a stone wall. The impact, a deafening quang, leaves him dazed and vulnerable. This marks a sudden escalation of the situation, highlighting his current peril. Orcs, their weapons raised, close in. The fight is on, the protagonist is clearly outnumbered and outmatched. The scene's harsh tone foretells a difficult battle. A helmeted figure emerges, a look of grim determination etched on his face. This is a critical juncture, signaling potential aid or, perhaps, further complication. The suspense builds. A chilling smirk spreads across the face of the masked warrior. "A bit difficult now," he whispers, the words laced with menace. His eyes, though partially obscured, gleam with cold calculation. The warrior, nimble and swift, unleashes a brutal attack. He sends a hulking orc sprawling with a powerful blow, the impact echoing in a sharp bang. A volley of projectiles rained down from the sky, each a deadly threat. The blonde warrior, her face a mask of grim determination, braced herself against the incoming onslaught. The impact slammed into her, a crushing blow that sent her sprawling to the ground. Pain contorted her features. With a final surge of adrenaline, she activated her defense mechanism. "Defense bomb," she cried, as a blinding explosion erupted around her. The resulting blast shattered the surrounding area, obliterating her attackers. The remains of the creatures were scattered among the debris. A brutal clash erupts. The man in blue, knocked off his feet, scrambles away from a monstrous, skull-faced ogre. Its terrifying presence fills the scene, highlighting the immediate danger. The woman in blue urgently demands, "What are you doing?" Her companion, the man in blue, responds, "We have to run." The urgency of their situation is palpable, escape is their only option. He carries the woman, sprinting with desperate speed as another ogre gives chase. The sheer desperation of their flight intensifies the already high stakes. "Hold on tight," the pilot yelled, his voice strained as he wrestled with the controls. The craft shuddered violently. He plummeted, a wave of enemies momentarily eclipsed by a blinding flash, before falling through the air, a young woman cradled in his arms. A horde of orcs, led by their imposing warchief, charges forward. The ground trembles under their brutal advance. A blonde woman in a blue bodysuit, her expression fierce, stands defiantly beside a man in tactical gear. The situation is dire, yet her confidence is unwavering. A masked warrior, his face smeared with blood, lets out a triumphant grin. Victory is near. The blonde woman, her determination hardening, sprints towards the battle, shouting, "Don't you dare lay a hand on them, they're all mine." Her companion, clearly incredulous, retorts, "How can you say that in this situation, idiot?" The clash of wills is palpable, the stakes are higher than ever. A surge of energy crackles as the woman grips her sword, a fierce glint in her eyes. "Sword," she cries, the word echoing her resolve. She moves with lightning speed, a blur of blue against the purple landscape. Her blade cleaves the air, striking her opponent with brutal efficiency. The orc staggers, a deep wound blossoming across its chest. The impact is clear, this is no ordinary blow. The final blow. A swift, decisive strike ends the orc's life, leaving only a trail of carnage in its wake. A brutal flurry of strikes decimates the orcish horde. Blood splatters across the battlefield as bodies crumple, a testament to the overwhelming power on display. The soldier, his visor reflecting the carnage, takes a moment to catch his breath. A single, deep wound bleeds across his arm. His expression is grim, resolute. An Orcish chieftain, enraged, bellows a war cry, his eyes burning with hatred. He brandishes a wicked blade, ready to avenge his fallen comrades. The soldier, despite his injury, executes a swift, precise maneuver, dodging the chieftain's attack. The blade whistles past, narrowly missing its mark. A spiked mace slams down with brutal force, the impact echoing in the very air. The figure in blue, agile and swift, launches himself forward, a blur of motion. He hangs suspended in mid-air, the grace of his movement belying the deadly precision of his purpose. A blonde woman's eyes widen in shock and disbelief, a silent scream echoing in her expression. "Did he?" she begins, her unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. This marks a critical turning point, a moment of stunned realization that will profoundly impact the unfolding narrative. A brutal clash echoes as a monstrous, green-skinned warrior is flung backward by a swift, precise strike. His opponent, a figure in blue, stands poised, ready for the next attack. Inside a brightly lit office, a woman stares intently at a computer screen displaying a news report. The question hangs in the air, "Didn't Captain Choi Soo-young go to Park Suho?" Her reply is curt, "What about it?" The woman's expression sharpens, her concern evident. "What are you saying right now?" she demands, suspicion etched on her face. A tactical team pauses by a vehicle, reviewing their equipment. "The decision is made, let's reorganize and clear out our inventories before going back in, ensuring they're prepared for whatever lies ahead." A brief respite before resuming the mission. A man in a suit, his face etched with worry, reports, "I checked it out. They're in the recently opened level 5 dungeon. The gravity of the situation is palpable. A group has entered a newly discovered, high-level dungeon, and the implications are severe. A woman, equally concerned, sharpens her gaze at the computer screen. Her question hangs heavy in the air: go into a level 5 dungeon? Who's the dungeon manager for this dungeon? The urgency of locating the responsible party is evident. The woman's command rings out, crisp and decisive: confirm the entrance records for that level 5 dungeon and tell whoever is in charge of DGB Guild's portal management to call me right now. The need for immediate action and clear accountability is emphasized. A figure, clad in a dark hooded jacket, lies on the ground amid rubble, the word "get up" looming above. The scene marks a brutal shift from the bureaucratic urgency of the previous panels to the harsh reality faced within the dungeon. Multiple hulking orcs, their faces contorted in rage, brandish axes. The figure from the previous panel is barely visible in the foreground, clearly overwhelmed. The raw, immediate danger becomes clear. The orc's guttural roar echoes, a terrifying sound that speaks of savage intent. His yellow eyes burn with predatory hunger. A hooded figure plummets to the earth, a spray of crimson staining the snow. The impact is brutal, the fight has clearly already begun. The orc falls, an axe embedded deep in its skull. Death is swift and decisive. A woman in a blue bodysuit, blonde hair a vibrant streak against the chaos, moves with lethal efficiency, dodging a volley of arrows. Her surprise is evident. She's hit. Multiple arrows find their mark, sending her tumbling to the ground. The swift counterattack has ended abruptly. 3 hulking orcs descended upon the blonde woman, their crude weapons raised. A desperate cry escaped her lips as the first blow landed. A strong hand grasped hers, a lifeline in the chaos. Surrounded, they fled. Orcs everywhere. "What do you mean we have to run?" she exclaimed, the urgency evident in her voice. Their escape was a desperate sprint, dodging a volley of crude arrows. Their pursuers closed in. A grim realization dawned on her face as she saw the precipice. It's a cliff. Her eyes widened in terror as he leaned in, a predatory glint in his gaze. The air crackled with unspoken threat. With a powerful kick, he shattered the stone beneath his foot, sending fragments flying. The force of the blow was undeniable. "There are even orc riders here too," she exclaimed, her voice laced with a mix of disbelief and growing fear. The unexpected presence of these brutal warriors signaled a significant escalation of the threat. A blinding flash of light erupts, a wave of energy tearing through the landscape. The blonde woman, a blur of motion, unleashes a powerful blow. Her opponent staggers back, a pained irk escaping their lips. A horde of grotesque, skull-headed creatures emerges from the mist, led by a hulking brute wielding a massive warhammer. The situation grows critical. A system report reveals the protagonist's smartphones are registering in 2 separate locations, and there has been no movement for the past hour. Their separation signals imminent danger. Confusion ripples across the driver's face as he observes the abandoned phone. Soho Hyungnim's departure without his mobile device is perplexing. The ringing phone, left on the motorcycle, confirms his suspicion: a call is incoming. The urgency of the situation propels them into action. Following the trail, they race towards the location indicated by Suho's incoming call, a place where danger clearly awaits. A figure in blue armor desperately clings to a blonde woman as they plummet from a cliff, pursued by a swarm of grotesque, goblin-like creatures. The sheer drop and relentless pursuit paint a picture of imminent danger. They crash land, the impact sending a shockwave through the ground. Dust and debris erupt as the woman cries out in pain. A whirlwind of motion obscures the scene. The blue-armored figure, shielding the woman, unleashes a powerful counterattack, pulverizing the surrounding earth and scattering the pursuing goblins. He cradled the woman, her blonde hair a stark contrast against his blue uniform. What? I'm alive," she gasped, disbelief etched on her face. The scene hinted at a recent, brutal conflict. Shattered earth littered the ground around them. A sharp pain shot through him, he staggered, a grunt escaping his lips as a searing blue energy pulsed from his arm. "Ugh, ack." The woman lay on the ground, eyes wide with a mixture of exhaustion and lingering shock. Silence. They sat together in a cavern, a hidden cove visible through a narrow opening. The man, still in his damaged uniform, seemed weary but relieved. She, her long hair cascading around her, looked vulnerable yet strangely peaceful. The implication hung heavy: this was a sanctuary, a temporary respite from the battle that raged beyond. "Those fools are making too much noise. Mr. Irregular, what's your plan?" "For more orc warriors and I level up. We attack again, then. For me, it's about removing my restrictions." "What?" A shimmering energy barrier rises, engulfing a chaotic scene. Emergency vehicles surround the perimeter as panicked onlookers are urged back. "Back away," a voice commands, cutting through the growing fear. The situation is escalating rapidly. Hyunnim, a man visibly distraught, kneels before two figures in tactical gear. The weight of the event crushes him, his despair is palpable. The scene is intensely focused on his emotional breakdown. Park Soho's arrest is underway. The question hangs heavy in the air: what were Park Soho's final words? The urgency in the question underscores the gravity of his last statement. A news reporter broadcasts a grim assessment of the situation. Korea faces significant losses, especially considering the opening of new interdimensional portals. The potential ramifications are vast, setting the stage for a new era of uncertainty. "Now," she demanded, her voice sharp, betraying her frustration with the unfolding situation. He looked on, visibly uncomfortable, already anticipating the fallout. The woman's concerns were valid. While they had a lead on the target, it was insufficient to bring the situation under control. A level 5 dungeon, the source of the escalating crisis, had been compromised. The recent surge in criminal activity linked to various organizations highlighted a critical failure in dungeon management by guilds. The pressure was mounting, and this latest incident exacerbated the existing issues. He considered a desperate measure, a blatant act of corruption to alleviate immediate pressures, extorting funds from the guild's finance manager. The escalating crisis left him with few palatable options. Overcome with grief, a woman confesses, "I was the one who sent Captain Choi Soo-young there." Her tears and trembling hands reveal the weight of her decision and the uncertainty of Soo-young's fate. The scene shifts to a tense discussion. Amidst speculation about Soo-young's survival, someone states, "Now, there's nothing we can do other than keep our faith in her and wait." The grim reality of Soo-young's precarious situation hangs heavy in the air. The setting abruptly changes to a dark, foreboding forest. Two hulking orcs loom, their presence suggesting the harsh environment Soo-young faces. The sounds of their movement, a low growl and a menacing stomp, intensify the sense of danger. A small, ethereal fairy appears, a stark contrast to the brutal orcs. Its presence hints at a possible source of assistance or perhaps a new, unexpected challenge for Soo-young. The orc chieftain, Gruk, eyes a glowing, crystalline orb with suspicion. A question mark floats above his head, mirroring his uncertainty. A primal rage erupts from Gruk. His mouth opens in a ferocious roar, Takwaro Kahacha. A battle cry that echoes the fury within. With a blur of motion, Gruk unleashes a powerful magical attack. Arcing bolts of golden energy surge from his hands, a destructive display of Orcish sorcery. The earth trembles beneath the force of the blast. A monstrous shockwave, radiating outwards, leaves Gruk momentarily stunned but triumphant. A brutal blow shatters the skull of an orc, crimson spraying across the snow. The masked figure, clad in blue, stands over the corpse, a grim testament to their skill. A woman with piercing blue eyes, hidden amidst the foliage, observes a large man bathed in an otherworldly, thermal-like glow. He seems unaware of her presence. The masked figure, pursued, leaps over the blonde woman as she cries out in pain. The chase intensifies, their movements a blur of motion. A lone figure, a backpack strapped to his shoulders, leaps through the air, his dagger flashing as he strikes down at an orc. The orc, massive and axe-wielding, stands his ground, but the blow finds its mark. The attack sends the man sprawling, his body hitting the earth with a thud. His sword lies discarded nearby. The woman in blue, witnessing the scene, cries out in alarm. Her expression is one of shock and disbelief. The orc, triumphant, blows a horn, a sound that echoes through the forest, signaling his victory. The orc, a hulking brute with scarred skin and glowing yellow eyes, grips his crude club, a menacing presence radiating from him. His posture speaks of barely contained rage, a simmering fury waiting to explode. A woman, clad in a vibrant blue jumpsuit, shouts down at the fallen orc. Her command, "Hey, get up," cuts through the tense atmosphere, a clear indication of her intent to engage, even if it means facing the creature's considerable strength. The orc, now enraged beyond measure, roars as he lunges forward. His eyes blaze with fury, his attack a testament to his untamed savagery. A figure in a blue tactical suit collapses, a look of dawning realization on his face. He mutters, "I fell for a trap?" The implication is clear, he's been ambushed. Orcs close in, their snarls echoing the imminent danger. A disembodied voice cuts through the tension, "You starved for 2 days, idiot." This reveals the nature of the trap, a prolonged ambush designed to weaken the protagonist. A woman in a blue bodysuit deploys a defense bomb, a bright flash illuminating her desperate counterattack. This moment marks a turning point, indicating her fight for survival. The aftermath of the explosion, an orc is sent flying backward with a powerful quang. The impact is emphasized, revealing the bomb's potency and the ferocity of the battle that has begun. A warrior, her blonde hair askew, crashes to the ground, groaning in pain. The impact reverberates through the desolate landscape. The warrior, now shown from a different angle, has 2 unconscious orcs bound. "With this, I caught 2 orcs," he states, a hint of grim satisfaction in his voice. He delivers a final, decisive blow, and a surge of purple energy erupts, announcing a level up. The warrior stands victorious, his power significantly increased. A woman with long blonde hair, her face contorted in fear, is being carried piggyback by a figure in a blue jumpsuit. They sprint across a ravaged landscape, pursued by unseen threats. "You crazy bastard," she screams, the words echoing the desperation of their precarious escape. The pursuer is revealed, a monstrous figure wielding large axes, their attack narrowly avoided as the pair are thrown to the ground. A vicious grin splits the pursuer's face, showcasing the cruelty of the impending threat. The blonde woman lies unconscious amongst the rubble. Her rescuer, now some distance away, mutters, "I almost died." The gravity of their near-death experience hangs heavy in the air, leaving the reader to ponder the fragility of their survival and the imminent danger that still lurks. A vast army clings precariously to a cliffside, the setting sun casting long shadows. Their precarious position hints at the perilous battle ahead. Dust settles as 2 soldiers assess their survival after a catastrophic fall, their words revealing a grim humor born of shared trauma. "We fell off from all the way up there, but we're still alive?" One soldier, his face streaked with dirt but his eyes gleaming with resolve, declares, "It is a power-up," suggesting that the near-death experience has somehow enhanced his abilities. 2 ambulances scream through the night, their sirens a desperate counterpoint to the city's hushed breath. This is the scene of a recent tragedy, a prelude to the unfolding drama. A news reporter, positioned before a blurred backdrop of onlookers, delivers the grim details. "I am currently at the level 5 dungeon under the DGB Guild's management. 2 days ago, there was an unfortunate accident here." The weight of his words foreshadows a deeper conspiracy. The investigation reveals a tangled web. Suspect Kim X claimed Park Suho and Choi Soo-young entered the dungeon willingly. However, the truth, uncovered by Major Kim Young-soo of the Army headquarters, paints a far grimmer picture. Kim X's lies concealed far more heinous crimes. Choi Soo-young, visibly irritated, mutters, "TCH. How annoying." His frustration hints at the pressure he's under, the weight of unspoken truths. He reveals, "I didn't think that bitch would be from the bureau." His words unveil an unexpected connection to the authority, adding another layer of complexity to the case. A determined woman, her face etched with righteous anger, declares, "I'm telling you, we have to catch all of those bastards." Her fierce resolve signals the escalation of the conflict and the beginning of a relentless pursuit of justice. The weight of the decision hangs heavy in the air. Should they involve DGB, a level 5 guild, in this potentially fatal investigation? The question is not merely logistical, it is a gamble with the lives of Park Suho and Choi Soo-young. New information surfaces. Park Suho is presumed to be a returner from a 4th planet. However, the possibility remains that he is a returner from a dungeon, not an alien world. This distinction holds immense implications for their investigation. A heavy sigh punctuates the scene. Park Suho's presumed death, though he may be a fourth-planet returner, leaves the investigator contemplating the situation, adding another layer to the mystery's complexity. The orc unleashed a devastating blow, a whirlwind of motion punctuated by the sharp crack of his fist meeting its target. The force of the strike sent shockwaves rippling outwards. A swift counterattack followed, the orc's opponent retaliating with a deadly arc of energy. The clash was explosive, light and shadow vying for dominance. 32 achievement points were awarded. Blood stained the victor's attire, a grim testament to the battle's ferocity. A triumphant grin spread across his face, eyes gleaming with predatory satisfaction. He needed only 3 more captures to level up. A reconnaissance team, composed of a blonde woman in tactical gear and a soldier in camouflage, moves stealthily through dense foliage. There's an orc warrior about 100 meters ahead, the soldier reports, his voice low and cautious. The woman raises a hand, instantly halting their advance. Hold on, she warns, her senses acutely aware of something unseen. The orc warrior, his face a mask of grim determination, appears, his presence a sudden, palpable threat. Surprise registers in his eyes. With blinding speed, the woman launches a surprise attack. The force of the blow sends the orc flying, a large chunk of rock explodes outward with the impact, creating a devastating quang. 2 orcs, their faces grim, exchange a look. One holds a massive warhammer, the other, a long spear. Tension hangs heavy in the air, an ambush is imminent. An orc's hand bursts from the foliage, reaching desperately upwards. This is his final, desperate struggle. The struggle is over. Another orc emerges from the undergrowth, his weapon drawn. This is not a lone attacker, he is part of a coordinated force, the ambush is underway. A lone figure, his back to the viewer, crouches, surrounded by advancing orcs. The ambush has been sprung. He is clearly overwhelmed. A wave of weakness washes over him. His senses dull, his strength ebbs. Why am I like this, he wonders, his face etched with confusion and worry beneath his helmet. The sudden appearance of a hulking orc heralds a violent escalation. Orcs swarm, their savage war cries echoing the chaos. A brutal melee erupts. One orc, its face contorted in furious rage, swings a heavy hammer with deadly force. The impact is visceral. A scene of carnage unfolds. Several massive, green-skinned figures lie dead amidst a shattered landscape, blood staining the cracked earth. A woman with long blonde hair, clad in blue combat attire, rests beside a fallen comrade, a testament to the brutal battle fought. Those guys that did it? We already caught them all, a man states, his face etched with weariness. This reveals the apparent success of the recent operation, though a subtle unease lingers. The head of Dragon Loans has also run. It's a trap. The blonde woman shouts, her face a mask of sudden realization. Her intuition, sharpened by experience, senses impending danger. An orc, felled by a brutal blow, collapses amidst the undergrowth. His axe lies discarded, a testament to the swift and decisive victory. What? The question hangs in the air, a murmur of disbelief from a figure cloaked in shadow, their helmet obscuring their features. The sudden, unexpected sight before them has triggered immediate confusion. The warrior, clad in blue, brought his axe down in a swift, brutal arc. Blood splattered across the weapon as it connected with his foe. A whirlwind of motion and violence erupted. The warrior was locked in a ferocious battle against multiple, hulking opponents. His blows were swift and decisive. The warrior fell, his body tumbling through the air. Below, a young woman with blonde hair watched in horror, her eyes wide with alarm. A hulking orc, adorned with skulls and a menacing grin, bursts forth, a terrifying presence amidst swirling purple mist. His eyes burn with malevolent energy. A blonde woman, clad in futuristic armor, watches him with a mixture of fear and grim determination. That fat-ass orc. She thinks, her expression hardening. The sheer size of her adversary is clearly daunting. The orc lunges forward with brutal speed. His massive axe is flung, a blur of steel against the purple sky. The axe whistles through the air, a deadly arc of destruction aimed squarely at the woman. A digital interface displays 1075 achievement points accumulated. A prompt appears: would you like to release the skill beast transformation? The protagonist, a young man in tactical gear, lies injured, the system's message a stark contrast to his physical state. The weight of his accumulated points suggests a significant power surge is within his grasp. A woman, clearly exhausted, weakly mutters, "Damn it, I don't even have the strength to stand up." Her words reflect a critical depletion of energy, hinting at a recent intense struggle. The scene shifts dramatically. An elderly woman calls out, "Baku! Baku, let's eat." The name, a term of endearment, suggests a familiar, comforting atmosphere, contrasting sharply with the previous scenes of battle and exhaustion. The setting is now a bustling city street, a clear change of environment. A small, white puppy, Baku, bounds joyfully into view. The transition emphasizes the serene, domestic moment, offering a welcome respite from the intense action before. An elderly woman kneels, her gaze fixed on a small, white kitten. 2 days have passed with no news of its owner's survival, a fact that weighs heavily on her. A fierce battle unfolds. A female warrior, clad in blue, expertly deflects a brutal blow from an Orcish brute wielding a spiked club. The clash generates a blinding flash of light and energy. The old woman, eyes wide with shock, watches as a blue energy sphere encloses the kitten. The sphere crackles with arcane power. A monstrous maw, teeth bared in a silent snarl, fills the frame. The darkness surrounding it hints at the creature's immense power, a shadow ready to consume all. The beast lunges, a blur of shadow and teeth. The air itself crackles with the ferocity of its attack. A flash of steel meets the onslaught. The orc warrior, his face grim, deflects the attack with a mighty blow, shattering the dark energy surrounding the creature. A woman cries out in pain as the battle's shockwave slams into her. The orc's blade, sent flying by the force of the clash, slices through the air, a testament to the ferocity of the battle's impact. A monstrous foot, clawed and immense, descends from the heavens, leaving a trail of ethereal mist. The very air vibrates with the approaching impact. The creature's head snaps into view, a grotesque orc, its yellow eyes burning with malevolent intent. A swift, brutal attack, a warrior, clad in fur and wielding blades, is thrown violently backwards by an unseen force. The impact is deafening. A woman watches the scene unfold with wide, terrified eyes, her face reflecting the raw horror of the attack. A brutal flurry of blows, a whirlwind of motion and crimson spray. The warrior's strikes are relentless, each impact a thunderous crash. The repeated cries of Muda punctuate the savage assault, as the creature collapses, its lifeblood staining the ground. Wide, terrified eyes. A monstrous maw, a gaping chasm of teeth and shadowed darkness, opens before her. A silent scream hangs in the air. The blonde warrior stands, her face etched with grim determination, a stark contrast to the raw terror moments before. The fight continues. The battle concluded with a flurry of crimson. A system message appears, 45 achievement points awarded. Park Soho surveys the aftermath, a fallen foe, a monstrous, wolf-like creature, lies before her, its blood staining the snow. Her expression is one of grim determination. A close-up on Soho's face reveals a deep concern. She whispers, "Park Soho." Doubt clouds her eyes. A wounded, wolf-like creature whimpers weakly, its mournful woof-woof echoing the uncertainty in Suho's own heart. A lone, wolf-like figure sits, its back to the viewer, a low woof escaping its lips. The vast, desolate landscape speaks of a harsh journey. A news report unfolds. The Awakener Bureau's director, Beck ISU, is interviewed regarding a level 5 dungeon known as Orc Castle. The implication of a significant event, shrouded in secrecy, hangs heavy in the air. Orc Castle is revealed, a formidable fortress, bathed in an ominous purple light. The narrator explains that it requires a party of 30 level B or 30 level or rank adventurers, underscoring its exceptional danger. The reporters discuss the recent media embargo surrounding the dungeon. They suspect the Bureau is using this as a pretext to seize funds from the guild. This reveals a power struggle beneath the surface of the official narrative. The reporters speculate on Park Soo-ho's capabilities, deeming him at most an A-rank adventurer. Their words foreshadow the coming conflict, painting Park Soo-ho as a potential catalyst in the larger conflict between the Bureau and the Guild. An elderly woman, eyes wide with astonishment, witnesses an extraordinary event. A faint blue energy crackles around a pet bull, seemingly imbued with power beyond her comprehension. The young man explains his newfound ability, a fusion with tamed beasts, not a simple transformation. His companion, clad in blue, listens intently. This revelation sheds light on the strange energy surge previously witnessed. The woman in blue counters his pragmatic suggestion to loot and dine. Her declaration, "Because this place will be our graves," reveals the imminent and deadly danger they face. Despite the orc Warchef's demise, the door remains stubbornly sealed. A troubling development. What could this mean? The blonde woman, clad in tactical gear, stands amidst the rain, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. The mystery deepens. A grim-faced warrior, his helmet slightly askew, reveals a chilling resolve. He needs only one more. The stakes are impossibly high. It's a level up. The surge of power is palpable, a clear indication of increased strength and ability. The orc's brutal assault sends the warrior sprawling. The impact is fierce, a testament to the orc's raw power. A decisive blow lands, a quang echoing the finality of the orc's defeat. The warrior's level up proves crucial, providing the edge needed to overcome the formidable opponent. Another level up message confirms the victory. He stares, his face etched with disbelief as the question echoes in his mind, beast transformation? The scene shifts to a brutal display of power. A colossal, hulking brute stands over a fallen woman, his massive spiked hammer poised. She lies wounded on the ground, clearly outmatched. But she fights back. With a surge of defiance, she rises, electrifying her blade with raw energy. This counterattack is born not from strength, but from sheer will. His eyes burn with an inner fire, of ferocious intensity. The transformation is complete. The words echo his destiny, beast transformation. A woman's gasp echoes, "What the?" Her eyes widen in disbelief, reflecting the impossible scene before her. A figure crashes to the ground, a dark, inky substance erupting from their body as they cry out, "Koak." The sudden, violent expulsion of dark energy signals a forceful intrusion, a hostile presence making itself known. With a fierce cry, a woman in a blue uniform unleashes a blinding arc of energy, a counterattack against the encroaching darkness. This swift action demonstrates her immediate readiness and determination to neutralize the threat. A clawed, monstrous hand descends from the shadows, its sharp talons poised to strike. The ominous presence looms large, the scale of the confrontation escalating to a terrifying degree. A brutal blow sends the woman sprawling across the icy ground. The force of the impact shatters the earth around her as she slides, her body a blur against the stark white landscape. A werewolf-like creature bursts into the scene, a whirlwind of motion and icy blue energy. Its eyes burn with fierce intensity. The werewolf unleashes a devastating attack, sending the orc crashing down with a bone-jarring impact. The woman watches, a flicker of hope in her eyes. The werewolf lunged, a blur of white fur and bared fangs. His massive claws ripped through the orc, scattering bone and gore. The orc's lifeless body crumpled to the ground as the werewolf stood triumphant, a chilling victory. Blood dripped from his jaws. From a distance, a woman watched, her face a mask of horrified fascination. The carnage before her was clearly something beyond her comprehension. A guttural woof echoed through the air, a primal sound that carried the weight of the beast's bloody victory, and the looming threat of more violence. A woman in a blue bodysuit kneels in the snow, a small, white dog whimpering nearby. Her expression is one of disbelief as she questions, "A dog, not a wolf?" A news reporter broadcasts, his face grim, "It is now the third day since their disappearance, and there is no news of the two people that entered the dungeon. Here, a lonely bike waits for its owner." Two cameramen watch the broadcast, one sighing, "Sigh, how long do I need to film something like this?" The other, more optimistic, adds, "Still, wouldn't it be an amazing shot if they come back alive?" The cameraman with the red cap smirks, a glint in his eye as he muses, "South Korea loses a future rancor." An elderly woman looks on in surprise as a small, white puppy, glowing faintly, materializes before her food bowl. A young woman, her blonde hair framing a face etched with worry, stares ahead, a storm brewing within her eyes. The faint traces of struggle are visible on her skin. A man, cloaked and carrying a backpack, walks away from her, his figure partially obscured. She watches him go, a question mark hanging in the air, mirroring her uncertainty. Her gaze falls, her face hidden by shadow. Despair settles upon her, as she utters, "It's pointless." The weight of her words reveals the depth of her defeat. The man turns, his expression one of surprise as he sees her standing alone, a figure silhouetted against the vast, snow-covered expanse. He questions, "What?" The vastness of the landscape emphasizes their isolation. A pained groan escapes her lips, the blow clearly landed hard. She lunges forward, sword flashing, a desperate counterattack against the hulking orc. The clash of steel against club echoes in the air. The orc is sent sprawling, a cloud of dust and smoke marking the brutal impact. A young man watches, a question mark hovering above his head, his expression unreadable. Rain lashes down as a monstrous figure lies slain, its massive weapon discarded nearby. The battle has clearly been brutal. A woman, breathless, informs a dark-clad warrior, "There's a stronger monster here." The implication is clear, their current victory is Pyrrhic. The Bureau dispatched a formidable force, a 20-person combat team, bolstered by 10 elite-ranked mercenaries, to tackle a level 5 dungeon quest. A blonde mercenary reassures her team, silencing their unspoken anxieties about the mission's perilous nature. Her confidence, though seemingly effortless, masks a keen awareness of the dangers that lie ahead. A dark-haired mercenary, observing her companion's reactions, delivers a cutting remark, highlighting the inherent risks and the folly of underestimating the dungeon's challenges. A squad of soldiers, led by a stern-faced officer, advances in tight formation. "Maintain formation, and charge to the center tower," he commands, his voice firm despite the chaos erupting around them. The urgency in his words underscores the dire situation, a desperate push against overwhelming odds. From a distance, another soldier confirms an enemy position. 3 o'clock, confirmed, she reports, her voice sharp and precise. The fiery explosions punctuate her terse message, revealing the fierce battle raging around her. Amidst the brutal melee, a soldier, Kim Jong, is overwhelmed. He calls for assistance. "This is Kim Jong at 4 o'clock, I need to cease," his voice cut short by the onslaught. The desperate struggle illustrates the enemy's relentless pressure. A blonde-haired soldier, Choi Soo-young, witnesses Kim Jong's plight. With a cry of alarm, she shouts, "Choi Soo-young, get back," as she makes a desperate effort to support her comrade, but the sheer number of orcs prove to be too great. A heavy thud follows, indicating she has fallen. A woman with blonde hair collapses, groaning in pain. Her expression is one of intense agony. The blonde woman is now caught in a blinding energy blast alongside a male soldier. He shields her momentarily, but the force is immense. Another soldier, a woman with dark hair, is violently thrown through the air, engulfed in an explosion. Fiery blasts erupt around her as she plummets. A commanding officer barks orders, "Lee Tae-hoon. Choi Soo-young. Fall back to 2 o'clock." Her face is etched with grim determination. "Let's go." A man with a determined grin prepares for action, his eyes sharp and focused. The urgency in his simple command foreshadows the imminent danger. The man and his blonde companion sprint through a shadowy corridor, blades drawn. He urges haste, their escape is paramount, though a new, unseen threat looms. They burst into open air, but the escape isn't clean. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air, as an ominous energy is sensed. A figure, dark and swift, hurtles across the sky, pursued by a monstrous, three-eyed creature, its rage palpable. The conflict spills out into the open, revealing a far greater threat. A katana descends, a swift, brutal arc against a pale sky. Blood blossoms around the blade. The blonde woman, her body a stark contrast against the dusty earth, crashes down. A guttural cook escapes her lips, the sound of impact and pain. A man's face, etched with shock and pain, fills the panel. A small trickle of blood runs from a wound near his mouth. Another man lies dead, an arrow protrudes from his chest. The scene is brutal, decisive. Taehun's name was whispered, a desperate plea escaping her lips as she witnessed his bloody demise. The sword, his lifeblood staining the ground. The scene shifts to a kendo dojo. A man instructs a young woman, his words echoing an ancient philosophy, like how yin cannot be separated from yang, he explained, the connection between them, the sword, a potent metaphor. Choi Soo-young's name is uttered, a chilling recognition of the devastating consequences. The weight of the tragedy is palpable, a torrent of rain mirroring her tears, reflecting the blood spilled. Under a relentless downpour, a young woman in a blue bodysuit is comforted by a man in a dark blue jacket. His hand rests gently on her head, a silent gesture of solace in their shared grief. Hyungnim, devastated, cries openly. Two figures in dark, tactical gear stand silently behind him, their faces obscured, witnessing his despair. Their unspoken question hangs heavy in the air: what will become of them without him? Online speculation swirls around the recent events. Doubts linger regarding the death of Park Soo-ho and the feasibility of clearing a level 5 dungeon with only 2 people. The limitations of the orc castle and the presence of regular orcs are also discussed. This online chatter reflects the growing uncertainty following Hyungnim's departure. A somber ritual unfolds. A figure in traditional Korean clothing performs a ritualistic dance before a makeshift altar, surrounded by mourners. The scene is heavy with the weight of loss and the unspoken questions surrounding Hyungnim's absence. The stylized movements of the performer suggest both mourning and a desperate attempt at some form of closure. A crowd roars its approval as Kong Min-hyuk of the Shinra Guild and Shin Jungo of the Storm Guild are announced. Their presence signals a significant power shift in the Seoul district. News of the high-ranking attack force sweeps across Seoul, confirming the growing tension and potential for widespread conflict. The casual observation of a character watching the news hints at the wider impact of the events. A cynical observation underscores the commentator's disdain for the theatrical, overly emotional response to the situation. The sentiment highlights a jaded perspective on the political landscape. Elsewhere, a character celebrates a recent level up, highlighting the game mechanics at play and foreshadowing potential purchases and power growth. This shift in setting provides a contrast to the political tension in Seoul. He devoured the burger with gusto, barely pausing to acknowledge her amused observation. Looks like you like eating quite a bit. The casual comment hints at a shared history, a familiar dynamic between the two. Her subtle smile betrays a deeper calculation. This isn't merely playful banter, it's a strategic assessment of their situation, an understanding that extends beyond the immediate meal. The light at the cave's entrance now seems a distant memory as she confesses, "No, I fainted on the spot." The contrast between her previous composure and present vulnerability underscores the gravity of the situation they face. The sheer power of the Orc Lord is revealed. 2 teams of A-ranked mercenaries barely managed to kill a single monster, highlighting the immense threat posed by the Orc Lord, capable of defeating 5 Orc warchiefs simultaneously. A blonde woman, likely a soldier or mercenary, assesses their situation. There are no significant threats within a 1-kilometer radius, suggesting they are approaching the main stronghold. The Orc Lord, however, is likely within the Orc Castle itself. The woman and a dark-haired man, likely her companion, discuss their strategy. The narrative stresses the overwhelming numbers of Orc soldiers that await them once inside the castle walls. The sheer scale of the impending battle is emphasized. The dark-haired man confidently declares he has found something, his expression radiating assurance. This panel's function is primarily to heighten tension and anticipation before the revelation of his discovery. A magical aura emanates from the man as he prepares for action, his power visibly surging. The woman looks up at him, registering the sudden display of strength. The imminent confrontation within the Orc stronghold is almost upon them. A surge of bright energy erupts from the woman's hands, a dazzling display of raw power. She sits calmly amidst the light show, her expression unreadable. The woman brings a hand to her forehead, a wry smile playing on her lips. "I want to hit you," she thinks, "but I can't think of a better plan." Her internal conflict reveals a calculated approach, not a lack of resolve. A sprawling fortress, imposing against a fiery sunset, comes into view. Thousands of soldiers are massed before its walls, a testament to its power. Rain lashes down as a man in tactical gear confronts a woman in similar attire. He questions her, suspicion etched on his face. Are you saying that wasn't the boss? The woman's expression hardens. His accusation prompts a sharp retort. What kind of monster would make you think about digging your own grave before you've even seen it? Her confidence suggests a deep understanding of the situation. 3 years prior, a squad, still relatively inexperienced, marches towards a looming chasm. The woman, now clearly identifiable as a member of that group, reflects, 3 years ago, when I just ascended to B rank. The implication hints at a significant event about to unfold. A squad of soldiers, clad in dark armor, stands at attention. The leader, a young man with short, dark hair, displays a look of concern. His comrades, one of whom is a blonde woman, remain stoic. Concern etched on his face, the young leader asks his blonde comrade, "Are your ankles okay?" She replies simply, "Ah," indicating lingering discomfort. The blonde woman assures him, "It's all better now," but the lingering tension is palpable. A powerful blast erupts in the distance, a cataclysmic quang, shaking the very ground. The image reveals a shattered stone structure, likely a fortress, under heavy assault. A horde of orcs charges, a green tide crashing against the defenders. Their guttural battle cries echo as they advance. Kim Miso. Block the orcs at 3 o'clock. The urgent command cuts through the chaos, highlighting the strategic vulnerability of the position. The line at 4 o'clock buckles under the relentless orc assault. Who's at 4 o'clock? The desperate question reveals a critical breach in their defenses. Kim Jong-go is down, injured, and urgently requesting backup. The situation is rapidly deteriorating. A furious orc, larger and more ferocious than the others, roars defiantly, his presence signaling a renewed and intensified wave of attack. A figure hurtles forward, boots kicking up dust in a blur of motion. The raw speed is palpable. A blinding flash of light erupts, a wave of concussive force obliterates a squad of enemies. The scene is one of raw power and destruction. Clear a path, the command rings out, sharp and urgent. A soldier, their face partially obscured, prepares to engage enemies. Another explosive burst of energy, fiery chaos engulfs the battlefield. The intensity of the conflict escalates. 2 soldiers, a man and a woman, stand amidst the carnage, hands clasped, their faces grim but determined. They are clearly exhausted, but their resilience holds firm. A woman, her face etched with worry, calls out, "Hold on, Tae-hoon. I think something's wrong." Her apprehension signals a looming threat. Figures wielding axes charge, their movements blurred by speed, targeting a specific location. The narrator reveals their aiming for this side. This adds critical information to the growing sense of danger. A brutal blow sends the blonde operative sprawling. The impact, a sharp quang, echoes through the shadowed alley. Her comrade, eyes narrowed in grim determination, witnesses the attack. A cold fury grips her as she prepares to retaliate. Below, another soldier falls victim to a swift, silent strike. A colossal figure, clad in golden armor, stands over a fallen foe. The blood stains the dusty ground, a stark contrast to the warrior's imposing presence. He raises his spear, the deadly weapon dripping with the spoils of conquest. Tears streamed down her face as she scornfully dismissed the importance of the sword. Her emotional turmoil, a stark contrast to the urgency of the situation, reveals a deeper conflict within her. A calm voice cuts through her despair, issuing a stark command: "Your sword, your body, and your mind have to be one. Grab the sword." This instruction highlights the necessity of complete mental and physical unison for successful combat, a fundamental principle of this world's martial arts. The image shows a fallen warrior, impaled by a spear, blood blooming around him. The stark violence underscores the high stakes and the brutal nature of the conflict. Under a relentless downpour, a comforting embrace offers solace amidst the storm. The young man's concern is palpable. The scene shifts from the battlefield's brutality to the intimacy of shared grief and understanding. Something terrible has happened. The weight of unspoken tragedy hangs heavy in the air as he leans in, his concern palpable. A katana, wreathed in ethereal green smoke, rests on a motorcycle. Its otherworldly glow hints at the extraordinary events unfolding. Panic. A woman, Su Young, lies on the floor, distress etched onto her face. The urgency of the moment is undeniable. A national shaman, Kim Yeishin, performs a ritual, her dance a desperate plea for the safe return of the missing. The escalating tension is palpable, the atmosphere thick with worry. He blames the current predicament on the newcomer's late arrival, asserting that had he joined their guild from the start, things wouldn't have gone so awry. The man's frustration is palpable, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. A woman embraces a man, her words, regardless of how much time passes, hinting at an enduring bond, a steadfast love that transcends the passage of time. The scene shifts to a casual suggestion: try the tenderloin steak sandwich. The implication is that this sandwich recipe holds the key to opening a successful fast food restaurant, revealing an unexpected business opportunity amidst the ongoing narrative. Was eating 12 bulgogi burgers too much? The question hangs in the air, a playful counterpoint to the woman's evident enjoyment of her current burger. Her expression is one of contented fullness, betraying no hint of regret. The aftermath of battle hangs heavy in the air. A woman, her blonde hair a stark contrast to the somber surroundings, inquires about the sword's use against the orc lord. The man, seated before a faint, ethereal glow, sits in silent contemplation. The weight of his actions is palpable. His recovery was swift, though marked by an unusual circumstance. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a hospital, the woman known as Miso delivering Taehun's sword. The implication of her presence and the weapon's return is significant, suggesting a connection to events beyond the immediate battle. The woman's question hangs heavy in the air: then does that mean there's an orc lord in here? Her companion, a man with dark hair, focuses intently on a glowing orb in his hands, his expression mirroring her concern. The location, a damp cavern overgrown with lush vegetation, speaks volumes about the hidden dangers that lie within. A tiny fairy, encased within a shimmering sphere, guides their way. A glowing portal shimmers into existence beyond the fairy, a gateway to the orc lord's lair, it seems. The anticipation is palpable. The woman, now seated, looks up in surprise, her voice laced with disbelief. Already? The faint glow emanating from her reveals the speed at which the fairy completed its mission. The man stands behind her, his shadow cast dramatically against the cavern wall, silently observing. Her concern is evident as she asks, "Do you have a plan?" The question hangs in the air, unanswered, highlighting the precarious nature of their situation. The journey may have been swift, but the true challenge is only just beginning. A steely gaze, unwavering resolve etched onto his face. He vows, find them and kill them, his words a chilling promise of vengeance. A horde of orcs, their guttural battle cries echoing, charges forth on monstrous wolves. Their furious advance presages a brutal assault. Under a relentless downpour, she stood, the rain mirroring the tears she couldn't hold back. The weight of unspoken loss settled heavily upon her shoulders, a burden only the storm seemed to understand. A sprawling castle, bathed in the crimson hues of a setting sun, looms before us. The air crackles with tension, a palpable sense of impending conflict. A woman, clad in futuristic armor, tumbles through the air, the impact jarring. Her fall is swift, a blur of motion against a verdant backdrop. She's mounted a massive, wolf-like beast. Together, they vanish in a streak of blinding speed, leaving only a faint echo of their passage. Orcs, their faces grim, peer over a castle wall, their eyes reflecting the encroaching darkness. Their silent menace speaks volumes. A woman with blonde hair, clad in a blue uniform, is thrown backward, a look of pained surprise on her face. The force of the impact is clear. She's fleeing atop a large, wolf-like creature, escaping the crumbling walls of a fortress under siege. The chaotic scene speaks to a desperate retreat. A volley of arrows rains down on the fleeing pair, but a shimmering blue energy shield deflects the deadly projectiles, the word shield clearly shown. The woman and her mount are brought down hard, landing heavily on a stone slab as several monstrous figures advance. This is clearly the end of her escape. A cataclysmic blast obliterates a section of the city wall, showering the surrounding area with pulverized stone and sending up a plume of fiery debris. A woman, astride a massive, white wolf, descends amidst the chaos, the beast's powerful frame effortlessly shattering the remnants of the destroyed wall as it lands. Two hulking orcs charge towards them, weapons raised. The woman, her blonde hair whipping in the wind, grips her mount's fur, her eyes narrowed in intense focus. "Hold on tight," she shouts, bracing for impact. With a roar, the wolf bursts through the onrushing orcs, sending them sprawling with a powerful shockwave. The sheer force of the impact sends debris flying, and the woman and her mount continue their charge toward a distant castle. The woman's expression hardens as she notices something amiss. A look of surprise and concern mixes with her earlier determination. Two goblins, sent sprawling by an unseen force, plummet from the sky. The fall foreshadows a larger conflict and showcases the power disparity between the combatants. A blonde woman in a blue bodysuit hurtles downwards, narrowly avoiding a pair of pursuing goblins. Her desperate flight highlights the urgency of the situation. Still falling, the woman shouts, "Don't worry. Keep running," revealing her concern for others, while the sounds of exertion highlight her perilous situation. With a desperate scramble, she catches a low wall, her grip preventing a fatal fall. This action demonstrates her resilience and determination in the face of overwhelming odds. She launches herself over the wall, continuing her escape. The panel's clean composition visually reinforces her relentless drive to survive the immediate threat. The blonde warrior, a figure of controlled power, calls out, "Sword!" Her blade crackles with energy, a clear indication of her prepared offensive. A ferocious roar erupts as the woman's attack sends a monstrous wolf-like creature plummeting toward the waiting horde of orcs below. The wolf-like creature crashes to the ground, its impact a resounding thud that momentarily stuns the orcs. The cyclopean horror, its three eyes blazing crimson, snarled, a guttural sound that resonated with ancient malice. Its fangs, sharp as obsidian, glinted in the shadowed depths of its maw. From the shadowed chamber, a hulking figure emerged, draped in dark robes. The creature was unmistakably one of the dreaded orcs, though its features were subtly different from those previously encountered. The warrior plummeted from the shattered structure, a testament to the brutal force he'd just endured. A sickening thud echoed as he impacted the ground below, the earth trembled from the force of the blow. Blood splattered across the ruined landscape. Two hulking orcs, their faces contorted in a primal snarl, loom menacingly. A question mark explodes in the panel, reflecting the protagonist's dawning apprehension. The scene erupts in chaos. The blonde woman in blue plummets, surrounded by the debris of a collapsed structure and the bodies of defeated orcs. She's clearly been overwhelmed. Her descent continues, the ground rushing towards her. A single thought echoes in her mind, "Is this how?" Despair threatens to consume her. A large, clawed hand reaches down, gripping her arm, a lifeline in her desperate fall. The identity of the rescuer remains obscured. A fierce battle rages. The woman, clad in blue and astride a wolf-like creature, is thrown violently into a chasm, orcish figures looming menacingly behind her. She slams into the ground, eyes wide with shock and pain, a gasp escaping her lips as the weight of the attack becomes clear. Recovering quickly, she directs a curt command, "Yeah, scan the door." The urgency in her voice, a stark contrast to the chaos, signals a critical next step in this mission. Disbelief etched across her face, the blonde woman's eyes widened. The sheer speed of it all was almost unbelievable. Did he really kill the orc lord that quickly? A collective gasp rippled through the observing team as the impossible news registered. Their expressions mirrored confusion and stunned disbelief. The countdown to the raid's next phase had already begun. Dungeon 127, Orc Castle, the breach was imminent. A lone warrior, astride a massive white wolf, hurtles across a desolate landscape. The urgency in her posture and the pursuing horde behind her leave no doubt, she's fleeing for her life. A voice cuts through the wind, "Did you find the door?" The warrior's face, etched with worry, reveals the weight of her desperate flight. The question hangs heavy in the air, the fate of her quest, and perhaps the world, rests on her success. A violent crash. The wolf, thrown from its feet by a sudden, unseen force, sends both rider and beast tumbling through the air. The pursuit continues relentlessly. The wolf lands heavily, its claws scraping against the earth. A keen sense of smell alerts it, and the warrior, to something. The smell is. The implication of this scent is ominous. Surrounded, the blonde woman fought back against a pack of wolves, their snarls echoing as she deflected their attacks with practiced ease. The air crackled with energy as her blows sent the creatures reeling. A wolf lunged, its jaws snapping shut inches from her face. "Taming?" she questioned, eyes wide with surprise, but a hint of determination hardening her expression. The speed of the wolf was impressive, yet she remained unfazed, ready for whatever came next. With a sudden burst of speed, she leaped onto the back of a larger, seemingly alpha, white wolf, the others falling back at her command. "Follow me," she commanded as they tore off across the landscape, her new mount moving with both power and grace. The pack followed closely behind, now seeming far less threatening. "From now on, they're going to be family," she stated, a confident smile forming on her face as she reinforced her dominance. A definitive end to the conflict. Wide-eyed terror consumed her. A primal fear, raw and immediate, seized her. The wolf-like creature, its fur the color of winter snow, bounded through the narrow passage. A pack of similarly colored wolves pressed close behind, their growls echoing in the confined space. "All right, let's get out." The wolf creature's declaration was a defiant snarl, a promise of swift action. They fled, a blur of motion across a narrow ledge. The pursuing pack followed relentlessly, their shadowy forms a relentless tide. A lone warrior, astride a massive, wolf-like beast, sprints across the open landscape, pursued by a pack of snarling, shadowy wolves. The timer reads, 1 minute remaining. The chase intensifies, the warrior's mount strains, its muscles bulging, as the threat closes in. A mere 23 seconds left. A vast, imposing castle stands under siege. Thousands swarm its walls, a tide of attackers poised to overwhelm the defenses. The grim scene underscores the urgency of the warrior's desperate race against time. A monstrous, wolf-like creature hurtles through the air, a blur of white fur and sharp claws. Its eyes glow with an unnatural light as it falls towards the earth. The creature, carrying a blonde woman, crashes through the forest, narrowly avoiding impact. The looming silhouette of a large castle appears in the background. Orc riders on monstrous wolves emerge from the trees, their guttural shouts echoing through the woods. They pursue the fallen creature and the woman. The woman cries out, "Hurry!" Orc riders are rapidly gaining ground, their presence a palpable threat. A line of orc archers takes aim from atop the castle walls, their bows drawn, poised to unleash a deadly volley. Arrows rain down upon the makeshift barricade, a desperate defense against the encroaching horde. The command, "Jump," echoed across the besieged wall, urging immediate action. A clawed hand, powerful and feral, grasped the wooden barrier, providing a precarious escape route. She urged her great white wolf mount forward, a desperate flight towards the center of the battlefield, the command "Run to the center," sharp against the chaos. Orcs pursued relentlessly. A brutal clash erupts. Orcs, their snarls echoing the violence, pummel a warrior to the ground. The impact is visceral, a brutal testament to their strength. More orcs charge, their crude axes glinting menacingly. This desperate struggle highlights the warrior's perilous predicament. One orc is thrown, a blur of motion ending with a heavy thud against a stone column. A wolf-like figure, its fur stained with dirt and sweat, lands beside him. The wolf-like warrior looks up, panting, its eyes flashing with a fierce determination that belies its exhaustion. The moment speaks volumes about its resilience. Another orc attacks, swinging its axe with savage abandon. The blonde warrior, barely evading the blow, finds herself clinging precariously to the stone structure, the battle far from over. She scaled the crumbling stone tower, her movements fluid and precise despite the relentless pursuit of the hulking orcs. Each handhold tested, each grip secure, her resolve unwavering. Cornered, the blonde warrior found herself facing 3 orcs, their crude weapons held high. The weight of the situation pressed down, yet her eyes held a spark of defiance. With a fierce cry, she drew her sword, the polished steel flashing in the dim light. The orcs charged, but she met their onslaught with a whirlwind of skill, her blade a blur. A hulking figure, orcish in appearance, sits upon a throne of obsidian. His skin is a dark, mottled green, and his eyes burn with an infernal red light. He is clearly a being of immense power. Heavy, gold-plated boots descend a stone staircase, the rhythmic thud-thud echoing in the oppressive silence. The Orcish figure on the throne tilts his head, a single, crimson eye gleaming with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. His expression is unreadable, hinting at the immense power and ancient knowledge he wields. A monstrous maw, filled with jagged teeth, lunges. Its eyes, wild with fury, are fixed on its prey. The creature's snarl is a prelude to violence. The wolf-like creature unleashes a ferocious attack, its claws tearing into the Orcish warrior. The battle is brutal and swift. The orc, momentarily stunned, is sent hurtling through the air, his body shattering stone as he falls. The wolf's attack has been decisive. A final, brutal blow. The orc crashes to the ground, a crimson stain blooming on his chest. A system message appears: level up. The wolf's victory is complete, and it ascends to a new level of power. The wolf, now empowered, lands gracefully, the shattered remains of its foe scattering below. The hunt is over. A thunderous impact, a guttural quang, sends a hulking orc sprawling amidst a shower of pulverized stone. The earth itself trembles under the force of the blow. The warrior, his cloak billowing, plunges into the chasm created by the earlier devastation. The depth is uncertain, and danger is palpable. Orcs, thrown like ragdolls, tumble from the crumbling ramparts of a besieged castle. Their panicked cries are cut short as they crash into the ground far below. The battle rages on. A figure plummets, long blonde hair streaming behind her as she cries out, "It's gonna end?" Panic and despair claw at her features, mirroring the desperate situation unfolding around her. A woman with long blonde hair lies on the ground, her expression one of stunned confusion. A single question mark explodes in a thought bubble above her. The woman, now being carried by a large, white wolf-like creature, asks about the orc lord. The creature responds, simply, "It's dead." The weight of this statement hangs heavy in the air, the implication is clear: a major threat has been neutralized. They flee, the woman still uncertain. Her question, "Did it really die?" reveals a lingering doubt about the finality of the orc lord's demise despite the creature's assurance. This uncertainty hints at potential future conflict. Her eyes, wide with a startling blue luminescence, widen further. A gasp escaped her lips. The door is open. The implication hung heavy in the air: a barrier, long thought impenetrable, had fallen. Inside the DGB broadcast van, two technicians, startled by the sudden event, exchanged worried glances. One muttered, "What's wrong?" The tension was palpable, something significant had occurred. A digital clock on the DGB van's exterior flashed, 10 minutes and 23 seconds. The countdown was approaching its end, its significance amplified by the hushed anticipation in the crowd gathered outside. A young man, witnessing the unfolding events, stared, his face etched with disbelief. His silent question hung in the air: does this mean? The weight of expectation pressed down, anticipation building to a breaking point. Su Young's face is etched with grief, tears streaming as she whispers the name, Su Young. The unspoken weight of her sorrow hangs heavy in the air. A blonde woman, astride a large wolf-like creature, is shown fleeing a volley of arrows. The clock is ticking, 11 o'clock, 700 meters from the castle walls. She has 10 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. The urgency is palpable. The woman and her mount are thrown violently to the ground by the force of the attack, a moment of jarring impact. With a burst of speed, the pair narrowly avoid collision with the castle wall, leaving a trail of white energy in their wake. A question mark explodes in the panel, echoing the uncertainty of their situation. The taming begins. A large, imposing wolf, its fur the color of fresh snow, bares its teeth, a low growl rumbling in its chest. Its eyes burn with primal energy, a testament to the challenge ahead. Surrounded, the white wolf stands defiant against a pack of snarling, crimson-furred wolves. The tension is palpable, a battle for dominance is imminent. A skilled rider, blonde hair streaming behind her, expertly guides the white wolf over a low stone wall, escaping the pursuing pack. The speed is breathtaking. They sprint toward a looming fortress, pursued by a relentless enemy. The white wolf's powerful strides eat up the ground, escape hangs by a thread. A tiny, sprite-like being emerges from the wolf's fur, a message delivered: a secret escape route exists nearby. Hope flickers amidst the chaos. On the right, turn now, the command rings out, but the warrior, already struggling against her monstrous pursuer, barely registers the words. Her desperate struggle continues, a blur of motion against the dark stone walls. 3 Orcish riders, their savage mounts snarling, thunder past, a terrifying wave of muscle and teeth gaining on her. Escape seems impossible. A gasp escapes her lips as she spots a glimmer of hope and exit, narrow but promising, just ahead. Survival hinges on reaching it. A shimmering portal, a gateway to another realm, suddenly materialized before them. "It's the door," a voice exclaimed, filled with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The blonde woman's face, etched with fierce determination, twisted in a snarl. The urgency in her expression mirrored the life or death stakes at hand. A wave of violent force erupted, shattering the tranquility. The orcs, caught in the blast, were thrown backward, the remnants of their attack dissolving into chaos. She lunged forward, a blur of motion, her momentum carrying her through the air. The attack was swift, decisive. A powerful figure, cloaked and imposing, descends a stone staircase. His very presence seems to command the shadowed space. The air crackles with barely contained power. The scene explodes into brutal action. A towering structure crumbles as the cloaked figure unleashes a devastating attack, sending chunks of stone and a screaming orc hurtling through the air. The force of the blow is undeniable. A blonde-haired woman lies on the ground, stunned but alive. The aftermath of the previous explosion is clear, highlighting the ferocity of the conflict. The woman, now airborne, dodges a group of pursuing orcs, her graceful evasion momentarily outmatching their brute strength. The fight is far from over. 2 DGB agents stared, wide-eyed, at a monitor displaying the number 127. Their apprehension is palpable. This number signals an impending threat of significant scale. A blonde woman, wings partially visible, urgently demands, "Where are you going? We don't have any more time." Her words underscore a critical time constraint and a sense of escalating danger. The blonde woman, now in motion, questions, "A small exit?" Her expression suggests both determination and a hint of doubt about the feasibility of her escape plan. The visual intensity implies a desperate situation. A blur of motion, a fierce clash. The woman, clad in blue, is sent flying backward, a sharp whip, marking her sudden, brutal displacement. She impacts the ground hard, dust erupting around her as she scrambles, clearly injured. The attack clearly caught her off guard. The attack continues. More impacts, signified by the "ah" and "oof" sounds accompanying the rapid fire blows, as she is overwhelmed. Bloody projectiles, possibly internal organs, are strewn across the ground. A woman in a blue combat suit coughs, her long blonde hair a stark contrast to the crimson rocks scattered around her. Her supply bag lies ripped open, precious red crystals spilling onto the ground. The scene speaks of a desperate situation. Her expression hardens. Defiance flickers in her eyes as she whispers a single word, "Come." The threat is palpable, a silent challenge against the approaching danger. A monstrous, wolf-like creature hurtles towards her, a blur of fur and fury. The speed is terrifying, the intent unmistakable. Her face contorts with rage. "I said, don't come here," she screams, her voice a desperate plea against the inevitable. The confrontation is unavoidable. A warrior is hurled backward, the force of the blow evident in the motion lines. The impact, a heavy quang, throws him violently. He tumbles across the ground, the speed of his fall emphasized by motion lines. The scene is one of brutal, swift action. The aftermath of the battle unfolds, onlookers react with shock and grief, their cries of Hyungnim and Suyung echoing the scene's devastation. The whispers of failure to clear the dungeon add another layer of despair. A lone figure, a powerful wolf-like creature, carries an unconscious blonde woman amidst a chaotic flight. The sounds of pursuing howls and growls intensify the urgency. Hold tight. The wolf-like warrior braced himself, a fierce intensity in his glowing eyes, anticipating the imminent impact. A devastating blow sent the warrior sprawling, the force of the impact rippling through the earth. The timer reads midnight. Time ran out. A blinding flash of light erupted, shattering the very air. The raw energy was palpable, a violent disruption rippling outwards. The force of the blast sent tremors through the earth, pulverizing the landscape. Trees splintered and crumbled as a shockwave leveled everything in its path. Two monstrous figures, split apart yet still connected, roared in defiance amidst the destruction. Their enraged cries echoed across the ravaged battlefield. A man and woman watched, perplexed, as a sudden, inexplicable absence unfolded before them. What? Why didn't they come out? The man questioned, his concern palpable. A pack of wolves, a blur of fur and teeth, erupted from a hidden portal, their movements swift and predatory. A brilliant, ethereal beam cut through the air, launching a figure skyward with breathtaking force. The stunned onlookers watched in silence as the figure was propelled far beyond sight. The man's bewilderment intensified as he witnessed the impossible. What was that just now? It looked like someone flew out, he exclaimed, still processing the extraordinary event. Two DGB agents stare in disbelief at the devastation, a single, desperate exclamation mark punctuating their shock. The scene speaks of a recent, catastrophic event. News of Choi Soo-young's and Park Soo-ho's survival spreads like wildfire. The sheer improbability of their escape from the Level 5 dungeon fuels a wave of stunned disbelief and growing excitement. Ambulances arrive at the scene, sirens wailing, a stark contrast to the silence of the previous panel. The official report confirms a miracle. 2 individuals have emerged alive after 5 grueling days trapped in a Level 5 dungeon. The news reports paint a vivid picture. Park Soo-ho, a returnee from a different world, and Lee Sung-woo, the top-ranked player, have not only survived but have seemingly conquered an unprecedented challenge. This extraordinary feat stirs both awe and unease, particularly in the context of increasingly provocative behavior from the perpetrators. Praise for a job well done is quickly dismissed as a team prepares to determine responsibility for a developing situation. They'll continue with the briefing. Intelligence agents from various countries are arriving in the nation. Victor Dob, a KGB agent from Russia, is identified among the arrivals. The reappearance of Nakamura is met with anger and frustration. The team discusses securing Park Soo-ho, prioritizing a more secure method than their current contract. The question hangs heavy in the air: does he value money over family? The answer, however, is etched into the very fabric of his being. 1,000 years spent amongst wolves, 1,000 years missing his kin. This man's priorities are clear. He values time with his family above all else. A simple man, in a way, prioritizing the things that truly matter. The decision is made, he will be given territory. But the concerns linger: how do they prevent unwanted contact from foreign scouts? The solution emerges: designate the area, including the surrounding land, as private property belonging to the Soho Guild. Its distance from the city center offers a degree of safety, even if a new world portal appears. Choi Soo-young, deemed the most qualified, is tasked with monitoring the situation from our side. The question of her awakening remains. Is she resting after writing a report about Park Soo-ho? The question hangs heavy in the air, a clear indication of concern and perhaps even suspicion regarding the subject of the report. A woman in a sharp business suit stands before a presentation screen. The text, a dog-like, is visible, implying that she's making a comparison or analogy, the nature of which remains to be seen. This suggests a key piece of information is about to be revealed. The world's greatest fighting competition is about to begin. The announcer, brimming with excitement, prepares to introduce the final match, a clash that will determine the strongest fighter. The stage is set for a climactic showdown. The crowd roars its approval, a wave of fervent energy washing over the arena. Their cheers are deafening, a testament to the electrifying spectacle unfolding before them. A blur of motion, a fierce warrior in blue armor rides a massive, white wolf, its speed a breathtaking torrent. They cleave through the air, leaving a trail of shattered debris in their wake. The wolf howls, a potent surge of energy emanating from it, knocking several smaller creatures from their feet. This is no ordinary beast, it commands a power that is both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Orcish riders thundered across the plains, their monstrous warg mounts a blur of muscle and fury. The lead orc, a hulking brute, brandished a wickedly curved blade, his eyes fixed on some unseen target. A woman, her face streaked with tears and grime, watched their approach with a mixture of terror and defiance. The weight of her sorrow was palpable, a stark contrast to the approaching chaos. The lead orc's triumphant charge was abruptly halted. A spear, thrown with deadly accuracy, pierced his chest, ending his brutal advance. Blood gushed forth, staining the dust-filled air. A warrior falls, impaled by a spear. The attackers, grotesque goblin-like creatures, vanish into the shadows. A large, pulsating blue energy field dominates the scene. A countdown timer displays 8 seconds until the door burst. Onlookers watch with anxious hope, emergency vehicles nearby. A man with a red cap grins confidently. His words confirm the high stakes. If the operation succeeds, they've hit the jackpot. The success rate is currently over 60%. A blonde woman's face is etched with terror. The countdown continues, now only 4 seconds. A harsh voice adds, "Idiot," to her already mounting distress. The werewolf lunged, its fangs bared in a snarl. Speed blurred as it closed the distance, a whirlwind of fur and muscle. A brutal clash echoed through the arena. The orc's mighty blow struck, but the warrior parried with surprising agility, the impact sending shockwaves through the ground. Terror gripped the onlookers, their gasps of disbelief punctuated the raw violence unfolding before them. The fight was far more ferocious than anticipated. Orcish riders, their backs to us, thunder toward the horizon, spears held high. A wave of ominous energy precedes them. The lead orc is thrown violently backwards by a tremendous force, a quang, shaking the very earth. His comrades fare no better, shattered stone raining down around them. As the countdown ends, a collective tension hangs in the air. Park Soho and Choi Soo-young remain absent from the expectant crowd. Panic erupts. A pack of spectral wolves, glowing faintly, materializes from thin air. The cry, "Wolves are coming out," echoes the growing dread. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Their faces, etched with disbelief and terror, mirrored the unfolding catastrophe. A deafening quang shattered the silence. The earth convulsed, a chasm opening before them, swallowing everything in its path. Park Soo-ho and a woman lay entwined, unconscious in the debris. The caption confirms their identities. The scene shifts to a briefing room. A photograph, taken moments after their emergence from the portal, shows the pair in an intimate embrace. The question lingers, why this position? The terse response, circumstances demanded it. The woman's frustration is palpable. It's because someone blew the whistle, she explains, the weight of the implication heavy in the air. This unexpected revelation throws the operation into disarray. The name Eli Gorenstein, a Mossad agent from Israel, is dropped, instantly introducing a key player and a significant international element to the unfolding crisis. The woman confirms Gorenstein's role in the abduction of Lee Sung-woo, shifting the focus back to the central conflict. However, she assesses the situation, deeming America a more considerable threat. This suggests that further geopolitical maneuvering is likely. A man, calm and collected, offers a crucial piece of information: as long as Gorenstein's family remains in Korea, he will not leave. This establishes a strategic leverage point, outlining a potential path towards resolution, albeit a risky one. The Bureau strategizes regarding a powerful, reclusive werewolf. His recent return has stirred unease, but his lengthy absence, 1,000 years spent amongst his kind, complicates matters. He's proving difficult to manage. The solution proposed: grant him a designated territory where he and his family can live undisturbed. This appeasement tactic aims to prevent conflict with the Bureau. An abandoned facility in Namyangju, Gyeonggi-do, is identified as a suitable location. Its remote nature makes it ideal for containing the werewolf's pack. The presented location is deemed adequate, needing only minor repairs. The focus shifts to the ongoing investigation, led by Choi Soo-young. Choi Soo-young, the lead investigator, is recovering. Her involvement suggests the investigation is of significant importance. A dog-like man. The title card sets the stage, hinting at a creature or individual possessing canine-like traits, a key element that will shape the unfolding narrative. A briefing is underway. A woman presents a slide detailing a dog-like man to a group of officials, likely outlining the subject's capabilities and threat level. The serious atmosphere in the room speaks to the gravity of the situation. Her eyes widened, a silent scream echoing in the intensity of her gaze. The weight of the impending battle pressed down, a palpable tension filling the air. A hulking orc, a brutal warrior of immense size and ferocity, charged forward, spear poised to strike. The very air crackled with the threat of violence. The wolf-like warrior met the orc's onslaught with a blinding burst of speed. A fierce clash, a spray of blood, and the orc's spear snapped like a twig. His swift counterattack was decisive. A team of officers, faces grim, navigates a devastated landscape. Debris litters the ground, a testament to recent destruction. Their urgent words echo, "It's a human." The discovery hints at a conflict far more complex than initially suspected. The vice chairman of Tokyo's Awakener Federation, Nakamura Kuji, is introduced. His presence foreshadows the political ramifications of the situation unfolding. The organization's involvement indicates that the human discovery holds significant weight within a larger supernatural context. Kuji's face hardens. A single, chilling word, proceed, reveals a calculated decision. His expression underscores the ruthlessness of the Awakener Federation and suggests that the human's fate is sealed. A wave of joyous cheers erupts from the crowd, their excited cries fill the arena. The announcer booms, introducing the champion. The spotlight shines on the undefeated fighter, currently ranked number 1 in the world, a testament to his 45 consecutive victories. He is proclaimed the strongest creature on the planet, the hope of all its inhabitants. The announcer booms, his voice echoing the desperation of the times, the SS rank irregular, the most powerful magic swordsman. The weapon raised by Japan. This is Hero, a figure of immense power, a symbol of hope in a world teetering on the brink. Hero emerges, a silhouette against a blinding light, stepping from a futuristic portal. The weight of expectation hangs heavy in the air. A woman watches, her expression unreadable, as the crowd erupts in cheers for Hero. The scene underscores the enormity of the weight resting upon his shoulders. Hero, without hesitation, leaped the moment his name was called. He moved with breathtaking speed, a blur against the deep blue backdrop. The crowd erupted in awe. A phoenix, a powerful symbol of his fighting aura, manifested behind him. His opponent was clearly overwhelmed by the display of raw power. Hero landed gracefully on a fractured section of the arena, his opponent hovering above in a technologically advanced aerial vehicle. The tension crackled in the air, palpable even from a distance. The announcer, dynamic and dramatic, declared Hero the challenger, emphasizing the gravity of the impending confrontation. Michael Zorbas, the undefeated S-rank human weapon, a rising star with 13 victories under his belt, is the focus of this announcement. His image, a fierce visage on a digital billboard, projects both power and confidence. A soldier plummets from the sky, the speed of his descent underscored by motion lines. His fall is uncontrolled, suggesting a sudden and powerful blow. The soldier's fall ends with a powerful impact, shown through motion lines and a burst of energy. Another figure, muscular and heavily armed, appears, having delivered the blow. This is likely Zorbas, his attack swift and decisive. Hero. Your time. The urgent call cuts through the air, a harbinger of the impending confrontation. A seasoned warrior, his eyes blazing with a mixture of fury and grim determination, prepares for battle. A thunderous crash erupts as the earth itself seems to shudder under the impact of unimaginable force. Debris rains down, obscuring the scene in a cloud of dust and destruction. A blur of motion, a lightning-fast strike meets a powerful counterblow. The clash sends shockwaves rippling through the air, shattering stone and unleashing raw energy. Rat-like bastard. The sneering words, laced with venom, reveal the depths of his opponent's contempt. A brutal, close-quarters fight has begun. The mana Gatling's bullets, a storm of energy, rain down on the iridium barrier protecting the audience. The sheer power is evident in the chaotic energy trails streaking across the panel. Zorbas retaliates, locking onto his target with a mana bazooka. The weapon hums with destructive potential, a counter to the relentless barrage. The ensuing explosion sends debris flying as the woman with the long dark hair is flung backward. The force of the blast is devastating, yet she maintains control. Hero's counterattack catches Zorbus off guard, leaving him visibly shocked and vulnerable. The unexpected maneuver shifts the tide of the battle. Zorbus counters Hero's sword aura attack with his mana gatling, but Hero's assault continues. The initial clash is fierce. Hero's counterattack sends Zorbus reeling. The force of the blow is clearly immense. Hero seizes the advantage, his swift movements leaving Zorbus vulnerable. Chains bind the dark-clad figure as he clashes swords with the heavily armed Michael Zorbus. Zorbus, the seventh villain, lunges, his weapon a mechanized monstrosity. The fight is fierce, a desperate struggle for survival. Zorbus's face, a mask of brutal confidence, is inches from the bound figure. His scarred visage and predatory grin reveal a chilling certainty, he believes victory is his. With a triumphant roar, "I'll crush you," Zorbus fires a devastating weapon, aiming to obliterate his opponent. The weapon's power is palpable, a threat of imminent destruction. The bound figure, identified as the seventh villain, Michael Zorbus, remains calm amidst the chaos. A hint of amusement plays on his lips as he states, "You are already dead." The power dynamic shifts, the predator becomes the prey. A brutal, swift end. Zorbus is bisected, his body falling in a crimson rain, a testament to the bound figure's overwhelming power. The fight, seemingly insurmountable, is decisively over. A brutal clash leaves Zorbus incapacitated. His opponent, a figure cloaked in black, sheathes their weapon as the defeated man falls, blood staining the ground. The announcer's voice booms across the arena, "Ooh! How did this happen? Zorbus, down!" The crowd is in an uproar. Medics desperately attempt to revive Zorbus, but their efforts are futile. The referee delivers the verdict, Zorbus is unable to continue. Hero, the victor, stands calmly, issuing a quiet invitation, "Let's go for a drink later." The understated comment hints at a deeper, perhaps more calculating, nature. A woman's anxious question hangs in the air, "Did you kill him?" Her gaze, filled with a mixture of fear and accusation, is fixed on the man beside her, who remains silent, his face partially obscured, leaving his thoughts unreadable. The weight of the unspoken hangs heavy between them. The man's response is a chilling revelation, though subtly delivered, since Zorbus will be one of the 7 villains in the future. His words paint a bleak picture of events to come, implying his actions are not just a matter of the present but are inextricably linked to a larger, more sinister plot. His future role as a villain is already foretold. He urges her to leave, a calm exterior masking the turmoil of his confession, "Let's get ready, and leave. Everyone's probably waiting." His words, though seemingly innocuous, hint at a larger network of individuals involved in the unfolding drama, suggesting a complex web of alliances and potentially dangerous consequences. The urgency in his request reinforces the gravity of the situation. News of a remarkable escape has surfaced, someone survived a level 5 dungeon. Further reports indicate that Park Soo-ho, the escapee, is on his way to Korea, prompting heightened anticipation. The Department of Defense shows significant interest. Intrigue mounts as the identity of this individual remains unknown to one of the speakers. The mystery is solved, the survivor is revealed to be Park Soo-ho, whose extraordinary feat in escaping a level 5 dungeon labels him as irregular. The revelation is met with disbelief. A man's brow furrows in contemplation. The question hangs heavy in the air, a 4th planet? This revelation hints at a larger cosmology, one with potentially significant implications for the unfolding events. A young woman, her face a picture of casual knowledge, speaks, "I thought you'd already know about him." The implication is that a certain individual is already well known within a specific circle, setting up an introduction to a character of import. The narrative shifts to a discussion of Park Soo-ho's absence from historical records spanning numerous temporal regressions. The implication is that Soo-ho is an anomaly, someone who exists outside the established timeline or whose actions have drastically altered it. The scene reveals a key piece of the puzzle. While minor details may shift across time regressions, like Akiko's survival, major events remain unchanged. The appearance of a level 7 dungeon and the connection to the 4th planet are constants. Soo-ho's absence in this constant history makes him all the more exceptional. A roar erupts from the crowd, a wave of cheers crashes over the arena. The energy is palpable, a collective anticipation hanging heavy in the air. The spotlight shines, a single figure bathed in its brilliance. The air crackles with excitement. A commentator's voice cuts through the noise, defending his title 21 times. The weight of his legacy, the sheer dominance of the champion, is undeniable. But a new challenger emerges, Okita, his presence radiating an unsettling power, a dark aura swirling around him. The clash is imminent. The anticipation is palpable. A hush falls over the crowd as a dark flame ignites on Hiro's magic sword, a stark contrast to the cheers that had just filled the arena. Hiro's opponent launches a vicious attack, but the darkness surrounding Hiro deflects the blow, a visual testament to the power he wields. With a powerful surge, Hiro enters the fray, the very ground trembling beneath his feet as he prepares to unleash his full potential. Russia's mad bear, Zorbus, bursts onto the scene, a hulking figure emerging from a metallic doorway. His arrival signals a significant escalation. A figure in red calls out Zorbus's name, adding to the immediate tension. The sudden, desperate cry foreshadows a coming confrontation. Zorbus's face is a mask of furious determination, his expression is one of grim anticipation as he prepares to unleash his considerable power. Zorbus slams into the arena with earth-shattering force, his arrival announced with a powerful impact. The battle has begun. Hiro stands poised on a cracked, desolate landscape, his katana at his side. The alert rings out, Zorbus is attacking. The attack begins. Zorbus, a hulking figure with a powerful energy weapon, unleashes a blast aimed directly at Hiro. The immediate threat is clear. Zorbus's attack is revealed to be a mana-gatling wildshot, a devastating, wide-ranging blast. The intensity of the attack is underscored by the visual depiction of its force. Hiro, with impossible speed and precision, evades the full force of Zorbus's attack. The scene shifts to illustrate his miraculous agility. Hiro unleashed a devastating energy blast, the force of it shattering the very ground beneath Zorbus' feet. Hiro's sword aura, a whirlwind of destructive energy, relentlessly assaulted Zorbus, leaving him reeling and defenseless. A pained grunt escaped Zorbus' lips as he braced himself against the onslaught, the sheer power of Hiro's attack forcing him to the ground. Zorbus, desperate, attempted a counterattack, but Hiro's superior speed and power allowed him to easily evade the strike and send Zorbus flying with a powerful kick. A blur of motion, a powerful EK sound marks the beginning of the assault. The warrior's foot is a whirlwind, leaving only trails of displaced air in its wake. The warrior unleashes a devastating blow. Several figures are sent flying, a shower of ice shards exploding around them as they are thrown back. The force is palpable, shattering the air itself. He stands, a figure cloaked in shadows, his dark gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate chaos. The weight of his power is evident in the tense line of his jaw. An observer watches from afar, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. A single question mark floats above his head, mirroring his stunned reaction to what he witnesses. The final blow connects with bone-jarring impact. A wave of dark energy rips through the air, punctuated by the sharp crack of braking force, leaving a trail of destruction in its path. A gasp rippled through the crowd as the fighter, Zorbus, collapsed, blood blooming across his chest. His opponent, Hiro, stood over him, a dark, almost supernatural aura clinging to his blade. The referee signaled a timeout. Medics rushed toward Zorbus, the sudden, brutal end to the match leaving the audience stunned. The unexpected nature of his fall suggests something more than a typical match injury. After his victory, Hiro is questioned about his technique. He reveals he simply channeled his sword aura into Zorbus, resulting in the opponent's unexpected collapse. His calm demeanor hints at mastery over a powerful, possibly dangerous, ability. He holds her close, a gentle hand resting on her back, his words a quiet reassurance, "Don't try to do everything by yourself." His concern is palpable, a stark contrast to the pressures she clearly faces. "Other than a call from the bureau, there's nothing," she replies, her voice laced with a hint of apprehension. The question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy. Someone from the bureau? The director? A moment of stunned contemplation. His expression shifts from concern to confusion, a single word escaping his lips, "Huh?" The weight of the unexpected news begins to settle. A woman shows her companion a phone screen, her expression a mixture of concern and intrigue. They say his name is Park Suho, she explains, don't you remember? The guy who reportedly sealed a level 75 dungeon? She's clearly presenting information she feels is significant. The man, seemingly deep in thought, studies the phone screen. Park Suho, he muses, a hint of uncertainty in his expression. His lack of immediate recognition adds to the mystery surrounding this individual. A new character, his face partially obscured, is shown in profile. He quietly contemplates, did he awaken as a swordsman, by any chance? A swordsman shouldn't appear until a year from now, though. The implications of his statement point towards a significant anomaly or perhaps a disruption in the established timeline or power system of this world. The man from the first panel offers a dismissive smirk. There's no way that would happen, he states confidently, seemingly dismissing the possibility raised in the previous panel. This confident assertion suggests he believes there is a logical explanation or a flaw in the information provided, further fueling intrigue. I've relived the same events for over 500 years. As a result, I remember all the awakeners who will shape the future and the major events to come. History might change slightly depending on my actions, but there's a limit to the butterfly effect. For example, one of 7 villains, scheduled to unleash his evil in 10 years, dies unexpectedly. Even a returner from a 4th planet can't alter the fundamental timeline. That's 5 years from now, a new planet won't appear before then. A violent cough erupts, blood staining the man's lips. The impact of his unexpected demise reverberates through the narrative. The woman's gaze is intense as she reveals a crucial piece of lore. The man, identified as a planet returner, holds the key to connecting Earth to a mysterious 4th planet. This connection, she implies, is far from certain, a dangerous gamble with potentially world-altering consequences. He leans in, his expression unreadable, listening intently as the implications of the information sink in. The tension is palpable, the weight of a potential planetary connection hangs heavy in the air. A woman, her expression thoughtful, presents a device to a man. He studies her, a hint of impatience in his posture. Their silence speaks volumes, anticipation hangs heavy in the air. He responds, his voice firm but measured, a decision made, though it's a wait-and-see strategy. The weight of their shared uncertainty is palpable. The apocalypse has begun. Monstrous creatures, grotesque and powerful, stalk the ravaged city streets, their gaping maws claiming victims. Panic reigns. Crimson dragons, fiery breath scorching the earth, tear across the sky. Below, civilians flee in terror, a desperate exodus unfolding amidst the cataclysm. A woman, agile and resolute, escapes the chaos by surfing atop a monstrous creature, skillfully navigating its back with impressive skill. This place, a vast archipelago, offers a potential sanctuary from the continent's devastation. Hope flickers amidst the despair. Lee Sung-woo, a man of sharp features and imposing presence, stands before a throng of shadowy figures. His declaration echoes, Japan, secured from dungeon threats and nurtured by its talented people, will be the haven for humanity's survivors. From a distant boat, survivors gasp as they recognize the figure on the shore. It's Lee Sung-woo, a name whispered with a mix of awe and apprehension. Sung-woo's self-assured expression shifts subtly. He anticipates the Korean survivor's reaction, not as a traitor, but as a hero, a perception he is carefully cultivating. A woman's questioning gaze meets Sung-woo's knowing smile. His response, blunt and revealing, yeah, a scam. The charade is exposed. He smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes. If he's still alive after the apocalypse begins, it won't be too late to bring him over then. Let's wait and see. His calm demeanor belies a calculated risk, a gamble on the survival of someone crucial to his plans. A woman in a business suit visits a blonde patient in a hospital bed, her legs bandaged. Doesn't it hurt? She asks. The patient groans, yeah, it hurts. The casual cruelty of the question hints at a complex, possibly adversarial relationship. Another woman, this one with dark hair, reports, there's a rumor going around the hospital that a guy in a mask comes by every night and leaves at dawn. The casual tone masks the underlying tension, a mysterious figure operating in the shadows of the hospital. The dark-haired woman presses the blonde, "Did you buy it?" The question implies a transaction of significant importance, possibly related to the masked man, adding a layer of mystery and intrigue. A blonde woman in a hospital gown sits despondently, a half-eaten meal and a dark beer before her. Her companion, sharply dressed, questions her displeasure with the drink. "I asked for Guinness, not this," the blonde complains, highlighting her frustration with the simple yet seemingly significant detail of the drink's substitution. Soo-yeon, the sharply dressed woman, confronts the blonde, her expression a mixture of concern and suspicion. "You should go to work. Why are you lying down?" Her words reveal a concern for the blonde's well-being, but her tone implies doubt about the validity of her current state. Soo-yeon's demeanor shifts dramatically, a malevolent smirk spreads across her face as she manifests a surge of dark energy. This sudden display of power reveals a hidden depth to her character, suggesting a capacity for both manipulation and potentially sinister abilities. The change underscores a significant plot shift, hinting at underlying conflict and concealed agendas. Concerns mount within the organization as Hero's power continues to surge. His rapid growth suggests the imminent emergence of an SSS-rank threat. Meanwhile, Park Soho, surrounded by pigeons, appears dejected and alone. His solitude fuels speculation about a recent heartbreak. A directive is issued: Park Soho is a critical asset, and under no circumstances can he be allowed to fall into rival hands. A grim-faced official delivers a sobering assessment: the airways aren't looking very good at the moment. His expression speaks volumes, the situation is far more critical than his words suggest. Aboard a passenger plane, a young girl, oblivious to the impending danger, points excitedly out the window. "Mom," she says, "there's a cute bird flying outside." Her innocent observation foreshadows the stark contrast between her perception and the reality about to unfold. Suddenly, a monstrous, gaping maw erupts from the sky, obliterating the previously peaceful view. The sheer scale of the creature is terrifying. This is no ordinary bird. The ensuing chaos is implied by the sheer impact of this sudden, brutal attack. A red wyvern, a smaller, two-legged dragon, streaks across the sky, its shadow briefly eclipsing a passenger jet. The creature's powerful flight suggests a sudden, unexpected appearance. Inside the plane, passengers react to the unexpected sight. One exclaims, "Strange." Another, clearly more concerned, asks, "What? Is it following our plane?" A third passenger, oblivious to the danger, squeals, "Kaya, it's so cute." Their disparate reactions highlight the immediate threat the wyvern represents, contrasting innocence with genuine alarm. The wyvern is shown in closer detail, still in flight, prompting a voiceover to question the creature's presence. But what's a wyvern doing here? This raises the central mystery of the scene. A man in a suit, his face etched with worry and understanding of the unseen consequences, murmurs, "If a wyvern dungeon broke." This reveals an underlying conflict beyond the immediate threat of a dragon near a jetliner. The dungeon suggests a breach in some kind of magical or extra-dimensional barrier, with potentially catastrophic consequences. The wyvern is now dangerously close to the plane, its massive claws reaching towards the aircraft's tail, suggesting a direct attack. The imminent collision is a clear visual representation of the potential disaster. A monstrous maw, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, opened, unleashing a blast of incandescent energy. High above, a massive red dragon soared through the clear sky, its fiery breath a devastating torrent. Panic gripped the cockpit of American Air Flight 758. "We are currently being attacked by an unknown flying creature," the pilot announced, his voice strained. A colossal red dragon soars across a brilliant blue sky, its powerful wings beating with earth-shaking force. The sheer scale of the creature dominates the panel. Two SUVs speed across a desolate landscape, kicking up dust. Inside one, a driver confidently declares, "I think we've arrived, though?" His passenger looks apprehensive. Hyungnim's apprehension is confirmed by his companion's hushed words, "Hyungnim. Isn't that a haunted house?" The driver, Hyungnim, shows concern, while another passenger in the backseat asks urgently, "A haunted house? Where?" The scene clearly signals impending dread. A chilling realization dawns. Ah, it's really a haunted house. The woman's gaze is sharp, calculating. She muses, that guy, Park Soho, wouldn't it be better if we brought him over to our side? What do you think? The question hangs heavy in the air, hinting at a power play about to unfold. He offered a slight, knowing smile. I don't. The monstrous forms advanced, their grotesque features a chilling testament to the cataclysm. These are not the creatures of myth, but the twisted progeny of a world shattered. The cities, once bastions of hope for the survivors, fell one by one under the relentless assault of dungeon breaches and the ensuing wave of monsters. Now, only ruin remains. The land and sky, choked by the suffocating presence of these creatures, offered a grim reminder of humanity's precarious position. Blades clashed, a desperate struggle amidst a swirling vortex of motion. One figure, airborne, plummets toward the earth as another, armed with a katana, prepares to meet him. The fight is fierce, the stakes high. During the protracted war, all else faded as the Asian awakeners and evacuees made a final, desperate stand. This scene depicts the brutal reality of their struggle for survival. A stone falls to the ground, signifying the weight of the conflict and the losses suffered. The strategic decision to establish a base in Japan is revealed, a choice that branded him a traitor. The panel showcases the vast expanse of the ocean, leading to Japan, highlighting the geographical significance of this decision. Lee Sung-woo's arrival is met with cries of relief. It's really Lee Sung-woo. We're saved. Hope flickers amidst the despair. His presence signifies a potential turning point in the conflict. Hero Lee Sung-woo. The weight of that name hangs heavy in the air, a storm gathering before the eye. Sung-woo, however, seems unconcerned. A dismissive smirk plays on his lips as he dismisses the gravity of the situation, deeming it a mere show. His nonchalance is met with a sharp, skeptical gaze from a woman. This is no mere theatrical display, the stakes are far higher than he realizes. Her words cut through his complacency, this involvement extends beyond their Department of Defense. The camera pans to a hospital room. A woman with long blonde hair, her leg in a cast, looks up in apparent surprise as a figure in a business suit approaches. The scene is tense, anticipation heavy. In a sterile hospital room, two women sit. One, blonde and bandaged, holds a book titled "Does He Really Love Me?" The other, dark-haired and sharply dressed, observes her with a mixture of disdain and amusement. This is a scene of quiet tension, a juxtaposition of vulnerability and cold calculation. The dark-haired woman, her expression unchanged, reveals the true purpose of her visit. "I sent over a man for you and brought you food as well," she states, placing a bag on the table. Her tone is curt, devoid of warmth. The blonde woman's muttered response of "lucky bitch. What shitty luck," reveals her resentment. The focus shifts to the blonde woman, her face a mask of disappointment. The chicken delivered isn't what she wanted. The chicken, too. Not this, but the yellow olive, she laments, her frustration palpable. The detail foreshadows a deeper significance to this seemingly mundane food item. The dark-haired woman's patience snaps. Her eyes harden. "Just eat," she commands, a palpable threat in her tone. The scene escalates, hinting at a power imbalance and a looming conflict. A woman, comfortably reclined in a hospital bed, lets out a contented sigh. "Ah, that hit the spot," she murmurs, a smile playing on her lips. She closes her eyes, settling in for a rest. "Yeah, I'll just take a nap for an hour." She drifts off, her voice barely a whisper. A news report flashes on a television screen. "Hero, he put down M. Zorbus forever." The image accompanying the headline shows Hero, a striking figure in a dark suit, his power palpable. The fall of M. Zorbus marks a significant turning point in the ongoing conflict. A news article shows a missing person poster. The caption reads, "Park Suho has been missing after clearing level 5 dungeon." He doesn't show up in even Shklan's dungeon raid. Where did Park SOOH0 go? The disappearance of Park Suho, following his successful completion of a high-level dungeon, hints at a mystery that's about to unfold. At Seoul Station, a lone figure kneels amidst a flock of pigeons, a question hanging heavy in the air: where is this Seoul Station? The scene's tranquility belies the tension that follows. A man, his face a mask of irritation, dismisses the situation with a dismissive idiot. He then proposes a solution, revealing a surprising lack of concern. I can introduce him to several beautiful women. The casualness of his suggestion underscores the gravity of the situation, the man's priorities skewed by something far more critical than mere observation. The scene shifts to a starkly different environment, a sophisticated office. A man reports, our special agents did leave for Korea this morning, but... The ellipsis hints at a developing complication. The formal setting and serious demeanor contrast sharply with the previous scene's nonchalance, hinting at the agent's urgency and the unexpected turn of events. The question, the airways, is met with a worried response. What's wrong with them? Concern grips the speaker. The simple query highlights the immediate, pressing threat. The rising anxiety foreshadows a significant disruption to their plans. The interior of an airplane. Several passengers sit calmly. A young woman is clearly visible, her expression unreadable. The scene reveals that the special agents have boarded, but without fanfare. This underscores the quiet efficiency of the agents. Their seemingly ordinary travel suggests a larger, hidden purpose beyond simple relocation. A young girl stares wide-eyed at her mother, a perplexed question forming on her lips. A bird? The casual setting of an airplane cabin belies the impending chaos. A wyvern, though young, attacks the plane, its shadow falling across the fuselage. The unexpected intrusion of a fantastical creature into a mundane setting signals a major shift. A man, observing the young wyvern from inside the plane, tries to downplay the danger. That's not a wyvern, is it? It's a fledgling, so nothing will happen, right? His attempt at reassurance is laced with a palpable fear. The normalcy is shattered, the world is irrevocably altered. Aboard a passenger jet, two men in suits discuss the possibility of a wyvern attack, one expressing concern, while the other suggests contacting headquarters upon arrival. Their conversation underscores the pervasive threat of these creatures and the established protocols for dealing with them. A close-up reveals a single, white eye, filled with stark terror. The visual emphasis, combined with the context of the previous panel, foreshadows imminent danger. A wyvern attacks the plane, its fiery breath engulfing the aircraft in a devastating inferno as a mayday call rings out. The attack confirms the initial concerns, escalating the situation dramatically. A missile streaks toward a colossal red dragon, the beast's terrifying roar echoing across the sky. The impact explodes in a fiery maelstrom. The dragon, battered but undeterred, continues its aerial assault. Explosions blossom around a fleeing jet fighter as the beast unleashes its fury. Breaking news: 2 days ago, a group of wyverns escaped from a Siberian dungeon during a prison break, and now they soar across the sky in a terrifying display of aerial power. Two vehicles speed along a dusty road, heading deeper into the countryside. The observer notes their trajectory, a subtle shift in the narrative's focus. The vehicles approach a two-story house. The name Umitbai is spoken, a detail which foreshadows a connection between the journey and a significant location or individual. A woman's pensive expression reveals a shift in perspective. She comments on someone's continued popularity in Korea, hinting at a possible link to the events unfolding in the countryside. One woman, her expression betraying no emotion, assesses the other. It doesn't look like you're in pain, though, she observes. The blonde woman winces, contradicting the assessment. It really hurts. The contrast highlights a potential deception or a high pain tolerance. The scene shifts to Langley, McLean, Virginia, the heart of CIA headquarters. The location sets the stage for a significant intelligence operation. Within the CIA building, a senior official, his face etched with concern, contemplates a recent event. No matter what, it's still Zorbas. To think he was taken down that easily. His disbelief hints at Zorbas's formidable reputation and the unexpected nature of his capture. He hasn't gone anywhere. Recent photos from our agents show him. The man is clearly visible in a crowded city square, surrounded by pigeons. The bird. Agents' photos show him boarding a plane, blending into the crowd of other passengers. The Guild's new headquarters are far from ideal. A dilapidated mansion sits starkly against the twilight sky, a location that prompts immediate concern and apprehension from the group arriving in their vehicles. Is this really our Guild's new headquarters? One member exclaims, voicing the collective disbelief. This desolate setting instantly establishes an ominous atmosphere, setting the stage for potential challenges and unforeseen events. The group's unease grows. Practical concerns, like internet access, is it possible to get the internet installed here, are immediately overshadowed by a more unsettling revelation. A female member whispers, "I think I just saw a ghost on the second floor." The practical and the supernatural collide, intensifying the foreboding atmosphere. A woman's sharp intake of breath, a whispered uni, and a muttered umutba highlight the sudden escalation of fear. The seemingly casual mention of a ghost takes on a visceral weight as panic briefly overwhelms the group. The arrival of a calm, composed man is a counterpoint to the rising fear. He greets them with a knowing smile, stating, "You must be a bit surprised, since it's your first time at a place like this, right?" His composure suggests a familiarity with the unsettling environment, hinting at hidden aspects of this new guild headquarters, and adding a layer of mystery. He declared, "Why? I really like it," his tone nonchalant despite the concerned faces surrounding him. "There would be no problem," he assured them, moving forward immediately. A woman smirked, "A man with wild instincts is truly quite discerning." The suggestion to proceed to the boundaries of the territory was made, her words laced with sharp anticipation. The women gasped, "What's that?" as the man plunged into the water, surrounded by a swirling, ethereal energy. The answer, delivered calmly amidst the chaos, was, "Tree spirits." A winged fairy, radiating an ethereal glow, unleashes a torrent of water, carving a path through a city street. The force of the watery assault is evident, impacting cars and bystanders. Two figures in sharp business suits observe the fairy's actions, one questioning, "You said to set the boundaries of the territory." The fairy's actions are clearly a response to this command, establishing the magical limits of a newly defined area. The newly established territory explodes into vibrant, verdant life. Lush green foliage bursts forth, a testament to the fairy's power. A gasp of awe, "Wow," underscores the transformation. Astonishment fills the air as the sheer scale of the newly erected wall becomes clear. It's a colossal structure, dwarfing even the largest trees in the area. The implication is undeniable. A significant power play is underway. A strategic meeting unfolds. The leader, radiating confidence, outlines the Suho Guild's territorial claim, a 1-kilometer radius centered around a specific house. This is a clear assertion of dominance, a carefully calculated move to consolidate power. A satisfied smirk spreads across the leader's face as he declares his approval of the plan. The implication is one of complete control and satisfaction with the accomplished land grab. The Soho Guild's ambition is clear. The agent stressed the importance of careful review, her words sharp and urgent. "Wait, you have to read this stuff like this carefully before." A document exchanged hands, the transaction concluded with a curt, "Thank you for your cooperation. This copy is yours." A subtle smirk played on the recipient's lips as she declared, "Trust the government." The sound of a car door slamming echoed the unspoken skepticism. From the back seat, the driver's muttered assessment cut through the silence, "That girl's becoming more of a pain as time goes by." His tone conveyed weariness and a growing unease. "Orders are given. Prepare attack units above level 5 for immediate deployment." A lone truck speeds across a desolate desert landscape. A frantic, chaotic scene unfolds as several speedboats race toward a massive cargo ship on the open ocean. The exhilaration is palpable, a villainous laugh rings out above the churning waves. The cargo ship, now under attack, is surrounded by smaller vessels. The assault has begun. This is the SS Uaku, a Heidong unit vessel. Its systems are currently pinpointing Coral Queen Emerald's location. Pirates swarm the starboard side of the ship, 7 are already aboard, and more are climbing. A crewman, his face etched with confusion, stares out at the chaos. His confusion deepens into stark terror. A colossal tentacle bursts from the ocean, striking with horrifying speed. The tentacle smashes into the ship, its immense power evident in the wreckage and violent churning of the water. A man plummets from a great height, his body twisting in a desperate attempt to regain control. "Kuak," he cries, a strangled sound escaping his lips as the ground rushes up to meet him. The impact is brutal, Argek, a guttural scream swallowed by the city's sounds. He lies submerged, gasping for breath, the chilling water a stark contrast to the vibrant cityscape above. The man fights against the current, his strength failing. The perspective shifts, a horrifying close-up. His eyes widen with terror, his mouth agape in a silent scream as something unseen grips him from below, pulling him further into the dark depths. A monstrous maw, teeth like daggers, looms from the inky black. A guttural ah echoes, a sound of primal hunger. The camera plunges deeper, revealing a colossal, tentacled beast amidst a school of silvery fish. The creature seems to writhe with an ancient, malevolent energy. The tentacles lash out, crushing a vessel, a submarine perhaps, as the beast unleashes another guttural cry. Scattered debris drifts past. A pack of monstrous sharks, their jaws agape, circles the scene. Their hunger is palpable, the scene a feeding frenzy. The sound of their snapping jaws is terrifying. A helicopter desperately maneuvers above the carnage, attempting to escape the chaotic underwater assault, pursued by the unseen horror below. A distress signal blared, a request for immediate backup, dispatching a search team to the current location. A colossal squid, its tentacles thrashing, launched a brutal attack on a naval vessel. The team, now ashore, faces an uncertain future. One member nervously voices their concern about the imminent threat of a crash landing, while another exclaims about having just witnessed a ghost. A blonde woman explodes, "I can't live in a place like this." Her frustration is palpable, a clear rejection of her current surroundings. A dark-haired woman in a business suit calmly counters, "Be quiet, got it?" The scene is tense, foreshadowing a power struggle. The blonde woman's anger intensifies. "Are you crazy?" she demands. A man with dark hair, seemingly unfazed, merely replies, "Huh?" His nonchalance highlights the absurdity of the situation in her eyes. The discussion turns to practical matters. Setting the territory boundaries, one asks. The dark-haired man confidently asserts, "Yes, you can decide on how much of the land you can take care of." This exchange reveals a system of land allocation based on capability. The man's hand glows with an ethereal light as he muses, "The area I can take care of, huh?" This visual signifies a magical or supernatural ability to determine his territorial control, implying significant power. A young man, cloaked and radiating an ethereal blue energy, stands defiantly before a group of startled onlookers. His power crackles, a visible force that pushes back against the observers, a mixture of fear and awe etched on their faces. A tiny, winged fairy descends, a torrent of sparkling energy trailing behind her. She is clearly an agent of unexpected intervention. The woman in the business suit, previously awestruck, now registers a mix of shock and dawning comprehension. Her reaction suggests the fairy's appearance clarifies something critical. A small sapling sprouts from the ground, its leaves glowing faintly, a symbol of the newly arrived, potent magical energy. The trees exploded with growth, their branches reaching skyward at an impossible speed. "Look at the speed those trees are growing," one man exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as a massive wall of living wood rose before them. "He's building a huge wall of trees." The young man, radiating confidence, declared, "It's finished." The newly formed wall stood as a testament to his power. A woman's relieved laughter echoed, "Ah, ha, that sounds great." Her reaction confirmed the wall's significance, a crucial element in whatever plan was afoot. He questioned their unusual kindness, pointing out the extended stay they were allowing him. They responded that they were merely following procedure. One of the women presented a contract, he readily signed it. A handshake sealed their agreement to cooperate until the portal's opening. A woman urgently instructs someone to send the maintenance team immediately, warning of an impending escape. A gray truck speeds down a dirt road, kicking up dust as it leaves a verdant landscape behind. The urgency of the escape is palpable. Inside the truck, a man in a suit and sunglasses contemplates the vastness of their operation. His doubt hangs heavy in the air, but can such a large territory be maintained by such a few people? The scene shifts dramatically. A man with a machine gun grins maniacally, shouting fire. The sudden burst of violence marks a significant escalation. Their desperate flight has apparently led them to unexpected fortune. They've stumbled upon a jackpot. Panic grips the crew of the Coral Queen Emerald as pirates of unknown origin attack. A frantic call for immediate assistance goes out. 2 hours and 45 minutes remain until the rescue team arrives. Instructions are given: should the pirates board, shut down the engines and remain stationary. Following protocol, the order to shut down the engine is swiftly executed. A sense of grim determination settles over the crew as they await the inevitable. The pirates' attack is brutal and swift. The speedboat capsizes, sending the crew into the turbulent sea. Terror grips the man's face as a colossal squid, its tentacles thicker than any building, attacks a cargo ship with terrifying force. The ocean boils around the vessel as it's mercilessly crushed. The man, caught in the chaos, is thrown from his vehicle, the impact sending him sprawling. The world around him blurs into a vortex of destruction. He plummets through the churning waters, the city's shattered skyline a dizzying backdrop to his desperate fall. He tumbled into a gaping maw, the darkness swallowing him whole. A monstrous, unseen predator had claimed its prey. The creature's true form became visible, a colossal, aquatic horror with a gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth. Its vast size dwarfed even the surrounding depths. A cacophony of snapping jaws and thrashing water followed as the beast began its gruesome feast, its movement a blur of powerful muscle and sharpened teeth. The naval fleet arrived at the coordinates provided by the Coral Queen Emerald, but a thorough search of a 10-mile radius revealed no sign of the missing vessel. A young man, radiating an intense energy, materialized amidst a burst of cyan light. The urgency in his posture suggests a critical situation unfolding. Small, winged creatures flitted through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering blue energy. Dust swirled in their wake. A woman, radiating confidence, addressed her associates. Her bureau considers Mr. Park Soho family. Mr. Park Soho, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, reaffirmed his commitment. I'll keep my promise. The woman and a man in sunglasses, seated in a car, discussed a contingency plan. If their initial approach fails, they'll use it as an excuse to send in reinforcements. 2 high-speed patrol boats sliced through the churning ocean, their engines roaring. The pursuit was relentless, a desperate chase across the open water. Inside the command center, alarms blared. Crew members scrambled, their movements a flurry of urgent activity as they tracked the fleeing target. The tension was palpable. Beneath the waves, a colossal shadow moved with terrifying grace. A genetically modified predator, far larger and more aggressive than any natural shark, closed in on its prey. The hunt had reached a critical juncture. The air shimmered with ethereal light, a magical forest unfolding before us. A colossal tree, ancient and powerful, pulsed with energy, its roots drawing life from the very earth. Particles of light swirled around it in a breathtaking display of power. A phone call interrupts a woman's rest. She's clearly annoyed, already expressing frustration at the interruption of her off-duty time. The call continues, her exasperation growing as she struggles to explain her current situation. Her response reveals her professional duties are unexpectedly demanding. The caller, a woman with a stern expression, reacts to the explanation with thinly veiled irritation, revealing the underlying tension in their professional relationship. The implication is that the woman on the phone has been called back for something unpleasant, even potentially troublesome, during her much-needed time off. A pack of wolves closes in, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. The man, seemingly oblivious, stands with his back to them, absorbed in something beyond the immediate danger. A translucent interface reveals the information, Tag Baki. Dimensional energy, 393. A wolf that had been raised by orcs, rescued before it had been branded by the orc mage. The name, Tag Baki, is displayed prominently. He studies the data, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. The wolf's surprisingly low levels are a detail that clearly piques his interest. He asks if she's awake, explaining that he was busy naming their new family members. She questions the term family, clarifying that she means the wolves. Observing Bekku's growth, she inquires about the other wolves. He reports that despite the heat, the others are working diligently. A large, powerful wolf, seemingly transformed, invites her to mount it. A young woman, perched atop a massive, white wolf, galloped across a vibrant, sun-dappled meadow. The creature moved with startling speed. Suddenly, the wolf's pace intensified, its head lowered, the command ringing out, "Hold on tight." The thrill of the chase, or perhaps an unforeseen danger, was palpable. A jarring tumble. The young woman, having lost her footing, cried out, "Arg, my shoe!" The abrupt halt to their breakneck speed underscored the unexpected turn of events. The scene shifted. Several figures stood near a sign marking a restricted area, their conversation suggesting a mundane reality far removed from the recent, chaotic ride. "There's nothing to report, really. The weather's so hot too." Their words carried a sense of normalcy, a stark contrast to the adrenaline-fueled moments that had just passed. A man urgently asks a group of men, "By any chance, is there anyone here who went over the boundary?" His question hints at a restricted area and the potential violation of its rules. One of the men explains, "They said the restrictions are so that reporters and scouts from foreign countries can't enter. The restrictions are clearly in place to maintain secrecy or control access to a specific location." Inside a vehicle, two men observe something on a laptop. One expresses uncertainty, muttering, "Honestly, I don't know whether this is Dongsuit or Soho Channel." This reveals the men are investigating something through media channels, hinting at a possible leak or hidden information. Suddenly, one of the men exclaims, "Whoa! What the hell is this?" The other man echoes his surprise with a simple, "What?" Their reaction indicates a significant, unexpected discovery, drastically shifting the situation's trajectory. The sheer volume of overseas donations, over 4 billion won, from the US, Japan, and England left him speechless. The weight of it all settled heavily on his shoulders. A pack of wolves pursued Suho Hyunnim through a verdant clearing, their speed blurring the landscape. A pickup truck, clearly in pursuit, kicked up dust in their wake. His companion, watching Soho's escape, muttered, "He's too much." The sheer audacity of it all, escaping a wolf pack, was almost unbelievable. He slammed the gear shift into sport mode, the car roaring to life. A pack of wolves pursued Park Suho's speeding vehicle, the stakes high as the wager of Tang Soyuk hangs in the balance. Park Suho, desperate, is urged to flee. One wolf lunges, its jaws snapping shut just inches from his car. A man stands silhouetted in a hospital room, his back to the viewer, gazing at a young woman lying in a bed. The scene is somber, heavy with unspoken tension. The woman, Suho, stirs slightly, her eyes opening. The question hangs in the air, "What kind of planet were you on, Suho?" Suho's response is barely a whisper, etched with trauma, "Animal King." Were there really only animals there? The implications are chilling, suggesting a brutal struggle for survival. The man's expression hardens as Suho's words reveal a world of unimaginable violence. A place where fights for territory and survival did not end until one's death, she explains, the gravity of her statement palpable. Even after leaving, the lingering effects of that world have left their mark. Even after leaving, I had to accept their changes for hundreds of years, she adds, highlighting the profound and lasting impact of her experience. The narrative focuses on the immediate danger Suho's revelation presents. Bridge portal connected to that planet unrestricted both ways, she states, explaining the gravity of the situation. The man's words reveal his fear of the potential consequences, recognizing the threat of widespread conflict. If it's as Park Soho says, this place will become a war zone where we fight against hordes coming from another world. A war rages against beasts wielding dimensional energy far exceeding S-rank capabilities. High stakes are involved. Two figures, a man and woman in business attire, discuss the risks and potential rewards of engaging with Park Soho's planet, a venture clearly fraught with peril. The man, seemingly unconcerned, questions the woman's apprehension. The situation escalates. A woman riding a large, white wolf-like creature loses control. The wolf's expression is one of predatory malice. The rider's fear is palpable as she realizes the creature's intent to kill her. Her vulnerability is emphasized, the perceived weakness she presents fuels the beast's aggression. An urgent command is given. The woman urges her mount to flee toward the northeastern field at full speed, highlighting the immediate and grave danger. The scene suggests further complications. Other creatures, perhaps under the wolf's control, pursue them. A flurry of tiny, winged sprites darted across the azure sky, their movements delicate and swift. A grand manor house, nestled amidst rolling green hills, came into view. Music notes swirled around it, hinting at a serene atmosphere within. From a window within the manor, a lone pigeon observed the scene, a single musical note drifting past. The tranquility of the moment was palpable. A young woman with long blonde hair lies on her bed, phone pressed to her ear, a faint hello escaping her lips. She's clearly still drowsy, her posture relaxed and unhurried. The scene shifts. A sharp contrast, a woman with dark hair sits at a desk, her voice sharp and exasperated as she demands, "What do you mean you don't know? You're incredibly lazy. The sun's already high in the sky." Her impatience is palpable, she's clearly not amused. A simple, white mug sits on the drip tray of an espresso machine, freshly filled with dark coffee. The implication of the mundane action stands in sharp relief to the preceding urgency. He really planted a lot in such a short time. The casual observation reveals a significant, unseen effort. A massive ancient tree, its roots sprawling across a verdant landscape, dominates the scene. This is clearly a place of power, hinting at the scale of the planting mentioned previously. 3 wolves, presented with their stats, are available for selection. Grey Wolf, Palboki, and Tangsoyook each possess different levels of dimensional energy, a key element within this world's power system. The selection indicates an upcoming power fusion. Taekbaki, another entity with its own powerful dimensional energy, awaits fusion. A warning flashes: higher dimensional energy than the user's own could result in a loss of rationality. This foreshadows a significant risk. A woman stirs, sleepily complaining, "You should have woken me up." Her companion's query, "Why did you come out by yourself?" reveals a shared context of unusual independence. He explains, "They all went out early in the morning. They're probably going through dungeons," establishing a world where dungeon crawling is a common activity, implying a shared purpose and routine. The abrupt question, "Are you done playing gardener?" suggests a hidden, possibly dangerous, game or activity, escalating the tension and foreshadowing conflict. A young woman, a mischievous glint in her eyes, leans in conspiratorially. "You want to show off what you made, huh?" she teases, the challenge clear in her tone. The woman, astride a massive wolf-like creature, urges it forward. Slowly, she commands, but the beast's powerful strides hint at a hidden urgency. "Just a bit, just a little," she adds, her tone betraying her anxiety. A guttural groan echoes through the dense forest as the wolf and rider disappear from sight. A sense of foreboding settles over the secluded campsite, observers watch nervously. The sheer size of the forest looms, ominous and silent. Back at the campsite, a grim conversation unfolds. HQ said to bring any news back, one man states, his concern palpable. Another man sighs heavily, but they've been staying at home for 2 months now. The weight of their unspoken worry hangs heavy in the air. The security cameras are already watching. Military intervention is imminent, but a far more immediate threat looms, a pack of wolves. It's Park Soho's vehicle, abandoned. He's missing. The vehicle is shown speeding away from the scene. Online discussions reveal a lack of faith in Lee Sung-woo, a returnee whose recent defeat has lowered expectations. Speculation abounds about his future actions. A man sits in a vehicle, reviewing documents. The large donations to the organization appear to be primarily from influential foreign scouts. He weighs whether or not to inform Seho Hyungnim. A young woman, astride a large white wolf, speeds across a field, pursued by another wolf. The sound of their rapid movement fills the air. The man in the vehicle is startled. His brother-in-law shouts, "Sister-in-law." The man is confused. The man explains, with a smirk, that if they live, sleep and work together, then she is indeed his sister-in-law. The woman on the wolf continues her frantic flight, narrowly avoiding a collision with a speeding vehicle. The speed and near miss are punctuated by a sharp whoa. A woman, hair streaming behind her, rode a powerful wolf-like creature, speeding across a verdant field. A black truck pursued them relentlessly, the sounds of their frantic chase echoing in the air. The woman's eyes narrowed, her expression one of intense focus. A sense of foreboding washed over her. A sudden jolt threw the woman and her mount off balance. "Did you feel it too?" she asked, her voice laced with alarm. Her companion, a gruff agreement, simply replied, "Yeah." Her eyes glowed with an unnatural light. Dimensional crack. Within a 200 m radius, she announced, her voice filled with the gravity of the situation. The scene shifted. A young man, his face grim, uttered a single, chilling word, "Animal Kingdom." Looking back, it was an unimaginable place, teeming with hostile creatures and dimensional energies exceeding 700. To lead any group there, one had to be at least U rank. Park Soho was king there. Why? "You said you were the king," she exclaimed, disbelief evident in her voice. A woman, her face etched with frustration, mutters "fuck." The inexplicable conviction of something unseen fuels her anger. Why is this so convincing? They're in a desperate escape. The urgent cry rings out, "We have to get as far away from the city center as possible." A vehicle speeds away, pursued by shadowy figures. A woman, Choi Soo-young, is on the phone, seemingly oblivious to the danger unfolding elsewhere. A taunting voice observes, "You're having the time of your life, huh, Choi Soo-young?" The contrast highlights the precariousness of her situation. A young woman, captivated, gazes at an immense tree, its branches reaching towards a sky dusted with shimmering particles. A gentle breeze stirs the air. A man approaches her, interrupting her reverie. "What are you doing?" he asks, his tone laced with concern. She simply replies with a questioning. Her response, though unspoken, is clear in her expression, "Just taking a walk." A hint of mischievousness plays on her lips. Suddenly, she is astride a large, wolf-like creature, its powerful strides propelling them across the landscape at incredible speed. The speed is almost blurring. A pack of similar creatures follows closely behind, their movements echoing the initial wolf's speed and grace. The chase is on. 2 units are stationed near the portal, awaiting its unpredictable opening. The uncertainty underscores the gravity of the situation. A young man, likely one of the waiting units, anxiously sweats, his apprehension palpable. The delay is clearly taking a toll. The tension breaks as the men in the vehicle urge each other on. Their determination is fierce, they are driven to succeed. A young woman, astride a massive white wolf, hurtled through the forest, a blur of motion against the vibrant green. The speed was breathtaking, the very air seemed to crackle with their energy. The wolf's intense gaze, sharp and unwavering, filled the panel. Uncertainty clouded its expression, a question hanging in the air. Before them, a swirling vortex of blue energy crackled to life, the portal's formation imminent. "The portal's just about to form," she exclaimed, her voice tight with urgency. A woman's voice, sharp with alarm, cuts through the air. "What?" Her eyes widen, reflecting the urgency of the call. 2 massive missile launchers stand poised, their payloads menacingly visible. The scene is tense, the threat palpable. The woman, astride a large, wolf-like creature, surveys the alien landscape. "That's not the planet I was on," she states, her voice calm despite the unfamiliar surroundings. She clarifies, "It's an ordinary portal door." The implication is clear, her arrival was not a random crash landing, but a deliberate, if unusual, journey. The woman's expression shifts, reflecting a dawning understanding. She explains, the one you passed through was a teleportation portal that returners sometimes use, so it might feel different." This reveals a system of interdimensional travel and hints at the existence of others who have traversed these portals before her. Now accompanied by 2 soldiers, the woman examines a device. Her tone is sharp. "Now that I think about it, the dimensional energy of the teleportation portal that I passed through was higher than normal. This thing's acting weird. At the time, it was hard for me to think that the device was malfunctioning. I didn't even suspect anything was wrong with the thing's function. The heightened energy levels reveal a significant malfunction or deliberate alteration of the portal, setting the stage for potential danger." The woman, once again mounted on her wolf-like companion, rides through a storm of blue energy. The text emphatically states, "At any rate, this is a dungeon portal." The scene highlights the perilous nature of her situation, emphasizing the unpredictable and dangerous destination. A faint crack echoes through the forest as a group of men in tactical gear exchange worried glances. One nervously suggests that their suspicions are correct. Reinforcements arrive. Two AMO vehicles speed toward the scene, their sirens screaming, followed by a squadron of helicopters descending from the sky. A surge of intense blue energy erupts, violently shaking the earth. The source of the energy is revealed, a massive, pulsating blue sphere, dominating the landscape. Two figures, a man and a woman, watch from a safe distance, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. A small animal cowers nearby. A woman questions the man's superior intuition, noting his uncanny ability to sense a threat even without the specialized skills she possesses. A portal rips open, startling two men. Whoa! It's a portal, one exclaims, his face a mixture of awe and alarm. The unexpected event signals a significant shift in the narrative, hinting at the introduction of otherworldly elements. Two AMO agents carefully unpack a technological device from a crate, their movements precise and cautious. The scene underscores the official response to the anomaly, implying a structured, technologically advanced organization is dealing with the portal's emergence. The man in glasses, analyzing data, reveals a critical piece of information: it's a level 4 dungeon. A low-level one at that. This establishes the nature of the portal, linking it to a familiar, albeit low-level, threat within the established world-building of dungeons. The understated tone suggests a far greater, more complex threat may lurk beneath the surface. A woman, phone pressed to her ear, stares at computer screens displaying complex data. Phew! A level 4 dungeon, huh, she mutters, her expression a mix of fatigue and apprehension. The implication is that a level 4 dungeon presents a significant challenge, possibly exceeding expectations. A blonde woman in tactical gear, crackling with energy, stands before a vehicle. The energy seems to be emanating from her, almost overflowing. She states, "That's not where he was from. I think we need to go in and check first." This suggests an urgent need to investigate a separate, more dangerous location than initially suspected. The woman on the phone sharply retorts, "Ugh, really? I just said we're not sure yet." Her frustration is palpable as she defends her cautious approach against unseen pressure. The other person's unseen words suggest a financial investment in this investigation, a high-stakes situation revealed by the subsequent line: "The level of skill Park Soho has shown us until now isn't a mere level 4. The woman's concern intensifies as she refutes the implied pressure. "Didn't they invest in the possibility?" she asks, then explains the reason for her concern: "Park Soho has great worth simply as an irregular." This reveals that Park Soho's exceptional abilities justify the investment, despite uncertainty about the dungeon level. The tension is heightened, they're dealing with an exceptionally valuable and potentially volatile asset. Door 272 will breach in 50 days. A request is made to return the recovery unit after that time. It aligns with their projections. Why? The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent challenge to the impending breach. A subordinate's hesitant affirmation, "Ah, yes, sir," underscores the gravity of the situation and the unspoken urgency of the mission. The cost of the latest model, 3 billion won. A detail that emphasizes the scale of the operation and the resources invested in containing whatever lies beyond door 272. The young man, Park Soho, signed a contract, a gift offered as an incentive. His apprehension is evident, the generosity feels suspicious. Mr. Park, the man with glasses, reveals the Korean Bureau's high regard for Soho's family. The implication hangs heavy: a legacy to live up to, or perhaps a burden to bear. Soho's confusion intensifies. He hasn't received any international messages, yet fierce competition abroad is mentioned. The situation is escalating beyond his immediate understanding. The intensity of global competition is underscored. Soho's lack of internet access, however, has shielded him. Mr. Park has been managing substantial donations on his behalf, revealing a clandestine support system. "It should be over 5 billion won, he muses, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. The sheer potential profit weighs heavily on his mind. He places a reassuring hand on the younger man's shoulder, a gesture of quiet support and understanding. Their clasped hands speak of a bond built on trust and shared ambition. "I'll keep your words in mind, Hyungnam," the younger man replies, his voice filled with respect and determination. He commits to their shared venture. "Tell them you showed it to me, but I ignored it," the older man instructs, a hint of mischief in his eyes. The younger man blushes, overwhelmed by this unexpected turn of events. He'll keep a little of the donations, sending the rest to the guild's treasury. His companion laughs, clearly impressed by his generosity. The team readies themselves before entering, their leader questioning if everyone is prepared. A surge of blue energy crackles from his arm, showcasing his power. The leader's decisive rejection of the arriving combat team creates immediate tension. The arrival was unexpected and he is clearly unwilling to cooperate. "Okay, don't worry," the woman reassured her team, "let's go in." Her confident demeanor belied the unknown dangers that lay ahead. A surge of energy crackled beneath their feet as they moved, a palpable hum of power accompanying their advance. Hesitation etched itself onto his features. "Is this it?" he questioned, a doubt creeping into his voice. "I'm not too sure yet." A chilling familiarity hangs in the air as two figures traverse a desolate, icy landscape. The woman, her blonde hair a stark contrast to the bleak surroundings, senses something is amiss. Suddenly, their reconnaissance is interrupted. A squad of soldiers emerges, their leader barking a sharp stop. Their mission takes a decidedly hostile turn. The woman, undeterred, reveals crucial intelligence. 70 meters ahead lies a mob of 3 monsters. The stakes are immediately raised, and the grim anticipation intensifies. The tension explodes. One soldier, caught off guard, is met with a chilling uhiyu as a figure wielding a glowing blade lunges. The battle has begun. Juno gasped, his labored breaths a testament to the brutal struggle. Sweat beaded on his brow as he braced himself against a tree, his knife clutched tightly in his hand. A swift, brutal blow sent him sprawling. The force of the impact, a heavy quang, threw him backward, leaving him vulnerable amidst his comrades. One of his companions, calling out urgently, rushed to his side. The urgency in his voice conveyed the dire situation. Relief, if only temporary, washed over Juno as he received aid. A monstrous maw, lined with jagged teeth, opened before them, a crimson tongue lashing out. The sheer scale of the creature dwarfed everything around it. The vehicle plunged through the undergrowth, tires churning mud. Where are they going?" one voice gasped, followed immediately by a determined, "Let's follow them." It's beginning. A woman rides a massive, white wolf as space itself tears around them. The transformation is underway, and the distortion of reality is palpable. The woman, urgently relaying crucial information, directs the waiting units to the portal's location. Time is of the essence. Reinforcements arrive, responding swiftly to the unfolding crisis. Their presence offers a glimmer of hope amidst the escalating chaos. Missile launchers rose, poised for launch. The anticipation crackled in the air. A system announcement confirmed, Capital Artillery Brigade Chunmu 1st Division preparation to shoot, complete. The countdown had begun. A woman, her blonde hair a stark contrast to her fiery red shirt, voiced her disbelief. "How can you be so sure without using any equipment?" Her doubt hung heavy in the charged atmosphere. A woman rode a wolf-like creature, its form ethereal against the bright sky. "Different than it feels," she stated, her voice calm but implying an extraordinary ability. The threat was palpable. A young woman's eyes widen, a tremor of fear in her gaze. "Wait," she gasps, the unspoken dread hanging heavy in the air. That's true. Her intuition, however, whispers a different story. Right now, the threat feels less immediate than before. Is it really a dungeon portal? The realization dawns, sharp and chilling. It's the Bureau's detection team, arriving on the scene. A portal has opened, and the question of its destination hangs heavy. Is it a new planet? A swirling vortex of energy manifested before them, a genuine dungeon portal. The woman's wide eyes reflected her disbelief. The trio, along with their canine companion, stood on an alien shore, the portal now a distant memory, replaced by a vast expanse of turquoise sky crackling with ethereal lightning. A vehicle awaited. Detection Team 11 arrived, their mission clear, to begin installing their measuring devices. This new world demanded immediate scientific investigation. A team of specialists monitors an ominous, glowing fissure in the earth. What is this for, one asks. The response, it's for calculating the dungeon's level and the time until the dungeon break. The impending breach of a powerful dungeon is clearly a matter of urgent concern. A digital countdown timer displays 4280. A woman gasps in alarm. The tension escalates, emphasizing the limited time before the catastrophic dungeon break. According to Suho's data, something unexpected occurs. A surge of energy, a bright blue light, erupts from a device. This unforeseen event adds another layer of complexity to the already precarious situation. A man shouts what, into his phone, his face a mask of disbelief and alarm. The unexpected energy surge clearly signifies a significant development, the implications of which remain to be seen. This is getting out of hand. The pressure is immense, this situation is driving him insane. The stakes are high. If the first portal to appear near a person who's just returned from a dungeon is a dungeon portal, that person is a returner. His contact knows this, and the immense investment relies on it. The news of Park Soho being a dungeon returner cannot be allowed to get out. If it does, their hype-related plans for a new planet will fail. An inspection will serve as a distraction, buying them time. Desperate measures are being taken. If they can't get their investment back, they're both done. The urgency is palpable. A young man is being challenged. He'll need to clear a level 4 dungeon multiple times a day. It's assumed to be a simple task with his current team. A man in a sleek, dark suit examines a complex device, its screen glowing faintly. Beside him, a younger man, his expression thoughtful, considers the implications. This looks nice, he observes, the implication hanging in the air, it's expensive, but potentially valuable. The price, the suited man inquires. He clarifies, by this, do you mean the dungeon energy measuring device? The cost of the device is deemed expensive, a simple word carrying the weight of considerable investment. However, the suited man adds a crucial qualification, it is, but, hinting at a justification for the expenditure. The suited man explains the importance of the acquisition. Even if the younger man isn't from another planet, a returnee, the Bureau's resources are significant, they will treat him well because he is valuable to their nation. Even if you're not a returnee from a new planet, the Bureau will never treat you poorly. His reassurance is subtle yet powerful, highlighting the man's critical value. He adds further context, as far as we know, you've been contacted by a lot of foreign countries lately. The scene shifts to a wider view. The young man stands amidst a small group of officials. A dog looks on. The suited man, now seemingly more of an intermediary, explains, since you are our country's treasure. This statement is heavy with political significance, hinting at national importance, and its associated risks and protections. He concludes, that's what they told me to convey. Another man approaches, interrupting the exchange with the urgent request for a quick conversation. Soho Hyungnam, the thing is, can I talk to you for a sec? His concern underscores a hidden complexity. The earlier assurances about national protection seem to be immediately tempered by the weight of an unknown urgent matter. In his opinion, remaining neutral and uncommitted is unwise. The question hangs in the air, how much is it? The stakes are clearly high. No matter the sum, he argues, one shouldn't become a slave to money. Life offers far more valuable things than 5 billion won. A principled stance is revealed. Hyungnam's friend explains that his employers insisted he show him their offer. He must demonstrate at least 3 offers to fulfill his obligation. The nature of the offer becomes clearer, it's a series of propositions. A chilling implication, failure to present the offers meant they'd send an assassin. The casual threat underscores the gravity of the situation and the friend's precarious position. Juno is instructed to change into a special suit. His assistant, seemingly unconcerned, offers a non-committal agreement. Juno, now transformed, stands before a luminous, ethereal barrier. His powerful physique is accentuated, hinting at the challenges ahead. Despite the lucrative contract, only 2 individuals are permitted to participate in the upcoming raid. This restriction has significant ramifications. A team leader expresses concern about the sheer number of people entering a level 4 dungeon. Her subordinate, however, assures her that their role is solely observational. The squad leader, a powerfully built figure in teal tactical gear, addressed his team. His loyal canine companion stood at his side. "You should also level up a bit," he stated, his tone implying a need for further improvement. The team, now clearly visible in the crystalline environment, advanced through a glowing blue passage. The leader's commanding presence was evident. A blonde woman with piercing blue eyes watched the team cautiously. A subtle question hung in the air, an unspoken uncertainty. Concerns were raised amongst the squad's less experienced members. "Is it all right for us to just walk around like this? Shouldn't we be a little more cautious?" one of them questioned, voicing the apprehension many felt. Alarm bells rang as the two soldiers found themselves in a sudden, unexpected surge of energy. One, the bespectacled man labeled AB, visibly trembled. A blade crackled with raw power, a blue energy arcing across its surface. This was no ordinary weapon. "Why is he suddenly acting like that?" The bespectacled soldier's voice cracked, echoing his confusion and fear. The sudden shift in his comrade was deeply unsettling. A swift, brutal slap silenced the question. The action, as swift as it was decisive, left the bespectacled soldier reeling. The change in his comrade was more than just a change in behavior, he was clearly no longer himself. A man in spectacles gaped in terror as his companion, a powerfully built soldier, lunged forward, weapon drawn, a frenzy in his eyes. "Why are they acting like that?" a blonde woman demanded, her gaze sharp as she assessed the situation. Her answer came swiftly: "It's because he has an illness that makes him insane whenever he holds a blade." The soldier, now calm, but with a steely gaze, commanded, "Everyone, stay back." A palpable tension filled the air. A monstrous maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth and glowing pustules, burst forth from the icy depths, a terrifying prelude to an imminent attack. A powerful, wolf-like creature lies defeated, its body contorted in agony. The impact was clearly devastating. A woman in military uniform informs a man in glasses that he's received a permanent equipment rental as a contract signing gift. This suggests a significant acquisition or upgrade related to their mission. A team of soldiers, led by a determined-looking man, prepares to move forward. Their mission is about to commence. The squad enters a desolate, icy landscape. The environment is harsh and unforgiving, hinting at the challenges that lie ahead. The small dog at their feet adds a small note of contrast. Doubt creeps into the team's resolve as one soldier questions if their resources will suffice. The uncertainty foreshadows potential difficulties in the upcoming mission. A young man, his face grim, commands, "Everyone, stay back." The urgency in his voice belies the growing threat looming before them. A lizardman's grotesque tongue lashed out. The spear found its mark, piercing the creature's thick hide. Blood sprayed, a gruesome testament to the battle's ferocity. A lone figure, clad in futuristic combat armor, stands amidst a desolate, skeletal landscape. He holds a dagger, his stance alert, eyes scanning the surroundings. The air hangs heavy with the aftermath of a brutal battle. The warrior surveys the battlefield, two monstrous creatures lie vanquished, their forms grotesque and still. A small squad of soldiers stands guard, their expressions a mixture of exhaustion and grim satisfaction. The victory was hard-won. The victorious warrior shouts orders, his voice strained but determined, "Don Jisoo, Juno. Don't forget the loot." Blood stains his face, a testament to the ferocity of the fight. The urgency in his command highlights the value of the spoils of war. One soldier, his face pale, remarks, "That guy, Juno, seemed normal on the outside, but he turned into a psycho when he held a knife." This observation reveals a hidden aspect of the squad member's personality, unveiling a darker side that only emerges under duress. The other soldier urges, "Just follow along quickly." Two soldiers gleefully share the spoils, their bloody hands reaching for small, red cubes, a grim celebration of their bloody victory. Their expressions are chilling in their detached joy. A bloodied man, panting, whispers "Back go," to a small white dog that barks in response. The scene is grim, suggesting a recent struggle. A man in glasses, clearly concerned, remarks to a blonde woman with piercing blue eyes, "Isn't that animal abuse?" The context suggests the woman is witnessing, or at least aware of, the previous scene's events. Two more injured men appear, one warning, "They're coming." Their grim expressions and the earlier scene of the injured man and dog foretell impending danger. The urgency is palpable. One of the newcomers lets out a chilling, manic laugh, koku koku, a sound that underscores the escalating threat. The laughter suggests a cruel, perhaps sadistic, intent. Juno Hyungnam, already heavily wounded and displaying a disturbing grin, is urged to take another tranquilizer by his companions. His response is a strained, barely audible, "Yuhi." The scene underscores the desperate situation and Juno's deteriorating condition. Donsu cries out, his face a mask of exertion and pain, blood staining his armor. The urgency of his shouts signals an immediate threat. A swift, desperate action, a soldier throws a knife, attempting to distract a pursuing creature while a small white dog flees. This panel highlights the chaos and desperation of their escape. A monstrous creature, wielding a spear, violently impales one of its own kind, showcasing its brutal nature and the escalating conflict. The SSSSS sound indicates both the creature's hissing and the soldier's pain. A terrifying close-up of the creature's gaping maw, its teeth bared, and a long, viscous tongue extending, amplifies the immediate danger and sense of impending doom. The Korean onomatopoeia emphasizes the creature's predatory nature. He lunged, twin blades flashing, a whirlwind of steel against the monstrous creature. The air crackled with the intensity of the fight. A brutal clash echoed as he parried a vicious blow, narrowly avoiding the beast's snapping jaws. Blood sprayed, staining the already chaotic scene. "Look out!" A warning, sharp and urgent, cut through the din of battle. A new threat emerged, its jaws agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The warrior's eyes widened in surprise, the previous battle momentarily forgotten. Han Dongsu, a soldier battling through the frozen abyss, fires a bolt of energy from his crossbow. The blast streaks across the desolate landscape. The energy bolt connects, striking a monstrous creature, sending it reeling backward. Dongsu, despite the force of the impact, maintains his footing, ready to strike again. Triumphant, Dongsu raises a fist. The system notification confirms his victory, he has reached level 9. This marks a significant milestone in his journey through the abyss. Team leader confirms they're approaching a level 4 dungeon, prompting her subordinates' speculation that it might actually be a level 3. This minor discrepancy highlights the potential dangers of inaccurate assessment in this dangerous world. The team leader sharply reprimands her overly talkative subordinate, ordering him to focus on recording. This underscores the high-stakes environment and the need for precise, efficient teamwork. Suddenly, the team is ambushed. Enemies emerge from all sides, plunging them into immediate danger. The narration builds suspense, hinting at the imminent threat. A monstrous creature lunges, its terrifying maw a clear and present threat. The sudden, brutal attack visually emphasizes the overwhelming danger the team now faces. The creature's attack continues, revealing its horrifying, reptilian features. This panel cements the overwhelming nature of the immediate threat, demonstrating the full scale of the monster's power. A young man, his face etched with apprehension, stands amidst a swirling, ethereal green mist. The atmosphere crackles with unseen energy. Section Chief Kim Miso is greeted by a throng of subordinates and press photographers. Their respectful salutes highlight his authority. The scene establishes his prominent position. The chief's calm demeanor shatters. Confronted, he demands an explanation with an outburst, "What, you bastard?" The tension escalates. Her eyes blazed with barely contained fury. The weight of unspoken words hung heavy in the air. A commotion erupted. Urgent shouts cut through the air as a black SUV sped through a hastily cleared path, surrounded by a flurry of activity. The tension remained palpable. A team of men, clearly operatives, discussed the situation, concluding that the woman's report was about a level 4 dungeon returnee. The mission, it seemed, was deemed a waste of time. Inside the SUV, a serious conversation played out. The woman driving was questioned about the classification of the information revealed. Her response remained unsaid, adding a layer of intrigue and uncertainty. Protecting Park Suho's identity as a dungeon returner is paramount, revealing this truth would attract unwanted attention. That's why a solution is urgently needed. The urgency is palpable as the vehicle speeds through the countryside. A formidable figure, clad in advanced combat gear, stands ready. His stern expression hints at the challenges ahead. His confident grin speaks volumes. The hunt for monsters, it seems, is about to begin. Captain Lee Min-sun urges his troops to hold their position, a desperate plea amidst the looming threat. Their orders are clear: stand by. A lone warrior, his resolve hardened, grips his sword. He stands ready, a silent guardian against the encroaching darkness. A monstrous maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and glowing eyes. The creature's terrifying presence signals an imminent, devastating attack. A brutal swarm of reptilian creatures, their crimson scales glistening, descended upon the battlefield. Their spears and claws tore through the defenses. A female soldier, her face grim, shouted, "Zone defense." Her energy weapon crackled with power as she deflected a barrage of attacks, creating a protective shield. A man in glasses, eyes blazing crimson, calmly stated, "Now recording." The intensity of his gaze suggested a strategic observation, analyzing the chaos before him. A swift, decisive strike. A warrior, cloaked in shadow, cut through a monstrous foe with a brutal, blood-splattered slash. With a blur of motion, the warrior sliced through his monstrous foe. A crimson spray erupted as the creature fell, its demise a testament to the warrior's incredible speed and skill. The defeated beast collapsed, its lifeless form a stark contrast to the vibrant energy of the battle moments before. The system notification echoed the warrior's victory, 84 achievement points awarded. A bystander, eyes wide with disbelief, whispered, "That reaction speed, is that real?" The sheer impossible speed of the warrior's actions was beyond comprehension. Reinforcements arrived, their leader's confident smirk revealing their anticipation for what follows. "Yap! Hyamnam," one exclaimed, another chuckled, "Kowoohoo." The scene crackled with tension, ready for the next challenge. A bloodied soldier, his face grim, delivers a chilling ultimatum: "Starting from the next one, I'll send them over alive." He then adds, with a curt finality, "Stay alert." The implication is clear: a brutal selection process is underway, where only the strongest survive. A man in glasses, observing this scene, reacts with disbelief and alarm. What? He's going to send guardsmen that are C2 rank at the very least to that newbie in Psycho while they're still alive? The statement reveals a significant power imbalance and the reckless nature of the soldier's actions. The scene shifts to the forest. A soldier, knife drawn, commands his canine companion, "Go into the forest, and bring a few more over here." His actions escalate the conflict, initiating a dangerous hunt. The dog, already reacting to the unseen presence of monsters, anticipates the soldier's command. Panic erupts as a female soldier observes hordes approaching. What if hundreds of monsters come running here? Team leader, are we going to be alright? Her question highlights the dire situation, while her leader remains resolute, focusing on the mission. "Just keep recording." This illustrates the extreme circumstances and the cold pragmatism of the situation. A chilling wind howled through the desolate landscape, punctuated by the guttural sounds of unseen creatures. Whispers, snarls, and pained whimpers filled the air. A man, his face etched with terror, recognized the approaching threat. "That guy again," he stammered, sweat beading on his brow. With a maniacal laugh, Kohahaha Junho Hyunnim charged, leading a small squad into the heart of the monstrous cacophony. One of Junho's companions, wounded but defiant, grunted, "Yep," as he braced for the onslaught. A savage beast lunged, its attack met by the desperate parry of a spear. The ensuing chaos exploded, revealing the full horror of the situation. A monstrous purple-scaled dragon and a vicious white wolf attacked the small squad, the struggle for survival having already begun. He lunged forward, a blur of motion, energy crackling from his hands. A manic grin stretched across his face as he embraced the chaos. The warrior clashed with a monstrous foe, a brutal exchange of blows. Blood sprayed as he deftly parried a crushing attack. A small white creature watched from the sidelines. A gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, descended. Blood trickled from a wound on his face, yet his eyes burned with defiance as he met his end. He braced himself, a low growl rumbling in his chest as a wave of raw power, a visceral krang, surged through him. The force unleashed tore through the frozen landscape. A desperate cry escaped him as he fought back against the overwhelming power. Park Juno, E-Level 1, found himself battling two monstrous creatures in a blizzard. Blood splattered across the ice as he met their savage attacks head-on. A team of soldiers stands amidst the aftermath of a brutal encounter. One soldier questions their reckless actions, highlighting the inherent danger of their mission. A small dog stands nearby, a stark contrast to the carnage. The dog, seemingly unfazed by the violence, cautiously descends a steep incline. Its movements suggest a pursuit, hinting at a further threat. A monstrous creature bursts forth, its attack a sudden, violent eruption of green ichor. The scale of the threat is revealed in its horrifying detail, leaving the soldier vulnerable and overwhelmed. The young man, his expression grim, braced himself against the monstrous creature's attack. Its gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, was inches from his face. The beast lunged, its massive claws outstretched, but the man reacted swiftly, parrying the blow with an improvised weapon. He drew his sword, its blade shimmering with an ethereal glow, the preparation a blur of motion as he prepared for a decisive counterattack. From the safety of a car, a woman's voice cut through the chaos. "Hey, Kim Tae-sik. What the hell are you doing? Do you want to die?" The man, Kim Tae-sik, merely chuckled, hee hee. "Still not making way?" A moment ago, Captain Lee Min-sung's combat team entered a dungeon. Given it's Lee Min-sung's team, the dungeon's level is likely 4. The man speculates about the dungeon's classification, highlighting the team's capabilities and the danger involved. Lee Min-sung's team emerges from the dungeon, their vehicle arriving to transport them, a scene of relief and success. The gratitude expressed underscores the perilous nature of their mission. A woman's face fills the frame, her expression a mixture of calculation and concern. The question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication: is the risk of playing with the higher-ups worth the potential reward? A man in a suit and sunglasses sits in a car, a single question directed at him: will you be alright? The weight of responsibility rests on his shoulders, the answer, still unclear, hints at impending danger. Combat Team 13 assembles on a frozen shore, armored figures standing before a fleet of armored vehicles. Their mission, a specter of cold efficiency, is about to commence. A soft blue wash dominates the panel, a stark contrast to the tense preparation. A single, concise question cuts through the quiet: is everything ready? The stakes are clear, there's no room for error. The backs of Combat Team 13, their forms rigid and silent, await their orders. The silence before the storm speaks volumes about the impending conflict. A soldier, his face partially obscured by advanced headgear, stares in disbelief. "What?" he exclaims, the sheer shock palpable in the silent aftermath. This marks a critical turning point: the unexpected has occurred. The soldier, previously seen reacting with shock, now moves with deadly efficiency. He is engaged in close-quarters combat, a blur of motion against a backdrop of a snow-covered forest. For monstrous creatures, armed with crude spears, surround him, yet he displays an effortless grace. This moment marks the stark contrast between the unexpected event and the immediate, decisive action taken in its wake. The battle has begun. Hyeongnam's blood splattered across the snow, a grim testament to the recent battle. His companions, though victorious, looked grim, their faces etched with the weight of the conflict. A small white dog, seemingly untouched by the carnage, whimpered nearby. The small white dog, now alone, fled the scene, its small body a blur of white against the dark, twisting branches of the forest. The urgency in its movements spoke volumes. A man, his features sharp with concern, watched the dog's escape with mounting apprehension. His eyes widened, mirroring the growing unease in his heart. The dog raced through the snowy landscape, its every bound fueled by a desperate need to escape an unseen threat, indicated by the harsh sounds of tu-tu-tu-tu-tu echoing in the crisp winter air. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he devours the bloody remains, his eyes gleaming with a chilling satisfaction. The act is both grotesque and strangely ritualistic. The vehicle speeds away, leaving behind a lingering question: Park Suho? The implication hangs heavy in the air, a thread of mystery weaving through the narrative. A blinding flash of blue light erupted, engulfing a vehicle in its ethereal glow. A man in advanced tactical gear, his face partially obscured by a helmet, stared intently, a single word escaping his lips: "What is it?" His expression hinted at both confusion and a growing sense of unease. The man's question was answered as a woman in a sharp business suit, surrounded by associates, stood before him. A declaration followed: "What do you mean I am trespassing?" The tension thickened, revealing a clash of power and authority. His disbelief was palpable as the man echoed the woman's accusation. "What? Trespassing?" The scene was ripe with conflict, the seeds of a confrontation sown. A woman, her expression tight with unspoken worry, admits, "Well, some things happened." The gravity of her understatement hints at significant, undisclosed events. She explains her purpose, stating she's there to address a problem, one connected to the director. A man in tactical gear, flanked by two suited men, questions, "The director?" The scene shifts to a heightened state of tension, implying a potential power struggle or crisis. Park Suho's identity as a level 4 dungeon returner is revealed. A subordinate exclaims, "Yes, Chairman. Please don't worry. Where would that money go?" The sheer amount of money at stake highlights the immense value of dungeon returns and the power dynamics involved. This is a key plot development. A man, overwhelmed, mutters, Fuck, this is driving me insane." His desperate whisper underscores the escalating pressure and the potentially disastrous consequences of the unfolding situation. Dr. Lee sits at his computer, his expression one of quiet contemplation. The data before him reveals a newly discovered level 4 dungeon. A flicker of surprise crosses his features as he processes the implications of this discovery. Another dungeon, so close? The implications are unsettling. His brow furrows, a sudden memory surfacing. Before the dungeon's discovery, he recalls an event that challenges his understanding of the current situation. A lone figure, a man, walks along a beach, his catch of fish in hand. The harshness of his surroundings speaks volumes. He's found himself in an uninhabitable place. This is not merely a survival narrative, but hints at the larger ramifications of the dungeon's existence. A scientist, aghast, reacted to a report. "He definitively stated there was a sea within the dungeon," he exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. The implication, the established theory of dungeon origins, is now in serious question. The news was jarring. A man, his face a mask of urgent emotion, announced, "My little brother is alive." The revelation carries a weight far beyond mere familial reunion, it signals a pivotal plot development. But his elation was tempered by a caveat. "But I have one condition," he stated, his gaze intense, setting the stage for a complex negotiation. "Can you tell me everything?" The old man's eyes, though lined with age, held an unsettling intensity, a desperate plea masked by a calm exterior. His question hangs heavy in the air, hinting at a story of immense weight and consequence. A doctor, seemingly unconcerned, responds, an F-rank returnee, who's the same as a normal person, says that he spent 1,000 years as the king of the wild. Who would have believed him? The casual dismissal belies the gravity of the claim, 1,000 years lost, a forgotten kingdom, and the incredible improbability of it all. The narrative shifts dramatically. A warrior, bathed in ethereal blue energy, clashes with monstrous, clawed beings. Blood spatters across the scene as he fights with desperate ferocity, his blade a blur against their crimson flesh. This is no ordinary conflict. The scale of the battle speaks of a realm beyond human comprehension. The warrior, now visibly strained, continues his desperate fight. His expression, partially hidden, hints at exhaustion and grim determination. The raw power of the fight is palpable, every motion fraught with peril. The sheer efficiency was breathtaking. A single, decisive strike neutralized the entire ambush. "That's insane," one soldier breathed, marveling at the feat to eliminate an entire ambush in such a swift and decisive manner is extraordinary. The squad, still awestruck, arrived at a place of striking beauty. "What's this?" "This place is strangely pretty," one exclaimed, but a seasoned member observed, "Really, the shiny rock looks like a gem, but it seems to give off a dark aura." This seemingly idyllic location held a hidden, ominous energy. A closer inspection of the striking rock revealed an inscription in Hangul. The soldiers' reactions ranged from confusion to alarm as the inscription was deciphered. "I'm back." The implication hung heavy in the air, they weren't alone, and the return of something, or someone, had major implications. Where? Where? Echoed their combined anxieties. The panel shows a close-up of one soldier's bloodied face, a stark reminder of the recent brutal encounter. His grim expression speaks volumes about what happened before this discovery, and of the foreboding threat this revelation portends. The woman's face, etched with a stoic resolve, subtly conveys her acceptance of an uncertain outcome. If not, that's fine, she thinks, her expression a mask of controlled emotion. This quiet acceptance hints at a larger, potentially dangerous situation she's prepared to face. Her demeanor shifts. The calm is gone, replaced by urgent command. "Everyone, move," she shouts, her determination evident as she leads her squad, implying imminent danger. The others, reacting with startled questions, highlight the sudden escalation. A young man, his face bearing the marks of a recent struggle, stares forward with grim determination. The subtle details, the cuts on his face, the dust motes in the air, paint a picture of intense, recent conflict. His expression foreshadows the gravity of the situation. Panic sets in. One soldier's wide eyes and startled cry, "Ha!" What's that, punctuates the sudden, terrifying shift in the situation. His fear mirrors the escalating threat and underscores the unpredictable danger. The team discovers ancient Hangul inscriptions covering the cavern walls. One soldier voices his surprise, while another questions the presence of a Korean in this strange place. The density of the writing is immediately apparent. One soldier reacts with disgust to the explicit nature of some of the writings, revealing a shockingly casual attitude towards the discovery. Another soldier, amused, exclaims about the strange flaming mushrooms mentioned in the writing, adding a touch of dark humor to the scene. A name, Juno Hyunnim, is recognized among the writings, adding a personal and potentially significant element to the exploration. The explorers stood before a cave wall adorned with ancient markings. This is similar to ancient cave paintings. "It seems like it's scientifically worth a lot," one of them observed, the significance of the discovery heavy in the air. The crude drawings depicted a scene of two leopards, perhaps a hunt or ritual, hinting at a lost civilization. Kuro's eyes narrowed, a flicker of primal fear in their depths. A shadowy feline figure emerged from the darkness, its form barely visible yet radiating menace. A monstrous feline creature emerged fully, its eyes burning with malevolent golden light. The threat was palpable, raw, and immediate. Suho, wounded but conscious, is checked on by a blonde woman in futuristic armor. Her concern is palpable as she asks, "Soho, are you all right?" The exclamation point in the speech bubble emphasizes the urgency of the situation. Soho's face, etched with pain and a dawning realization, reflects the gravity of his injuries. His wide eyes suggest a shock, possibly from an unexpected event or revelation. The scene shifts to a collection of meticulously crafted knives. The blonde woman's astonishment is evident as she remarks, "Whoa! Did you make this by sharpening shiny rocks? Isn't that on par with an artifact?" The implication is that Suho, despite his injuries, has created weapons of extraordinary quality using surprisingly simple means. Hyunnim, fleeing a chaotic battle scene, is urgently called back by Minsu. The weight of the situation is palpable, a desperate plea against a backdrop of conflict. Minsu's frustration boils over. Hyunnim's sudden departure is attributed to their earlier teasing, highlighting a complex dynamic of camaraderie and tension within their group. A violent impact throws Hyunnim to the ground. The stark visual underscores the sudden, brutal force he encountered, emphasizing the immediate danger. Hyunnim's face, bloodied and grim, speaks volumes. The close-up reveals his injured state and a simmering rage, suggesting a significant escalation in the conflict. A squad of soldiers stands rigidly at attention before a commanding officer. The scene is tense, charged with unspoken implications. A woman, her face etched with concern, is firmly told, "You can't go in right now." The urgency in her expression reflects a situation of grave danger. The woman explains the situation, revealing that Park Soho hasn't cooperated with the combat team, highlighting the severity of the unauthorized intrusion attempt. Trespassing is not allowed, she states, underscoring the official rules being broken. The commander, a grizzled veteran with silver hair peeking from under his helmet, confronts his superiors. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? To reschedule a team that had to rearrange their plans and rush here? His tone is laced with barely controlled fury. The implication is clear: a critical mission has been jeopardized by bureaucratic incompetence. He continues, his frustration mounting. I mean, an exploration clause is clearly written in the contract. Does it make sense to go in only with a scouting party and no combat team? The visual reinforces his point. He's surrounded by heavily armed soldiers, while his superiors are clean-cut, clearly civilian. The commander sinks into weary resignation, muttering, fuck. Why is everything so complicated? His shoulders slump, the weight of the situation clearly impacting him. This marks a shift from outright anger to disillusionment. A hurried phone call reveals the source of the problem. A subordinate stammers, "Yes, Minister, it seems there was a mistake. We need to investigate a few more things, so until we release a formal statement." The minister's panic is palpable. The initial problem was caused by a high-level blunder. Hey! Why haven't you been able to contact Kim Miso yet? The urgency in the man's voice is palpable, his frustration evident in his strained expression. His concern for Kim Miso signals a significant relationship, and the inability to contact her suggests a developing crisis. A computer screen displays the file of Park Suho, a Level 4 dungeon returnee. The title, The Crushed Dream of Korea's New Planet, hints at a larger narrative involving a national-level event and the individual's role within it. Soho's image suggests a young man, likely in his early 20s, possibly bearing the weight of his experiences. Park Suho recounts his survival: "The fruit trees I hid on the coast. There was plenty of food in the sea." His calm demeanor contrasts sharply with the earlier scene's urgency, suggesting a period of solitude and adaptation. His resourcefulness is evident, hinting at resilience and skills acquired during his dungeon experiences. Tears streamed down his face as he gripped the soaked wooden staff, a testament to his recent ordeal. The weight of his struggle was palpable. He plunged into the churning waters, a furious melee of fish and a monstrous crustacean erupting around him. The chaotic energy of the ocean mirrored the storm within him. A scientist, observing a cosmic explosion on a monitor, pondered aloud, "Is it that a planet breaks apart and becomes a dungeon?" The question hinted at a catastrophic event transforming worlds into perilous realms. "Help me find him," a worried voice pleaded, prompting a calm response, "Okay." The weight of responsibility settled upon the scientist's shoulders. The narrative shifts to a flashback, revealing a history spanning 500 years. The things that happened in the 500 years after you became the king of wolves, and before you went to war against the gorilla tribe, the time you spent as the true king of the forest. The words alluded to a past filled with turmoil and power. The doctor sighed, a palpable sense of regret washing over him. He'd missed a chance to hear a compelling story, a casualty of his impulsive decision. A brutal clash echoes across the battlefield. Massive, reptilian creatures are felled by a swift, ethereal energy. Blood sprays across a vibrant, azure sky. 3 soldiers, battle-worn and weary, stared in stunned silence. The weight of what they had just witnessed hung heavy in the air. A single word escaped the lips of one, "Oh." "What's wrong with your loot?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the young man's grim expression and the blood staining his clothes. His injury is fresh, a testament to a recent, brutal encounter. He surveys the unfamiliar yet strangely familiar landscape. A sense of unease settles over him as he mutters, "I've never been here before, but why do some things feel familiar?" The words betray a deeper anxiety. This place holds a resonance beyond his immediate comprehension. The stark declaration, "I'm never coming back. Leopard territory," echoes his profound trauma. The exclamation points underline the urgency and finality of his vow, a promise born of fear and a deep-seated aversion. His sister-in-law's concern is palpable. "This isn't one of your pranks, right, Dong-soo?" she asks, her tone laced with worry as she addresses him and his companions. The casual banter is replaced by a palpable tension. He assures her, "I didn't leave anything out," as she questions the thoroughness of his recording. A subtle tension hangs in the air, hinting at the importance of this documentation. The team cautiously navigates the treacherous terrain, their destination unknown but clearly marked by a sense of foreboding. A cave looms before them, its presence amplifying their apprehension. It feels like something's gonna appear, one of them whispers, the weight of their unspoken fears palpable. The team enters a cavern, its walls covered in strange Korean graffiti. The inscriptions, mostly food names, add to the unsettling atmosphere. This place is clearly not what it seems. A man, stranded and seemingly alone, scrawls desperate messages on a cold, damp wall. His childish desires, for home, chicken, and soybean paste stew, starkly contrast with his grim surroundings. The juxtaposition reveals a profound longing for normalcy amidst unimaginable hardship. Two other figures stumble upon the wall's inscriptions, their reactions a mix of disbelief and amusement. One exclaims, "Ha," clearly disturbed by the childishness and the implication of the man's desperate situation. Their expressions foreshadow the impending conflict. The two observers continue their assessment of the writings. One remarks that the man is practically crazy with lust, highlighting an unexpected aspect of his predicament, the raw, primal desires that overcome him. The tone shifts to a more cynical, judgmental observation. A poignant message further reveals the man's emotional state. The words, "I miss the people I used to hate," underscore his profound loneliness and the unexpected depth of his regret. He misses his family, emphasizing that even those he previously disliked were integral parts of his life now absent. The final panel focuses on another man, Park Soo-ho, whose name is etched onto the same wall, suggesting a prior presence in this desolate place. The visual of his wounded state adds a layer of intrigue, raising questions about his fate and his connection to the previous entries. Two figures stand silhouetted against a shimmering, icy cavern. The woman, her blonde hair pulled back, regards the man before her with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. He stands rigid, his back to her, seemingly lost in thought. The atmosphere is tense with unspoken questions. The woman directly questions the man, her gaze unwavering, "Where were you from?" Her query cuts through the silence, demanding an explanation for his enigmatic presence. A crude map reveals the territorial boundaries of a region, including Moon Hill, which the man has apparently owned for 500 years. The map also shows the territories of Kuro, Jackie, and Suhu, with the note that Kuro has not entered Suhu territory in the last 100 years. This reveals a long-standing power dynamic and a history of territorial disputes. Suddenly, a massive black tiger, eyes blazing, lunges at the man, claws extended. He barely evades the attack, demonstrating impressive agility. The action explodes with kinetic energy, signifying the immediate danger and potential violence inherent in this territorial power struggle. The man's face, contorted in a grim determination, is now framed closely. His eyes, fierce and unwavering, promise a retaliatory strike, solidifying his aggressive nature. This close-up shot emphasizes his readiness to confront the powerful tiger and whatever forces may oppose him. 30 years have passed since Gorilla Jackie ignited the Moonhill War. The final battle against him looms, 3 sunrises hence, the conflict culminates. A fierce clash erupts. A warrior, muscles taut, engages a monstrous gorilla in brutal combat. The warrior discovers unfinished knives, a detail that hints at the preparation and potential for further conflict. Park Soo-ho. The woman, a blur of motion, sprints with incredible speed, leaving a trail of energy in her wake. Her mission is clear: escape. A brutal impact echoes as the pursuer is sent hurtling across the rocky landscape, a testament to the woman's power and desperate flight. The ground trembles under the force of a powerful kick. Dust explodes as the escape continues. He stands atop a high peak, surveying the vast landscape. The earlier frantic chase is now a distant memory, a new phase begins. On Earth. The words are stark, emphasizing the finality of Soho's successful escape and the new environment she now faces. "Good morning, Captain Lee Min-sung." A formal greeting, but the woman's expression hints at an impending request. She continues, stating the need to amend their contract. This suggests a shift in the initial agreement, possibly due to unforeseen circumstances. An older man, likely a scientist given his attire, explains a delay. He's waiting to share information until after he locates his brother. This introduces a personal element into the narrative, foreshadowing potential complications. A teen, observing a lone figure navigating treacherous terrain, sets the scene for a dangerous mission. The rocky landscape suggests a remote, hostile environment. Four figures, silhouetted against a blinding light, emerged from a swirling vortex. Their forms, though indistinct, spoke of purpose and shared resolve. A stark exclamation point punctuated the silence, highlighting the shock etched on the faces of two men. One, glasses askew, displayed a look of utter disbelief. The other, bearing a fresh wound, mirrored his horror. A figure sprints across a desolate landscape, the only sound a soft thump-thump of footsteps on frozen ground. He pauses, his breath misting in the frigid air. "What's off?" he asks himself, gazing at the distance. A vast, snow-covered mountain looms, a stark contrast to the previously described surroundings. The perspective shifts, the mountain is revealed to be a coastal range, the sea now visible beyond its snow-capped peaks. This unexpected juxtaposition of mountain and ocean signifies a significant shift in the environment. The vastness speaks to a scale far beyond what was initially expected. It was called the Roaring Sea, a place one should never go. The man's companion, a woman, looks concerned as he repeats the name, a grim understanding settling on his face. He confirms that he went there, his past experiences etched onto his weathered face, a testament to hardship and loss. The words etched into ancient stone, a tale of survival, speak of his desperate attempts to remain hidden from civilization. His gaze drops, the weight of his past crushing him. The mention of his animal companions underscores a profound loss, adding another layer to the man's unspoken suffering. His companion points towards a distant fog, a tangible symbol of the mystery and danger that still lies ahead, setting the stage for their upcoming adventure. 78, 80, the numbers increased rapidly, marking the approach of a monstrous horde. A massive, reptilian figure, scales shimmering with malevolent energy, burst through the trees, its roar shook the very ground. A chilling announcement pierced the air, 102 lizard men approaching. The sheer scale of the threat became terrifyingly clear. The approaching horde was far larger than anticipated. The woman's face was a mask of disbelief and rising panic. Her companion stood, weary and wounded, his sword deactivated. "Why the fuck are they coming all at once?" she exclaimed, the question hanging heavy in the air, reflecting a critical strategic failure in their initial assessment. A terrifying answer materialized: it's the Lizard King. The sheer scale of the approaching threat became clear. This was no mere ambush, but a full-scale invasion led by their most powerful enemy. A snarling, anthropomorphic leopard's face fills the panel, eyes blazing with primal fury. Its bared teeth threaten. A young man instructs a blonde woman, "Stay here with the others," his expression grim, reflecting the urgency of the situation. Doubt clouds her features. He plunges from a cliff, the Korean onomatopoeia emphasizing the desperate fall. A monstrous, multi-headed creature lunges, its gaping maws and writhing tongues a horrifying spectacle. The threat is immediate and overwhelming. A raven, imbued with ethereal energy, materializes before the young man. Feathers scatter as the creature unleashes a surge of power, a visible wave of light erupting from its wings. The young man, now winged, soars into the air, dodging falling debris amidst a chaotic burst of energy. His newfound abilities are clear: he's gained the power of flight. A spear, launched with impossible speed, streaks towards him from below. The scene focuses on the weapon's trajectory, suggesting a formidable opponent has taken aim. Impaled by the spear, he plummets from the sky. The once bright scene darkens as feathers drift down with the falling warrior. He descended from above, a celestial warrior amidst a storm of feathers, his angelic wings a stark contrast to the monstrous horde below. Each feather was a weapon, scattering the vile creatures with a burst of energy. The battle raged, a monstrous claw met his counterattack, sending them both tumbling earthward. A witness to the breathtaking display, a woman with blonde hair, watched in stunned silence, her expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. "That crazy?" she breathed, the unspoken wonder hanging heavy in the air. A squad of soldiers surveys the landscape from atop a rocky outcrop. One, a woman with long blonde hair, stands watchfully, sword at her side. Her comrade, a bespectacled man, expresses exasperation. The fall of their superior, Hyun, is the subject of their terse conversation, highlighting the unexpected turn of events. Suddenly, a monstrous creature bursts from the earth below, its purplish scales and razor-sharp teeth a terrifying sight. The speed and ferocity of its attack leave no room for doubt. The situation has escalated dramatically. The bespectacled soldier, undeterred, prepares for battle. He grabs a large rock, ready to meet the threat head-on. His determined stance speaks to his resilience and unexpected resourcefulness in the face of overwhelming odds. Another soldier, fueled by adrenaline and a primal rage, launches a rock at the creature with a cry of frustration and anger directed at their fallen superior. The raw emotion and violent action further amplify the urgency of the situation. A volley of energy blasts strikes down several grotesque, reptilian creatures. They shriek, their bodies convulsing before collapsing to the ground. The creature is violently torn apart, a spray of blood and bone marking the end of its brutal demise. A monstrous wolf, eyes blazing with fury, snarls, its jaws bared in a lethal threat. The white wolf-like creature, its fangs dripping with crimson, finishes its brutal attack. The skeletal remains of its foe are left broken and lifeless, a gruesome testament to its ferocity. The skull of the defeated creature is flung away, a stark symbol of the werewolf's dominance. The werewolf, panting heavily, looks around frantically. "Where are the leopards?" he demands, his voice raw with urgency. The question hangs heavy in the air, revealing the stakes. The hunt is far from over. The beast, a grotesque hybrid of wolf and man, its fur matted with crimson, snarls, its eyes wide with a primal fury. The remnants of its prey, a dragon-like creature, cling to its jaws. A figure, cloaked in white, plummets from the sky, a torrent of blue energy erupting from below as it impacts the earth. The force of the strike sends shockwaves rippling through the forest. A monstrous creature, its skin a bruised purple, is impaled by a spear, a large boulder crushing it from above as its life drains away. Die, an SSSS echo in the air, one a triumphant cry, the other a dying gasp. A soldier, his face contorted in rage, unleashes a volley of energy blasts from his weapon. "Go die, you bastards," he screams, his assault a relentless storm of light. Panic etched itself onto the man's face as he shouted a warning. His glasses, slightly askew, amplified the urgency in his eyes. The blonde woman, already mid-battle, reacted instantly to the threat. "They're coming up," she yelled, her dual blades a blur of motion, deflecting an unseen attack. A figure emerged from the sky, a chilling laugh echoing as twin blades shimmered with energy. His confident grin spoke volumes. "You hee 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 hee." The man with glasses, now wielding a sword, stared in disbelief. The sudden appearance of the attacker left him speechless. A massive horde of insectoid creatures swarmed the mountain peak where a small band of soldiers stood their ground. Their leader, however, showed no sign of fear, their eyes fixed on the approaching threat. With a roar, a colossal red dragon plummeted to the earth, its massive body cleaving through the insect horde. The sheer force of the impact sent shockwaves across the landscape. Amidst the chaos, a desperate cry cut through the air, "Run for cover!" The dragon's fall was no mere accident, a cataclysmic event was about to unfold. A blinding flash of light erupted from the heart of the mountain, obliterating the remaining insects and shaking the very foundations of the land. The initial shockwave was only a prelude to the devastation to come. Park Suho stood overlooking a verdant valley, a woman in sleek, futuristic armor kneeling before him. "Park Suho," she exclaimed, her voice filled with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Her inquiry, "What happened?" hung in the air, a palpable question mark mirroring the uncertainty etched on her face. A follow-up question, tinged with a hint of disbelief, followed, "Is this where you used to live?" Soho gestured towards a distant area. "Over there was a grove of fruit trees," he stated, his voice calm despite the vast change in their surroundings. The statement laid bare the extent of the transformation this land had undergone. A woman's skeptical expression fills the panel. "A sea in a level 4-sized dungeon," she questions, her disbelief palpable. This unexpected discovery throws into question the established understanding of dungeon layouts and the potential dangers within. The woman and a man stand amidst a verdant landscape, their conversation turning to the presence of lizardmen. "Were the lizardmen always there?" the woman asks, her gaze fixed on her companion. His curt reply, "No," hints at a more complex history. The man explains, this was the territory of the leopards, revealing a power struggle between predatory species. His statement, they weren't so weak that they'd move because of some lizardmen, underscores the leopard's strength and the significance of the lizardman's presence. The implication is that something far more significant has displaced the leopards. A vast, mountainous vista unfolds, signifying the dungeon's end. That's the end of the dungeon, states a voiceover. The final words, it means you can't move past it, establish an insurmountable obstacle. This boundary suggests that the true challenge lies beyond the immediate environment. It's an ambush. The warning explodes from the woman's lips, her eyes wide with stark terror, reflecting the urgent threat. Let's quickly climb up. If we don't stay by those two, we're as good as dead. The desperate command rings out as a small squad scrambles upwards, the urgency of their retreat palpable against the backdrop of looming danger. Their grim determination highlights the perilous situation. Two monstrous creatures, purple and grotesque, surge into view, their terrifying roars shaking the very ground. The ambush is confirmed, the threat is real and immediate. A crimson beast, wielding a spear, crashes into the fray, its brutal attack shattering the tension. The ferocity of the assault is clear, a desperate counterattack against overwhelming odds. The skull-faced monster lunges forward, its gaping maw a testament to the horror of this confrontation. This close-up shot intensifies the imminent danger, leaving the outcome uncertain. A young man's face registers confusion. His brow furrows, a silent question hanging in the air. A man plummets from the sky, his fall a blur against the bright blue expanse. Below, a woman in combat gear watches, her sword raised, equally perplexed. "Hey! What are you doing?" she shouts, her voice sharp and full of alarm, as she rushes toward the falling figure. An elderly woman's eyes widen in shock, her mouth agape as she witnesses some unseen event. A surge of energy erupts around her. Her eyes widened, a silent gasp escaping her lips as she witnessed the unfolding spectacle. Confusion and disbelief warred on her face. A surge of ethereal, blue energy crackled from a colossal winged figure, its power palpable even from a distance. Feathers scattered like shards of light amidst the potent magic. Horrific creatures, their bodies a grotesque blend of flesh and bone, charged across the landscape. Their skeletal features and savage weapons spoke of a relentless, merciless assault. A small white puppy, seemingly ordinary, unleashes a burst of energy, small rocks propelled outward by the force. It's a surprising display of latent power. The scene shifts abruptly. A monstrous, red creature, its maw a horrifying display of teeth and a long, writhing tongue, rises into view. The skull adorning its head is a grim trophy. A blinding flash of light erupts in a forest clearing, the intense white light momentarily obscuring everything. The sheer force of the explosion is evident. It's all right. He's not dead, but he's fallen quite far. 30 lizardmen are approaching, 30 meters away. Everyone, prepare for battle. A monstrous lizardman lunges, its massive jaws snapping shut with a terrifying shriek. The wolf-like creature lunged, its claws tearing into its opponent's flesh. A brutal clash of bodies, a flurry of motion as the battle raged. A vicious counterattack. Bloody slashes rained down as the wolf retaliated, its movements a blur of deadly precision. With a final, decisive strike, the wolf's opponent crumpled, defeated. Crimson stained the ground. A bloody, skeletal visage, seemingly a dragon's head, is revealed amidst a flurry of motion. The scene suggests a fierce battle just concluded. A massive, white wolf-like creature tears into the remnants of its opponent, its maw stained crimson. The raw power is palpable. The wolf, now revealed to have human-like arms and torso, wrestles with the dragon's corpse, its features a mask of primal savagery. A question mark hangs in the air, highlighting the unexpected turn of events. The wolf's face fills the panel, its eyes wild with a ferocious, primal hunger. Its teeth bared in a chilling snarl. A close-up of a single, bloodshot eye, intense and menacing. The scene shifts, suggesting the wolf is now observing something even more dangerous. The battle concluded. A lone, wolf-like figure cradles the inert form of its crimson-scaled adversary, the air thick with the dust of a brutal conflict. A monstrous, purple-hued creature, bearing a boulder as a shield, charges forward, spear-wielding foes at its heels. The scene pulses with frantic energy. A soldier, his face grim, aims a crossbow. The caption explains the weapon's unique properties, its power limited by the user's skill. His urgency is palpable, this is a desperate measure. A blinding flash of energy erupts from a clenched fist, the raw power leaving a shimmering trail across the sky. Hyungnam, reckless as ever, has lost his footing, plummeting from a great height. His companion urgently shouts for help, their concern palpable. Hyungnam's fall is interrupted, a majestic, breathtaking sight unfolds before them. 3 colossal dragons soar through the air, their scales gleaming in the sun. Terror grips Hyungnam's companion as he witnesses the chaotic scene. His eyes widen in sheer horror, the impact of what he's seeing clearly evident. A ferocious, white wolf-like creature engages in a brutal aerial battle with one of the dragons, its teeth sinking deep into the dragon's flesh as a torrent of blood sprays. The ferocity of the fight is undeniable. A man's eyes widen in terror, his mouth agape in a silent scream as an unseen force bears down. The raw fear etched on his face is palpable. He observes the aftermath, his expression one of thoughtful suspicion. "It seems like it, but something's off," he mutters, his assessment betraying a deeper unease than his words alone suggest. This unease hints at a developing conflict, something subtly amiss beneath the surface of what initially seemed straightforward. A woman's sharp gaze pierces the air as she demands, "Then what happened to those animal companions of yours?" The question hangs heavy, hinting at a dark past and the potential loss of innocent lives. The man's face, marred by wounds, reflects a deep sorrow. He responds, "The end of the dungeon?" His words speak volumes of the brutal reality that befell him and those he cared for, hinting at a confined struggle for survival. A question cuts through the tension: don't long-range weapons use up more dimensional energy than close-range weapons? This seemingly simple query reveals a crucial detail about the world's energy mechanics, and the limitations faced by those wielding such power. A powerful gust of wind erupts, sending a figure hurtling towards a rocky outcrop. The impact shatters the stone. A system message flashes: skill, wind attribute, released. The wind magic unleashed signals a significant escalation in the confrontation. 2 figures watch in stunned disbelief as the dust settles. One clutches a broken piece of the shattered rock, highlighting the force of the previous attack. A powerful kick sends the blonde woman soaring through the air, a blur of motion against the backdrop of a startled opponent and crumbling earth. The force of the blow is palpable, the sheer impact evident in the shattered rock fragments cascading around her. A spear pierces a wave of purplish, reptilian creatures, their bodies exploding into a shower of dust as they are impaled. The chaotic scene underscores the ferocity of the ongoing battle. Dust and smoke billow as the blonde woman emerges from the debris, her movements suggesting a struggle against the lingering effects of the impact. The scene is one of chaos and exhaustion. The blonde woman rises from the rubble, her expression grim but resolute. Dust clings to her armored suit, testament to the ferocity of the battle she has just endured. She is battered, but unbroken. A figure bursts from the rubble, shouting, "Seo! Seo Minsu, all clear!" Below, Seo Minsu lies half-buried, gasping for air amidst the debris. The scene speaks of a recent, violent struggle. Seo Minsu lies wounded, his breath ragged, as a small white dog whimpers beside him, a clear indication of his dire condition. A woman with blonde hair, her face etched with worry and determination, stares intensely at something off-panel, her expression hinting at the urgency of the situation. Reinforcements arrive, running towards the injured man, a display of comradeship in the face of danger. One calls out, "Hyungnam," while another shouts "Hyeong." Their focus is clearly on the injured Seo Minsu. A woman in a business suit observes a company of soldiers, a thoughtful expression on her face. Her subtle skepticism hints at an impending conflict. She muses, a question hanging in the air. A young man, his face etched with weariness, stands apart, seemingly assessing the tense situation unfolding before him. His posture speaks volumes, he is prepared for action. The soldiers, alerted, turn towards the approaching woman and her escort. One soldier calls out, "Mr. Park Soho," signaling an important individual's arrival. tension visibly rises. Suddenly, massive, ethereal wings burst forth, startling the woman and her bodyguard. The unexpected display of power suggests a significant threat has arrived, shattering the tense calm. A woman stares, bewildered. A pigeon, she whispers, the question hanging in the air amidst the tense silence of a military formation. The scene unfolds against a backdrop of heavily armed soldiers, their expressions equally unreadable. The captain, a man with silver hair and a steely gaze, observes the same phenomenon. "Did you see it too, Captain?" asks the woman, her voice laced with uncertainty. The captain replies, a glint in his eye, "It wasn't an illusion. He might be tasty if we caught and roasted him, don't you think?" The blonde operative, clearly agitated, cuts through the captain's macabre musings. "If you came here to cooperate today, just leave," she commands, her words sharp and decisive, dismissing any pretense of camaraderie. Her tone leaves no room for negotiation. Following her order, the soldiers snap to attention. "Yes, ma'am," they respond in unison, immediately obeying. The blonde operative, identified as Chief Kim Miso, orders their return to headquarters. The sudden shift in dynamic underscores her authority. Chief Kim Miso's expression shifts to one of quiet contemplation. "Why," she murmurs to herself, a hint of frustration and suspicion clouding her features. The question hangs unanswered, leaving the audience to wonder about the true nature of the events witnessed. A woman in tactical gear demands, "Where to?" Her frustration is palpable, directed at two figures in suits who remain impassive, their expressions unreadable. This sets the stage for a tense confrontation, the initial location unclear but suggesting a high-stakes situation. The scene shifts to a group of soldiers, their arrival adding another layer of complexity to the situation. One of them, observing the scene with amusement, comments, "Yes, you should try to hire some more people to manage things as quickly as possible." His nonchalant approach hints at a deeper knowledge of the dynamics at play, and foreshadows potential manipulation. The tension escalates dramatically. A stern-faced man, his expression one of disbelief and fury, demands, "What do you mean, return?" His question underscores a significant plot point, a return of someone or something, the nature of which is left intentionally ambiguous for the moment, adding intrigue and suspense. Park Suho, a figure of considerable power, stands before a woman in a business suit, a phalanx of soldiers at his back. His demand for a discussion regarding wages sets a tense, yet controlled, atmosphere. Soho's refusal to meet creates a ripple of frustration amongst his pursuers. One soldier, visibly weary and bearing the marks of recent conflict, urges a retreat. The implication is that this is not the first confrontation, and perhaps not the last. A hurried phone call reveals an unexpected shift in strategy. The urgency in the man's voice, coupled with the phrase "we can solve things later," suggests a compromise or perhaps a more calculated approach to dealing with Suho. The discovery of Park Suho's diary, scrawled on the cave walls, reveals his deep grief for his family. His words, dense with Korean script, paint a picture of a young man profoundly affected by loss and hardship, providing a crucial insight into his character. Meanwhile, another entry details a harrowing encounter with drunken superiors who forced him to drink. A subsequent entry depicts a scene of Soho fused with a bird, seemingly a pigeon. This unexpected revelation hints at his unique abilities, an ability to fuse with tamed animals. The sheer spectacle of it raises immediate questions about the extent of his powers. The news of Suho's abilities sends a chill down the spines of two high-ranking officials. The casual mention of him treating the Lizard King with such disregard underlines his immense power and the fear he inspires. One official expresses his astonishment that Suho, who effortlessly defeated an A-rank warrior, surpasses even S-rank capabilities. His power, it seems, is exceptional even by the standards of this world. The final panel shows the concerned face of the other official, grappling with the implications of Suho's power. The question, "Are all irregulars like that?" hangs heavy, hinting at a larger classification system and the potential threat posed by others who share Suho's exceptional gifts. The sheer potential loss is staggering. If those who vanished during the cataclysm had returned, our country would be a superpower by now. Good, anyway. Initial tests show Park Suho cleared a level 4 dungeon. The secret to Park Suho's abilities lies within that dungeon. But why is Park Soho disrupting the scouts, even though he already signed a contract? Soho isn't like that. What more does he want? The executive sputtered, his face a mask of disbelief. We've already offered more than enough. The desperation in his tone hinted at a power imbalance far beyond mere financial negotiations. The tension in the room crackled. A mysterious figure, addressed only as Secret, leaned forward, a glint in his eye. What do you mean, Secret? Are you interested? He asked, the implication of the question far more menacing than its words. The executive, seemingly relieved, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The issue with the minister's investment will also be solved without a problem. True, even if we just take all the loot, this sounds pretty good. His words, though seemingly self-serving, hinted at a deeper, far more dangerous bargain being struck. Secret's lips curled into a smirk. Hoo-hoo, as long as you solve the problem, that much is. His words trailed off, leaving the final conditions unspoken but heavily implied. 3 times the regular salary, plus a 780% bonus. The price of silencing a very powerful enemy. A woman in a business suit inquires, a hint of knowing amusement in her eyes. Don't we have a surplus of that thing? The question hangs in the air, implying a resource of considerable value is readily available. Monk Myung-jin is addressed, the urgency clear in the voice calling out, Monk Myung-jin. Are you going to harvest the tomatoes? The scene shifts to a small farm, where a group of monks, including Myung-jin, are preparing for a harvest, suggesting a self-sufficient community within the larger narrative. The addition of potatoes and chilies to the harvest shows a broader range of food production. The response, a single, stark yes, echoes the earlier question about the surplus. The visual context, a dimly lit warehouse filled with supplies, strongly suggests the surplus the woman mentioned is being retrieved. The scene builds a sense of quiet, deliberate preparation. A wave of insects, countless in number, erupts from the mountain. The sheer volume triggers a level up for the protagonist. The mountain itself explodes in a blinding flash, the force of the blast visible for miles. Amidst the chaos, a blonde woman, her face grim, yells, "Run for cover!" The debris from the cataclysmic explosion rains down around her. A wave of intense pressure slams into the bespectacled man, his face contorting in a grimace of exertion as he struggles against unseen forces. The Korean onomatopoeia suggests a powerful impact. The scene explodes with kinetic energy. Several figures, clad in dark tactical gear, are flung through the air by a force of immense power emanating from a woman with flowing golden hair. The repeated kwa in Korean signifies a cascading, powerful blow. The woman with golden hair, her breath ragged, sprints across the shattered landscape, the sound of her footfalls echoing in the aftermath of the devastating attack. He narrowly escaped a crushing death, his face etched with the trauma of the near miss. Phew! I almost got crushed to death, he gasped, the words a testament to his brush with mortality. A figure in tactical gear approaches a glowing, ethereal portal. Let's go, the door's open, he states, his voice calm despite the otherworldly spectacle before him. The path forward is now clear. His stunned expression speaks volumes. What? The sheer unexpectedness of what he witnesses is evident in his wide, unbelieving eyes. Another figure, clad in armored tactical gear and sporting glasses, watches with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. The situation is clearly escalating. A massive energy surge erupts from the portal, a violent spectacle of raw power. The Jijijic onomatopoeia translates to a crackling, almost electrical sound accompanying the blinding light. The forces at play are immense. Park Soho, radiating power, strides forward, a figure of formidable strength amidst a swirling energy, flanked by shadowy figures. The very air crackles with his might. From a distance, a group observes Suho's approach. Is that Park Suho? One of them questions, skepticism evident in their tone. He looks a bit weak, another adds, highlighting their doubt in his current condition. A white dove takes flight, its wings beating against the bright sky. A sense of urgency pervades the scene. A figure, surrounded by soldiers, transforms into a pigeon, eliciting a stunned whoa from one of the observers. The ensuing disbelief is palpable as another soldier remarks, "Hey, that guy just turned into a pigeon, right?" The event is clearly extraordinary, establishing a world where such transformations are possible. The shock continues as one woman questions, "Hey, didn't you say he was a dog?" Another lets out a relieved phew, suggesting the transformation, while unexpected, resolved a dangerous situation. The shift in focus hints at the true nature of the mission. The mission's leader, a stern woman, delivers a decisive order: "You have to come along." Her authoritative tone leaves no room for argument as her subordinate, a man in sunglasses, stands silently behind her, reinforcing her command. The blonde woman's what reveals her unawareness of what is about to happen. The mission's abrupt end is announced: "The mission to observe Park Soho ends right now, and you've been dispatched." The finality of the statement, underscored by the blonde woman's shocked dispatched, emphasizes the mission's unexpected conclusion and hints at a new phase involving the unexpected transformation. The presence of additional soldiers highlights the scale of this operation. A woman's face, etched with determination, fills the panel. The text above her reveals a mission: to support the border in the field near northern Daegu. She is clearly preparing for a difficult task. The scene shifts to a group of soldiers, their expressions a mixture of grim acceptance and quiet resolve. 4 members of the portal management team will remain behind, a decision made because they are needed to maintain the crucial equipment. The woman from the first panel walks away, her back to us. The text, "The director is waiting," underscores the urgency of her mission and the weight of responsibility she carries. Soldiers discuss a seemingly reckless plan by a low-level guild. Their disbelief highlights the audaciousness of the guild's attempt, implying significant risk and potential consequences. The guild is attempting something far beyond their capabilities, a strategy that seems calculated to elicit a response from the Ministry of Defense. A frantic voice demands Kim Miso's location over the phone. The speaker, clearly agitated, reveals his distress is amplified by the press already aware of the situation. The scene shifts to a news report displaying a figure launching into the air, tossing the Lizard King aside with incredible power. This is a significant escalation of events. The recording concludes, leaving a boardroom of officials in stunned silence, processing the implications of this unexpected, game-changing event. The strength of a level 4 dungeon's Lizard King is estimated. Is it around B rank? Park Soho's current dimensional energy is E rank, his normal combat skills are S+ rank. After fusing with the animal, his power depends on the creature, but it's believed to reach at least SSS rank. Furthermore, unlike other awakeners, Suho's skill level doesn't have a limit when he levels up. Doubt is expressed whether all awakeners possess similar abilities. Traveling through portals without equipment is dangerous, it can cause the body to be torn apart. The likelihood of another awakener like Park Suho is considered extremely low. The director confirmed the information, her expression unreadable. A subtle tension hung in the air. A man with silver hair offered his assessment of the situation. The subject's reluctance to share his strength stemmed from greed. The director's subtle smile confirmed the strategy: further negotiation was necessary. A stern-faced man makes a proposition: assemble a squad of 80 C-rank adventurers and above, and he'll personally take responsibility for locating the missing item. Section Chief Kim Miso inquires about the appropriate compensation to grant Park Soho for unrestricted dungeon access. The chief ponders, his brow furrowed in thought: something in surplus? The question hangs in the air, hinting at the true value of what is at stake. A jovial, bald man with goggles boasts of his impressive agricultural achievements. "Yahoo! I'm the one who planted that potato. And another one too. I also planted 300 chilies." His seemingly irrelevant declaration hints at a significant, yet unexplained, development. The group walks, their conversation light. One plans to harvest 100 cherry tomatoes, another 200, while Sister Youngun anticipates braised potatoes and chilies. The mundane task contrasts sharply with what's to come. A colossal fissure splits the earth, a cataclysmic event. The man's bewildered expression perfectly captures the sheer scale of the unfolding disaster. His question hangs in the air, a testament to the incomprehensible nature of the event. A woman on a phone call delivers a chilling update: everyone is withdrawing, except for the management team. This reveals a calculated, cold response to the catastrophe, a stark contrast to the initial scene's peaceful routine. The news is devastating, it's an A-rank threat. One man, eyes wide behind his glasses, registers the gravity of the situation. His colleague beside him gulps, a visceral reaction to the impossible scale of the danger. The briefing continues. Despite disbelief, the undeniable truth is that this is not a new planet. The focus shifts to the immediate crisis. A woman, her back turned, strides away, the single word idiots hanging heavy in the air. Her frustration is palpable, a judgment on the apparent incompetence of those she leaves behind. 10 minutes until departure. Military vehicles stand ready, soldiers in formation, awaiting orders. The atmosphere is tense, a palpable sense of anticipation hangs in the air. A soldier expresses concern regarding Team 7's detection capabilities. His apprehension suggests a high-stakes mission where even minor failures could have catastrophic consequences. Team 11, however, reports no detection problems, their leader assuring everyone of their readiness. This relieves some of the tension, though the underlying urgency remains. A military convoy rumbles through a desolate landscape, the heavy vehicles a stark contrast to the quiet tension hanging in the air. The Taegu border, it seems, has become a war zone. Concerns are voiced among the soldiers. Word is that the area is now overrun due to multiple dungeon breaches. The captain's apprehension is palpable. Sending detection teams to the front lines seems foolhardy. A young man lies unconscious amidst a pile of hay, the sun's rays barely illuminating his face. His peaceful slumber suggests a stark contrast to the chaos elsewhere. Hyungnim, a level 4 dungeon returnee, is the subject of discussion. The implication is that his activities should have ceased, given his experience level. A friend's concern is evident as he's shown reacting with surprise and a question mark. This suggests the unexpected absence of Hyungnim. Hyungnim's friend dismisses any serious concerns, speculating that he might be enjoying himself with children. This reveals the friend's casual attitude towards the situation and possibly hints at Hyungnim's personality or past actions. A young man, startled, looks up from his laptop as an older man enters, carrying a takeout container. "Oh. Ha, are Sukjanunim?" he asks, a mix of surprise and amusement in his tone, hinting at an unexpected reunion. The young man sits alone, surrounded by a mound of grass in a well-appointed room. His posture is slumped, his gaze distant and filled with a profound sadness. "I thought I could meet my friends again when the portal opened, but the land I returned to was only a tiny corner of it," he reflects, revealing a deep sense of loss and the limitations of his return. The scene explodes into chaos. A fierce battle unfolds. The young man, now appearing more primitive and battle-scarred, fights ferociously against monstrous creatures, his movements a flurry of desperate defense and swift attacks. The sheer intensity of the combat is palpable. He delivers a powerful kick, connecting with a hulking, monstrous beast. The impact, a violent shockwave of blue energy, suggests a struggle for survival against overwhelming odds. The fight's brutality and the young man's resilience are undeniable. A brutal clash unfolds. A monstrous figure, identified as belonging to Jackie's tribe, receives a powerful blow, its fangs bared in a silent roar of pain. The intensity of the attack suggests a desperate struggle for survival. The scene shifts. A young man, his expression a mixture of amusement and slight annoyance, demands to know the whereabouts of others, implying they've fled due to fear of lizards. This reveals the existence of a significant threat in this world and the character's current vulnerability. Despite the apparent danger, he displays a calm confidence. His words, "But what does it matter? If we are destined to, we will meet again one day," suggest a fatalistic acceptance of fate and a hint of underlying resilience. The narrative transitions to a more peaceful setting. A man greets the young protagonist, inquiring, "You're awake," before suggesting a meal. This abrupt shift emphasizes a change from conflict to a period of recovery and suggests the possibility of further development. A phone displays an incoming call from Blondie. Intrigued, he learns from his companions that the mysterious Blondie prefers lobster. The revelation confirms his suspicions. The caller's identity is indeed Blondie. A young man, mid-bite of a lobster claw, is clearly perplexed. "Why are you acting like that?" The thought bubble above him indicates his confusion, a question directed at an unseen party. The scene shifts to a lavish dining room. Three men are seated around a table laden with lobster and other delicacies. The question hangs in the air, weren't you guys dating? The casual setting juxtaposes sharply with the weighty implication of the question. One of the men, seemingly unconcerned, muses aloud, highlighting the perceived shallowness of their acquaintance. Is hunting and mating all that this Hyungnim thinks about? The conversational tone belies the underlying tension. The focus returns to two of the men from the previous scene. A more serious conversation ensues, revealing a plot element. She contacted me since you weren't answering the phone. Also, we need to recruit more guild members. A woman's intervention becomes necessary. Over a lavish seafood dinner, a man broaches a sensitive topic with his old boxing buddies. He considers reaching out to some old friends. His friend, Hyungnim, reacts with surprise to the suggestion. The implication is that something significant has transpired, and Hyungnim hasn't been contacted by the individual in question. The other man's worry deepens. He hasn't heard from him either. He recalls a crucial detail: the elders and orphans are located in Seoul. The scene abruptly shifts to a desolate, war-torn Seoul, patrolled by heavily armed military vehicles. The juxtaposition highlights the grave danger the orphans and elders face. The Korean onomatopoeia emphasizes the heavy, rumbling sound of the vehicle's engines. A woman in a military uniform checks her phone, a visible expression of relief washing over her face. The juxtaposition with the previous panel implies she's received good news regarding the safety of the elders and orphans in the war zone. The visual of the iPhone in a technologically advanced scene in the view indicates a positive resolution or reprieve. A gloved hand shuts down a smartphone, the screen displaying shutting down. The action signals a deliberate attempt to cut off communication. The man's attempt to reach Blondie fails. The message, "The number you have dialed is unavailable," hangs heavy in the air, foreshadowing a growing sense of urgency and potential danger. Military vehicles roll into view, their presence suggesting a significant escalation of the situation, possibly linked to the earlier failed call. The idyllic setting contrasts sharply with the impending threat. The scene shifts to a gruesome tableau, a horde of grotesque, decaying figures, their ravaged faces a testament to a devastating event. One stands out, his mutilated visage suggesting a horrifying transformation. The overall visual emphasizes the escalating threat and its devastating impact. Captains of CDC 503 Special Forces Platoon 2, AMO Detection Team 7, and Team 11 report their numbers and conduct equipment checks. The order crackles with urgency, a stark contrast to the tense silence that follows. A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air. The captain's expression is unreadable behind his sunglasses, but a question mark floats above his head, revealing the unspoken apprehension. The situation is clearly critical. A young woman, her blonde hair pulled back, looks worried. "Captain," she asks, concern etched on her face. Two soldiers stand behind her, equally apprehensive. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The scene shifts to a stern-faced man in sunglasses, issuing a cold command: "Then we will begin the operation." His words leave no room for doubt, the mission is about to commence. The blonde woman sits alone, a grim expression on her face as she receives a chilling order. "Yeah, write a will and send it to your families before the signal disappears," she is instructed. The gravity of the situation sinks in. This is a suicide mission. A phone lies on a wooden surface, the screen displays an incoming call from Blondie. The scene establishes a sense of anticipation and perhaps impending contact. Soho Hyungnim's unusual sleep patterns are noted. This suggests a concern or underlying problem. A man's shocked reaction, accompanied by the exclamation hike, and the question "how much is this?" reveals a sudden and unexpected discovery, implying a significant financial or personal cost associated with Soho Hyungnim's condition. The man is startled by an unexpected visitor, offering a hasty apology suggesting he was engaged in inappropriate online activity. This reveals a character flaw and adds an element of comedic tension. One man inquires if Monk Myung-jin called, receiving a curt no in response. The exchange hints at an underlying tension and the potential importance of Myung-jin's absence. Concern is voiced about Soho Hyungnim's excessive sleeping, however, the other party reveals plans to wake him. This underscores the narrative's focus on Soho Hyungnim's condition and the mystery surrounding it. A shocking revelation: instead of expected allies, the scene is overrun by unfamiliar red lizards, foreshadowing conflict and a potentially hostile environment. A warrior, his clothing torn and stained with blood, collapses to his knees, a guttural whisper escaping his lips, "My red wolf family." The weight of loss hangs heavy in the air. A flash of blue energy erupts as a brutal blow connects. The force is immense, sending the fallen warrior flying. Kuro's face is a mask of fury. His teeth are bared in a snarl as he spits out, "Those bastards." The venom in his voice speaks of a deep-seated hatred, a burning desire for vengeance. Kuro breathes heavily, a chilling smile spreading across his face. "Fu." He exhales, the sound a promise of swift and brutal retribution. The hunt has begun. He awoke to the gnawing pang of hunger, a simple truth he'd somehow slept through. "Yeah," he mumbled, a sleepy admission of his rumbling stomach. The man rose, stretching slightly as he left his bedroom. The house, though grand, felt strangely familiar. A shared meal, a simple crab leg, yet the quiet tension between the two men spoke volumes. Their expressions suggested more than just a shared meal, it hinted at unspoken agreements and perhaps simmering anxieties. He chews thoughtfully, a piece of meat clutched in his hand. "Do you not know your sister-in-law's name?" The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. His eyes widen, a dawning realization washing over him. Wow, this Hyungnim, really? It's Gu Young. Choi Gu Young. The name explodes from him, a revelation both shocking and unexpected. Another man, dark hair framing a serious face, raises an eyebrow. "Dating? Are you talking about mating?" His tone is skeptical, questioning the very nature of the relationship. His profile sharpens, his gaze distant and troubled. The country? The simple question carries the weight of a nation's fate. Guild members? The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent acknowledgement of the impending crisis. A surge of blue energy crackles across the landscape, a portal, unstable and unpredictable, threatens to erupt within their territory. Their current forces are insufficient to contain such a catastrophic event. More manpower is urgently needed to monitor and control the portal's unpredictable behavior. Hyungnim's silence is deeply unsettling. His uncharacteristic lack of response to calls suggests a serious problem, a situation far beyond his usual demeanor. The announcement crackles over the comms, entering Necroville Red Zone. Please turn off all private communication devices. Two soldiers, poised and alert, sit strapped into their seats, awaiting orders. This is it, the perilous entry into the quarantine zone. A convoy of heavily armed military vehicles rumbles forward, kicking up dust as they push deeper into Necroville. The sheer military might suggests the danger within is substantial. Elsewhere, a young man hesitantly checks his phone, a clear violation of the strict communication blackout. His worried expression hints at a personal connection to the situation unfolding in Necroville. He brings the phone to his ear, the decision made. The call could jeopardize the mission's secrecy, possibly even his own life. Two figures, undead and gaunt, shamble through a twilight forest, their movements slow and deliberate. The air hangs heavy with the stench of decay, a chilling premonition of the horror to come. A monstrous eye, pulsing with malevolent energy, dominates the frame. Veins of blood crawl across its surface, a horrifying glimpse into the heart of the darkness that threatens to consume all. The report is clear: special forces have secured the perimeter. The threat, while immense, is contained for now. The brief respite provides a moment of grim reflection before the inevitable next wave. Hyungnim, nervously, broached a sensitive topic. His question hung heavy in the air, a silent plea for assistance. A dismissive chuckle followed. The weight of the request seemed to be far less than Hyungnim anticipated. The conversation shifted. A new, more practical matter, recruiting additional personnel, took center stage. The previous tension eased, replaced by the pragmatic needs of their operation. He checked his phone, a wave of concern washing over him as he saw the route. Necroville Red Zone? Was it originally on this route? He muttered, the implications chilling him. A young man, bathed in the warm glow of afternoon sunlight, stands inside a well-appointed room, his brow furrowed in concern as he holds a cell phone to his ear. He's clearly waiting for an important call. His expression darkens. The call remains unanswered. "She's not answering," he mutters, a growing unease settling over his features. A woman in a crisp uniform reports to a muscular man, "Yes, Juno. We've just arrived. Can we meet with Soho right now?" The urgency in her voice reflects the gravity of the situation. Their arrival signals the commencement of a crucial mission. Soho, seated at a park table, observes the scene with a contemplative expression. He questions the woman's focus on a routine inspection, given the significance of their newfound planet, saying, "It's not even the greatly anticipated new planet. Why are you so focused on inspection?" His words highlight a conflict of priorities. Juno's frustration is palpable. He urges a collaborative approach, stating, "Ugh, really? Stop being like that when we're both from the same country. Let's help each other out as fellow countrymen in this time of national crisis." His plea reveals a shared national identity and the severity of the situation demanding unity. The catastrophic spread of an unknown virus has overwhelmed the fields, causing a massive surge in infected individuals. This has created a desperate shortage of food and manpower in the city. Following the cataclysm, the virus rapidly spread among the field's populace, transforming them. A man named Bill, discovered in North America, is considered patient zero. These infected are neither truly alive nor dead, they indiscriminately attack and infect others. They are now known as the Necroville. The red zones on this map represent Necroville infestations. The increasing number of these zones threatens transportation, disrupting land routes and making dungeon exploration increasingly difficult. In exchange for permission to freely inspect and hunt within the dungeons, a proposition is made: 2 gifts will be offered in return. A woman in uniform leans forward, a glint of excitement in her eyes. "That's right. Isn't it exciting?" she asks, her gaze fixed on the man across the table. The implication is clear: a significant opportunity presents itself. The man, pensive, raises an eyebrow. "And the other one?" he questions, his expression hinting at the weight of the proposition. He's clearly considering the larger ramifications of whatever's at stake. The woman explains, "We'll give you territory." The visual shows them reviewing a map, the gravity of this land offer underscored by the man's reaction. This isn't simply land, it's strategic territory in a dangerous world. The man's concern deepens. "If you're talking about fields, it's already abandoned land. Are you asking us to protect the east of Seoul from danger?" His question reveals the perilous context, the need for protection against unspecified, but clearly significant threats. A large group of refugees moves through a desolate landscape. The text explains, because of the Necrovilles and the dungeon breaks, many started to move to safer areas. But large cities with stable security don't have enough space. "So I should set up in Gyeonggi-do and take them in?" The man's internal monologue reveals the immense pressure weighing on him, highlighting the desperation of the situation and the difficult choice he faces. The city lies in ruins, a desolate landscape scarred by the Great Disaster. Yet, amidst the devastation, a glimmer of hope remains. Citizens, driven by resilience, can rebuild by developing the Dungeon Commercial District and reclaiming farmland. The Soho Guild, adept at managing territory, stands to profit immensely from this resurgence. A strategic discussion unfolds within the guild. The vulnerability of their command system is highlighted. A mobile modular house is deemed necessary within the Dungeon Commercial District to withstand unexpected portal breaches. Securing a long-term portal would be a game-changer. The Soho Guild suffered a crippling blow to their command system at the disaster's onset, exposing their weakness. The narrative tension tightens. The inability to systematically manage dungeons leads to widespread chaos. Breaks appear everywhere, forcing desperate escapes. The looming threat of escape to the south is considered, highlighting the urgency of the situation. A character reflects on a complex situation, unsure if they are exploiting others or being exploited themselves. The ambiguity adds a layer of intrigue. "You made the right decision," she purred, a knowing smile playing on her lips. The implication hung heavy in the air, a decision with far-reaching consequences, now set in motion. And the other request? Please track the location of our guileless monk, Myunjin's phone, she requested, her expression turning serious. The casual tone belied the urgency of the situation. Monk Myungjin? He's suddenly not answering his phone, a young man said, concern etched on his face. A simple observation, yet it hinted at a growing problem. Understood. They're both quite easy to accomplish, she stated confidently, her smile returning. A calm exterior masking a potential storm brewing. The imposing Sheila Guild headquarters rises against a vibrant blue sky, a testament to the conglomerate's power. Inside, the air hums with anticipation. Potential recruits, dressed in sharp business attire, wait patiently for their interviews. This is the Sheila Guild, renowned for its rigorous recruitment process. The Sheila Guild, a mercenary group created by the Sheila Corporation, South Korea's largest conglomerate, opens recruitment only twice a year. The competition is fierce, most applicants are eliminated during the application stage itself. This is the dream guild for most mercenaries, entry is exceptionally difficult, but the support it offers is unparalleled. A notification arrives on a phone. Jang Jae-shik has been accepted into the Sheila Guild, a culmination of 3 years of relentless work as a freelance mercenary. He gripped the table, his face a mask of determined resolve. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he thought, but I can't lose my confidence here. A sudden notification buzzed his phone, an unexpected message. His brow furrowed in confusion, huh? The interview concluded. 2 figures discussed the results. The open recruitment this time was bad again. They were all pretty ordinary. One man's expression shifted as he reviewed a file. Wow, a swordsman came. An experienced one at that. Jang Jae-shik? The assembled officers discuss a low-ranking agent, his 3 years of service yielding only an E rank. His potential, however, might lie in his awakened skills. Specialized training could elevate him. One officer decides to take on the agent's development. The scene shifts, revealing only 4 individuals remaining in the room. Concern is voiced over the absence of Jang Jae-shik, while the smaller group observes the proceedings. A message appears on a device, an invitation to join the Gyeonggi-do, Suho City Suho Land 1 Suho Guild from Park Suho. The visual shows a crumpled paper ball being thrown away, suggesting a decision made. A man in a suit confidently declares, "This doesn't require any more thought." His brisk demeanor suggests an imminent, decisive action. 3 armored vehicles advance through dense jungle foliage. The visual sets the scene for a military operation, likely in hostile territory. Inside a command vehicle, a soldier grimly observes the radar screen, filled with numerous blips. He mutters, "These bastards," revealing a tense atmosphere and the presence of a significant enemy force. The soldier's apprehension intensifies. One soldier reports, "They're too chicken to rush in," highlighting their cautious approach against a potentially overwhelming foe. The scene shifts to show a large number of enemies approaching. Another soldier recalls a past ambush to warn against complacency. The convoy is now clearly surrounded by a horde of zombies. The road ahead is fraught with danger. A soldier suggests a course correction. "The roads are becoming more dangerous, maybe we should have stayed on our normal course." This decision highlights the escalating threat and the need for strategic adjustment. The soldier's face, etched with grim determination, spoke volumes. He knew the mission's high stakes, the brutal reality of the situation. A horrifying visage met their gaze, a grotesque creature, its flesh torn and marred, one eye blazing with a malevolent light. The sheer terror of its presence was palpable. A desperate struggle unfolded. The team fought to subdue the monstrous creature, its thrashing limbs scattering blood and ice across the snowy landscape. A vehicle, possibly a military transport, lay nearby, its arrival hinting at a possible extraction or reinforcement. A soldier's voice cuts through the air, a warning laced with urgency: "If we go a bit further, we'll be at Dabong Aerial Military Operations Area." He exhales sharply, "Phew." The image shows a triple-barrel rocket launcher, primed and ready. The word firing looms ominously, the tense anticipation palpable. A soldier's face fills the frame, eyes wide with a ferocious intensity, his mouth open in a silent scream of determination as he initiates the launch. The visual effect screams firing. Missiles streak across the sky, leaving fiery trails as they arc towards their target. The scene is chaotic, a display of overwhelming firepower. A shattered phone lies on a blood-soaked surface, the ringing tone a macabre counterpoint to the scattered musical notes floating above. The scene speaks volumes of a violent interruption, a life abruptly silenced. A man, his expression a mix of amusement and suspicion, observes something unseen. His words, "Oh, a dog-like man," hint at a strange encounter, setting a tone of intrigue and the unexpected. The scene shifts to a formal meeting. A question hangs in the air: is this about inspection? The implication is clear: a powerful organization is investigating the protagonist's actions. The investigation's purpose is revealed: they seek the secret behind the protagonist's abilities, discovered within a perilous dungeon. The stakes are raised, hinting at a larger conflict beyond the immediate investigation. Why doesn't anyone believe him? His frustration is palpable. The situation is dire. A lone figure stands defiant against a horde of undead, the urgency of the crisis underscored by the sheer number of zombies. His abilities are desperately needed. An alien virus, spreading rapidly through a newly opened portal, is overwhelming the authorities' resources. The scale of the outbreak demands immediate action. As an incentive, the guild level will be upgraded to 5. This demonstrates the gravity of the situation and the authorities' willingness to offer significant rewards. The conversation centers on Namyangju Soho Land, a region formerly part of Gyeonggi-do in northern Gwangju, now abandoned and close to Soho territory. Its proximity to the conflict zone makes it strategically significant. Beyond a few major cities like Seoul, Daegu, Busan, and Jeju, most of the Korean peninsula is now essentially farmland, reflecting the widespread societal collapse. This sets the stage for the land deal under consideration. The speaker reveals that following a series of coups and the subsequent collapse of the command system, survivors fled the Korean peninsula. This backdrop of chaos underscores the precarious situation and the desperate need for land acquisition. He readily agrees to the land deal, proceeding to sign the contract, signifying his decisive action in securing the strategic territory. The deal itself is pivotal for future events. The man confirmed the 100-day restriction on his stay in the country had been lifted. His quest could finally begin. He eagerly sought further information from the official, his anticipation palpable. With the news confirmed, he declared his intention to embark on his quest without delay. Meanwhile, another man, rejected by the guild, applied for a less prestigious position, clinging to the hope of any opportunity. It's not over yet. The man in the suit, his jaw clenched, stares defiantly ahead, a storm brewing in his eyes. Jang Jaeshik, swordsman number 50, checks a message on his phone, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. The information he receives alters his immediate course of action. He reviews personnel files, a critical decision forming in his mind. One of the candidates is identified, a swordsman is needed, and someone will safeguard their supplies. The summons is issued. Numbers 46 to 50 are called to enter. The weight of the mission falls upon these individuals, soon to be dispatched. One man abruptly departed, leaving his colleague bewildered. The reason for his sudden exit remains unexplained. The news of the man's actions spreads rapidly. He's the individual who saved a life, making him a central figure in national conversation. Captain Kim's presence is noted amidst a tense military operation. Military vehicles navigate a treacherous, narrow path. The tension mounts. Soldiers desperately attend to the wounded amidst a grim scene. Large, monstrous creatures, the necrovils, lie slain, their bodies marking a battlefield of ice and snow. The air hangs heavy with the stench of death and the lingering chill of battle. Inside a tank, two soldiers exchange urgent words. Turn them to dust with the anti-tank rockets, one shouts, while the other cautions, if we shoot, the necrovils will get agitated. The decision hangs heavy in the air, a calculated risk in a desperate situation. A gloved hand slams down on a red button, initiating the launch sequence. The tension is palpable, the fate of the soldiers and the surrounding area hanging precariously on this moment of decision. Later, a man, calm despite the recent chaos, reflects quietly. I want to meet the scientist who invented the dimensional energy measuring device, he muses, revealing a new, intriguing plotline related to the technology used in this conflict. The selection process is brutally efficient. Of the 50 who passed the preliminary stage, only 10 will advance, determined by the upcoming interviews. The stakes are high, the competition fierce. A quartet of missiles, poised on a launcher, lock onto their targets. The tension is palpable, this is no mere skirmish. A devastating blast. The earth trembles, sending a shockwave through the battlefield as a monstrous creature is obliterated. The sheer power of the explosion hints at a conflict far beyond human comprehension. Amidst the chaos, a desperate cry rings out, "Run!" Soldiers scatter, their vehicles crippled, as the aftermath of the attack unfolds, the scale of the devastation becoming brutally clear. A gruesome scene unfolds, zombies, their bodies decaying, are violently dispatched, blood splattering across the desolate landscape. Their agonized cries echo the chaos. A horde of undead surges forward, their guttural moans a chilling soundtrack to their relentless advance. One zombie, slightly ahead of the pack, stumbles, a chilling kayak, escaping his broken jaw before he falls. The narrative opens with an overhead view of Gapyeong, a town in South Korea, nestled amidst lush greenery and a picturesque coastline. The image serves as an establishing shot, orienting the reader within the story's setting. A van speeds down a road, pursued by a horde of grotesquely mutated creatures. Their terrifying forms and aggressive advance leave no doubt, this is no ordinary threat. The van approaches a signpost indicating a forest trail and a nearby campsite, a potential refuge, only 500 meters ahead. The driver's desperate hope for sanctuary is palpable. The van continues its frantic escape, the relentless pursuit by the growing horde of creatures is clear from the overhead view, leaving the vehicle with few options for escape and a grim future. A horde of grotesque, shambling figures, the undead, closes in. Their ragged clothes and decaying flesh are almost indistinguishable from the sickly green and brown of the overgrown field. One zombie, its face contorted in a feral snarl, leads the charge. Two men, their faces grim, observe the encroaching zombies from the relative safety of a vehicle. One, bald and wearing goggles, speaks, his voice laced with a chilling certainty, to think that those creatures have reached this area. The desperate cries of the undead, kayak, echo as they pursue a young girl fleeing across a field. Her small figure is dwarfed by the overwhelming numbers of the relentless pursuers. Their pursuit is relentless and terrifying. Panic grips the scene as a van speeds towards a building. The text announces, the door to the office on the first floor is open. A desperate plea echoes from within the vehicle, we really need to stop. Monk Myung-jin, his gaze intense, scrutinized a small, glowing object clutched in his hand. The faint blue light pulsed, hinting at the immense power within. Panic filled the van. Surrounded by a group of monks, two women anxiously watched as the driver whispered a name, Monk Myung-jin, their fear was palpable. A horrifying creature, its multiple eyes bulging, roared as it emerged from the horde of pursuing figures. Its grotesque features were a testament to the devastation. The van screeched to a halt. A desperate cry pierced the air, "Run," as the monstrous horde closed in. Escape seemed impossible. A desperate cry rings out, "Myung-jin, behind." As the words leave his lips, a horde of undead shambles towards a group of fleeing people, one man carrying several others on his back. The urgency is palpable. Myung-jin, reacting instantly, deflects a blow aimed at his back. A grunt, "Yuo," escapes his lips as the force of the impact threatens to send him reeling. The suddenness of the attack emphasizes the immediate danger. With a swift, precise movement, Myung-jin ends the threat. The zombie crumples to the earth, a spray of blood marking the end of its pursuit. He breathes out, muttering, "Amatba," a whisper of Buddhist prayer that reflects both the violence and peace he has found in this brutal confrontation. The quiet prayer contrasts sharply with the brutal action. A wave of bodies crashes against him, a violent bang echoing the impact. Blood splatters across the scene. Overwhelmed, he mutters, Amatba, there are too many." 6 minutes remain until his Dragon Rush ability is ready. The horde surges forward, a relentless tide of shambling figures. Their ragged movements are punctuated by desperate gasps. With a swirling vortex of energy, he unleashes a devastating attack. The zombies are thrown back, a flurry of limbs and bone fragments amidst a blue and white flash. The sound, a powerful twang, is the clear signal of their destruction. A master of the wind unleashes a devastating vortex, flinging scores of enemies across the battlefield. The sheer power is breathtaking. A lone figure, armed with a staff, stands ready amidst the chaos, seemingly unaffected by the swirling tempest. His expression is one of grim determination. Observing the scene from afar, another individual comments, "This seems pretty useful," highlighting the destructive potential of the wind magic on display and suggesting a strategic advantage. He warned, "You don't want to get sucked in with them," as a wave of undead surged forward. Their skeletal faces contorted in silent rage, their movements jerky and desperate. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a whirlwind of air, a miniature tornado that swept the ghoulish horde into the sky. The word tornado appeared, mirroring the force of nature he commanded. A subtle smile played on his lips as he witnessed the destructive power he wielded. "Oh!" he breathed, a mixture of awe and satisfaction in his tone. A desperate battle rages. Soldiers, outnumbered and hard-pressed, fight desperately against a relentless tide of necrovils. The ground trembles under the force of the clash, debris flying as the soldiers struggle to hold their position. Command! This is Mole 3. Currently being chased by necrovils. Requesting support. The urgent plea crackles over the comms, highlighting the perilous situation facing the Mole 3 unit. Their survival hangs precariously in the balance. A massive, earth-shattering impact. The Mole 3 unit's transport is struck, the vehicle is tossed aside like a toy, its occupants hurled into the chaos. The sudden, violent attack leaves the fate of the soldiers uncertain. Screams fill the air as the ravaged transport continues its uncontrolled trajectory. The soldiers, injured and terrified, are left clinging to the wreckage, facing an uncertain fate amidst the ongoing onslaught. A military vehicle, overloaded with survivors, careened off the road, tumbling down a steep embankment. The desperate cries of the passengers mingled with the sickening crunch of metal. The impact threw one soldier clear, his body slamming against the unforgiving earth. His anguished cry echoed in the aftermath of the crash. A woman, clad in futuristic combat armor, sits calmly amidst a dimly lit, metallic interior. A glowing blue energy weapon rests beside her. The air is heavy with anticipation. A team of soldiers, similarly equipped, sits in a vehicle, their faces etched with shock and fear. Car 2 capsized, a message blares, followed by panicked cries and the desperate plea, "Stopping the car! Stopping the car!" One soldier turns to his captain, his voice laced with terror, "See, Captain. I think we're fucked?" The gravity of the situation intensifies. The woman's eyes widen in horror, reflecting the terrifying sight that awaits her. A monstrous, skeletal visage, clawed and decaying, looms large, its presence a chilling harbinger of doom. The soldier's eyes narrowed in focus, his command echoing the imminent danger, firing. The weapon's power was unleashed. A barrage of missiles tore through the air, launched from a military vehicle speeding across the battlefield. The assault was swift and relentless. The aftermath of the attack was revealed, a horde of horrific, undead figures, their eyes burning with malevolent energy. A chilling realization dawns. The soldiers inside the armored vehicle braced themselves. "They're coming!" "Fire," one yelled, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and grim determination. A horde of grotesque, undead creatures swarmed the vehicle, their skeletal jaws agape in a silent scream of hunger. The vehicle's weapons roared to life, but the sheer number of attackers overwhelmed the defense. Explosions rocked the area as the assault intensified. A horde of grotesque, shambling figures, their flesh rotting and gray, lurches forward. Their snarls are punctuated by the guttural sound of their advance. Panic is palpable. "This is the limit," the driver shouts, his face strained. The urgency in his voice is matched by his command, "Go to that camping site." He's clearly pushing his vehicle, and his companion looks equally stressed. The driver, seemingly calmer now, speaks of his intentions. I also wanted to cook a delicious meal with the fresh vegetables we harvested for the children, he explains, a softer tone replacing the previous desperation. His plan extends beyond mere escape. A subtle smile plays on his lips. Yeah, that's right, everyone should be pretty hungry, he muses, his earlier anxiety giving way to a quiet anticipation. The implication of his words underscores the inherent human need for nourishment amidst chaos. He leans in, his voice a low murmur, you guys can run quickly, right? When the car stops, you have to run quickly. The urgency in his words underscores the danger they face. His gaze hardens, a grim determination settling on his face. The unspoken weight of responsibility falls heavily. This time, I'll make sure to save everyone. A zombie falls heavily to the ground, its body impacting with a sickening thud. The scene is brutal, violent. The sheer number of undead emphasizes the scale of the threat. The man in goggles urges them onward, a zombie hot on their heels. He shouts, "Run and don't look back, okay?" The desperation in his voice is palpable. Escape is their only hope. The bald-headed man, with goggles perched on his brow, delivers a swift, brutal blow to the undead creature. Blood sprays as the zombie crumples. He's not alone. Surrounded, he fights back against a swarm of the undead, unleashing a flurry of strikes, each one met with a burst of energy, as if each blow contains a power beyond mere strength. Divine Retribution, the text proclaims, a title seeming to define the power at play. His eyes widen, a look of utter disbelief washing over him. Something unexpected has just occurred. A tiny, ethereal being, a fairy, is revealed within a surge of energy. His whispered response betrays his shock. This is a monstrous figure, its face a grotesque mask of rage and decay, unleashes a furious whirlwind. Several figures are caught in its chaotic vortex, tossed about like leaves in a hurricane. 3 onlookers, 2 women and a bald man, stare in horrified disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Their expressions are etched with fear and a profound sense of helplessness. The bald man's face, now close-up, reveals a stark terror amplified by the swirling snow around him. The sudden blizzard underscores the gravity of the situation. The bald man, seemingly a monk judging by his attire, finds himself surrounded by a group of equally terrified, younger monks. Their shared fear underlines the scale of the unfolding catastrophe. A sudden, violent tornado erupts, tossing 2 figures, seemingly lifeless, into the air. The word tornado screams across the sky. The scene shifts. 2 sharp beams of light pierce the forest, striking down figures with swift, precise attacks, accompanied by the sounds of keek and kayak. A large rock formation explodes into fragments, the powerful impact visually represented by dynamic lines. Terror grips the soldier as he cries out, "Heek!" His eyes widen, reflecting the intense blue light surrounding him, a clear sign of encroaching danger. The scene expands, revealing 2 soldiers in identical distress. Their panicked expressions and the visual chaos suggest a sudden, overwhelming threat. One soldier is thrown violently backward, the impact suggested by the distorted perspective and motion lines. The visceral nature of the attack is undeniable. A military vehicle is flipped, the chaos of the scene amplified by the strewn debris and frantic figures. The attack is clearly widespread and destructive. Another vehicle is capsized, a panicked shout of "Car 2 capsized." "Car 2 capsized" underscores the escalating emergency. The added expletive, "fuck, back up," reveals the utter desperation of the situation. A military vehicle, overloaded with the undead, careens wildly through a ravaged landscape. The sheer weight of the corpses threatens to crush the armored hull as it lurches violently, a testament to the overwhelming scale of the infection. A blonde woman, clad in tactical gear, calmly activates a console. A surge of blue energy flows from her fingertips, an indication of a technological countermeasure being deployed. Her expression remains focused, betraying no hint of the chaos unfolding outside. Explosions rock the vehicle. The energy blasts strike the horde with devastating force, momentarily clearing a path for the survivors. The intense light of the explosions briefly obscures the carnage. A man, wielding a staff, sprints, pursued by a shadowy horde. The desperate urgency in his posture is palpable. Escape is his only chance against the relentless pursuit. The sounds of their approach are deafening. Another survivor, wearing goggles, navigates a precarious path, his breathing ragged. He is clearly exhausted but doggedly pushes forward, his determination a stark contrast to the terror surrounding him. A lone figure, cloaked in shadow, stands defiant against a vast, turbulent sky. Debris swirls around him, a silent testament to a recent, powerful struggle. His lips curl into a chilling smirk as he utters a single, menacing command: "Step back." The threat hangs heavy in the air. Panic grips the faces of two soldiers as they frantically request aerial support, their voices laced with desperation. The situation has escalated dramatically, reinforcements are urgently needed in Operations Area 7. A violent explosion rocks the landscape, a colossal impact throws the area into chaos. The fight is far from over. The soldier grimaces, the weight of his recent nightmares heavy on him. "Ugh, no wonder my dreams last night were horrible," he mutters, the words a testament to the horrors he's witnessed. He then issues a terse order, opening the rear entrance. A chilling chorus of screams erupts, kayak, kayak, quack, as the soldiers confront a horrifying scene. The sounds cut through the tense silence, painting a picture of pure terror. The soldiers stare, horrified, at the wave of grotesque creatures before them. One soldier expresses his disgust, while another questions their chances of survival. "Ugh, disgusting. How are we supposed to push through that?" Their dread is palpable. A horde of groaning zombies surged forward, their decaying bodies a testament to the relentless plague. A woman, eyes blazing with defiance, unleashed a wave of energy, pushing back the shambling mass. The force of her attack sent the zombies clinging to a vehicle hurtling into the air, their grasp loosened, and they were flung away. The woman's action created a brief, albeit crucial, respite. But the relief was short-lived. A particularly resilient zombie, its flesh decaying but its malice undiminished, emerged from the fray, its eyes burning with malevolent intent, a harbinger of the ongoing threat. A guttural scream, a raw kiawak, echoes as a figure plummets from above. The blonde warrior, swift and precise, cleaves through her opponent. Blood blossoms around her blade as she executes a deadly strike. She faces a foe, his face a mask of decaying flesh, his eyes burning with malevolent energy. "Damn," she breathes, her expression grim. The fight is far from over. A blinding explosion, a chaotic maelstrom of light and energy, engulfs the battlefield. The sheer force of the blast is palpable. The soldier fired, the muzzle flash momentarily blinding. Bullets tore through the air, a hail of lead aimed with deadly precision. A rapid fire burst from his automatic weapon. The order is sharp, urgent: go, go. Casualties are already mounting. The report confirms it: Car 2, driver and front passenger, dead. The assault team presses forward, their advance hampered. The entrance is an opening. More shots ring out as they struggle. A new command cuts through the chaos: bring the torch. A gruesome scene unfolds. One soldier is overwhelmed, his face contorted in agony as a horrifying creature sinks its teeth into his flesh, a guttural arrrrgggghh escaping his lips before the darkness claims him. Two figures grapple amidst a rain of gore. One, a zombie, lunges, the other fights back, desperate. The stench of decay and the metallic tang of blood fill the air. 40 meters, the soldier shouts, eyes blazing with a bioluminescent light. His comrade, equally tense, confirms, 30 meters. The urgency of their situation is palpable. Prepare for close combat. The command rings out, sharp and decisive. Bayonets are fixed, the soldiers poised to engage the approaching threat. A shattered, decaying arm plummets, leaving behind only fragments and a trail of icy blue energy. The horrifying remnants of a violent end. A devastating aerial assault obliterates the enemy ranks. The force of the attack sends soldiers and military vehicles scattering like debris in a cataclysmic explosion. "It's coming from above," a soldier shouts, his face a mask of both terror and grim determination as he witnesses the overwhelming power of the attack. The urgency in his voice foreshadows the intensity of the unfolding conflict. The soldier's expression shifts to a cold fury. "Ha, damn bastards!" He snarls, his resolve hardening as he prepares to meet the aerial threat with fierce countermeasures. This reveals a glimpse into the brutality of the ongoing war. A blonde woman, a warrior amidst the chaos, plunges her blade into a monstrous foe. The cack sound effect underscores the violent impact, blood splattering as she fights with brutal efficiency. This showcases the desperate hand-to-hand combat alongside the aerial bombardment. She lunged, sword a blur, a fierce determination etched onto her face. The attack was swift, brutal. A soldier, his face obscured by helmet, cradled her gently. "Shield," he stated, his tone laced with worry, as the question mark above hung heavy with unspoken implications. Explosions rocked the ground as heavily armed soldiers advanced, their arrival a stark threat. A horde of grotesque zombies surges forward, their decaying flesh a testament to the devastation. A figure, cloaked in fiery energy, appears amidst the chaos, prompting a gasp of disbelief. From the depths of this carnage, a masked warrior emerges, a chilling grin spreading across his face as he shouts, "Fire!" The masked warrior cradles a woman, her blonde hair a stark contrast to his dark armor. They are surrounded by the detritus of a cataclysmic explosion, the aftershocks are still palpable. His embrace is fierce, protective, a desperate shield against the lingering chaos. A helicopter cuts through the smoky sky, its metallic body a stark image of order amidst the destruction. A chilling, static-laced voice cuts through the air, initiating a damage report. The scene is one of controlled chaos, the aftermath of unimaginable violence is now being meticulously assessed. A helicopter hurtles through the air. Inside, two pilots exchange urgent words. Rapidly approaching, one shouts, his voice strained. The other pilot, equally alarmed, cries, "What?" A scene of chaos unfolds below. Several figures plummet from the sky, their bodies twisting as they fall. The ground is littered with broken bodies. A powerful force, unseen but felt, has decimated its victims. A wave of concussive force ripped through the air, sending bodies tumbling from a ruined cityscape. Below, a lone figure stands amidst the devastation, the source of this overwhelming power. The aftermath. Monk Myung-jin stands protectively before a group of children, their faces a mixture of awe and fear as they witness the scene. "The monsters, all died," one of them exclaims, their voices filled with wonder. Myung-jin cautions, "Children, don't get too close." A woman's voice, laced with disbelief and dawning recognition, cuts through the quiet. "Myung-jin, is that?" Her gaze lingers on the monk, a mixture of shock and awe in her eyes as she takes in the scene before her. A man's face, etched with terror, fills the frame. His eyes, wide and frantic, betray a profound sense of dread. He is clearly witnessing something horrifying. The chilling cries of the undead, "Kaok, Kaok, Kuik," echo through the air. A wave of shambling corpses surges forward, their decaying forms a grotesque tide threatening to engulf everything in its path. A lone figure flees, desperately trying to escape the horde. A female captain, her face etched with grim determination, barked a sharp, "Get back," at her visibly shaken soldier. The urgency in her eyes mirrored the life-or-death situation they faced. The captain's orders intensified, "When we get out, run towards Team 7's car. If anything gets in the way, kill it." Her tone brooked no argument, painting a picture of the desperate escape to come. A blinding flash erupted, engulfing a dense mass of figures swarming around an armored vehicle. The intensity of the light hinted at a devastating weapon, the chaotic scene momentarily frozen in a radiant burst. The aftermath, bodies littered the armored vehicle's surface, a testament to the weapon's brutal efficiency. A soldier exclaimed, "Whoa. Oh, fuck. Captain, you're awesome," highlighting the sheer scale of the just witnessed carnage and the captain's decisive action. "Everyone, jump out," the captain commanded, her face set in resolute focus amid the chaos. The urgency and precision of her orders confirmed that this wasn't a moment for hesitation, only swift action could secure their survival. A horde of shadowy figures shrieked, their panicked cries of "Kayak" and "Kakawak" swallowed by a blur of motion as they fled. The blonde woman, her face grim, barked an order, "Out as well, driver. We're leaving the car behind." The urgency in her voice mirrored the desperate situation. Overtaken by pursuing shadows, she braced herself, readying her weapon. The threat was immediate and overwhelming. A swift, brutal strike. The sickening thud of metal meeting flesh echoed the finality of the encounter. Blood splattered across the snow-covered ground. A blade sliced through the air, cleaving the undead creature's skull. Its eyes, burning with malevolent red, widened in a final, agonizing scream. A young woman, her blonde hair disheveled, recoiled in horror, a guttural cry escaping her lips as she witnessed the gruesome scene. Confusion and fear warred on her face. The repeated announcement blared through the calms, "Vehicle recovered. Vehicle recovered." A squad of soldiers, weapons blazing, engaged the remaining infected amidst the wreckage of a destroyed vehicle. Another undead monstrosity, its face contorted in a silent scream, lunged forward, its desperate attack a testament to its relentless hunger. The sound of its desperate roar echoed in the air. Ka! Team 7 moved swiftly, their orders clear: secure the damaged vehicle and prepare to breach its doors. A soldier urgently shouted, Team 7, Team 7. We are going to open the door. Get away from the door. A soldier, wounded and defeated, groans, his body slumped against the ground, amidst a bloody scene. The weight of battle is evident. Another soldier, desperate, cries out to his captain as bullets was passed, warning him that continued fighting at this intensity will mean certain death for them all. The horrifying visage of a zombie, its eyes glowing with malevolent rage, fills the panel. Its guttural roar, a sound of pure primal aggression, echoes the desperate situation. The battle intensifies, a chaotic scene of gunfire and overwhelming numbers of zombies charging. The sheer scale of the undead horde is terrifying. Another zombie, even more monstrous, lunges forward into the fray, demonstrating the growing ferocity of the undead onslaught. The situation has rapidly deteriorated. A leg, severed and decaying, still clad in a worn sneaker, drifts through the air. The scene is one of surreal destruction. 3 soldiers, startled, stare in disbelief at the gruesome spectacle. What was that? One of them gasps, the unspoken horror hanging heavy in the air. The sky fills with the swift descent of the 707 Special Forces unit. Their technologically advanced gear and the urgency of their movements signal a response to an extraordinary threat. SOF 707A, the caption screams, underscoring their immediate deployment. A figure plummets earthward, his momentum broken only by a controlled burst of energy. The soldiers below watch, fear and confusion etched upon their faces. The question mark above them mirrors their uncertainty. A blade plunges into a zombie's throat, a gurgling cook, escaping its maw as its lifeblood spurts. The blonde warrior, a blur of motion, decimates multiple zombies with swift, precise strikes, their bodies collapsing in a bloody mess. Her blade halts inches from the throat of a helmeted soldier, their eyes locked in a tense standoff. The soldier's visor retracts, revealing Sun Jinwoo, his face a mixture of surprise and recognition. Jinwoo, powered up, stands defiantly, energy spheres surrounding him. He proclaims, "The remnants." A triumphant grin spreads across the face of the three-eyed warrior, his gaze intense as he anticipates the ensuing confrontation. A wave of concussive force erupts, flinging several figures into the air as a powerful blow shatters the earth. The sound of "kwa kwa kwa" echoes the devastating impact. The aftermath of the attack is a maelstrom of dust and debris, the force of the explosion visibly ripping through the landscape. The onomatopoeia "kwa kwa kwa" continues to depict the ongoing destruction. Amidst a ravaged cityscape, helicopters and drones clash in a chaotic aerial battle. Mole, this is Skybear, crackles a voice over the comms, a tense declaration amidst the barrage of explosions. Skybear, his face partially obscured by a visor, registers alarm. His eyes widen behind the protective lenses. The intensity is palpable. A brutal impact. A sickening crunch echoes as a body is violently thrown, the force of the collision leaving a bloody smear. The balding man, clad in a gray robe and goggles, effortlessly dispatched the horde of undead, his staff a blur of motion. Zombies tumbled like rag dolls. He paused, a flicker of something akin to amusement crossing his features as he registered the carnage. A simple "oh" escaped his lips. A young man with dark hair appeared, a smirk playing on his lips. "That was fun. Let's go home now," he remarked casually, oblivious to the macabre scene. The balding man, seemingly unfazed by the young man's nonchalance, turned towards him, a question in his eyes. Benefactor, how did you know to come here? He inquired, his tone curious, not accusatory. A man, his face partially obscured by goggles, holds a long pole. He gestures towards someone unseen, his expression expectant as he utters, "Oh, please say hello." This person is? The implication is a formal introduction to a significant individual. The scene abruptly shifts. A monstrous creature, its face a grotesque mask of sharp teeth and a single glowing red eye, sinks its teeth into a person's leg. Blood spatters across the ground. The raw brutality signals a sudden, violent escalation. A blonde woman, wielding a sword, stands defiantly amidst a chaotic melee. Surrounding her, a ring of monstrous figures writhe, their movements erratic and desperate. Her defiant shout, "I said fuck OFF," echoes the scene's escalating violence and her determination to fight back. A soldier, his face grim, fires his weapon with deadly precision. His command, "Shut up. Hold out a little longer," underscores the urgency of the situation and hints at a desperate, ongoing struggle. A wave of disorientation washed over him. The young man's eyes widened, a silent gasp escaping his lips as he whispered, "Oh my." The sheer scale of what he witnessed, though still unclear, instilled a profound sense of awe and trepidation. A monstrous creature, its horns glinting menacingly, descends upon the city. A sharp ting echoes as it prepares to strike. Panic erupts as the beast's shadow falls. A woman cries out, Nanoka, desperately trying to shield her baby in a stroller from the approaching danger. The stroller careens wildly across the street, a testament to the raw power of the approaching creature, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Her eyes widened, a mixture of shock and fear etched onto her face. Sweat beaded on her brow. The tension in the room was palpable. The name Okita-sama hung heavy in the air, a whispered reverence followed by the shocked cry, "Hero!" This was no ordinary situation. A monstrous creature, its flesh like gnarled wood, roared, its grotesque teeth bared. Several figures, clearly overwhelmed, plummeted from the sky. This was no mere street brawl. A shadowy figure, swift and silent, moved with deadly grace across the rooftops, twin blades leaving trails of darkness in their wake. The word stealth emphasized the lethal efficiency of their movement. This was Hero, and the fight was far from over. A devastating blast rocks the cityscape. The force of the explosion is immense, sending shockwaves outward in all directions. From the wreckage, numerous glowing blue orbs materialize, clones. The word clone bursts forth, clarifying the nature of the sudden influx of combatants. The scene shifts dramatically. A formidable, monstrous figure is cleaved in two by a swift, precise strike. Blood sprays across the panel, illustrating the brutal efficiency of the attack. The attacker, a man in a sharp suit, stands amidst the carnage, twin blades dripping with the enemy's blood. His expression is grim, resolute. Hero, a figure shrouded in darkness, moved with lethal precision. His blade flashed, a whirlwind of steel severing his attackers. The ground ran red as the monstrous creatures fell before him. The final creature, a hulking beast of immense size, crumpled to the ground, its demise echoing the fate of its brethren. The scene was one of carnage, the battlefield littered with the bodies of fallen foes. The cheers of the onlookers filled the air as Hero, his back turned, walked away from the scene of his victory, leaving behind only the echoes of his power and the silent testimony of the fallen. "Hero saved us again," they cried. Emergency vehicles raced towards the scene, their sirens a stark counterpoint to the lingering silence of the recent battle. The city, scarred but not broken, braced for the aftermath. The city streets bear silent witness to a near disaster averted. Only the timely intervention of Team Hero, returning from a perilous Level 5 dungeon raid, prevented a far greater loss of life. Commissioner Takeo of the Supernatural Bureau is well aware of this. A news report on Park Suho's Druid Guild surfaces. A woman reviewing the footage states, "It's a video about Park Soho. You remember the Druid I told you about before?" This confirms the unfolding investigation's focus. Despite the potential for public disappointment, the Bureau remains undeterred. The woman's earlier assertion is vindicated, "I was right." The commissioner examines a new piece of evidence on his tablet. A woman in the car beside him expresses curiosity, This one? This marks a turning point in the investigation. The commissioner's face betrays his growing concern. His expression reflects the gravity of the new information discovered, implying a significant escalation. A man's eyes widen in shock as a vision assaults him. A young girl, wielding twin swords, cuts a bloody swathe. The caption screams, "The Eighth Evil." This is no ordinary child, she is a terrifying force. That same man's explanation follows, revealing a calculated strategy. He strategically placed a target, indicating a prior knowledge of the child's dangerous capabilities and a plan to tackle her only at the very end of a longer list. A close-up reveals a man, a determined glint in his eye, gripping a glowing sword. His expression speaks of readiness for a confrontation, the final confrontation, perhaps. The scene shifts to a rapid blur of movement, illustrating martial arts prowess. One martial artist appears to be launching a sudden, powerful attack. How could so many people be gathered in one place? The sheer number of individuals raises serious questions. This image reveals a detailed analysis of the Suho Guild, highlighting its unexpected scale and influence. The woman explains that she compiled the data to show her associates. She believes these individuals haven't been manipulated. This indicates a deliberate investigation into the guild's activities, suggesting a potential threat or conflict brewing. A ferocious, white wolf-like creature attacks with brutal force. The raw power and violence depicted foreshadow a significant threat or conflict, adding a layer of suspense and danger. The woman's concern about the strength of an F-rank dungeon crawler reveals a significant power imbalance. This adds another piece to the puzzle, emphasizing the potential dangers at play. News articles claiming the existence of an irregular individual have reached the ears of a man, who is now questioning the very nature of this person's abilities. This revelation causes a significant shift in the protagonist's demeanor. A young man, seemingly unaffected moments before, is now contemplating the implications of encountering someone like himself, a regressor. The possibility of another regressor throws the protagonist's meticulously planned 500-year regression into jeopardy. His carefully laid plans, years in the making, suddenly appear insufficient. A sigh of relief escapes the man as he reveals his intention to visit after the apocalypse, implying this new information will alter his schedule. The potential disruption introduced by this irregular has forced him to reconsider his timeline. A woman expresses her intention to travel to Korea soon, prompting a dismissive "yeah" from a man beside her. His smirk suggests a hidden agenda or disapproval of her plans. He firmly counters her, stating she cannot go now. The woman's expression shifts to one of concern and defiance. A sense of urgency and conflict is established. A majestic estate is revealed, nestled amidst a vibrant, almost ethereal forest. The scene's beauty contrasts sharply with the tension of the previous panels, hinting at a possible destination or sanctuary related to the woman's journey. The scene shifts abruptly to a joyous gathering of children and a bald, smiling monk. A child excitedly exclaims, "There's an elephant over there," pointing to something unseen off-panel. The carefree atmosphere provides a stark contrast to the earlier tension, potentially highlighting the woman's longing for a simpler life or a significant event that awaits her in Korea. A group of children, their faces alight with wonder, gather around a bodhisattva in an orchard overflowing with luminous apples. "Wow, apples," one exclaims, while another eagerly asks, "Can we really eat these?" The scene radiates a sense of innocent joy and a hint of the fantastical. The scene shifts, the children, now energized by the magical fruit, chase each other through a grove brimming with bananas and vibrant flowers. A child cries out, "Bodhisattva, I want to eat bananas." The light-hearted atmosphere underscores their carefree delight in this enchanted place. The scene abruptly changes to a starkly contrasting environment, a modern office. A woman stares intently at a computer screen, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. The screen displays a message, "Their eighth clear only took 11 minutes. She gasps, "What? 11 minutes?" The contrast highlights the jarring shift from the fantastical orchard to the tense reality of the office. The woman throws her hands to her head in despair, uttering, "Ugh, really? I knew they agreed too easily." She continues, lamenting, "I should have put in a special condition limiting the number of raids." Her distress reveals a critical error in her planning, foreshadowing potential consequences. A gasp escapes him. Hyuk. The newly revealed blade, shimmering with an ethereal teal glow, is identified as the Hell Blade. Hyungnim is presented with the Hell Blade. His comrades watch, their expressions a mixture of awe and anticipation. He declares his delight in the gift, but a caveat is issued. The young man is informed that he won't be able to fully utilize the Hell Blade until he reaches B rank. Undeterred, he vows to achieve this rank as soon as possible. Another character expresses surprise and disbelief at the young man's apparent naivete. The response is a questioning look, clearly seeking clarification. A man examines a digital image of a spear, his brow furrowed in concentration. Are you talking about this one that costs 120 million won? Ideally, it auto-upgrades to A rank, he muses, the implication of its value and potential clear. The scene shifts, revealing the spear in question, a magnificent, winged spear, shimmering with golden energy. Is this the one? Someone asks, they're all palpable. The next panel shows another character reacting, with a clear whoa, a winged spear. The visual and reaction confirming the spear's exceptional nature. A bald man, part of a group of soldiers, confidently wields the winged spear, its power evident in the dynamic lines radiating from it as he moves. A resounding WHOAA emphasizes the weapon's impressive aura and the other's reactions to witnessing it in action. Two soldiers discuss the purchase. One explains that a particular individual specialty is a type of decoy debuff, suggesting that the weapon's immense cost is justified, at least in part, by its unique capabilities. The subtle implication of the upcoming events is felt. The group moves forward, a sniper rifle visible, reinforcing their readiness for action. The dialogue reveals an elephant, which will soon be pivotal. This is more than enough. But Hyunnim, why do you have an elephant at your house? I also noticed the elephant. Elephant. What elephant? The conversation suggests an unexpected development, adding a layer of intrigue to the already impressive scene. A team of 5 stands poised, a diverse group ready for action. The air crackles with anticipation. Their adversary materializes, a figure cloaked in blue energy, wielding a luminous blade. The very air around him vibrates with power. A fierce energy crackles around him. The team's leader, a man with a steely gaze, smiles grimly. Let's begin, he declares, the words a prelude to conflict. A portal rips open above Osaka, Japan, splitting the road violently. Panic erupts. A monstrous creature emerges from the rift, its terrifying form inciting screams of terror as civilians flee in desperation. A man in a sharp suit calmly pushes a baby carriage away from the chaos, his demeanor a stark contrast to the unfolding pandemonium. He exudes an aura of controlled power. A masked figure, armed and ready, sprints across a rooftop, clearly intent on intercepting the threat. The approach of a skilled operative is imminent. 2 ninjas leaped from a skyscraper, katana blades flashing, aiming for a monstrous, reptilian creature that had crashed onto the building. Its gaping maw and sharp claws signaled a brutal fight. A blinding flash erupted from the beast's mouth as it unleashed a wave of searing flames, pushing the ninjas back. The intense heat warped the air itself. The creature roared, Kyoeong, as a massive explosion engulfed it. Debris rained down from the sky, and the air crackled with residual energy. A monstrous maw, filled with rows of jagged teeth, gapes open in a silent roar, a horrifying display of predatory intent. The creature's grotesque form is partially obscured by a purplish haze, enhancing the feeling of dread. Twin beams of energy, sharp and bright, crisscross the panel, slicing through a dark, ominous background. The swift, precise movement suggests an attack of immense power, neutralizing the threat. A figure, cloaked in darkness, unleashes the energy blasts, a skilled and precise warrior reacting swiftly and decisively. The movement is fluid and powerful, indicative of practiced expertise. Amidst the chaos, 2 men erupt in joyous celebration, their faces alight with triumph. One of them, prominently featured, expresses unbridled elation, a wave of relief and victory palpable in the scene. Hero, they shout, highlighting the shared connection to the event's resolution. Breaking news from Umeda, Osaka, monsters emerged from a transportation portal, causing widespread devastation. Good job. You finished quickly, a woman remarks to a man. He asks, "What were you looking at?" Her question highlights an unseen event that demands immediate attention. The woman's concern is evident as she inquires, "Oh, why is he trapped somewhere again?" The man clarifies, "No, that person was just a dungeon returnee." The nonchalant response reveals a significant shift in perspective concerning the scale of the threat. The man's expression shifts, hinting at his true concern as he muses, making such a fuss over a dungeon returnee. His internal conflict underscores the unexpected nature of the situation and the possibility of larger implications. A photograph depicts a group of young men, one of whom bears a striking resemblance to the man from the previous panels. The hashtags reveal the group's affiliation with the Suho Guild, adding a critical layer to the unfolding events. A woman, her expression unreadable, asks, "Why? Do you know someone in the picture?" The question hangs heavy, hinting at a connection to a photograph, the contents of which remain unknown but clearly significant. A man ponders a picture, stating, "He's still young, but I'm sure it's him." His certainty about the pictured individual's identity, despite his youth, suggests a deeper familiarity and the weight of a shared history. The implication of the boy's current state is also delivered, as the man adds, "Right now, he should have lost his father and he could be living at an orphanage." This underlines a tragic backstory that will undoubtedly influence events to come. A dark figure with burning red eyes snarls, "The worst villain that originated from Korea, the eighth evil, so why is he here?" This reveals a significant threat, an individual with a violent past and clear malicious intent. His presence in this setting throws the previous discussion of the photograph into stark relief, suggesting it is now a matter of grave danger. The stark declaration, "The Hell Swordsman." Swordmaster Jang Jae-shik underscores the gravity of the situation. The arrival of this individual, clearly a formidable warrior and a name spoken with a mix of awe and dread, adds another layer of escalating conflict to an already precarious situation. The Undying Destroyer, Buddhist Master Myung-jin, has been identified. His very name carries the weight of legend. Sung-woo is shown a video, the contents are yet unknown, but the urgency in the woman's expression hints at something critical. Sung-woo's eyes widen in disbelief and alarm at what he is seeing. The video reveals something deeply unsettling. A brutal, swift attack. Blood splatters as a figure is violently thrown to the ground. The fight is clearly one-sided, and the sheer power of the attack is shocking. A massive explosion erupts, the result of devastating power. The scale of the destruction suggests the video depicts an event of incredible consequence. This isn't the combat ability of someone who merely returned from a dungeon. The implication is clear: the subject possesses skills far beyond the normal expectations of a dungeon adventurer. The existence of an irregular, someone not in the records. This introduces a critical element of mystery and danger. The subject's abilities are not only exceptional, but also completely unknown to the established power structures. Did he return to the past, utilizing his knowledge of the future to gather notorious villains? The question hanging in the air is a pivotal plot point, revealing a time-traveling element and the subject's potentially sinister plan. The why emphasizes the urgency and mystery behind his actions. This gathering, is he? If his goal is gathering people to change the future like me. The speaker's horrified realization highlights the gravity of the situation. The subject isn't just powerful, he's manipulating the past to alter the future, and this affects the speaker directly. A man, his expression one of guarded skepticism, awaits. His dark eyes convey a silent assessment. Meet this Druid, the words hang in the air, a challenge and an introduction simultaneously. The weight of expectation settles heavily. A sharp intake of breath, a gasp of disbelief. What? The reaction speaks volumes. Doubt gives way to stunned surprise. The Druid's power is unveiled. A stampede of wild animals, deer, wolves, flees before a colossal elephant, a testament to the raw, untamed forces at play. The display continues. Fields instantly blossom with ripe produce: cabbage, chile, eggplant, sweet potatoes, corn, tomatoes, all ripened in an instant. A miraculous harvest showcasing the extent of this power. A crowd gasps in awe. One man suggests a pond would improve the landscape, the other marvels at the abundance of fruit trees, already abundant in this magical place. The subtle power at play is clear: this is no ordinary location. The Suho clan's remarkable speed in clearing a level 4 dungeon, a mere 22 hours and 30 minutes, is highlighted against the average of 28 hours taken by other teams. This establishes the clan's exceptional skill and efficiency. A woman, intrigued by the Suho clan's feat, calculates the implications. If they consistently dedicate 10 hours a day, clearing a level 4 dungeon could take just 4 days. The possibility of such rapid progress is clearly significant. The sheer scale of the natural environment is revealed in a breathtaking vista, underscoring the vastness of the world and the challenges and rewards that await. Jaeshikayeonnim brandishes a long sword, its glowing blue blade a stark contrast to the dark, ominous energy swirling around his companions. The onlookers gasp, recognizing the weapon's significance. It's clearly a high-tier item. The awe continues as the observers correctly identify the longsword as an item only accessible to those above B rank. The weapon's rarity underscores Jaeshikayeonnim's exceptional power. A bald man, clad in muted tones, approaches Jaeshikayeonnim with a request. His demeanor is respectful, yet his words carry a subtle urgency. He intends to ask for a considerable favor. The bald man explains his need for a more effective weapon, revealing the shortcomings of his current staff. His dissatisfaction is evident, implying a dangerous situation requiring immediate upgrade. He expresses a strong desire for a winged spear, but acknowledges his current rank prevents him from purchasing one. This sets the stage for a critical request to Jaeshikayeonnim, who looks on with a questioning expression. He wielded the spear, its golden energy pulsing with raw power. A weapon of immense potential, it thrummed in his grip. The onlookers gasped, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear. That's the one of them breathed, recognizing the legendary weapon. A wave of chilling resolve washed over the defeated warriors. Their leader, his face grim, vowed revenge. I will repay this debt with endless curses and massacres. The threat hung heavy in the air. One of the defeated warriors, his expression a mixture of disbelief and unease, questioned the situation. It's an F-rank party in a level 4 dungeon. So is it alright to be so relaxed? His unease reflected a deep-seated understanding of the danger they now faced. The question hangs heavy in the air, did you take your medicine? One young man's reluctance is palpable, while his companions, one seemingly exasperated, the other more amused, await his answer, the implications of his defiance clearly understood. The tension snaps. A sudden recognition dawns, it's Team Hero. The revelation carries both weight and urgency. His eyes widened, a flicker of alarm crossing his features as he stared at the screen. The information displayed clearly unsettled him. Concern etched itself onto her face. What's wrong? You don't look. She began, her voice laced with worry, her gaze searching his. A nervous chuckle escaped him. You've never seen a great vineyard before, hee. His words hinted at a distraction tactic, an attempt to downplay the gravity of the situation. We can't go right now, the woman stated, her expression a mixture of urgency and concern. The man, clearly impatient, immediately countered with a sharp, why? She showed him a news article on her tablet. This is an article that came out not that long ago. The implication hung heavy in the air. The article detailed a catastrophic event. The man's face registered shock as he read the headline, Sea routes are blocked. His voice, laced with disbelief, whispered, the Wyvern break happened now? A man in a suit, his face partially obscured, ends a phone call, a grim expression settling on his features. Yes, Minister, he stated, before adding to his unseen contact, oh, Okita-san. I called due to an urgent matter. The urgency is immediately clarified. He informs his contact, a level 7 dungeon has appeared. The setting is stark, a dimly lit room, underscoring the gravity of the situation. The response reveals a critical discrepancy. A woman's voice, sharp and concerned, counters, but according to your prediction, a level 7 dungeon doesn't appear until 5 months from now. A smartphone screen displays a schedule, confirming the woman's statement. A crucial detail is added, further highlighting the problem, and it'll take a month for the world's air forces to take care of the monsters. The man's face is now fully visible, etched with worry. His despair is palpable. Everything's all messed up, he murmurs, the weight of the unforeseen circumstance heavy upon him. If this continues, I won't be able to prepare for the things that will happen. The existence of multiple regression stones has been confirmed, implying a vast pool of untapped potential surrounding a central figure. This discovery challenges previous assumptions and suggests a far greater scope to the unfolding events. He knows about the regression stone and its implications for the future. He cannot afford to remain passive. Action is required, and the sooner, the better. The urgency of the situation compels him to prioritize. The elimination of a specific threat is paramount for the betterment of humanity. Akiko is instructed to prepare for immediate travel to Hokkaido. Myung-jin, a key figure in this unfolding drama, is confronted by a formidable force. The stage is set for a significant confrontation. The immense power of the Mahabanya Paramitha is unleashed, a destructive force tearing through the landscape. The invocation continues, Hangsham Banya Paramitha. This sacred phrase, a powerful mantra, fuels the ongoing destructive force. Seek bully gong, gong bully seek. These words, whispered amid the chaos, represent a counterforce, a defensive strategy against the unleashed power. This is Seek Juk Si Gong's response, a warrior readying himself for the coming confrontation. They're coming, Hyungnams. A desperate cry rings out as a heavily armed soldier spots approaching enemies, his eyes glowing with a fierce intensity. The battle is about to begin. A figure, his face a mask of grim determination, wields a blade crackling with energy. The sheer power thrumming from the weapon hints at the ferocity of the battle to come. A horde of monstrous creatures, their fangs bared, lunges forward, spears raised. Their guttural roars echo the chaos as they charge. A crossbow-wielding man fires, his shot a precise, deadly projectile. The attack suggests a plan, a calculated strategy in the face of overwhelming odds. The monstrous wave is struck by a powerful force, shattering into a rain of dark particles. The scene underscores the devastating effect of the earlier attacks, hinting at a tide turning in the battle. A swirling vortex of energy engulfs the remaining creatures, a tornado of pure power that promises to end their threat. A spear pierces a monstrous, reptilian creature's skull, the impact a violent spray of blood against the azure sky. The creature thrashes, its death throes adding to the chaotic scene. A wave of azure energy erupts, cleaving through multiple of the reptilian beasts with brutal efficiency. The sheer power of the attack leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. Three figures flee through a verdant forest, pursued by two others. One of the pursuers cackles maniacally, "Go, we go!" The hunted man stands defiant, sword drawn, ready to make his stand. A young man, weapon raised, bellows die as he unleashes a blast of energy towards a monstrous foe. The creature's grotesque form is partially obscured, yet its menacing presence is undeniable. Another man, his face contorted in a grimace, lunges forward, a dagger flashing. Crimson stains the air as he strikes, severing a portion of the monster's limb. The raw force of the attack is palpable. The blonde-haired man from before fights a different monster, aiming his rifle. A massive beast lunges toward him, its claws outstretched. The impending danger is clear, a question mark visually punctuating the scene. A close-up reveals a figure's shocked expression, the words "OH. Fuck" escaping his lips. The raw, visceral fear is intensely conveyed. The tone shifts dramatically. A creature, monstrous and reptilian, lies decapitated. Blood spills across the parched earth. The word "wow" floats in a speech bubble, a stark contrast to the brutal scene. A man, his face contorted in agony, cries out, "Ah." He's clearly overwhelmed. Text above him reads, 10 is the limit at my current level, so. Revealing a system-based limitation on his abilities. The man, now composed, unleashes a devastating blow. The impact is swift and brutal. The narration confirms his superior skill, he's on an entirely different level. Another creature falls, a crimson spray marking its demise. The swift, brutal efficiency speaks volumes about the man's power. The warrior braced himself, a monstrous, crimson beast lunging from the shadows. Its gaping maw promised destruction. He snarled, a surge of energy building within him, a desperate gambit. With a roar, he unleashed a torrent of raw power, a brilliant teal energy slicing through the air, aimed at the creature's heart. A colossal, skull-headed lizard king thrashed in a whirlwind of crimson ichor. Two figures, warriors clad in dark attire, fought desperately, their blades flashing amidst the chaos. One warrior delivered a decisive blow, severing a monstrous limb. One warrior, his dark coat stained with the lizard king's blood, launched himself forward, his sword a silver streak against the vibrant canvas of carnage. The force of his movement ripped through the air, a clear indication of the power behind his strike. The lizard king's body, now a grotesque fountain of blood, collapsed. The dark, viscous fluid pooled, creating a macabre reflection of the battle's ferocity. Gasping for breath, the warrior stared at his bloodied hands, his voice a ragged whisper, cut off, the head of the lizard king. The weight of his victory, and the horror of the battle, settled heavily upon him. A man's face fills the panel, a wry smile playing on his lips as he observes the aftermath. "We have to leave the blood crystals behind again," he states, the words laced with resignation. The scene shifts to a desolate landscape, the ground is stained crimson with the blood of monstrous creatures. Several figures stand amidst the carnage, their expressions grim. One mutters, "Oh." A simple word that encapsulates the devastation. The weight of their losses hangs heavy in the air. A shimmering, turquoise portal opens before them, a beacon of escape in the desolate environment. A timer appears, door burst time, 5 minutes. The urgency is palpable, they must act swiftly. As figures run, their faces etched with a mixture of relief and regret. "Ugh, it's such a waste," one groans, his voice filled with the bitterness of lost opportunity. Another adds, "It really seems like it would be worth about 400 million won if we took all of that." The financial loss gnaws at them as much as the battle's cost. One of the figures stumbles, a sharp ugh escaping his lips as he falls. Another, seemingly unfazed, casually suggests, "Hyungnam, let's eat some fish cakes when we get out before coming back." Cake skewers. A man, sweat beading on his brow, stares intently, his expression a mixture of grim determination and weariness. He's clearly seen something unsettling. A woman's face registers alarm. "All airlines have been blocked off," she states, her voice conveying the gravity of the situation. This is not a minor disruption, it signals a major global event. A news report flashes, wyvern nest outbreak. The accompanying image shows a swarm of wyverns, massive winged reptiles, blotting out the sun. The text below mentions the repeated closure of global airlines, directly connecting the two events. The scale of the threat is overwhelming. The woman's concern deepens. She adds, "It's not just air travel that is blocked." The implication is clear, ground transportation and other modes of travel are also affected, painting a picture of complete societal lockdown due to the wyvern outbreak. A man in a dark suit sits in a car, a woman beside him. A light melody plays in the background, a stark contrast to the tension in the air. He's reviewing something on his phone, completely absorbed. The man's attention is drawn to an incoming call. He answers, concern etching itself onto his face as he asks, "What is it?" His expression shifts to alarm. Shock registers in his eyes, widening as the caller relays news so terrible he can only exclaim, "Did he say a level 7 dungeon?" He stares at his phone, a grim realization dawning on him. It is confirmed, it's been moved up. A fiery inferno engulfs a landscape, a terrifying climax to the ominous news. The ensuing chaos is explained. Unable to contain a level 7 dungeon breach, a worldwide crisis erupts. The only changed variable is Park Suho. A team of soldiers stands before him, their faces grim, as one declares, certain that this bastard also regressed. The implication is clear, Suho's return is not coincidental, and he is not alone. A man examines a pocket watch, pondering whether another regressed 20 years ago, like himself. He concludes that the other individual may even hail from a more distant future. The scene establishes a timeline of temporal shifts and multiple regressions. A figure, seemingly Suho, shatters a crystalline object. The accompanying text emphasizes the potential divergence between his wishes and those of the man with the pocket watch. This highlights a brewing conflict based on differing objectives. A woman, her expression determined, vows to continue gathering information about Park Suho. This action advances the plot, emphasizing the ongoing investigation into Suho and his activities. He flexed, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he declared, "Area taunt." The challenge hung heavy in the air. The order rang out, sharp and urgent, "Monk." Louder, "Put some force into it." A young man with spiked hair urged the chanting monk on, the intensity of the situation palpable. 40 meters. The distance closes relentlessly. A monstrous threat looms, its approach marked by the shuddering earth. 30 meters. The warrior's face tightens, his grip firm on his blade. Panic is a luxury he cannot afford. The beast lunges. Its scales gleam menacingly, a predatory gleam in its eyes. The battle is joined. Summoning aid, he cries out, desperate for any advantage against this overwhelming foe. Sprites of light answer his call, their tiny forms a beacon against the encroaching darkness. A monstrous creature, scales shimmering obsidian, lunges, its gaping maw revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Blades streak across the scene as unseen combatants fight back against the onslaught. A sharpshooter, crouched low, fires a concentrated energy blast. The display reads 13 points. A clear indication of a successful hit on the monstrous target. Another powerful energy wave erupts, decimating several smaller, demonic figures. The wave's force is so intense that it appears to tear through the very fabric of the battlefield. "What are you doing, Jaeshikhyungnim?" The urgent question hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the chilling, almost manic repetition echoing from Jaeshik himself, "Hunt, hunt." His intent is clear, terrifyingly so. A horde of grotesque, reptilian creatures surges forward, their snapping jaws and glowing eyes promising a brutal onslaught. Their primal, guttural cries are almost deafening, and their sheer number is overwhelming. Jaeshikhyungnim moves with lethal efficiency, his blade a blur as he cuts down the monstrous beasts. The air crackles with energy as each strike sends a wave of icy blue energy through the creatures, their bodies momentarily frozen before collapsing. The sound of sharp impacts, kiek, punctuates the scene. A sudden, sharp pain. The impact sends Jaeshikhyungnim sprawling, his face a mask of disbelief and agony as he tastes defeat. The battle rages on, another figure joins the fray, their movements almost impossibly fast as they counterattack with a spear, striking at one of the remaining creatures. The intensity of the fight escalates. A young man, his face alight with gratitude, expresses his thanks, "Jaeshikhyungnim, thank you." His sincere appreciation hints at a significant favor recently received. The scene shifts dramatically. A warrior, his armor stained with blood, faces a monstrous, gaping maw. The beast's shadow looms large, its ferocious teeth bared in a threatening advance. The stark contrast highlights the peril the warrior is in. The young man from the previous panel watches in stunned awe, his eyes wide with disbelief. His words reveal the source of his earlier gratitude. "Whoa, the Hellblade's damage is really great. The sheer power displayed is overwhelming." The warrior, still bearing the marks of battle, contemplates a proposition. His thoughts are voiced as a question: a large guild? Applying to the Scylla Guild? The mention of a powerful guild suggests a new opportunity or potential alliance. The implications of this decision are clarified. No other guild out there would take an E-rank mercenary to level up in a level 4 dungeon for training. This underscores the exceptional nature of the Scylla Guild's offer, making it a turning point for the warrior's career. His eyes widened in disbelief, a silent, escaping his lips as he registered the impossible. The Lizard King. A monstrous creature of nightmare, its skull-like head and gaping maw a horrifying testament to its power, rose before him. A desperate, powerful blow. A crimson spray erupted as the man fought back, his attack a testament to his courage against impossible odds. His expression was one of stark terror. The man's face, marked by a fresh wound, reflected the gravity of the situation. "Ugh, really, Jaeshikhyungnim? How could you kill the Lizardmen King right now?" The urgency in his voice is palpable. A superior officer confronts Jaeshik, clearly disturbed by his reckless actions. The immediate context reveals a high-stakes situation where even a seemingly minor strategic decision carries enormous weight. Jaeshik, his face etched with exhaustion and guilt, silently endures the reprimand. The weight of his actions presses upon him, the consequences of his hasty decision are starting to manifest. Sorry, I got carried away. His apology is subdued, a quiet admission of his mistake. The tension eases, ever so slightly, suggesting a potential for understanding, though the underlying gravity of the situation remains. We can just come back in. Let's forget it. A pragmatic suggestion. The officer, while still undoubtedly concerned, prioritizes the immediate strategic needs over dwelling on Jashik's error, perhaps acknowledging that dwelling on it is useless now. A monstrous creature, its face a grotesque mask of gray stone in sharp angles, lunges. A single, malevolent red eye gleams in the dim light as it sinks its teeth into its victim's ankle. Blood stains the creature's maw. The ankle, now a mangled mess, is the focus. A stark reminder of the creature's brutal attack, a silent scream embedded in the gruesome image. The words, "the ankle that was bitten," hang heavy in the air. A man, concerned, speaks into his phone. It seems your team needs to go to Hokkaido immediately. The urgency is palpable, the map on the screen confirms the gravity of the situation. Hokkaido is in immediate danger. A colossal, crimson beast, a dragon of immense size and power, descends. Its furious assault tears through the landscape, leaving a trail of devastation. The sounds of its attack, a mixture of roaring and destruction, echo in the silence that follows. A blur of motion. A crimson blade arcs through the air, a whirlwind of steel and blood. The warrior, his face grim with determination, cleaves through a grotesque, serpentine creature. A soldier, his face etched with worry, stares intently at a screen filled with rapidly scrolling data. The urgency is palpable. The scene shifts to a lush forest. A squad of soldiers, silhouetted against the vibrant green, advances cautiously. A drone hums overhead, its propellers whirring. Their leader orders a move to the next sector. Another soldier, his expression grim, acknowledges the order with a curt, "Roger." The weight of the mission hangs heavy in the air. A soldier, his face grim, announces, "Base camp." His request for the Lizard King's location underscores the urgency of their mission. A hushed whisper, barely audible, precedes the chilling sight of three colossal lizards emerging from the forest. The ominous approach of the Lizard King's forces is confirmed, their presence is a palpable threat. A strategic operative, his eyes glowing with technological enhancements, remains calmly focused, ready to manage the unfolding crisis. A man, his face a mask of grim determination, grips a detonator. His threat hangs heavy in the air, "Just try to come over, I'll blow you all to smithereens." The weight of his words underscores the desperation of the situation. A team of soldiers attends to a massive, wounded creature, its crimson scales glistening with blood. The scene is grim, highlighting the brutal reality of their mission and the scale of the threat they face. A massive explosion erupts in the distance. One soldier reacts with alarm, another lets out a pained groan. The previously established threat has escalated, now presenting a far larger and potentially more dangerous crisis. The warrior, his face grim, met the necrobile's charge head-on. A clash of steel and dark magic filled the air. His battle cry echoed through the ravaged landscape, a testament to his unwavering resolve against the overwhelming odds. Apocalypse D1 and D2 descended, their rotors a blur against the darkening sky, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. The necrobiles were retreating, but the fight was far from over. The urgent need for evacuation of the wounded and the detection team became clear. An emergency distress signal arrived while a team was en route to the Gyeongbuk field. Their timely intervention suggests they arrived just in time to prevent a catastrophe. Responding to a level 5 dungeon incursion, the team faces an immediate crisis. A teleportation portal has burst open, mobilizing the entire CDC. A helicopter explodes in a fiery blast, the visual chaos underscoring the intensity of the unfolding crisis. A monstrous creature emerges from the chaos, its ferocity instantly evident. The situation has escalated dramatically. The report concludes, the gravity of the situation is implied within the sterile, controlled setting of the briefing. "Do you mean there's no news after that?" she demanded, her voice sharp with impatience. The lack of updates clearly fueled her growing anxiety. "That's not part of the route," the officer responded, his expression grim. "So what are they doing there?" His words hinted at a dangerous deviation from the planned mission. Driving through a necropolis red zone was reckless, a gamble with death. Her fury was unleashed as she screamed, "Tell that bastard that if he comes back alive, I'll kill him myself." The threat hung heavy in the air, a chilling testament to her desperation. She paced, agitated, the phone pressed to her ear. The weight of the situation pressed down on her, the silence deafening. A gloved arm, slick with blood, breaks the surface of the water, a desperate, silent plea for help. The soldier crashes to the ground, a guttural ugh, escaping his lips as the force of the blow sends tremors through his body. The fight has clearly gone south. A monstrous crimson beast, its skull a terrifying visage, has him firmly in its grasp. A pained cook is the only sound as it prepares for the next attack. The beast's maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a glistening tongue, a horrifying promise of the imminent end. The soldier unleashed a furious attack, his words a venomous curse, "Die, you lizard bastard." The sheer intensity of his rage fueled the flames that erupted around his foe. A cataclysmic explosion rocked the landscape. The force of the blast obliterated everything in its path, a testament to the raw power unleashed. A look of stark terror froze on the soldier's face, mirroring the devastating impact of the battle's aftermath. A team of soldiers, their figures silhouetted against a vibrant, glowing energy source, stands poised on a remote shoreline, awaiting the next phase of their operation. The Capital Defense Command Center, a gleaming testament to technological might, its glass facade reflecting the city's vibrant energy. This is where the battle for the city's fate will be decided. A scouting party has returned, but at a heavy cost. Keelman and Kim In-ho are dead, 2 others are severely injured but recovering. The mission's inherent dangers are laid bare. The team was forced to split due to the nature of the scouting mission, highlighting the complex challenges faced by the defenders. The surviving members plan to resume operations in 2 hours. Their resolve remains unbroken, though burdened by loss. The report delivers grim news: no clues related to the missing item have been found. The search continues, now shrouded in even greater uncertainty. The time dilation within the dungeon has been confirmed, time passes twice as fast inside. A team spent 48 hours in the dungeon, yet only 24 hours elapsed in the outside world. This revelation is crucial. Park Soo-ho's 10-year absence from the outside world means he endured a 20-year ordeal within the dungeon. The claim of Soo-ho spending 1,000 years in the dungeon is now substantiated by the discovered time discrepancy. He is shown fighting a massive bear, highlighting the harsh reality of his extended confinement. The urgency intensifies. Those involved in the Soo-ho Guild's rapid expansion are rushing to update their Awakener cards at the Bureau, indicating an immediate need for enhanced capabilities. The man sits behind the wheel, his expression unreadable. A digital display shows his status, E-Level 0, D203, AP 1887. His journey has only just begun. He turns, a sly grin spreading across his face. The anticipation is palpable, the game is afoot. His eyes narrow, a shift in demeanor. The carefree facade melts away, revealing a steely gaze. The investigation of Sector 8 reveals nothing of special interest, but the lack of a record from Park Soo-ho's earlier findings raises suspicion. A drone surveys the desolate landscape. Team 1 and Team 11 are alerted. 6 lizard spearmen are approaching their current location, 70 meters away, at 4 o'clock. Se-dong-jin and Sung-woo are dispatched to deal with the threat quietly, specifically instructed not to forget the blood crystals. Scouting Party 3 is moving to Sector 12. The search continues. A team member's expression shifts to one of contemplation and uncertainty. A soldier sits before a console, his expression grim. The faint glow of the screen illuminates his tense features. He's clearly facing a critical situation. The soldier, his name Damu, speaks into his comms unit, a determined glint in his eyes. This is no ordinary mission, the stakes are high. A monstrous creature bursts forth, its terrifying visage filling the panel. Damu recoils in shock, the sheer scale of the threat undeniable. The battle has begun. The grizzled commander, his face etched with grim determination, stared at the unfolding chaos. "What is that?" he demanded, the question hanging heavy in the air, as monstrous roars echoed from the unseen source of the disturbance. A guttural cry of "damn" ripped from his lips as the commander, a seasoned warrior, and his elite squad found themselves facing a terrifying foe. They were already thrust into a desperate fight for survival. A blinding flash erupted as the beast lunged, its massive jaws snapping shut just inches from the commander's face. The air crackled with raw energy as he narrowly dodged the attack. A fierce firestorm erupts, consuming the landscape. Two soldiers, caught in the blast, barely register the intense heat before the kick and arg of searing pain punctuate the scene. Amid the chaos, a soldier fires his weapon, shouting orders, "Necrovilles at 11 o'clock. Get the bastards trying to escape." The desperate battle continues with rapid updates: 2 kills. 3 kills, as more Necrovilles are taken down. A blonde woman, her face etched with worry, speaks, "We were supposed to meet up with the CDC." Her concern is palpable, a vital rendezvous has been jeopardized. A helicopter plummets from the sky, engulfed in flames, a fiery streak across the blue expanse. The soldiers below stare in stunned silence, a question mark hanging heavy in the air. This unexpected event drastically shifts the situation. The video concludes, showing the final moments of a brutal encounter. A military officer briefs his superior, relaying the information. The officer explains that a formal report will follow, pending a full investigation. Disciplinary action is promised if wrongdoing is confirmed. The officer's outburst reveals his raw anger and frustration at the reckless actions that endangered countless lives. A woman's voice, strained yet controlled, cuts through the silence. Her apprehension is clear, even through the phone. She is clearly not alone. The scene shifts abruptly. A shattered phone lies amidst a gruesome tableau, a pool of blood staining the ground, a testament to a violent struggle. The camera plunges down, revealing a man in tactical gear, plummeting from a considerable height. Blood stains his uniform, marking a brutal end to whatever conflict preceded this fall. A monstrous creature, crimson and skeletal, erupts from a swirling vortex of green energy. A soldier, groaning cook, is thrown backward by the force of its emergence. The soldier, a cruel smile playing on his lips, calmly presses a button on a device in his hand. This is no ordinary combat, he is prepared and in control. The creature lunges, its massive jaws aiming for the soldier's head. However, this is precisely what the soldier anticipated, a calculated risk. With a bright flash, the creature disintegrates, its form reduced to fiery dust. The soldier's gambit succeeded, showcasing a level of calculated aggression. The crimson dragon crumbled, its once mighty form reduced to scattered scales and smoke as a devastating blow ends its reign of terror. A soldier, eyes wide with disbelief, stares at the scene, the aftermath of the battle settling in. His comrade stands behind him, equally stunned. A grizzled veteran, his expression etched with bitter frustration, mutters, "How fucking humiliating." The weight of defeat hangs heavy in the air. The chilling news is delivered, for casualties from a level 4 dungeon raid. The woman behind the wheel, voice tight with shock and disbelief, questions the unimaginable loss. A woman, her face etched with urgency, barks orders into a comm unit. She directs a check to see if team members can be substituted, revealing an ongoing operation hampered by unforeseen circumstances. The pressure is palpable. The response confirms the gravity of the situation. Other teams are fully occupied with rescue efforts following an attack on the base camp. Resources are stretched thin. The woman's expression deepens, reflecting the weight of her responsibility. The unspoken tension underscores the time sensitivity of the mission. The clock is ticking twice as fast. The sheer incongruity of time within the dungeon is laid bare. If the dungeon's time dilation were merely doubled, a mere century on Earth would equate to 2 centuries within. Yet, 1,000 years have inexplicably vanished within its confines. Team Soho's foray into the level 4 dungeon on Soholand has concluded. After a remarkably efficient 7 hours, 50 successful raids have been completed, resulting in their abrupt cessation of operations. News of their sudden withdrawal elicits disbelief. What? Finished raiding? The question hangs heavy in the air, reflecting the unexpected nature of the event. The abrupt conclusion is unsettling. One team member reflects, no, it's just too much like a dream, hinting at a deeper unease and the surreal nature of their experience. The analysis of the cave graffiti is complete. The team leader confirms the report. A sudden, bright flash erupts from within the cave, followed by the sound of shattering rock. An urgent alert blares, the enemy has breached base camp. The battle has begun. A monstrous creature, its gaping maw revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, lunges forward. Its eyes glow with malevolent intent. The Korean onomatopoeia suggests a sudden, powerful movement. A swift counterattack. A figure, honed and deadly, deflects the beast's assault with lethal precision, blades flashing, blood spraying. The impact is brutal, a visceral display of skill and power. Soo-young's face registers disbelief and a hint of fear. A single word, no, escapes her lips, reflecting the gravity of the situation unfolding. Soo-young's concern is palpable. She questions the constant turmoil surrounding someone, highlighting the relentless pressure and lack of peace in their life. The scene subtly contrasts the brutal action against a quiet, apprehensive observation. A thunderous crash reverberated through the forest as a figure was sent sprawling. The impact was brutal, leaving a trail of scattered debris. The woman adjusted her earpiece, a faint melody trailing off. "Yeah, speak," she said, her voice crisp and commanding. A young man, his face etched with a mixture of disbelief and wonder, murmurs, "No, it's just too much like a dream." The surreal nature of his experience is palpable. His expression shifts dramatically. A confident smirk replaces the earlier wonder as he boasts, "Never mind a level 4 dungeon, I, who'd never even been to a level 3 dungeon, have raided a level 4 dungeon 50 times just today." His words reveal an extraordinary advancement in skill and power. The scene changes to a lush forest. The young man's earlier boasts are now contextualized as he recounts his rapid rise. "I barely became an E rank by crawling along the bottom of the barrel for 3 years, and yet, on the first day I joined Soho Guild, I became a D rank." His narrative underscores the exceptional opportunity presented by his guild affiliation. A young man, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes, questions aloud, "This isn't a dream, is it?" The implication is that he's experiencing something extraordinary, a reality beyond his normal comprehension. The scene shifts to a modern parking lot, filled with luxury vehicles. The caption confirms their presence, "We're here. Everyone." This establishes the gathering of a group, likely for a significant event related to the technology showcased later. They arrive at a building, a sign clearly stating, "Dimensional Energy Measuring Room." The setting is established as a place of scientific research into advanced, potentially dangerous, energy sources. A sudden surge of energy, accompanied by crackling electricity, appears. The cryptic message flashes? "Is observing you. Your information is saved on, ." This introduces a powerful, unseen entity that is monitoring their actions and collecting data, raising the stakes significantly. A woman, likely a researcher, speaks on her phone, explaining, "The person who created the dimensional energy measuring device is Dr. England. I've sent an email asking for permission to visit. I will immediately inform you when I get a reply." This provides crucial context about the origin of the technology and the current investigation. A glowing orb pulses with energy, the number 488 displayed prominently. This is a status indicator, revealing the protagonist's current level. The protagonist, his expression a mixture of surprise and contemplation, questions if he's the only one who can access others' information. His internal monologue reveals a newfound awareness of his abilities. Two scientists discuss the protagonist's unique abilities. The status window's components, level, inventory, and store, are presented as more than just a standard feature. This is something unique, legendary even, among engineers. The mention of Godstone sparks recognition in the protagonist. He claims to have heard of it. The ominous tone foreshadows a critical plot element. A massive pillar, etched with inscriptions, stands before a desperate crowd. The narration explains that this Godstone was worshipped by survivors of a great disaster, believing its writings to be divine revelation. This establishes the significance of the artifact in the context of its discovery. The Bureau's dimensional computer, powered by the God Stone, allows management of the Awakener's status. This technological marvel, a groundbreaking discovery, provides essential information including the Awakener upgrade system and dimensional energy usage. One of the men, seemingly unconcerned by the weighty implications of the previous discussion, casually inquires about the possibility of meeting God. His friend's cynical retort that death is the only path to such an encounter reveals a world where the divine is a remote, even morbid, concept. The conversation shifts to a practical matter, the level 5 Orc Castle dungeon. The question of returning there underscores a looming danger or a crucial objective, hinting at the narrative's central conflict. Hyungnim and his guild strategize. He proposes a training expedition for Taeshik, maximizing his experience while Hyungnim is away. The team is to focus on improving their teamwork during his absence. The recent level up prompts a discussion about their increased guild pensions. The sheer amount of money they earn from even a single day of dungeon runs renders any concern over pensions trivial. The guild takes 50% of earnings, leaving 2.5 billion won to be divided among the 5 members. This substantial sum is then directly deposited into their individual accounts. Overwhelmed by their newfound wealth, Hyungnim declares his hunger, proposing a celebratory lobster feast. Confusion ripples through the group as they stare at a car. A question mark floats above one man's head, mirroring their collective bewilderment. "What?" one of them exclaims, the unspoken tension thick in the air. The group leans in, eyes glued to a laptop screen displaying staggering figures. The sheer scale of the money, billions from various countries, prompts a stunned question: how much money is that? The men discuss the implications of the financial data. It's confirmed that the target is a dungeon returnee, a fact that intensifies their intrigue. Their focus is on his ability to control plants, a power of significant strategic value. A wave of realization washes over them. The implications of Soho Hyungnim's plant-controlling abilities are profound. His presence offers a solution to the threat of starvation. A hushed reverence fills the air. "Whoa, that's true," one whispers, followed by a respectful Hyungnim, "Respect." Terror grips Yama as he confesses, "If you don't show up in 2 days, they'll kill me." His desperation is palpable, the threat hanging heavy in the air. Yama explains his predicament. While drunk, he tricked his sponsors, now facing dire consequences if the deception is discovered. This reckless act underscores his desperation and impulsive nature. The weight of his actions presses down on Yama. He needs Hyungnim's help to deliver a message to his sponsors before facing severe repercussions, including potential assassination. The stakes couldn't be higher. Hyungnim readily agrees, swiftly resolving the immediate crisis. He promises to deposit all future sponsorship and monetization into the guild account, displaying both loyalty and efficiency. The crisis averted, the focus shifts to a more mundane yet vital matter: securing the video quickly so they can celebrate their success with a lobster feast. This abrupt transition showcases their resilience and prioritization of enjoyment despite recent danger. The live stream begins. 2 young men sit at an outdoor cafe, one calmly observing the camera, the other excitedly addressing the unseen viewers. The scene suggests a casual setting, but the serious expression of one hints at a more complex situation than it appears. "Let's go eat lobsters," one of the men declares, his tone firm. The others remain silent, their reactions obscured, creating a sense of unspoken tension. This seemingly simple suggestion carries weight, hinting at a shift in the dynamic between them and potentially a change in plans. News arrives. A terse exchange reveals an unexpected development: a visit from others. The initial calm is shattered, replaced by a palpable sense of apprehension and uncertainty as the men grapple with the implications of this unforeseen arrival. He issued the command, his jaw tight: "Tell them to come." The intensity in his eyes hinted at a looming confrontation. A discussion unfolds in a cafe. One man remarks, "It seems to be some organization in Japan." The other, clearly more concerned, presses, "So which country said that?" The uncertainty surrounding the origin of the threat underscores the gravity of the situation. En route, he receives an update, muttering, "I'm on my way." The subsequent sigh and comment, "Ugh, so annoying. This old man's pretty annoying," reveals his impatience, despite the urgency of the situation. The contrast between his outward compliance and inner frustration highlights a complex character dynamic. A phone rings, the caller ID reads MIB. The message is clear, an incoming communication from a powerful, yet mysterious, entity. The musical notes overlaid on the screen emphasize the impending urgency and the high stakes of the conversation. Park Soho's appearance sends ripples of urgency. A man, sharply dressed, receives the news by phone, his voice tight with alarm. What? Where? The scene is a bustling public space, the casual energy of the crowd a stark contrast to the sudden tension. The frantic search intensifies. The connection between Soho and Sonny, a member of the Vitamin Group, is established. A car speeds through the night, blurring lights reflecting the urgency of the situation. Sonny's recent interview, where she declared Suho as her ideal type, is highlighted, a possible piece of the puzzle. The man on the phone, now visibly stressed, questions the nature of the situation. The words scandal marketing hang in the air, suggesting a deliberate and potentially malicious plan is underway. A black car screeches around a corner, tires losing traction. The high-speed pursuit is visually dramatic. The action signifies that a major event related to Park Suho is about to unfold, raising the stakes significantly. A young man's face registers a mixture of disbelief and exhaustion. The weight of unspoken burdens hangs heavy in the air. 14 years of relentless struggle culminate in this moment. He fought, tirelessly, against creatures of immense power. The words, "For 14 years, I've worked my ass off," echo the sheer magnitude of his dedication. The sheer volume of his accomplishments is staggering. In those 14 years, he vanquished lizard warriors comparable to level 1 and 2 dungeon bosses, a feat of exceptional strength and resilience. The weight of his past efforts hangs heavy, shaping his present state of mind. A lone figure, clad in dark attire, kneels amidst a swirling vortex of energy, a glowing blue blade held aloft. He reflects on the missed opportunities of a more traditional path, musing that joining the Shilla Guild would have him undergoing rookie training right now. Inside a vehicle, a tense exchange unfolds. One man asks another, "Want me to hit you?" The second man replies, nervously, "And no, that's all right." The tension breaks. A sudden shift in mood as one of the men declares, "Let's finish up quickly and go eat lobster." Lying down, eyes closed, the man from the vehicle contemplates the increasingly clear voices he hears as his level rises. The implication is that these voices are somehow linked to his increasing power. Upon regaining consciousness, Hyungnim's immediate thought is to travel to England once given permission. Hyungnim's dimensional energy levels far exceed the C-rank classification, astonishing those present. A scientist explains that the status window system originated from a core item discovered after a great disaster, the God Stone, which revolutionized the dimensional energy industry. Following a catastrophic event, a large pillar of rock inscribed with red writing appeared in Northern Europe, revealing the origin of the status window system's ability to detect awakeners. After God's revelation was deciphered, fragments of the pillar were disseminated globally by various ministries. This enabled all awakened individuals worldwide to access their personal status windows. "Ooh! I didn't know that," one of the awakened exclaimed, intrigued by this revelation of a global status system. Another questions if this is a type of evangelism, suggesting the religious implications of this widespread connection. The group discusses the mechanics of awakening. One awakened questions if a nuclear explosion during a dungeon break would awaken the bomber. The answer, no. Awakening requires interaction with dimensional materials. A zero-level awakened has appeared, prompting a discussion about whether the level system has been adjusted. This discovery further illustrates the ongoing changes and mysteries within the world of awakened individuals. His wild stat has increased, allowing him to tame more gray wolves. He decides to recruit more members to his growing pack. His subordinates eagerly agree, noting that Soho Hyungnim's bus is the best. One subordinate is shocked to learn they still have 5 billion won, even after discarding many blood crystals. Another subordinate is dumbfounded, stating he didn't do anything to earn this wealth. He slapped his hands to his temples, a look of dawning horror on his face. "Oh, right," he exclaimed, the realization hitting him with full force. Tears streamed down his face as he whispered, fear evident in every tremor. I might get assassinated soon. The weight of the impending threat was palpable. His companion, a man wearing goggles, looked on grimly as the man openly wept. The statement, "It's probably the Yakuza," hung heavy in the air, confirming his worst fears. A vast expanse of land, sparsely populated, stretched out before them. The caption explained the dire situation: the land occupied by humans has decreased exponentially, and most of the world's food has to be imported from planet Uroka. Having Suho Hyungnim would solve their food crisis. The stakes were incredibly high. Concern etched on his face, he questioned the possibility of assassination. The implications of such a threat hung heavy in the air. His friend, clearly distressed, voiced his helplessness in the face of the looming danger, emphasizing his own inaction. Overwhelmed, the friend proposed a drastic measure to mitigate the risk, highlighting the severity of the situation. A team frantically works, recording data as one member urges them on: "Write, record quickly." Another, clearly impatient, declares, "I'm hungry." The urgency underscores the importance of the task at hand. The team leader announces, "Finally, Park Suho, the person you've all been waiting for, has appeared." The implication is that Suho's arrival marks a significant development. One team member, expressing doubt, questions, Hyungnim, is that all?" His skepticism hints at the anticipated scale of Suho's impact compared to the relatively underwhelming initial data. A new email arrives, signaled by the ding-dong sound and a notification on screen. A reaction of surprise, suggests the email holds unexpected and potentially significant news. They've agreed to meet, provided he extends an invitation. A serious conversation awaits. His expression hardens, reflecting the gravity of the situation. He's feeling the pressure. A club is his chosen escape. A man in a suit, his expression grim, speaks urgently into his phone. The conversation is clearly tense, hinting at a developing situation requiring immediate attention. The man, having just finished a meal with the Suho Guild, is heading towards a dungeon. His destination is specified, a level 5 dungeon, the site of a recent incident, suggesting he's directly involved in the investigation or cleanup of this significant event. A change of plans. The man's superior, the director, abruptly instructs the driver to turn around. They are to pick up a new customer, which implies a sudden and significant shift in the unfolding situation. This adds urgency to the already tense atmosphere. A sleek black car screeches around a corner, tires spitting gravel, the driver a blur of motion. The city lights streak past in a dizzying display of speed. The driver, a young man in advanced tactical gear, slumps back against the seat, breathing heavily. Amit Ba. He whispers, a prayer escaping his lips, revealing the toll of his actions. Suho Hyungnim, his benefactor, stands beside a gleaming new car, a jovial older man with him. The young man, slightly hesitant, murmurs, "It's because Suho Hyungnim is generous." The older man replies, "Even so." A mix of pride and concern in his tone. The new car represents the weight of expectation placed on the young man. On a rooftop overlooking the city, 4 figures stand silhouetted against the twilight. A tense question hangs in the air: they want to come, so we'll stop them? The confirmation, a simple "that's true," underscores the gravity of the impending threat. The director, seated in the back of a car, instructs his driver to turn around. They have a client to pick up. The car speeds through the city streets. While driving, the director receives a call from the chairman. He answers respectfully. The director expresses his frustration to the chairman over the phone. He's working tirelessly for the DGB group, only to be treated poorly. The image of a speeding car emphasizes his urgent, agitated state. A furious businessman barks orders into his phone, his face contorted with anger. "Be back immediately. We'll see where you end up if you stray somewhere else today." His words reveal a controlling nature and a lack of trust in whoever he's speaking to. The businessman's frustration escalates. "What? Who do you think you are, going there?" He's clearly unaware of the recipient's intentions, highlighting a communication breakdown and potential deception. The added information about sending General Manager Cheon suggests a power struggle within the company. The scene shifts to a young woman, casually sitting and talking on her phone. "Appa, it's me," she says, her relaxed demeanor contrasting sharply with the tense situation unfolding elsewhere. This introduces a new character and hints at a possible clandestine operation. The light-hearted visual style further emphasizes the contrast. A woman, speaking on her phone, asks, "They said you're going to introduce me to Park Soo-ho. Is that true?" The question hangs heavy with implication, hinting at a planned meeting with someone of significance. Done. A man grins, having completed a task, the implication being a successful manipulation or arrangement. His expression suggests a calculated move, a pawn placed precisely on the board. A man's voice, cold with fury, cuts through the air. "General Manager Cheon, how dare that old fox try to take credit for my work?" The statement reveals a power struggle within a hierarchical structure, highlighting ambition and betrayal. The same man continues, his ambition laid bare: "If I succeed, I won't have to keep a low profile and comfortably succeed my father in the group. The sky would be the limit." His words paint a picture of ruthless ambition and a clear path to power, fueled by a desire for recognition and legacy. A helicopter slices through the night sky, its powerful rotors a blur against the city lights. The sound of its approach is almost palpable. Inside the helicopter, a soldier, clearly annoyed, comments on the seemingly inadequate equipment for a mission involving a highly trained soldier. His frustration is evident as he suggests a celebratory drink once the task is complete. A thermal scan reveals a heat signature, a human, seemingly trapped or injured. The discovery is unexpected and prompts immediate concern. The man, his face etched with despair, slumped against a wall. "Found him," the triumphant shout echoed, sealing his fate. A helicopter, a predator in the night sky, approached. "Stay right there, we'll come get you," a voice boomed from the aircraft, a chilling promise. A desperate cry, "Aahhhhhhhh," filled the air as gunfire erupted. The man, cornered and overwhelmed, fired back wildly. Suddenly, grotesque creatures swarmed the man, their guttural roars a prelude to his demise. His desperate struggle against overwhelming odds was futile. He leveled his pistol, the cold steel a stark contrast to the monstrous creature lunging from the shadows. "Oh, fuck," he breathed, the words a testament to the sudden, brutal reality of his situation. A hail of bullets erupted as he scrambled down the stairs, each shot a desperate bid for survival against the relentless advance of the grotesque foe. The impact threw him back, he slammed against the metal railing, the jarring thud echoing through the cold concrete. A pained ugh escaped his lips. The creature's death throes were violent, a final, desperate lunge before a purple energy beam bisected its body, ending its reign of terror. He watched, breathless, the weight of his near miss settling in. A shattering assault unfolds. Three figures, silhouetted against a blinding light, pulverize a wall of glass with brutal efficiency, the fragments exploding outward in a chaotic storm. The raw power of their strikes is palpable. The scene shifts, revealing a sleek, powerful vehicle speeding away from the scene of destruction. A caption identifies this as DGB's X-Team. This establishes their role as perpetrators in the previous violent act. A close-up shows a man, his face contorted in a furious grimace, a scar marring his cheek. He snarls, F***CK. His raw anger underscores the intensity of the situation and the consequences of their actions. Inside a vehicle, a man in a suit calmly instructs another, "You've worked hard. Store it in the warehouse properly." The cool demeanor contrasts sharply with the preceding violence, suggesting a calculated operation and the potential disposal of incriminating evidence. "Fucking damn it, what happened?" one man demanded, his voice tight with barely controlled fury. The other, clearly shaken, could only stammer a weak, "I'm sorry." The scene, unfolding before a sleek black limousine, hinted at a recent, catastrophic event. The distraught man's words, "It's Park Soo-ho," identified the source of the crisis. A figure in a futuristic, battle-ready suit stood before him, the air crackling with barely contained power. He had apparently arrived in the midst of this unfolding emergency. The question mark above his head clearly displayed his stunned reaction. A wave of raw, untamed energy erupted, momentarily eclipsing reality itself as a powerful figure was revealed amidst swirling, electric blue chaos. The man's whispered exclamation betrayed both his awe and terror. The first man's rage intensified. "I'm sorry," he repeated, his voice cracking. The weight of his responsibility, and perhaps a premonition of the consequences, hung heavy in the air. The man's face tightens. He's clearly agitated by the information, 8 days missing, and alone? The implication hangs heavy, something went terribly wrong. His frustration boils over. "Really, this is so annoying," he groans, the strain evident in his posture, and the woman beside him looks on with concerned silence. The weight is clearly taking its toll. A lone figure stands atop a mountain of corpses, a grim testament to a brutal battle. The sheer scale of carnage speaks volumes about the intensity of the recent conflict. This warrior's power is overwhelming, almost supernatural. A smirk plays on the warrior's lips. He seems unfazed, perhaps even amused, by the thought of a survivor. His confidence suggests a clear understanding of his own strength, and the implication is that this single survivor poses little threat. A wave of energy, a brilliant emerald fissure, rips through the ranks of the enemy, decimating them in an instant. The air crackles with residual power. A monstrous orc, its eyes blazing with fury, snarls, a guttural growl echoing the ferocity in its gaze. This is no ordinary beast. The warrior collapses, a surge of exhaustion washing over him, but a system notification appears. He's been awarded 23 achievement points. His in-game balance is displayed, a considerable sum of in-game currency and a substantial number of blood crystals. More significantly, an offer to unlock a beast farm at the cost of 5,000 achievement points appears, a tempting yet costly investment. A system prompt appears. "Would you like to open the beast farm?" The question hangs heavy, hinting at a significant gameplay choice with far-reaching consequences. A black car executes a sharp, controlled turn, tires squealing as it navigates a curve. The accompanying sound effects illustrate the vehicle's speed and precision handling. This suggests a chase sequence or urgent travel, the stakes of which remain to be seen. A man, clearly agitated, speaks into his phone. "You little brat, why aren't you here yet?" His impatient tone reveals both his authority and a growing sense of unease. The delay is clearly significant, and the consequences of the missing brat are left to be revealed. "What, you bastard? What tricks are you up to this time?" The chairman of DGB Group exploded, his voice laced with suspicion and barely controlled fury. His words painted a picture of a tense power struggle within the family business. His son, heir apparent, chuckled smoothly into the phone. "Don't worry, father. Aren't I the only son and heir of our DGB Group's chairman?" The casual confidence in his tone belied a deliberate provocation, a calculated attempt to test his father's authority. The chairman's anger escalated further. "What kind of incident are you trying to create this time?" The question revealed a history of similar conflicts, highlighting a volatile relationship between father and son. The stakes were high, and the son's actions were clearly designed to push his father's limits. The son's smirk widened as he casually inquired, "Oh, hey. How is our Songy doing?" The shift in conversation, seemingly innocuous, hinted at a manipulative strategy, using Songy as a pawn in his ongoing power play with his father. "He's on his way to the office. Instructions are clear, meet him at the main entrance." A confident voice assures his companion that even Park Soho, a member of the idol group Vitamine, will be unable to resist the offer. A high-speed chase unfolds through the city, a helicopter pursued by a volley of energy blasts. A crimson laser beam slices through the night sky, originating from a hovering, unidentified craft above a cityscape. The beam's target is unclear. An analysis of the thermal imagery reveals a cluster of heat signatures, prompting the observation, "This is a goblin, and that's also a goblin. Really, it's not like we're looking for a rat." The implication is that the target is something far more significant than initially suspected, shifting the mission's urgency and scope. A command is barked, "To the left." A second, brighter red beam erupts, suggesting a swift and decisive response to the previous thermal readings. The second beam strikes its target. A figure, cloaked and seemingly human, is thrown violently backward by the impact, a powerful pong, echoing the force of the blast. The event marks a critical escalation of the confrontation, showcasing the lethality of the forces involved. Rage contorted his features as he spat, "Fucking bastards, after using me like that." The betrayal burns deep. A thermal scan reveals a horde of monstrous figures closing in, a chilling confirmation of his predicament. He fires, the shot silencing one of the creatures, a desperate act against overwhelming odds as he sprints through a claustrophobic corridor. The hooded figure fired, the pistol's report echoing as the bullet ripped into the monstrous creature. A spray of blood and shredded fur marked the impact. The creature, its chest torn open, roared in pain, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Death was imminent. The pistol clattered to the icy floor, its metallic sound a stark contrast to the preceding violence. The hooded figure's hand reached out, a desperate grasp for his weapon. A brutal strike landed, sending the hooded figure sprawling. A pained arg escaped his lips as the creature's armored fist connected. He lay there, eyes wide with disbelief, a fresh wound bleeding profusely as he gasped, "What?" The unexpected turn of events left him stunned. A grotesque, amphibious creature, wielding a crude spear, leads a pack of smaller, equally monstrous, goblin-like beings. Their guttural cries echo across the desolate landscape, a prelude to violence. A crackle of energy precedes the arrival of a heavily armed tactical squad. They move with practiced precision, their weapons trained on the monstrous horde, bringing a sudden halt to their advance. The word surrender hangs in the air, a stark command amidst the tension. A finger taps the screen, initiating a call to Team EX. This is no mere emergency, this is a calculated, coordinated response, a silent promise of swift action. "I told you to keep him here until I arrived." The man's fury is palpable, his voice a low growl of frustration. His failure to contain the target is clear. He's alone. The figure, silhouetted against a stormy sky, strides confidently toward an unseen danger. His isolation highlights the immense risk he's undertaking. It was incredibly fast, he moved like lightning and treated me like I wasn't even there. The man's shocked expression speaks volumes about the speed and skill of the individual who just vanished. 2 people entered, and the mission took exactly 4 days, 11 hours, 27 minutes. The precise timing underscores the seriousness and the meticulous record-keeping of the organization, the DGB Group. 2 men in suits watch a car drive away, their conversation laced with apprehension. "It's still a level 5 dungeon, he's totally crazy," one states, the other echoing the sentiment with a worried, "He might really die this time, right?" The gravity of the situation, a perilous mission, hangs heavy in the air. A status window appears, revealing the protagonist's progress: 4,997 achievement points, 350 wild druid points. Crucially, the beast farm is within reach, requiring only 5,000 achievement points and 300 wild druid points to unlock. The protagonist, seemingly unaware of the imminent unlock, observes the status window with a puzzled "huh?" The proximity of the achievement threshold, previously unnoticed, is now a tangible goal. A close-up on the protagonist's eye reveals a glowing, teal iris. Tracking, a single word in a thought bubble confirms he's actively pursuing something, a hunt intensifying. This signals that he's actively engaging in his mission despite the warnings from the men in suits. A hulking orc, its chest glowing with an eerie light, collapses amidst a pile of its brethren. The battle is clearly over, but the air crackles with residual power. A warrior, clad in dark blue armor, executes a powerful downward strike, the momentum sending a smaller, weaker orc flying. He shows clear signs of exertion, but a grim determination hardens his features. The warrior continues his assault. A brutal close-quarters engagement leaves another orc writhing on the ground, its lifeblood staining the earth. The warrior clutches a crimson gem, pulsing faintly, dripping with the orc's blood. A swirling vortex of dark energy begins to emanate from his hand, fueled by the harvested power. A man in a suit, his expression a mixture of calculation and determination, speaks into his phone, "Park Soho, I'm going to recruit him." The decision is made, the plan set in motion. 2 soldiers in a helicopter watch as something unfolds below. One exclaims, "Oh, damn." The tension rises, their mission, it seems, is underway. Team EX reports back, "This is Team EX. The target has been secured." The efficiency and precision of the operation are evident. A woman, her face mostly obscured by a cap, asks impatiently, "Appa, when will I meet Park Suo?" Her eagerness hints at a personal connection to the newly recruited individual, adding another layer to the unfolding events. A holographic interface appears, displaying a message, achievement point, 5020. Beast Farm minus 5,000 achievement points. Would you like to open the Beast Farm? The protagonist has reached the threshold to unlock this new capability. The protagonist activates the Beast Farm. A map of South Korea appears, highlighting a specific region labeled Suholand, his newly acquired territory. The Beast Farm's status is revealed, level 1, with a capacity of 100 beasts. Currently, 24 are tamed, 22 gray wolves, 1 hybrid, and 1 pigeon. A question hangs in the air, Baku? The sound of heavy footsteps echoes, suggesting an approaching threat. The implication is that Baku is both a name and a warning. A young man, face smudged with grime, stares intently at a glowing blue interface. The word command floats above his head, reflecting his uncertainty. He touches his chin thoughtfully, muttering to himself about a summoning command. The grim setting hints at the urgency of the situation. The young man initiates the command. A surge of blue energy crackles around him as he utters the words, "Summon familiar." A blinding flash of light and energy erupts, promising the arrival of a powerful ally. 3 hulking ogres lunged, their snarls echoing as they attempted to overwhelm their foe. The air crackled with raw power. He landed hard, the impact jarring, but a smirk played on his lips. "Oh, nice," he breathed, clearly pleased with his own unexpected power. A warrior, agile and deadly, slices through the air, his blade a blur as he fends off 2 monstrous wolves. Their snapping jaws miss him by a hair's breadth, the very air crackles with the ferocity of the encounter. Inside a dimly lit club, the atmosphere is surprisingly subdued. One man observes, "The crowd's not that good tonight," while another, less concerned, replies, "It seems fine though?" A third chimes in with a request that reveals a certain lack of refinement, "Hey, call some sexy girls over." A phone call interrupts the scene. The initial response is a bewildered, "What?" quickly followed by a surge of urgency and concern as the speaker hears the news, "Park Soho came out?" The man's face hardens with worry, a grim set to his jaw as he reacts to the shocking update. He went in again? The weight of this statement hangs heavy in the air, suggesting a perilous situation and a repeated pattern of risky behavior. A man, skeptical and clearly annoyed, scrutinizes his phone. "Ha, really? What the hell is up with this guy?" he thinks, disbelief etched on his features. He's clearly unconvinced by the information displayed on his screen. The scene shifts abruptly. A warrior, agile and deadly, is locked in fierce combat with a horde of grotesque, hulking creatures. He moves with terrifying speed and precision, dispatching his opponents with brutal efficiency. Blood splatters as his blades find their marks. The warrior continues his relentless assault, a whirlwind of motion and steel. His movements are a blur as he cuts down his foes, his face a mask of grim determination. The sheer ferocity of his attack is palpable. Surrounded, the warrior is forced to retreat, his pursuers relentless. A single word echoes in the scene, "Return." It's a command, perhaps a desperate plea for reinforcements, or a signal to regroup. The weight of his situation becomes clear. A spectral wolf appears, swirling ethereal energy around it, deflecting blows and disrupting the attackers. The warrior's escape is aided by this unexpected ally. A glimmer of hope emerges from the chaos. The warrior effortlessly cut down the attacking orcs, their desperate cries swallowed by the sounds of clashing steel and the thud of bodies hitting the ground. He took to the sky, wings unfurling as a volley of arrows rained down from above. The incantation La Qua echoed through the air, deflecting the incoming projectiles with supernatural grace. Dodging the relentless barrage with practiced ease, he descended swiftly, arrows whistling past him like angry hornets. His eyes burned with cold determination, a predatory grin spreading across his face as he prepared for the next assault. He hurtled forward, a blur of motion against the backdrop of exploding purple energy. The ground trembled beneath the force of the countless shattering bodies around him. The three-eyed orc warlord, a towering figure of muscle and rage, roared his challenge. His crimson eyes glowed with malevolent intent. His eyes narrowed. This time, it's gray wolves, he recognized the threat. A swift, brutal strike. A grey wolf, a creature of immense power and speed, felled the Orcish warrior with ease. Another grey wolf attacked, its fangs bared. "I don't understand the orc language," he muttered, observing the unfolding battle, a grim determination hardening his gaze. A sword pierces the orc chieftain's throat, the brutal force of the blow sending a spray of blood and viscera across the panel. The attacker's swift precision speaks volumes. The fallen orc chieftain struggles, but another foe is upon him. A werewolf-like creature unleashes a tornado attack, a vortex of raw power that slams into its victim. The werewolf's ferocious assault continues. Its power is untamed, primal. A crushing blow sends the orc chieftain flying, the impact echoing in a stark bang. This is the end of his reign. Only a trembling hand, adorned with golden bracers, remains visible, the rest of the chieftain swallowed by the dust and chaos of battle. A blinding flash of light erupts from the ground, obliterating a hulking foe. The force of the blast sends chunks of earth flying, painting the scene in shades of devastation. A system message flashes, 238 achievement points awarded. A nearby door, 450 meters southwest, is now open. The countdown begins, 15 minutes, 25 seconds. The transformed warrior, a powerful wolf-like creature, sprints through a corridor, leaving a trail of dust and determination in his wake. He is pursued by a pack of grim-faced soldiers. He bursts through a gate, the sound of frantic barking echoing behind him as a pack of wolves emerges from their pens. Their agitated howls cut through the tense atmosphere. The wolf warrior leads the pack in a desperate escape. "Let's get out of here," he barks, summoning his allies. The urgency of the situation is palpable, the rhythmic thudding of paws and the collective determination to survive permeate the scene. The alpha wolf, a creature of immense power, unleashes a torrent of swirling, ethereal energy spheres. Each orb crackles with latent power, a prelude to devastating force. His face, marred by wounds, reflects a grim determination. Park Suho acknowledges the unsettling side effects of his fusion with Bekku. The transformation carries a heavy cost. A system interface displays Park Suho's tamed creatures, a significant number of grey wolves, indicating his growing power, yet a hint of uncertainty remains. A woman appears, her question hanging heavy in the air. He activated the Beast Farm, a system interface glowing before him. The system confirms the action with a stark message: "You have opened the Beast Farm." A look of concern crosses his face as he studies the interface, muttering, "Hybrid?" The system data indicates he is reviewing beast specifications, leading him to question the nature of the creatures he's about to summon. He inputs a summoning command. The panel shifts to show a brutal scene. He's surrounded by a horde of monstrous, grayish-green orcs. The sheer number overwhelms him. The orcs advance, a wave of brute force. Their guttural cries echo the ferocity of their assault. This beast farm has yielded a violent result. A monstrous orc, its maw agape in a ferocious roar, lunges forward. Its yellow eyes gleam with savage intent. The young man, his face bearing the scars of battle, channels raw power. Electric energy crackles around him, taking the form of swirling, azure dragons. With a mighty cry, he unleashes a devastating torrent of blue energy. The sheer force of it carves a path through the earth, leaving a deep fissure in its wake. Another orc, its features contorted in a silent scream, is caught in the blast. The young man's attack is clearly overwhelming his foes. A powerful, spectral wolf emerged, its ethereal form crackling with energy as it lunged. Its target, a man in tactical gear, was thrown back with a resounding impact. The scene shifted to a brutal melee. An orc, wielding a massive axe, cleaved through his foes with savage efficiency, two monstrous creatures falling before his might. He grinned, a predatory gleam in his eyes. "How about filling just 100 today?" The intensity of his statement hinted at a far greater purpose behind this seemingly simple task. A furious voice barks over the phone, "Damn it, you bastard! Are you drunk? Do your job properly." The scene shows a tense encounter in a dimly lit bar. Two men, clearly uncomfortable, watch as their associate receives a brutal reprimand for his apparent incompetence. The urgency in the caller's tone hints at a task gone horribly wrong. The terse reply confirms suspicions. Yes, according to the lady at the snack bar, this is the second time. He apparently came out in about 2 hours. The informant's calm delivery only underscores the severity of the situation. The target's suspiciously quick return indicates a critical failure of surveillance. The brevity suggests the speaker is already bracing for further consequences. A whirlwind of brutal violence erupts. The sound of kayak and kwang fill the air as a flurry of blows shatters the calm. Several grotesque, green-skinned creatures are flung into the air, their bodies torn apart in a bloody massacre. The sheer ferocity of the attack implies the stakes are far higher than simple incompetence. A volley of arrows rained down from the heavens, catching the young man completely off guard. His eyes widened in alarm. He retaliated swiftly, summoning spectral wolves that tore through the ranks of attacking orcs. The battle raged around him, a whirlwind of motion and magic. The spectral wolves continued their assault, tearing through the enemy lines with relentless ferocity. The ground was littered with fallen orcs. With a burst of blinding light, he took to the air, a pair of magnificent, ethereal wings unfurling behind him. The arrows were left trailing behind as he ascended, leaving the battlefield below. He soared through the air, a blur of motion against the crimson sky, a storm of feathered arrows trailing in his wake as he evaded the volley launched from the city walls below. A wave of ethereal energy washed over his enemies, leaving only shattered remains and glittering dust as they disintegrated before his very eyes. He braced himself, a low growl rumbling in his chest as a colossal, grotesque figure loomed before him, its immense power a palpable force that threatened to crush him. The earth trembled under the creature's weight as their battle began. The system interface flickered to life, displaying a list of entities and their readiness for transformation. Tagbaki, Tangsuyuyuk, Sunday, Palboki, and Kimbap were all ready, their energy levels high and poised for action. Dolgi and Baekgu-won were still preparing. The impending transformation held the potential to shift the tide of the battle. A spectral wolf, shimmering with ethereal energy, materializes before a large, wolf-like creature. The creature inhales deeply, a clear sign of sensing the magical essence contained within the spectral form. The sudden roar, Krawamaraka, announces the arrival of a monstrous three-eyed orc, his eyes blazing with crimson laser beams. This is clearly an attack, targeting the spectral wolf, and the tension escalates dramatically. The large wolf, reacting instantly, unleashes a wave of blinding white energy, repelling the orc's attack and causing the ground to crack and fissure beneath them. A fierce battle is underway. A powerful blast of energy sends the orc hurtling through the air, seemingly defeated. The intensity of the attack suggests a significant power difference between the two combatants. The large wolf crashes to the earth, the impact generating a cloud of dust and debris. Despite its victory, the wolf is clearly exhausted and injured. The colossal Orcish chieftain, his armor shattered and body riddled with wounds, collapses onto the parched earth. His final, ragged breath escapes, signaling the end of his reign of terror. A level-up notification briefly appears, highlighting the warrior's ascendance in power after defeating the chieftain. The monstrous wolf-like creature, now visibly stronger, stands over a corpse. The scene pulses with the raw energy of victory. A swift, brutal attack sends one of the Orcish warriors tumbling over a low wall, his body momentarily silhouetted against the setting sun, before impact. The remaining orcs charge forward, undeterred by the loss. A white wolf, engulfed in swirling, electric blue energy, sprints forward, leaving a trail of light. A second, darker wolf snarls from the background, its eyes burning with aggression. The wolf's face fills the panel, a terrifying snarl revealing razor-sharp teeth. Its eyes glow with predatory intensity. The man checks a digital interface labeled Beast Farm Level 1. He notes that he has almost maxed out his beast capacity, only one more space remaining before upgrading the farm. A large white pigeon descends from above, scattering a horde of grotesque, grayish-brown creatures with powerful gusts of wind. A woman's voice, laced with hesitation, questions, "Yeah, Appa? Ha? Right now?" The urgency in her tone suggests a pressing situation. A monstrous figure cries out, "Cook," as a volley of arrows finds its mark. The scene depicts the brutal reality of a battlefield. Winged and swift, a hero descends upon the battlefield, a whirlwind of motion amidst the chaos. The clash of battle intensifies. A woman with striking gray hair, Park Suho, approaches, her gaze intense. "You're Park Suho, right?" she asks, the question hanging in the air. A man, Songi, observes the encounter. "Isn't that Songi and Park Suho?" he muses, his voice laced with surprise at this unexpected meeting. The implications of their meeting are already stirring amongst the bystanders. A director, witnessing the scene unfold from afar, urgently contacts someone. "Director! They've finally met," he exclaims, his voice a mix of excitement and anticipation. The long-awaited confrontation has begun. The director receives an update, adding a layer of complexity to the situation. Park Suho is reacting, his response adds another dimension to the confrontation. A subsequent call reveals a critical detail, one that dramatically changes the power dynamic. "Of course, you crazy fool. Park Suho's also a guy," the director scoffs, highlighting a crucial piece of information that alters the entire narrative. A man, clearly pleased, speaks into his phone, as expected of Songi. His smirk reveals anticipation of the unfolding events. His expression shifts, surprise and concern replacing the earlier amusement. He asks sharply, "Park Suho go?" The question hangs heavy, hinting at an unexpected turn of events. The scene changes. He's now in a dimly lit bar, confronting another man. The tension is palpable. "What, why?" he demands, his voice laced with disbelief. The other man mutters, unable to offer a satisfactory explanation. The revelation hits hard. He explodes, "You did drugs?" His face contorts in disgust and anger. The situation has taken a shocking turn, threatening to unravel his expectations. Chaos erupted. One man, frantic, demanded an explanation. The other, grim-faced, revealed that a woman, strong, exceptionally so, was involved. Hope flickered. The second man believed a qualified individual existed among their awakened. His companion's immediate query, "Who?" Park Suho's whereabouts became the immediate concern. The news was grim, he'd recklessly returned to the dungeon. Their exasperation was palpable. Their worry intensified. "Suho's been inside only minutes," sparking alarm. "This time, we have to catch him." The urgency in the speaker's voice underscores the high stakes of this pursuit. "So, I am." The man's self-satisfied smirk hints at a hidden agenda, even as he feigns innocence. His subordinate's concerned expression reflects the growing tension. "Park Suho just ignored me and went in, didn't he?" The director's frustration is palpable, revealing a subtle power imbalance and the potential for conflict to escalate. His subordinate confirms his observation, adding to the tension. The director's outburst, a volatile mix of anger and desperation, further emphasizes his growing frustration with Park Suho's defiance. His subordinate's nervous reaction highlights the precarious situation. A man in a suit, flanked by a phalanx of identical figures in dark suits and sunglasses, stands before us. The scene radiates power, an aura of controlled menace hangs heavy in the air. The lead man speaks, his words calm yet laced with chilling authority. "There are many eyes here, so it would be best if you stopped, at this point." The implication is clear, he is aware of any attempt at subterfuge. Another man, his face edged with grim determination, mutters, "Damn. If these kinds of rumors spread, I'll just be in a worse position." His concern is palpable, the stakes are high. The first man dismisses the second's concerns, stating, "It's still the job I started, you've done all you can for today. You'll have plenty of time to become close to Park Suho in the future. It's a little too late to become close to him today." He subtly shifts the focus, revealing a long-term strategy. The second man accepts the directive, simply stating, "Then, I'll leave it to you." A sense of resignation, but also trust, permeates his words. The stage is set for future developments. A man in a suit, flanked by imposing figures in black, speaks on his phone, "I'm currently waiting at the dungeon." His confident demeanor hints at a significant operation underway. The phone call continues, revealing the reason for his presence. "That's why we're putting so much effort into Park Suho." The weight of the words underscores the importance of this Park Suho. Park Seo-ho stands before the suited man and his entourage, a powerful figure in his own right. The man addresses him formally, Mr. Park Seo-ho. The scene crackles with tension. There's a palpable sense of anticipation, a silent acknowledgement of Seo-ho's considerable power. Seo-ho, seemingly unfazed by the attention, inquires, "Oh, the guild managing this dungeon, right?" His casual tone belies the gravity of the situation, hinting at a deeper understanding of the events unfolding. The official apologized for the incident where the young man accidentally entered a level 5 dungeon. Park Seo-ho, intrigued, overheard the discussion about a powerful individual who had been invigorated. His hunger piqued by the mention of a culinary venture, he expressed his interest. They enjoyed a rare night out, feasting on lobster and drinks. A moment of relaxed camaraderie before the storm. One of the men reacted with alarm, a clear sign that something unexpected has occurred. His companion looks on, equally surprised. The conversation shifts to pressing matters. One man mentions his work at the construction office and his concerns about the events repeating themselves. The weight of responsibilities hangs heavy. The urgency escalates. Tomorrow's mercenary test looms, a crucial step for their benefactor, complicated by the need for a license and the sheer number of other tasks. This impending test underscores the stakes they face. A young boy rushes towards his father and grandmother, exclaiming, "Dad!" The scene is warm and familial, a stark contrast to the events that will unfold. The family's reunion is interrupted by the father's concerned words, "You should come right in when you get home. What were you doing loitering outside?" This suggests a hidden urgency beneath the surface of normalcy. His companions, carrying numerous packages, further hint at the significance of their day. Later, at a dimly lit restaurant, the father sits across from a stern-looking man. The man remarks, "Oh, that was great," a seemingly innocuous statement that belies the gravity of recent events. The father's relief is countered by a sharp question, "How can it be too much when you almost lost your life?" The casual nature of the discussion prior contrasts sharply with the weight of this statement, foreshadowing a life-altering event that has yet to be fully revealed. A man, grime smudged across his powerful physique, exchanges a tense glance with a woman. Her expression is unreadable, but his conveys a palpable unease. The pair stands amidst a bustling crowd. A whispered observation, "Are they dating?" There really hangs in the air, fueling speculation. The speculation intensifies. They're moving to a cafe together. The implication is clear, the unlikely duo are now seen as a couple. A sharp command cuts through the scene, "I'm on my way right now, so keep a tight hold of him." The urgency suggests a pursuit is underway. A car screeches into motion, spurred by the order, "Step on it." Sobbing uncontrollably, the young woman's despair was palpable. The weight of rejection pressed down on her. "He said he doesn't like me because I'm weak," she cried, her words echoing the crushing blow to her self-worth. Across the table, two men observed, their expressions betraying a mixture of concern and something darker. A bitter laugh escaped one of the men. "Fucking damn it," he muttered, his face a mask of frustration and simmering anger. The situation was far from resolved. Erang Kim Mi-young, powerfully built and scarred, stands over a fallen foe. Her opponent lies defeated, a testament to her strength. The implication is clear, she is a formidable combatant in this world. Elsewhere, a man in a suit exclaims in surprise at the sudden appearance of Park Seo-ho. The scene shifts dramatically, highlighting the narrative's breadth and the interconnectedness of its characters. Park Seo-ho himself, the focus now shifts to him, is shown in profile, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. This suggests a calculated move, anticipation, or perhaps a hint of his plan. A close-up of a foot stepping forcefully. The motion implies a swift, decisive action. The scene hints at imminent action. A powerful warrior, clad in advanced combat gear, stands before a gasping, coughing man in a suit. The man, clearly distressed, pleads, "Let's talk for a moment." The warrior's expression remains unreadable, his gaze intense as he asks, "What is it?" The scene hints at a brewing conflict. The man's desperate plea is cut short as a sudden surge of energy erupts from the warrior, sending the man reeling backward. The scene shifts, focusing on the man, his eyes wide with shock as he witnesses the display of overwhelming power. Rage explodes from the suited man, who shouts, "That son of a bitch!" His subordinate frantically tries to calm him, pleading, "Please calm down, director." The scene portrays a volatile situation escalating rapidly. The atmosphere shifts dramatically. The previously enraged man is now bowing deeply, showing deference and respect as he greets someone of high authority. He speaks formally, "Good evening, Chief Secretary Cheon." The power dynamic has shifted dramatically. A young man, the son of DGB's chairman, stands awkwardly amidst a group of sharply dressed executives. His presence is noted, but he's clearly out of his depth, his overeagerness a stark contrast to the stoic composure of the other men. His inexperience is about to be exposed. The young man, realizing his misstep, acknowledges his error. He takes a confident step forward, subtly shifting the dynamic, assuming control of the situation. He will directly challenge the established order. His assertive action is met with immediate and unquestioning obedience. The director's authority is challenged and easily superseded. The shift in power is swift and decisive. The young man stands alone, having successfully asserted his dominance. The scene underscores his newly solidified power. The silent obedience of the surrounding men speaks volumes. A worried call is received. The consequences of the young man's actions are beginning to ripple outwards. John Ho-chan's actions have created a significant disturbance, and someone is seeking answers. A figure, cloaked in crackling blue energy, stands silhouetted against a bright, ethereal background. Below, a man grips a phone, his face etched with alarm. The urgency in his expression mirrors the raw power emanating from above. The energetic figure from the previous panel is now facing a sharply dressed older man, Cheon Daemyeong, the chief secretary of the DGB group. Daemyeong introduces himself, his words suggesting an impending confrontation. The younger man questions the group's acronym, setting the stage for conflict and intrigue. Daemyeong explains the reason for his visit, a belated, substantial apology for a previous accident. The younger man's question, "Why now?" highlights the significance of this late apology and hints at a complex history between them. The older man expressed his gratitude, a deep thank you offered to the younger one. The younger man remains silent, his expression unreadable, a question hanging in the air. The older man explained they had prepared something in return, a proposition for a meeting at a high-end restaurant in the 4th District to discuss further. They stepped out to a fleet of luxury vehicles. The younger man, impressed, commented on the car's appearance. Inside the vehicle, a companion lamented that Monk Myung-jin couldn't partake in celebratory drinks due to driving responsibilities. He was supposed to meet guild applicants tonight, but he forgot while eating. His companion is annoyed by the oversight. If this happens again tomorrow, they'll have to pick up more lobsters and alcohol. The online chat is filled with curses. He doesn't even have a mercenary license yet, he's only listed as the porter. He apologizes profusely. His friend assures him that Suho Hyungnim will likely handle the situation, the guildmaster takes care of everything. Gunwoo is happily reunited with a young boy, whom he calls Auntie, amidst a relieved group. A young man questions the extravagance of the meal, suggesting that the 5 pickup trucks and 300 million won gifts are excessive. His skepticism hints at a deeper power dynamic at play. Despite his reservations, the man is informed that more gifts are forthcoming, underscoring the relentless generosity or perhaps manipulation of those in power. The scene shifts abruptly. Inside a dimly lit establishment, Park Soho's companion explains his absence, stating he left to quench his thirst. This casual revelation subtly foreshadows a shift in tension. A woman, clearly irritated, announces her intention to awaken, suggesting the presence of latent abilities or a suppressed power that's about to be unleashed. The rising tension is palpable. "Run," he snarled, a desperate plea barely audible above the rising tide of his fury. His eyes blazed, reflecting the urgency of the situation. The shout echoed through the hallway, jarring Park Soho from his thoughts. "Fuck, who said that?" he roared, his face twisting in a mixture of surprise and anger. Soho's irritation was palpable. "That fox-like bastard," he muttered, the words dripping with venom. "Fucking annoying." The weight of his frustration hung heavy in the air, a palpable tension amongst his associates. A man on a phone call receives news of Park Soo-ho's exceptional dungeon clearing abilities, exceeding all expectations. The implications of this revelation are left unspoken, but clearly significant. Park Soo-ho, in his futuristic suit, gestures towards the man in the suit, who reacts with surprise. The impact of Soo-ho's actions is now directly visualized, emphasizing his unexpected power. Later, a group of men are preparing to leave for what appears to be a mission, setting a positive yet slightly ominous tone. Their enthusiasm contrasts with the implied seriousness of their undertaking. What? The young man's eyes widened in disbelief, his question echoing the confusion of the situation. One of his companions, a man with a shock of curly gray hair, simply smirked, while the third, a bald man in goggles, offered only a hesitant, "Oh, right." The scene crackled with unspoken tension. The guttural cry ripped through the night. "Kill it," the man shrieked, his face a mask of terror, spattered with blood. His desperate plea revealed the horrifying creature's presence. A wry smile played on the young man's lips as he countered, "A gift? You look eager to spend money while using an apology as an excuse." His amusement underscored the absurdity of the situation. The DGB Group, Korea's leading financial institution, proposes a formal partnership with the Soho Guild. This isn't simply a merger, it's a strategic move aimed at securing control of Seoul's future. The chairman expresses concern. While the DGB's support is immense, success isn't guaranteed. His worry hints at a deeper challenge, one that threatens to overshadow even their considerable financial power. The DGB's true objective is revealed, opening Seoul's 13th sector in conjunction with the Soho Guild. This isn't just about expansion, it's about controlling a critical resource. Seoul's existing 12 sectors are plagued by level 6 dungeons, a significant obstacle to expansion and civilian safety. The creation of a new sector will require more than just financial strength. The opening of the 13th sector is expected to trigger a massive migration and skyrocketing land prices. This underscores the immense stakes involved and highlights the Soho Guild's pivotal role in managing the resulting surge. The Soho Guild lacks the capital, manpower, and experience to independently create and manage a city. Building a city requires dungeon raiding, meticulous planning, cooperation with the government, and partnerships with numerous corporations. A representative from DGB sees an opportunity to invest in the Soho Guild, recognizing their potential, but questions their capacity to handle such a complex undertaking alone. He probes their readiness. He points out that even the most successful guilds in Korea fail to secure government aid without support from major companies, framing DGB as a necessary partner. The representative underscores the Soho Guild's current limitations in managing the intricacies of city development, highlighting DGB's role as the optimal solution. A member of the Soho Guild, overwhelmed, offers a grateful but understated thank you. The weight of the proposition and the potential for future alliance hangs heavy in the air. "I should leave," the man muttered, a sense of unease hanging in the air. But before he could, a sharp voice cut through his intentions. "It seems like you forgot," the older man said, his eyes glinting with knowing. There was something more he needed to know. The older man continued, sipping his tea, "The DGB Guild's investigation team has found the identity of the president of the Yongari Loan Company. It was very difficult to find, as he escaped to the fields and hid there as soon as he was placed on the wanted list." The weight of this revelation hung heavy in the room. A young man, his features softened by a subtle weariness, simply stated, "Just take care of him as you want." His tone suggested a deep fatigue with the situation, perhaps even an underlying acceptance of a harsh outcome. The weariness vanished, replaced by an immediate, sharp retort. "Nah, why do something so troublesome? Just throw him into a dungeon," he declared, his words sharp and efficient, a stark contrast to his previous passivity. A man, seemingly asleep with his young son, is suddenly jolted awake. "Just a sec," he mutters, as a voice commands, "Back choke." The child's playful innocence is shattered by the intrusion, and the sudden violence of the situation is emphasized by a sharp FUGH sound as the father is attacked. The attacker's threat, "Surrender, or you will die," is cut short by the man's bewildered response, a hesitant "Hello?" The scene's tension is palpable, the threat of immediate death is juxtaposed with the man's peaceful domesticity, only moments before. The man's confusion intensifies as he hears, "Armbar. Armbar," on the phone. His face registers disbelief, questioning, "What?" The increasing urgency of the situation is clear, he is clearly being targeted, and the nature of the threat is beginning to unfold. The call continues, revealing the location, DGB Distribution Center? The man's concern deepens as he desperately asks, "Who is it?" The name Cho Paisel Rear Naked Choke adds to the immediacy of the danger. A figure, perhaps a secondary character, smirks confidently, stating his intention to let my little brother take care of things by himself. This suggests the escalation of a conflict, potentially a power play within a larger organization or family. The DGB building, a towering skyscraper, glows against the night sky. This is the heart of the operation, the place where decisions shaping the city's future are made. Inside, a man answers a late-night call, his voice tight with concern. "What is it, at this time of night?" he asks, the urgency evident. The call is about the imminent large-scale developments about to begin. The urgent nature of the situation is underscored. The Kangwon region will soon begin the swift construction of residences and living areas in Soholand. This massive undertaking demands immediate action. A blue truck pulls up to a shipping container yard, the sound of its arrival barely audible in the stillness of the night. 3 security guards await, suggesting an important delivery is expected. Bound and gagged, a man screams, "Hey, you fucking bastards!" His desperate plea echoes in the dimly lit room, a testament to his current predicament. The man's face is a mask of pain and shock. Blood streaks his lips, the light catches the tears welling in his eyes. His suffering is palpable. A figure stands silhouetted against the blue-tinged darkness, observing the bound man. The question hangs heavy in the air, but, why are you here? The mystery deepens. The scene is one of stark confrontation, a subtle shift from the previous panel's focus on the victim's suffering to the potential motivations of his captor. A bound man, blood staining his mouth, lets out a chilling laugh, "Ha ha." His captor, silhouetted against a stark blue background, observes with a grim expression, muttering, "You're the same as always." The captive's response, barely audible, is simply, "What?" This scene establishes a volatile dynamic between the two men, foreshadowing a confrontation likely rooted in past transgressions. The captive's demeanor shifts. "Oh." He begins, his face now etched with a profound sense of remorse. "I wanted to sincerely apologize." The apology, coupled with his visible injuries, hints at the weight of his past actions and a potential desire for redemption. The captor remains impassive, his expression unchanging. His response, a stark contrast to the captive's plea, reveals the depth of his anger. "Scamming your brother into a level 5 dungeon, I'm not the one who did that." This statement not only confirms the nature of the conflict but also introduces a third party, further complicating the situation. The ellipsis trailing off after his words underscores the unresolved tension and the weight of the unspoken. This is the work of the Bureau and DGB, who are using your brother to make money. I'm just a scapegoat. Yeah, fuck, pretty fucking wronged. My business went bankrupt, and I had to escape out into the field. Now, it looks like I might die here. So, can't you help me get out of this place? She came to me saying that things were really difficult, and begged me to help her find a job. A sudden scream cuts through the air. The weight of expectation crushes this family. Their interest, immense and growing, is as high as a mountain, yet the man at the head of the table holds no ability, leaving his family vulnerable to the consequences. "What suffering is this?" he demands, his tone cold and hard. "Just because you met a man with no ability." The implication hangs heavy in the air. This is a judgment, not an inquiry. Tears stream down her face, a silent plea for mercy as she whispers, "Please don't kill me." The desperation is palpable, her life hangs precariously in the balance, a mere 3 months from ending. Torn documents and scattered cash litter the floor, remnants of a desperate attempt to resolve the crisis, now futile. He declares, "Call me after you think about it," leaving her with a crushing burden of decision and a limited time frame. Dongseal's face, marred by wounds and etched with weariness, reflects the desperation of the scene. A woman, clinging to Gunwoo, pleaded for his life, her pleas a desperate plea against the encroaching darkness. A note, scrawled in a shaky hand, lies amidst the wreckage of a shattered home. I'm tired of living with you. Don't look for me. The words, a testament to despair, foreshadow the depth of the emotional turmoil driving the narrative. Dongseal, his expression grim and resolute, stands poised. The weight of the previous events, the woman's desperate plea, and the note's chilling message, all converge in his steely gaze. His resolve is palpable. The man dismissed the previous matter with a wave of his hand. Never mind, he stated, a calculating glint in his eyes. Now, tell me, what do you want from me? He explains the DGB Guild's struggles, their inability to represent a sector of Seoul due to a lack of a level 6 combat team. The map reveals a clear visualization of Seoul's 12 divided sectors, each marked with a unique symbol indicating its status and characteristics, underlining the guild's ambition for influence. He dismisses the offer to represent one of Seoul's 12 guilds, his expression betraying a quiet confidence. His ambition clearly lies elsewhere. The mention of a 13th sector sparks a flicker of intrigue in his eyes, a challenge, perhaps, or an opportunity he hadn't considered. A map highlights Sector 13, a newly emerged area causing widespread citizen anxiety, its strategic importance underscored by its LV6+ designation. The possibility of a 13th guild alleviating these concerns is raised, hinting at a powerful incentive. The conversation shifts, even the Soho Guild, a powerful force, faces insurmountable problems. This sets the stage for a significant obstacle to be revealed. The proposition is made, because of his experience and resources, despite lacking raw strength, he is being offered the power to create a city. This is no mere guild position, he is being asked to build a new power center. A group of men, their faces grim, surround a young man with dark hair. He observes them with a thoughtful expression, a single word escaping his lips, The weight of their proposal hangs heavy in the air. How could this be happening? The young man contemplates the proposition, a monopoly on the construction of residential and commercial areas around dungeons. While he considers the proposal's audacity, he also recognizes a kernel of practicality. He muses, I'll think about it. The 13th sector won't be created overnight, there's no immediate rush to a decision. A man in glasses, scrutinizing a report, speaks of Park Suho. The analysis paints a picture of a simple glutton with a fondness for gifts that, apparently, were insufficient. The young man, now alone in a dimly lit room, is presented with a new question. The weight of his thoughts is palpable. He's clearly considering more than just the business proposition. Confusion clouded his features as he muttered, what was that? The question hung heavy in the air, hinting at a recently witnessed event of significant, though yet unrevealed, importance. The man in the suit delivered the news bluntly, Yongari is officially dead. His tone suggested this information was not intended to be comforting, but rather a grim confirmation. The young man's reaction remains to be seen. The suit's words hang in the air, a challenge to the young man's apparent assumptions. Why bring him in now if Yongari was already dead? This question raises a suspicion of deliberate manipulation. The older man's expression shifts to one of calculated uncertainty. The young man's earlier question has clearly unsettled him, a slight crack in his otherwise composed demeanor. A man, his face etched with worry, clutches a phone to his ear, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. He's clearly distressed. Instructions are given, the young man is sent to a specific location. His departure is overseen by a group of sharply dressed men, their presence suggesting an air of urgency and importance. He is also advised to take his medicine. The young man, now seated in a sleek vehicle, is sent on his way with a final word of caution. The scene emphasizes his vulnerability within a potentially dangerous situation, despite the outward display of power and protection. A reassuring message is delivered, the young man is reminded that he is not alone, and support is readily available. The emphasis shifts from immediate danger to a long-term network of support. A contrasting scene unfolds, a seasoned older man sits in a plush office, his call indicating the orchestration behind the young man's urgent journey. This call, a pivot from the earlier tension, reveals a hidden layer of control and planning. Chief Secretary Cheon recently met with Park Suho. Their conversation appears to have been productive. The two men agreed to support each other in these challenging times. This suggests an alliance is forming. Park Juno confirms an instruction, indicating a chain of command. This is likely a security briefing. A bound captive, consumed by rage and hunger, vows revenge. This is a pivotal moment of escalating conflict. A bound man, blood staining his mouth, whimpers, I am sorry. I was just so hungry. His desperate plea reveals a horrifying truth about his condition, hinting at a world where hunger can drive people to unthinkable acts. A newcomer arrives, his gaze falling upon the gruesome scene. Wow! Who's this? The question marks the beginning of an investigation into the macabre discovery, setting the stage for conflict. The newcomer recognizes the victim, a cruel twist emerging. Hey, you bastard, aren't you Juno? The casual use of bastard indicates a pre-existing relationship fraught with tension, perhaps even animosity. The newcomer explains his presence, revealing a deliberate meeting. I was told that there was someone who wanted to see me. This sets up the narrative tension. Why was he summoned to this location and what is the connection to the bound man? The question about a brother underscores a familial link and introduces a new element of mystery. Did your brother come with you? This hints at a deeper, possibly dangerous, family dynamic. A chilling close-up reveals a man's bloodied mouth, a missing tooth gleaming amidst a cruel grin. The visceral detail speaks volumes of recent violence. The man, his face marred by injury, mutters a weak thanks, his voice barely a whisper against the backdrop of his ordeal. The gratitude, however strained, hints at a shift in the power dynamic. Bound and bruised, he challenges his captor, just think about it for a moment. Do you think it's possible for a mere lone shark like me to do something like that? His defiant tone, despite his predicament, suggests a hidden strength or an unknown element at play. His accuser stands silhouetted, a single line piercing the darkness, you must be feeling wronged. The statement acknowledges the victim's perspective, implying a potential for justice or a deeper, more complex truth. Juno, his expression strained, asks, then, can I leave now? His question reveals his desire to escape a difficult situation, the nature of which remains unclear. A man, his face bloodied and teeth bared, retorts, I still lent you money when you were having trouble and found work for Gunwa's mom. This reveals a past debt and implies a connection to Gunwa's family, adding a layer of complexity to Juno's situation. The violence hinted at suggests a confrontation has taken place. Juno's face registers shock as he hears, Gunwa's mom? The revelation that his work was connected to Gunwa's mother deepens the mystery, raising questions about the nature of his employment and its potential ramifications. The scene shifts dramatically. A woman, distraught, cradles a baby as a group of men observe. The narration informs us, our Juno seems to have gone somewhere again? The sudden shift highlights Juno's disappearance and the immediate danger facing the woman and child. This is clearly a critical turning point. Terror grips the woman as she pleads, please, don't kill me. The men's callous response, who said we'll kill you when you're this pretty, underscores their menacing intent, increasing the stakes dramatically. The fragility of the woman and child's situation is sharply contrasted with the ruthless indifference of the men. A man, his face etched with a chillingly pleasant smile, offers a woman a choice, a handout or a job. He implies that her current circumstances are unsustainable. He displays a wad of cash and cards, emphasizing the ease with which her life could change. The implication is clear, he can solve her problems, but on his terms. His demeanor shifts, the smile fading as he issues a thinly veiled threat. Should her husband not be present on a future visit, he will be taken. The power dynamic is brutally clear. The scene abruptly shifts. A man, tense and furious, demands an explanation. Gunwa's mother has visited his office. The narrative tension escalates significantly. His face is a mask of worried apprehension. The arrival of Gunwa's mother at his office suggests escalating conflict, tying the previous threat to a new, possibly related, development. Gunwa's mother is missing, and a desperate plea echoes through the panels. Mom, do you know where she is right now? The urgency of the question sets the stage for a frantic search. A bloodied captive, his face etched with desperation, offers a deal. If you let me out of here, I'll take you to where Gunwa's mom is. His words suggest a connection to the missing woman, perhaps even complicity in her disappearance. A man in sunglasses, his face hardened by experience, speaks with a somber tone. You've suffered so much because of him, shouldn't you at least see his face? This hints at a complex relationship and the weight of past events bearing down on the present crisis. A phone call interrupts, bringing a sudden shift in tension. Yeah, right now is perfect. The speaker's nonchalant tone, coupled with the worried expression of the child, indicates a perilous situation is about to escalate. A black SUV speeds away from a brightly lit building, leaving two men in suits standing silently in its wake. The scene is shadowed, hinting at a clandestine operation. Inside, a man speaks urgently on his phone, driven by a need to recoup his investments. He mentions the imminent return of evacuees from Kangwon, revealing a larger context of displacement and perhaps opportunity. A man in a cap directs another, a younger man with a concerned expression, to follow him. This signals a change of location and possibly the beginning of a new, potentially dangerous phase. The younger man finds himself in a dimly lit corridor of shipping containers, the sounds of Chuck echoing around him, suggesting the space is not empty and perhaps under surveillance. A sense of unease settles over him. His apprehension is confirmed by a single word, yes, a quiet acceptance of a precarious situation. The narrative tension rises. A bloodied man, his face etched with pain and a hint of weary resignation, utters a single word, "Oh." The subtle tremor in his voice hints at the weight of unspoken events. The scene shifts to a dimly lit, stark room. A man, bound and helpless, sits in a chair while another man stands before him, radiating a chilling composure. The question hangs heavy in the air, "You want to see me?" The question is not an inquiry, but a statement of fact, a challenge. The bound man's tormentor continues, his voice a low growl. "That day, hitting you, your brother beat my boys, so I was just a bit angry." The confession is devoid of remorse, it is a justification. His gaze hardens further as he adds, "And the incident with your brother." The unspoken details are more menacing than any explicit threat. The weight of past violence hangs in the silent space between them. The captive's brother, it seems, had instigated this brutal confrontation. "She told me not to tell you about that," he mutters, revealing a secret that adds another layer of complexity to the situation. The seed of betrayal is sown. A scarred man, his face a roadmap of past violence, confesses, "Well, I was once running the Yangari Employment Center." The implication hangs heavy in the air, the seemingly ordinary job title masks a far more sinister reality. A vehicle screeches around a corner, tires spitting gravel, disappearing into the urban sprawl. A message arrives, Dr. Toddler, contacted via email, wants to meet in England. Dr. Toddler's invention, the bioelectrical energy measuring device and the blood crystal generator, launched the industrial era. He is pivotal. A fierce panther, eyes blazing, contemplates a reunion with its kin, a pathway glimpsed in the chaos. A man in a suit hails a car, his expression serious. "Hey, driver," he calls out. The driver, visible only from above, responds, "Yes?" The passenger asks his destination, setting the scene for the upcoming conflict. "Where would you like to go?" Suddenly, a different vehicle screeches past, the driver yelling obscenities and flipping off the first car. The chaotic energy explodes into the scene. "Yahoo, fuck off, you sons of bitches." The driver of the initial car, seemingly unfazed, calmly replies, "You're welcome." His composure underscores the escalating tension and hints at his potential involvement in the unfolding events. A vehicle speeds through a dark, urban landscape, its headlights cutting through the night. The city's infrastructure appears somewhat dilapidated. The journey ends abruptly. One passenger stretches, remarking on the surprisingly comfortable ride despite the vehicle being a simple pickup truck. The other, seemingly weary, confirms their arrival. The driver assures the passenger that others will soon transport him to Gunwa's mother's location. The driver's expression hints at a cold calculation. A lone figure emerges from a sleek vehicle, a dark blue pickup truck, amidst a throng of men in sharp suits. The scene is set in a gritty, nocturnal cityscape, buildings looming darkly in the background. A low murmur of tension hangs in the air, punctuated by a casual, almost dismissive, "Hey." The tension ratchets up. Whispers of disbelief ripple through the assembled men as they recognize the driver, the presumed dead boss of Yangari. Questions hang heavy in the air. Well, look who's here, and, incredulously, isn't this the boss of Yangari? Huh, our boss was alive? The focus shifts to a tense exchange within the truck. A younger man, seemingly surprised, questions the identity of the older man beside him, asking, "But, who's this guy?" The older man, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, remains enigmatic. The older man, clearly irritated, observes the truck's condition, commenting, "This bastard went places? This car, did your brother buy it for you?" The younger man seems stunned by his words, a shocked "wow, I." Trailing off. The scene cuts to the older man, now directing the younger man towards a building. He issues a terse command, "Get off first, she's in that building." The building's name, barely visible, suggests a possible location or point of interest. The casual mention of Mig Young, earlier confirmed to be a significant character, hints at the stakes and the developing plot. A throng of men, each armed with an axe, advances through a dimly lit alleyway. Their shadows stretch long, creating an ominous atmosphere. The scene is tense, the air thick with anticipation. A man flicks a light switch, his gruff voice echoing, "Hey, turn on the lights." The effort strains him, he groans, "Ugh, it's damn stiff." This small action reveals a detail: the building's power is barely functional. The scene shifts. Amidst the carnage, a man asks, "Hey, was Mig Young in number 2? Another man shrugs callously, "Oh, I dunno. Fuck. We put in more than 200 meat bags, so how would I remember?" The casual mention of numerous victims underscores the brutality of this location. This former grinder lending company now stands as a monument to violence. A brutal attack unfolds. A man is thrown to the ground with violent force. The question, "Where's gun was mom?" hangs heavy in the air, revealing a personal connection to the violence. The fight is less about numbers and more about revenge. "We ground her in the meat grinder, you bastard." The man's rage is palpable, his face a mask of fury as he spits the words at his unseen opponent. The act itself speaks of a profound betrayal and a brutal revenge already enacted. Juno. The name is uttered, a stark contrast to the preceding brutality. The question hangs heavy in the air: how could her husband live a good life when she had such an annoying personality? This suggests a complex backstory involving the victim and her relationship with her now avenger. The man's attack continues, a brutal display of violence. "How should I kill you to feel better?" he snarls, the act fueled by grief and a desire for retribution far exceeding simple vengeance. His actions reveal a deeper torment he seeks to inflict. His opponent, Juno, endures the assault, proving more resilient than anticipated. "Whoa, this bastard. He's enduring better than I thought," the attacker comments, revealing an unexpected level of surprise at Juno's fortitude. This sets the stage for a potentially protracted and intense confrontation. The narrator's naive hope of escaping the torment of others after high school shatters as he unleashes a furious tirade upon his manager. "You fucking manager. You think I'm nothing, huh? I'll slice you apart. Beg." The scene is raw, visceral, fueled by years of suppressed rage. A brutal response cuts short his outburst. The masked assailant's pig-like visage is framed by a torrent of blood, a violent dye, echoing the scene's bloody finality. The sharp sound effects emphasize the sudden and fatal blow. A stark contrast follows, a moment of unexpected calm. Mig Young, the only person who ever reached out, offers a simple invitation: "Do you want to eat lunch with me?" The quiet gesture underscores the protagonist's profound loneliness. The peace is fragile. A woman, exhausted and clearly overburdened, cradles a baby as she weeps, whispering, "Don't shout at me." Her words expose the harsh realities of her life and the weight of her unspoken burdens. The narrator's desperate confession, "The only thing I could give her was the hysterics of someone escaping from reality and extreme poverty," reveals the depths of his own despair and inability to offer anything beyond his own emotional turmoil. The beating was brutal, leaving the man broken and bleeding on the cold, dark floor. His attackers, clearly unburdened by remorse, exchange a curt statement, one noting the tiring nature of their task, the other urging a hasty departure to his wife. A new attacker enters, a sledgehammer held high. The command, "Start," hangs heavy in the air, signaling the continuation of the violence. A quiet thanks, uttered in the midst of the carnage, reveals a surprising acceptance of his fate. The dying man reflects that this violence has allowed him to recall his past. Despite his grievous injuries, a strange detachment is apparent in his eyes. His final words, "But damn it, nothing hurts." A figure cries out in agony, "Arg! My arms," as his limbs are clearly injured, blood splattering across the dark background. The intensity of the pain is palpable. The man's face is contorted in disbelief and terror as he stares at his injured arms. His shocked whisper, that bastard, no way," reveals his utter astonishment at the unexpected ferocity of the attack. Panic erupts. A commanding voice shouts, "Run," as several men flee the scene, blood trailing behind them in a chaotic retreat. The sheer terror is etched on their faces. The attacker, now impaled by a pair of blades, lets out a maniacal laugh, "Ahihi." The sound is chilling, a stark contrast to the terror of his victims. His bloody injuries show the fight was fierce. Terror widened his eyes as a blade pierced his flesh. The old man's final moments were a storm of agony and blood. A flurry of blades followed, a whirlwind of violence consuming the street. Several men in suits crumpled, their panicked cries swallowed by the night. He moved like a phantom, each strike precise and deadly. Blood sprayed across the slick city pavement as he carved a path through his pursuers. A brutal impact echoed, the sound a testament to the force of the blow. Another man fell, his body a broken husk. Standing defiantly amidst the carnage, he surveyed the scene. Uniformed officers and a figure in a suit watched from a distance, assessing the aftermath of the brutal encounter. Concern etched on his face, a man asks if the young man's brother is all right. The scene unfolding amidst a bloody aftermath, two bodies lie lifeless on the ground. The young man, armed with a rifle, stands over them, seemingly unfazed. Government indifference is revealed, those whose social security numbers have been cancelled are largely ignored by the authorities. This establishes a dystopian context where systemic neglect is a major factor. The older man observes the younger's actions, a grim satisfaction playing on his lips. He acknowledges the younger man's full awakening of his abilities, implying a power struggle that has concluded in the younger man's favor. He believes his protege can now manage on his own. A close-up reveals the older man's face, bloodied, yet with a triumphant, almost predatory smile, demonstrating the extent of his ruthlessness and the brutal nature of the power struggle. A young man, seated in a sleek car, checks his phone, a question mark forming above his head. Intrigued, he awaits a response. A subtle smile plays on his lips as he reads the message, the anticipation is palpable. This communication holds significant weight. The message reveals a connection between a temporal anomaly and another planet. A swirling vortex of fantastical creatures and a warrior from a seemingly alien world surrounds him, the image solidifying the message's gravity. His expression shifts, the call goes unanswered. This unexpected development introduces a new layer of complexity to the situation. He issued a terse command into his phone, "Turn the car around." His expression, though obscured by shadow, betrayed a growing unease. The urgency in his voice intensified as he added, "The DGD container." The stakes were clearly rising. With a roar of the engine, the truck sped off, headlights cutting through the night. The speed and intensity of the moment suggested imminent danger. From the other vehicle, a maniacal laugh echoed, "Kohahaha." A chilling sound that spoke volumes about the driver's lack of scruples. Two figures watched from a building as a vehicle approached, its headlights cutting through the night. Tension hung heavy in the air. Inside the car, one man announced their arrival, "We're here," his voice flat, betraying no emotion despite the dangerous situation unfolding. His companion, bearing a visible scar, sat silently, his gaze betraying a grim anticipation. The scarred man's companion, the driver, observes his colleague with a knowing smirk, a silent question hanging in the air, "You climbed the ladder, huh?" The implication of his words hinted at a treacherous ascent through dangerous ranks. From the car, they observed their targets. A group of men in dark suits, carrying weapons, emerged into the dimly lit street. The moment of confrontation was near. "Fucking bastards, how have you been?" Park Juno, the presumed dead boss, emerges from a car, greeting his underlings with a chillingly jovial tone. His reappearance throws their carefully constructed assumptions into disarray. His subordinates express their surprise, believing him to be dead. The implication underscores his unexpected return and the power he still commands despite their belief in his demise. Another man approaches, identifying Juno and setting up a potential confrontation or alliance. The focus shifts to a new character's introduction. Juno's motivation is revealed: he's searching for his missing wife. This provides a crucial context for his actions and adds a layer of vulnerability beneath his tough exterior. A man is ushered into a dimly lit building. "What are you doing?" "Go in," a gruff voice commands. The urgency in the tone suggests danger lurks within. His face, now illuminated, reveals a man hardened by experience, his expression grim as he is surrounded by two imposing figures. The tension is palpable. A brutal attack. The man lies bleeding, his body flung across the ground. The Korean onomatopoeia, tang tang, translates to the sound of gunfire, signifying a sudden, violent end to the scene. A man lies bleeding on the ground, his life ebbing away. The cold fury of the speaker is palpable as he spits out, "If we did her a favor, she should have returned it, the fucking bitch." This reveals a history of betrayal and the ruthless nature of the world this man inhabits. The scene explodes into violence. A brutal attack unfolds as the enraged man screams, "You fucking bastard." His actions are fueled by a catastrophic business collapse directly attributed to the victim's brother. The weight of this betrayal fuels his vengeance. The violence continues, but a subordinate intervenes. "Phew, boss, you might kill the guy." "It won't be fun if you kill him now," he cautions. The statement implies a calculated plan of prolonged torture is preferred over a quick death, highlighting the callous nature of the power dynamics at play. The focus shifts to the perpetrator's face. His expression is chilling, a mask of cold calculation tinged with barely contained rage. He darkly muses, "Do you know how many nights I spent while thinking about that?" The statement reveals the depth of his obsession with revenge, meticulously planned over an extended period. The scene abruptly shifts, revealing a desperate plea for help. The previously unseen victim is now reduced to begging, "Please save me," while the perpetrator, now consumed by murderous intent, vows, "I'll kill them all." The juxtaposition emphasizes the raw power imbalance and the escalating consequences. Even after becoming an adult, the narrator remained trapped in a seemingly endless cycle of despair, unable to find a way out. A desperate plea for help, a cry for James, echoes in the background, hinting at a deeper crisis. The narrator confesses that violent video games became his only escape from a bleak and agonizing reality. This reveals a deep-seated trauma and a desperate attempt to cope with it. The man's fury explodes, unleashing a torrent of rage and death threats. Simultaneously, a woman, presumably his partner, lies broken and weeping in bed, reflecting the devastating impact of his violent outburst. The scene is one of raw pain and despair. A subordinate delivers a chilling report, confirming the completion of their sinister project. "It's ready, boss." This suggests a potential escalation of the violence shown earlier, hinting at impending doom. He lay bleeding, a whisper escaping his lips, "If we meet again. I wanted to beg her to give me one more chance." His regret was palpable, a stark contrast to the impending violence. A hulking figure raised a sledgehammer, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "Clench your teeth," he sneered, "this is gonna fucking hurt." The threat hung heavy in the air. The sledgehammer fell with a sickening crack, a brutal blow landed, sending the victim reeling. The sound itself echoed the savagery of the act. Horror etched itself on the faces of the onlookers. The swift and merciless violence left them speechless, their shock evident in wide, disbelieving eyes. Terror grips the two men as a figure looms, his face contorted in a feral snarl. The air crackles with unspoken threat. "I can't let you live," the figure snarls, his words dripping with lethal intent. The crimson streaks across his face are a stark reminder of his brutality. With a blur of motion, he launches a swift, deadly attack. A brutal clash of violence ensues, the speed and force of the attack evident in the motion lines. One of the men lies defeated, his body crumpling to the ground as blood splatters. the fight is decisively over. A figure bursts through a throng of men in suits, sword flashing. "Get out of the way," he yells, the urgency palpable in the air. The scene explodes in a flurry of motion. Blades meet flesh, bodies crumple. A desperate voice cries out, "Snipers! Where are all the snipers?" The figure, now calmly surveying the scene, offers a quiet assessment: "Just take good care of the aftermath, so nothing becomes a problem later on." His confidence speaks volumes. Juno, a man with a cruel smirk and a scar across his face, is introduced. His expression hints at a plan unfolding. A sudden shift in Juno's demeanor, his face registers confusion and disbelief. This suggests an unexpected turn of events. The scene shifts. A man, concerned, asks if Gunwa's mother is present. The question implies a search for someone specific within this location. Juno, now confronting the man, cynically remarks about the man's intentions to find his runaway wife. This reveals a connection between the two men and the purpose of the man's visit. The man, seemingly cornered, is surrounded by menacing figures as Juno taunts him about his desire to see his wife, solidifying the antagonistic nature of the situation and the danger the man is in. A man, flanked by two henchmen, observes the scene with a calculating gaze. His comment, "A lot of grinders, huh," reveals his awareness of the numerous underworld figures present, setting a tone of impending conflict. The callous disregard in his following words, "Yeah, she didn't know how to be thankful. She could have lived here while being loved," paints a picture of his cold ruthlessness and justifies his actions through a twisted sense of morality. This serves as a pivotal moment in understanding his motivations. The man unleashes his fury, a baseball bat raised high. His enraged cry, "When I meet you, brothers," marks the escalation of violence and the impending confrontation. The brutal threat, "Like your wife, will break your ankles then, slowly lower you in feet first," underscores the viciousness and methodical cruelty he intends to inflict. This sets the stage for a brutal and protracted fight. A young man lies bleeding, his body convulsing. Emerald energy crackles around him, a stark contrast to the crimson stain spreading across his dark jacket. After Gunwa's mother departs, he collapses, his internal turmoil evident. "I promised not to do stuff like this," his inner voice whispers, burdened by guilt. Despite the constant threat of dungeon breaches in Gyeongbuk and the surrounding areas, the situation appears to be stabilizing thanks to the support of special forces from Seoul, Busan, and Gwangju. However, this relative calm only serves to heighten the public's anxiety, growing with each passing day. The returning special forces, led by Hong Si-hee, are seen heading back to their temporary barracks after a successful mission. The air crackles with anticipation. Songy, the scandal magnate and lead singer of Vitamin, is about to release a new song, igniting a frenzy of speculation. Who will be the subject of her next explosive hit? A grim scene unfolds. A group of soldiers watches a video of Songy and another individual, their faces etched with worry. The implication hangs heavy: this new song's subject is connected to something far more dangerous than mere celebrity gossip. A clandestine operation is underway. The total number of games has increased, a detail that seems insignificant until the chilling statement follows: despite the increase, they still haven't found the treasure they're hunting for. The stakes are higher than initially apparent. A man's smirk hints at a hidden power. The effortless dismissal of 1,000 years of practice reveals a mastery beyond comprehension. He's deliberately concealing his true strength, shrouded in mystery. A woman sits pensively, her brow furrowed in concentration. A question mark hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable, her silence speaks volumes. Park Soho, consumed by curiosity, wonders about the fate of an awakener bitten by a necroville. The question hangs heavy in the urban air, mirroring the weight of his investigation. The answer is revealed in a horrifying scene: a man writhes in agony, his body racked with pain as he cries out. The stark visuals underscore the brutal consequences of a necroville bite. Suho, now on the phone, delivers a curt, decisive no, suggesting a critical development in his investigation: a negative result, perhaps, or a rejection of a proposed course of action. The tension is palpable. A man's agonized face, contorted in a silent scream, fills the panel. Blood vessels burst across his skin, a horrifying display of internal hemorrhaging. His tongue lolls out, eyes wide in terror. The stark black background is speckled with white, like falling snow, adding to the sense of overwhelming dread. The man lies on the floor, his body now limp, the horrific crimson patterns spreading across his pallid skin. This is the aftermath of the unseen attack, highlighting the catastrophic nature of the event. A woman sits at her desk, phone pressed to her ear, her expression grave. The reported deaths paint a grim picture: 2 sudden leukemia cases. This seemingly unrelated event sets the stage for a chilling revelation. Another victim collapses, mirroring the first. His body is ravaged by the same internal hemorrhaging. The accompanying text reveals a crucial piece of information: higher-ranked individuals face a greater risk of succumbing to this horrifying transformation into a necroville. The infected will receive care at the International Disease Control Centre in Australia. A clinical trial for a vaccine is also underway. It's been some time. He asks if more medicine is needed for his brother. A hooded figure's profile is shown, a single word escaping his lips: "Oh my." His expression speaks volumes: concern and a dawning realization of the gravity of the situation. The narrative shifts to a hand presenting several small tins. The seller explains, "I treat everything from a cute kitten to a rabid dog," highlighting the versatility and implied potency of his product. The hooded figure, now facing the reader, receives instructions: apply it to the wounded area before eating, twice a day, morning and night. It should take effect after a week. The urgency of the situation is palpable. A negotiation ensues. The buyer asks for 10 tins, indicating the seriousness of the injury, as 1 tin costs 4 million won, yet he offers 1.2 million per tin, a bulk purchase. The seller readily agrees, of course. The hooded figure offers final instructions: if he's convulsing, knock him out and apply it. It will stop spreading. The ominous nature of the affliction is revealed. 2 officers confront a cloaked figure selling something illicit in broad daylight. "Stop selling things here," they demand, the urgency in their voices a stark contrast to the figure's calm demeanor. A sudden distraction. A large blackbird takes flight, scattering dark feathers across the sky, leaving the officers momentarily baffled and looking up. Inside, a tense atmosphere hangs heavy. 3 men, Soho Hyungnim and 2 others, wait anxiously. One whispers, "Oh, Suho Hyungnim is late." A young boy looks on, his worry palpable. The scene shifts back to the 3 men and the boy. "Well, what is that?" one exclaims, pointing at a phone displaying a disturbing image. Another man answers grimly, "The ultimate booby trap. Will my younger brother die if we press this button?" The weight of the situation is now fully revealed. Terror grips the 2 men as the young boy, seemingly unfazed, shines a light from his phone. Their wide eyes and open mouths betray their fear. The tension breaks as one man exclaims his surprise. The boy's actions, whatever they were, clearly unsettled them deeply, though the immediate aftermath suggests a relief. An elderly monk sits on a bed, his body marred by deep wounds. He clutches his face in anguish, a sound of distress escaping his lips, the physical manifestation of his suffering. The monk's sudden movement, getting up despite his grievous injuries, alarms the 3 witnesses. Their fear is palpable: this is no ordinary man, and his recovery defies expectation. The announcement, "Monk Myung-jin got up," confirms the significance of this unlikely recovery. Fear etched their faces as the older man's eyes bulged, a horrified fudge escaping his lips. The younger man and boy stood frozen, witnessing something terrifying. A guttural "ha" ripped from the man's throat as blood vessels burst across his face, his one visible eye glowing ominously. A horrifying transformation was underway. The narrative shifts. We are in Sapporo City, Hokkaido, the location of a level 7 dungeon, a place of immense danger. The scene changes again. Sapporo streets swarm with citizens holding signs that read "Heroine," their cheers echoing the hope for a safe return for those venturing into the dungeon. Hiro, a man radiating confidence, addressed his team. His declaration, coming out, echoed the imminent success of their operation. The surrounding team members, mirroring his enthusiasm, showed their excitement. A serious-faced man, seemingly a superior officer, issued a grave warning. The survival of the combat team returning from a dungeon raid was paramount, underscoring the inherent danger of their mission. The combat team emerged from the dungeon, exhausted but alive. Their leader strides forward, leaving his fallen team behind, creating a stark image of the mission's toll. One of the team members collapses, his words, "How torturous was this mission," a testament to the ordeal they endured. The immediate follow-up, "Oh, unfortunate news has just reached us," foreshadows further tragedy. The gravity of the situation deepens. The report reveals that Hero's combat team, considered the world's strongest, suffered 7 casualties in a level 7 dungeon, a shocking revelation underscoring the dungeon's unprecedented lethality. The guild struggled to contain the explosive proliferation of dungeons. Celebratory cheers erupt. Sun Jinhwa's team, designated 707, has achieved a significant victory. A woman sits before computer screens, her concern palpable. The absence of a call from someone she's anxiously awaiting fuels her worry. A woman excitedly points out Park Suho, prompting the question, "Everyone, do you see that man?" The scene unfolds at the Showbiz Hotel clique. A blonde-haired individual, flanked by associates, reacts with a chilling, "Ha, that son of a bitch." Their expression conveys cold determination. The tension escalates as a concerned voice questions, who would want to reveal all of their secrets to the rest of the world? This is immediately countered by the sharp retort, "Park Suho isn't like that." So, the focus should be on Park Suho, not the level 4 dungeon. A troubling question hangs in the air, are all these efforts for naught? A woman, seemingly an investigator, works late, making a phone call. She asks about the progress of the search for her brother. The urgency in her voice increases. A new piece of information emerges, someone has been bitten. The scene shifts to a gruesome injury. A person's arm bears a deep wound, a ring embedded in the flesh, marked with blood. A single word escapes the victim's lips, "Amrita." A guttural scream, "Aahhh," echoes as a figure is violently attacked, engulfed in shadow and darkness. The scene is chaotic, hinting at a brutal encounter. A woman, reviewing a report on her computer, states, according to the report, there are 38 cases of awakeners infected by a necroville. The sterile office setting contrasts sharply with the violence implied in the previous panel. The report foreshadows a widespread, dangerous situation. The report continues, detailing the effects. 26 ended up with baldness. 7 said that, other than sporadic pain in the bitten area, there were no effects. This reveals a bizarre, possibly unpredictable nature of the necroville infection. The visual shows a balding man, seemingly unaffected otherwise, highlighting the unusual symptoms. A close-up reveals a horrifically infected awakener, their face contorted in agony, one eye bulging and bloodshot. This visceral image emphasizes the severity and frightening nature of the necroville. He learned a grim truth over the phone, a bite means mandatory quarantine. The implication hit him hard, quarantine equals experimentation. He began to walk, a shadow of anxiety clouding his features. A hooded figure, seemingly unfazed, watched him approach a massive pile of medical supplies. This was not a casual encounter. "No," he responded, the weight of the situation settling on him. "A new case, a man bitten on the leg by an infected person." Desperate, he asks, "Is there a medicine that might work?" His brother's condition hangs heavy in the air, a silent plea echoing in his worried eyes. A hooded figure, a mysterious vendor in a bustling urban landscape, offers a solution. "The medicine you gave to my brother is being used very well," he states confidently, and then, holding out a small green tin, adds, "You just need to apply this. Take it." The exchange takes place on a rooftop overlooking the city. The man cautiously takes the small tin, his concern palpable. Stacks of similar tins are visible next to the vendor, hinting at a larger-scale operation. The question hangs unanswered, how much is it? Relief washes over him as he accepts the cure. A grateful smile spreads across his face. "I won't ever forget this favor," he vows sincerely. A figure, cloaked and fleeing, sprints across a rooftop, pursued by 2 police officers. The urgency of his escape is palpable, their shouts echo behind him. Inside, a young boy witnesses Monk Myunjin's transformation, fear etched on his face as 2 concerned men watch, wondering aloud if he is turning into a monster. The implication of a supernatural threat is clear. A hand urgently taps a smartphone screen. A bright, blue digital interface displays a large, red fire button. This signals an immediate and dangerous situation requiring drastic action. 3 figures peered through a doorway, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. A young boy, visibly frightened, was clutched by one of the men. The boy's worried thoughts were revealed. He expected a much more dramatic response to the situation. His quiet disappointment was palpable. A sudden, shocking realization washed over the onlookers. The boy's seemingly mundane action had a far more sinister implication. One man voiced his fear: was the boy transforming? The other, however, offered a far more mundane, and perhaps comforting, explanation. Soho urgently hands Hyungnim a small container, his voice laced with worry. Hyungnim, right now, Monk Myungjin is. The situation is dire, Myungjin's fate hangs in the balance. A brutal, swift attack. The panel explodes with visceral violence as Hyungnim unleashes a devastating blow, leaving his opponent crumpled and bleeding profusely. The sharp ha sound effects amplify the ferocity of the strike. A level 7 dungeon has appeared, captivating global attention. 10 days and 11 hours have passed since Hero's 25-member combat team entered, creating a tense atmosphere of uncertainty and mounting concern. A figure is engulfed in a blinding flash of energy, a silent hua, expressing confusion and perhaps fear as an unknown event unfolds. Hero's combat team emerges, a wave of dark figures against a vibrant blue backdrop. The announcement rings out: they've saved Sapporo once again. The aftermath reveals a grimmer truth. Team members collapse, one by one, requiring immediate medical attention. A wave of healers rushes to their aid. Hero lies fallen, the leader of Korea's most elite fighting force. News reports reveal the shocking truth: 7 members failed to return from a dungeon. The scene shifts to introduce Special Forces 707A, identified as Korea's most powerful combat team, under the codename Black. A man, his expression etched with concern, urgently inquires about the side effects of a treatment over the phone. The setting suggests a public area, hinting at the urgency of his situation. The hooded figure, a healer perhaps, explains the existence of a potent medicine, capable of curing all ailments. His words carry weight, suggesting the stakes are high. The man's gaze sharpens, his focus now entirely on a small, green pill, the potential cure now within his grasp. The weight of his decision hangs heavy in the air. 2 officers search frantically, their words echoing the growing urgency: where did he go? I can't see him. Their pursuit intensifies, the escapee's whereabouts unknown. Inside, a tense standoff unfolds. A man, visibly agitated, proposes a swift resolution: should we kill him now? The boy in their midst, caught in the crosshairs of their decision, looks on in fear. A woman, Akiko, lies unconscious in a hospital bed. Another woman, her concerned expression etched in worry, leans over her, murmuring Akiko's name. The unspoken weight of the situation hangs heavy in the air. A man with dark hair sits nearby, calmly drinking water. A casual "oh, okay" escapes his lips, a stark contrast to the gravity of the scene, revealing a detached demeanor. His expression shifts to one of quiet resignation as he declares, "It's not my fault." The statement, though seemingly simple, carries the weight of unspoken responsibility and a heavy burden of guilt. The name Daigo hangs heavy in the air, a question whispered with a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. This is Daigo, the second in command of the Supernatural Bureau. A wave of fury washes over the speaker as he levels a glare at the other figure. That bastard. He seethes, the unspoken implications chilling. His certainty is palpable. A figure lies dead, a stark contrast to the cold detachment of the killer's declaration, "I'm not sad." The brutal efficiency of the act speaks volumes. A woman's face, etched with weariness, betrays a chilling truth: I've seen Akiko die over 10 times. The casual repetition of death reveals a world warped by grim realities. The speaker's resolve hardens. He cannot tolerate this disruption any longer. Daigo's actions have jeopardized his plan, endangering countless lives. This bastard, he concludes, could not possibly have justifiable motives. A man's steely gaze locks onto his target. I must kill him, he vows, his voice a low growl. Akiko, a woman with dark hair, turns, a question in her eyes. Yeah? His obsession fuels his resolve. Akiko's face registers surprise as she reacts to his words. If there aren't any, make one so that we can go, she states, her voice tinged with a sense of urgency. The plan is taking shape. A young man groans, his face buried in his hands, lying on a bed in a dimly lit room. The weight of recent events presses heavily upon him. His exhaustion speaks volumes. He typed furiously, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. I'm also a registered mercenary now, he announced to himself, the words a testament to his burgeoning new career. News of his success spread quickly. The revelation that Bu Hyungnim was a returnee boosted his online following dramatically, his subscriber count neared 1 million. A comfortable sum had already accumulated in his bank account. A sudden interruption. Ugh, Hyungnim, don't forget to knock. The voice belonged to his friend, who appeared startled to find Hyungnim immersed in his work. A sheepish apology followed. Hyungnim, unfazed, declared, I'll finish editing and go down right away. The subtle glow emanating from his computer hinted at the magical energies he channeled into his work. A wave of ethereal energy washes over him, leaving the warrior momentarily stunned, his body trembling from the force. He recovers, his blade slicing through the air with the speed of lightning, deflecting a blow, shattering wooden logs like toothpicks. The sound of his attack is a sharp fluke. With a powerful cry of Shadal How, he continues his relentless assault, a blur of motion as he carves through obstacles. His brow furrows in concentration. If I'm this slow, he mutters, a grim determination hardening his features, I'll fall behind again. A man's face contorts, eyes blazing with fury. He roars, vowing to prevent history from repeating itself. The sheer intensity of his rage is palpable. He rides a massive wolf, a pack surrounding him, fleeing a pursuing herd of deer. The command Palboki rings out, urging his mount forward as the chase intensifies. Desperate, he pushes his wolf to its limit, determined not to lose. The urgency is breathtaking. They thunder towards a grand, ancient-looking palace, the final destination of their frantic escape. The newly constructed temple stands complete, its sturdy foundation a testament to the protagonist's efforts. He assures the monks, their gratitude palpable, that the workmanship is sound. Overwhelmed by his generosity, the monks express their deep appreciation, unsure how to adequately reciprocate such kindness. Suddenly, a flurry of motion erupts. White horses, riders blurred, thunder past, the shouts of impending disaster echoing in their wake. We're going to lose. The protagonist's expression shifts to concern. He inquires about Monk Myunjin's well-being, the earlier chaos leaving him worried. The fleeting image of a lonely child flashes through his mind. Next time, he muses, hinting at future interaction. A balding man, meticulously applying creams to his face, observes his reflection. The text above him confirms his self-care routine, he's eating well. This seemingly mundane scene hints at a life of quiet routine, a stark contrast to what we will soon see. The scene shifts. A child, also bald, is addressed as Bald Myungjin with an invitation to play. This reveals a significant piece of the character's past, his nickname, and the casual nature of the interaction underscores his formative years. The panel suggests a carefree, if not somewhat harsh, childhood. The adult Myungjin, now sitting on steps at dusk, reflects on his past. He reveals that as an orphan, he suffered from a congenital systemic condition. This explains his vulnerability and reliance on others, establishing a pivotal aspect of his character. The man who took him in clearly played a vital role in shaping his life, even if his early years were difficult. Overwhelmed with emotion, Myungjin weeps openly. The intensity of his grief suggests the profound impact of the person who took him in. This moment reveals his deep-seated capacity for love and gratitude and the trauma of potential loss. This emotional outpouring sets the stage for whatever might have occurred. The man, his eyes burning with a crimson light, confessed, I took lives with my own hands. His admission hung heavy in the air, a stark declaration of past violence. The accompanying sound effects, a guttural whine, and a series of sharp strikes, paint a vivid picture of brutal action. He lashed out, his movements a blur of controlled aggression. The image captures his furious assault against monstrous opponents, their terrifying claws and teeth just inches from him. Despite the relentless battle, his resolve remained unshaken. As long as I could get rid of the resentment in my heart, even if hell awaited me at the end, I didn't think it mattered, he declared, his determination etched onto his face as he pushed onward. His gaze softened, his voice laced with a poignant grief. He lamented, if senior brother Myungjo didn't care about me, who had fallen into the abyss. The weight of his brother's absence and his own despair were palpable. A younger man, his demeanor calm yet filled with empathy, offered solace. You have saved me, whose soul had been wallowing in pain, once more. You also rebuilt the burnt Benimsa temple, allowing me to put down the burden in my heart. The weight of gratitude was evident in his words. A young man, his expression unreadable, sits in a dimly lit room. His friends whisper amongst themselves, their concern palpable. The weight of unspoken words hangs heavy in the air. Suddenly, a powerful force erupts. A man, seemingly ordinary moments before, unleashes a devastating blast of energy, shattering the room around him. The raw power is breathtaking. His eyes blaze with furious intensity as he screams a declaration of defiance, a fight for the suffering. This is no ordinary outburst, this is a battle cry. The young man from the first panel observes, his expression hardening. The casual observer might see only worry, but it's clear, he understands the gravity of the situation, the weight of the impending conflict. Oh fuck, we have two crazies now, one of his friends mutters, the fear in his voice undeniable. The bald man, his power still radiating, leaps through a shattered window, his weapon a gleaming spear. The word monk echoes in the air, marking him as something more than a simple madman. He is a force of nature, unleashed. He smirked, a glint in his eye. Next time, I'm gonna ride Tagbaki. The words hung in the air, a bizarre promise. Meanwhile, a worried voice called out, Monk Myungjin. The soup's gonna get cold. The juxtaposition hinted at a peculiar urgency underlying his seemingly frivolous comment. Sung-woo lay unconscious in a hospital bed, his long, dark hair spread across the pillow. A concerned woman, dressed in professional attire, sat nearby, studying a tablet. The sterile, clinical environment contrasted sharply with the gravity of the situation. The woman's voice cut through the quiet, sharp with alarm. Sung-woo. Are you? The unspoken fear hung heavy in the air, mirroring the intensity in her eyes. The scene was clearly urgent, a critical moment in his recovery. A man lies in a hospital bed, a woman sits beside him, offering comfort. Don't blame yourself, she says, her tone gentle yet firm. He sighs, a weariness settling over him. This scene establishes the emotional weight Daigo carries, setting the stage for the upcoming events. The woman, sharp and observant, reveals a critical piece of information. Park Soho has extended an invitation to Mr. Daigo. Don't you think something smells fishy, she inquires, her suspicion palpable. This introduces a key player and hints at hidden agendas, further heightening the tension. Two figures in dark uniforms, members of the Supernatural Bureau, a state institution responsible for national defense, are shown amidst a fiery display of energy. One explains that the invitation is far more prestigious than it initially appears. This introduces the world-building element of the Supernatural Bureau and its significance in the unfolding narrative. A man, surrounded by shadowy figures, confesses the immense loss he's endured over years, the loss of countless companions. He's driven by this tragedy and this fuels his current actions. The sheer scale of the losses underscores the stakes involved and the gravity of his decision to move forward despite overwhelming grief. This isn't sadness, but fury. It's all because of him. The raw intensity of her rage is palpable, a storm brewing within her eyes. He raises a weapon, the energy crackling around him, threatening both his own future and the fate of all mankind. The weight of this burden is evident in his desperate stance. Find all the boats that can go from Tsushima to Busan right now. The urgency in her command is sharp, cutting through the tension. He ran a hand through his hair, a deep frown etching itself onto his face. The weight of the situation pressed heavily upon him. A mercenary license, bearing the name Park Junho, is displayed. This seemingly innocuous document holds the key to unlocking a dangerous game. Park Junho sits before his laptop, a contemplative expression replacing his previous worry. Wow, to think I would also have a day like this, he muses, highlighting the unexpected turn of events. The understated comment reveals the significance of his current success, dependent upon his network of contacts. A sudden knock interrupts Junho's reflection. A figure looms behind him, their presence both unexpected and ominous. Auntie Sukta's invitation to eat goes unanswered as a worried voice calls out for Jaeshik, who is nowhere to be found. The scene establishes a sense of unease and foreshadows the events to come. Jaeshik, unexpectedly, is engaged in a fierce sword fight amidst a shimmering, ethereal forest. The scene abruptly shifts from domestic tranquility to intense action. A close-up reveals Jaeshik's focused, determined expression as he parries a blow, the force of the impact emphasized by visual effects. This highlights his unwavering resolve in the midst of danger. The battle intensifies, Jaeshik skillfully deflects an attack, shouting Zornhut, a battle cry that underscores his aggressive strategy. His opponent, Albert, is clearly a formidable foe. A man, his face obscured by shadow, eyes narrowed, leans forward, a predatory stillness in his posture. He is assessing his surroundings, poised for action. With a guttural shout of Nebenhut, he bursts into motion, a blur of speed and precision as he launches himself forward. The speed of his movement is almost supernatural. The rules of the game are laid out: catch the deer to win, failure means picking 100 apples. The stakes are set, the challenge established. A small white dog bravely charges towards a colossal elephant, its furious trumpeting echoing through the jungle. The dog's courage is remarkable, but its chances of success seem slim. A serene monk, radiating calm, reassures a young man. He points out the sturdy construction of the building behind them, emphasizing the thoroughness of its creation. This scene contrasts sharply with the previous panel's frantic energy. The young man, now mounted on a wolf, speeds through the forest, pursued by a pack of wolves. He urgently commands his mount, "Uncle, move." The urgency speaks of imminent danger. The young man observes the monk from a distance, a tender smile gracing his lips. His quiet observation contrasts with the intense action of the previous panel. He quietly notes, "It's my first time seeing him so happy." This suggests a profound emotional significance for this moment. A mother sharply tells her young son to listen to her instructions, her words echoing the frustration of a parent trying to manage a child's playful defiance. The boy, engrossed in his swing, seems oblivious to her concern. The scene shifts to a narrative about a child's illness. The visual of stacked ointment jars speaks volumes about the child's prolonged suffering and the parents' relentless efforts to find a cure. A group of boys cruelly targets another, their hateful words revealing a disturbing prejudice against the victim, who's revealed to be the child of a witch. The scene shows a brutal act of mob violence as the boys attack the victim with chilling determination. An older man reaches out to the victimized child, inviting him to find solace and acceptance in a sacred place. The boy's internal monologue reveals a lifetime spent isolating himself, highlighting the pain and emotional weight he's carried. The Benimsa temple burns, a horrifying inferno consuming everything in its path. A monk clutches a dying man, his face a mask of grief and despair as the flames lick at their bodies. Monstrous figures lurk in the shadows, adding to the chaos. Years later, a young man recounts that catastrophic day. The day Benimsa temple burned to the ground and Master died, I felt hatred for the first time, he states, his voice heavy with the weight of past trauma. The scene is somber, mirroring his internal anguish. The young man, now bloodied and bearing the scars of countless battles, sits in quiet contemplation. His master's death, it seems, continues to haunt him. He silently questions something, his expression indecipherable. The implication is clear: his path toward revenge continues, fueled by unresolved grief. The young man's pensive gaze reveals a stark truth: his naive approach to dungeon exploration nearly cost him his life. He recognizes the fragility of his existence. This realization fuels a transformation. He discards his previous strategy and sets a new, far more ambitious goal. A surge of raw power erupts from his hand, a visual testament to his newfound resolve. The Korean onomatopoeia kwang signifies the sheer force of this unleashed energy. The sudden, violent display of power shocks those around him. Confusion and alarm cloud their expressions. One witness exclaims about the monk's erratic behavior. A declaration of unwavering loyalty and shared purpose rings out. The vow to walk the path of an Azura together marks a significant escalation in their relationship. A furious housekeeper, knife in hand, bursts from a shadowy hallway, her voice a venomous whisper, "Which little bastard's wielding a sword in the house?" The scene crackles with a sudden, violent energy. The housekeeper scolds a young man, still disoriented from a night of heavy drinking. "That's why you shouldn't go overboard with the alcohol at night. Get up quickly and come eat." Her tone, though sharp, reveals a begrudging care. His face softens into a contented smile. "What's making you so happy?" the housekeeper asks, her curiosity piqued by his unusual cheer. The question hangs in the air, foreshadowing a yet unrevealed secret. It's lunchtime, and the urgency to feed the children underscores the precariousness of their situation. A subtle tension hangs in the air. The casual mention of a meal highlights the stark contrast between normalcy and the extraordinary circumstances surrounding them. The man's concern reveals a caring nature amidst the ongoing conflict. Sung-woo and a woman arrive by boat at night, the vessel cutting through turbulent waves. The woman informs Sung-woo, "It's Busan, Sung-woo," her words carrying the weight of their destination. Sung-woo's face hardens, his expression reflecting a grim determination as the gravity of their situation sinks in. Granny Sukja is clearly irritated. Monk Myunjin's destructive antics, which included ruining the floor and a window, have delayed his readiness. Construction on the new infrastructure and residential buildings will begin tomorrow, following the delivery of scaled maps from the construction company. A significant complication arises: all airline and ship routes are closed, creating a considerable obstacle to the planned trip to England. The news is abuzz with reports of wyverns and a megaloperon or something similar taking control of the skies and seas. The situation is escalating rapidly. The creature, sighted near the Pyongan-do province, is heading towards Shanghai. The sheer scale of this aquatic behemoth is unprecedented. Naval tracking systems are failing to even locate it. One of the men expresses concern about the situation. Even with his transformation abilities, he could only fly for 10 minutes as a pigeon. Reaching England would be impossible. According to a news report, China's combat team has engaged the creatures. Expert estimations predict the monster's complete eradication within a month. Despite the grim outlook, one of the men remains optimistic, assuring the group there is a solution. Intrigued, the others are left questioning what that solution might be. A colossal golden eagle, awakened and soaring, fills the sky. Its immense wings beat powerfully against the blue, a dramatic display witnessed from a distance. Inside, a group anxiously discusses a video showing this very eagle. "Where is that video?" one man asks, his concern palpable. The setting is opulent, a stark contrast to the eagle's wild freedom. The men's conversation shifts to a plan. One complains about the editing workload, while another suggests a trip to gather more footage of wildlife. The setting changes to a sun-drenched road. The implication: more footage, more work. They are now in a car, speeding towards Seoul. One passenger rests, while the driver keeps a focused eye on the road, calculating their time of arrival. The journey's purpose: further investigation of the awakened eagle. Inside a car, a tense discussion unfolds. One passenger suggests that involving the target in an official capacity, through the SFC, might be safer than allowing the situation to escalate into an international diplomatic incident. The driver's navigational system alerts them to an impending detour. A necrovile red zone, a dangerous area, lies 1,200 meters ahead. A colossal boar, eyes burning with malevolent red light, looms before a man in a BOT sweatshirt. The creature's very presence radiates menace. "What do you think?" the man asks, his voice barely audible against the beast's imposing shadow. This encounter signifies the immediate threat our protagonist faces. The man, now clearly unnerved, nervously assesses the situation in a nearby forest. His response, a bit misanthropic, reveals a character grappling with the unexpected. His assessment, while accurate about the boar's nature, highlights his underestimation of the danger. He decides to engage. The boar charges, the sound of its hooves echoing through the forest. The man shouts, "Hyungnim, wait a sec," revealing a split second of panic before the inevitable clash. The action underscores his impulsive nature and lack of preparation. The boar's attack connects, the man is sent sprawling, his expression one of pure terror. "Heek" escapes his lips, a testament to the overwhelming force of the blow. This panel dramatically emphasizes the creature's raw power and the protagonist's vulnerability. A violent impact is depicted. The resulting shockwave is a testament to the ferocity of the boar's assault, indicating the battle's intensity and likely foreshadowing the difficulty of the fight ahead. A desperate plea echoes, "Please, transformation, quickly." As the words leave his lips, a monstrous boar erupts from the undergrowth, its tusks aimed directly at him. The impact is swift and brutal. The force of the attack sends the man sprawling. The boar's massive form towers over him, the earth trembling from the impact. A pained cry, "Aahh," escapes his lips. He lies on the ground, dazed, saliva dripping from his mouth, his eyes wide with shock and fear. A silent question hangs in the air. A black bear now looms over the man, its shadow engulfing him. Another scream, "Aahh," rings out as he's caught in its grasp. A scene shifts, a different man cautiously observes a boar, nervously questioning his companion, "Hyungnim, these guys aren't going to attack me, are they?" His companion shrugs, "I dunno, probably not." The tension remains palpable despite the casual response. The man recoiled, his eyes wide with unease as he stared at the black rabbit. "Especially those red eyes, I can't get used to them," he muttered, his unease palpable. A swirling vortex of energy suddenly erupted, engulfing the creature in a flash of turquoise light. "We need a ride," one man stated, matter-of-factly. The other, already mounted on a boar-like creature, replied, "I'll call you Yukkajang." The name, a type of spicy meat stew, was a testament to their pragmatic approach to naming their unlikely mount. The transformation was clearly more than just a slight alteration. A rider and his canine companion traversed a snowy landscape, their journey a testament to the power being wielded. "That's why I don't transform if their level is higher than mine," the rider explained, showcasing the limitations of his abilities. Disappointment laced his tone. "We haven't found the eagle we came here for, but we did manage to find 2 others." His worry was evident as he added, "At this rate, how long will it take?" The urgency of their mission underscored the stakes. A man, clearly one of the earlier companions, stood under a bright blue sky, his call seemingly progressing the search. She received orders to deploy to the Gyeongbuk region. The weight of the mission settles on her shoulders, a silent understanding of the urgency unspoken. The scene shifts to a devastated cityscape, a grim landscape of rubble and wrecked vehicles under a bruised, stormy sky. The word dust appears repeatedly, emphasizing the pervasive destruction and chaos. Amidst the chaos, a desperate plea, "Only 10 minutes remain." The soldiers, facing an impossible situation, observation strike, K9 strike, are overwhelmed. Their disbelief and fury are palpable. The blonde soldier's incredulity underscores the perilous nature of their predicament. The blonde soldier's fury erupts. The suggestion of close-quarters combat against the spiders is met with outrage, highlighting the extreme danger and the desperate straits they find themselves in. A blonde woman, clearly in command, barks orders into a comms device. Her frustration is palpable. "Acting like this is why you always get cursed at, you bastards." "Move," she snaps, her words carrying the weight of authority and exasperation. The urgency of the situation is evident. From a distant vantage point, 2 figures approach on mounts. One rides a massive boar, the other, a wolf. The boar rider, addressing the blonde woman, remarks casually, "Oh, blondie. It's been a while." The relaxed tone contrasts sharply with the previous panel's intensity. A phone call is in progress. A man's voice, laced with concern, asks, "Do you think you can find an eagle with your clairvoyance?" The question hints at a supernatural ability and a pressing need for information. The man on the phone looks troubled, his expression mirroring the weight of the question. A second figure is seen in the background. A text message has just appeared on his screen, and his reaction is clear as he reads, "Sex maniac?" A massive, dark cloud of what seems to be pure darkness erupts from a mountain, consuming the landscape. The sheer scale of the event suggests impending doom. The Korean onomatopoeia suggests a violent, explosive eruption. It looks like smoke to me. A lone vessel cuts through the dark ocean, its single light a beacon against the inky blackness. The sound of waves crashes against its hull. Two figures stand on a bridge, the waves crashing below. As one suggests, we can use those cars. Their escape route is now clear. Just you wait. Chief Secretary Cheon from DGB called. He reported the city plans are complete, finalized using the drafts Hyung provided. Hyung instructs them to ensure the work wasn't rushed or cut corners while he was away. One companion informs Hyung that leaving right now isn't possible. Why? A question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken yet palpable, as the young man's expression reflects a profound internal conflict. His gaze hints at a recent, unsettling revelation. Explain in more detail. The demand is sharp, cutting through the silence, the young man's frustration evident in the subtle shift of his posture, his brow furrowed with urgency. Wouldn't it be fine if Hyung flies? The question, seemingly innocuous at first glance, reveals a layer of dark humor amidst a dire situation, implying a desperate hope for a seemingly impossible escape. Pigeon. Ha! A wistful sigh escapes the young man, revealing a poignant moment of self-reflection, as he acknowledges a stark shift in his perspective, now envious of even the simplest act of flight. A month? The shock is palpable, a single word capturing the sheer scale of the ordeal faced, intensifying the pressure of time and the gravity of the circumstances. The conversation turns to the legendary creatures of this world. One man proposes the seemingly impossible task, finding and taming a golden eagle. The suggestion is met with disbelief. An awakened golden eagle? Where could such a creature possibly be found? A source has revealed, a survival video. North of the DMZ lies a haven for wild animals, a place where creatures have awakened and grown to immense size. Driven by this newfound knowledge, the group embarks on a perilous journey. Their vehicle plunges down a steep embankment, highlighting the risks they are willing to take. Sungwoo's location is a serious concern, a leak would cause significant problems. The urgency is palpable. Assassinating Sungwoo is deemed the most efficient solution. A monstrous boar, eyes blazing crimson, loomed before a young man. The beast's sheer size dwarfed him, its presence heavy with menace. The man, despite his fear, seemed determined. "It looks damn strong," the young man muttered, his expression a mixture of apprehension and excitement. The assessment was clear, this was a formidable opponent. The boar's gaze narrowed. "I want to fight it," the young man declared, his resolve hardening. The challenge was issued. With a powerful surge, the young man launched a swift kick, connecting with the boar's flank. The impact sent a shockwave through the undergrowth. The boar roared in fury, charging forward. The young man, unfazed, braced himself for the oncoming attack. The fight was on. A thunderous arg escapes the man's lips as he tumbles head over heels down a steep, rocky slope. The force of the impact is palpable. He lies there, gasping for air, his face a mask of pain and disbelief. The fight, it seems, is far from over. Panic sets in. "Ugh, fuck," he groans, his eyes wide with terror as a shadowy, monstrous rabbit looms behind him, its presence a chilling omen. Phew. The man, exhausted, collapses to his knees, the aftermath of a recent struggle evident in his posture. A boar, identified as a sea-level 5 creature with 455 dimensional energy units, stands before him. The man questions the boar's sudden emergence, revealing a system-based world where creatures gain power through specific actions. The boar's awakening resulted from repeatedly butting its head. Tosin and Hyungnim, atop their respective mounts, a boar and wolf, respectively, traverse a verdant landscape. Hyungnim expresses concern about the risk associated with riding a recently awakened beast, while Tosin reassures him, stating it is merely a matter of slight personality alteration. This highlights the casual acceptance of risk in this magical world, and the potential power of these awakened creatures. The conversation continues, with Hyungnim questioning the earlier encounter with a rabbit, deeming it scary, a clear understatement considering the magnitude of the events that just unfolded. Tosin, however, finds the rabbit cute, contrasting perspectives emphasizing the differences in their experiences and risk tolerance. Crucially, the narration then reveals that Tosin and his boar possess a higher power level than Hyungnam. They continue their journey, their progress seemingly effortless. The final line, "As long as we find it, catching it is easy," underscores the confidence Tosin possesses, showcasing his skill and experience in handling these powerful creatures. A woman sits before dual monitors, a professional air about her as she asks, "What can I help you with?" Her calm demeanor hints at a capability to handle any request, however demanding. A blonde woman, clearly a leader, stands amidst the chaos. Her fury is palpable as she exclaims, "Those bastards! How long has it been since we sent a strike request? Why haven't they replied yet?" The urgency in her voice underscores a critical delay in reinforcements. Reinforcements are on their way. The arrival of Apache Aerial Team 3 in 10 minutes and Pyongri's Kim Dongwon's combat team in 15 minutes offers a glimmer of hope amidst the escalating crisis. The precise timing reveals a meticulously planned response, however delayed. Amidst the rubble of a devastated cityscape, a soldier urgently advises his captain, "Close combat is a distraction, immediate retreat is paramount." The scene is chaotic, soldiers retreating from unseen danger. Captain Choi Soo-young, of Detection Team 11, frantically calls for backup, her expression etched with worry. The urgency of the situation is palpable. Soo-young's concern intensifies as she receives a response, the name Park Soho triggering a sharp intake of breath. The situation appears to be escalating. A close-up on Soo-young's face reveals her gritted teeth and a murmur of frustration. The tension builds as she struggles to maintain composure under pressure. "Where are you going?" one man asks, mid-bite of something, clearly interrupting another's departure. The question hangs heavy with unspoken concern. His companion's simple, sharp why reveals a deeper unease, something significant is clearly afoot. The scene is tense, the silence pregnant with unspoken urgency. A breaking news alert flashes on a phone, wyverns sighted over the East Sea. The implications of this sudden, monstrous intrusion are immediately clear. A monstrous, bestial gaze, filled with a silent, primal fury, counters the previous panel's news. The threat is now palpable, immediate. But the question echoes the prior unease, amplified by the horrifying presence before them. A wild boar charges, sending a man scrambling up a tree. He cries out, desperately pleading, "Arg, Hyungnam, please release the..." A monstrous black rabbit, eyes glowing crimson, looms. Its presence radiates an aura of immense power. A data entry appears, revealing the creature's classification: Black Rabbit, Sea Level 2, possessing 435 units of dimensional energy and identified as an evolved carnivore. A man asks, "Then could you make it so I don't have to see these guys?" Elsewhere, a man on a call anxiously inquires, "Where's Blondie? I haven't been able to reach her for a while now." The command rings out, sharp and decisive, "Break." A squad of armored soldiers surges forward, splitting apart as a woman with fiery hair strides confidently through their ranks. A man, his expression a mixture of surprise and annoyance, replies to an unseen assailant, "I'm hanging up, you sex maniac." His eyes hold a hint of amusement despite the clear threat. Riding atop their respective mounts, two figures exchange startled glances. One, perched on a wolf, inquires, "Hyungnam, what do you think that is?" His companion, astride a boar-like creature, simply responds with a confused, "What?" A colossal darkness erupts from the mountain, swallowing the landscape. The raw power is palpable, a tangible threat spreading across the land. Hyungnam, observing his phone, utters a single, alarmed word, "Starfish." The implication of this cryptic message is immediately unsettling. Hyungnam explains the nature of the threat: these creatures explode even in death, creating devastating firestorms. Their destructive potential is far beyond anything previously encountered. A warning rings out, "Hyungnam, duck." A sudden, deadly threat forces immediate action. The danger is imminent and potentially lethal. A storm of crows descends, their feathers swirling in a dark, chaotic vortex. The air itself crackles with an ominous energy. Hyunnim, a young man with spiky hair, urgently points towards a rapidly spreading wildfire, his concern evident. The flames already consume a significant portion of the landscape. A stampede of panicked animals, driven by the encroaching flames, charges through the undergrowth. Their desperate flight is a testament to the fire's overwhelming power. The chaos intensifies as a bear and a deer clash amidst the burning landscape, their struggle a microcosm of the wider devastation. The fire's relentless advance engulfs everything in its path. A swirling mass of crows fills the sky as two figures ride across a desolate landscape. One, atop a powerful boar, looks grim, the other, mounted on a wolf-like creature, seems equally wary. A low, pained whine, "Owo," escapes the wolf rider. Suddenly, a fiery explosion erupts beneath the boar, sending both riders sprawling. Above the chaos, a golden eagle bursts through the crow flock. "Hyunnim, there's the golden eagle," shouts one of the riders, his voice filled with a mix of fear and awe. The rider on the boar, seemingly unfazed, smirks. "Ooh, looks cool," he remarks, a hint of challenge in his tone. Jeomsher grins, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Yeah, Jeomsher. Looks like you're coming with me." His excitement is palpable, signaling a shift in their dynamic and the beginning of a joint endeavor. Experts attribute the Kanwondu wildfire's rapid spread to a sudden updraft, a powerful gust of wind that fueled the flames already ignited by the starfish. This reveals a crucial piece of world building: the starfish's destructive capabilities extend beyond immediate physical impact, igniting uncontrollable wildfires. Upload complete. Now, watch the real news that I recorded with my life on the line. Jeomsher's urgency underscores the gravity of the situation. He presents a recording of the unfolding chaos, suggesting the events he just experienced are far more significant and dangerous than initially apparent. A boar, a creature of immense power, bursts forth from a swirling vortex of violet and gold energy. The sheer force of its emergence cracks the very earth around it. Global shockwaves ripple across the internet. The sheer scale of Park Soo-hoo's magical display defies explanation. Commenters express disbelief in multiple languages, grappling with the implications of such overwhelming power. One observer correctly surmises that Lee Sung-woo's strength, already significant, pales in comparison. Two drones, silent witnesses, record the event from a distance, their cameras capturing the impossible spectacle unfolding below. He hesitates, a self-conscious frown creasing his brow as he mutters, "I shouldn't upload the part where he passed out after using wide area skills. No need to share weaknesses like that." The man's concern for the protagonist's vulnerability is palpable. Two men, their expressions confident, exchange a quick glance. One casually states, "We still have 3 free passes left." The casual tone belies the strategic planning underway. The narrative shifts to reveal the meticulous planning behind their operations. They emptied their bank accounts to acquire an extensive collection of skill books, explaining, using their full bank accounts, they bought as many skill books as they could purchase. They did this because, in order to effectively raid dungeons with so few members, they needed to have a diverse number of skills to plan for any possible situation. Their thorough preparation underscores their resourcefulness and strategic thinking. Fingers fly across a keyboard, the rhythmic tapping punctuated by a confident declaration, "Suho Park, I invite you to London." A significant invitation, setting the stage for a crucial development in the story. The enemy's reach extends even to the seas, a colossal kraken engulfs cargo ships, a stark illustration of their encroaching power. A young man, his features sharp and determined, gives a final instruction: "Watch over the house." He departs, leaving the safety of his home behind. With a powerful leap, he takes flight, the Korean onomatopoeia capturing the swiftness of his ascent as he soars into the sky. A woman sits alone, watching a screen displaying his heroic ascent. The text "His adventure continues" affirms his ongoing journey. Her expression is one of worry and concern, a silent acknowledgement of the perils he faces. A man in a bathrobe gestures dramatically as a young woman watches him intently from a nearby sofa, a laptop glowing on the low table between them. He's clearly about to initiate something significant. The woman's expression shifts to one of intense curiosity as the man declares, "Watch this." The stage is set for an imminent revelation. A man with dark hair, his face etched with suspicion, observes someone unseen. His words, "That's it, he's avoiding me on purpose," reveal a growing tension and a deliberate evasion by the unseen target. His resolve hardens. A close-up of his grim face punctuates his decision. I have to drag him on stage before he's finished with his preparations. The hunt is on. Confusion clouded her features as the woman questioned, "SPFC?" The acronym hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. The hawk's powerful wings beat against the wind, but its progress was hampered. "Ha! I can't go any faster," it complained, its frustration evident. The journey to London was taking far longer than anticipated. A system message flashed before the hawk's eyes, a critical attribute had been removed. Alarm flickered in its gaze as it exclaimed, "What's this?" The unexpected system failure threatened to derail its mission. A warning blared across the hawk's interface, accompanied by a visual representation of a rapidly deteriorating system component. The bird's distress intensified as it queried, "Why is it so expensive?" The cost of resolving the issue seemed exorbitant, casting further doubt on the mission's feasibility. The eagle's frustrated sigh, "Amir ha," hangs heavy in the air. "Damn it," it mutters, its gaze sharp with a sense of urgency. A motorcycle speeds through the forest, its occupants focused on their quarry. "Chuliang, make sure not to waste any bullets. Shoot only when you're certain," a voice commands, the tension palpable. The chase intensifies. "Uncle Johnseong, get a bit closer. Make sure to get it." The urgency in the voice increases as the motorcycle pursues its target, a large bull thundering through the undergrowth. He fired his AK-47, the muzzle flash momentarily blinding. The bullets ripped through the air. The recoil of his weapon bucked him slightly as he swore. A crazed cow charged, forcing him to consider extreme measures. His attention is immediately diverted, a figure appears in the distance. Uncle Johnseong. Uncle Johnseong's eyes widen in disbelief as a powerful energy surge erupts from the sky. The energy blast strikes the charging cow, vanquishing it instantly. Two men, one armed with a rifle, sped along a country road in a sidecar motorcycle. The blur of motion and green landscape suggested urgent travel. They arrived at their destination, a clearing marked by several oddly shaped, moss-covered stones. A palpable sense of unease settled over them. One man's voice broke the silence. What is that?" His wide eyes and terrified expression reflected a sudden and profound shock. A surge of raw energy, a blinding flash of cyan lightning, filled the panel. The sheer power was undeniable, heralding an event of immense significance. A plume of dark smoke hangs heavy in the air. "It looks like smoke to me," observes a voice, the words hanging in the still air like the smoke itself. A young man, his brow furrowed in confusion, questions, "What's a starfish?" His curiosity piqued, he clearly encounters something unfamiliar. A sudden swarm of dark birds attacks from above. Two figures are caught off guard, cries of alarm erupting as feathers rain down. The unexpected assault marks a significant escalation. A flock of crows takes flight against a stormy sky as the protagonist, a young man with dark hair, stares intently, a question mark forming on his lips. "Fire, huh?" His companion, a smaller man with lighter hair, appears amused by the spectacle. A large deer-like creature is violently thrown to the ground in a flurry of motion and dust. The force of the impact is immense, suggesting a powerful attack. The protagonist's expression shifts to one of understanding as he states definitively, "It's an arsonist." The implication is that the fire and the creature's plight are connected, pointing to a deliberate act of malice. Amidst a chaotic scene of trampled earth and scattered animals, the sheer power of the attack is emphasized. The visual depicts the aftermath of a devastating assault, leaving no doubt about the arsonist's capabilities. A colossal eagle, wings spread wide, descends from a sun-drenched sky, a whirlwind of smaller birds scattering before its might. The eagle, identified as a sea-level 6 creature with 462 dimensional energy units, was awakened by consuming dying monsters. Its power is a testament to the chaotic energy of this world. A potential inferno, threatening devastation, inexplicably extinguished itself. The unpredictable nature of dimensional energy is starkly revealed. A young man scoffs, dismissing the event with a cynical bunch of bullshit, highlighting the disconnect between the extraordinary events and the mundane reactions of some. The Autodron -1 Malawian Kwacha, a sleek surveillance drone, streaks across the sky, pursued by a torrent of cerulean energy, a powerful blast propelled by an unseen force. The drone's systems display a countdown, only 3 seconds remain. The energy blast connects, engulfing a large swathe of forest in a blinding explosion of azure and orange. The initial impact is followed by a rapidly expanding shockwave. The screen shows a video titled Park Suho Tornado Skill, amassing millions of views and subscribers. The visual confirmation reveals the source of the devastating energy blast, Park Suho's devastating tornado technique. A gasp escapes the young man's lips as he stares at his computer screen, the sudden surge of viewers reflected in his wide eyes. "I got 400,000 viewers right away," he exclaims, a mixture of disbelief and elation coloring his voice. A desperate cry pierces the air, Hyungnim, as a figure collapses, bathed in an ethereal, dissipating green light. Another figure, hastily retreating, leaves the scene. Observing from a balcony, a man casually sipping from a drink asks two adventurers below, "Oh, are you guys going to a dungeon?" A level 2 dungeon appeared nearby. "Come with us." The implication hangs heavy in the air, this is not an uncommon occurrence. He chuckles, dismissing the offer with a confident wave of his hand. "Can't the two of you easily take care of a level 2 on your own, though?" He smiled, a casual assurance in his eyes. "I'll come down once I upload this video I just finished editing." A message from Dr. Toddler: the Earth is besieged by monsters. The screen displayed a horrifying panorama of monstrous creatures laying waste to the planet, their reign of terror undeniable. But nothing will stop him. A lone figure, resolute, stood on a cliff's edge, his back to us, gazing at the ravaged world. This is the hero, his journey begins now. His adventure continues. Wings sprout from his back, dark and powerful, as he takes flight, soaring towards the heart of the crisis. A woman's face, etched with concern, tilts slightly. The question hangs unspoken in the air, a silent query, "Dr. Toddler?" The weight of uncertainty settles over the scene. Sung Woo's name is uttered, a sharp exhale. The woman's features harden, her expression shifting to one of grim determination. Park Suho, it seems, is nowhere near Korea. This revelation carries significant import. A majestic eagle soars against a vast, cloud-strewn sky. The words "his adventure continues" appear, a stark contrast to the previous panel's concern. A new thread of the narrative is woven, the question "why go to London so suddenly" underscores the mystery. A man, cloaked in mystery, sits calmly. His gaze is steady, his words revealing a critical piece of information. If he arrived from a more distant future, the implications are profound. He's on guard against me, for sure. Sung Woo. A woman's apprehension is clear as she observes him, sensing his guardedness. This is a tense moment of unspoken conflict. Provocation. His expression solidifies his intent, a deliberate act of defiance is about to unfold. Wait. The time limit for fusing with Jeonshur is approaching, adding urgency to the situation. The visual of the bird and the device emphasizes this impending deadline. The protagonist's fire attribute skill has been removed, a consequence of extinguishing a wildfire. A system message offers the option to unlock new fire-based abilities, requiring achievement points. A timer displays Jeonshur fusion, 60 seconds remaining. A charging bull bursts through the forest. Two men on a sidecar motorcycle speed past, reassuringly shouting, "You don't have to worry." The translator's note clarifies they are speaking in a North Korean dialect. They sped across the rough terrain, the ATV bucking beneath them. "That bull was shot 3 times, but he's still pretty energetic," one of them shouted, the other adding grimly, "We might run out of gas first." A man with a rifle leveled it at the charging bull. "Poor bastard," he muttered before firing. This is the end. The final shot found its mark. The bull crumpled to the earth with a thud, its legs kicking weakly before it fell silent. "Uncle, what fell from the sky just now?" one man asked, his concern evident. His uncle, armed with a knife, dismissed the question, focused solely on their mission. "We just need to take the cow." The urgency in their words belied a hidden threat. The nephew's eyes widened in horror. "Uncle, this sound is..." He trailed off, a rising terror coloring his voice as a bright, ethereal energy bloomed around them. A surge of turquoise energy erupted, engulfing the uncle. The power was undeniable, an overwhelming force. Breaking news flashed across a screen: Starfish dungeon break. Some starfish broke loose and are moving toward Kangwondu. The scale of the disaster was immediately clear. The strange event witnessed earlier was no coincidence. Two figures, startled, stared in disbelief as a powerful, unseen force ripped through the air around them. Their expressions reflected a shared shock at the intensity of the event. Dong-su, his brow furrowed in thought, was clearly troubled. The question mark above his head underscored his uncertainty about what he'd just witnessed. Two men approached Dong-su, their urgency evident. They pleaded with him, highlighting his exceptional skill set, emphasizing the critical need for his assistance in their desperate situation. The shattering of a massive airport departure board, the words "We've lost the sky" starkly visible amid the debris, revealed the catastrophic scale of the crisis unfolding. The visual impact underscored the gravity of the situation. Impatience gnaws at them. Waiting is futile, they must act. This bastard needs to be brought to justice, regardless of his absence. Their plan is underway. Two figures, clearly determined, stand beside a sidecar motorcycle, poised for a swift departure. The urgency of the situation is palpable. A surge of energy erupts, crackling with power. A cry of "ah" echoes as the raw force overwhelms its victim. Arcing electricity lashes across a man's hand as he collapses to the earth, his touch leaving scorch marks on the ground. The sheer power leaves him momentarily stunned. He gasps, "I thought I was gonna die," his relief palpable as he looks upon two terrified onlookers wielding crude weapons. The near-death experience has shaken him profoundly. A figure kneels, gazing into a freshly created crater. A cloud of dust billows around the hole, concealing the depth. His expression is one of thoughtful assessment. He muses, A man, weapon drawn, demands to know if the dark-haired protagonist is from Joseon, a term referencing both the last dynasty of Korea and, in this context, North Korea. The tension is palpable. The question carries significant geopolitical implications. The protagonist, having fallen from a great height, is now near the Yalu River in Sinuiju. The men with him reveal their location, highlighting the border region between North Korea and China. The map adds a critical layer of geopolitical context. Despite his injuries, the protagonist claims to be strong. However, his uncertain tone and self-doubt hint at a hidden vulnerability, raising questions about his true capabilities and the reason behind his mysterious fall. Dismissed by their superiors with a curt, "Continue on your way," a pair of hunters, one wielding a knife, the other a rifle, discuss their next target, a bull that has proven remarkably resilient, even after being shot. Their confidence hints at a hunt soon to conclude. A young man, alone, questions his direction. He stands near a verdant landscape, muttering, "Sinuiju, Yalu River? Am I going in the right direction?" His uncertainty foreshadows a potential encounter. A close-up reveals the young man's eyes, glowing with an unnatural, vibrant blue light. This unexpected detail hints at powers or abilities beyond the ordinary, suggesting the stakes are higher than initially perceived. The hunters spot their prey from afar. One exclaims, "It's over there," pointing towards the direction where a bull, seemingly having traveled a considerable distance, lies dead. The exclamation, "It really flew pretty far," highlights the surprising strength and stamina of the animal. One hunter, observing the fallen bull, notes its unexpected resilience. It didn't die even after being shot, but died from a single hit from him. His nephew warns him, "Uncle, be careful." The implication is that the young man from previous panels possesses extraordinary strength and lethal skill. The weight of responsibility pressed down on them as they surveyed the fallen beast. "If we don't bring this with us," one of the men stated grimly, "the villagers will starve to death." The urgency in his voice mirrored the desperation etched onto his weathered face. Later, a different scene unfolded. A man, his face etched with worry, asked, "Could I borrow a blood crystal phone? Mine broke, so I can't use it anymore." The casual request belied the gravity of the situation, communication in this world relied on this technology. A sudden, violent motion. The bull, seemingly lifeless moments ago, convulsed. A guttural "you" escaped its throat before it collapsed again, the sound itself a testament to the animal's renewed struggle. Fear registered on the faces of the two men, mirrored in their wide eyes. One whispered, "Don't be like that." The unexpected resurgence of the creature heightened the tension, threatening to undo their desperate efforts. "We can't win against him with a gun, the question is whether taking the bull back to the village first is wise." The memory of the roaming awakener's attack a year ago floods his mind, triggering a moment of intense fear. One man struggles to carry a massive bull, while another questions the plan, highlighting the absurdity of their situation. They improvise, using a sidecar motorcycle to transport the enormous bull, a testament to their resourcefulness in a dire situation. The scene cuts away to a moment of concern, with a character reflecting on the potential loss of a valuable bull, emphasizing the human cost within the larger conflict. He urged, "If we go near the river, we'll find another." His words hinted at a desperate search for something vital, lost amidst the unfolding chaos. Confusion etched itself on their faces as they witnessed the aftermath. A palpable sense of dread hung in the air. The weight of what they had just seen settled heavily. A vehicle careened off the road, the sound of a sickening EUACCKK echoing the driver's terror as it plunged into the ravine below. The village lay in ruins, smoke curling from shattered buildings. A lingering question hung heavy: what catastrophe had befallen this place? A group flees, their faces etched with terror. The question hangs in the air: are they being chased by a bull? The answer, however, is far more unsettling. The scene clarifies: someone is carrying the bull, adding a layer of chaotic urgency to their desperate flight. The cries of Uncle Zhongxian and Chuliang pierce the air, highlighting the personal stakes of this frantic escape. The perspective shifts to reveal the aftermath: widespread destruction and a chilling question: what happened here? The suggestion of a buffalo stampede is quickly overshadowed by the desperate inquiry about Zhang Niang Hyungnim's fate. The gravity of the situation intensifies. A man's face, contorted with worry and anger, demands answers. The question, what happened to Heian, underscores the personal losses amidst the larger catastrophe. He needs the full account. The full horror is unveiled: a fiery beast unleashed chaos, leaving death and destruction in its wake. The words, "It shot fire everywhere, killed people, and there was chaos everywhere," paint a vivid picture of devastation, confirming the sheer scale of the tragedy. A guttural cry, "Arg," adds to the overwhelming sense of despair and loss. A young girl, Heian, tumbled through the air, a scream tearing from her lips as the ground rushed towards her. The impact, a heavy quang, sent her sprawling, leaving a trail of dust and debris in its wake. Heian's eyes, wide with terror, reflected the encroaching darkness as a monstrous shadow loomed overhead. A silent scream, escaped her lips as she braced for the inevitable. The monstrous shadow, revealed as a massive, scarred dragon, descended upon the girl. One of her shoes detached from her foot mid-air and flew away, a small, tragic detail against the looming threat. The memory of the attack plays on the faces of several men, one of whom states, "That's when that monster took Heian." Their expressions shift into a mixture of grim determination and unspoken grief. A man, impatient and demanding, pressed for answers. "Tell me." His frustration and desperation are palpable as he seeks immediate resolution, placing his trust in his chief proving to be unwise. Zhang Xianhyun sped away on his ATV, disappearing into the verdant landscape. The urgency of his departure left a trail of dust and unanswered questions. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down his face as he cried out, "I won't ever forget such a favor." The depth of his gratitude underscored the magnitude of the debt he now owed. A violent energy erupted, shattering the tranquility. The raw power was unmistakable: this was no ordinary event. The sudden display of power had drawn the attention of others. "Chulian," one of them called out, his concern apparent as he asked, "What is up with that person?" The implications of this mysterious event hang heavy in the air. A figure, cloaked and winged, soars through the sky, the wind whipping past. The text above declares, "The King of Animals." This introduces the immense power and threat that's about to be unleashed. Two men stand amidst a flurry of motion, one urging the other to flee, Kangshul. Run! The command is accompanied by frantic energy, foreshadowing imminent danger. The other man is to lure away the beast. A colossal bear lunges, its massive claws extended, as Kangchul is thrown to the ground with a resounding impact. The threat is immediate and brutal. Kangchul's face is a mask of terror, his desperate cry, Kangchul, echoing the urgency of his situation. Blood spatters around his mouth, survival is in doubt. This is the climax of this short sequence, the desperate fight for survival has begun. Two men confront a figure, weapons drawn. One, armed with a rifle, questions the figure's humanity. The other, brandishing a knife, urges caution, suspecting the possibility of an alien mimicking human sounds. Tension is palpable. Recognition dawns on the rifleman's face as he realizes the knife-wielding figure is his uncle Jongseong. Shock and disbelief are evident. The rifleman directly questions his uncle's nature, the uncertainty underscoring the bizarre situation. His uncle remains a figure of mystery, his true identity obscured. Park Soho, disoriented, demands to know his assailant's identity. His immediate concern is for his own safety and understanding of his current predicament. The man's speech patterns lead his interlocutor to believe he is from South Joseon, an unexpected revelation that hints at a larger, more complex situation than Soho initially realized. Despite having fallen from the sky and battled a crazed bull, the man judges Suho to be an exceptionally strong awakener, further confirming Suho's altered reality. This assessment underscores the potential power Suho possesses and hints at the world's magical properties. The man directly inquires about Suho's traveling companions, immediately shifting the focus to his potential alliances or the lack thereof. This question suggests a potential threat or a need for additional information about Suho's resources. Chuliang, tasked with finding a cow, stands before two armed men. Their concern is palpable as they search the desolate landscape. One asks if the cow is nearby. Alone, Chuliang searches for his phone, wondering if he dropped it during a fall. His anxiety builds as he realizes the seriousness of the situation. He finds his phone hidden in the tall grass. The simplicity of this action contrasts with the gravity of the situation, hinting at a potential resolution or further complications soon. The two men, having found the cow, assess its state. It's immobile. Their assessment confirms their initial concerns and foreshadows a potentially difficult task ahead. The men discuss the logistical challenges of moving the cow, acknowledging the time and effort involved in butchering and transporting it, considering the presence of wild animals. The sheer practicality highlights the harshness of their environment. A young man, perched atop a boulder, politely calls out, "Excuse me." Two villagers, one armed with a rifle and the other a knife, eye him with suspicion. Their apprehension is palpable. One villager, Ko Yang, nervously explains to his companion, "We do have one in our village, but..." His concern is evident. The other villager warns, "Chuliang, be careful with what you say." The villager's worried expression intensifies as he reveals, there are women and children in the village, so... The weight of his unspoken concerns hangs heavy in the air. The implications are clear, bringing the young man to their village could be dangerous. The young man effortlessly lifts a hefty bull, showcasing unexpected strength. The villagers stare in stunned disbelief. This seemingly simple act shatters their preconceived notions. With a confident smirk, the young man states, "I'll move this for you, so please lend me your phone." His request, following his demonstration of power, shifts the dynamic entirely. It's no longer a threat, but a negotiation. The villagers face starvation unless they retrieve their stolen bull. A stern-faced man, his concern etched deeply, reminds them of the dire consequences of inaction. The villagers' plight is revealed. Nomads, falsely claiming to be travelers, infiltrated their village, stole their bull, and plundered their homes. With urgency, a young man urges action, prompting a decision to pursue the thieves. The pursuit begins. The villagers mount a motorcycle, the younger man holding on tightly as they speed off after the thieves who stole the bull. One man confidently remarks on the impossibility of the thieves keeping up on foot while carrying the heavy animal. Their confidence is shattered. The bull, unexpectedly, is seen running effortlessly alongside their motorcycle, defying their expectations. A runaway bull charges, scattering onlookers. One young man, caught in its path, is tossed aside with a powerful thud. Two men watch in stunned disbelief, one sputtering, "Unbelievable." The sheer force of the bull's unexpected power is palpable. The young man is launched into the air, a dramatic silhouette against the bright sky, the bull's momentum carrying him aloft. From a distance, another figure observes, exclaiming, "It's Uncle Jeonseong." A question immediately arises: what is that beside them? The visual shows a large beast of burden and a motorcycle, a jarring juxtaposition suggesting a strange blend of old and new. A man is pursued by armed men on a motorcycle with a sidecar. He's clinging to a large bull for dear life as they race across a sun-drenched field. The speed is blurring the background. An older man, his face etched with alarm, exclaims, "What is going on? Why is the gate broken?" His surprise speaks to the unusual nature of the events unfolding. The explanation arrives: they all went to rescue Hyun. The urgency in the statement emphasizes the seriousness of the situation. The name Hyun is now a key piece of the unfolding narrative. Adding to the escalating chaos, a man explains that a winged beast suddenly appeared. This revelation introduces a supernatural element, dramatically shifting the context from a simple chase. Amidst the chaos, Jongmyeon Hyunnim directs the frantic evacuation, quickly escape to the cave. The scene explodes with fiery destruction, their desperation is palpable as they flee towards safety. This panel reveals a new location, the cave, and establishes the gravity of the threat. Panic grips the scene as a man desperately cries out, "Hyun." The urgency in his voice underscores a sudden, dangerous event. The chaos intensifies. A young girl, Hyun, lies amidst the flames of an inferno, a clear victim of the unfolding disaster. The cry of Hyun rings out again, highlighting the immediate threat to her life. A man, his face etched with grim determination, demands, "Where did that winged creature take Hyun?" The question confirms the presence of a monstrous, airborne abductor and establishes the immediate objective: rescue. A villager points towards a rocky mountain range. "It went over that rocky mountain," he declares, giving a concrete direction for the rescue mission, narrowing the search area. A plea for help echoes across the desolate landscape of South Joseon. A man, armed and kneeling, addresses a young man calmly perched atop a water buffalo. The urgency in their request is palpable. The young man, exhibiting a weary acceptance, simply replies, "Okay." His response, though seemingly simple, hints at a deeper burden of responsibility he has silently shouldered. Suddenly, a powerful force assaults him, sending him plummeting through the air. Feathers, dark as night, scatter in his wake, a visual testament to the unseen force that struck. The narrative reveals the attacker, an awakener from South Joseon, a fellow nomad. The implications of this encounter, a clash between those with extraordinary powers, are immediately clear. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of feathers and wind, marks the passage of a powerful creature. The monstrous bear lunges, its gaping maw a terrifying testament to its raw power. A man cries out, "That crazy bear!" The beast's ferocity is palpable. The man barely evades the bear's brutal attack, he narrowly escapes its claws, kicking the ground as he leaps aside. His desperate action is a testament to the danger he's facing. The force of the near miss sends him sprawling, a pained "ugh" escaping his lips as the ground rushes up to meet him. The impact is jarring. A searing pain shot through his head, causing Kim Chulyeon to clutch at his temples. Electric blue energy crackled around him, a stark contrast to the agony twisting his features. His phone lay shattered in his hand, the screen a spiderweb of cracks. Despair etched itself onto his face as he muttered, "What should I do?" A winged creature, the source of his current predicament, flashed into his mind, a vision of blazing wings and fiery destruction. The image left him utterly speechless. "Hyunnim, what if we followed it?" Chief Jongmyeon, taking a small group, decided to pursue the mysterious creature. A heavy foot came down, the impact a sharp tack, as it crushed something beneath. The man, thrown backward by the force, landed hard, a pained kgh, escaping his lips. A blur of motion, a dark shape lunged, claws extended, a ferocious twang, accompanying the deadly strike. Blood sprayed. "Hey! You crazy bear bastard," the man snarled, knife flashing, as he charged a massive, enraged bear. Two accomplices followed, their faces grim. The bear's massive paw sent one man flying with a pained cry of "Arg!" The remaining man, shouting, "Mansiob, retreat," desperately fought to defend himself. The ferocity of the bear is undeniable. "There's no way we can win against that crazy bear," one man yelled, fear evident in his voice. "Still, we can't run away just because of that. We might die before we can find Heian." A desperate cry of "Dodge" was cut short as a swipe from the bear sent one man sprawling, blood spraying onto the grass. Their desperate struggle against the bear continues. Panic grips the group as one member cries out, "We really might die if this continues." Two figures are shown, already injured and tumbling through the undergrowth, a clear indication of their desperate plight. A monstrous shadow looms, a colossal bear with burning red eyes materializing amidst the trees. The leader's grim determination is palpable as he states, "We can't lose any more people." The dire situation has escalated, demanding immediate and decisive action. A warning cry pierces the air, "Leader, dodge!" The urgency of the moment hangs heavy, and the leader, already wounded, braces himself for the impending attack. Close up on the leader's face, a mixture of fear and grim resolve etched on his features. The strain is evident, survival hangs by a thread. A blinding flash and a vortex of chaotic energy mark the impact of the bear's attack. The scene is obscured by the intense energy release, the outcome of the confrontation left uncertain. A whirlwind of black feathers erupts as the figure, a blur of motion, executes a devastating maneuver. The force of his movement sends opponents sprawling. The attacker lands, a dark silhouette against a soft, ethereal light. Feathers drift down like snowflakes around him, revealing a pair of impressive black wings. He stands over his subdued foes, their fear palpable. One of them gasps, "WH, who are you?" The question hangs heavy in the air. A nearby man, assessing the scene, states grimly, "It looks like she was taken to the winged one's nest, somewhere on the mountain, but..." His colleague groans in pain, the narrative subtly shifting focus to the aftermath and the wider implications of the encounter. The mystery deepens. A man clutches a small vial, his face etched with alarm. "Something's..." He begins, his voice trailing off as a ripple of shimmering energy emanates from the vial. A bystander watches, clearly perplexed. A young man, moving with surprising speed and power, launches a swift, powerful kick. The force of the blow is depicted by a series of motion lines, suggesting immense impact. The onlookers react with stunned disbelief. One man exclaims, "Whoa," his expression mirroring the shock of the moment. Another murmurs a wordless expression of awe, "Damn." The events of the previous moments are clearly beyond their comprehension. The young man stands over a massive bear, now motionless. He speaks calmly, "Hey, open your eyes," his voice carrying an undercurrent of something more than just concern. The bear's still body and the slight twitch of its tongue suggests it's not quite dead yet. A large bear lies wounded, its tongue lolling out, blood staining the grass. A single, guttural "guh" escapes its lips. A system message confirms, the bear has been tamed. Nearby onlookers are stunned, whispering, "Did he just tame that bear?" The man who tamed the bear grins, a fierce glint in his eyes. "Let's go get revenge," he declares. Two men meet, urgency etched on their faces. One demands, "John Myung, why did you come here?" The other, equally distressed, cries out, "Hyungnam, where's Heian?" He turns, a plea in his eyes as he addresses a shadowy figure partially obscured by a large, dark wing. "So keep your promise, okay?" The weight of expectation hangs heavy in the air. A surge of energy erupts. He's launched skyward, a figure silhouetted against a vibrant green field, arcing through the air, propelled by an unseen force. A man kneels, defeated, a knife clattering to the ground beside him. His companions watch, their faces etched with surprise and a dawning recognition. If it's him, then Heian. The revelation hangs unspoken, but understood by all. The cave mouth yawned open, revealing a gruesome scene. A monstrous, black dragon, its scales shimmering with an unnatural darkness, stood amidst a horrifying pile of bones. Its maw, stained crimson, gaped open in a silent roar. The stench of death hung heavy in the air. A young woman, her clothes torn and stained, sat alone amidst the skeletal remains, her eyes wide with terror and grief. The sheer scale of the carnage around her spoke volumes of the dragon's ruthless power. Tears streamed down her face as the girl collapsed, her body racked with sobs. The weight of her ordeal was clearly visible. A monstrous dragon descended, its roar echoing through the desolate landscape. The sheer size and ferocity of the beast foreshadowed impending devastation. The dragon clashed with a colossal bear, their battle shaking the very foundations of the earth. The impact of their struggle was palpable, a brutal display of primal power. The bear, seemingly victorious, stood amidst the carnage, a powerful eagle soaring above, its sharp gaze scanning the battlefield. The ensuing conflict has altered the balance of power in this wild land. A wounded wyvern, its scales shimmering with an ethereal blue light, unleashes a torrent of energy. The raw power surges outward, a breathtaking display of primal force. A system scan reveals the creature's vital statistics, a young, injured wyvern with diminished dimensional energy. "So you're a wyvern," a voice observes, the speaker's identity yet unknown. The unseen combatant retaliates with swift, brutal force. He channels the beast's own ferocity, transforming into a monstrous, powerful form. A fierce clash erupts. The warrior, now augmented, unleashes a devastating blow, a burst of energy that explodes outwards, marking a decisive shift in the fight's momentum. The girl, alone on a desolate beach strewn with skeletal remains, trembled as a monstrous wave crashed nearby. Terror etched itself onto her face. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered, "Who are you?" Her voice, barely audible above the crashing waves, betrayed her profound fear and confusion. A young man, his features sharp and determined, emerged from the shadows. He observed the scene with a calculating gaze, commenting, "Its dimensional energy is quite a bit higher than mine." His words suggested both appraisal and a potential plan forming in his mind, centered on the creature responsible for the girl's plight. He mused, would it be possible to tame it? The question hinted at the knowledge of a system for taming such powerful beasts. A system interface materialized, revealing a specific taming protocol. For beasts whose dimensional energy is 100 points higher, it is possible to tame them once their constitution is below 10. The man's eyes widened in realization, it's possible. He now possesses the knowledge and the confidence to subdue the creature, offering a glimmer of hope for the terrified girl. The warrior unleashed a devastating blow, a whirlwind of motion ending in a crimson spray as he connected with his monstrous foe. He sent the wyvern reeling, but a scan reveals its constitution remains stubbornly high at 16%. The warrior's eyes blaze with desperate fury. "Kill it," he screams, his voice raw with exertion. His desperate attack fails. Defeated, he cries out, "I can't kill it." A massive grizzly bear swiped at Kangshul, sending him sprawling across the grassy field. The ferocity of the attack is evident in the bear's bared teeth and the man's desperate tumble. Kangshul's cry of alarm, a desperate Kangshul, echoes the sheer terror of his situation. His wide eyes and open mouth betray his vulnerability. A shadowy claw descends, signaling the imminent end of his struggle. He is defenseless. A group of armed assailants emerges from the trees, their expressions grim. Their sudden appearance suggests a more complex threat than just the bear. The question mark above them highlights the unexpected turn of events. A massive bear, its claws dripping with blood, swipes at two men in dark suits. One is sent sprawling with a pained cook, as the other struggles to fend off the beast's ferocious attack. The scene is one of desperate struggle against overwhelming force. The bear's attack intensifies. Its massive claws rake across the men as another pained arg echoes through the clearing. This brutal assault underlines the sheer power and danger of their opponent. One man, wounded and bleeding, stares at the bear with grim resignation. He speaks, acknowledging the dire situation, "It's already too late to save Heian. There's no way that winged creature kept her alive this long." His words reveal the urgency of the situation and a hidden narrative thread concerning Heian's fate. The man, recognizing the futility of further resistance, makes a harsh decision. "It's frustrating, but we have to run," he declares, accepting their defeat for now to preserve themselves for future action. The bear's immense paw looms large, a terrifying silhouette against the light, signifying both imminent danger and the agent's desperate flight. Their escape is depicted by the swift, emphatic motion lines. A powerful gust of wind, a sudden and violent force, sent the man sprawling. He was thrown backward, completely unprepared for the attack. With a swift, brutal movement, he retaliated. A powerful kick connected with the creature, sending it tumbling through the air. The force of the blow was evident in the scattered feathers. His face, contorted in shock and pain, revealed the impact of the unexpected attack. His companions watched in stunned silence, their expressions mirroring his own terror. The threat was clear, imminent, and far more powerful than anticipated. He stared, speechless, at the source of the chaos. The sheer unnatural power on display left him utterly bewildered. What the hell is that? The question hung in the air, a testament to his disbelief. He arrived, compelled by Chuliong's urgent plea for assistance. His immediate concern? The whereabouts of Hien. Assessing the situation, he notes the severity of someone's injuries and offers a healing potion. The implication is clear: Hien's location is unknown, and a dangerous threat emerges from the shadows. With a swift, powerful kick, he sends the massive bear crashing to the ground, demonstrating exceptional combat prowess. A large bear lies lifeless on the ground, blood staining its fur. Its dimensional energy registers at 448, its constitution at a mere 80. A young man, his expression one of concern, addresses the fallen beast. "Get up," he commands. "Bow down and come with me." His tone suggests a power imbalance, a master commanding a subject. The command is obeyed, surprisingly. The bear, now seemingly alive, rises, though wounded. Its size dwarfs the man, a stark contrast to their previous interaction. A close-up on the bear's face reveals the information box that previously detailed its stats. This time, the name Ilgam appears. We learn that despite his former reign atop the mountain, a winged creature dethroned him, stealing his territory and wounding his pride. The man walks away as the bear stands defeated. A quick visual establishes the bear's submissive posture while dark lines radiate from it, suggesting the man's power over the beast. "So that's why you were so upset, huh?" he observes, a hint of understanding in his words. John Myung and another man, Hyungnam, watched in disbelief as Dongchul fled the scene, leaving a motorcycle behind. Their alarm was palpable. Hyungnam's face betrayed his shock and confusion. The question hanging in the air was clear: what had just transpired? Their astonishment deepened as they grappled with the implications of Dongchul's actions. The weight of the unknown hung heavy. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Dongchul found himself fleeing a massive, enraged bear. The immediate danger was undeniable. A powerful burst of energy erupted from Dongchul's foot as he struck the ground, demonstrating a hidden, potent ability. Hien, wings outstretched, plummets earthward, a dark silhouette against the vibrant green landscape. A desperate plea escapes a man's lips, his hands clasped in supplication. "Please. Hien." His anguish underscores the gravity of the situation. "Dad." A young woman, tears streaming down her face, utters a choked whisper, her grief palpable. The scene is grim and unsettling. Terror gripped the young girl as a monstrous, snarling beast loomed over her, its jagged teeth bared in a terrifying display of predatory intent. The air crackled with the creature's raw power. From the shadow depths, a colossal, winged shadow descended, its presence eclipsing even that of the first beast. This new predator was even more formidable, its scales shimmering with an ominous power. A man's eyes snapped open, one a fiery red, the other a piercing dark. A surge of immense power emanated from him, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding before him. This was no ordinary man, he was a force to be reckoned with. With a blur of motion, the man launched a furious counterattack, his strike aimed at the heart of the menacing beast. A resounding quack marked his decisive blow, the visual language reflecting the power behind the strike. He unleashed a devastating blow, sending the monstrous creature sprawling with a bone-jarring impact. The force of the strike reverberated through the very earth. The dragon, wounded and reeling, crashed into the ground, its massive form sending tremors through the landscape. Its clawed foot scrabbled at the earth, tearing up huge chunks of rock as it struggled to regain its footing. "I'll rescue you, so stay here and don't move," the young man declared, his eyes burning with determination. His companion, clearly shaken, could only stammer, "What?" The dragon, having recovered somewhat, lowered its head menacingly, its gaze fixed on the two. A colossal, obsidian dragon descended from the heavens, its shadow eclipsing the landscape. The creature's malevolent gaze, sharp as shards of glass, fixed on its prey. Ielgam's face contorted in a snarl of pure hatred. His words, a guttural whisper of vengeance, sliced through the air. "I want to crush that long-headed bastard." Ielgam's rage, a potent force, reached a breaking point. The narration states plainly, his hostility crossed the line. With a furious roar, Ielgam launched himself at the dragon, his body a blur of motion. The clash was inevitable. A powerful kick connects, sending the cloaked figure sprawling. Blood splatters across the ground as the monstrous foot retracts. Ielgam, urged to lead the way, sprints forward, a monstrous bear beside him. The urgency is palpable. Observers witness not only the bear's obedience, but Ielgam's ability to transform, a shocking revelation. A wounded dragon, wings battered, rises from the turbulent sea. The scene shifts to a new location, the stakes rising further. A powerful blow sends the monstrous creature sprawling. Blood sprays across the icy ground as it crashes. Despair grips the fighter. "I can't kill it," he cries, his voice filled with the agony of his struggle. With a desperate plea, "Ielgam, return," the warrior summons aid, a blue energy surging around him as a smaller, reptilian creature materializes below. A sharp crack echoes as the wyvern constitution is activated. It's time. He plunges downwards, a fierce determination etched on his face, shouting tame, as he makes his descent. Emergency recovery. The young man is thrown violently from the air, the force of the impact evident as he plummets towards the water. A dark shadow briefly appears beneath him before vanishing, suggesting an intervention. The immense, dark form of a dragon emerges from the churning water, its power evident in the sheer size and motion. The creature is clearly distressed. He has successfully tamed the beast. Riding atop the dragon's back, the young man surveys his surroundings from above, ready to proceed. A young man, eyes narrowed with determination, stands amidst a swirling vortex of ethereal blue light. The energy crackles around him, a tangible manifestation of his inner power. The scene shifts dramatically. A man, his face etched with regret, utters a broken apology, "Dad is sorry." His son, Heian, lies injured nearby, a grim reminder of the consequences. A dark silhouette cuts across the night sky. The cry, "Look over there!" Isn't that the winged, hangs heavy in the air, a shared recognition of a looming threat. A group of armed men, their faces grim, prepare for battle. "I'm gonna kill it," one shouts, a declaration of defiance against the unseen predator. The metallic clang of weapons emphasizes their readiness. High above, two figures ride a colossal, obsidian dragon through the night sky. One exclaims, "Aren't those people on top of the winged creatures?" The other confirms, "That's right. People are riding them." A man, his face etched with worry and surprise, bellows, "Heian." Below, a group huddles around a bonfire, their faces shadowed. A figure emerges, proclaiming, "I'm the Dragon Knight." His words are followed by a roar as he rides his dragon towards the crowd. "Kaya haha. Hold on tight." The Dragon Knight, now aloft, calmly consumes a piece of roasted meat. He comments, since it was tamed, its friendliness towards others is much higher, as long as the other party isn't its enemy. The aerial assault by the wyvern horde from Mtibektu was devastating, but the combined forces of China and Russia managed to decimate the majority of the creatures. One wyvern, however, escaped the carnage, wounded and starving. Its desperation led it to a village, where it abducted a child. Seeking sustenance, the creature subsequently discovered Ielgam's cave, a surprising refuge filled with the bear's ample food stores. The sheer scale of the ongoing threat is laid bare, waves of monstrous, many-eyed creatures continue their relentless advance. The question of how to effectively counter this unending tide hangs heavy in the air. A desperate journey continues. A mother and child, among a group of refugees, press onward toward the Chinese border. Hunger gnaws at the young child, while the father urges the group to maintain their focus amidst the overwhelming adversity. Their numbers, once over 400 people from each region, have dwindled to a mere 60 in the 2 years since they settled in this new land. The vast territory, while offering a refuge, is simultaneously a source of vulnerability. The sheer scale of the land makes the defense against monsters overwhelming, a stark contrast to the comparatively smaller threats in their homeland. The harsh reality of their displacement weighs heavily. So much land is lost to monsters daily, the very survival of Asia is threatened. To survive, they must consolidate. Finding a larger, stronger group means joining forces, but such alliances always come with a price. A room has been prepared on the second floor for Hyungnim. It's not luxurious, but adequate for rest. The men acknowledge their benefactor, revealing that their gratitude has persisted for a considerable time. One man protests, downplaying the significance of their continued support. The scene expands, revealing a large crowd gathered before a powerful, shadowy figure who stands in defiance against the awe-inspiring presence of a colossal black dragon. The benefactor's power is underscored. The crowd proclaims him their benefactor, their debt of gratitude immense and unwavering. He dismisses their thanks. With a flourish, the benefactor unleashes a shower of crimson magic crystals, solidifying his mysterious power and hinting at a greater story to come. He smiled, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "Use it when you need help in the future," he said, offering a parting gift. The young man stood before a colossal, obsidian dragon, its presence hinting at the vast power he now commanded. With a final wave, he mounted the beast. "Let's meet again," he called out to unseen companions, the dragon taking flight with a powerful surge of speed, leaving a trail of wind and dust in its wake. The news report flashed across the screen, a grim update on the ongoing conflict. This morning, there was another battle between the surviving wyvern and the Russian Air Force, the anchor stated, the image showing a fiery clash between the mythical beast and modern weaponry. This is a flash report. Moments ago, a portal opened unexpectedly on Banpo Bridge, unleashing 2 monstrous fire ants. The ensuing chaos has plunged the bridge into pandemonium. A figure, moving with impossible speed, cuts through the chaos. Could it be Lee Sung-woo? Lee Sung-woo, alongside the Scylla Guild, arrives to confront the threat. Lee Sung-woo's unparalleled swordsmanship saved a life amidst a deadly scene in Korea. The sheer speed astounded observers, prompting questions about the world's #1 swordsman's presence in Korea and the motives of a traitorous individual. The Dragon Knight, a mysterious figure, aided Russia's tank forces during a raid against scorpion monsters. His participation highlights the increasingly complex global conflict involving powerful individuals. Recent news reports reveal that the Dragon Knight, astride a wyvern, engaged in battle. This update adds another layer to the escalating conflict and showcases the emergence of powerful, previously unknown combatants. Park Soo-ho's incredible display of power, combining wyvern fire with a tornado, has sparked awe and debate. His godlike abilities raise questions about the validity of Lee Sung-woo's top ranking. Lee Sung-woo's recent interview, gaining significant attention following his unexpected appearance at Banpo Bridge, has ignited controversy. The upcoming footage will undoubtedly shed more light on this increasingly volatile situation. Park Soo-ho, a man known for his taming skills and dubbed the Tornado God, is the subject of intense scrutiny. Lee Sung-woo presses for details, revealing that Soo-ho fled to Korea anticipating Sung-woo's arrival, fearing exposure. The shocking truth is unveiled: Soo-ho's extraordinary skills, showcased in numerous videos, were all fabricated. A YTC News interview featuring Lee Sung-woo sparks heated online debate. The live chat explodes with speculation regarding Russia's involvement and the authenticity of Soo-ho's abilities. Many viewers believe Lee Sung-woo's claims hold weight. Soo-ho, watching the broadcast, reacts with a surge of purple energy emanating from his hand, confirming the immense power he still possesses despite the deception. A challenge is issued: prove yourself by stopping the circus and taking the main stage. The weight of the words hangs heavy, hinting at a high-stakes competition or a desperate plea for intervention. A wyvern, wounded and bleeding, crashes to the earth in a flurry of motion. The ferocity of the attack is palpable. This is no mere skirmish. A rider commands their bear, launching a counterattack. The command cancel fuse suggests a desperate attempt to sever a dangerous connection or unleash a powerful, potentially risky ability. The wyvern's constitution is critically low, only 9%, as it smashes against a rock face, demonstrating the effectiveness of the previous attack and the imminent defeat of the beast. A wyvern, its scales darken with injury, crashes to the earth with a deafening thwack. The impact sends tremors through the ground. A system interface flashes. The wyvern's constitution is at 24%, wounds healing at 56%. Moments later, the interface updates. Constitution is now 68%, wounds 88%. Its regenerative abilities are clearly impressive. A young man, his face etched with urgency, shouts, "Fly," at the recovering beast. With a powerful surge, the wyvern launches itself into the air, a trail of churning water marking its ascent. The sounds of rushing water are everywhere. The young man clings precariously to the wyvern's back as they soar through the sky, the water cascading down around them. A colossal shadow, a dragon of immense size and power, descended from the heavens, its scales shimmering as it cleaved through the air, leaving a trail of sparkling azure water. A group of armed men stood poised, their rifles trained on a dark alleyway, their leader at the center. The air crackled with anticipation. The dragon's shadow loomed over the city, casting long, ominous streaks across the buildings below. The urgent cry of emergency. "Emergency," echoed, followed by the command, "Riflemen, prepare for battle." Their leader, a man of stern countenance, bellowed a desperate command, "Don't shoot." Confusion rippled through the ranks of his men. "What's wrong, leader?" they questioned, weapons still raised. Heian, perched atop a magnificent, obsidian dragon, soars through the twilight sky. The awe in the observer's voice is palpable as they exclaim, "It's Heian! Heian is riding it!" The dragon's powerful wings beat, stirring a maelstrom of wind and shadow as it descends. Below, a crowd of onlookers watches in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of fear and wonder at this unprecedented sight. The dragon, now landed, is surrounded by children, their laughter echoing through the air as they climb onto its massive back. A nearby observer comments on the creature's taming, revealing a crucial detail: "Once a creature is tamed, I can see its past." This suggests a deeper connection between taming and the ability to uncover a creature's history. A lone dragon, a runt of its litter, lags far behind its horde. Its survival is a stroke of luck, a consequence of its distance from the main pack. The villagers, faces full of gratitude, feast heartily. Their benefactor, a man of action, provided them with food, repaired their homes, and tended to their injuries. The man reflects on simpler times, a period of shared hardship but also of community and mutual support. The present starkly contrasts with those memories. As survival grew increasingly difficult, more and more people fled to the continent, seeking refuge. Thousands once lived this nomadic life. However, that number has dwindled due to food scarcity, animal attacks, and the threat of looters. The crisis struck as they were preparing to move. The situation had become unbearable. However, Beijing is protected by multiple defensive barriers. For the refugees, reaching that place alive is their only hope. A day will come when the refugees from the north will fall under the Soho territory's responsibility. A young man, seemingly unfazed by the monstrous shadow of a dragon looming behind him, calmly states, "It's fine. I have somewhere to go." His resolve speaks volumes against the ominous backdrop. Inside, a man instructs his subordinate, Chuliang, "Bring one of the red stone hand phones from my room." The urgency in his voice hints at the importance of these devices. The young man examines a sleek phone, commenting, "Its satellite connection and navigation are pretty good." This seemingly mundane action underscores his preparedness for an unknown journey. With a surge of energy, the young man conjures a glowing orb of light in his palm, the power crackling around him. This display of latent ability hints at the extraordinary nature of his mission. A group of men gasp in awe as Chuliang reveals a collection of brilliant red stones. This is. Aren't they red stones? Such valuable things, their exclamation highlights the significance of these stones. The scene sets the stage for a dangerous quest. With a final thank you, the young man soared into the sky, his obsidian dragon effortlessly lifting them above the cheering crowd. "Have a good journey," someone called out, their words swallowed by the wind as they ascended. "Let's go to England," he declared, the dragon's powerful wings beating a rhythm against the air as they initiated their transatlantic flight. News reports detailed a devastating event. A horde of wyverns, terrifyingly controlled by an awakener, had been annihilated near Mount Baekdu by the combined forces of Russia and China. But the video evidence of the awakener controlling the wyverns, a spectacle witnessed by many, was rapidly going viral. Public excitement over the appearance of a dragon knight was palpable, a wave of hope amidst the recent terror. The news anchor's query hung heavy in the air: "Shall we watch the viral video?" The Banpo Bridge. From a vantage point high above, a chaotic scene unfolds. Giant spiders descend upon the roadway, cars scattering in panic amidst a surge of blue energy. On the bridge, the pandemonium intensifies. A helicopter appears, its occupants shouting in disbelief. On the access road, on Banpo Bridge. Camera, camera. The question hangs in the air: who is responsible for this? Inside a monitoring room, a collective gasp. Whoa! Isn't that Lee Sung-woo? The number one hero has arrived. The tension shifts to a search, a frantic where? The world-ranking hero Lee Sung-woo's unexpected appearance on Banpo Bridge is confirmed. The narrative emphasizes his swift action. Lee Sung-woo, a whirlwind of motion, confronts two monstrous creatures. He dispatches them efficiently within 10 minutes, his skill evident in the swiftness of the action. Shinla forces are also present, their engagements subtle but effective. The Dragon Knight, having captured global attention, joins the Russian military's tank division in Siberia for a scorpion monster raid. Simultaneously, S-rank tamers Sylvia arrives at Moscow airport, and the taming awakeners assemble in Siberia, all because of the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight, now actively engaged alongside the Russian Air Force, battles a colossal ogre. The intensity of the conflict is palpable. The very earth trembles under the might of both combatants. A flash news report explodes across the screen. Lee Sung-woo, the world's #1 tamer, attacks Park Soo-ho. The image shows Sung-woo, his expression grim, surrounded by flashing cameras, the weight of the situation heavy in the air. The ensuing interrogation of Lee Sung-woo is intense. He is pressed for answers, accused of openly targeting Park Soo-ho. The question of why he came to Korea hangs heavy, unanswered, amidst the clamoring press. A woman in a sharp business suit levels a steely gaze at the unseen subject. Her declaration cuts through the air: "I came to prove that his skills are all a scam." This is no mere professional disagreement, this is an accusation of fraud aimed at a powerful figure, setting the stage for a significant confrontation. The accusation is amplified. Park Soo-ho, the target, is publicly branded as merely a common tamer, his abilities never subjected to professional scrutiny. This reveals a critical vulnerability: Soo-ho's authority rests on an unverified foundation, easily challenged. The visual is a wide shot of Soo-ho, a striking figure standing defiantly before a crowd, visually suggesting his authority despite the accusations. A journalist intervenes, observing the palpable tension between the accuser and Soo-ho. His question, "Is there anything you would like to say to Mr. Park Soo-ho?" perfectly highlights the conflict and sets the stage for Soo-ho's response, or lack thereof. The looming confrontation is palpable. The scene explodes into kinetic action. A colossal, monstrous creature bursts forth, its descent punctuated by the Korean onomatopoeia, a visual and auditory depiction of its powerful arrival. The creature's raw power foreshadows a dramatic turn in the events. A man and a young girl walk hand in hand through a dimly lit crowd, their faces etched with apprehension. The weight of unspoken anxieties hangs heavy in the air. A man, surrounded by reporters, vehemently denies accusations of a scam. His question, "A scam? What do you mean by that?" reveals a desperate attempt to maintain control amidst mounting suspicion. The situation is rapidly escalating. Park Soo-ho, his reputation soaring after a victory against the world champion, now enjoys a surprisingly cordial relationship with President Gorbachev of Russia. The image depicts a chaotic burst of celebratory confetti, hinting at the magnitude of his success. Unable to contact their associate, two men exchange worried glances. The words, "We also can't reach him," hang heavy in the air, revealing a growing sense of unease and the gravity of the situation. He's been calling daily. Even the persistent calls are starting to wear on him. Their expeditions haven't yielded anything. The pressure is mounting, as other teams are finding more loot, and Suho Hyungnam's overseas activities add to the frustration. Level 7 dungeons are appearing with increasing frequency. The world is clamoring for Suho Hyungnam. His current living situation is hardly what one would expect of such a renowned figure. Suho Hyungnam proposed constructing a protective wall, designating the area as Seoul's 13th district. This would include tax exemptions and bureau support for managing the easier dungeons. One man hesitates, voicing his uncertainty about a proposed alliance. His companion presses him, arguing that a simple agreement would have been preferable to this protracted debate. The first man reveals a deeper concern. He doubts their guild's ability to manage both their current responsibilities and the added burden of securing the 13th area and its level 7 dungeons simultaneously. The scene shifts dramatically. A violent confrontation unfolds, showcasing the brutal realities of conflict. The dialogue underscores the high stakes. Acceptance of the risky proposal means fighting for survival against overwhelming odds. The narrative zooms out, offering geopolitical context. Korea faces significant challenges due to the escalating conflict in the Leungsan-Wuchul and the 13th area, yet, a critical individual, Hyungnam, is pursuing a separate agenda. Park Suho, en route to a meeting, receives a call. The caller asks if he's in the red car, a detail confirming their location and implying a shared urgency. The caller points out 3 stone golems tailing Suho's vehicle, highlighting an immediate threat. The visual emphasizes the golem's pursuit. Suho assures the caller he'll handle the golems, demonstrating confidence and competence. The caller expresses gratitude, acknowledging his proactive approach. A ferocious roar erupts as the stone golems attack, confirming the imminent danger. Their aggressive advance underscores the immediate threat. A massive fist smashes through a red jeep, the impact a thunderous quang that sends debris flying. The force is immense, leaving behind a trail of destruction. The stone golem is sent sprawling, its body cracking under the blow. The sheer power of the attack is evident in the way the creature is hurled across the battlefield. From the air, a figure descends, wings of shadow and scale, unleashing a fire tornado. The fiery vortex engulfs the remaining golems. Another golem is crushed, its stony form shattering under the inferno's heat. The battle's tide has decisively turned. He unleashes a wave of searing flames, incinerating the monstrous claws that had lunged at him. The raw power is palpable, the air itself shimmering with heat. With a swift, brutal kick, he shatters another clawed hand, the impact echoing through the debris-strewn battlefield. These creatures, despite their imposing size, prove surprisingly vulnerable. He assesses the situation, a thoughtful expression replacing the fierce concentration of the previous moments. They're weaker than they look, he observes. Is it because of their low level? His words reveal a system of power levels inherent to this world's creatures. A figure in a trench coat stands across the street, observing him. Professor Toddler, the young man questions, to which the older man calmly replies, "Yes, I'm Dr. Toddler." The introduction of Dr. Toddler hints at a deeper mystery and a potential mentor/student dynamic. The man, eyes wide behind his glasses, snaps a picture of a monstrous, artistic wyvern. "So that's the famous tattoo wyvern," he exclaims, his voice a mix of awe and disbelief. "It was only a short moment, but I could feel the aura of the Dragon Knight," the man observes, still visibly shaken by the encounter. He then adds, "Anyway, thank you for saving my life, Sir Dragon Knight." A different man, smoothly dressed, approaches. "You must be using a good Korean translator," he asks, his tone suggesting a degree of skepticism but also perhaps admiration. The other man confirms, "When I heard you were coming, I bought an expensive one." The scene shifts dramatically. A ravaged, desolate landscape stretches before them, the remains of a once great city. "But is this really London?" one of the men asks, his voice tinged with alarm. The other replies grimly, "It's a complete mess." The fallen form of a massive, dark wyvern lies amidst the debris, adding to the scene's bleakness. A red jeep sits parked nearby. As the sun begins to set, casting long shadows across the ruined city, the second man adds, "When the sun goes down, this place becomes even more dangerous." The increasing darkness amplifies the sense of unease and impending threat. "Then, shall we get going?" the man asked, his gaze fixed on the other. Simultaneously, he ordered, Biryong, return. Go back home. Dismissing the young man as a powerful blue energy erupted behind him, summoning a fearsome dragon-like creature. A startled "oh" escaped the man in the coat as he watched the scene unfold, the summoned creature radiating immense power. What in the world, isn't that a wyvern? The man's voice was filled with disbelief as he finally recognized the creature, confirming their fears. You're right, it is. The one on the news. His companion replied, grimly acknowledging the immense threat they now faced. A red jeep speeds through a ruined cityscape, leaving a trail of dust and smoke. The observer marvels at the scene unfolding before them. Wow, to think I got to see it with my own eyes. This reveals the character's surprise and the chaotic state of the world. The jeep continues its high-speed journey. Another voice calmly observes, of course. You're the hottest topic in the world right now. This establishes the jeep's occupant as someone of significant, potentially dangerous, importance. The scene shifts to a broader view of the devastation, punctuated by the chilling observation, it's been a long time since the London of old disappeared. It's unfortunate. The speaker acknowledges the destruction, revealing a detached, almost callous perspective on the scale of the tragedy. A helicopter descends amidst the rubble, its arrival explained by the speaker. I came out to gather some materials I need for my research. Not long ago, there was a large-scale bombing in London. This reveals the speaker's motives and directly connects their actions to the city's destruction. The research hints at a deeper, potentially sinister purpose. A young man sits beside an older, bespectacled man in a car. The older man explains his research into creating a permanent teleportation portal, similar to the young man's existing Beast Farm portal. The older man continues, outlining the potential for global travel within minutes if the technology is successful. The young man, listening intently, simply murmurs that it sounds convenient. The conversation shifts. The young man politely inquires about the purpose of the meeting. A red jeep speeds away, leaving a trail of debris in its wake. The urgency is palpable, a sense of imminent danger hangs heavy in the air. The name Lee Sung-woo, Tornado God, appears, hinting at a powerful figure involved in the unfolding events. Park Juno, of the Soho Guild, receives a phone call from his director, a call that seems to cause him considerable concern. Juno's apprehension is evident. It's the bureau director again, signifying a recurring issue or escalating crisis. Just a few months ago, he wouldn't even meet his gaze. Now, this man, Soho Hyunnim, is constantly pestering him, almost daily. The shift is jarring. But Soho Hyunnim's value has skyrocketed. His friend is reacting to news reports about a level 7 dungeon appearing in Japan, creating widespread unease in Korea. The news reports highlight the public's anxiety and hope that the Soho Guild will be assigned to Area 13, a particularly dangerous zone. This places immense pressure and responsibility on Soho. His friend confirms that the director also believes Soho's guild is the best hope for dealing with this crisis. The weight of expectation is clearly evident on their faces. The immense pressure and the sudden surge in Soho's importance are finally registering with his friend, leading to a stunned reaction. The stakes have drastically increased. They are hoping to be selected for the advanced team when a level 7 dungeon appears. The anticipation is palpable, the stakes high. A colossal black dragon descends, its presence dominating the scene. Two men stand before it, dwarfed by its scale, yet seemingly unfazed. This marks a significant escalation in the narrative, foreshadowing major events to come. The lack of contact with Soho Hyunnim fuels a growing sense of unease. The men's concern underscores the danger they face and the gravity of the situation. A desolate cityscape, scarred by destruction, is revealed. A lone vehicle navigates the ruins, a stark visual representation of the world's precarious state. Mr. Park Seho arrived in London. The question hangs in the air, a subtle foreshadowing of the events to come. His arrival is confirmed, a greeting offered amidst the impending chaos. The warmth of the welcome is stark against the backdrop of what's about to unfold. Stone golems, immense and powerful, burst onto the scene, their sudden appearance disrupting the peaceful arrival. A winged dragon, equally formidable, descends from the sky, joining the fray. The scale of the threat becomes terrifyingly clear. Mr. Park Soho speeds away, the red jeep a tiny speck against the immense power of the creatures surrounding him. The chase is on. A colossal, fiery creature smashes through a city street, its rage evident in the way it sends a red pickup truck careening aside. The sheer force of its attack is palpable. A young man, seemingly caught off guard, cries out, "Fire fairy," as he unleashes a wave of golden light. His desperation is clear. The creature is struck, a wave of impact ripping across its form as it's thrown violently to the ground. The effect is immediate and decisive. A monstrous creature, its form like shattered stone, roars in furious defiance, its gaping maw a testament to its savage power. The very air crackles with its rage. A black dragon, immense and powerful, descends from the ravaged sky. Its shadow falls upon the devastated cityscape, highlighting the scale of the destruction. Below, a lone figure observes the scene. An older man, his face etched with concern, stares at his phone, a statement confirming the rumors swirling around the young man. He confirms the young man's extraordinary abilities. The dragon's immense power manifests as the air itself swirls and crackles, a vortex of chaotic energy. The young man stands defiant before the beast, while the older man observes the spectacle from a distance. The Russians mistook the creature for other wyverns, a misidentification stemming from an artist's depiction. The implications of this error remain unclear, but the question of the artist's identity hangs heavy in the air. A scientist, identified only as at toddler F-level 0, reveals a surprising fact: Naver's blood crystal translator is considered the best Korean translator available. This seemingly trivial detail hints at a deeper connection between technology, translation, and the unfolding events. The situation in England is dire, particularly in London. This terse assessment sets a bleak backdrop for the coming events, foreshadowing challenges and dangers. A surge of blue energy erupts, hinting at the imminent use of powerful abilities. The visual intensity suggests an escalating conflict and a shift towards direct confrontation. A beast summoning portal has appeared. An elderly man, his spectacles magnifying his alarm, identifies the ominous rift. Construction workers, initially bewildered, stare in disbelief as the portal fully materializes. Their confusion is palpable. A monstrous, chained dragon bursts forth, its roar echoing across the landscape. Two smaller wolf-like creatures are entangled with it. The raw power is evident. The workers, witnessing the spectacle, learn the beast farm explains the strange creature's presence. The initial terror gives way to a stunned acceptance. The elderly man and a younger companion discuss the creature's strength. The young man subtly reveals the power of the beast: it is a level 3 creature at minimum, implying a higher than expected threat. A man with glasses, a kind smile, and a neatly trimmed mustache extends a cordial greeting. "I also wish to meet you, Mr. Park Suho." This sets the stage for a significant interaction, introducing a key player into Park Suho's narrative. The map reveals England's new capital, New Dover. A crucial piece of world-building information is presented: the speaker's laboratory is situated in this newly established city, a detail that will likely impact the narrative's setting and possible future events. Amidst a fiery chaos of exploding helicopters, the narrator explains, "As a result, I was able to gather more than enough tissue samples and blood crystals from the dead monsters." This signifies a successful scientific endeavor, likely vital to the plot's advancement, that occurred before the current scene. Park Soho, his expression thoughtful, offers a deduction: the monster teleportation portals that sometimes appear probably work in a similar manner. This links the recent events with prior knowledge, implying an important discovery linking the monster's capabilities and the mechanics of teleportation within the story's world. The skies are choked with monstrous, winged creatures, a chilling prelude to the coming storm. The threat is clear: a crisis of unimaginable scale looms, one that demands immediate, unified action. Failure to prepare will leave humanity isolated and vulnerable. Inside a vehicle, a young man expresses concern, a subtle hint of doubt in his eyes. He questions if his earlier pronouncements were overly alarmist, perhaps revealing the deep weight of responsibility that he carries. A cataclysmic event unfolds. The sheer power is palpable, a violent upheaval tearing through the very fabric of reality. Park Suho, a figure of immense power, stands ready, twin blades held with lethal grace. His confident declaration underscores his readiness to face any challenge, suggesting the conflict is escalating to a personal level. Concern etched on their faces, two men discuss a recent development. He said he was going to England, one states, his voice laced with suspicion, so what is he doing over there? The other man's response is a simple, yet telling, whoa. This seemingly mundane conversation hints at a deeper mystery unfolding. The scene abruptly shifts, the peaceful diplomatic office replaced by a chaotic battle. A voiceover clarifies, being the advanced team for Level 7 dungeons is a different story. The stark contrast underscores the perilous nature of the protagonist's mission. A figure, seemingly unharmed amidst the chaos, rides a colossal, black dragon, soaring through a storm of debris and dark energy. The visual emphasizes the character's power and resilience in the face of overwhelming odds. Amidst the aerial battle, a quiet moment of reflection. A voice, perhaps the dragon rider's, speaks, "I'm truly happy right now." The juxtaposition with the preceding scene amplifies the emotional weight of this statement. The following question, "Is that so?" adds another layer of intrigue. Then you should have asked me to go there. Why come here? The young man's question hangs heavy in the air, a clear sign of his frustration with the older man beside him. Their tense exchange within the confines of the vehicle underscores a growing conflict. From the churning ocean depths, a colossal form breached the surface, the Korean word forkwa, a sound signifying immense power, echoing the creature's violent emergence. A man, eyes wide with terror, stared at a holographic display, his shock palpable. "It's a..." he gasped, the full realization dawning on him. The display confirmed his worst fears: humpback whale, sea level 2, constitution 18. The creature's classification was clear. His fear intensified as he recognized the true nature of the beast. "That's the megalodon," he shrieked, the name echoing the cataclysmic scale of the event. The jeep careened out of control, the driver's panicked cry echoing the imminent crash. As the jeep plunged towards the water, a command cut through the chaos: "Those in pursuit, try your best to rescue them." The urgency in the order was palpable. Two figures, clad in sleek, dark tactical gear, burst from the waves, a swift, determined response to the desperate call. "Acknowledged," one declared, their voice sharp and decisive. A woman, her expression a mix of weariness and determination, delegates a task. "Leave the toddler to me, go take care of the tentacular shark," she instructs, her words carrying the weight of urgency. Her colleague responds with a simple, "Thanks, bro." A man, clad in advanced diving gear, plummets into the inky depths. The word, bulbul, likely onomatopoeia for the sound of bubbling water, accompanies his descent. Underwater, a powerful beam of light cuts through the murky water, illuminating the diver as he confronts an unexpected sight. His face registers surprise. A vehicle, damaged and listing heavily, is submerged, its red paint barely visible amidst the swirling bubbles in water. The woman, now also underwater, swiftly approaches the damaged vehicle, her own light cutting through the darkness. She too seems surprised by the condition of the vessel. The sound of rushing water, represented by multiple instances of the Korean character, adds to the sense of urgency and potential danger. A colossal whale glides through the ocean depths, its immense form a testament to the power of nature. Suddenly, the tranquility is shattered. A monstrous shark, its teeth like daggers, attacks, the water churning with violence. The whale fights back, a desperate struggle for survival as the shark's jaws clamp down. A cataclysmic explosion of water and energy erupts, obscuring the scene in a chaotic maelstrom. The aftermath reveals a massive, fearsome creature, the megalpersalodon, emerging from the depths. Wait. There are people on the humpback whale's fin. A megalpersalodon D level 3 entity, strength 5647, an immature being. A massive megalodon lunges, jaws agape, towards its prey. That's a tornado. I saw that on YouTube. Fire Fairy. He unleashes a torrent of fiery energy. The colossal megalodon, a creature of myth made real, breached the surface, its escape a fiery spectacle witnessed by a horrified crowd and desperate gunmen. A fire tornado, a weapon of terrifying power, ensnared the beast, its desperate struggles futile against the inferno. A young man, his face grim, stands over a defeated figure. The question hangs heavy in the air: are you happy that you managed to get revenge for your mother? The weight of vengeance, and its cost, is clear. A fiery visage, a terrifying face composed entirely of raging flames, materialized in the sky. Its roar, a silent scream of pure power, echoed across the heavens. The aftermath of the fiery cataclysm is revealed: a luxurious home, perched precariously on the edge of a vast chasm. The scene speaks volumes about the scale of the destruction. Two men, calmly sipping tea at an outdoor cafe, witness a colossal whale breaching the ocean's surface, seemingly undisturbed by the devastation barely visible in the distance. Their quiet observation highlights the vast, unknowable power at work. Fortunately, he met you. The old man's words carry a weight of relief, hinting at a perilous situation averted by the protagonist's intervention. England is pushed to the edge of the land, facing a desperate situation with no place to retreat. A massive protective wall construction project is underway. The grim reality of their predicament is visually underscored by the chaotic scene of scorpion-like creatures attacking. The old man's astonishment is palpable. Witnessing the protagonist's fire tornado ability, not once but twice, confirms an unprecedented level of power. This establishes the significance of the protagonist's unique abilities. Until now, no awakener could tame beasts and simultaneously invoke skills using all four elements: earth, wind, fire, and water. This revelation establishes the protagonist's unparalleled abilities and immense potential within this world's power system. The young man shrugged, a hint of weariness in his posture. Well, it was just ordinary, he admitted, his voice barely a murmur. His companion, an older man in a lab coat, chuckled dryly. Ha, ordinary. The younger man continued, revealing a more profound truth: though, I did live a unique life in the animal kingdom. The older man's face crinkled into a knowing smile. I made it. Do you like it? He asked, his tone brimming with a curious mix of pride and anticipation. A surge of energy enveloped the young man as he lay on a metallic table, his body becoming the conduit for a powerful blue current. The air crackled with immense power. His expression hardened. And this is about the planet I returned from. He spoke, his words hinting at a world far different from what he'd known. The idyllic animal kingdom he'd expected was replaced by a harsh reality. Instead of familiar friends, monstrous lizards, unlike anything he'd ever encountered, stalked the landscape, a jarring screech accompanying their menacing approach. The narrator's journey to uncover answers has led him to seek out an expert. He seeks to resolve crucial questions, implying a high-stakes situation demanding specific knowledge. The expert reveals the facility's location: deep underground, built to withstand even a nuclear blast. This detail highlights the facility's importance and security, hinting at sensitive or dangerous information held within. The descent begins. The dark, imposing staircase visually reinforces the secrecy and potential danger awaiting the narrator deep within. Two figures, one in a dark coat and the other in a lighter shirt, approach a doorway. The atmosphere is tense, the blue lighting casting long shadows. The man in the dark coat enters the doorway, leaving the other behind. A blur of motion suggests a swift, decisive movement. The man in the dark coat is shown in close-up, his expression unreadable but hinting at a steely resolve. His features are sharp and his gaze intense. A red jeep careens off a cliff, tumbling end over end in a chaotic descent. The impact is clearly immense. A colossal whale erupts from the ocean, its immense form shattering the surrounding landscape. The scale of its power is undeniable. A monstrous shark, its maw agape, reveals rows of razor-sharp teeth as it unleashes a wave of purple energy. The force of the attack is palpable, the surrounding area shattered into fragments. The shark's relentless assault continues, a red vehicle is swallowed whole in a horrifying display of power. The creature's size and ferocity are terrifying. The creature's massive tail thrashes, pulverizing a section of the coastal structure. The sheer scale of the destruction is evident as water surges and debris rains down. Smaller sharks, swarming the water, echo the larger creature's violent rampage. They are a prelude to further devastation, heading towards a bridge. Muscle Queen David and Silva bring up the rear, a question hanging in the air: who's trailing them? Their pursuers are identified. Professor Toddler's car has just gone over, and it's a red Jeep. One of the pursuers, propelled by some unknown force, hurtles through the air. The red jeep, the source of the chase, is found to be empty. A massive shark emerges from the depths, jaws agape, the implications chillingly clear. A colossal shark, its jaws agape, lunges at a whale, its powerful tentacles lashing out. The ocean swirls around them in a maelstrom of chaotic energy. The whale breaches the surface, a majestic silhouette against the moonlit sky, escaping the shark's grasp. The whale, wounded but defiant, prepares for another attack, as a figure clings desperately to its side, yelling, "Wait!" The shark, sensing its prey's renewed strength, circles, ready to strike again. A swirling vortex of blue energy erupts, summoned by the dark-haired man. His companion cries out as the tornado spell engulfs them both. The vortex intensifies, revealing a colossal whale caught within its churning depths. What the escapes the man's lips, reflecting his utter astonishment. A woman in dark, aquatic gear surfaces, gasping for air. Fear contorts her features as she struggles to comprehend the unfolding chaos. That person, the dragon. She manages to utter, her words laced with apprehension. A fiery explosion, a blinding spectacle of pink and orange, consumes the scene. This powerful burst of energy marks a significant escalation of the conflict. A drone, trailing smoke, plummets towards a fiery inferno erupting on the city streets below. The intense heat warps the air. A powerful blow sends a man sprawling across a city rooftop. The force of the impact is depicted by a blurred motion effect, leaving an older man momentarily stunned, his glasses askew. Eyes wide with disbelief and terror, a man gapes, his jaw slack. He exclaims, "And I saw it with my very own eyes." The shock of his revelation is palpable. A colossal creature, partially submerged, rises from the ocean. Its immense scale dwarfs the surrounding waters, suggesting something truly monstrous. The Megalpersolodon, a colossal entity of immense power, is falling. The city below braces for impact. A level-up notification flashes across the screen. The water attribute skill, previously active, has been cancelled. This signifies a significant shift in power dynamics. The battle is far from over. He observes the town, noting its remote location at the world's edge. This seemingly peaceful setting contrasts sharply with the recent cataclysmic events. A sense of unease settles, underlining the unpredictable nature of this world. A colossal black dragon unleashes a torrent of fire, its scales shimmering as it dominates the scene. The sheer power of the creature is palpable. The older man, his glasses perched on his nose, poses a question pregnant with significance. "What kind of life did you live before you awakened?" His inquiry hints at a hidden past and the profound change the younger man has undergone. The young man's expression shifts, a realization dawns. He states, "You're the one who invented the dimension energy measuring device, right?" The weight of this revelation hangs heavy in the air, implying a connection between his past and the extraordinary technology. A young man presses the older, bespectacled man for answers, demanding to know the principles behind a certain phenomenon. The older man, intrigued by the line of questioning, counters with a knowing smile, prompting the inquiry to continue. The older man's expression shifts slightly as he reveals a crucial piece of information. The dungeon before them was once part of a planet that fragmented and reformed into its current state. This sets the stage for the gravity of the following revelations. The image shifts to a desolate, fragmented landscape. The young man's questions intensify, delving into the fate of his friends on that planet. The visual reinforces the significant scale of the event and the weight of his concerns. This panel reveals the setting of the past and the extent of the tragedy he experienced. He grapples with the extraordinary implications of his survival. A millennium has passed, yet he remains unchanged. Further compounding his bewilderment, he's also been constantly monitored. This panel introduces the mystery surrounding his immortality and surveillance, driving the plot forward. The older man, now seemingly troubled by the revelation, simply states, "This is really," leaving the sentence unfinished and the full weight of the implications hanging heavily in the air. This concise response increases the dramatic tension. "You see that light over there?" the scientist asked, his voice low. He gestured towards a faintly glowing entrance. "That's my lab." "It's my personal lab," but it's also a government facility, he explained, his words emphasizing the unusual nature of the place. You are the first outsider to enter. They arrived. A bright light emanated from the end of a long, dark corridor, illuminating the steps before them. Okay, we're here, the scientist stated, his voice hinting at the gravity of the moment. A hand punched in a code on a keypad, the rhythmic tap-tap-tap echoing the tension building within the confined space. The door hissed open. It's here, the younger man stated, his gaze fixed on something unseen beyond the frame. His companion, an older man with spectacles, held up a phone, seemingly recording the moment. The tension hung heavy in the air, a palpable anticipation of something momentous about to unfold. A colossal whale breached the surface, its immense form a stark contrast to the sleek shark circling below. The water churned violently, suggesting a powerful struggle beneath the waves. The scene screamed raw power and imminent danger. The shark lunged, jaws agape, a silent predator confronting its much larger, but seemingly equally powerful, prey. The ocean itself seemed to recoil from the force of their encounter. Terror grips them as they plummet through the dark, the younger man clinging to the older, his words a desperate plea, we might get eaten. A dramatic shift. They sit at a seaside cafe, a stark contrast to their previous peril. The older man remarks on the beauty of their surroundings, a disquieting calm in the face of recent danger. It's a beautiful place. Ho-hoo, isn't it? The young man's unease persists. He reveals a deeper anxiety, a feeling of constant surveillance. Whenever I get measured, I feel like someone is observing me. The panel's imagery reflects this internal struggle, swirling energy and watchful eyes surrounding him. The older man offers a cryptic explanation, hinting at a larger mystery connecting the young man's feelings to his recent interest in Korean language and its writing system. I think that your questions and the reason I have recently been interested in Hangul and the Korean language are related. A young man with dark hair and intense eyes stares intently forward, a subtle glow illuminating his features. His expression suggests a quiet determination. Despite the seemingly unfinished environment, a voice assures us that the facilities are complete. The backdrop showcases advanced technology, hinting at a hidden sophistication beneath the surface. The ores displayed are not merely decorative, they are crucial for ongoing research, revealing a deeper technological and potentially magical application beyond mere aesthetics. The voice explains that the system can even recognize voices, further emphasizing its advanced capabilities. Isn't it truly astonishing? The scientist exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Earth language, specifically Hangul, has been discovered within the dungeons. The man's expression shifted from surprise to concern. What? In all the dungeons explored these past few weeks, traces of Hangul have been found, he questioned, his voice laced with disbelief. The scientist pointed to a screen displaying multiple locations. Including the recent one in Korea, there are 4 more, 8 in Europe, 2 in Africa, and 3 in Asia, he stated, highlighting the global scale of the phenomenon. A woman's voice cuts through the tension. I was informed that connected portals appear near those who've returned from the dungeons. Could this be linked to the fact that it's not just a dungeon, but a portal to a new plane? Her tone is analytical, probing the implications of this new discovery. Concern etched on his face, the young man inquires about the fate of the animals that once inhabited the dungeons, a question that highlights the ecological impact of these mysterious structures and underscores the broader mystery surrounding their existence. The older man, equally intrigued, admits his own curiosity. The older man explains his reason for seeking this meeting, hinting at a deeper investigation into the dungeon's origins and the conflicting theories surrounding their creation and destruction. His focused gaze and pointed finger emphasize the significance of this conversation. The older man reveals his belief that the young man holds the key to understanding the truth behind the dungeons, a truth that has so far eluded researchers, leading to a multitude of conflicting hypotheses. The young man, seemingly surprised, responds with a simple "oh." His excitement palpable, the older man confesses to eagerly anticipating this meeting, implying a long-awaited opportunity to finally unlock the secrets of the dungeons. His jovial expression contrasts sharply with the gravity of the situation. The older man's sudden exclamation, "Dragon Knight," reveals the young man's identity and its potential significance to his investigation. The young man's internal monologue expresses frustration and disbelief, suggesting a hidden aspect of his identity that could complicate matters. "There's something I want to show you," the scientist said, his voice low and serious as he searched amongst the complex machinery of his high-tech lab. He finally located the object he was looking for. A young man, clearly apprehensive, watched intently. "It's this," the scientist stated, producing a small, glowing blue stone. "What is that?" the young man asked, his curiosity and apprehension evident. Following the scientist's instructions, the young man held the stone, closing his eyes as a soft, warm light enveloped him. A jarring electronic interface appeared before him, revealing a chilling message. "Is observing you. Your information is being recorded on. The scientist, eyes twinkling behind his spectacles, leans in intently. "How was it? Did you feel something?" His question hangs in the air, heavy with anticipation. A young man holds a glowing, oddly fractured stone. Another man, dressed in lab attire, observes. "There are slight differences, but the more sensitive awakeners all seem a bit uncomfortable," he explains, his words hinting at the stone's unsettling power. The young man's creation is affecting those with heightened sensitivity to dimensional energy. The young man confirms, "You make the dimension energy measuring devices with this stone, right?" The scientist nods, a single word echoing the confirmation, "Correct." The implication of this stone's capabilities becomes increasingly clear. The scene shifts to the ruins of a city, a massive, glowing stone at its heart. The God Stone, which is the core item in the dimensional industry after the Great Disaster. The narration reveals its significance. A young man's face fills the panel, his expression a mixture of apprehension and defiance. "Then what you invented is?" The caption reads, leaving the question hanging in the air. His intense gaze hints at a pivotal moment, the unveiling of a crucial creation. The camera focuses on a device, a sleek, technological stone case, with glowing blue components hinting at its advanced nature. This is no ordinary container, it holds a secret vital to the unfolding events. An older scientist, spectacles perched on his nose, gestures toward the case with an excited expression. "Try touching it," he urges, his words emphasizing the significance of this moment and the power contained within the artifact. The young man touches the device. The scientist's jaw drops in awe. "Whoa!" he exclaims, a testament to the unexpected power surge just witnessed. In just 3 months, the youth's dimensional energy has reached B rank, a remarkable feat. The scientist explains that he's been steadily miniaturizing a device, while his companion, intrigued, reveals he's developed a physical measuring device and wants to test it. The scientist presents a small, sleek device. His companion asks if it's made with the same stone that seems to process vast amounts of data. A scan of a person is shown, illustrating the immense data capacity of the device. The implications are revealed, by classifying awakeners not only by their dimensional energy but also their physical abilities, their potential can be more accurately measured and categorized. The scientist beams, his eyes twinkling behind his spectacles. "What do you think?" "Isn't it amazing?" he exclaims, his tone brimming with uncontainable excitement. The young man accepts the device, his expression neutral as he receives it from the scientist. A simple "okay" acknowledges the exchange. As the young man activates the device, a surge of blue energy erupts, accompanied by the words "strength error, agility error" flashing across the screen. The system is clearly malfunctioning. The scientist, his face now etched with worry, cups his ear, muttering, "Please wait a moment." As the system continues its erratic behavior. The young man watches, his expression unreadable. A sudden malfunction interrupts a conversation between Mr. Park and a scientist. The scientist explains an error has appeared in the machine, halting their discussion. The scientist apologizes for the interruption, explaining that an unforeseen issue has arisen. The implication is that this issue is significant enough to warrant a postponement of their planned conversation. The scientist's question about the planet Aruka suggests a connection between the machine malfunction and this distant world. The scene abruptly shifts, hinting at a significant development. A lone figure, cloaked in shadow against a vibrant sunset, stands silhouetted. A raven flies overhead, a stark contrast to the stillness of the man. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A blood-stained blade drips crimson onto the parched earth. Each drop is a silent testament to a recent, brutal act. A young boy, eyes wide with shock and dawning horror, stares at the drops of blood. Surrounding him, his somber-faced uncles watch in stunned silence. His whisper cuts through the stunned silence, "It's blood." The figure's face, now revealed, is Gunwoo's. Blood stains mar his features, yet his gaze is one of cold, assessing composure. "So you're Gunwoo," he says, the words confirming the grim reality. The aftermath of a struggle was evident, papers scattered across a stark, industrial floor. Two figures surveyed the scene, one casually observing, the other acknowledging the mess with a quiet, "True." Their attention shifted to the lab equipment, its purpose made clear: analysis. The systematic nature of the setup speaks volumes. A monitor displays unsettling scribbles, identified as images from dungeons over the past 2 months. A chilling familiarity hangs in the air. A jovial, bespectacled older man exclaims, Korean at that, gesturing with a wide, welcoming smile. The background reveals a messy whiteboard scrawled with childish desires: "I want to go home, I want to eat chick, I want to eat," a poignant detail suggesting the urgency of the situation. The scene shifts to a serious discussion. A younger man, his expression intense, inquires, "Did several versions of the same dungeon appear?" The older man, now more focused, replies, "You didn't know." This exchange foreshadows the revelation of a complex phenomenon. The older man points to a series of images on a screen, illustrating the scale of the phenomenon. "This is a level 5 dungeon from Athens," he explains, juxtaposing it against an image labeled, "Level 4 dungeon from Oslo." The visual evidence underscores the scope of the problem. The younger man presses for clarification: "The levels are all different?" The older man confirms, "Yes, the levels are different and they appeared at different times as well." This detail is crucial to understanding the nature of the phenomenon. The younger man ponders the implications, voicing a startling theory: "Did a planet break into pieces and get copied?" The older man's thoughtful response: "That's one of the most believable theories on the origin of dungeons so far," hints at the bizarre reality they face. The young man listened intently, a mixture of apprehension and curiosity etched on his face as the older man spoke. The background, a blur of financial charts, hinted at the stakes involved. A dramatic shift in setting, the two men now stood in a dimly lit laboratory, their clasped hands a symbol of a newly forged alliance. The creator of the Hangul writing, the older man explained, had contacted him. This revelation holds significant weight, hinting at the intersection of seemingly disparate worlds. The older man, his expression one of cautious optimism, brought the conversation back to the dimension energy measuring device, directly addressing the young man's earlier curiosity. The narrative subtly underscores the urgency and importance of this device. Excitement crackles in the air as the scientist triumphantly holds aloft a glowing, crystalline object. "I found it," he exclaims, his voice brimming with a mixture of relief and elation. This discovery, it seems, is pivotal. The crystalline object is passed to another individual. "It's called a memory stone," the scientist explains, the weight of its potential echoing in his words. The other person, however, merely questions, "Memory stone?" The mystery deepens. The recipient cautiously touches the cool surface of the memory stone. The scene focuses intently on the transfer and handling of this artifact. The tension is palpable, hinting at the profound power it holds and the unknown consequences of its use. A close-up on a man's face, his expression is one of intense contemplation, almost fear. A subtle inner turmoil is evident, hinting at a past trauma or a deeply buried secret ready to be unearthed by the memory stone. His eyes widen, reflecting a sudden shock. The man's face is etched with a mixture of disbelief and horror, suggesting a shocking revelation or a deeply disturbing memory has been unleashed by the memory stone. He holds the stone, its cool surface a stark contrast to the intensity of his gaze. A silent challenge hangs in the air. The scientist, correcting his statement, reveals a crucial piece of the puzzle: he didn't create this stone, it predates his work. A cataclysmic event is referenced: on the day of the Great Disaster, this stone fell from the portals alongside otherworldly entities. The visuals depict chaotic energy erupting from these portals. The man's incredulity is palpable. The revelation that the stone fell from the sky adds a layer of mystery to its origins and potential significance. The implications of the stone's discovery are vast. Its arrival during the Great Disaster, coupled with its connection to the opening of dimensional portals, suggests the key to understanding and possibly manipulating interdimensional travel. Thanks to the information recorded in that God stone, we were able to create many devices. I succeeded in processing the memory stone and connecting it to a stone case. A hand is placed on the device, initiating a data transfer. The information within the God stone is being accessed. Even if you could say that such things are possible because you're an irregular, it's truly a shocking growth speed. A technician carefully inserts a data storage device into a server rack. The hum of the machinery and the cool blue glow of the technology suggest a high-stakes operation. That's right, an older man with glasses affirms, his expression both knowing and slightly mischievous, it's just that the stone case's function is different. His words hint at the device's unconventional capabilities. A screen displays a skeletal figure overlaid with lines of data. After continuous research, we recently discovered that it can also look at the physical information of a person. The implications for strategic team building are immediately apparent. A young man's face hardens with determination as he states, "We can form more effective combat teams than we can right now." The potential for enhanced military strategy is now clear. The revelation hits hard. There exists an awakener capable of manipulating not only their own physical attributes but also those of others. The implications are vast and unsettling. A scientist, his creation complete, requests the subject, toddler, to be the first to test the prototype. Tomorrow's showcase is imminent. The scientist's concern is palpable. Something unexpected has occurred, a malfunction unforeseen just a day prior. Toddler's voice cuts through the tension. The showcase, scheduled for tomorrow, must be cancelled due to unforeseen circumstances. Park Suho's analysis of the cave carvings reveals a focus on erotic imagery, despite the existence of other, more sophisticated works. The researcher expresses his bewilderment at this singular obsession. Suho, shifting his attention, poses a critical question: how do you know where these stones came from? This indicates a deeper mystery surrounding the origin of the artifacts. A figure in a bloodstained suit, two swords at his hip, stands over a young boy. His gaze is cold, his words a chilling assessment: a kid and young monks, huh? The scene speaks volumes about the danger the boy and the monks are in. The boy's wide, frightened eyes reflect the gravity of the situation. His fear is palpable, a testament to the immediate threat. A sudden shift in setting. The text reveals a crucial detail about a powerful individual. This amazing guy can automatically visualize the blueprint of any object once you input the item's code. This technology dramatically alters the potential capabilities within this world. Let's find the answer together. The older man's jovial tone belies the gravity of the situation. He clearly intends to share the burden of discovery with his younger companion. It's a portable dimensional energy measuring device. The scientist explains the function of the small, handheld gadget, setting the stage for an imminent revelation. The young man's attention is fully captivated. A surge of energy, raw power. The device displays stark readings of strength and agility, confirming the presence of something extraordinary. This is no ordinary energy, the implications are vast. A battered figure, his face streaked with grime and blood, stares defiantly ahead. The words "so your Gunwoo" hang in the air, a statement of recognition, perhaps a threat. Dunwoo's thoughts drift to the prevalence of memory stones. They seem commonplace in this new realm. A woman, possibly Elven, explains the nature of memory stones, likening blood crystals to batteries and memory stones to transmission devices. This is a crucial piece of world building, clarifying the technology used to preserve and access memories. Doubt etched onto his face, the young man questioned, "High Elf?" The scientist, gesturing expansively, explained that this network could connect the entire planet. The scientist chuckled, a chilling revelation accompanying his laughter. Encountering a high elf would expose all of the young man's personal information. The subject's profile is displayed: F-level 0, scientist, specializing in diving, with a physical stat of 89 and strength of 120. His capabilities are now clear. The scientist explains something to the young man, who seems apprehensive. The scientist's words, much again, suggest a repetition of a previous event or test. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. The young man's affirmative response, yes, hints at a reluctant agreement or confirmation of a potentially dangerous situation. His expression reveals a mixture of apprehension and resolve. Carbon dating reveals the inscriptions on the rocks are over 200 years old, a discovery that deeply unsettles the man analyzing the data. The sheer age suggests a history far more extensive than previously imagined. He mutters about the embarrassment of only recently discovering such ancient writings, highlighting the vast unexplored history of these dungeons. A hand delicately picks up a fragment of the ancient rock, a silent acknowledgement of the weight of history it holds. The system simultaneously notes that the individual's actions and information are being recorded. Driven by the implications of this discovery, and the mysteries surrounding the dungeon's origins and purpose, he declares his intention to travel to Oroka. A young man's profile is shown, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. His gaze is distant, hinting at a plan already unfolding. A man in a suit, his face etched with concern, studies his phone. The display shows the South Portal E101 in London, revealing the location of a crucial event. It's the 11th Infantry Brigade's operational area, a detail of escalating importance. The suited man's expression shifts, a relieved smile spreads across his face as he utters, "Oh, all right." His initial worry is replaced by a sense of control, but the underlying tension remains. A different man, seated at a desk, expresses concern. He observes something on his screen with a worried frown and asks, "Is it glitching?" A technical malfunction suggests an unforeseen problem, potentially disrupting the unfolding situation. A man sits hunched over a computer, a single question mark floating above his head. He's clearly searching for something, his brow furrowed in concentration. The overall blue hue of the scene suggests a technological environment, perhaps a secure server room. A powerfully built woman, dressed in athletic wear, interrupts, her voice sharp, "Where is the Dragon Knight?" Her urgency is palpable, she's looking for someone important, and she's not wasting time. The woman's hand rests on a small, technological device, a datapad perhaps. The question mark is replaced by a new query, "Like this?" The panel suggests she's accessing some kind of crucial information, likely related to the Dragon Knight's location. Her expression shifts to one of dawning realization. "Oh, are these my physical stats?" The implications are clear. This woman is unexpectedly connected to a technological system that monitors and perhaps even enhances physical capabilities. Park Suho, a man with a headband, assesses his strength. He muses that his power level needs to reach 4 digits to feel like something, though he still has more training to do. Suho, leaving the training facility, declares his intention to seek out the Dragon Knight. He adds a promise to return later. A scientist, witnessing the data, reacts with disbelief to Suho's strength reaching 4 digits. The scientist's computer screen displays Suho's strength and agility statistics, revealing an error message as the system struggles to process the data. Increasing the measurement limit to 9,999 is considered. The scientist's shocked, incredulous reaction is visible as he mutters an expletive. A monstrous creature, paralyzed and ensnared, is the target of a covert operation. The stated purpose, capture for research. The men in the vehicle discuss the impending acquisition, revealing the creature's fate is sealed. Their company will obtain it cheaply, as it's marked for death regardless. They've arrived at their destination. The scale of the operation becomes clear. A large facility is visible, with multiple helicopters and a squadron of fighter jets poised for action, signaling the significance of the impending dungeon break and the threat level. This is a level 5 dungeon teeming with giant grasshoppers. The men are aware of the limited time until the dungeon breach, a mere 18 hours remaining. The urgency intensifies. A boisterous warrior, his face a mask of manic glee, urges on unseen troops. "Come on, you warriors. Crazy Grasshopper is waiting for you here," he bellows, a gleeful come on, trailing off as the sound of frantic cries, "Kaya," echoes in the background. Two men observe a poster depicting a knight battling a grasshopper-like creature. One explains, "That is the current greatest comedian in England." The other adds, revealing a critical aspect of the world's economic structure. Nowadays, the guilds are using a lot of celebrities to bring up the profits from dungeons. Chaos erupts. Multiple helicopters engage in a fierce aerial battle against enormous, fire-breathing dragons. The scene is a maelstrom of explosions and fiery destruction, underscored by the sounds of intense gunfire and the monstrous roars of the dragons. One of the men from the previous panel comments grimly, "Currently, more than half of the area is filled with field battles," before adding a surprising counterpoint, "But that doesn't mean we can stop raiding dungeons." A massive explosion of energy, a brilliant blue and white flash, obliterates something large. The immense power is clearly shown by the scale of the destruction and the lingering electrical charge in the air. A sword cleaves the air, a sharp quang echoing as it connects with something unseen, resulting in a fiery explosion. A man in a suit is thrown backward, his arms outstretched in a desperate attempt to break his fall. The sheer force of the blow sends him careening across the sky. The men below watch in stunned silence as the falling figure plummets towards the earth. One whispers, "That Asian. My God, it's the Dragon Knight." The gravity of the situation dawns on them. The blond man in the suit, seemingly unharmed, calmly speaks to the Dragon Knight, "Anyway, the entry procedure has all been taken care of. Thank you." He acknowledges the Dragon Knight's intervention, but maintains a professional demeanor as military helicopters approach. This is the Lawrence Corps Phoenix team, one of England's finest combat units. Their specialized gear and unwavering posture speak to their elite status. Captain Robert Cole of the Phoenix team greets Mr. Park. The formality of the address hints at the significance of Park's presence and the mission at hand. Mr. Park's decision to solo the dungeon raid is met with stunned disbelief by Captain Cole. The sheer audacity of this action speaks volumes about Park's confidence or perhaps recklessness. With a sudden burst of energy, Mr. Park defies gravity, leaping away as the stunned Captain Cole cries out in alarm. The display of unexpected power marks a pivotal moment, hinting at hidden abilities and a mission far more complex than initially apparent. A crimson stain bloomed across his crisp white shirt, a stark contrast to the dark suit. The man stood, seemingly unfazed by the grievous injury. The scientist, his glasses askew, gestures towards a fractured crystalline structure on his tablet. "Unless they're broken into really small pieces, they share the same energy wavelength," he explains, his voice calm despite the gravity of the situation. "The fragments, though scattered, still hum with a shared power." The High Elves of planet Aruka utilize these stones to establish instantaneous communication across their vast world. The young man's inquiry clarifies the reference. "By High Elf, you mean the high-ranking elves on planet Aruka?" The scientist nods in confirmation. The scientist explains their research objective: to replicate the Arukan elves' advanced communication network on Earth. A critical question arises: does the young man's interface display the same information as the High Elves' communication network? The implications of a shared, real-time visual understanding are profound. The system is malfunctioning again. A young man, seemingly a technician, leans over a computer console, his brow furrowed in concentration as a digital alert sounds. The older man, a scientist perhaps, explains his determination to fix the system, even if it means working through the night. He won't leave the lab until the problem is solved. He instructs the young man to explore the city while he works, assuring him that a guide will arrive shortly. A wall, scrawled with desperate, unstable writing: "I want to do it. I really want to do it." The frantic strokes betray a mind teetering on the edge. Park Suho stands before a table of glowing, crystalline fragments, his expression unreadable. The cool blue light casts a stark contrast to the emotional turmoil hinted at earlier. This is the laboratory where he is about to proceed with a dangerous, potentially world-altering experiment. Soho holds one of the crystals, a subtle energy radiating from it. His thoughts turn to the High Elves of Aruka, who are aware of his actions. He's acutely aware of the potential repercussions his experiment could trigger within the delicate balance of the dimension. A man approaches, his voice echoing the question, "Are you Park Suho?" The casual inquiry belies the gravity of the situation. Suho's actions have attracted unwanted attention. The newcomer introduces himself as William, a representative of the Lawrence Corporation, pioneers in dimensional technology. He reveals that Dr. Toddler, a mysterious figure, has requested William's presence as a guide, seemingly to oversee Soho's experiment. The stage is set for a collaboration, or perhaps, a confrontation. A man points at a holographic map, his question hanging in the air: would I be able to go there? His companion, a sharply dressed man, responds, his voice hinting at the danger inherent in the location. That place is. The sharply dressed man continues, clarifying the nature of the mission. Do you mean that you would like to take part in clearing the E101 portal dungeon? The other man's terse reply, yes. The stakes are clear, this is a dangerous undertaking. A stark digital display reveals the protagonist's physical stats. Dr. Toddler, physical stats, strength 120, agility 52. The accompanying thought, really, speaks volumes about the surprising, perhaps even unsettling, results. An older man's face is etched with frustration and worry as he exclaims, why? Ugh, honestly, why is it suddenly making trouble? The sudden emergence of this problem underscores the urgency of the situation. Dame David, a concerned expression etched on his face, inquires, is something the matter? His tone suggests a sense of urgency underlying his polite inquiry. A man explains, something suddenly came up, so I asked a guy to take care of him. The context reveals a sudden, unforeseen circumstance requiring immediate attention, hinting at a developing crisis. The man continues, since you're here, would you put your hand on this? He gestures towards a device, the implication being that this individual is crucial to whatever problem has arisen. Dame David's astonishment is palpable. Whoa, as expected of England's ace. It's the stats of an S-rank awakener, who raised their strength stat to the peak. The statistics displayed confirm an exceptional level of power, revealing the significance of the person involved. The scientist paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. Just a second. He muttered, his gaze darting towards the computer screen. His fingers flew across the keyboard, a flurry of activity culminating in a stark revelation. The current limit is 999. A monstrous creature, bound in heavy chains, roared its defiance, a guttural sound that shook the very foundations of the laboratory. Its red maw was agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, and its long, prehensile tongue lashed out. A colossal, chained monstrosity, crackling with dark energy, is held captive by military vehicles. The scene is tense, the creature's rage palpable. A knight, his face twisted in a sneer, prepares to strike a giant grasshopper. His threat, I will kill you, crazy grasshopper, echoes the absurdity of the situation while highlighting his brutal intent. Concern etched on his face, one man asks, are they being attacked? His companion simply utters, oh, revealing shared unease regarding the unfolding events. This subtle reaction foreshadows a significant escalation. A man in a hoodie, eyes wide with disbelief, is confronted by a sharply dressed agent whose face is contorted in a furious shout. Tension crackles between them. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts between them, sending both men sprawling as a powerful shockwave rips through the landscape. The aftermath is chaos. Men in black suits stare in horrified disbelief as a wrecked helicopter lies broken on the ground. The words, "What the hell was that?" A helicopter fell, echoing their shock. The man in the dark coat sprints away, leaving a bewildered, well-dressed man behind. A throng of soldiers stands motionless, witnessing the escape. The rescued man questions the hasty departure, his gratitude giving way to confusion. Why, he asks, his voice echoing the unspoken tension. The rescued man's bewilderment deepens. The explanation arrives, it's an all-A-rank combat team our company prepared especially for you. The voice cuts through the air, revealing a hidden layer of power and preparation. The rescued man's surprise transforms into alarm. Wait a minute, this is a level 5 dungeon, he realizes, the implications of his rescue and the scale of the threat suddenly dawning on him. Frustration etched onto his face, he mutters, it's still not working. The technology before him flickers erratically, a visual representation of his mounting failure. His expression shifts, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. Was the limit of the B-rank beast farm 1400, he questions, the implication being that he's pushing the boundaries of his current technology. The hexagonal grid on the screen glows, a complex network of nodes representing a vast interdimensional network. The text clarifies their ambition, going further, we would like to create a teleportation portal. This reveals a project far beyond simple beast farm analysis. An older man, his face creased with concern, observes the system's output. Mind showing up all right? Why did Park Suho's come up as an error, he asks, highlighting a critical problem with the teleportation technology and hinting at a deeper, personal element to the project. A voice calls out, "Professor, are you here?" The question hangs in the air, unanswered, as a shadowy figure is revealed within a dimly lit laboratory, its features obscured by darkness. A man, his face a mixture of surprise and concern, exclaims, "Oh, it's a new invention." The context implies a successful but unexpected development. The man's surprise intensifies as he observes the invention's function. He utters in disbelief, "Huh, it's working." The success of the new invention is undeniable. Fear twisted his face into a mask of pure terror. His eyes, wide and frantic, reflected the chaos brewing within him. A surge of raw power erupted, crackling energy illuminating the scene. The very air crackled with the force of it. His apprehension was palpable. The man in the suit, surrounded by armed guards, watched, a flicker of unease crossing his features. He whispered, "Oh." One guard voiced the unspoken concern. "Robert, what should we do? Shouldn't we follow him immediately?" His colleague countered, "Well, that's why we shouldn't, when he doesn't want us to." The implication hung heavy in the air. A group of soldiers in tactical gear stands before a man in a suit. The soldiers' concerns about being dismissed as insignificant are palpable, their apprehension fueled by the knowledge that the individual they are guarding, the Dragon Knight, operates with impunity. The inherent power imbalance is stark. The man in the suit, his expression a mix of worry and disdain, reflects on the recklessness of the Dragon Knight's actions. His internal monologue reveals a cultural observation about Koreans, further highlighting the perceived contrast between the knight's actions and societal norms. The tension escalates as the man in the suit confronts Muscle Queen David Silva, questioning the knight's presence in such a seemingly mundane location, given his global responsibilities. The scene underscores the incongruity of the situation. A man, his face etched with determination, declares, "We have to prepare for a quest. Let's meet at the party, my sexy friend." The urgency in his tone belies a hidden anxiety about the mission's perilous nature. Observing the scene, another man whispers, overwhelmed by a growing unease. I feel like vomiting when I listen to those two converse." "Really? This is really driving us insane." His words highlight the inherent risks and the palpable tension amongst the group. The second man's concern intensifies as he exclaims, "Sir David. He went into the dungeon by himself a moment ago." The implication of the Dragon Knight's reckless solo mission hangs heavy in the air. His face is a mask of worry, the weight of responsibility pressing down on him as he frets, "What should we do if something goes wrong? I can't get fired." His vulnerability showcases the high stakes and personal consequences attached to this dangerous undertaking. A third man, unexpectedly, chuckles, as expected of the Dragon Knight. His response, laced with dark humor, suggests a fatalistic acceptance of the knight's inherent risk-taking nature. This implies that this behavior is typical of the Dragon Knight. A young man, startled, asks what is it, as a larger man with a peculiar hairdo appears, seemingly confused. The scene unfolds in a bustling urban setting. A figure, clad in sleek, dark armor, materializes amidst a burst of energy, leaving the two observers awestruck. This is clearly a powerful display of some advanced technology or ability. A team of soldiers in hazmat suits reports in, backpacks 4 and 5 are secured. The methodical nature of their actions suggests a controlled operation underway. 2 more soldiers discuss deployment of Phoenix Teams 1 and 3 to Liverpool, indicating a larger-scale event is in progress and requiring immediate action. Doubt gnaws at him as he questions his sanity, witnessing figures in gas masks, their presence unsettling. Am I hallucinating? He wonders aloud, the question hanging heavy in the air. The unsettling scene is further amplified as another voice sharply cuts in, demanding, "What are you talking about?" Terror contorts his features. His eyes widen, a mixture of fear and disbelief etched across his face. A strangled gasp escapes his lips as he utters, "WH what the?" The sheer shock of the situation leaves him speechless. A monstrous, fiery beast erupts into the scene. A deafening roar, arg echoes as the creature unleashes its fury. The sheer power of this sudden, violent intrusion is palpable. Rage contorted his features as he screamed, "That pig destroyed my favorite restaurant!" The man's fury is palpable, foreshadowing the violent retribution to come. A blur of motion, a powerful impact, the sound of a body hitting the ground punctuates the scene. The enraged man's opponent lies defeated, his form barely visible amidst the dust and debris. Two figures in hazmat suits observe the aftermath, one commenting, as expected of the terrifying David, taking care of something that big with one strike. Their awe underscores the sheer power and efficiency of the man's actions. Dragon Knight, David Silva, recognizes the protagonist, a clear sign of prior encounters. His casual greeting hints at a shared history, yet the knight's smirk suggests an underlying tension. The protagonist recalls a past event, witnessing David Silva single-handedly reduce a megalodon to fish food. The sheer scale of this feat, along with the protagonist's evident awe, establishes the Dragon Knight's immense power. David Silva, with a playful yet unnerving demeanor, reveals his method of enhancing his physical capabilities, training with enormous bananas. This absurd claim is presented as truth, highlighting the unusual nature of this world. The protagonist's reaction reinforces the absurdity of the claim, yet the panel also implicitly suggests that this unbelievable story could be true in this extraordinary setting. The narration establishes that the extraordinary is commonplace within this narrative. He smiled, a genuine expression of warmth, as the woman confirmed the unbelievable. "Is that true?" she'd asked, and he simply replied, "Of course." A phone appeared, its camera lens trained on him. His reaction was immediate. A look of startled surprise quickly painted his features as he registered the interruption. "Oh!" he breathed. The sight of a past memory, seemingly triggered by something in the present, washed over his features. A wistful tone colored his next words as he contemplated what he saw. "This brings back memories. Bananas also saved my life." A subtle shift in demeanor. His initial surprise and the nostalgic remembrance gave way to quiet approval. A heartfelt declaration escapes him, "I really like this person." His expression settled into something almost serene. The weight of the recent revelations seemed to ease, replaced by newfound resolve. A quiet, almost dismissive confidence. "It's easy. What do you think, bro?" The question hung in the air, a casual challenge masking the weight of the decision. A slight smirk played on his lips, he already knew the answer. A surge of energy erupted, two figures materializing within a shimmering blue field. The man in the suit watched, his expression a mix of anticipation and detached observation. The plan was in motion. The man in the suit was sent sprawling by a powerful unseen force, his carefully constructed plan crumbling around him. The two figures, previously ethereal, solidified into menacing presences. His expression hardened, the young man stood resolute, a powerful figure looming behind him, ready for whatever might come. The stakes were high, the conflict was unavoidable. The queen, regal and composed, held a purple document. Her gaze, though seemingly gentle, held an unyielding strength, reflecting the weight of her responsibilities and the secrets held within the decree. A man sits slumped in his chair, hands clasped over his face, while a woman watches him with concern. "He saved the country," she observes, the weight of the unspoken implications heavy in the air. The man's despair is palpable. He groans, "Ha!" The man, visibly shaken, asks, "The Soho dungeon has been cleared, right?" His concern is not merely logistical. The woman's response is sharp, "Wouldn't it be all right as long as we paid back all the money?" The man's shoulders slump further. His lament is clear, "If only we had the chance to create about 100 Park Suhos." The scale of the lost opportunity, and the true cost of the hero's actions, dawns on them both. The man retracts his previous statement, clearly regretting his outburst. "Oh, I didn't really mean that." His shame and realization of the enormity of his unspoken thoughts are evident. "It won't do for him to suddenly decide to just stay over there," the man insisted, his voice tight with worry. His concern is palpable, a direct response to the news that their associate, Park Suho, remains abroad. The urgency of the situation is clear, something significant is unfolding in Korea demanding his immediate return. A woman, her expression a mixture of weariness and grim determination, observes, Lee Sung-woo has created a major incident this time. This revelation foreshadows escalating conflict, hinting at the gravity of Suho's absence. The narrative tension ratchets up. The man, his face etched with deep anxiety, stares intently at a computer screen, the urgency of the situation mirrored in his strained features. He's clearly monitoring the unfolding crisis, his actions highlighting the immediate danger. Park Soho, shrouded in a storm of blue energy, stands defiant. The vibrant display of power suggests he is embroiled in a significant confrontation, and his presence adds urgency to the earlier concerns regarding his extended absence. This is the core of the crisis, the escalating situation requiring his immediate return. A harried businessman, William, faces a stern-looking commander and his armed squad. "Ha! Damn it!" he mutters, the weight of the situation heavy in the air. His frustration is palpable, hinting at a pressing issue demanding immediate attention. William attempts damage control, apologizing for the interruption. "I'm sorry, I called over such a busy person, but..." His words betray a sense of urgency, suggesting the gravity of the matter outweighs his apologies. A red vehicle speeds away, leaving behind a cloud of exhaust. From the departing car, a man calls out, "Oi, William." Simultaneously, William turns to greet another individual, Dame David. The reunion, however brief, suggests an existing relationship and the potential arrival of crucial reinforcements. Why is Robert here, instead of grasshopper catching? A pointed question, hinting at a more pressing matter than insect hunting. Robert is accused of disrespecting William, the world's ninth and England's first-ranked fighter. The casual nature of the accusation belies the underlying tension. Robert's response suggests a provocative intent. A threat is issued. Will Robert's intoxicated behavior be on display at the farewell party? This adds another layer of antagonistic anticipation to the situation. William's sudden and unstoppable departure is revealed. This adds urgency. The previous playful antagonism takes a serious turn. A hulking figure in an Adidas tracksuit erupts in laughter. Ha ha. His amusement is clearly directed at the sharply dressed man beside him, whose expression is one of bewildered confusion. The large man explains, "It seems you don't know much about the Dragon Knight." The implication hangs heavy in the air. The smaller man's apparent ignorance foreshadows trouble. The tracksuit-clad man points emphatically, his expression shifting to one of intense seriousness. "No way." The other man whispers, his disbelief palpable. The weight of their conversation intensifies, hinting at a dangerous secret. "And no fucking way." The smaller man's horrified reaction underscores the gravity of the revelation. The previously hinted danger has now fully manifested as disbelief and terror. The scene shifts to a group of soldiers, their faces grim. It seems that 3 of the combat teams that entered have had accidents, one reports, his tone heavy with foreboding. The other soldiers' response, 3 teams? Really, confirms the devastating scale of the unfolding catastrophe. The casual dismissal of the enormity of the situation heightens the sense of danger. A soldier, clad in dark tactical gear and a gas mask, stands vigilant, a dagger strapped to his thigh. Tension hangs heavy in the air. 2 soldiers in identical gas masks exchange worried glances. One voices his apprehension about a potential breach while they are inside. The arrival of Park Soho throws the team into disarray. A superior officer's surprise and concern are palpable. The implication of Soho's return is significant. Park Soho, now revealed as the Dragon Knight, stands amidst crackling energy, his arrival greeted with a mixture of awe and alarm. A powerful individual has returned. The Dragon Knight's return is overshadowed by a grave announcement: the Fireboar, a dangerous threat, has escaped. The immediate danger shifts, and the overall situation is escalating. A fiery explosion erupts, leaving the man in the tracksuit momentarily stunned. His expression is one of disbelief, a question mark echoing his internal confusion. The source of the blast materializes, a fiery, monstrous boar-like creature charges, its red eyes blazing. Rage contorts the tracksuit-clad man's features as he unleashes a powerful counterattack, shouting, "I can't forgive this." Megaton Fist. A surge of energy erupts from his fist as he aims at the approaching beast. Two figures in dark suits watch tensely from behind. His attack connects, a brilliant blue energy colliding with the boar creature in a shower of sparks and flames. The monstrous boar is severely damaged, a large chunk of its body shatters, revealing a horrifying, fleshy interior with a single, pulsating eye. Park Soho effortlessly dodged a monstrous, clumsy beast as it lumbered through the city, its roars echoing through the urban landscape. The beast's attack was chaotic, but he reacted with practiced ease, his movements precise and deadly. A man, Park Soho's apparent contact, approached him, extending a hand. "I've been meaning to meet you since that day," he stated, his tone both eager and slightly apprehensive. This meeting is clearly significant, implying past events of importance. Suho's expression shifted to one of suspicion, his gaze sharp. A single word echoed in his mind: bananas. The question hung heavy, hinting at an unexpected, possibly ominous, revelation. A young man's eyes widen, a silent "oh" escaping his lips. His expression is one of dawning realization, hinting at a sudden, unexpected development. A powerfully built man, clad in athletic gear, smirks as he holds up his phone. "This is me during a terrible time," he says, the words a stark contrast to his confident demeanor. The context suggests a hardship he's overcome. The young man's face is etched with contemplation. His thoughts reveal a profound sense of gratitude towards someone who empathized with him, particularly after seeing his emotionally charged paintings, art that previously served as a painful reflection of his difficult life. The powerfully built man confronts the young man, his words laced with incredulity. "Can't you take care of those monsters with those muscles that you've trained with bananas?" he scoffs, dismissing the young man's apparent struggles while highlighting the absurdity of his banana-fueled strength. The implication is that the young man's seemingly absurd training regime is actually surprisingly effective, yet he is still struggling. "I want to see you fight a monster in close combat, using only your strength." The instructor's demand hung heavy in the air, her gaze unwavering. This was no mere sparring match, this was a test of raw power, a trial by combat. A man in a suit recoiled, his face a mask of disbelief. The implications of the instructor's words were far-reaching, potentially impacting his carefully constructed public image. The news spread rapidly. Park Soho, a name whispered among Awakener circles, had cleared a level 5 dungeon 15 times in under 40 minutes, just before a dungeon break. This feat earned him the gratitude of all Awakener associations in England, including the Lawrence Company's Phoenix Guild. His actions averted a major catastrophe. The Queen of England's contact, Park Soho, is missing. A palpable tension hangs in the air as the two executives discuss the implications of this disappearance. The lack of news intensifies the anxiety. One executive's worry is evident in his troubled expression and gesture, highlighting the gravity of the situation. The woman's curt response, "There wasn't anything," underscores the severity of the situation and the lack of progress in finding Park Soho. The man's sigh reflects his despair. A level 7 dungeon's imminent appearance is revealed, however, the executive's priorities appear to shift from the missing agent to the financial opportunities this event presents. The callous disregard shows a worrying lack of concern for the person's safety. The woman challenges the executive's priorities, reminding him of his earlier stated intention to emigrate once a level 7 dungeon appears. His sudden shift in focus highlights a potential flaw in his character, his priorities driven by personal gain. A woman questions a man in a suit, her expression a mixture of concern and suspicion. "Is this just routine patriotism, or is there something else I don't know about?" she asks, her words hinting at a hidden agenda. The woman, now seen from a lower angle, projects an air of confident composure. "You don't have to worry too much," she assures him, her calm demeanor a stark contrast to the underlying tension. The scene shifts back to the initial setting. The man's face registers alarm as the woman reveals a disturbing development. There's a video that was uploaded on the Soho channel on YouTube an hour ago. The casual delivery of this news amplifies its gravity. Outside a pink ice cream cafe, a man waits, anticipating events. His instructions are clear: "I'll wait over at the pink ice cream cafe, so let me know when he comes out." This establishes a rendezvous point and suggests a clandestine operation is underway. The speaker, a young child, revealed a surprising connection, stating, I saw the cave paintings you drew. This seemingly innocent remark hints at a shared history and perhaps a deeper bond between the speaker and the recipient, yet to be fully understood. A man, his arms straining under the weight of massive banana bunches, declared, "Everyone scoffed, but I could sympathize with you. I also trained my arms with bananas." His words reveal a peculiar training regimen, highlighting a unique perspective that contrasts sharply with the prevailing disdain. His actions are not merely eccentric but suggest a dedication and resourcefulness in the face of adversity. A woman, her face etched with worry, stated simply, "None. I can't contact him, either." The inability to reach someone of importance adds a layer of urgency and foreshadows potential complications to the already complicated situation. The celebration erupted into a chaotic spectacle of explosions and fireworks, a chaotic symphony of destruction. Amidst the controlled chaos, a voice boomed, its message of merriment incongruous against the backdrop of controlled explosions. "Since this party is for everyone here, I hope you have fun." A man, his face a mask of smug satisfaction, sipped his champagne. He remarked, "It felt even better than when I caught that giant tentacled shark." At a lavish Russian party, a man in a flamboyant suit asks another, more formally dressed, "Have you met Sylvia in Russia?" The second man replies, bewildered, "No." "Who's that?" This seemingly casual exchange hints at a network of powerful individuals and the potential for hidden rivalries. The flamboyant man's expression shifts to one of knowing calculation. A flashback reveals a striking blonde woman, Sylvia, surrounded by a group of equally formidable individuals, all clearly powerful tamers. He observes, "There should have been a lot of tamers like Sylvia that flew to Russia to meet you." This statement establishes Sylvia's importance and suggests the central character is a figure of significant influence in the tamer community. Despite the obvious provocation, the man remains composed. The flamboyant man presses, "Still, you shouldn't rise to the champion's provocation." The tension escalates, foreshadowing a conflict between the two men, likely connected to the mysterious Sylvia. A news report explodes onto the scene, champion's taunt. "I don't even need a single punch to beat Park Soo-ho." The champion's arrogant declaration, Park Soo-ho's name, and the visual of crackling purple energy emanating from the champion's hand immediately establish a major antagonist and a significant power dynamic. The conflict is no longer a subtle rivalry, it's a public challenge. Lee Sung-woo, ranked first in the world, is revealed, his true identity is unveiled. He's originally Korean. A warning is issued, avoid interaction with Lee Sung-woo at all costs. Lee Sung-woo's global heroism and accomplishments are highlighted, further emphasizing the gravity of the previous warning. His actions speak for themselves. The consequences of ignoring the warning become brutally apparent. Lee Sung-woo, despite his heroic status, is shown engaged in violent conflict, gravely injuring his opponent, who gasps, "Hero." The seasoned warrior, a glint of cold calculation in his eyes, delivered a chilling assessment: evaluations are a privilege only the strong can make. Someone ignorant, who doesn't know his limitations, is merely arrogant. "I will teach you the price of arrogance." His words hung heavy with the weight of countless battles fought and won. His opponent, Hero, recoiled in shock. A silent "what" escaped his lips, betraying his utter disbelief at the implication of the warrior's words. His eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and dawning understanding, reflected the gravity of the situation. With a blur of motion and a fiery burst, the warrior unleashed a devastating attack. The Korean onomatopoeia, kworarukwang, a sound signifying explosive power, underscored the ferocity of the blow as Hero was sent flying. The aftermath was stark. The narrator's statement, "Afterwards, many challengers died in matches," paints a grim picture of the warrior's brutal efficiency and the high stakes of the competition. A lone figure with a sword stood amidst the fallen, a testament to the deadly nature of these trials. A desperate plea for help echoes as a cloaked figure, sword drawn, descends upon a fallen adversary. The air crackles with power. News of an attack on his territory reaches a man, his expression a mixture of disbelief and fury. The casual nature of the threat underscores the attacker's audacity. The gravity of the situation becomes clear. A chilling report details the brutal consequences of the attack, highlighting the imminent danger. A man in a tuxedo, checking his phone, looks utterly bewildered as he exclaims, "There's no way." His companion, a large man in an equally formal but oddly decorated suit, appears equally perplexed. The implication: something unexpected and serious has occurred. If they were attacked, the alarm system would have been triggered, and it wasn't. The tuxedo-clad man's concern deepens as he receives a frantic call. He's pressed about what his associates were doing at the time of the incident. The response: complete helplessness against a seemingly superior opponent named Hero. His urgency mounts. The man barks a curt command into his phone, "Anyway, Hyung, come back quickly." The scene underscores the gravity of the situation and the need for immediate intervention from a superior, likely named Hyung. It's exceptionally rare for an unregistered awakener to taunt a champion. The very act speaks volumes about the challenger's confidence, or perhaps, a dangerous arrogance. A chilling command echoes, a farewell message to be delivered to toddler in William. The air crackles with anticipation, a prelude to impending violence. A man sits before a monitor, a sardonic ho-ho, escaping his lips as he watches a news report of the same man from panel 3 casually walking away. His amusement hints at a calculated plan, a carefully orchestrated game. Surprised? Don't worry, you'll be released soon. The words are meant to reassure, yet their tone holds a distinct undercurrent of manipulation, a subtle threat veiled in calm. A man in a suit stares intently at a glowing screen, muttering, "Mumumulenji." The caption clarifies that this is a Korean food term, further hinting at the unusual nature of the situation. The screen displays a system repair log, revealing the extent of the damage: quadriline tree wall damage repair. System repaired. Blue energy crackles around the man, underscoring the severity of the system failure he just repaired. A hand holds a glowing orb, a powerful energy emanating from it. The caption reads Arukamite, introducing a new element crucial to the story, and the subsequent text reveals earth, wind, fire, water, which hasn't been shown yet, indicating a system of elemental powers yet to be fully explored. The Arukamite wasn't functioning correctly. Its interaction with the researcher reveals a critical malfunction, raising concerns about the potential instability of this powerful artifact. A scientist examines an Arukamite, his apprehension palpable. His words hint at a disturbing parallel between humanity's evolution and that of Aruka's elves, suggesting a potentially catastrophic convergence. England's Security Service Director, Gilbert Reynolds, receives an urgent call. The conversation reveals Park Suho's unexpected departure, escalating the tension. Reynolds' concern intensifies. Park Suho's premature departure necessitates immediate action, prompting a summons to headquarters. The director's voice, tight with urgency, confirms the implications of their research. If the new technology works on Park Suho, it will also function on the Aruka aliens. Despite the precarious nature of their alliance with the Aruka elves, a source of advanced alien technology, the director acknowledges the need for discretion. The elves' arrogance is a ticking time bomb. The director emphasizes the hurdles remaining before commercialization, urging his subordinate to accelerate the process. The project is fraught with challenges. The conversation shifts to the instability of the situation. Their symbiotic relationship with the Aruka elves is tenuous and could end at any moment. The director stresses the urgency of finding a regulatory solution. A scientist examines a glowing blue substance, considering its potential to neutralize threats like Park Suho, whose immense physical strength poses a significant problem. The question hangs heavy in the air: will this be enough? Hero launched a fierce counterattack, his movements a blur as he sent the monstrous creature sprawling. The air crackled with energy as the beast's powerful limbs were momentarily restrained. The creature, momentarily stunned, uttered a chilling vow: "I'll destroy you, Hero." Its words carried the weight of centuries of hatred and an unyielding desire for revenge. The battle raged, a maelstrom of fire and fury. Explosions rocked the earth as Hero fought desperately against impossible odds. A man in a tuxedo accepts a toast, a hint of surprise in his eyes as he hears the words, "Your fists were also the best among those I've seen from the Awakened." The compliment hints at a power beyond the ordinary. The conversation shifts, another man speaks, his words revealing a new piece of the world's intricate puzzle: "She's pretty famous among the tamers." The implication is that the she in question possesses exceptional skills in taming powerful creatures. The scene explodes with the image of a magnificent, fearsome wyvern. The accompanying statement, "There wasn't a single tamer in the world who could tame a wyvern," establishes the creature's legendary, untamable nature, setting the stage for a monumental challenge. At a lavish gala, a man in a tuxedo is informed that he appears unaware of recent news. The implication hangs heavy in the air: something significant has occurred. He claims ignorance of a certain hero, a name that clearly carries unsettling weight. The other man's dismissive response hints at a dark secret. The tuxedo-clad man's face registers shock and dawning horror as he processes the horrifying truth: hero is a murderer. The scene shifts abruptly. A shadowy figure, Hero, is introduced. The narration emphasizes a future encounter, a carefully orchestrated meeting hinting at a complex, potentially dangerous game. A defeated man lies bleeding, his last words a grudging admission: "You're really strong." The intensity of the battle is palpable. The narrator shifts perspective, focusing on the victor. His eyes, we are told, held a chilling darkness. "That day, I saw the devil in his eyes." This reveals the depth of his opponent's ruthlessness. The aftermath of their violent clash becomes clear. The victor suffered significant injuries. "As a result, I had to have 8 major surgeries on my left arm." This underscores the brutality of their encounter. A chilling observation is made about the victor's fighting style. His precision is highlighted. If you analyze the videos carefully, he kills the challengers even when he is winning by a large margin. This speaks to a calculated cruelty. The panel closes with a close-up of the victor's face, his expression one of pure, simmering rage. His anger, fueled by his past experiences, is the engine driving his actions. He examines his phone, a knot of suspicion tightening in his chest. What kind of grudge could provoke this? His phone call is urgent. He demands an explanation, his voice sharp with rising alarm. The screen blazes with a stark NO signal message, mirroring the growing dread in his eyes. His frustration is palpable. A man in a suit, holding a device displaying the name Hero, questions the inaction of others while pack members die. His concern highlights a critical situation escalating beyond his control. A frantic phone call reveals Hero's world-renowned status, ranked #1 globally, amplifying the stakes. The urgency underscores the potential consequences of Hero's actions. Despite a warning about a clearly visible, ominous plan, the man in the suit insists on immediate departure. The conflict foreshadows imminent danger and a deliberate choice of action. A violent clash erupts, confirming the prediction of misfortune. Blood splatters as a sword finds its mark, solidifying the gravity of the situation and setting the stage for further conflict. He commanded, "Wyvern, summon." The man in the tuxedo, amidst a formal gathering, initiated a summoning ritual, his hand outstretched, the air crackling with anticipation. Confusion clouded his features as the summoning proved unpredictable. "Why is it acting like this?" he questioned, clearly perturbed by the unexpected results of his magical command. A surge of blue energy erupted, a powerful summoning of the wyvern underway. Summoning wyvern, a system message confirmed, the raw magical power overwhelming the scene. A wyvern, scales shimmering, thrashed amidst a tempest of blue energy. The raw power was breathtaking. A scientist, observing the wyvern's display on a large monitor, muttered, "Oh, wyvern." His tone suggested familiarity with such creatures, perhaps even a hint of concern. The narration revealed a crucial piece of information: Park Soho's dimensional energy abilities mirrored those of the High Elves. This connection hinted at a deeper, possibly dangerous, link between him and this ancient, powerful race. A system error was announced. Park Soho's dimensional energy abilities were temporarily suspended for 24 hours. The implication was immediate: his powers, critical to his very existence perhaps, were disabled. A figure in a tuxedo, likely Soho, stood with a look of apprehension, reacting to this development. A worried man, his face etched with concern, reports into his phone, "He just left." The information stored within a crucial stone, a repository of vital data, has been successfully extracted. A tense phone call unfolds. The question hangs heavy in the air: what did you think? Was the test successful? The implication is clear: a significant operation has concluded, and its success hinges on the answer. The scientist, reviewing the data, offers a measured response: "That's what I believe." His conviction, though cautiously expressed, confirms the success of the operation, leaving the implications of this clandestine event deliberately ambiguous. Professor Toddler, a seasoned strategist, voiced his concerns. "No alliance," he warned, "lasts forever. The Uruka elves, key allies, could turn against them at any moment. A global crisis is brewing. The crime rate among awakeners, individuals with extraordinary abilities, is steadily escalating worldwide. This poses a significant threat to global stability. A monstrous pterosaur, its jaws agape, swoops down. The sheer size and ferocity of the creature are evident as it attacks. The pterosaur's target is enraged. "How dare he invade my territory," he roars, his fury palpable. The conflict has escalated to a direct confrontation. A man in a tuxedo, his face etched with concern, mutters, "Oh my." The setting is a lavish party, the blurry figures in the background hinting at the opulence and potential danger lurking beneath the surface. Breaking news headlines flash: Lee Sung-woo, illegally in the country, claims self-defense after attacking Suho land. The gravity of the situation is palpable. The attack was not only illegal but also highly publicized. A man in a flamboyant suit confronts the tuxedoed man, stating, "I don't know why he's so fixated on you, but he certainly has a purpose." The implication is that Lee Sung-woo's actions are not random. A larger, unseen plan is at play. The tuxedoed man, seemingly unfazed, calmly responds, "It's fine." Suho. His composure hints at a hidden strength or knowledge of the larger forces at work. The scene remains tense despite his calm demeanor. A system interface displays, "System repaired, Suho land ES.356 intruder alert, guardline tree wall damage / repair, and Mumalin loading, dead." The consequences of Lee Sung-woo's actions are clear: significant damage to the Suho land security system and a fatality. A wyvern, a monstrous dragon-like creature, descends upon a lavish party, causing a wave of terror among the elegantly dressed guests. Their gasps of horror are palpable, their fear a tangible thing in the face of such overwhelming power. A man, presumably the director of operations, calmly confirms the wyvern's arrival on a phone call. His composed demeanor contrasts sharply with the chaos unfolding around him, suggesting a meticulously planned operation. The scene shifts to another man, his mustache twitching with a sinister grin as he speaks into his phone. "It seems the time to teach has come," he declares, his words hinting at a darker purpose behind the wyvern's appearance. This is clearly someone complicit in the events, perhaps the mastermind orchestrating this terrifying spectacle. A man stares intently at his phone, a look of worry etched onto his face. He mutters, "Might be in deep trouble." The message suggests a serious situation. Panic grips him. The man's despair is palpable as he cries out, "What were we supposed to do against the world's #1, who even beats up S-rankers?" His fear highlights the sheer power of their opponent. Concerns mount regarding a leaked video depicting a humiliating incident involving a Korean hero. The ensuing outrage is considered a national disgrace. Further fueling the tension, rumors surface of a drunken brawl involving a renowned monk, Myung-jin, in Myeongdong. The absence of Park Suho, despite an attack on his territory, raises suspicion and questions regarding his courage. Two men discuss the fallout on the Heroes Guild forum, expressing disgust at humanity's actions. The gravity of the situation intensifies as public opinion sours toward the heroes and their supposed behavior. One of the men confronts the other, demanding an explanation for uploading the compromising video. The second man defends his actions, highlighting the monk's supposed inability to maintain composure under pressure. He points out the incongruity of a monk engaging in a drunken brawl, emphasizing his supposed hypocrisy. A flashback sequence depicts the monk's altercation in a restaurant. Patrons accuse the monk of being an awakener and demand he be reported. The monk, seemingly overwhelmed, responds with a prayer for peace. The escalating conflict emphasizes the societal pressures and anxieties surrounding the awakened. Hyung's fury simmers beneath the surface as guild members withdraw, leaving only a skeleton crew to weather the storm. One member, however, offers a comforting assurance, "I'm liking you more and more, Sir Monk." News of a foreigner's illegal entry, trespassing, attack, and property damage on guild territory is met with stunned disbelief. A pity, one member questions, highlighting the gravity of the situation. The news is a catalyst for Hyun's rage. Learning that the culprit, Hero, has fled back to Japan ignites a furious outburst. Overwhelmed by righteous anger, Hyun invokes Avalokitesvara, the Buddhist goddess of mercy. Before making a crucial decision, he must report this incident to the Bureau immediately. The escalating international incident is a matter of grave concern. Hiro, a member of Japan's defense agency, stresses the importance of avoiding any action that could be construed as personal retribution, fearing further complications. Another official condemns those who shift responsibility and hardship onto the citizenry, highlighting the moral bankruptcy of such behavior. The source of the article fueling this crisis is revealed: America. The speaker believes the Soho Guild should seek refuge in a superpower capable of offering them protection, suggesting the United States as a suitable option. A bloodied figure delivers an ominous ultimatum: unless the situation is resolved, all will face death at their hands. The stark threat underscores the escalating danger. The humiliation left him paralyzed, his body, rigid with shock, refused to obey. Concern for Gunwa's well-being is expressed, noting the disciples' shock at the events. Reassurance follows: Gunwa appears unharmed. A vow of vengeance is made. The narrator reveals confidence in an impending crushing defeat for the antagonist. Two men, metal detectors in hand, scour a verdant field. One expresses certainty that a hidden object is nearby, while the other acknowledges the difficulty of the search, likening it to finding a needle in a haystack. A woman, identified as Section Chief Miso, speaks on the phone, expressing a plea that the listeners not harbor excessive resentment towards the government due to recent events. Back in the field, one man proposes entering a beast farm, a suggestion met with hesitation from his companion. The hesitant man defends Section Chief Miso, highlighting her consistent support for them, urging leniency in their judgment of her actions. Caution is advised. The team moves through the dense forest, their pace deliberate. One member voices the necessity of vigilance. Their apprehension is justified. More threats are present than initially thought. The landscape opens to reveal a wider view, highlighting the scale of the problem. A news report is read aloud, detailing incredible feats of strength and skill, riding a humpback whale, capturing multiple megalodon-class creatures, and even manipulating an ice vortex. These actions clearly suggest the subject is no ordinary individual. The implication is clear: their target is closer than anticipated. If he's in the South China Sea, he's almost home. The team's focus shifts to the implications of this development. The sheer power is almost palpable: a monstrous, icy presence freezes the sea, killing countless creatures in its wake. The narrator's awe is evident. Two men react with disbelief and terror, their expressions mirroring the sheer shock of the news they just received. Their vocalizations confirm their alarm. The initial shock gives way to a horrifying realization: Tokyo is under attack. The gravity of the situation intensifies. A wyvern, a fearsome dragon-like creature, descends upon the city, confirming the source of the chaos. Panic is guaranteed. The Dragon Knight descends upon Tokyo, his massive dragon a terrifying sight against the backdrop of panicked citizens and screeching vehicles. The sheer scale of his arrival is undeniable. Live news reports explode with speculation: Park Suo, the Dragon Knight, has appeared in Tokyo. The internet buzzes with theories, ranging from a surprise attack to a potential assassination attempt on Lee Sung-woo. Two men watch the unfolding chaos on a phone, their faces a mixture of shock and awe. One whispers about the Dragon Knight's audacious spirit. Despite the Dragon Knight's dramatic entrance bringing Tokyo traffic to a standstill, the news reports reassure viewers that, so far, there has been no significant damage. A military helicopter descends rapidly over a Tokyo cityscape. The question hangs in the air: is it Lieutenant Saseki's Tokyo Team 1? This suggests an imminent high-stakes situation involving elite forces. A live chat explodes with the news. Park Suho is in trouble. Saseki's team, known for its high arrest rate, is en route. The chat's commentary highlights the gravity of the situation. The arrival of tanks is confirmed by multiple viewers. The Situation Room is a whirlwind of activity. Large screens show the unfolding chaos in the city. A monstrous creature is visible amongst the buildings, explaining the scale of the emergency. The response is swift and overwhelming. Combat drone battalion, ready. A swarm of drones fills the sky, demonstrating the immediate and technologically advanced countermeasure being deployed. A combat satellite locks onto its target. The world below is visible, a vast expanse of blue and green. The countdown has begun. Daigo, second in command of the Awakeners Federation, and Kurosawa, Minister of Defense, observe. Saseki's arrival is noted. They will monitor the situation for now, assessing his potential value to their defense assets. Park Suho, seemingly unaware of the unfolding events, sits calmly, a look of mild surprise on his face. He is perched atop some sort of dark, mechanical structure, amidst a flurry of debris. The question hangs in the air, are you hero? The intensity of the moment is palpable, a confrontation is imminent. A group of men sits around a table in a dimly lit cafe, their faces etched with concern. One of them holds a phone, having just received a shocking message. What did Suho Hyungnim say? One asks, the tension palpable. Another lets out a weary phew, expressing the weight of the news. The air crackles with anticipation. The men's faces are still etched with worry. They are clearly struggling to comprehend the implications of the message. What on earth did he say? One of them repeats, their voice filled with disbelief and growing anxiety. The suspense intensifies. A phone screen displays an alarming MMS message, special training until you feel like you're dead. The recipient reacts with shock and disbelief. What? Why, he cries out, the gravity of the situation crashing down on him. The scene conveys a sense of impending doom. The men now watch a news report on a large screen. The headline reads, Suho Guild, Global Disgrace. The image shows Suho and others, his reputation publicly shattered. The faces of the men watching reflect a mixture of shock and betrayal. The news confirms their worst fears. The tension reaches a breaking point as they realize the full extent of the situation. A text message confirms Suho's actions, he is a fraud. One of the men darkly remarks, "Ha! That's a capture from my video," a subtle hint of his own complicity. The news report intensifies the feeling of betrayal and impending consequences. Tears streamed down his face as he confessed, "I know, no one is on our side. When we're the victims." His despair highlights their complete isolation. Another man, bald and grim, added, "There's no way we can rebut the comments claiming what happened was a disgrace." We should. His words underscore the public's condemnation and their inability to defend themselves. The tension ratcheted up as one of them urgently asked, "What did the Bureau say?" The question reveals a desperate hope for external support amidst their isolation. The television screen displayed a news report showing them, confirming their status as outcasts and fueling their growing sense of hopelessness. The visual emphasizes their predicament. Indignation flares in his eyes as he explodes, but they won't do anything but say it's a pity? At the very least, shouldn't they catch Hiro and hold him responsible for his actions? The injustice burns within him. One man stares, aghast, at the other. They just let him go? Disbelief and outrage are etched on their faces. The gravity of the situation settles in. It's also shocking that there's not even a single article on our side, when we are the victims here. How is this our country? The words are a bitter accusation, highlighting the systemic failure to protect its citizens. The weight of their shared helplessness hangs heavy in the air. They're right. This happened not because we're weak, but because our country is weak. That's why we should have emigrated a lot sooner. Despair and resignation mingle with the harsh reality of their situation. A chilling command echoes, "Bring Park Suho in 10 days. I'll deal with that bastard's eyes." The speaker, a man with long, dark hair and a cruel demeanor, stands silhouetted against a fiery orange backdrop, his expression a mask of cold determination. The threat hangs heavy in the air. Three men huddle together, their faces etched with worry. One speaks, his voice laced with apprehension, "That, we also want to, but we can't contact Hyung." Their hesitation speaks volumes about the power and danger they are facing. The three men sit around a table, their earlier unease giving way to a somber understanding. But if we weren't able to stop ourselves and really fought him, we all would have died, one of them states, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on them. Another adds, that's right. Think about what would have happened if we had all died at his hands. How hurt would Hyung have been? The final verdict is delivered, that's right. You did the right thing. A sense of relief, tinged with sorrow, permeates the scene. The scene shifts to a quiet room. One of the men reflects, well, he doesn't speak as much, and only watches TV in his room, but it's better this way. Another agrees, true, he did roam around a bit too much before. A final observation seals the moment, that's right. Wolves slink away when they see Gunwoo. The unspoken understanding underscores Gunwoo's immense power and the necessary precautions taken to keep the peace. A young man, his eyes wide with awe, stares blankly. Hero is really amazing. To think someone like that appeared in front of me. His wide-eyed expression and slack jaw perfectly capture the sheer disbelief and overwhelming impact of his recent encounter. Dong-soo is told there's something they must do before Hyung returns. A sense of urgency hangs in the air. Reluctantly, Dong-soo and his partner are tasked with a job in a mystical forest, everyone else is occupied. Dong-soo voices his displeasure, already feeling burdened. The weight of his obligation becomes clear as he accepts the mission, despite his reservations, reminding himself of the contract they signed. The call ends abruptly. Dong-soo and his partner remain in the forest, the silence heavy with unspoken tension and the implications of their task. The man, his face etched with concern, mutters to himself, acknowledging the enemy's likely use of listening devices strategically placed before their departure. He's clearly aware of the danger. He continues, acknowledging this possibility but adding a crucial piece of strategic insight: the enemy is often nearer than one might suspect. The implication is that they need to look closer to home, to their immediate surroundings. The man's unease deepens. His companion, remaining silent, merely observes as he voices his suspicion about the growing family residing in the ownerless house. The question hangs heavy in the air: where is that guy? The scene is clearly one of mounting tension, uncertainty, and growing suspicion. A colossal, ice-encrusted shark bursts from the frigid waters, its jaws agape. A figure, barely visible, clings precariously to its back, struggling against the beast's violent surge. Two men, their faces etched with concern, exchange words. There's no sea in the beast farm, but a whale, one asks, incredulous. The other replies, well, he did tame animals even when he didn't have the beast farm. This reveals the protagonist's unusual talent for animal taming, extending beyond his current resources. One man's brow furrows in deep contemplation. I've never seen that before, he mutters, his gaze fixed on something unseen by the audience. The mystery deepens, hinting at a creature unknown even to experienced handlers. The pair observes a troop of monkeys. Aren't those Japanese monkeys? One queries, his voice laced with astonishment. The other echoes his uncertainty, are they? The unusual location and behavior of these primates raise questions about the scope of the beast farm's unusual creatures. A newsflash blares, newsflash: Park Suho attacks Tokyo. The image shows a massive, dark dragon soaring over the city skyline. The sheer scale of this event dwarfs previous occurrences, highlighting the escalating stakes and the protagonist's growing power, or potential threat. A monstrous, winged creature descends upon the city, its shadow engulfing the skyscrapers below. The sheer scale of the beast is terrifying. Panic erupts as the dragon-like creature tears through the city streets. Cars scatter, civilians scream, "What the hell is that?" and the chaos is palpable. A figure, perched atop the beast, is barely visible amidst the turmoil. A man, his face etched with fury, bellows, "Hero, you bastard, come out." His desperate call reveals a personal stake in the unfolding catastrophe. Observers watch the unfolding scene on computer screens, their awe and disbelief evident. One exclaims, "Whoa, damn. Did he really go to get revenge?" Another concludes, "Park Soho really has balls of steel." The situation's gravity and the audacity of Park Suho's actions are highlighted. The Dragon Knight, unexpectedly, has appeared in the heart of Tokyo, his presence causing immediate chaos. He's searching for a hero. Simultaneously, the Awakener Federation's criminal task force arrives on the scene. Leading the task force is Lieutenant Saseki. Reinforcements are imminent. A Type 10 tank battalion is en route to Tokyo. Tank Battalion Team 1 reports ready for deployment. The tension is palpable. A significant operation is underway. A massive, dark dragon is locked within a containment field, its immense power barely contained. Satellite imagery confirms its presence, highlighting the scale of the threat. Saseki, a highly skilled operative, is dispatched. The urgency in the repeated shouts of his name underscores the immediate danger. The dragon breaks free, soaring through the city. Saseki, facing a formidable opponent, is forced into a direct confrontation. The command "come out" is a desperate plea to engage the enemy head-on. You are under arrest for illegal entry, social chaos, fearmongering, and other public order violations. The weight of the accusation hangs heavy in the air, the officer's stern gaze unwavering. Yikes! The three men react with horror to something on a phone screen, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and dread. A glimpse of the screen suggests the severity of the situation. Their reactions escalate, panic sets in. The gravity of their situation is undeniable. Fear grips them completely. Anyway, let's wait until Soho Hyungnim comes back. A calmer voice cuts through the tension, suggesting a plan or strategy, a glimmer of hope amid the crisis. A leader amongst them calls for patience. A close-up reveals one of the men, his face etched with a grim determination, hinting at a willingness to confront whatever comes next. The crisis continues, but resolve remains. A frantic chase unfolds across a treacherous landscape. A masked figure, agile and determined, leaps across a chasm, pursued by a massive bear and a herd of elephants thundering behind. The ground trembles with each heavy step. News arrives concerning Soho Hyungnim's progress. He has significantly increased in strength during his travels. This revelation hints at a greater power he now commands. The report identifies the elite Tokyo Team 1, Lieutenant Saseki's unit, as world's number 15, adding a layer of urgency and highlighting the scale of the threat they face. Reinforcements are on their way. Footage confirms the unmanned air drone battalion is en route to the site, signaling a coordinated response to the escalating situation. A tense standoff. A man, his face hard, issues a warning: "If you're not hero, scram." The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. The response is swift and laced with disdain. "You're a rude Korean," hisses the challenger, his expression a mask of contempt. The confrontation escalates. A magical clash erupts. Energy surges as hero counters the attack. The scene is a whirlwind of motion and power, arcane symbols blaze as he defends himself. Dark tendrils constrict the young man, his breath catching in his throat as he murmurs, "Hmm?" A growing sense of dread fills the air. The tendrils tighten further, a chilling voice declares, "It will only tighten further." The threat is palpable, the impending danger imminent. A fierce struggle ensues. The young man, now clearly exhibiting extraordinary power, fights back against the shadowy force, their battle a blur of motion and intense energy. A powerful blow connects, sending his opponent reeling. The force of the impact is breathtaking, the man's pained expression a testament to its strength. The young man unleashes a devastating attack, launching his opponent high into the air before a colossal, shadowy dragon erupts from behind him, its massive wings engulfing the scene in darkness. A figure dives, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow. The impact sends shockwaves outward, a blur of motion as he barely escapes certain death. "Good," the young man smirks, his hands crackling with dark energy. "If your territory is attacked, you should protect it with your life." His words are a statement of lethal philosophy, a demonstration of power as much as a lesson. The Dragon Knight's adversary assesses the situation. "As expected of the Dragon Knight, you're as strong as the rumors say." His words are a grudging acknowledgement of strength, laced with respect born of fear. The Dragon Knight, seated upon a fallen beast, delivers a curt dismissal. "If you know, then get lost." His calm confidence reflects the unwavering conviction of someone who has faced even greater threats and ultimately prevailed. His face contorted with fury, he unleashes a guttural roar, "You bastard! The raw intensity of his rage is palpable. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts, the force throwing him violently backward. The impact sends him crashing to the ground, the force of the blow shattering the concrete beneath him. A wave of shock ripples through the observing officers. One stammers, that's. The implication of what they witness hangs heavy in the air. A devastating blow shatters a building, sending debris flying as terrified civilians scatter. The sheer destructive power is undeniable. A wave of destruction crashes through the city streets. A monstrous figure, unseen but clearly powerful, leaves a trail of devastation in its wake. Civilians scatter in panic. High above the chaos, a young man commands a massive, black dragon as it unleashes a torrent of fiery breath. He shouts, "Don't send your minions." His voice rings with defiance, a stark contrast to the terror below. This is a battle of unprecedented scale. A digital chat box reveals a tense situation. The world's 15th ranked warrior, Sasaki, is down. His death is being discussed, along with the ineffectiveness of a planned debuff and the paralysis of Tokyo's team. The stakes are impossibly high. In a calmer setting, a group of high-ranking officials discuss the current situation. They reschedule a meeting, awaiting safer travel conditions after the earlier city attack. The scale of the conflict is clear, even outside of the direct combat zone. The young man on the dragon continues his assault, his determination unwavering. The dragon's immense size and power are emphasized by the close-up. This pivotal moment shows us that this young man is the one who will decide the fate of this battle, and perhaps much more. Panic erupts in the city streets. Civilians scream, "What?" as they flee a chaotic scene, their desperate cries echoing, "We have to escape." Inside, two men in suits calmly discuss the unfolding crisis. One asks, "What is next, Daigo-san?" The other replies, "Lieutenant Masai is preparing." The implication is that this is a coordinated, controlled response to a larger threat. A monstrous dragon breathes fire, incinerating everything in its path. A lone figure, perched atop the beast, watches a police officer approach. The officer is clearly facing a catastrophic threat, a stark contrast to the controlled response seen earlier. The question, "Help!" hangs heavy in the air, suggesting a desperate plea for unlikely aid. "It would be best if you stopped here." A warning, delivered with a chillingly placid smile. "Hiro cannot come here right now." Why? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the official's stoic response. "A bastard who needs 10 days to clear a dungeon provoked me? I can't understand it." Hiro's internal monologue reveals his disbelief and simmering anger. The audacity of his opponent is clearly a point of contention. "I'll come back then." A promise, laced with quiet determination, hangs in the air as he turns to leave. The conflict, though momentarily paused, is far from resolved. He scoffs, delivering a pointed message, "Tell him that stealing the youth or eggs of a nest when the leader of the pack goes out to hunt is something only petty thieves do." This reveals a cultural understanding of dragons, implying a complex social structure and code of conduct that even powerful humans must respect. Suho, astride a massive dragon, soars through the cityscape. The sheer scale of the dragon against the modern buildings underscores the extraordinary nature of this event. The urgency is palpable. A group of officials watches the spectacle unfold on screens, their faces grim. One declares, "We cannot simply let Soho leave like this. This will lead to international humiliation." The gravity of the situation, the potential for global fallout from Soho's actions, is made clear. A calm, calculating command is issued: request Iruma Kiju to escort him until the ADIZ with the F-35. This points to a planned response, hinting at a military solution and the involvement of a key individual, Iruma Kiju, to handle the situation with Suho. A black portal rips open above the city, its ominous glow casting a crimson shadow over the urban landscape. News of Lieutenant Sasaki's incapacitation following a confrontation with Park Suho reaches the public, while elsewhere, a witness recounts seeing the events unfold live. The implications of this are grave. The gravity of the situation is underscored by the minister's emergency meeting. Their silence speaks volumes. Thanks to Suho's actions, war seems inevitable. A group of men watch the unfolding crisis on television, their apprehension palpable. A serious conversation is postponed until Soho Hyungnim's return. The speaker's grim expression hints at the gravity of the matter to be discussed. Soho Hyungnim's unexpected return is met with surprise and concern. His uncles are found idly watching television and drinking, seemingly oblivious to potential danger. Soho's eyes blaze with an ominous blue energy, signaling a significant power surge, possibly indicating a transformation or heightened emotional state. The question hangs in the air: what is he capable of now? A whirlwind of panicked faces surrounds a lone figure, their expressions a mixture of fear and outrage as they are surrounded by a mob. The man remains calm amidst the chaos. Kazuhiro Sasaki, a police officer, calmly requests the cooperation of the Wyvern Rider, his tone conveying both authority and a plea for peaceful resolution. The stakes are high, the situation is tense. A bystander's horrified whisper underscores the gravity of the situation. The Wyvern Rider's refusal to cooperate with Sasaki is shocking, suggesting a level of defiance that goes beyond ordinary resistance. Suddenly, a colossal wyvern descends, its presence shattering the mundane world. The rider, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding chaos, sits astride his powerful mount. The crowd roared, their excitement palpable. Sasaki's binding, they chanted, their anticipation building as the powerful mage prepared to unleash his technique. Sasaki's spell took hold. "Don't move," he warned his opponent, Park Suhu, as tendrils of dark energy snaked around him, constricting his movements. Park Suhu strained against the binding, his face contorted with effort. The dark energy tightened, a stark contrast to the bright cityscape behind him. His struggle was futile. A live chat window displayed the public's reactions. The comments ranged from dismissive, "Sasaki only needs 1 minute against him," to concerned, "How much did the government spend on guys like him?" and even a touch of grudging respect, "Still, he was pretty good at clearing dungeons." The final, ominous comments sealed the fate of the battle: "Goodbye Park Suhu." A collective gasp ripped through the onlookers as chaos erupted before them. Their faces, a mixture of shock and disbelief, reflected the sheer impossibility of what they witnessed. What on earth just happened? The question, raw with disbelief, hung heavy in the air. A man, his face bruised and bleeding, struggled to comprehend the unbelievable spectacle. He admitted, a grim determination etched on his features, "If I hadn't cast a debuff at the moment of impact, my face would have been crushed." The near miss underscored the immense power unleashed. The officer, his face a mask of grim determination, unleashes a crimson energy blast, warning his assailant, "You will have the additional charge of assaulting a police officer." Ignoring the threat, the assailant roars, "Just die," launching a ferocious counterattack with his own energy weapon. The scene shifts. A second combatant arrives, summoning an air vortex with a powerful gesture, his eyes blazing with intensity. With a swift kick fueled by the vortex, he sends the first attacker flying. The air vortex expands dramatically, revealing a colossal, icy dragon emerging from its swirling heart. Spectators watch in stunned silence. A city block explodes in a blinding flash. The force of the blast throws bystanders sprawling as a searing energy beam cuts through the buildings. Two men in suits stare, mouths agape, at the destruction unfolding before them. Their expressions are a mixture of disbelief and stark terror. A police officer, face grim, shouts a warning to his fellow officers as the chaotic scene continues. He witnesses the escalating destruction and the threat it poses. One of the suited men, his expression shifting to awe, whispers to himself. The previous fear is now replaced with a grudging respect. This unexpected power surpasses his expectations. A voice, cold and menacing, echoes through the city. The threat is clear: unconditional surrender or utter devastation. A wave of fire erupts from the maw of a colossal dragon, its scales shimmering with an ominous glow. The sheer power is terrifying. Inside a high-tech control room, officials monitor the chaos. The citizens are in danger. "We have to get rid of the Dragon Knight with the satellite." The urgency is palpable. This is not a mere threat, it's a crisis demanding immediate action. Lieutenant Masai, a stern figure in a police uniform, steps forward, declaring, "I am Lieutenant Masai from the police department. His presence signals a shift in the unfolding narrative, a possible intervention. "Bring hero out now," the demanding voice cuts through the air. The speaker's face, etched with impatience, reflects the urgency of his request. The guard's response is immediate: he is currently raiding a level 7 dungeon. The implication is clear: hero's current undertaking is far too dangerous to interrupt. "You cannot meet him right now," the guard states flatly, his stance firm. "It will take at least 10 days for him to come out." The insurmountable time constraint is established. The guard's face hardens. "Please do so," he concedes, but a steely resolve underpins his words. "But you will have to pay for what you have done today." The consequences of this interruption are made clear. A man in a cap, his face a mask of chilling determination, utters a single, unwavering word: "I will." His resolve, palpable even across the panel's stark simplicity, foreshadows decisive action. A flock of dark, ominous birds circles above a city, casting a foreboding shadow over the civilians looking up in alarm. The scene highlights the escalating threat, hinting at a power far beyond conventional means. Military officers confer, their hushed tones betraying the gravity of the situation. The dialogue reveals the overwhelming nature of the threat. Deploying the full defense army against a single awakener is deemed humiliating, a stark commentary on the immense power of these individuals. A lone figure, cloaked and riding a magnificent dragon, soars above the city skyline, fighter jets dwarfed in comparison. This is the Awakener, a powerful being capable of commanding such creatures. The visual establishes his overwhelming dominance. A figure stares in disbelief, a question hanging in the air: is that the gate to the planet Gutchen? The very existence of this gate, a portal to another world, is a revelation. The Dragon Knight, Park Suho, unleashed his fury in Tokyo. The scene depicts the aftermath of a devastating battle, highlighting Suho's exceptional power and the scale of his conflict. His actions, though effective, have drawn the ire of the Japanese government. The Japanese government's response is swift and severe. They deem Suho's actions an act of aggression, demanding his extradition. Failure to comply will lead to war with Korea. The weight of international relations now rests on this single individual. Facing an impending war, a desperate plan forms: escape to the United States. The speaker questions the likelihood of a war with the US, revealing a calculation of global power dynamics and a hope for a safer haven. A raven circles outside a dimly lit study, its shadow cast against the windowpane. Two figures, their expressions unreadable, exchange a silent, tense moment. A palpable unease hangs in the air. The atmosphere shifts dramatically. Dunhwa's family greets him boisterously, relieved by his return. The scene is filled with the joyful chaos of a reunion. "Dad, Uncle's back," one shouts. Dunhwa and a friend share a celebratory selfie, the backdrop a sunny park. The friend exclaims, "As expected of our Hyungnam." The implication is that Dunhwa's actions, sending a message via a trained bird, are both unexpected and impressive. The scene changes to a stark contrast. Dunhwa's superior, his face inscrutable, casually questions his apparent nervousness. The previously light tone is replaced by subtle tension. "Why are you so nervous?" he asks. This hints at a precarious situation concealed beneath the surface celebration. The accusation hung heavy in the air, a cold weight settling on his shoulders: "It is your fault." The man's eyes, shadowed and filled with a quiet despair, reflected the cityscape's harsh indifference. Lee Sung-woo, eyes blazing with supernatural energy, bellows a command: "Stop running." His fury is palpable, a raw power that fills the air. The command echoes as Sung-woo's pursuers scatter, crashing through a window in their desperate flight. Shattered glass rains down, a visual testament to their panic. The urgency of the situation is clear, and order is given to demand Lee Sung-woo's immediate surrender. The stakes are high. Lee Sung-woo, the instigator, is accused by the Minister of National Defense. The minister's pointed question reveals a simmering undercurrent of nationalistic tension, implying that Park Suho's Japanese heritage is being used to discredit him. The minister's accusation is met with a denial, but his protest of innocence rings hollow. The blatant eavesdropping and immediate response demonstrate the high stakes of the situation. The president of South Korea's concerned expression underscores the gravity of the situation. The scene sets up the following panel's discussion. Despite considerable efforts, the government remains baffled by Lee Sung-woo's actions, highlighting the mystery surrounding the initial event and foreshadowing further investigation. The AB director, his face etched with worry, reports, "We have two guesses, sir. The gravity of the situation is palpable." An unseen superior questions, "Is that possible?" The uncertainty hangs heavy in the air, amplified by the following statement, "I don't know what the world's number one is doing, acting so childishly." The implication is clear, a powerful figure is acting irrationally, jeopardizing the stability of the world. The pressure mounts as a solution is offered, just give them Park Soo-ho. This seemingly simple suggestion reveals the desperation of the situation and the immense power attributed to Park Soo-ho. The stark reality of the impending threat is laid bare: if a war breaks out right now, we'll all die. The subsequent agreement, "True, shouldn't we make sure the citizens survive before anything else," underscores the dire stakes and forces a difficult moral calculation. The lives of the populace are now the primary concern. The assembled officials concluded that their second theory was more likely. Their worried expressions reflected the gravity of the situation. A question hung in the air: was this a matter involving foreign governments? Given the current strained relations between nations, already struggling to manage frequent dungeon breaches, the possibility of a war is deemed impossible. This implies a considerable interest in capturing Park Soo-ho. Unlike other returnees, such as Lee Sung-woo, Park Soo-ho's unique abilities make him a singular target. The question remained, why? The reason? Park Soo-ho possesses skills unlike any other. A powerful silhouette, seemingly cloaked in advanced technology, stands against a backdrop of the earth, visually highlighting the exceptional nature of his abilities. Park Soo-ho is mastering the elemental magic unique to the high elves of planet Aruka. This is a power previously thought impossible for humans to wield. Soo-ho demonstrates this mastery, harnessing a wave of potent, light-based energy. The sheer power is evident in the visible energy around him. News of Soo-ho's abilities reaches a government council, causing immediate alarm and disbelief. The sheer scope of his power is beyond their comprehension. The Minister of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport confirms that Soo-ho's power stems from High Elven area magic, specifically, the capacity for instant harvest, a power capable of yielding immense resources. The Council's response is swift and decisive. Given the vast potential and the inherent risk, Soo-ho's protection becomes a matter of national security. They will defend him at all costs. News reports confirmed the government's refusal to extradite Park Soo-ho to Japan. It was, ultimately, a matter of money. A plan was devised: Soo-ho's guild would be elevated to level 6, focusing expansion onto the Gyeonggi region farmlands, a move designed to generate substantial income to keep Soo-ho from jail and simultaneously resolve other issues. A meeting was arranged with Mr. Max on Soo-ho's land the following day. Soo-ho is blamed for creating the situation, but he is also presented as the one who takes responsibility for everything. The scene opens on Seoul Area 2, Grasshopper Dungeon, Level 3. A bright blue orb of energy pulses in the center of a desolate, urban landscape. Two figures in tactical gear are thrown violently to the ground by a powerful surge of energy from the orb. The force of the blow is evident in their limp bodies. The energy blast continues its devastating effect. Three more figures are similarly incapacitated by the orb, scattered across the ground in a chaotic sprawl. A young man observes the scene with a mixture of disgust and amusement, his words laced with disdain: "Look at these bastards." The musical notes next to the speech bubble suggest a sardonic tone. A woman, impeccably dressed, sits at a table, a concerned expression on her face. She speaks into her phone, her words revealing the rigorous training of someone she clearly cares for. "Are you letting the others eat while you're training them? These punks ate a lot when I wasn't here, so they don't need to eat right now." Her tone suggests a practical, if somewhat harsh, care for those under her charge. The conversation continues. The woman on the phone receives an update on the subject's condition. "It's been a while, right? I heard that you've been going through high-intensity training in a dungeon, without even stopping to sleep in the 3 days since you returned to Korea. Her tone conveys a mix of concern and a hint of knowing admiration for his dedication. The woman's expression softens slightly, betraying a sense of relief. She assures her contact, "We have a pretty nice solution for it." The implication is that whatever exhaustion or strain the other party is experiencing will be addressed. The scene shifts to a man, his appearance suggesting the same exhaustion the woman spoke of. He appears weary, reflecting the intensity of his recent training. His words highlight his recognition of the challenges he's faced. "I forgot for a moment that going against them can be a pain." Then, "See you at home." He acknowledges the hardships and implies a much-needed rest is imminent. A grand estate, nestled amidst lush greenery, is revealed. It's clearly a place of comfort and recovery, reinforcing the implication of a well-deserved respite for the exhausted individual. The image conveys the idyllic setting that awaits him. Max, the Asian branch manager of the SFC, is introduced. He greets a woman, her expression suggesting a formal business encounter. The woman informs Max that someone disrespected him. Max is clearly disturbed by this news. Max reflects on the incident, questioning the motivation behind the disrespectful act. The uncertainty of the situation fuels his internal conflict. A man proposes a lucrative deal to Max, suggesting he simply agree to the terms. This hints at a larger, potentially dangerous, game at play. A proposition unfolds: profit from an impending war while simultaneously eliminating a target. It's a win-win, the handlers suggest, killing two birds with one stone. The man's eyes gleam. Legally sanctioned assassination? The possibility hangs heavy in the air, a tempting offer. Despite the allure of the deal, the overarching threat of war is dismissed as unlikely. The immediate danger is neutralized. Disregarding the woman's explanation, the man declares his intent to assault a certain bastard, stating that he doesn't care about the reasons behind the conflict. His dismissive attitude foreshadows a reckless approach to the situation. The woman reveals a new development, an official government order. This unexpected element introduces a layer of complexity and potential conflict, suggesting the situation is far more intricate than a simple personal vendetta. A powerful blast of energy shatters the glass facade of a building. Shards rain down as a bald man, clearly empowered, stands defiantly, his fist clenched. Another figure recoils in shock. The Korean onomatopoeia signifies the violent impact of the blast. A tense meeting unfolds within a government chamber. The gravity of the situation is palpable. Officials debate the urgent need to act, highlighting the pressure they are under to meet demands. One official questions the wisdom of immediately complying with every request. The foreign minister erupts in a furious outburst. He blames the coddling of another individual for their recent reckless actions and resulting public scene. His anger and frustration are undeniable. The foreign minister's outburst escalates. He demands an explanation for the provocative statements made. The tension ratchets up significantly. A tense meeting unfolds. Shouts ring out, "You come over here!" as individuals clash. An exasperated voice cuts through the chaos, "Really, why are you fighting? Why don't you go outside and have an actual match?" The Assistant Secretary of State observes the scene with a furrowed brow, stating, "There's not a single point of contact between them." His concern underscores a deeper division. Another official chimes in, voicing speculation, "Well, I heard that Lee Sung-woo, that bastard, was the one who started things? Why is someone who betrayed their country picking a fight with Park Soho?" The question highlights the unexpected nature of the conflict. The answer is revealed. First is that he became jealous of Park Soho's recent and swift rise to fame outside the country. A newspaper clipping shows Park Soho receiving a knighthood from the Queen of England, solidifying his international acclaim and explaining Lee Sung-woo's resentment. A heavier budget might give them a fighting chance in 10 years, but the man's words hang heavy in the air, a stark acknowledgement of their current disadvantage. A hesitant murmur, "Should we?" ripples through the room, reflecting the uncertainty gripping the assembled officials. The weight of the decision, and its potential consequences, is palpable. The bureau director's sharp order cuts through the tension: Park Soho is to be sent to Japan. The decision, though sudden, seems inevitable given the circumstances. The man's expression speaks volumes, a grim acceptance of a difficult but necessary course of action. The question remains, what will this mission entail for Park Soo-ho? If the director's assessment is accurate, then the threat of war is merely a bargaining chip in a larger game. The global desperation to recruit Park Soo-ho stems from his unparalleled abilities. Nations worldwide are vying for his services. Park Soo-ho unleashes a torrent of raw energy, a vibrant green power erupting from his outstretched hands, hinting at the extraordinary abilities that make him such a highly sought-after asset. Reports indicate a surge in individuals returning from Aruka, where they've been studying, a process fraught with difficulty. However, a critical shortage exists. There are no awakened capable of performing area magic. Look here, director, a subordinate urgently addresses his superior, his concern palpable. Park Soo-ho, the subordinate explains, is akin to a lottery ticket, a potential source of immense wealth. The director, resolute, orders Park Soo-ho to be placed on the VIP list, effectively preventing his departure from the country. A news report proclaims Park Soo-ho a proud son of South Korea, suggesting a diplomatic solution to the conflict between Korea and Japan. A woman questions a man's unusual behavior in a car, suspecting his involvement in preventing someone's deportation to Japan. Her inquiry reveals a hidden agenda and escalating stakes. The man reveals his plan to make Korea the world's primary granary, replacing Aruka. He justifies his actions as patriotic. This statement exposes a geopolitical power play and unveils his long-term ambition. The woman challenges the man's claim of never taking things for granted, but he assures her that he'll handle the aftermath of her actions. Their exchange underscores a power dynamic and implies a pre-existing agreement. Powerful boots, crackling with electric energy, step onto the ground. This striking visual marks the emergence of a significant player, their arrival foreshadowing a dramatic escalation of events. A thunderous crash, a heavy quang, sends a soldier sprawling onto the icy ground. He lies there, dazed, amidst a flurry of ice shards. The scene expands to reveal multiple soldiers scattered across the frozen battlefield, all incapacitated. The scale of the recent assault is clear. Despite the carnage, one soldier remains standing, his voice echoing with grim determination. "We still have 10 rounds to go," he shouts, defiant in the face of overwhelming odds. This reveals the nature of the conflict, a brutal, round-based battle. He pulls out a phone, his expression shifting from fierce battle readiness to concerned urgency. "Oh, Granny Sukja, did something happen?" he asks anxiously into the device. The introduction of Granny Sukja suggests a crucial connection outside the immediate conflict. The soldier's concern deepens. "I'm giving the phone to Miss Miso." "Talk to her, all right," he says, his voice soft yet resolute. He's clearly prioritizing communication with this Miss Miso, indicating her importance to the situation. He admitted the truth over the phone, a grim acceptance in his voice. "Yes, well, that's true." The weight of the situation pressed heavily upon him. The call ended, leaving him to stare at the scene before him. 3 figures lay sprawled on the ground, casualties of a brutal encounter. A low moan escaped one man's lips. The man on the phone remained stoic. The scene shifted. He stood before a small table in a quiet park, facing 2 other individuals. Tension hung heavy in the air. The meeting was clearly not a casual one. A man approached, his expression amiable, extending a hand. "Ooh, Mr. Park. Nice to meet you." The shift in tone from the grim previous scene was jarring. A man with steely eyes and dark hair sits pensively, a faint purple aura swirling around him. He dismisses the challenge of a champion fighter named Park Soo-ho, confident in his ability to defeat him effortlessly. This is not simply bravado, his demeanor reveals a deep-seated self-assurance bordering on arrogance. A woman's surprised expression conveys a critical piece of information withheld until now. The details surrounding the fighter Park Soo-ho are not common knowledge. This suggests a deliberate concealment of dangerous facts, potentially raising the stakes of the situation. The scene shifts to a meeting. The woman explains that the purpose behind their actions is financial gain. The man's skeptical response underscores the gravity of the situation. The reason for their dealings, while simple, implies a willingness to engage in dangerous activities for profit. The young man is warned to avoid interaction with Park Soo-ho, described as a violent and unpredictable murderer. This establishes Park Soo-ho not merely as a formidable opponent but as a significant threat who needs to be avoided at all costs. A tense negotiation unfolds. Mr. Max, his face a mask of nervous sweat, stands before a composed woman in a business suit. Her expression is unreadable, hinting at a power far exceeding his own. The woman, addressing Mr. Max, states that she will contact him again after discussing matters with Mr. Soo-ho. Her tone suggests a calculated delay, holding the power in her hands. Mr. Soo-ho and the woman part ways. A car speeds away, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. Her wave, though seemingly casual, carries a weight of unspoken understanding, hinting at a clandestine agreement. Mr. Soo-ho, alone, questions his own motivations. The internal struggle is clear on his face, his doubt weighs heavily on him. I really want to, though, he wonders, his resolve faltering. He rationalizes his decision, choosing the path of legality. Since it's not against the law, this is better. However, the lack of conviction in his voice betrays the internal conflict unresolved. The woman considered the implications of donating the match proceeds to Japan, acknowledging the necessity of appeasing them. This is a calculated political move, prioritizing international relations over other considerations. She agreed to inform Mr. Max of the decision. This suggests a chain of command and further actions dependent on his approval. Concerns were voiced regarding the possibility of conflict with Japan. This reveals an underlying tension and the potential consequences of the earlier decision. The discussion shifted to a revelation: the plan to scout Park Soo-ho is a Japanese government initiative. This provides a critical link between the earlier political maneuvering and the ongoing plot involving Park Soo-ho. A news article reveals the DGB Corporation's plan to build a large granary and commercial infrastructure on Soo-ho land, marking a significant development and a potential new source of conflict or cooperation. The collaboration between DGB and the Soo-ho Guild is also made clear. A car speeds down a city highway as a question hangs in the air: did Park Soo-ho speak before the news broke? The implication of this query, unspoken but heavy, hints at a betrayal or at least a lack of communication that may have severe consequences. Several figures lie lifeless in a shallow body of water. The scene is cold and stark, a grim consequence now revealed. A lone individual observes the casualties from the edge, their face hidden, yet their presence suggesting either responsibility or profound shock. A woman, her expression sharp, confronts a man, conveying a decisive ultimatum: if you don't agree, you don't have to. The scene, set amidst a tranquil backdrop, belies the seriousness of the exchange. The stakes are high. The woman's perspective is clear, even dismissive. Japan's calculations are easy to understand. Her calm assessment implies superior knowledge and possibly manipulative intent. The implications are unsettling. I asked if you just laughed, you fucker, the man snarled, his face a mask of furious contempt. The accusation hung heavy in the air, a prelude to violence. The young man's capture was swift and brutal. Dragged away by several uniformed figures, his pleas for explanation were met only with callous indifference and the threat: you got a death wish, you little bastard? The scene pulsed with a volatile energy. A woman, her face etched with a grim determination, glared down at the struggling figures. This rotten brat! She hissed, unleashing a torrent of raw power. The air crackled with energy. A brutal grip tightened around the young man's throat. Terror was etched on his face as he struggled for air. The man's cold eyes held no mercy. A young man, propelled by unseen force, launched himself across the room, clutching 2 loaves of bread. The bread's impact connected with a man's face, leaving a clear imprint. The man's shocked expression is palpable. An enraged woman, wielding a cleaver, explodes with fury. Didn't I tell you not to touch the bread? We don't have enough, you brat, she screams. The young man, evading the cleaver, hurtles through a window, the bread clutched in his hand, shattering glass in his wake. A chain snaps, pulled taut by a powerful hand. The force is evident in the way the links splinter and fly, a testament to raw strength. 2 men in tactical gear observe the scene, their faces etched with concern. Who's that? One asks, his voice laced with apprehension. The other replies, he's Park Soo-ho's nephew. His movements are almost like an awakened monkey. the speed and agility of the nephew are highlighted. One of the men expresses disbelief and concern, but really, is that granny crazy? How could she throw those knives? His words reveal the unexpected nature of the situation and the woman's surprising prowess. The question of the woman's actions leads to a chilling revelation. Do you want to pay the price for touching Park Soho's family, like that Lee Sung-woo? The threat carries the weight of unspoken violence and a looming conflict. The truth is revealed, that's right, you punk. Those guys from before were all trainees from the Suho Guild. The casual cruelty and the shocking connection between the seemingly disparate events underscore the power of the Soho family and their ruthless methods. Ha, damn it, what kind of family is full of lunatics? The man's final comment emphasizes the incredulity and danger of the situation. Two officers observe a scene, a trail of broken chocolate indicating a hasty retreat. Where did all those punks disappear to? One asks, his comrade responding, they're over there, running away. The implication is that a chase is imminent. The chase begins. The officers pursue fleeing figures, their determination fueled by anger. One shouts, they need to apologize, fuck, revealing a violent intent. The scene shifts to a building at night, its illuminated windows suggesting activity within. The atmosphere is ominous, foreshadowing an encounter. A superior officer sits at his desk, questioning a newly arrived soldier. So, what brings you here? He asks, his tone suggesting a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The setting is a stark, functional office within a military facility. The officer presses his point, emphasizing the soldier's recent arrival. You just arrived here not that long ago. Don't you think it's better to let the soldiers rest for a day, at the very least? The soldier's stoic expression reveals his impatience and disregard for the suggestion. The soldier's terse reply cuts the officer short, they've rested enough. The tension between them escalates, revealing a stark difference in perspective regarding mission priorities. The panel shifts to reveal a grim scene, a wounded man, possibly a casualty, his arm heavily bandaged and bloodied. The context is revealed through text, even Lee Sung-woo's world record team had casualties. This emphasizes the high risk and severe consequences of the soldier's proposed actions. The loss of even a single soldier is presented as a significant blow to the country's resources. Back in the office, the officer's concern intensifies. If you enter hastily and lose men, how do you plan to do the subsequent raids? The question underlines the strategic implications of the soldier's impatience, highlighting the long-term consequences of immediate action. Park Suho's unusually delayed return from a level 6 dungeon has raised concerns. The situation demands a more cautious approach. In response to Suho's prolonged absence, a decision is made to integrate additional support into the combat unit. The order is acknowledged. A blinding flash of light engulfs a young woman, her features contorted in a grimace of pain. The force of the blast throws her violently to the ground. Hey, dumbass, a stern-faced woman barks, her tone dripping with impatience. You're supposed to come greet us if you finally returned after so long. How come you're just resting? The blonde woman's return is clearly less than welcome. The blonde woman groans, ugh, really? It was better being away. Her exhaustion and displeasure are palpable. The blonde woman lies on a cot, her expression a mix of annoyance and weariness. The other woman observes her with a critical gaze, muttering, "Hm? The blonde woman adds, ugh. What does that guy have to do with me? The question hints at a complicated relationship and a reason for her reluctance to return. Why don't you leave so I can rest? The blonde woman pleads, her frustration mounting. The dark-haired woman's knowing smile suggests she understands the reason for the blonde's multiple dispatches. Is that why you called Park Suho so many times while you were dispatched? She asks, revealing a key piece of information about the blonde's actions. Ugh, really? One agent confronts another, accusing her of illegally accessing call records. The initial annoyance hints at a deeper power struggle within their organization. The tense confrontation is interrupted. A third agent, Manager Miso, appears unexpectedly, causing a startled reaction. This interruption suggests a shift in the immediate threat, or a new, unexpected development. The tension dissipates as the agents reveal a surprising picnic spread. Manager Miso's reputation as a master of food runs is established, suggesting a playful, yet potentially significant, aspect to her character and her role within the group. This light-hearted moment contrasts sharply with the prior tension, hinting at an underlying camaraderie or shared coping mechanism amongst the agents. Three women, enjoying a post-dungeon crawl meal, share a casual moment. One casually remarks about the upcoming day's mission, while another laughs, indicating a light-hearted mood despite the inherent dangers of their profession. The relaxed atmosphere, however, foreshadows the seriousness of the tasks ahead. The red-haired woman, amidst laughter, shares a humorous anecdote about a YouTube video. This seemingly trivial detail highlights the normalcy they crave amidst their dangerous lives and foreshadows a deeper connection to the upcoming plot. The red-haired woman reveals the context of her story, explaining that the video depicts a recent rejection suffered by Songi. This seemingly inconsequential anecdote provides an unexpected window into Songi's personal struggles and motivations for her future actions. Her pursuit of self-improvement in the face of adversity forms a central theme of the narrative. The reason for Songi's actions becomes clear: her desire for strength stems from her perceived weakness, leading her to pursue the Awakened Mercenary exam. This revelation adds depth and context to her character, making her choices more understandable and relatable. The scene shifts toward a darker, more intense atmosphere, with the simple question, why, hinting at the challenges that lie ahead. A misunderstanding arises between two women. One, while enjoying fried chicken, is mistakenly perceived as weak due to a linguistic nuance in Korean. The other woman, clearly surprised, questions if the first woman's weakness is due to drug use. The scene shifts, revealing the second woman's amused contemplation. She concludes that Park Soho's preference for strong individuals is noteworthy, relating it to the previous misunderstanding. A red-haired woman, identified as Manager Miso, explains her reason for seeking an introduction. She's heard that the other woman is the liaison officer for Park Suho at a government bureau. The other woman confirms her position as Park Suho's liaison. Her expression suggests a mix of surprise and perhaps cautious interest at Manager Miso's request. Manager Miso directly requests an introduction to Park Suho. Her expression is confident and suggestive of a hidden motive, leaving the reader to wonder about her intentions. 24 hours have passed since Park Suho entered the perilous Level 7 dungeon. A massive rescue operation is underway, involving 38 mercenaries, some of the highest-ranking S ranks, alongside Special Forces Unit 707A. The atmosphere is described as exceptionally grim. Captain Sun Jinwoo's declaration, "We cannot retreat from here," underscores the gravity of the situation. Outside the dungeon, the relentless rain mirrors the mounting tension. A reporter, alongside his crew and a large wolf, notes the superstition surrounding dungeon raids on rainy days, considered bad luck. He calls out to a woman, Auntie Su-young, a testament to the widespread concern and anticipation. A grim report emerges: Suho, despite single-handedly defeating the dungeon boss multiple times, abruptly vanished, his face twisted in a ferocious expression. This unexpected turn raises serious concerns about the dungeon's unknown dangers and the nature of Soho's disappearance. He declared, "I have somewhere I have to go, and I'm in a hurry," as a sleek vehicle sped away, pursued by a trio of soldiers. The urgency in his words foreshadows impending conflict. Concern etched his features as he muttered, "Somewhere to go? What problems will that monk cause this time? Did he bring his medicine?" His worry highlights a dependence on the monk and hints at recurring crises. A soldier shouts, "Attention," his voice sharp and commanding, signaling a sudden shift in the narrative. The dramatic shift in tone foreshadows immediate action. The soldiers are mobilized, the speaker declaring, "That means we are acting as the vanguard." This establishes their role and the immediacy of the situation, increasing tension. The command rings out, "Entry," starting with Team 1. The imminent assault begins, intensifying the sense of urgency and foreshadowing a direct confrontation. A squad of soldiers sprints across a desolate, rain-swept landscape, their figures silhouetted against a fiery, apocalyptic sky. The urgency of their mission is palpable. A control room monitor displays, 27 have entered successfully. The operator, stressed, shouts, "Team 6, you have to hurry. There's only 2 seconds remaining." time is critically short. One of Team 6 engages an unseen foe amidst an electrical storm. The soldier is clearly overwhelmed by the enemy's power. The soldier is violently thrown through the air, the force of the attack evident in the chaotic energy surrounding him. His mission seems to be failing. Back in the control room, the grim reality sets in. The operator declares, 28 people have entered successfully. 2 have failed to enter. The mission's success hinges on these final moments. 2 S-rankers remain before the 7th door of the Level 7 Undead Land Dungeon. The countdown to its breach stands at 3 minutes. A tense situation unfolds. A monitor displays a system failure. The operator is stunned, muttering in disbelief. The countdown continues relentlessly. The operator's denial is palpable as he witnesses an impossible event, an unauthorized breach of the system. The command rings out, sharp and urgent, move. A blur of motion follows, a desperate scramble for survival. A swift, brutal kick connects with the man's temple. He staggers, his eyes squeezed shut against the pain. The aggressor, a towering figure in augmented combat gear, keeps him firmly in his grasp, the man's resistance futile. A flurry of knives erupts from the man's clothing, a desperate, last-ditch attack. The cack sounds echo the chaotic energy. A crazed old woman, wielding a knife with frightening speed, lunges toward an unseen target. "Stop that," she shrieks, her wild eyes gleaming. The intensity of the moment speaks volumes about the danger that has clearly been unleashed. The woman, winded but undeterred, clutches her lower back. "Rotten brat!" she mutters, the residual fury still evident in her posture, as she prepares to continue her pursuit. Her target's escape has only fueled her determination. 2 men, their faces etched with worry and anger, confront each other amidst a chaotic scene. "Ugh, why? Didn't you see me?" "Almost get stabbed by those knives," one demands, his voice sharp with disbelief and accusation. The close call highlights the severity of the situation, the gravity of the attack. A squad of heavily armed officers sprints down a corridor, driven by urgency. "Hey, did you bring the beer?" one calls out, a stark contrast to the lethal knives barely avoided moments earlier, highlighting the casual ruthlessness of their mission. "I did." "Run faster," another replies, underscoring the escalating tension and urgency of the chase. A lone figure, armed with a baton, confronts a group of officers. "Hey," he shouts, his expression a mixture of defiance and urgency. The officers, taken aback, stare at him with questioning looks. The man continues his charge, yelling, "Hey, punks! I said stop!" His desperate attempt to halt their advance is clear, yet the officers seem bewildered by his unexpected outburst. One officer observes, "Ha, this crazy guy is really..." his words trailing off in disbelief. Inside a stark, modern office, 2 men discuss plans. "We plan to start the raid today," one declares, his tone serious and businesslike. His colleague, surprised, responds, "Today?" The atmosphere is charged with anticipation and urgency. The first man explains further, "We've sent an official cooperation request to each guild, and we're in the middle of adjusting the plans for the additional combat teams." The increased scope of the operation is revealed, highlighting a collaborative effort. A man, his face etched with a quiet intensity, waits. The question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable: is he waiting for Park Suho's return? The weight of anticipation hangs heavy. Another figure emerges, a seasoned leader. His words betray a calculating strategy. Unit 707A, he reminds his subordinate, is their most valuable asset. This underlines the strategic importance of a specific unit within a larger operation. A woman's fury explodes. The raw emotion, her question hanging in the air, "Which bastard did that?" signals a sudden, violent disruption. The calm wait is over, something has gone drastically wrong. The scene shifts to reveal the source of the woman's rage. A cool, composed woman stands before her, the contrast in demeanor only heightening the tension. This confrontation promises escalation. The prior calm is shattered. A woman's face, etched with worry, fills the panel. Her expression speaks volumes of the turmoil she's enduring. One woman confronts another, her words sharp, You didn't even think about how the bureau was turned upside down when you suddenly disappeared, right? The accusation hangs heavy in the air, highlighting the gravity of the situation. A chaotic explosion of fried chicken, dumplings, and various snacks erupts across the panel. The sheer volume of food suggests a celebratory feast, a stark contrast to the preceding tension. The urgency is palpable as three women devour fried chicken in a clandestine meeting. One, with fiery red hair, urges speed, fearing the captain's retribution if they're caught. The allure of a golden leg, a prize of significant value, fuels their haste. One woman, blonde and seemingly unconcerned, is questioned about her participation in an upcoming dungeon raid. She flatly refuses, revealing her intent is merely to maintain appearances. The red-haired woman's amusement is evident as she reveals a shocking piece of gossip: Sonny and Park Soo-ho's relationship ended in rejection. Her knowing smirk hints at deeper knowledge. The red-haired woman's expression shifts to intrigue as she poses a question about the reason behind the rejection, clearly anticipating a juicy answer. A woman with vibrant red hair and wide, unnervingly cheerful eyes declares herself the strongest woman in Korea. Her expression is unsettlingly intense, a stark contrast to the casual setting. Her claim is reiterated, solidifying her bold statement and setting the stage for further interactions. The emphasis on first among the strongest women hints at a competitive environment. The focus shifts to another woman, her preoccupation with a chicken leg highlighting a mundane contrast to the previous boasts of strength. This juxtaposition underscores the unexpected normalcy in an extraordinary situation. A lone figure stands before a phalanx of soldiers, the rain mirroring the somber mood. The weight of command hangs heavy in the air. A female soldier, blonde hair pulled back, stands apart, her hand raised in a gesture of farewell, a silent acknowledgement of the mission's peril. From behind the wheel, a bald man offers a curt dismissal: "You go on ahead." His tone, though seemingly casual, speaks volumes of calculated risk and unwavering confidence. The mission's objective is revealed: a level 7 dungeon, ominously described as an undead land. The gravity of the situation hangs over the soldiers as they begin their advance. The mission briefing concluded with a terse order: find the best location for a base camp, assess the situation, create a map, and develop a battle plan. Their leader's final words, a forceful reminder of their elite status: don't forget, you're the best combat team in the country. Fulfill your duties. Team 1, identified by their leader's pointed gesture, surges forward, a wave of focused determination. The urgency of their movement hints at the gravity of the situation. A sudden energy blast erupts, forcing a desperate retreat. Run, the order echoes, laced with the raw fear of imminent danger. The vibrant energy trails behind them, a searing mark of near-miss disaster. Heek, monitoring the operation from a control room, watches the countdown timer tick down. The display shows 28 successful entries at the 12th door. The tension is palpable. He utters only one word, heavy with concern: "Heek." A blinding flash of energy erupts, throwing the figure backward with a violent. The raw power of the attack is evident in the chaotic energy trails. A group of onlookers, a man in tactical gear and several cloaked figures alongside a woman in a business suit, react with shock and disbelief, their expressions mirroring the utter chaos of the preceding event. Escapes one of them. The impact of the attack reverberates, the man, eyes wide with terror, is thrown violently to the ground. A guttural sound escapes him. Another figure, clad in dark tactical gear, is sent sprawling by a flurry of blows. The sharp quack sounds punctuate the brutal efficiency of the unseen attacker's assault. "Damn, hey, you! You crazy bastard, what do you think you're doing? Just let them go." The shouts echoed, a desperate plea against the backdrop of escalating chaos. A man in uniform confronted the perpetrator, his fury palpable. "It's not that we don't trust you." The words hung in the air, a fragile attempt at reassurance amidst gathering shadows. A sense of foreboding settled over the scene, highlighting the depth of the mistrust. "Myung-jin?" The question hung heavy with suspicion. A tense standoff unfolded in the rain, the uncertainty of the situation mirrored in the questioning gaze. "Yes, sir." The crisp reply was met with the sight of a legion of soldiers, their helmets gleaming ominously under a darkened sky. The scene shifted to an overwhelming display of force, signaling a sudden and dramatic change in power dynamics. Park Soo-ho, radiating power, stands defiant amidst a storm of crimson energy. His return is heralded by crackling electricity. News of Park Soo-ho's return explodes across the media, reporters and onlookers erupt in excited disbelief. The news is undeniable, he has returned. The public rejoices at the news displayed on a large screen. Park Soo-ho has single-handedly conquered Level 7 dungeon in record time, eliminating the need for evacuation. The weight of this achievement is palpable, causing a collective gasp of disbelief and relief. Experts predict the imminent clearing of the Level 7 dungeon, a feat the Awakener Bureau director hails as pivotal to South Korea's future, sealing the alliance with a handshake. The handshake signifies more than a simple agreement, it's a symbol of collaboration against the encroaching dungeon threat. Gratitude for the Awakener's efforts is expressed, yet a lingering question of purpose remains. Even minimal monster data is deemed invaluable for upcoming dungeon raids, emphasizing the high stakes of this partnership. A powerful figure in blue combat armor stands before two government agents. The teams, one agent asks. The other responds sharply, yes. The implication is that a team is being assembled for a dangerous mission. The armored figure, Park Soo-ho, expresses his disdain. He is unwilling to cooperate. You're not going to place a hurriedly assembled combat team on my hunting grounds again, are you? His tone is one of defiance, suggesting he is already familiar with this type of unwanted intervention. Soo-ho's resolve hardens. No, there's no need to join forces. I'm more than enough by myself. His confidence borders on arrogance, implying exceptional strength and capability. He dismisses the need for external assistance. An agent observes Soo-ho's actions, highlighting his perspective. He doesn't see our sending in a team as us trying to help prevent a disaster. Instead, he only sees it as our attempt to take the treasure of his hunting grounds. This reveals a fundamental conflict in motivations. Soo-ho's actions are misinterpreted by the government agents. A tense scene unfolds. A figure in advanced armor stands amidst a throng of onlookers and officials. The question hangs in the air, also, why are there so many people gathered here right now? The sheer number of witnesses speaks to the gravity of the situation about to unfold. A woman's voice cuts through the growing unease, but one of the Special Forces units from the Ministry of Defense is in the middle of a raid. The revelation sends ripples of shock through the assembled crowd. The situation is rapidly escalating beyond a simple gathering. The armored figure confronts an attacker. A swift, brutal takedown follows, the impact punctuated by a sharp AACK. The armored figure's calm response, "Yeah, of course it was. If it wasn't you, who else would it be?" confirms his role in the raid, and the casual cruelty hints at his ruthlessness. Even as intruders invade their hunting grounds, these guardians remain passive, their inaction a stark contrast to the urgency of the situation. One complains, his ears nearly torn from the strain of being manhandled. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Park Soo-ho's unexpected behavior draws attention, sparking confusion and alarm. A gasp escapes a witness as the scene unfolds before a photographer's lens. The urgency intensifies. A command cuts through the air, "Bring Myung-jin here." The implication is clear, this is no ordinary situation. A swift, coordinated retreat is underway. A group of soldiers rapidly vanish into a portal, leaving no trace. Their urgent departure underscores the gravity of the unfolding events. The Soho Guild's relentless pursuit of a dungeon breakthrough is causing a stir. Their audacious attempt, without rest, raises the stakes. Success would make them the first Level 7 guild. Meanwhile, a team observes the situation, their leader focusing on a particular individual, the one filming the events. Instructions are given, continue recording. The on-scene commander intends to extract crucial information from the exhausted dungeon raiders once they recover. This intelligence will be used to appease higher authorities. His subordinate, displaying unwavering loyalty, confirms her understanding. The medical machinery hummed, a low thrum against the sterile white of the room. Two scientists watched over 3 patients in suspended animation, their faces etched with concern. Are the machines working properly? One asked, his voice tight with apprehension. The other scientist's response was immediate and sharp. What? Weren't they porters? They're both B rank right now. A wave of disbelief washed over the scientist. But they were A rank and D rank when they entered? The implication hung heavy in the air. Something unexpected had occurred during the procedure. A sudden, violent noise shattered the silence. One of the patients, his body convulsing, let out a strangled cry, "Ack," as his form reacted violently to the unexpected power surge. The two scientists stared, mouths agape, at the scene unfolding before them. Their faces mirrored sheer, unadulterated shock and confusion. The question hung unspoken: what just happened? Hyungnim is missing, and his companions, facing a critical time constraint, only 30 minutes remaining, are left to grapple with their dwindling options and the grim prospect of their own demise. Their desperate situation intensifies as they confront the stark reality of their limited time, fueling their anxiety and prompting a frantic search for a solution before time runs out. A sudden, shocking event throws them into disarray, marked by a profound sense of astonishment and apprehension that suggests their situation is about to drastically change. The scene shifts dramatically, revealing a chaotic battlefield where a squad lies defeated, amidst an apocalyptic panorama. A catastrophic event has clearly unfolded. News reports confirm the unprecedented speed of Park Suho's dungeon raid, leaving Gimpo Airport deserted as citizens evacuate to the newly completed Suho Land residential area. The sheer scale of the event is undeniable. A mother and child, having secured their residence permits, express relief at moving to Suho Land, underscoring the societal impact of Suho's actions and the swift completion of the new housing development. Experts speculate, highlighting the crucial role Park Suho's efficiency plays in stabilizing the situation. The urgency of the situation is palpable. The sheer speed of Suho's dungeon clear a single day is revealed, creating shock and disbelief. The scale of his feat is beginning to truly sink in. Suho stands amidst the aftermath of a powerful, earth-shattering event, the raw power radiating from him undeniable. He is clearly a figure of immense strength and skill. News flashes across a stadium screen: Park Suho, South Korea's patron saint, has reduced his dungeon clear time by 3 hours, achieving his second clear in a mere 21 hours. The crowd roars its approval. Two figures lie defeated on the ground, groaning in pain. A towering, armored individual stands over them, his imposing presence dominating the scene. A man in armor observes a group of uniformed personnel rushing towards him, his expression one of perplexed curiosity. What are they doing now? He wonders aloud. A woman in a business suit approaches the armored man, calmly explaining, "We're doing this because we want to help. Just allow them to take care of you." Her words suggest a level of authority and a carefully planned intervention. A woman in a business suit observes a tense situation, her expression a mixture of concern and calculation. She remarks, "Since it is 3 times faster than the previous one, if everyone's safety is guaranteed, that would be better." Her words hint at a risky operation underway, prioritizing efficiency over conventional safety measures. Two men, clearly subordinates, praise her efforts, saying, "Hyungnim, you've worked hard." The scene underscores the woman's leadership and the grueling nature of their shared endeavor. Their exhausted but admiring expressions confirm her success in an undeniably difficult task. The scene shifts dramatically. A figure in advanced, blue body armor stands amidst a chaotic scene. Injured soldiers are strewn across the battlefield. He commands, "Carry them and follow me." The sudden change in setting highlights the immediate danger and the need for swift action. The juxtaposition emphasizes the woman's efforts were crucial to supporting this mission. Back with the woman, reassurances are offered. One of the men, concerned, is met with her calm, confident reply, "Don't worry. I'll take care of monitoring the construction's progress." This demonstrates her continued dedication to ensuring the success of the operation, even after the evident challenges. The woman's face is now serene, a smile playing on her lips. She simply states, "Go, and don't worry." This final panel reinforces her unwavering confidence and reassurance, leaving the audience with a sense of calm before the next development. Her leadership is unwavering and implicitly capable of handling any threat. He bellows, "Let's go," a surge of determination igniting within him as he prepares for the mission ahead. The weight of expectation rests upon his shoulders, the fate of many hangs in the balance. Surging forward, he leads his team, a blur of motion against the darkening sky. The urgency of their task is palpable, every second counts. A crimson storm erupts behind them as they vanish into the night, swallowed by the impending chaos. The ominous energy signals the true nature of the threat they face. He collapsed, his armored hand scraping against the rough earth. The faint glow emanating from his gauntlet hinted at a potent, failing energy source. His eyes blazed with an unnatural, icy blue light. A chilling smile stretched across his lips as he whispered, "Others." The transformation was complete. A surge of raw power erupts, crackling energy arcing from the figure's armored hands. The sheer force is palpable, leaving a trail of incandescent purple in its wake. The aftermath. Two figures lie sprawled on the rain-soaked ground, unconscious. Park Soo-ho stands over them, his own armor gleaming, a silent testament to his overwhelming victory. News headlines flash: Park Soo-ho conquered a level 7 dungeon in a mere 24 hours. His face, though weary, holds a quiet intensity. The implications of this feat are vast and unsettling. A superior officer approaches Soo-ho, his concern evident. He inquires about the condition of his fallen comrades. Soo-ho assures him they're merely resting, exhausted from 3 days without sleep. The unspoken tension hangs heavy in the air, the cost of victory is clear. Recognizing the exhaustion etched onto the hero's face, the official politely requests, "I'm sure you must be tired, but could I trouble you to write down your dungeon clearing strategy while you rest?" This seemingly innocuous request hints at the dire circumstances. The official explains, "Oh, we are currently in a state of national emergency. To stop a dungeon break from happening, it's best to have one more team join." The gravity of the situation is underscored. This is no ordinary mission. The perspective shifts to the hero, whose internal monologue reveals a stark contrast to the official's concern. He sees the situation not as a crisis, but as an unparalleled opportunity. To him, it's more like an island full of treasures landed right in his lap. The panel showcases his powerful, armored form, highlighting his readiness to exploit the situation. The tension ratchets up as the official, witnessing the hero's callous disregard for the national emergency, mutters, "We're fucked," while the hero coldly silences him, "I told you. Just stay quiet." The hero's ruthlessness and ambition are laid bare, revealing a potential conflict brewing. A powerful warrior, clad in blue armor, stands defiant. His gaze is sharp, his expression one of controlled fury. "In my hunting grounds?" With whose permission, he demands, his words carrying the weight of authority. A man in a tracksuit shrinks before the warrior's imposing presence. He confesses, "Yeah, right. It was me. I gave it." His voice is barely a whisper, betraying his guilt and fear. The warrior's concern shifts to another matter as he turns away from the man in the tracksuit. He urgently asks, "Where's Myung-jin?" His companion lies injured on the ground, a grim scene that emphasizes the gravity of the situation. The injured man, his face contorted in pain, offers a wry observation, "Ha! The monk seems to have run out of meat." His words hint at a deeper, perhaps darkly humorous, underlying conflict. A grotesque smile stretched across the scarred face of the man, his eyes wide with unsettling glee. His tongue lolled out, adding to the horrifying spectacle. Two figures, a man and a woman in official uniforms, watched from a distance, concern etched on their faces. "What are those guys doing now?" the man wondered aloud, his voice laced with apprehension. The scene shifted, revealing a figure in a futuristic suit collapsing amidst a fiery explosion. "It's too early to tell," a voice stated. "You'd need to clear the dungeon twice a day to stop a break from happening." The statement revealed the immense danger and the scale of the challenge ahead. A powerful surge of energy erupted, flinging several soldiers backward. Their desperate cries against the power were cut short as they were overwhelmed by the force. A backpack, seemingly tossed from the initial blast, drifted against the backdrop of the chaotic scene. A low hum of confusion filled the sterile room as one doctor voiced the unspoken question hanging in the air, "Huh?" His colleague stood beside him, mirroring his bewilderment. The unspoken tension hinted at something extraordinary. The data display flashed, undeniable proof of a monumental breakthrough. Wow, one scientist breathed, leveling up is possible from a single level 7 dungeon run? The proof is right here. The implication, the established rules of the game had been shattered. Two figures, charged with raw power, stood poised, their movements echoing the crackling energy that surrounded them. The observers watched, mouths agape, their silent question a palpable current in the tense atmosphere. Why are they acting like that? This was no ordinary power surge, this indicated a fundamental shift in the known abilities. Oi, you there. A gruff voice cuts through the air, the speaker's face partially obscured, sweat beading on his brow, hinting at exertion and urgency. Two men in lab coats exchange worried glances. I heard he went back into the dungeon about 70 minutes ago with two other members of the Soho Guild. The gravity of the situation hangs heavy in the air, a seasoned adventurer has returned to a perilous location. A news report blares, photo, citizens cheering for Park Soho's dungeon raid. The image shows a large screen displaying the raid, the crowd's excitement palpable. He's re-entering right away, someone exclaims, highlighting the unexpected and potentially reckless decision. Even amidst celebration, a shadow of concern is cast. A woman, her face etched with fury, glares at her phone. This bastard. She mutters, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air. The context suggests a betrayal, a violation of trust, setting the stage for immediate conflict. Chaos erupts. Soldiers scatter, their faces a mask of fear as a powerful explosion rocks the scene. The perspective shifts, plunging the viewer into the heart of the ensuing pandemonium. Park Soho. The name explodes onto the page alongside the image of a figure radiating immense power, electricity crackling around his form. This is no ordinary individual, he is the source of the upheaval, his presence instantly recognizable and ominous. Soho lies injured, but the medics are swift. No injuries. Stamina at 30%, a system readout confirms. Medical healing, 1 hour and 20 minutes required. The immediate focus shifts from the destructive force he unleashed to the urgent need for recovery, highlighting his resilience. Two individuals observe the scene, one of them recognizing the intervention. Oh, that's the Bureau's healing service, one explains, leading to a moment of realization for the other. Healing service? This exchange reveals a previously unknown element, a sophisticated medical system capable of rapid recovery, adding another layer of complexity to this world. He scoffed, dismissing their concerns. It's a waste of time, he stated, they'll fully recover with a little rest once they're back inside. One of the men voiced his apprehension. If we all go in, the guild. He began, his worry evident. The other nodded in grim agreement, that's right. He left the decision to them, a hint of weariness in his tone. I'll leave it to you, he said, adding a final instruction, if you have any questions, talk to Auntie Sukja. A woman's sharp, knowing gaze appeared below his words. A large screen displayed a breaking news alert, Park Suhwa, a team member, is dead. The crowd below reacted with shock and disbelief. The forest floor is littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers, a grim testament to a recent, brutal engagement. A lone survivor, clad in advanced combat armor, stands amidst the carnage, his expression unreadable. A sniper, witnessing the aftermath from a distance, registers shock and disbelief at the scale of the defeat. The implication of such a devastating loss hangs heavy in the air. The surviving soldier, his face etched with concern, questions the strategic rationale behind the deployment that resulted in such heavy casualties. Doubt clouds his previously unwavering resolve. A commanding officer, appearing calm and composed, issues a decisive order: no further teams will be sent into the dangerous zone. The mission is deemed too costly, the losses unacceptable. A surge of grim determination etched itself onto his face. The weight of the mission pressed heavily upon him. Newsflash: Park Soho's team initiates their third raid on level 7. The stakes are higher than ever. A desperate cry cuts through the action, Hyungnim. The urgency in the voice speaks of grave peril. He must awaken the others. A weary sigh escapes the man's lips. He questions, incredulous, we haven't cleared it yet? The implication hangs heavy, the intensity of the battle they just fought, and the uncertainty of their current situation are palpable. His bewilderment deepens. The question hangs in the air: defeating the boss wasn't a dream? Doubt clouds his expression, reflecting the gravity of the situation. His companion, a bald man with scars, simply watches, a cigar clenched between his teeth. The kneeling figures confirm his suspicions. The two soldiers, weapons at their sides, state flatly, "We're different from you." The words mark a profound division, hinting at a hidden truth about the nature of their reality. He's been here for 30 minutes. A short time, he muses, a barely perceptible frown etching itself onto his face. The man's apprehension deepens. 30 minutes feels insufficient, a blink in the grand scheme of things. The revelation hits like a thunderbolt: he's C-rank. His comrades share the shock as they discover their own unexpectedly upgraded statuses. The weight of the upgrade settles upon them. While pleased to be elevated to B rank, the reality of it hasn't fully sunk in. The sheer magnitude of their newfound power still feels surreal. Their superior's curt order cuts through the stunned silence. Intense special training awaits them until their apathetic expressions reflect the determination they've earned. "Don't you guys realize you have to get stronger quickly so I can leave the house to you while I'm away?" He barks the words, a grim determination etched on his face, even as the warning of enemies at his rear rings true. His departure is imminent, a necessity to improve his abilities, but leaving his home unguarded is a gamble. A wave of skeletal warriors crashes into the scene, their swords flashing menacingly. The sudden attack underscores the urgency of his departure. His strength is clearly insufficient to defend his home alone. He meets the first onslaught with a flurry of precise strikes, deflecting blows with a practiced ease born from intensive training. The battle is brutal, but he holds his own. The fight intensifies, a whirlwind of steel. Each parry and thrust speaks of a battle honed over time, a testament to his dedication to becoming stronger. A desperate cry erupts from him as another attacker closes in, the ferocity of their attack driving home the stakes. His journey away is not merely a choice, but a desperate measure for survival. A skeletal warrior, struck by a beam of light labeled Ray of Abyss, is sent sprawling. The force of the attack is undeniable. A horde of undead orcs emerges from the depths, their appearance confirming the ominous warning. A man, his expression thoughtful, questions, "Is it because of Myunjin?" The implication is that Myunjin's actions have somehow attracted this undead threat. The only realm accessible is Dopian, a place free from temptation. A crimson eye, veined and unsettling, stares out from the darkness, hinting at a power beyond comprehension. Dragon Ascension. A torrent of blue energy erupts, obliterating the opposition with raw power. The scale of this transformation is vast, suggesting a power shift of immense significance. A counterforce emerges. Blazing pink energy circles form, threatening to clash with the blue dragon's might in a battle of elemental forces. The stage is set for a dramatic confrontation. From his precarious perch atop a massive, futuristic crossbow, the young man shouts, "Fire," unleashing a devastating volley. The bolts pierce through the ranks of hulking, grotesque creatures, their pained cries of "Kerf" and "Quek" echoing amidst the explosions of energy. One particularly monstrous foe collapses, its vital essence extinguished with a final, guttural sound. The battle rages on, a maelstrom of chaos and violence. Amidst the carnage, a warrior pauses, a look of quiet satisfaction crossing his features. I also, finally, got a skill I can shout out with pride." He muses, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. This marks a significant turning point in his journey. Surrounded by hulking ogres, the warrior expertly deflects their blows with a shimmering, purple-tinged blade. A fierce clash of steel echoes through the clearing. One ogre, felled by a swift, precise strike, collapses with a pained cry, "ACK." As the warrior's blade seems to drink in its life force. The warrior's movements falter. His sword, now dulled, struggles to pierce the hide of another charging ogre. He realizes with growing alarm, "My sword's edge is becoming dull." A different ogre, its eyes glowing with unnatural intensity, delivers a crushing blow, sending another fighter sprawling to the ground. Is this a curse? The warrior wonders, the grim reality of the situation setting in. The warrior's face is etched with grim determination as he mutters, "Debuff?" The term, a mechanic of this world, confirms his suspicion: a hostile magical effect is hindering him. A winged sorceress descends from the heavens, a divine intervention against a surging horde of grotesque, snarling creatures. The air crackles with palpable tension. A horrifying, clawed figure lunges forward, wielding a crimson orb pulsing with malevolent energy. This creature, a demon of unspeakable power, unleashes its fury. A group of soldiers, enjoying a meal together, share a moment of camaraderie. One expresses a wish to remain in their peaceful Namyangju Soho land assignment. However, their respite is short-lived. A superior officer interrupts their meal, reminding them of their pressing mission. Duty calls, the tranquility shattered. A young woman, impeccably dressed in a business suit, enters a room. "Auntie, did you call for me?" she asks, her tone polite but slightly inquisitive. The elderly woman sitting at a table, sipping from a mug, looks up, a question mark swirling in her mind. "We're planning to place a Scandinavian sauna in the joint bathhouse," the young woman explains, a hint of weariness in her voice. The decision, though seemingly minor, speaks to larger plans underway. "I've already placed the order," she continues, a slight exasperation creeping into her expression. The implication is clear: this task, though seemingly mundane, is yet another on a long list of responsibilities. Musical notes float around her, suggesting the stress is piling up. The scene shifts. The woman is now on the phone, a serious expression etched on her face. "This is the video analysis team," she states, her voice firm. "Please come over. There's something you need to see." The urgency in her voice is palpable. A banshee, a creature of immense power, is brutally slain. Crimson blood splatters across the pale, ethereal form as she falls. The video recording ends abruptly, leaving the investigators baffled. "This is the end of the report," states one officer, while another questions the incomplete footage. Their concern is palpable. Despite the inconclusive footage, the slain banshee is classified as an S-rank threat, comparable to a mid-boss level monster. A chilling image of a skeletal, undead figure, the presumed true mastermind, is presented. One officer expresses doubt, questioning the possibility that the banshee was not the true boss. The missing portion of the video fuels suspicion and the need for further investigation. A formal request for information will be made to Han Dongsu upon his return. This implies that he holds crucial information, potentially related to the identity of the true antagonist and the incomplete video. No team has yet returned from a level 7 dungeon raid. A report is given on Zhang Jaeshik's condition, barely C-rank at the time. He was only just receiving healing from Park Suho's fairies when he entered the dungeon. Jaeshik, despite his dire state, received not only healing but also a significant buff within the dungeon. Without Park Suho's powerful, long-range healing, Jaeshik's survival would have been impossible. The report is updated. How long has the Special Forces unit been inside the dungeon? The situation is dire. A tactical unit faces imminent collapse due to heavy casualties inflicted by banshees. The team is desperate, recognizing the need for immediate intervention. This is the Situation Room. Park Suho's team has just returned. The tension is palpable. The news is shocking. The team's return after only 13 hours is deemed impossible, prompting alarm and disbelief. The impossible has happened. 13 hours. The sheer impossibility of this timeline underscores the gravity of the situation. A breakthrough. There's a way to save the SF unit. The revelation is etched across the man's face, his eyes wide with a mix of relief and urgency. The urgency intensifies. A desperate plea: keep a hold of Park Suho. The man's voice cracks with strain, reflecting the critical nature of the situation. The scene shifts to a battlefield. 3 figures lie injured, their mission seemingly a failure. A desperate call for help pierces the silence. "Hyungnim. Juno, Hyungnim, wake up." Another voice, seemingly detached, cries out, "Monk. Meet, meet." A soldier awakens to a confusing explanation. "Hyungnim, you cleared it once, and then all of us came back again." The weight of this unexplained temporal anomaly hangs heavy in the air. Juno, still disoriented, sits in defeat, alone amongst the carnage. The weight of their impossible return and the cost of their mission settles upon him. Juno, a C-rank, is recovering alongside his B-rank teammates, Jaeshik, Myungjin, and Dongsu. His rapid physical growth hasn't allowed his mental stamina to catch up, resulting in lingering fatigue despite sufficient rest. The team encounters a group of opponents, their expressions ranging from shocked to fearful. One exclaims, "Dead fish eyes," revealing the unsettling nature of their foes. Another mutters a prayer, "Amitba." Suddenly, undead skeleton knights charge, their menacing presence signaled by the word, "Undead skeleton knights," underscoring the imminent threat. With a brutal swipe, the warrior cleaved the undead creature in two. The impact echoed, a sickening thwack, as the blade met bone and decaying flesh. He effortlessly dispatched another skeletal foe, a blur of motion ending with the clatter of shattered bone. The bald warrior stood firm, his spear poised, a look of grim determination etched onto his face. A wave of new enemies approaches. A chilling observation, this wave of opponents is approaching us by itself, too. The implication of independent enemy forces adds another layer to the already perilous situation. For those who cannot close their eyes in death, the door to the 6 paths of reincarnation shall not open. A bald, robed figure, wielding a spear crackling with blue energy, stands defiant amidst a chaotic scene. His power is a barrier against the inevitable. The spear's energy intensifies, a surge of raw power. This is not merely a weapon, it's a conduit, channeling the very essence of his being. A system interface appears, revealing his skills: Dragon Rush, Dragon Ascension, King of Nirvana, and Regenerator. His capabilities are vast, bordering on the mythical. A team activates the ultimate ghost trapping formation, a desperate attempt to contain the immense power unleashed. Their coordinated effort hints at the scale of the threat. He warns, eyes wide with desperate urgency, "Make sure to dodge this." 108 rays. The imminent threat is palpable. A blinding flash of light erupts, a furious storm of energy unleashed. The sheer power is breathtaking. The 108 rays strike their target, a monstrous figure. A guttural kek escapes the creature's lips as it is violently thrown back, engulfed in searing light. A holographic display appears, revealing the user's stats: Butcher DE 423, showcasing various levels of slaughter techniques, including a level 1 Pangea obliteration. This is no ordinary combatant. The aftermath of the Pangea obliteration is witnessed. A figure leaps, sword in hand, from the heart of the devastating attack, narrowly escaping its full force. The scale of his power is revealed. A powerful blow sends a shockwave rippling through the air, shattering the stone beneath the impact. The force of the attack continues to disrupt the surroundings as several large figures are sent flying. One of the colossal figures is launched away with explosive force, creating a trail of destruction in its wake. The attack's effectiveness is clearly waning. The man wielding the weapon struggles to maintain his aim, muttering about decreasing accuracy. A banshee scream fills the air, its horrifying wail foreshadowing a new wave of destructive power. The sniper takes aim, his face a mask of grim determination. The target is in range. This operation, it seems, is about to culminate. Elsewhere, a figure channels energy, a vibrant green glow emanating from his hand. The process is accelerating, exceeding previous attempts. A new level of power is being unleashed. Kim Miso is in a kitchen, engaging in conversation about a bathhouse with an older woman. The older woman is emphasizing the importance of a specific feature for a quality bathhouse, a heated room with a red clay stone floor, highlighting its therapeutic benefits. The conversation continues, but the focus shifts to Kim Miso's discomfort. She's complaining of back pain, a minor setback, but perhaps indicative of the pressures she faces. A searing green energy erupts from the warrior, his anguished roar echoing the force of the blast. He unleashes a devastating power, a desperate act of defiance. The warrior is thrown back, the attack's impact clearly visible. Dark tendrils of energy coil around him as he falls, a grim testament to the power he faced. The briefing continues, tense and urgent. A woman informs her superior, "That's the, Banshee, sir." The implication is clear, they're dealing with a creature of immense power, one whose very presence instills fear. A detailed explanation of the Banshee's abilities is presented. It's a debuffing creature that diminishes an opponent's physical capabilities while also possessing ranged attack capabilities. Its versatility is a critical threat. The investigation faces a setback. Attempts to analyze a recording of the Banshee's attack were disrupted because the key witness, Han Dong-soo, awoke during the extraction process. This complicates the understanding of the Banshee's full potential. The difficulty of the level 7 dungeon is underscored. Aside from Lee Sung-woo's team, no one has ever successfully cleared it. Adding to the tension, Japan's refusal to share information about the level 7 dungeon is creating a bottleneck, leading to multiple requests for details. The assessment of Lee Sung-woo's team's mission intensifies. Experts believe that no team could defeat the Banshee without suffering casualties. 9 Earth days have passed since the mission began. While comparing the situation to Lee Sung-woo's team's previous success in Sapporo, there is still some time left, but a reaction of shock and alarm is evident. The implication is that something unexpected and catastrophic has happened. The third raid clear time has been dramatically reduced to 13 hours. A wave of potent energy crackles, visible even through the armored figures observing. Their awe is palpable. A furious clash erupts. "What do you mean, dodge, you crazy bastard?" one combatant roars, the words a testament to the opponent's impossible maneuver. The woman's concern deepens. "There's also our Park Suho," she adds, the weight of her words hinting at a shared, grave responsibility. A frantic voice crackles over a radio, "I'll be there soon, so keep a hold of Park Suho." The urgency is palpable, a situation demands immediate action. The question hangs heavy in the air, disbelief etched onto the young woman's face. He went in by himself? Park Suho's solo venture into the dungeon signals a grave risk. Analyzing data on her phone, she calculates, if we follow this data, then Park Suho's fourth raid of the level 7 dungeon should take around 6 hours. A crucial time frame is established, setting the stage for a tense waiting game. The director's apprehension is palpable. "But director, what did you mean by a way to save the SF unit?" she asks, her concern etched onto her face. The question hangs heavy, implying a desperate situation and a risky solution. His grim expression speaks volumes. The director's question is answered with a grave assessment: if Park Suho were to team up with A-rank veteran soldiers. The implication is that only a powerful, experienced team could hope to succeed where others have failed. The news reports are stark. 2 days, 1 hour, and 21 minutes have passed since the deployment of SF Combined Unit 707A. The image of a grim-faced soldier, part of this elite unit, underscores the mounting tension and the uncertain fate of the mission. The grim reality is laid bare. Only 2 survived a New Zealand team's level 7 dungeon raid. The image of 2 fallen soldiers, their bodies sparking with residual energy, highlights the extreme danger and the high stakes involved in these missions. The fate of Unit 707A hangs precariously in the balance. A figure cloaked in dark armor crackles with purple energy, a silent testament to the immense power contained within. The figure collapses, its metallic form hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Observers react with shock and disbelief. One recognizes the fallen figure as the Awakener Bureau's director. Concern etched on his face, a man in a suit kneels beside the fallen director, his question hanging heavy in the air: "Did someone say they're going to kill you?" The gravity of the situation intensifies. The threat is clearly not over. A woman in a business suit appears calmly, directing those present, "Let's go over there." Her composure suggests a plan is already underway, even amidst the chaos. The implication of her words is that further action is needed, beyond simply tending to the fallen director. The fight, it seems, is far from over. The young man's question hangs heavy in the air: how can he help the trapped Special Forces unit? The older man's response reveals the grim reality: by clearing the dungeon faster. But the young man's immediate response, "That's what I'm doing right now," misses the mark, highlighting a crucial misunderstanding. A woman checks her device, revealing that 9 days have already passed within the dungeon. This is critical information. Survival rates plummet below 50% after 15 days. The urgency of the situation intensifies. The stakes are made brutally clear: the loss of the Special Forces unit would be unacceptable. The young man's sharp retort, "Who told them to enter so recklessly then," reveals a simmering tension and places the blame squarely on the shoulders of those who sent them in. The older man's shoulders slump, his face buried in his hands. "I miscalculated due to my impatience," he confesses, the weight of his error crushing him. The scene ends on a note of profound guilt and the devastating consequences of a single misjudgment. A woman informs a group of men, "There is a way you can go and save them." One man responds with a non-committal his skepticism palpable. The weight of responsibility hangs heavy in the air, the urgency of the situation implied. 5 years prior, a dungeon accident is revealed. This is the catalyst for the current mission, the seeds of the present crisis are sown. The narrative unfolds, explaining that the Level 1 dungeon's appearance was a rare event, attracting many due to the high chance of finding an artifact. The influx of adventurers, drawn by the promise of treasure, overwhelmed the dungeon's capacity. The consequences of this overcrowding are detailed. A problem arose with the last door of the dungeon, the one that was raided by a group of C-ranked mercenaries. 15 people entered, exceeding the dungeon's limit, and disaster ensued. The mercenaries, undeterred, approached the dungeon entrance, casually discussing their post-mission plans. Their nonchalant attitude belies a potentially deadly situation, heightening the tension. They ascend a treacherous peak, deemed the optimal location for establishing a base camp. Success here means settling his debts. A sudden alarm cuts through the air. Confusion ripples through the squad. "What's wrong?" one soldier demands, his voice laced with anxiety. Their grim discovery unfolds before them, a horrifying swarm of giant spiders, their bodies glistening with a dark, viscous fluid, has overrun the area. "What the hell is this?" The sheer terror in the cry is palpable. They'd already taken everything. A bolt of lightning suddenly split the sky, a harbinger of the chaos to come. The door opened, triggering a desperate scramble for survival. "Run," the command echoed amidst the rising panic. The desperate escape proved futile. By the time the chaos subsided, only one mercenary remained alive. His body crumpled to the ground, a defeated figure amidst the victorious soldiers. A single, pained arg escaped his lips. A commission of inquiry has concluded that 2 investigation teams entered the final dungeon in quick succession due to a computing error. This incident revealed that multiple people can enter the final dungeon simultaneously, but even if more can enter, they can't exceed the dungeon's capacity limit. Therefore, under the condition that we don't go over the capacity limit, additional people can enter the same dungeon. The request is clear: clear the remaining dungeons as quickly as possible and rescue the SF unit soldiers trapped in the last dungeon. You are the only person in this world capable of saving those people. A distraught official, his face etched with worry, pleads, "If you need an additional veteran." His desperate plea hints at a critical shortage of skilled personnel facing a dire situation. The urgency intensifies as he explains, the more time passes, the lower the survival rate. If it takes a month in dungeon time, the survival rate will fall to a mere 2%. The stark reality of the situation is laid bare, highlighting the extreme danger faced by those venturing into the dungeon. A young man, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation, calmly responds, "No need." He then directs the others, prioritizing focused individual training to mitigate future losses. His confidence suggests a plan, or perhaps an exceptional skill set, that might turn the tide. The scene shifts to a group, where a woman calmly states, "Really, to turn down a reward, even risking losses for the country's sake. Leave matters to us while you're away." This reveals a deeper layer to the mission, a personal sacrifice for the greater good. The weight of responsibility falls heavily on this young man. A figure coughs, winded, amidst a verdant landscape. The lingering effects of a powerful event are palpable. A voice calls out, "Hey, Park Suo, just left for the dungeon, right?" The casual inquiry masks an underlying tension. 2 figures, a man and a woman in professional attire, discuss a rescue plan. The woman's hesitant I think so, reveals a lack of complete confidence in the plan's success. The budget report displayed reveals a considerable sum allocated, approximately 5 billion won, highlighting the seriousness of the situation. The woman's skeptical hee-hee response to the budget's magnitude hints at the inherent risks and uncertainty involved. 5 billion won is a substantial investment for a rescue mission, suggesting high stakes and the potential loss of considerable resources. The scene shifts dramatically to Park Seo-ho, now standing before a level 7 dungeon entrance in Ujeongbu, Soholand. The text explicitly states his location and purpose, confirming the mission's commencement despite the uncertainty expressed earlier. A news reporter, microphone in hand, stares upward, his expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. The sky crackles with purple energy, mirroring the stunned silence of the crowd. Park Seo-ho, a figure shrouded in darkness, emerges from a purple vortex of energy. His power is palpable, the very air around him thrumming with latent force. The broadcast cuts to a wider view. A shocking event has occurred, folks. We are witnessing Park Seo-ho exiting the level 7 dungeon after clearing it for the 6th time in a mere 13 minutes. The reporter narrates, his voice trembling with astonishment. The sheer speed of this feat is unprecedented. 4 days have passed since Sun Jinhwa's Special Forces unit entered the dungeon, and already Park Seo-ho has begun his 68th raid. The sheer volume of his attempts, coupled with the previous record-breaking speed, hints at something more than just exceptional skill. A somber vigil unfolds. 2 women sing a hopeful song, their voices a fragile counterpoint to the anxious faces in the crowd. We hope for everyone's safe return, the lyrics resonate, a prayer echoing the nation's collective worry. The question hangs heavy in the air, will the SF unit return safely, fulfilling the nation's desperate hope? A single candle flickers, held in trembling hands. The unspoken question intensifies, will they make it back? The nation's fate, the weight of hope, rests on the shoulders of those lost in the storm. The storm rages. A column of soldiers, heads down, trudges through a torrential downpour. The relentless rain mirrors the relentless pressure they are under. Exhausted but resolute, the soldiers push onward. One soldier speaks, his voice barely audible above the storm, "We can rest once we reach the camp, hold on a bit longer." His words, a testament to their unwavering determination, offer a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. The rain lashes down as the warrior woman stands, katana at her side, a grim determination etched on her face. "What now? It's fuck," she mutters, the words barely audible above the storm. A warning crackles through her comms, "Shoo. Wraith, 140 meters ahead." Her eyes blaze with a cold, intense light, the hunt is on. A shadowy figure hurtles through the air, engulfed in ethereal blue flames. The speed is terrifying. Wraith? The question hangs in the air, a mixture of awe and apprehension as the creature's horrifying features are partially revealed. Its skeletal face is a terrifying sight. But he just went back in? The question hangs heavy, a stark contrast to the calm tone of the radio communication. Uncertainty ripples through the air. Yes. Right after they came out, Park Seo-ho re-entered by himself. The visual confirmation of the radio transmission paints a grim picture, fallen soldiers scattered across the field, their mission seemingly in ruins. Park Seo-ho's solitary return is a dramatic shift. Our comparison showed that he himself conquered the dungeons in half the time it took when he went with a team. Data analysis reveals the extraordinary efficiency of Park Seo-ho's solo run, suggesting a significant skill improvement or strategic advantage. If I'd known that Park Seo-ho was this good, I would have done my best to stop the SF unit's deployment. Regret and self-recrimination flood the scene as the weight of the decision falls upon him. The implications of this missed opportunity reverberate. The more times you repeat something, the faster you get at it. This simple statement carries the weight of the scene before, highlighting the importance of experience and training. The emphasis is on learning and iterative improvement. A woman's eyes widen, a single word escaping her lips, "Oh." Her expression is one of dawning comprehension, a realization settling upon her. News headlines flash across the screen. Park Seo-ho, the Awakener, has drastically reduced the clear time of a level 7 dungeon. The implications are clear, his abilities are escalating, far exceeding expectations. The director of the Awakener Bureau stares grimly ahead, his face etched with worry. News reports claim his inept leadership is to blame for the current crisis. The weight of responsibility bears heavily upon him. Desperate pleas for help echo in the darkness, "Save me." The desperate whisper hints at a perilous situation unfolding, the urgency palpable. A woman in a business suit approaches two figures in powered armor. She has something she needs to discuss. One of the armored figures, his face partially obscured, seems hesitant. The armored figure's face is now clearly visible, a young man with a thoughtful expression. His internal conflict is palpable. He questions the request, voicing his skepticism. Why should he help a group of thieves? The young man's doubt deepens. He acknowledges the inherent risk in attempting a rescue, suggesting they are ultimately responsible for their own fate. Doubt etched onto his features, the young man questioned the very possibility of such an event. Something like that, he wondered aloud. The setting shifted to a level 1 dungeon near the Namhan River in Yangpyeong, the location of the inexplicable incident. A soldier, consulting a device, gave directions. After we climb over this hill, there should be a large rock. One soldier urged his comrade onward, a sense of urgency in his shout. Wait for me, Myeong. Confusion and alarm were palpable as the soldiers witnessed the unexpected behavior of their companion. What the? Why is he acting like that? One exclaimed, his voice filled with bewilderment. Another echoed his fear. What on earth is happening? The scene opens on a horrifying tableau. Countless corpses, their bodies devoid of any inner core, litter the ground. A chilling realization dawns, someone has already slaughtered them all. A group of soldiers, their faces etched with disbelief and horror, stares at the scene. Their whispered words, "No way, is that, impossible?" betray the sheer impossibility of the situation. The scale of the carnage is simply overwhelming. A soldier, his face grim with the weight of the revelation, explains, the mercenary who preceded them was a former track and field athlete, possessing the speed and agility necessary to navigate the perilous door before the countdown concluded, witnessing this pre-existing carnage. His words, fuck, betray his own inner turmoil. A young man, his expression one of stunned disbelief, struggles to process this information. The implication that such a feat is even possible leaves him speechless. The woman summarizes the situation. As long as soldiers remain alive in the final dungeon before its collapse, there's still hope. A man questions why, if there were vacant positions, the team didn't fill their maximum capacity before entering the dungeon. He is informed there were 2 open spots. Ignoring the previous point, the man focuses on the urgency. With approximately 82 raids left, he calculates he can complete 4 to 5 daily to rescue any remaining survivors before the dungeon collapses. Frustration mounts as the man is berated for his perceived failure, causing a needless risk by not filling the team. The woman's concern is saving even one more life. An official promises government compensation for lost experience and profits during the rescue period. A woman's eyes widen in shock, a barely audible "oh" escaping her lips, while an older man beside her erupts into a joyous, if slightly hysterical, "uh." His tears of laughter stream down his face. The woman is thrown violently over a cliff, the older man tumbling after her. A pained "erg" punctuates their descent. News reports flash. Park Suho, initiating his 6th dungeon raid, declares he will rescue the trapped 707A combined unit. Purple energy crackles around him, a symbol of his immense power. The news anchor continues, reporting that Suho entered the dungeon 10 minutes ago and is expected to clear it within 2 hours. The urgency in his voice underscores the critical time constraint. A crowd erupts, their faces a mixture of awe and disbelief. That's... One man shouts, his voice barely audible above the roar. The palpable excitement hangs heavy in the air, a collective gasp of astonishment. A photographer frantically snaps pictures, shouting, "It's Park Suho." Park Suho came out. The focus shifts to a single figure emerging from the chaos. Park Suho, the famed dungeon raider, his presence commanding the scene. Suho walks away, seemingly unaffected by the frenzy. Yet, a faint electrical crackle emanates from his form, a subtle hint of the extraordinary power he wields. A hushed whisper, he's, hangs in the air, reflecting the unspoken question of his nature. A newsfeed confirms the reality of the situation. Superhuman dungeon raider Park Suho is still human. The image shows Suho resting, exhausted, after his 15th dungeon raid. The caption underscores his remarkable resilience and the brutal toll this superhuman feat takes on his mortal body. Despite Suho's incredible 20-minute dungeon clear time, a far more ominous truth is revealed: the combined unit's survival rate has plummeted below 50%. This devastating statistic explains the anxious crowd gathered in the square, lighting candles and praying for the safe return of those who have yet to emerge from the dungeon's depths. The relentless rain hammered down as a squad of soldiers trudged through the mud. "How long have we been walking?" one soldier muttered, his voice barely audible above the downpour. His comrade's reply was terse: 30 minutes to the base camp. But the soldier's despair was evident. "Wouldn't it be better to just die here?" he despaired. A fist, clad in armored gloves, clenched tight, reaching towards the stormy sky. The grim determination etched in the gesture spoke volumes of their plight. A newsflash exploded across the screen. Park Suho, a name now synonymous with legendary prowess, had just set a new world record. His 5th level 7 dungeon raid was completed in a mere 4 hours. The accompanying image showed a man with intense eyes, radiating a calm confidence that belied the incredible feat. Rain lashed down as a blonde woman, her expression steely, raised a fist. Behind her, a legion of soldiers, their eyes glowing eerily, stood poised for action. The storm mirrored the brewing conflict. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, emerges from a swirling vortex of teal energy. Its form is indistinct, but the sheer power radiating from it is palpable. Panic grips a squad of soldiers as a monstrous presence descends. "Hide, hide," one cries, her fear evident as she recognizes the immediate danger. Their captain's absence compounds the terror. She knows, with grim certainty, that without him, their survival is unlikely. A soldier gasps, struggling for air as an unseen force constricts her lungs, a desperate heek, escaping her lips before she collapses. The sheer power of the entity is undeniable. Surrounded, the small band of soldiers braced themselves as a monstrous shadow loomed. "It found us," one cried, the chilling words echoing the palpable dread. A gaping maw, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, emerged from the encroaching darkness. The sheer scale of the beast promised swift, brutal destruction. The harsh reality crashed down. One soldier's desperate cry pierced the storm: "It's too late." The creature's attack was imminent, its power overwhelming. A wave of reports floods the command center. 40 orcs approach from 6 o'clock, 20 ogres from 7, and 200 goblins from 3. The operator, his face grim, rapidly assesses the situation. A female warrior, drenched in rain, unleashes a surge of energy, a brilliant green arc crackling through the downpour. The horde is closer now, a monstrous wave of goblins less than 200 meters away. Their guttural cries are almost audible. Panic sets in. Overwhelmed by sheer numbers, the desperate cry, "There's too many," rings out as the goblins launch their attack. A squad of soldiers, clad in dark, futuristic armor, is violently thrown about in a swampy landscape. Blades slice through the air, the impact echoing in the heavy downpour. On a monitor, a chaotic energy signature appears. 2 officers react with stunned alarm, one exclaiming, "What's this?" The other replies, "What?" There's a hint of panic as they register something is violently disrupting their systems. A red-haired soldier, her face grim, barks an urgent order into her unit: "Main squad, main squad." An unknown entity is approaching from 12 o'clock. The urgency of her tone foreshadows an imminent threat. High above, a monstrous, decaying figure descends from the sky, its presence radiating an aura of death and decay. The text box shows that data analysis from Aruka's field guide is underway to identify the creature. "Stand by," an order is given. The red-haired soldier, ignoring the data analysis, charges forward with focused determination, exclaiming, "Why bother analyzing?" The immediate threat demands immediate action, overriding any bureaucratic procedure. She moved with lethal grace, her blade a blur, cleaving through the air. The warrior's attack was a whirlwind of motion, a deadly dance of steel and speed. A swift counterattack, a desperate parry, then a brutal blow sent her sprawling into the muddy water. "Uni, wait! Don't break ranks!" Her comrade's cry echoed across the battlefield as she fell, vulnerable. "Fuck, these bastards aren't dying." The enemy, grotesque undead beings, proved stubbornly resistant to their attacks. The tide of battle turned against them. Our mana and stats are falling at an abnormal rate. We can't kill the undead like this. A desperate realization dawned as their powers waned. A dire situation demanded immediate attention. A cloaked figure descends from the heavens, a torrential rain mirroring the sorrow etched into her posture. The very air crackles with an unspoken weight of impending doom. Below, a desperate battle rages. Soldiers, their armor stained crimson, fight a losing battle against monstrous, clawed assailants. The cry of retreat echoes across the field, a desperate attempt to stem the tide of the encroaching darkness. The scene shifts abruptly to a command center. A monitor displays a terrifying beast, its presence a harbinger of the chaos unfolding outside. The stark announcement, "Scout, Scout. This is base camp," cuts through the mounting tension. The descending figure, revealed to be a skeletal sorceress with long, flowing blonde hair, unleashes an arcane power. Her very presence seems to warp reality itself. She engages a smaller, armored figure in combat, her attacks laced with a dark, destructive magic. The clash of their powers reverberates, a stark testament to the coming conflict. A woman with fiery red hair smirks, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Sup?" she asks, the casual greeting belying a deeper, unspoken anticipation. The announcement reverberates, Park Soho has returned. His image, crackling with energy, dominates a large screen, a testament to his power and the impact of his reappearance. This is no ordinary homecoming, it's a momentous event with far-reaching consequences. A man recoils at the suggestion of returning to that hellish place, his unease palpable. His companion's calm response, "Of course not," hints at a shared trauma and a determination to avoid revisiting their past ordeal. Three men lay sprawled across a large bed, a scene of comfortable camaraderie. One scrolls through his phone, seemingly unbothered, as the others rest. A quiet yes escapes one of them, hinting at a shared understanding of their current relaxed state. The man on the phone sighs, his expression shifting to a pensive one. "Wow, our highly outlim is truly. What would have happened if there hadn't been a great disaster," he muses, revealing a world previously rocked by cataclysmic events and the uneasy peace that followed. A sudden shift in scenery. A powerfully built man in dark, futuristic armor stands amidst a ravaged landscape. The vibrant pink energy crackling around him suggests immense power, a stark contrast to the previous scene's quiet contemplation. He is Park Soho. A close-up on Park Soho's face shows a conflicted expression. A single word, "can't," escapes him, revealing his inner struggle and hinting at the difficult decision he is facing. More pink energy explodes around Park Soho as he prepares for action. The Korean text further emphasizes his resolve. The words "Park Soho" patron appear, confirming his identity and hinting at a position of authority or responsibility within a larger organization. News of Park Soho's unprecedented dungeon clear time, a mere 15 minutes in a level 7 dungeon, has sent shockwaves through the global expert community. 67 countries are clamoring for his assistance, and media outlets worldwide are already planning documentaries on his remarkable feat. He re-enters the dungeon just 5 minutes later, initiating a daring rescue mission for the beleaguered 707A Combined Unit. Their fate hangs precariously in the balance. A horrifying creature, its skeletal features illuminated by glowing red eyes, unleashes a furious, crackling energy blast. The sheer power of the attack is palpable. A red-haired woman, a member of the 707A unit, braces herself, activating a defensive shield as the monster's energy wave crashes down. The status display on her shield reveals dwindling energy reserves. The force of the attack overwhelms her defenses, a blade slices through the air, crimson staining the scene as the woman is gravely wounded. Another soldier, his stamina completely depleted, cries out in despair. He is unable to fight on and urgently directs his remaining comrades towards a large rock formation, offering it as their only possible refuge. The mission commenced sooner than anticipated. A captain, his face etched with concern, questions his squad, "What should we do?" The urgency is palpable, the situation has escalated rapidly. A crisis unfolds. "Captain, it seems like the base has been attacked," shouts a soldier, his voice filled with alarm. The main squad is already engaged, but the situation is dire, victory is far from certain. Overwhelmed by a powerful force, the order is given, retreat. The team, battered and bruised, struggles to escape the onslaught as bolts of energy crackle around them. Their initial strategy has failed, leaving them fighting for survival. A squad of soldiers, their faces grim, confronts a surging wave of blue energy. "This is it," one exclaims, the weight of the moment heavy in the air. This is no ordinary energy surge, it's a clear sign of impending danger, a prelude to the chaotic battle that is about to begin. The energy intensifies, completely encircling the soldiers. A panicked voice shouts, "We're completely blocked off." Their escape routes are cut off, they are trapped, surrounded by an ominous, unpredictable force. The situation has drastically shifted from a potential confrontation to a desperate struggle for survival. A horrifying wave of skeletal figures, a legion of undead, surges forward. They are many, easily overwhelming the small group of soldiers. The intensity of the threat is amplified. The enemy isn't just any ordinary force, but a vast, relentless horde. Amidst the chaos, a leader barks an order, "Kim Dongwon, get back." The soldiers face not just a physical threat, but 12 S-rank dungeon bosses simultaneously. The stakes couldn't be higher, highlighting the dire situation and the gravity of the approaching fight. Kim Dongwon, his expression etched with grim determination, faces the oncoming storm. His resolve to fight is unwavering. The panel focuses on his steely gaze, foreshadowing a fierce battle against insurmountable odds. The soldiers, clad in advanced tactical gear, felt the crushing weight of the environment. Their leader voiced his concern, "Is the gravity here also multiplied by 3? The increased gravitational pull was a significant obstacle they must overcome. A monstrous figure, its face a grotesque mask of fangs and shadowed features, lunged forward. The sheer force of its attack tore through the air. A blinding golden light erupted, signifying a devastating counterattack. The creature was disintegrated, its essence dissolving into motes of energy. A lone soldier, kneeling on a rain-swept rock, fires his crossbow. The bolt vanishes with a barely audible thwip, leaving only the word clear in the air. Base command urgently alerts the main squad, large groups of monsters are approaching their position. The command's next order slices through the urgent warning, the main squad must advance 200 meters to the 11 o'clock position and prepare for battle. Amidst the chaos, a soldier's desperate plea punctuates the scene, his weapon is half-charged, leaving him with only 3 shots before he's forced to engage the monsters in brutal hand-to-hand combat. A female soldier, her face grim, delivers a chilling promise to her comrade: should he fall to the monsters, she will ensure his remains are cremated, preventing his reanimation as a zombie. The enemy closes in. The woman's eyes blazed with fury as the rain lashed down, her voice sharp, "What?" The intensity of her glare speaks volumes about her immediate threat assessment, her focus razor-sharp. Driven by a primal instinct, a cold determination sets in. He declares, "I just have to go kill it." The words are a simple affirmation of his lethal intent, the glowing energy crackling around him underscores the desperate resolve fueling his attack. A monstrous figure, its skin the color of a stormy sea, lunges forward, a brutal weapon raised high. The attack is swift, mirroring the urgency of the situation. The scene intensifies, the tension palpable as the conflict escalates. A brutal clash. The warrior is sent sprawling, his weapon shattered, as a shockwave erupts from the impact. Eyes wide with fear, the man recoils, gasping, "It's a banshee." The sheer terror etched on his face reveals the creature's horrifying nature. The banshee materializes, a skeletal figure with flowing golden hair and crimson eyes, radiating an aura of chilling power. Her hands are clasped in prayer, but her expression is one of malevolent intent. The banshee's terrifying visage fills the panel, her red eyes burn into the viewer, amplifying the sense of impending doom. Park Soho, a name now whispered with awe, has emerged from the dungeon portal. His feat, clearing it 87 times in a mere 6 days, shatters all previous records. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the cheering crowd, Dong-soo remains asleep, oblivious to the hero's return and the impact it will have on his life. The whispers of Suho's name carry on the wind, yet they fail to reach his slumbering ears. An elderly man, tears streaming down his face, pleads with a younger woman, "It's the last dungeon. Please come back with them this time." His grief underscores the immense risk Park Soho, the saint, is undertaking. The weight of expectation rests heavily on Suho's shoulders as the narration reveals, St. Park Suho is finally entering the long-awaited last dungeon. Please be alive. The man's silent prayer speaks volumes about the peril and hope intertwined with this final mission. A fierce battle erupts. Suho, a whirlwind of motion, clashes with a skeletal monstrosity. Blood spatters as her blade connects, a stark visual representation of the brutal reality of this final dungeon. A creature, eyes bulging, mouth agape in a silent scream, Kiek, collapses, a testament to Suho's power. The visceral sound amplifies the intensity of the conflict and suggests the growing danger ahead. Annihilation is imminent unless the situation changes drastically. The squad approaches the boss's chamber, their leader already sensing the looming threat. Orders are given to assemble the entire unit and raise the Iron Curtain, a defensive measure hinting at the scale of the danger. A powerful energy surge shatters the ground, foreshadowing the intensity of the confrontation ahead. The force of the blast throws the leader back, highlighting the overwhelming power of their enemy. It's a trap. The warning rings out, a desperate cry against the encroaching, vibrant energy that explodes outward. The ground gives way, revealing skeletal hands clawing from the earth. A chilling prelude to the horror to come. A death knight, a figure of immense power and chilling dread, bursts forth from the earth, surrounded by the grasping skeletal remains. Was it a trap? The question hangs heavy in the air, the uncertainty mirroring the dark, ominous tone of this unexpected encounter. Rain lashed down as a squad of soldiers knelt in the mud, their armor gleaming faintly under the stormy sky. A lone woman lay prostrate before them, her blonde hair plastered to her face. Their mission had clearly taken its toll. Inside, a man checked his phone, a look of concern etching itself onto his features. The news was grim. Hyungnim came out, he read, the implications clear and urgent. A figure, engulfed in flames, plummets from the sky, the rain doing little to extinguish the inferno consuming them. The burning figure crashes to the ground, the impact silencing their cries. Red-haired, she lies still, her battle armor offering little protection against the searing flames. A soft moan escapes her lips, coo. Her status display confirms her dire condition. HP and stamina are critically low. The woman struggles, I can't move. Is this the end? A sword, imbued with a chilling, ethereal glow, is planted firmly in the earth. The sound of a heavy, exhausted sigh permeates the rain-soaked battlefield. Ha! A young woman lies injured amidst a ravaged battlefield, goblin corpses scattered around her. The rain washes over her, mirroring the despair etched on her face. A faint glow emanates from a nearby sword. Her eyes flutter open, tears welling. A profound sense of anguish overwhelms her as she wonders, why do I want to see that bastard right now? The question reveals a deep-seated resentment and a burning need for vengeance. The battlefield erupts into chaos once more. Soldiers, seemingly empowered by some unseen force, now perceive ethereal beings, fairies, amidst the fighting goblins. Panic and disbelief are etched on their faces as they grapple with this impossible reality. A system interface suddenly appears, displaying a character status screen showing depleted HP, MP, and stamina. The woman's confusion, as expressed by her whispered "What's this?" hints at a sudden shift in her reality, a potentially game-changing alteration to the world around her. Her eyes widened in terror. This is... She breathed, the unspoken dread palpable in the air. A cataclysmic explosion ripped through the scene. Chunks of earth and debris rained down as monstrous creatures, their teeth bared, surged forward. A man, his face grim, fell, the impact leaving him momentarily stunned amidst the chaos. The cyborg soldier, his 3 optical sensors blazing, unleashed a devastating energy blast. Charged, he roared, the force of his attack rippling outwards. The blast struck its target, a crimson-haired warrior, sending her sprawling. Her eyes glowed an eerie blue as she released a retaliatory burst of energy. The warrior, now kneeling amidst the wreckage, smirked. How refreshing, she breathed, her power fully restored. I've fully recovered. A wave of dark energy erupts, sending hordes of undead creatures hurtling through the air. Their pained cries echo as they are violently thrown about. The undead are consumed by fire. The undead are all burning to death. The inferno rages, leaving no survivors. More undead shamble forward, their grotesque laughter cutting through the air as they rush towards a lone figure, who stands impassive amidst the fiery chaos. A young man in blue armor surveys a scene of devastation, a question hanging in the air: are things all taken care of here? His calm demeanor belies the chaos he's just witnessed. A woman, tears streaming down her face, stares in disbelief. Her whispered question, "How did you get in here?" reveals both shock and a deep unease. The implication is clear: his presence is unexpected, perhaps even unwelcome. The aftermath of a brutal battle is laid bare. Numerous bodies litter the landscape, grim testament to the ferocity of the conflict. This confirms the extent of the devastation the young man in armor had just surveyed. A woman in dark armor observes the scene, a single question mark echoing her disbelief. The following text, "What the? Are they all dead?" confirms her assessment of the carnage and highlights the staggering loss of life. A woman, her face etched with a mixture of apprehension and dawning realization, witnesses a vast army arrayed before her. A low chuckle escapes her lips, followed by a gasp of awe as the sheer scale of the force sinks in. The revelation shocks her. Park Soo-ho and Sung-yi were rumored to be dating, yet, here he is, embraced by the woman, shattering the previously held belief. Her surprise intensifies as she grapples with the implications of Park Soo-ho's presence. His appearance here signifies something far more profound than a simple romantic entanglement. A single word, "oh," escapes her lips, a mixture of understanding and dawning horror reflecting in her eyes as the full weight of the situation crashes down. She is surrounded by soldiers, the context of Park Soo-ho's presence now painfully clear. He cradles her, a pained expression twisting his features as he tries to push her away, her face buried in her hands. "It's like the guy is pushing the woman away," a voice observes. The woman cries out, "Oh, why are they pushing like that all of a sudden?" The underlying tension hints at a forced intimacy or a dangerous situation. Suddenly, the scene shifts. The woman is thrown forcefully away, a sharp declaration echoing through the air: "Honestly, you're too weak to become my mate." The raw power of rejection, and perhaps the underlying power imbalance, is clear. A high-pitched scream cuts through the air, "Kaya!" As a powerful force sends the woman hurtling through the air, the impact depicted with violent speedlines. The intensity of the blow is unmistakable. A group of soldiers, their faces impassive, appear. One orders, "Hey, let's go, let's go. Pretend we didn't see anything." Another soldier mutters, "Mate?" Their reactions suggest the incident was not only shocking but also potentially dangerous to witness. The man approaches the injured woman, his concern evident. He asks, "Hey, Blondie. Are you all right?" As she cries out in pain, "Ow," he warns her, "See? You'll get hurt if you stay beside me." His concern is palpable, but his words also reveal a harsh reality: staying near him is dangerous for her. The main squad, initially numbering 21, has suffered 6 fatalities, leaving 15 surviving fighters. All 15 members have now assembled. The enemy is resurrecting. A panicked cry of retreat echoes across the battlefield as the horrifying sight unfolds before them. The soldiers question whether the enemy's resurrection is tied to the death of their leader. Their disgust is palpable. Uncertainty clouds their next course of action. A strategic decision is made: regroup at base camp, then locate the scouting party. A grim-faced warrior in blue armor stands before a platoon of soldiers, their expressions mirroring his anxiety. He knows the stakes: if we're late, they'll all die. The weight of countless lives rests on his shoulders. A chaotic scene unfolds. Soldiers struggle to keep pace with a figure moving at impossible speed, their desperate cries echoing the impossible task: "Fuck, how are we supposed to follow him?" The ground trembles as he rushes past. A woman with fiery red hair, her face a mask of determination, screams instructions: "If you don't want to be left behind, run." Her words are a stark command amidst the chaos. She leads the charge. The red-haired woman and a blonde counterpart sprint across the field, pursuing the distant figure. The red-haired woman shouts, "Follow them!" Desperation and urgency permeate the scene. The pursuit is fraught with peril. The path ahead is revealed to be a horrifying obstacle, a vast field teeming with ghoulish creatures. A chilling realization dawns: that way's a field of ghouls. The escape becomes a fight for survival. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in his wake. The sheer force of his movement rippled the very ground beneath his feet. Surrounded, he unleashed a torrent of raw energy, a blinding blue flash that ripped through the horde of grotesque creatures. Their screams were cut short. The battle raged on, a chaotic maelstrom of violence. Despite the overwhelming numbers, he fought with a ferocity that matched their desperation, his blue-clad form a whirlwind amidst the carnage. A loyal wolf at his side snapped at the fallen. A woman, captivated, observes a squadron of soldiers, their faces obscured by helmets, their eyes glowing with an eerie luminescence. She questions the need for conflict, while another voice, seemingly hers, blurts out an unexpected admiration for their leader's appearance. A blonde woman, her eyes glowing similarly, issues a urgent warning: a flying entity is approaching at 11 o'clock. The immediacy of the threat is palpable. The blonde woman's expression intensifies. The approaching entity feels different. A sense of unease hangs in the air. A figure crashes to the earth, a pained kook, escaping their lips as the rain lashes down. The impact throws up a spray of mud and grass. A woman lies wounded, a technological interface glowing faintly in her hand. Ominous figures loom in the background, their menacing silhouettes barely visible through the downpour. The sounds of Kwang Kwang Kang echo the chaotic scene. She lies gasping for breath, the rain a steady sheet above her. The woman's struggle for air is palpable. Her eyes snap open, a fierce glare replacing the earlier weakness. Ha, dirty bastards! She spits, defiance burning in her gaze. The close-up on her eyes highlights her unwavering resolve. Despair etched itself onto her face as a single tear traced a path down her cheek. Fuck! She whispered, the word a testament to the devastation she felt. A small winged creature, suspended in a brilliant blue energy, looked up in wonder. Hee, did we all go to heaven? It questioned, blissfully unaware of the carnage around it. Lying amidst the chaos, another figure questioned her reality. Am I dead? She wondered, her gaze fixed on the strange blue energy particles surrounding her. The rising gauge perplexed her further. Why is the gauge going up? And what are these blue insects? Park Soho plummeted through a torrent of blue energy, the name a stark contrast to the chaotic scene unfolding. He felt the surge. Power, raw and untamed, coursed through his veins. I'm overflowing with power, he declared, the words a testament to the energy building within him. The raw power unleashed. A blinding flash of golden light erupted, engulfing his foes. The impact was devastating. A sickening thud echoed as one of his enemies crashed to the ground, blood staining the earth. Another foe falls before him, brutally dispatched. But his focus shifts, a new threat emerging. Look over there, he shouts, his voice urgent. A wave of monstrous creatures descends from the sky, prompting a soldier's terrified exclamation, "What the hell is that?" The sheer scale of the invasion signals an immediate, grave threat. A lone figure, clad in advanced armor, stands defiant amidst the chaos, unleashing a surge of fiery energy. This is clearly a powerful individual capable of combating the threat. The armored figure confronts a blonde woman, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern. He questions her presence, revealing a personal connection amidst the escalating crisis. Blondie, why are you here? Two soldiers, awestruck, witness the aftermath of the fiery display. Their question hangs heavy in the air: did that guy save us? The implication is clear: the lone figure may have just averted a catastrophic defeat. A monstrous claw scrapes the ground, its owner unseen, as a figure in dark boots strides purposefully forward. The scene is grim, the air heavy with the aftermath of violence. Park Suho, her expression grim, surveys the carnage. Where is everybody? She questions, the silence amplifying her concern. The scene reveals the extent of the devastation. Soho confronts three armored figures. One of them marvels, "Wow, I think it's really Park Soho," confirming her identity while underscoring the unexpected nature of her presence. Another soldier reports, this is the last dungeon, and then follows up with the incredulous question, are you saying Park Soho managed to clear everything all by himself? The revelation highlights the almost impossible feat achieved. Soho, now surrounded by colleagues, manages only a weary, disbelieving ha. In response to the enormity of what she's accomplished. He had already deemed her too weak, yet she pleaded for a moment's respite. His grip tightened slightly, a silent acknowledgement of her exhaustion, before a new threat emerged. The woman, now on the ground, muttered about the indignity of it all, her nose likely bloodied from the fall. The scene shifted, highlighting a new level of danger. Communication with the base camp and scouting party had been severed. Worse still, there were no bodies to be found, implying a chillingly efficient enemy. A grim premonition settled upon Wanhyo. A grim report arrived, 5 more people remained alive in the boss's chamber, but the situation was desperate. The narrative underscored a growing sense of urgency and peril. A woman in tactical gear, her red hair a stark contrast to her dark uniform, spots a group of 5 figures in the distance. If it's 5 people, then it's the scouting party, she exclaims, her voice sharp with urgency. The implication is clear, the scouting party is in danger. A soldier is thrown violently backward, the force of the blow evident in the spray of rocks and water. The sound of a pained groan, ugh, underscores the ferocity of the unseen attack. This marks the first direct confrontation with the enemy. A horde of shadowy figures surges forward, their glowing eyes menacing. The sheer number of them is overwhelming, their approach silent and terrifying. This reveals the scale of the threat. The red-haired woman, now surrounded by her squad, prepares for battle. She draws 2 energy-bladed weapons, ready to engage the enemy. Prepare for battle, she commands, her tone resolute. The visual contrast between the enemy's shadowy forms and her empowered stance emphasizes her determination to confront an impossible situation. A horde of grotesque, clawed creatures surged forward, their guttural cries echoing the impending chaos. Their relentless advance was a tide of teeth and shadow. A lone figure, bathed in an ethereal blue light, met the oncoming onslaught. He unleashed a wave of energy, a brilliant arc of power that ripped through the monstrous horde, scattering them with violent force. The warrior grappled with one of the larger beasts, a brutal, bloody struggle. The creature's ferocity was matched only by the warrior's desperate defense, his strength tested to its limits. A monstrous wolf-like creature clamped its jaws down on the warrior's back. The wolf's bite tore into him, a searing pain he ignored as he slammed the beast into other members of the horde, using their momentum to buy himself precious seconds. The air filled with the sound of rending flesh and bone, AACK. A woman, her face etched with suspicion, mutters, "Is it another witch?" Her tone suggests a weariness born of past encounters, hinting at a history of conflict with beings of magical power. A swirling vortex of dark energy erupts, revealing a cloaked figure within. This ominous presence, radiating power, suggests an immediate and significant threat. The figure, seemingly airborne, is surrounded by a legion of skeletal warriors, further amplifying the sense of impending danger. A swirling vortex of dark energy engulfs a cloaked figure, its form barely visible within the tempestuous maelstrom. A young man, his face set with determination, sprints forward, a wolf-like creature at his heels, pursuing the unseen entity. The words, "the strongest king of the undead, Lich," punctuate the arrival of a skeletal warrior, a terrifying figure wielding a sword, emerging from a brilliant blue flash, signaling the arrival of a formidable foe. A wave of undead, a horrifying tide of skeletons, surges forward. Panic grips the soldiers as they desperately assess the impossible scale of the threat. Close up on a ghastly, skeletal face, eyes burning with malevolent red light. Its silent scream is palpable. This is not mere animated bone, this is something far more sinister. The soldiers, technologically advanced but clearly outmatched, begin a chaotic retreat. Their leader barks in order to maintain order, reminding them that despite the sheer number, these are only S-rank undead. The battle is far from won, but a retreat buys crucial time. The narration reveals the source of this nightmare, black mist, a necromantic magic capable of reanimating corpses on a massive scale. The sheer volume of the undead army is explained, this is no ordinary threat. A soldier's grim realization, a lich, a powerful undead sorcerer, is the orchestrator of this nightmarish assault. The stakes have risen exponentially. A crumbling, Gothic structure looms before a young man, its stonework consumed by creeping shadows. The scene pulses with an unnatural, icy energy. The source of the energy, a monstrous, pulsating heart, dark and veined, throbs with malevolent power. It is the Lich's heart, the nexus of its unholy influence. The captain, his face grim, declares, "The Lich will die, along with everything reanimated by it." His resolve is unwavering, the fate of the realm hangs in the balance. A surge of energy crackles around him as he adds, "I hope you all survive, until I destroy the Lich's heart." His words are a promise, a burden, and a battle cry. The captain strides resolutely into the heart of the ruined structure. His comrades call out, "Captain," their voices a mixture of fear and hope. Even facing a Lich, Sun Jinwa's black armor remains impenetrable. The soldiers, however, are far more vulnerable. Their immediate concern must be their own survival. A soldier desperately dodges an attack. The sheer power is visually evident in the motion lines. Sun Jinwu, wings ablaze, descends amidst a fiery inferno, a stark contrast to the desperate struggle of his forces. Amidst the chaos, Jinwa's gaze is focused on a single point, his concern clear. "Are you suffering?" he asks, his voice a calm amidst the storm. A figure cloaked in darkness, radiating immense power, erupts from a maelstrom of fire. The very air crackles with energy as he unleashes a destructive force. The dark figure is pulled into a shimmering portal, the energy swirling around him as he vanishes. The word portal hangs in the air, a stark reminder of the otherworldly power at play. A warrior, wings outstretched, plummets from the sky, the word wyvern echoing the source of his sudden, violent descent. Feathers scatter like fallen stars in the vibrant pink energy surrounding him. The Lich King unleashed a devastating blast of arcane energy, summoning a monstrous dragon to engulf his foes. Its fiery breath threatened to incinerate everything in its path. The immense power of the Lich King's attack vanished without a trace, leaving behind only stunned soldiers. Their gasps of disbelief filled the air. The Lich disappeared without a trace. Did wyverns just rip it apart? But even as the soldiers celebrated, a seasoned warrior declared, "What the? It's not over yet. A Lich doesn't die like that." Her words confirmed the lingering danger. A fiery explosion erupts, engulfing the scene. Two figures, silhouetted against the inferno, desperately cry out, "Run!" A lone figure stands defiant, back to the viewer, facing a legion of grotesque, shadowy creatures that swarm toward him from a dark, cavernous space. The lone figure finds himself momentarily on the ground, but his expression shifts. He declares, "This is actually better." A monstrous creature lunges forward. Its attack is met with a flash of energy, and the character snarls, "I hate receiving help anyway." He fights back, a flurry of blows and glowing energy cutting through the shadowy creatures. A brutal clash erupts, a figure, cloaked in shadow, delivers a devastating blow, the impact echoing with a sickening crunch. Blood splatters across the turquoise-tinged scene. Surrounded by grotesque, snarling creatures, a man, his face grim, mutters, "Iron Fist." The desperation in his voice is palpable. He unleashes a powerful, emerald green energy blast from his fist, shattering the creature's forms with a violent explosion. This is not easy. The weight of the situation bears down on him, a palpable sense of struggle evident in his pained expression. A soldier, wielding a massive energy blade, cuts through enemy fire with ruthless efficiency. The battle rages fiercely, his allies providing covering fire. The soldier's blade clashes with his opponent's, an agonizing UGH escaping his lips. His superior weaponry is struggling to penetrate the enemy's defenses. The fight is far from over. His comrades report dire news: their crossbows' energy reserves are depleted, rendering their ranged attacks useless. They're overwhelmed, and the soldier knows he cannot hold out alone. Suddenly, two more armored foes appear, their blades a blur as they unleash a devastating attack that sends the soldier reeling. The situation has become critically dangerous. A squad of soldiers, their faces grim, unleash a hail of bullets amidst a blur of motion. The intensity is palpable, the battle is fierce. Another wave of undead surges from beyond the barriers, a terrifying sight amidst electrical storms. The soldiers braced themselves against this fresh onslaught. One soldier, Kim Dongwon, lies wounded. His comrade urges him to rise, explaining that victory hinges on the captain's success against the Lich. Dongwon's face is a mask of strained determination as he struggles to his feet, his name a battle cry echoing through the maelstrom. A soldier curses, "Fuck," as his comrades are violently thrown back by an unseen force. The intensity of the attack is palpable. Skeletal warriors, their swords drawn, charge across the battlefield with terrifying speed, their movements a blur. A monstrous boar, crackling with raw electrical power, erupts from the ground, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. The very air crackles with anticipation. A soldier, his face etched with disbelief, stammers, "There's suddenly a bear?" The unexpected appearance of a bear throws their mission into disarray. A blinding flash of energy erupts. The soldier is thrown back violently as a skeletal figure disintegrates in a fiery explosion. The bear, it seems, was not alone. More soldiers, similarly equipped, arrive on the scene, faces grim, drawn weapons raised. They brace themselves, acutely aware of the unseen threat. A wave of fiery destruction engulfs the battlefield. Hundreds of burning figures writhe in agony, revealing the terrifying scale of the threat they now face. A confident figure, surrounded by soldiers in futuristic armor, declares, "I'll bring him out," his words echoing the determination to rescue someone held captive. The scene pulses with energy, hinting at the power at play. The soldiers, tense and awaiting orders, are told, "So when the main squad arrives, don't go anywhere and stay here." The urgency in the command underscores the danger and the high stakes of the operation. A powerful energy surge, a cataclysmic OH, shatters the scene, signifying a violent event that dramatically alters the situation. The soldiers react with terror as a devastating force, a horrifying AAHH, sweeps through their ranks, the rescue mission having gone horribly wrong. A monstrous avian shadow claws through the air, leaving a trail of fragmented ice and a powerful quang, echoing the force of its descent. A horde of skeletal warriors charges forward, their bony weapons glinting ominously under a dark sky. The ground trembles with the impact of their advance, a relentless do-do-do marking their approach. Soldiers in advanced combat gear recoil in terror, their faces etched with disbelief. Lich One shouts, confirming the horrific nature of the oncoming threat. "This is no ordinary enemy." A terrifying visage erupts, an explosion of dark energy and bone that overpowers the soldier's fear with sheer, horrifying power. The "ah" is a silent scream swallowed by the rising power. A skeletal knight, clad in rusted armor, wields two swords. His grim visage is framed by a hooded cloak as he advances, his army following closely behind. The air crackles with ominous energy. A man in tactical gear stares intensely at a ruined building in the distance, his expression filled with grim determination. The scene is saturated with a vibrant, unsettling turquoise glow. His eyes widen in realization, his mind piecing together the implications of what he sees. The thought strikes him, the ability to summon the Death Knights. He turns, his back to the viewer, a profound understanding dawning on him. The possibility weighs heavily on him. There is someone. The shocking truth hits him, the Lich's life vessel? The captain, his face etched with grim determination, ignores his subordinate's desperate plea. He's about to make a choice with devastating consequences. A skeletal warrior, its movements surprisingly agile, is struck down. The blow's impact speaks volumes about the overwhelming power of the opposing force. A woman, her features sharp with anger and alarm, bursts into the scene. The urgency in her expression foreshadows an imminent and significant escalation. A figure with vast, fiery wings stands defiant amidst a raging inferno. Their challenge, "You want to stop playing?" signifies the commencement of a brutal confrontation. He dismissed her with a wave, his winged form shimmering. "I haven't the time to continue playing with you. You should go home." The weight of his words, a subtle threat veiled in disinterest, hung in the air. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he prepared for departure, the energy around him crackling. A fiery explosion engulfed the area as a skeletal figure was incinerated, the heat radiating outwards. Multiple shadowy dragons writhed in a vortex of chaotic energy, their forms barely discernible amidst a maelstrom of blue and purple light. The sheer power emanating from this convergence threatened to tear the very fabric of reality. Panic grips the onlookers. The question hangs heavy in the air: what if their unlikely ally defeats the boss before they can capitalize on the situation? A young man, eyes blazing with celestial light, hangs suspended in the air, surrounded by a flurry of black feathers. He is clearly the source of the extraordinary power unleashed upon the dragons. A massive explosion erupts, a blinding flash obliterates the dragons, leaving only a churning cloud of dust and debris. The force of the blast is devastating. Two figures sprint across the ravaged battlefield, pursued by a horde of soldiers. One curses in frustration as the other is clearly wounded. The battle is far from over. Surrounded, the soldier unleashes a wave of blue energy, a desperate strike that sends several of the monstrous creatures sprawling. The sheer ferocity of the attack momentarily clears a path. He's overwhelmed. More creatures swarm him, their clawing hands tearing at his armor. The soldier's face is a mask of grim determination as he fights back, but the sheer number of his attackers is daunting. One particularly vicious creature lunges, its claws inches from his face. The soldier's eyes widen, mirroring the terror of imminent death. The skeletal warrior lunged, a blur of bone and rusted steel. Its attack was swift, brutal. A powerful blow sent the masked soldier sprawling, the impact echoing in a resounding thwack. He groaned, clutching his injured shoulder. "Fuck, my shoulder." The words escaped his lips, laced with pain and resignation. Surrounded by monstrous figures, his body paralyzed, defeat settled upon him. "I think I'm done," he whispered, the finality of his words chilling. A skeletal knight, clad in decaying armor, lunges toward a squad of heavily armed soldiers. The lead soldier meets the attack head-on, his sword clashing against the knight's, sending debris flying. The soldier's counterattack is swift and brutal. Two of them, blades flashing, deliver a coordinated strike, forcing the skeletal knight into a desperate defense. A young man, a surge of blue energy crackling around him, bursts into action, a powerful force ready to intervene. The tide of battle is about to shift. Three soldiers, their faces etched with alarm, confront Park Soho. "That man! Park Soho," they exclaim, their weapons raised but clearly overwhelmed. A blinding flash of energy erupts, obliterating the soldiers with a violent bang. The force of the explosion is palpable. The surviving soldiers recoil, their bodies racked with energy. One gasps, "My body. I'm recoiling." The green energy radiating from them hints at a powerful force disrupting their systems. Park Suho watches the scene with a calculating gaze. His concern is evident as he observes the aftermath, muttering, "One is missing?" This raises questions about the nature of his attack and the soldier's capabilities. A powerful, shadowy form descends, a colossal whoosh accompanying its arrival. The sheer force of its presence is chilling, portending a significant escalation. A blinding flash of pink energy erupts, the raw power twisting into a vortex of chaotic force. A soldier lies gasping on the ground, the impact of the earlier blast clearly evident in his pained expression. He's clearly been struck hard. Another soldier is sent sprawling, a powerful blow connects, forcing a pained cough from his lips. The fight rages on. Surging from the shadows, a horde of grotesque, fanged creatures emerges, their bodies crackling with dark energy. They surround the lone remaining soldier, who braces himself for the onslaught. The tide has turned. A skeletal warrior, his sword glowing with ethereal energy, bellows in disbelief, "What in the hell is up with that wild boar?" His companions, clad in futuristic combat gear, share his astonishment as a monstrous, seemingly impossible boar wreaks havoc. The scope of the chaos widens. All undead outside the protective barrier are consumed by a mysterious, engulfing fire. The question hangs heavy in the air: is this the boar's doing? A colossal avian creature, wings outstretched, descends. The air crackles with icy energy. A powerful blast of energy erupts as a foot impacts the ground, shattering the stone. Engulfed in flames, a figure is thrown violently backward amidst a chaotic, fiery maelstrom. The intense heat radiates from the inferno. A monstrous maw, teeth bared in a silent scream, fills the panel. The creature's rage is palpable, a palpable threat hanging heavy in the air. The warrior, clad in blue, launches a lightning-fast attack, his fist connecting with the beast's flank. The impact sends a shockwave through the ground. A powerful energy surge erupts from the creature as it retaliates, a clawed limb lashing out with shocking speed. Electricity crackles in the air. The lich, his body ensnared in a web of ethereal energy, hangs suspended above a golden chest. This is the life vessel, a source of immense power. Within the chest, a vibrant, pulsing heart, the lich's life source, beats with unnatural vigor. A question arises: was the creature before them a powerful werewolf intentionally left alive? The werewolf's incomplete resurrection hints at a deliberate delay, suggesting a powerful force orchestrated this imperfect revival. Now fully transformed, the werewolf unleashes fiery energy, facing a monstrous, shadowy skull that emerges from the darkness. A monstrous werewolf, engulfed in fiery energy, unleashes a devastating blow. The earth cracks and crumbles beneath the force of the attack. The temple explodes in a blinding flash, leaving only dust and debris in its wake. The soldiers, witnesses to the catastrophic event, are left in stunned silence. The temple exploded, turning into dust and disappearing, one exclaims, his voice filled with disbelief. Fear grips the soldiers as they urgently question their captain's fate. What about the captain? They cry out, their voices laced with anxiety. A bolt of lightning strikes, revealing a shocking truth. The soldiers gasp in astonishment as a figure emerges from the blast. They whisper, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and wonder. With only 6 minutes remaining, a woman in tactical gear clutches her abdomen, her expression strained. The countdown is relentless. The door bursts open, initiating a chaotic rush. A countdown timer, now showing 5 minutes and 4 seconds, dominates the scene. The urgency is palpable. Park Soho's return is announced. He stands amidst a squad of soldiers, his arrival signaling a shift in power. Soldiers carry an injured captain. The sheer number of soldiers suggests a significant battle has already occurred. A woman, her face etched with disbelief, cries out, "Captain!" The scene underscores the gravity of the captain's injury, creating a pivotal moment of uncertainty. Confidence radiated from the Special Forces unit as they prepared for the rescue mission. Their leader, a woman with striking red hair, declared, "There's no way the man of iron would just die." The countdown had begun. Just 1 hour and 40 minutes after Park Soho entered the dungeon, the rescue operation for the Special Forces unit was underway. Park Soho and the soldiers emerged, though some were injured. The urgency was palpable as cries for medics filled the air. The question hung heavy: who among them was hurt? The dungeon vanished. A blinding white light erupted, leaving behind only stunned onlookers and the echoing question of what just happened. The immediate aftermath of the dungeon's disappearance brought a pressing concern: casualties. Mr. Park, a key figure in this event, is questioned about his well-being and his raid strategy. The weight of responsibility hangs heavy in the air. 2 women observe a figure soaring through the sky, one awestruck by his coolness, the other marveling at the unexpected encounter. The image hints at a deeper mystery beyond the immediate chaos, a figure of significant power now present. Soo-young, a soldier, is bluntly asked if she harbors feelings for Park Soho. Her shocked expression reveals the unexpected nature of the question. Her friend, incredulous, questions what kind of woman would be interested in such a man, revealing a clear lack of respect for Park Soho. Soo-young, emboldened by the previous interaction, confidently states her intention to ask Park Soho out. News reports highlight Park Soho's incredible feat, clearing a level 7 dungeon in just 6 days, making him a global phenomenon and drawing international attention to South Korea. This provides crucial context for Soo-young's sudden interest. He stared at his phone, disbelief etched on his face. This guy, what the hell did he do? The sheer audacity of it all was staggering. The man's brow furrowed deeper. Are there still skills I'm not aware of? What kind of skill did he use to clear HN in 2 minutes? A chilling realization dawned on him: he was vastly underestimating his opponent. A sudden confrontation. The man with silver hair found himself cornered by 3 burly figures, their menacing presence palpable. This was clearly more than a simple misunderstanding. One of the aggressors, his face contorted with rage, snarled, "This bastard, aren't you rude?" The tension escalated, violence imminent. A tense standoff unfolds. Someone is urged to calm down, their probationary status highlighted. The underlying implication: this individual is already in trouble and needs to avoid further escalation. Relief is expressed at a narrow escape. News of Park Suho's feat clearing a level 7 dungeon circulates, sparking awe and disbelief. The discussion subtly establishes a power hierarchy within this world, with Suho's accomplishments setting a benchmark. The conversation turns sharply critical. One character is rebuked for comparing himself to Suho, a seemingly murderous figure whose outward kindness hid a darker nature. The contrast underscores the moral ambiguity inherent in the world's power dynamics. Jinwoo stumbled, a wave of energy erupting behind him as he desperately reached out, his eyes wide with fear. The sheer force of it threw him off balance. His father, a blur of motion, scooped him up just as a soccer ball hurtled past them. A desperate cry pierced the air. Jinwoo, wide, panicked eyes, belonging to an unseen observer, registered the near miss. The caption screamed, "The child." The implication of the danger was palpable. Bandaged and shaken, Jinwoo sat, his face etched with confusion and pain. He asked the paramedic, "What happened?" The question hung heavy in the air, reflecting the mysterious nature of the event. His gaze was unfocused, clouded by the trauma of what he had just experienced, leaving the audience to ponder the inexplicable incident that left the young boy injured. A woman in a bunny-made outfit anxiously asks if Suho is awake yet. Her concern hints at an impending event requiring his presence. A large bird of prey, talons extended, dives, leaving a trail of light and a powerful cawing sound effect. The sheer force depicted foreshadows an imminent, impactful event. Suho, now awake, stands confidently, a small flame flickering in his palm. He's ready, the earlier anxieties are resolved, his power is evident. A grotesque, cloaked figure, its skull-like face contorted in a silent scream, lunged forward. The attack was met with a swift counter. A burst of blue energy, sparked by the hero's action, sent the creature reeling. He muttered, "Carbonara," a word that held more significance than a simple culinary reference. It was the name of his devastating technique. The ensuing explosion engulfed the monstrous wolf-like creature in searing flames, the impact shaking the very foundations of the ancient structure. Sun Jinwoo's life force is rapidly draining as his HP and MP plummet. The vessel is feeding off him. The observation confirms the dire situation. Sun Jinwoo's life energy is being relentlessly absorbed. His HP is now at 12%, MP at 9%, and SP at a critical 4%. His attacker, a monstrous figure, delivers the final blow, boasting cruelly about ending Jinwoo's life. A fiery explosion engulfs Jinwoo as the creature's attack consumes him. The protective barrier, weakened beyond repair, finally crumbles. A surge of undead creatures bursts forth, their decaying forms propelled by a desperate, unholy energy. Park Suho, the captain, emerges from the fray, cradling an injured comrade. "Captain," cries the wounded man, his voice a testament to the intensity of the battle. The arrival of their leader marks a critical turning point. He cradles the unconscious form of his comrade, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from the man's wounds. Despite the grim circumstances, a flicker of determination shines in his eyes. He is not giving up. He's not dead yet, the rescuer mutters, his grip tightening slightly as he carries the injured man. "Let's go out." The urgency in his voice underscores the gravity of the situation. The world watches with bated breath. Two women stand, their conversation punctuated by the news: the level 7 dungeon raid team, these brave soldiers, are fighting for humanity's survival. The weight of their effort rests on the shoulders of every citizen. The nation erupts in jubilation. A level 7 dungeon, a source of widespread terror and confusion, has been conquered by our valiant combat team. The threat is neutralized, the dungeon vanished without a trace. But the victory comes at a cost. Captain Sun Jinwoo remains unconscious, though his injuries are thankfully not life-threatening. Suddenly, Jinwoo soars into the sky, wings unfurling, a breathtaking spectacle captured by the stunned onlookers below. The sheer scale of his power is undeniable. One observer reacts with awe, declaring this incredible event to be destiny. One soldier accuses another of clinging to a man moments ago, but the second vehemently denies it, stating she was simply happy to see him. The scene is set amidst a military formation. The second soldier, her face flushed, confesses to herself that she believes she has found her destined man. A woman in a business suit, witnessing this, silently remarks, "That idiot." Her expression suggests disapproval or amusement at the young soldier's naive declaration of love. A man with white hair sits outside, checking his phone. He reacts with shock to a message stating, "What? 6 days?" The setting is a bustling city street. This highlights a pressing time constraint for an unseen plot. Selling the blood crystals would expose him. The risk is too great. A man confronts the protagonist, accusing him of strange behavior. The protagonist, startled, apologizes. This interaction hints at the protagonist's unusual abilities or perhaps his attempts to hide them. The man's inner thoughts reveal his disdain for the protagonist, labeling him a national disgrace. This establishes a clear antagonistic relationship and adds context to the earlier confrontation. A dark resolve settles over the man's face. He plans to use others as sacrifices for a greater purpose, foreshadowing a darker plotline and highlighting his ruthlessness. The man died a hero, sacrificing himself to save others. It was an accident, the grim text reveals, a tragic consequence of his bravery. "Captain," cries a medic, rushing to the side of a heavily bandaged soldier. The urgency in his voice betrays concern for the injured man's well-being. The medic's concern deepens. He reminds the captain of his heroic actions, rescuing Park Suho and the other soldiers during the incident. The captain's amnesia is apparent. Park Suho embarks on a mission of unprecedented scale, rescuing a dungeon raid unit, a first in human history. The weight of this undertaking, the sheer scope of the failure that necessitates this rescue, hangs heavy in the air. The aftermath. Suho's head throbs, a stark reminder of the brutal realities he faces. The bandage speaks of recent conflict, the mission's toll is clearly visible. Suho Hyungnim hasn't yet awakened. He must be exhausted. They promised to inform us of any updates. One man's surprise reveals a previously unknown facet of Suho Hyungnim's life. A large boar, seemingly asleep, lies curled on a circular rug in a sparsely furnished room. The Korean onomatopoeia suggests heavy, exhausted breathing. Two men discuss the sleeping boar, one explaining that waking him is dangerous, he becomes extremely sensitive when disturbed, a past incident involving a near-fatal wolf transformation highlighted. The risk of disturbing his transformation into a wyvern is also noted. A woman in a maid costume bursts into the room, excitedly announcing that the boar has awakened. The men react with shock and alarm. The woman, still in her maid costume, rushes out, shouting "Appa," while one man notes that the boar is still transforming. Soo-young's gaze drifted, a hint of uncertainty in his expression. He seemed to be deep in thought. He approached, stating his intention to meet Mr. Park Suho. The question hung in the air, would this meeting be granted? A nervous man, visibly sweating, stood before Soo-young, his companion equally apprehensive. The atmosphere crackled with unspoken tension. Why did this cat come here? The question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken anxieties accompanying the feline's presence. A young woman in a maid outfit, cradling the cat, proposes joining the Suho Guild. Her acceptance seems assured, the guild's response a non-verbal agreement sealed with a glance and a purr. A sudden, sharp EK shatters the quiet. Two men react with shock, their faces reflecting a shared alarm. The arrival of the cat has clearly disrupted something. Confusion clouds the faces of a blonde woman and a man. The scene hints at an unfolding mystery surrounding the cat's arrival and its unexpected consequences. Their questioning expressions build suspense. A group of individuals stands in a brightly lit corridor, their backs to the viewer. An exclamation mark is superimposed, hinting at an impending event. The scene is tense with anticipation. A blonde woman, her face etched with alarm, turns, a look of utter shock on her features. Beside her, a man stands impassively, his expression unreadable. The situation is clearly escalating. A redhead woman reacts to a sight before her, her mouth slightly agape, a clear expression of surprise and perhaps concern. The close-up reveals the intense emotion of the moment. "Wow, look at this Hyungnim's method acting," a man observes, his expression a mixture of disbelief and amusement. His comment highlights the lengths to which Hyungnim has gone to convincingly feign injury. A woman rushes to Hyungnim's side, concern etched on her face. "Appa, are you all right?" she exclaims, her worry palpable. The scene shifts to reveal Hyungnim's apparent condition, prompting her disbelief. "He's fine." "Do you think Soho Hyungnim would die just by getting hit with a box of Bacchus?" Hyungnim lies on the floor, seemingly unconscious. A single word floats above him, "Huh?" This simple panel serves as a visual confirmation of his feigned state, building anticipation for his true condition. Hyungnim remains prone, surrounded by concerned individuals. The captain's calm observation, "He's been here for a while," reveals the charade has been ongoing. This underlines the depth of Hyungnim's deception. A man approaches, a grateful smile on his face. "I wanted to thank you," he says, expressing his gratitude for Hyungnim's actions, previously implied but now confirmed. A man's face, etched with quiet determination, fills the panel. His gaze is resolute, his expression a blend of gratitude and resolve. He vows, "I will make more lives with the life that you saved." This marks his commitment to using his second chance to make a positive impact. A woman's voice cuts through the quiet. "Hyungnim is sleeping again," she observes, noting the danger of their situation. The urgency in her tone propels the narrative forward. They must leave immediately. The woman descends the stairs, the talk sound of her heels echoing in the quiet hallway. Her face, downturned, reflects a deep sadness, foreshadowing future challenges. The repetition of the sound emphasizes the slow, deliberate pace of her movement. A woman, her crimson hair a stark contrast to the cool blue of the office hallway, looms over the viewer. Her posture radiates power, a silent threat in the sterile environment. The woman's annoyance is palpable. She's clearly unsettled, her question, "Who the hell are you guys?" hinting at a confrontation that has just begun. Her eyes blaze with an eerie red glow as she reveals a shocking truth: this woman, supposedly killed by a bullet to the head, is not only alive but acutely aware of her situation. The implication of her words, "You're a pretty talkative guy," is laced with lethal intent. A man, his movements swift and precise, assembles a weapon from seemingly thin air. Golden energy crackles around his hands as he forms a pistol. His warning, "I'll shoot if you move," is less a threat and more a stark announcement of his readiness. A man in a dark hooded jacket sprints through a brightly lit corridor, his face contorted in urgency. He shouts, "Chief!" The man bursts into a room, only to find a horrifying scene. A woman, seemingly lifeless, is suspended in midair, her body contorted by unseen forces, blood staining her clothes. A sinister, tree-like figure with elongated limbs holds her aloft. An older man, seemingly oblivious to the horrors just witnessed, beams cheerfully into his phone. He chuckles, "Did you check the 1.2 billion won I won from dungeon betting?" He continues, smugly, "See, I told you more than 20 people would return within 10 days. A stern-faced woman in a business suit stands silently behind the older man, her expression betraying none of his gleefulness. He ends the call, saying, "Honey, see you later." "Holy shit, fuck. You surprised me." The man's frantic outburst reveals a situation of unexpected urgency. His colleague, seemingly unfazed, calmly responds, "Ugh, what is it now?" The exchange establishes the immediate tension and sets the scene. The woman's words, "Saving the country is only nice the first couple of times," highlight the gravity of the situation. The executives await in the conference room, and she will connect the video feed. This panel reinforces the critical nature of the crisis and sets up a formal briefing. A serious situation demands immediate action. The urgency is palpable as the message, "You must quickly come to the bureau," underscores the gravity of the unfolding crisis. A woman in a bunny girl costume delivers kimbap to two men, one of whom is apparently incapacitated. "Please give this to him," she requests, adding that it's raspberry wine-soaked kimbap she made for Appa. As she leaves, the woman asks to be called when the man wakes up, explaining that she needs to meet Appa before her main squad returns tomorrow. Her urgency is palpable. One of the men speculates that the other's lethargy might be connected to the events of the previous night. His companion's lack of vitality is noted, prompting a reaction. The second man confirms the first suspicion: his friend transformed while asleep. The implication is significant and hints at a supernatural element or transformation. A man's face, etched with concern, fills the frame. He thinks, troubled, about a transformation occurring even in his sleep. A sudden, jarring shift. A man recoils, startled, as a woman in a bunny costume appears unexpectedly, her arrival accompanied by a sharp sound. Another person falls to the ground, clearly overwhelmed by the event. Two figures stand facing each other, separated by a glass partition. One, a woman with blonde hair, holds a small package. The other, a man, looks on, utterly perplexed. The scene is tense with unspoken questions. Concern etched on his face, he asked if she was all right. She simply replied, yes. The brief exchange hinted at a shared recent experience. She revealed she was headed to the same place, adding, "Follow me." Her calm demeanor belied a possible underlying urgency. The woman, cradling a cat, explained that she would be away for a while due to work and wanted to spend some time with her companion before leaving. News of Hong Si-hee's arrival at their guild spread, sparking a mixture of surprise and intrigue among its members. One member's comment about a man staying close to a woman highlighted the underlying societal dynamics. Seho Hyungnim. The transformation is almost over. A sense of urgency hangs in the air as Suho's father frantically searches for his son, the imminent end of a magical or transformative state implied. The father's wide-eyed panic intensifies, mirrored by the equally shocked expression of another man. Their shared fear hints at the gravity of the situation unfolding. The transformation's climax arrives. Soho lies vulnerable, his body seemingly drained, as the woman, now revealed in her true form, rests intimately atop him. The scene reveals a significant power dynamic and a potentially dangerous conclusion to the transformation. Her face contorted with fury, eyes blazing. The sheer intensity of her rage was palpable. With a roar of pervert, she hurled a box at him, the impact echoing the storm raging within her. "Fucking bastard," she spat, the venom in her words as potent as the blow she'd just delivered. Her fury hadn't subsided, it had intensified. The dismissive comments of the onlookers only fueled her rage further. A woman in a business suit observed the scene from a distance, her expression unreadable, a thoughtful escaping her lips. Her silent contemplation hinted at a deeper understanding of the situation, or perhaps a carefully considered plan. A man, his expression a curious blend of politeness and apprehension, utters a hesitant, "Hello?" The context suggests an encounter, possibly unexpected, is unfolding. The scene shifts. A man lies on the ground, his eyes conveying confusion and pain. A single word, "Why?" escapes his lips, a question echoing his bewilderment. He remains prostrate, his head throbbing. "Just go, my head hurts," he groans, his voice laced with exhaustion and discomfort. The urgency in his plea signals a desire for solitude and relief from his physical distress. A man descends a stairwell, his footsteps echoing softly. A woman in heels follows, her presence a silent counterpoint to his deliberate pace. He reaches the bottom, pausing briefly. Dust motes dance in the dim light as he looks around, a sense of unease settling over him. The woman's breath hitches, a soft "foo" escaping her lips as she struggles to compose herself. She enters a room, the man following close behind. Tension hangs heavy in the air, a confrontation is imminent. "We're from Korea's Awakener Bureau's Criminal Task Force," the agent stated, his expression grim. This introduction immediately establishes the stakes, implying a world where individuals with special abilities, awakeners, exist and require specialized policing. The agent draws his weapon, aiming with deadly precision. His sudden action escalates the tension, hinting at an imminent confrontation and suggesting the situation is far more dangerous than his initial statement implied. His eyes widened in disbelief, the man stammered, "Fuck, what the hell is that?" This reaction, coupled with the previous panel's implied destruction, indicates the agents encountered something unexpected and terrifying, a development that will undoubtedly shape the unfolding events. A man in a tactical vest sits at a desk, phone pressed to his ear, a smug smile playing on his lips. "Oh, hello, honey," he purrs into the receiver. The casual greeting belies the undercurrent of self-satisfaction. He's clearly reveling in a recent success. His self-assuredness deepens as he continues the conversation. He, I think I'll get an order of merit this time," he chuckles, the implication being that his actions have earned him significant recognition. The next line confirms this, right? "You got a residence permit for Seholand?" His relocation, hinted at earlier, is now openly discussed. The scene shifts abruptly. A woman with dark hair, stern expression, and professional attire stands, her voice conveying grave urgency. An order came from the Army's Special Warfare Command, she announces, the weight of the news palpable. Disband the coalition and dispatch SF Unit 7078 of the Level 6 dungeon in Seoul's Area 5. The situation is escalating rapidly, demanding immediate action. The man from the earlier panels sits across the desk from her, his earlier complacency vanished. His expression is now one of grim acknowledgement. "It's not just Seoul. The whole world is a mess right now," he states, the gravity of the situation fully revealed. The casual phone call from before feels like a distant memory in light of this global crisis. A weary man, addressing a room full of stern-faced agents, utters a subdued "Good evening, Director." His exhausted demeanor immediately establishes a sense of foreboding. The director, visibly concerned, questions the man's appearance. "But why do you look like that?" The question highlights the gravity of the situation, hinting at a recent, arduous event. Australia faces an unprecedented crisis. A Level 7 dungeon breach is imminent in Sydney Harbour, forcing a mass civilian evacuation. The global situation is deteriorating. Experts warn that similar breaches are escalating exponentially worldwide. The chaos continues to spread. Images from Rio de Janeiro depict desperate citizens fleeing a similar, catastrophic dungeon breach. The scene is one of widespread panic and destruction. A monster wave threatens Russia's Amur region. Moscow is assessing the possibility of nuclear retaliation, highlighting the global scale of the escalating threat. International officials convene, recognizing the severity of the situation. While conventional weapons are deemed inadequate, the monster's northward migration path poses an even greater challenge, demanding immediate, decisive action. The monster invasion, initially targeting Russia, is redirected towards North Korea due to the deployment of nuclear weapons. This tactical shift significantly alters the strategic landscape. South Korea's army prepares for the possibility of a North Korean incursion, stationing troops along the Imjin River. However, the sheer scale of the oncoming threat is cause for serious concern, even with the military's firepower. The situation is further complicated by an exponential surge in the number of dungeons appearing across Seoul. 14 new dungeons have manifested, including 6 perilous Level 6 dungeons. This unprecedented event strains already limited resources. Overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the crises unfolding, a high-ranking official laments the catastrophic situation. The combined threat of the monster invasion and the sudden dungeon proliferation constitutes an unprecedented disaster. The police department has been handed a particularly grim case, a serial murder. 2 special task force members investigating a suspect were found murdered, and the suspect escaped. The authorities believe the suspect is a vampire, capable of death and resurrection. This vampire has already died and been resurrected 3 times. A lack of protocol for dealing with vampires necessitates an immediate plan of action. One officer promises to return with a plan after the Special Forces unit disbands tomorrow. A woman with vibrant red hair, a mischievous grin splitting her face, leaps from a departing military transport. "See you next time," she calls out, her voice echoing with playful defiance. She sends a final message, a clear display of loyalty: "Send my greetings to Suho Appa." The scene shifts to another woman, her blonde hair pulled back, watching the transport disappear. Concern lines her face as she quietly observes, "You should also return to the detection team, right?" Her concern hints at a greater mission at stake. The blonde woman's gaze hardens, her determination evident. A single, resolute statement escapes her lips: I want to become strong. This simple declaration reveals a deeper purpose beyond immediate duty. Another woman, dark-haired and sharply dressed, observes the blonde from a distance. Her expression is unreadable, a silent assessment of the blonde's resolve. The unspoken tension between them foreshadows conflict and potential mentorship. Her eyes, narrowed with suspicion, bore into his. Do you like Park Soho more than me? The question hung heavy in the air, laced with a potent mixture of jealousy and insecurity. The woman's voice, sharp and accusatory, cut through the silence. You said you wouldn't like a man even if he gave you everything, but I guess Park Soho's different? Her frustration was palpable, a stark contrast to the calm exterior she maintained. Live a difficult life, then, she spat, the words a cold dismissal. The panel shifts, revealing in newsflash, a nuclear explosion. The news report blared: Russia launched a nuclear missile, codenamed Mommy of Boy, near the Amur region. The image of the mushroom cloud underscored the gravity of the situation, a stark contrast to the previous intimate conflict. The world is irrevocably changing. A high-ranking military council debates the aftermath of a recent attack. Their land has been bombed, and the possibility of raising Seoul's defense walls is under consideration. The weight of the situation is palpable. The council's focus shifts to Park Suho, the only person deemed capable of resolving the crisis. The increasing negative public commentary surrounding Park highlights the urgency and pressure mounting on them. The council member's frustration boils over as he calls those obstructing Park Suho's efforts scumbags, revealing the political maneuvering and opposition hindering progress towards resolving the crisis. The scene changes to two individuals, apparently resting. One states their exhaustion has vanished. The tranquility contrasts sharply with the preceding military council's tense atmosphere, subtly hinting at a possible solution or a place of refuge connected to Park Suho. An elderly woman, resting comfortably on warm stones, murmurs, when you're tired, sitting down on heated flat stones is the best. Her contentment hints at a world where such simple pleasures are valued and readily available. Two young men, perched on a rocky outcrop overlooking a verdant valley, share a moment of quiet contemplation. The scene establishes a tranquil setting, a stark contrast to the action that awaits. One of the young men speaks, his words revealing a glimpse into their world. Jae-shik Hyung is training the recruits, Juno Hyung is watching over the construction. This casual conversation subtly unveils a hierarchical structure and ongoing activities within their group, hinting at a larger mission or purpose. The faint glow of magic illuminates a horde of undead, their decaying forms a stark contrast to the bright, shimmering spear held aloft by a lone, determined figure. He hasn't explicitly stated his intentions, but his actions suggest a mission to protect the vulnerable, even if those he protects are considered outcasts. A young man, his face etched with a mixture of weariness and concern, explains his actions. His recent involvement in recruiting more creatures for the community, and his earlier call to his companion to assist in defending the settlement against incoming threats. He continues, citing the animals' unhappiness since the recent change in leadership, noting their emotional distress and the need to address their situation. A clear indication of his compassionate nature and broader concern for the community's well-being. The conversation shifts to practical matters of defense. Amod has proposed a clear, decisive step to bolster the defenses of their settlement against further threats. The image reinforces this, showing a dramatic visual representation of the proposed fortification. 3 colossal alligators, jaws agape, surged through the churning water. The sheer size of the creatures was terrifying. One young man chuckled, dismissing the alligator sighting. His companion, however, remained unconvinced, a shadow of seriousness crossing his face. He felt a pressing need to act. The serious young man, now alone, knelt by a stream. His determination hardened as he decided on his next step, to recruit powerful beasts from the DMZ. His friend, however, consulted his phone and revealed a critical piece of information: recruiting animals was currently impossible due to unforeseen circumstances. The scene shifts. A breaking news report announced the sudden appearance of 2 level 6 dungeons in Area 2, giving them only 27 days to prepare before a catastrophic breach. The urgency is palpable. 2 men stand by a frozen lake, a vehicle visible in the background. Uncertainty hangs in the air. A woman in a business suit approaches, delivering news. The Awakener Bureau requires their cooperation. One man immediately refuses. She urges them to listen to her explanation. Several dungeons are destabilizing, their help is critical. A massive explosion erupts in the distance, a cataclysmic quang, shaking the ground. The woman's expression shifts to alarm. The explosion? It's the blood crystal power plant. A blood crystal generator exploded, engulfing a building in flames. People are trapped inside, and the immediate priority is to get the injured to safety. The severity of the situation is underscored. A second explosion is imminent unless the fire is controlled quickly. The potential for further catastrophe is palpable. A second, even larger explosion erupts, dwarfing the initial blast. The scene is chaotic and destructive. Amidst the devastation, a figure emerges, their eyes fixed and determined, shouting, "Water vortex!" A clear indication of an ability or technique to control water. A whirlwind of water materialized in the sky above a burning pyramid, a cataclysmic event heralding unforeseen chaos. The colossal torrent of water crashed down, engulfing everything in its path. Two figures, caught in the deluge, plunged into the churning depths. Their desperate struggle against the overwhelming force of the water was clear. From the depths, a single word escaped the lips of one of the survivors: Wyvern. The creature's name, spoken with a mixture of fear and awe, signaled the true horror of their predicament. 14 simultaneous level 6 dungeon breaches in Brazil trigger a global crisis. The sheer scale of the event underscores the escalating threat. A high-ranking official, clearly distressed, contemplates the unknown consequences of the dungeon breaches in Brazil. The unknown entities emerging from the ocean depths present a grave new threat. The official's alarm intensifies as reports emerge of Russia deploying nuclear weapons. The rationale for such drastic action, given their substantial conventional arsenal, is baffling and deeply concerning. Fear grips the official as he questions whether the escalating global chaos will reach his own nation. The possibility of the conflict spreading forces him to consider desperate measures. News reports reveal the incompetence of Seoul's level 6 guilds, leading to widespread panic and a declaration that the city is no longer safe. The combined crises are pushing the world toward unprecedented chaos. A high-level meeting is underway, the atmosphere thick with tension. The grim news is delivered: all guilds face a critical shortage of combat teams, leaving them powerless against the escalating threat. The revelation of a killer's brutal efficiency sends shockwaves through the room. Having slaughtered both targets, the assassin vanished without a trace, leaving the assembled officials baffled. The question hangs heavy in the air: what manner of being is capable of such a feat? The chilling possibility takes root: could this killer be an awakener? The mere suggestion triggers a wave of fresh, horrified uncertainty. The discussion takes a darker turn. The hypothesis shifts, adding another layer of fear. The possibility that a vampire is responsible for the recent attacks sends a ripple of alarm through the room. The leader, overwhelmed by the escalating crises, can only express his mounting frustration and despair. The sheer weight of the situation is evident in his anguished response. A convoy of military vehicles speeds through a lush, mountainous landscape, pursued by several dark drones that zip through the air. The urgency of the situation is palpable. The convoy halts. A group of soldiers, led by two women in civilian attire, one in a business suit, the other in tactical gear, waves farewell. A sense of impending danger hangs heavy in the air. The woman in tactical gear, her blonde hair catching the sunlight, requests to be deployed to the most critical area. Her determination is evident. "I just think he won't die," she stated, her voice laced with a quiet confidence that belied the gravity of the situation. A simple affirmation, yet it held the weight of unspoken anxieties and a stubborn belief in the resilience of another. "All right," came the curt reply. The map pulsed with information, a network of glowing nodes representing the territory of the Shilla and Goryeo guilds. The Han River bisected the region, dividing the areas of control. Namyangju lay to the north, while Gangnam and Songnam occupied the south, all facing the imminent threat of a dungeon breach in Gyeonggi-do. A request for cooperation, urgent and fraught with implications, had already arrived. Time was critically short, the number of combat teams woefully inadequate. What's this about Park Soho now? The question hung in the air, sharp and pointed. The response was equally blunt. Park Soho, it seemed, was considered capable of single-handedly handling all the dungeon threats in Seoul, a statement that was less about his skills and more about a desperate lack of alternatives. Adding to this pressure was news of further pressure from the Guild Association. Our home must be strong enough to allow for peace of mind while traveling. Leveling up has been faster than usual, yet it still feels surreal. Monk Myung-jin has been frequently absent. His whereabouts are unknown. The reality of his supposed actions is revealed. He's been rescuing vagrants. A man, his face etched with worry, contemplates something unseen. His expression hints at a problem requiring immediate attention. Two figures sit overlooking a serene landscape, a conversation underway. The man in the BOT jacket speaks, his words implying a plan is being discussed. The setting suggests a strategic assessment of the area. A violent clash erupts between two powerful creatures. The dialogue clarifies a significant obstacle: these beings frequently engage in conflict despite their lack of inherent animosity. This reveals a crucial factor influencing their behavior and the challenges faced. The two from the previous panel continue their conversation. The mention of reinforcing the city walls and diverting water suggests a solution to the conflict presented earlier, demonstrating a practical approach to the challenges. The younger man's face lights up, a sudden idea striking him. His question about alligators at the DMZ hints at a potentially bold, if unconventional, solution to the problem. Confusion etched his features as he uttered a single, questioning word: why? The unspoken weight of the question hung heavy in the air. He voiced his objection, a clear statement of defiance: why should I go to hunting grounds in other people's territory? His reluctance is palpable. A companion, seated nearby, remains silent, observing. Who's that? The question, laced with apprehension, cuts through the silence. His companion replies, it's the section chief. See? We can't go anywhere today. The arrival of authority halts their plans. Terror grips him, the fear evident in his wide eyes and strained expression. His whispered exclamation, it's not Lee Sung-woo, right, reveals a deep-seated dread, a recognition of a significant threat. A fire blocks the path, leaving a team leader frustrated and uttering, damn it. We can't go in because of the fire. His frustration reflects the urgency of the situation. Suddenly, Park Soho appears, his dramatic entrance announced by the soldiers, it's Park Soho. His arrival suggests a potential solution to the immediate obstacle. A powerful surge of water erupts, sending several soldiers tumbling from a collapsing building. The sheer force of the water demonstrates Soho's abilities and the scale of his intervention. A surge of energy erupts from the young man's hands, his face contorted in a fierce grimace. He is clearly unleashing immense power. A woman, seemingly unconcerned, casually asks, what's up with you all of a sudden? Her question highlights the contrast between her calm demeanor and the extraordinary event unfolding before her. The young man's expression shifts to one of suspicion and disbelief as he questions, what really? This shows his doubt about the woman's seemingly nonchalant reaction. The explanation arrives: a candlelight rally is underway in Seoul, a striking juxtaposition to the chaos caused by the recent dungeon outbreaks. The sheer scale of the situation is underscored by this revelation. People are falling from a great height, crashing onto the ground below. The impact is evident in the shattered concrete and water splashing from the collision. Another figure plummets, engulfed in a bolt of electric energy. The bright blue light illuminates the scene as he falls. A monstrous, reptilian creature with glowing eyes roars, it's Maagape, charged with the same electrifying energy. This is the source of the chaos. A colossal dragon, its scales shimmering obsidian, unleashed a torrent of energy. Men in suits were flung through the air like ragdolls, their bodies impacting the earth with sickening thuds. More men crashed down, scattered across the ground. Emerald sparks erupted from their bodies as they impacted the earth, the force of the dragon's attack echoing in the visual devastation. Sirens wailed in the distance, growing louder. Emergency vehicles, fire trucks, and ambulances rushed towards the scene, their flashing lights piercing through the chaos. The urgency was palpable. A young man, arriving at the scene, stared in disbelief. Two other figures, a woman in a business suit and a man with blonde hair, approached, their faces etched with worry. "Hyungnim," the blonde man called out, the word laced with urgent concern. The scene spoke volumes, something catastrophic had occurred. A massive dragon looms over a group of officials, its shadow engulfing them. The air crackles with tension as a woman in a business suit reports, "It seems there might have been a problem with the blood crystal generators, but we won't know for sure until it's investigated." One man sighs in frustration, "Ugh, I really needed to finish editing today." "Why?" The woman's concern deepens as her subordinates express their worry. One speaks quietly, but "Section Chief." A subordinate's face is etched with alarm. The gravity of the situation is palpable. The scene shifts. Two men exchange anxious words amid a verdant landscape. "Hyung, we're in the red right now." One says, prompting the other's surprised question, "We're in the red?" The first man confirms grimly, "Yes," adding, "If we start such a big construction project, don't you think it would cost an astronomical amount?" The financial crisis is confirmed. A third man, his expression weary, explains, "Since we donated the money from the SPFC fight and gave up all the profits from the level 7 dungeon to save people, there's no way we'd have any money." He declared his intention to earn money, dismissing the profits from ordinary dungeons as insufficient. The only exception, he mused, would be discovering a treasure dungeon. His companions reacted with disbelief to the mention of a treasure dungeon, a legendary location rarely seen. One of them, particularly excited, recognized the description of a super luxurious dungeon, said to appear only once a century, the Scorpion Dungeon. An unexpected cooperation request from the Goryeo Guild arrives, hinting at their shortage of combat teams. The seemingly unrelated event sets the stage for a pivotal opportunity. The Goryeo Guild's parent company, a construction firm with decades of experience, offers a deal, half-price construction in exchange for their cooperation. The image reveals the scale of the project and the powerful machinery involved. Suho Hyungnim, brimming with anticipation, declares his readiness to proceed. He intends to use this opportunity to rigorously test his newly acquired strength. His companion agrees, expressing confidence that they won't be easily apprehended, despite the apparent risk of an F rank entering a level 4 dungeon. He views this as an advantageous situation, regardless. News reports flash across the screen, highlighting Park Suho's extraordinary feat in extinguishing a fire within seconds and saving colleagues. Simultaneously, we learn that Russia has relaunched its Mommy of Boy operation, causing a monster wave to shift course towards Mongol, though Seoul appears safe for the moment. The Suho Guild's party of 5 is finally mobilized, commencing their raid of the Scorpion Dungeon in Gwangju. Park Suho's team, the Suho Guild's 4 stooges, are making their mark. A powerful surge of energy crackles as one of them cleaves a monstrous foe with a lightning-fast strike. The raw power displayed foreshadows their impending challenge. The battle intensifies. A flurry of attacks against a swarm of scorpion-like creatures, their bodies shattering under the combined might of the stooges' abilities. The quang and kayak sounds emphasize the violent nature of their assault, highlighting their formidable skill. Amidst the chaos, another stooge fires a volley of blasts. His focused determination stands in stark contrast to the frenetic energy of the battle, signifying his precision amid the chaos. His muttered noin showcases his frustration with the persistent enemies. The camera angle shifts dramatically to a close-up of a horrifying, monstrous creature, its massive form dwarfing the surrounding environment. This chilling close-up serves as an ominous cliffhanger, implying the immense challenge awaiting the stooges and foreshadowing further peril. The accompanying kayak intensifies the terror. With a muttered incantation, formation, a swirling vortex of azure energy coalesced in his palm, promising power untold. The energy burst forth, a blinding flash of turquoise light that sliced through the air, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. A spear, imbued with the same energy, appeared, ready to strike. The Dragon Ascension technique unleashed its full fury, for colossal scorpions, summoned from the depths, emerged, their chitinous carapaces gleaming menacingly. The ground trembled beneath their weight as they prepared to attack. The bald warrior, the king of Nirvana, commanded his minions with a chilling decree: summon vagabonds. His first path, a dark and powerful one, had begun. A crimson-robed monk stands defiant, his palms pressed together, as flames erupt around him, consuming the grotesque, skeletal forms of the monsters he faces. He has already subdued them, their fiery agony a testament to his power. The monk's victory is short-lived. A young man, his clothes stained with blood, sits slumped against a broken structure, seemingly exhausted. He gazes down at 2 crimson blood crystals in his possession. The sheer number of monsters he fought is subtly implied by the few remaining blood crystals. 5 blood crystals from 2 monsters, he observes, revealing the rarity of such resources and hinting at the scale of his previous battle. The young man, now seemingly at the edge of a construction site, hurls one of the crystals. A massive explosion erupts from the impact point as he shouts, back off, underlining a desperate attempt to buy time or escape. The sheer destructive power of a single crystal, and his perilous situation, is clear. Another, equally powerful explosion rocks the area, implied to be a result of his second blood crystal. The words "nice shot" echo the earlier tension. This reinforces the man's resourcefulness in a desperate fight for survival. The relentless rain hammered down as a squad of soldiers huddled together, their faces etched with growing dread. A low rumble shook the ground, followed by a guttural cry of alarm. "What the hell is that?" one soldier stammered, fear palpable in his voice. The soldiers exchanged terrified glances. Whispers of monsters and a previous nuclear strike attempt rippled through their ranks. One soldier, more perceptive than the rest, pointed towards the approaching horde, a chilling realization dawning on his face. "It looks like there's a fuck ton of them," he exclaimed, confirming their worst fears. Through the driving rain, 3 figures stood silhouetted against a fiery, ominous horizon. Above, explosive flares erupted, confirming their fear, the monster's signaling a full-scale invasion. "It's the flare," one soldier cried, his voice barely audible above the storm. A horrifying wave of monstrous figures surged towards the soldiers, their guttural roars a terrifying symphony of impending doom. The sheer number of creatures was staggering. "How many are there?" a soldier shrieked in terror. 10,000? 100,000? The question hung in the air, unanswered, as the onslaught began. "They're coming!" A desperate cry pierces the air, the warning stark against the backdrop of an encroaching, monstrous horror. Fire is needed, and needed now. The news arrives, catastrophic. A subordinate unit of the 1st Corps in Dondukian has been utterly annihilated. The sheer scale of the loss hangs heavy in the air, a chilling harbinger of the unfolding disaster. Retreat. The decision is stark, a grim necessity. The northern part of Gyeonggi must be abandoned, the defense shifts to Seoul's wall. The fate of Gyeonggi hangs in the balance, a sacrifice for the greater good. The Situation Room at the Scorpion Dungeon in Gyeonggi Province Field. The grim setting mirrors the gravity of the unfolding events. The atmosphere is heavy with tension and a sense of impending doom. Who are you? The question cuts through the silence, a demand for explanation in the face of overwhelming chaos. The identity of the questioner is unknown, adding a layer of uncertainty to the already precarious situation. He'll be spending the next 4 days preparing for the final stage, a risky endeavor. The stakes are high, time is short. A chilling threat echoes in the sterile conference room, his family's lives hang in the balance. The pressure intensifies. Wyvern. A surge of power erupts from him, a blue electrical energy crackling around him. The electrifying force throws his opponents back, a display of overwhelming might. The threat is met. Panic erupted as a wave of soldiers, their faces etched with terror, were thrown back by an unseen force. The air crackled with unseen energy. A colossal wyvern, wings beating like thunder, descended from the sky, its passage a torrent of electrifying energy. The soldiers lay scattered, dazed but miraculously alive. The wyvern, despite its terrifying appearance, had shielded them from a fatal blow. The DG's blood crystal generators have caused explosions before, but this time, the situation demands immediate action. A meeting of all team leaders is called for. Seoho Hyungnam plans to construct a massive moat around Seoho Land, a significant defensive measure while he's away. Soho Hyungnim's proposal to fortify Soho land is met with some skepticism. The team is questioning the necessity and the possible implications of such a large-scale project. However, a critical piece of information alters the conversation completely. A high-level official reveals a game-changing development. A Level 4 Scorpion dungeon is on the verge of collapse in Gwangju, offering a rare opportunity to acquire valuable resources, including a substantial amount of blood crystals. This discovery shifts the focus from defensive preparations to a high-stakes expedition. The guild recruits questioned the unusual circumstances surrounding their access to a lucrative dungeon. One voiced the obvious, "Don't we have free entrance?" Another pointed out the implications, if it's a dungeon with limited positions, then their guild having access suggests others have already taken their share, leaving only scraps behind. This highlights the intense competition among guilds and the value of exclusive access. A seasoned monk, his presence radiating authority, addressed the new recruits. His words were a challenge: "If you want to properly test your strength, I think each of us forming a party with the new recruits in the guild is a good way." This sets the stage for an immediate test of their capabilities and team dynamics within the dungeon. A woman, likely a guild administrator, reassured her colleagues, "While you are away, I will take care of the contract with Goryeo Construction." This demonstrates efficient organizational structure and foreshadows potential off-screen developments. A news report flashed across the screen: a catastrophic event, the Suwoo Guild's Wajongbu Branch Blood Crystal Power Plant explosion, ongoing analyzed. This explosive news item signals a major upheaval and potential conflict, significantly impacting the world's power dynamics. Overwhelmed by despair, a young man screams, "Break the Pangea!" This raw display of emotion suggests a profound personal loss connected to the reported explosion, possibly hinting at a deeper conspiracy or a critical loss of resources and world-building lore related to Pangea. Zax and Zibin, locked in desperate combat, unleash a devastating volley of attacks. A desperate cry escapes Zax's lips as he fights back against overwhelming odds. A powerful blast of energy erupts from a third combatant, their weapon a radiant beam cutting through the chaos. The scene is a whirlwind of motion and power. The tide begins to turn. A warrior, cloaked in crimson, summons a torrent of water, sweeping away their foes with effortless grace. His dragon ascension is incomplete, the power isn't yet fully realized. A surge of energy crackles beneath his skin, visible around his eye. Red energy flares as he prepares, his body charged with raw power. This is no ordinary monk, the potential for destruction is immense. A live chat explodes with speculation. The footage shows a solo dungeon raid by Park Suho, a feat previously considered impossible. The decreasing necrovilles in Korea is also questioned, raising suspicion about the monk's activities. A man smiles, holding a glowing red gem. He confirms the location is indeed a treasure dungeon, a discovery of immense value. A woman and a foreman discuss the excavation plans. The sheer scale of the dungeon, 60 meters wide, underscores its monumental size and the potential riches it holds. A news report details the controversy surrounding DGB's blood crystal generating unit. Accusations of defamation fly as DGB plans to sue, while counter-reports link the unit to a devastating power plant explosion 5 years prior in Malaysia. Expert researchers, however, attribute the disaster to a lack of trained professionals handling the generators. Soldiers huddle in the rain, their rifles trained on something unseen. One soldier murmurs about the unsettling quiet, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere. His unspoken question hangs in the air: what lurks beyond their line of sight? A sudden, violent eruption shatters the quiet. The monstrous forms of grotesque creatures burst forth, their roars echoing the urgency of the call for artillery support. The battlefield is plunged into chaos. The camera pans to the 3rd Corps headquarters, the command center for the Paju 2nd Infantry Division. The location, amidst the storm, heightens the sense of urgency and impending crisis. The shock is palpable. The soldiers react with disbelief as they witness the swift and total annihilation of their forward units. The sheer speed of the enemy's victory underscores the gravity of the situation. A high-ranking officer, his face etched with worry, urgently demands a connection to the Awakener Bureau's director. His distress is palpable. Agents from the Awakener Bureau arrive, their presence both official and slightly ominous. They've come seeking information. The Bureau agents inquire about Park Suho's expected return, their tone suggesting a degree of urgency and perhaps concern about his extended stay within a dungeon. The scene shifts to a towering skyscraper, the location of the Level 4 dungeon. Soho's prolonged presence inside is questioned, highlighting the danger of his actions. 3 injured Awakener Bureau agents lie injured in a swampy area, their distress evident. The delay of the ambulance further amplifies their precarious situation and the severity of the events unfolding. The proposal hung heavy in the air, to encircle the city walls from Ujeongbu to Namyangju with a massive moat. A bold, almost audacious plan. A warrior, cloaked in red, moved with lethal grace, deflecting a monstrous attack from colossal, spider-like creatures. The air itself crackled with the force of their confrontation. Only 4 days remain until the dungeon breach. The pressure is palpable. A chilling threat hangs in the air. Upon Park Soho's return, he'll learn of Ujeongbu's impending destruction. A cataclysmic crockaboom rocked the earth, the sheer force of the explosion obliterating everything in its path. 3 meteors, each 23 feet in diameter, had crashed into the Dongdukian field, annihilating everything within a 4-mile radius, the operational area of an entire corps. The devastation was complete. Observers noted the uncanny realism of the event, a chilling precursor to the revelation that followed. Immense waves of dimensional energy were detected at the moment of impact. The implications hung heavy in the air, magic. The very fabric of reality had been breached. A closer inspection reveals a horrifying creature, a grotesque, 3-headed monstrosity with gaping maws, its guttural squeal echoing through the air. Initially believed to be a North Korean defector with exceptional taming skills, the image analysis leaves no doubt this is a monster. A swift, brutal chomp is visible in the next frame. A blur of motion, a crimson swish, confirms the horrifying reality, a vampire. The assembled officials discuss the grim details. The question of how to effectively neutralize this threat, specifically whether a stake through the heart is necessary, hangs heavy in the air. The nature of orocamite, the synthetic mineral created by Dr. Toddler, remains a mystery. Further updates are promised. The grim reality of the recent meteor crash is laid bare. Ordinary citizens are either enslaved or killed. While the effects on the returnees remain largely unknown, 2 special task force agents have already perished after a recent attack. Catastrophe strikes, a surge of monsters annihilates an entire subordinate unit following the meteor's impact in Payu. Simultaneously, the 3rd Corps' subordinate unit abandons the front line, retreating to Seoul to reorganize. The situation escalates drastically. Russia launches a tactical nuclear attack on Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, prompting the declaration of martial law in Seoul. The chilling reality of martial law descends upon Seoul's streets, military vehicles patrol, citizens react with fear and alarm. The story unfolds in Soholand, Ujeongbu, a city nestled beneath the shadow of a colossal tree, its sprawling cityscape a stark contrast to the ancient giant looming overhead. A woman, her face etched with urgency, issues a desperate plea over her phone, "Get out of there if you don't want to die." The gravity of the situation hangs heavy in the air. The recipient of the call, his features contorted in terror, receives the dire warning, "You'll get surrounded by monsters in no time if you miss this opportunity to get out." The threat is immediate and palpable. A piercing siren wails, "Wee-woo," as a group of workers, their faces a mix of confusion and apprehension, stand frozen in the face of the impending danger, one of them muttering, The atmosphere shifts to one of chilling suspense. A woman in a white shirt calls out to a man in black tactical gear, who strikes a dramatic pose. "Captain! The welfare manager is over here," she shouts, her concern palpable. The scene is tense, suggesting an urgent situation. The woman confronts the captain, demanding an explanation for his presence. "What are you doing here? I've been looking for you all over." In the background, an elderly woman watches, seemingly unperturbed, surrounded by large jars. The contrast hints at the mundane intersecting with the urgent. 2 men in uniform discuss something serious, one checking his phone. "No, about the vampire roaming in Seoul hunting people," one of them states gravely. The other responds with startled disbelief, What? Vampire? The revelation sets a new, ominous tone. A team of officers waits by a gate, their concern palpable. Dimensional energy has been detected, and Ms. Nutjob, a key figure, is delayed. Ms. Nutjob arrives, a powerful gust of wind preceding her. The officers, apprehensive, invite her forward. Her arrival is marked by another powerful gust of wind, her expression serious and determined. The tension is palpable. The click of a firearm's hammer echoed, a tense silence preceding the inevitable. Sweat beaded on the soldier's brow, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and grim determination. A panicked cry, "It's a vampire," ripped through the air as a group of soldiers braced themselves, the icy grip of fear evident on their faces. A sickening splat echoed the violent end of one soldier, a crimson spray blooming across the cold, harsh light. The vampire's speed was inhuman. Sergeant Beck fell, the remaining soldiers shouting for an ambulance, their fear giving way to frantic action. A long, brutal slash signaled the arrival of a second victim. The attacker was swift, merciless, and far too powerful for these men. A whirlwind of motion and blood explodes across the scene. A woman is thrown violently, a sharp key punctuating the impact as she crashes to the ground, her white dress stained crimson. The attackers scatter, momentarily stunned. "We got it," someone shouts, the declaration cutting through the aftermath of the brutal confrontation. The blonde woman strides purposefully through a wall of fire, her katana held at her side, a low whoosh trailing behind her like the whisper of a phantom. The katana gleams, a closer look revealing intricate details of its hilt. It sings to you when it detects a soul from another world. A voice explains, the blade's unique properties revealed. "So it's a ghost-killing sword?" a man asks, his curiosity evident. The woman confirms, "That's right. A sword that cuts through souls." The true nature of the weapon is unveiled, its power chillingly clear. A meteorite ghost sword, a weapon of immense power, has been acquired at a great cost. Someone risked their life to obtain this legendary artifact. Inside a futuristic facility, a woman with blonde hair, clad in tactical gear and wielding a katana, surveys her surroundings. She inquires about the arrival of personnel from Soholand. The jarring sound of a vehicle careening off a road echoes a desperate, uncontrolled skid. The urgency is palpable. A woman, likely the same one from the facility, pleads for immediate departure. They are clearly in a critical situation requiring swift action. A team of officers bursts into a room, their boots echoing with a sharp clack. The captain is being sought. Tension hangs heavy in the air. "Where's she at?" a woman demands, her anxiety palpable. An older woman beside her adds, "That little troublemaker, if he's not around here, he must be playing in the beast resting zone." The search intensifies, hinting at a dangerous game afoot. A cacophony of bird sounds, squeal, ga, ki, krrr, fills the air. Amidst the unsettling noise, a woman gasps, "Are they crows?" But then a second voice, laced with confusion, adds, "But what about the fog then?" The mystery deepens. A chilling revelation unfolds as a swarm of monstrous bats emerges from the fog. A powerful swoosh slices through the air as they attack. "They're bats," a terrified cry pierces the chaos. The threat escalates dramatically. A colossal explosion rocks the landscape, a blinding flash of light and fiery debris obliterates a section of forest, the sound a deafening boom. A group of officials stares, horrified, at a drone-recorded image of the devastation. "That's..." One breathes, his voice filled with disbelief. The image shows the scale of the destruction, confirming a catastrophic event. "I can't believe an entire corps has been erased by meteors," one official states, his face etched with shock and grim understanding. "What's worse is that those meteors were summoned by a monster." The gravity of the situation begins to fully dawn on the group. "We looked into it, just in case, and found meteor summoning magic in the planet Uruka's Magic Encyclopedia," another reports. This revelation links the catastrophic event to a known, albeit previously underestimated, magical threat. A rumbling tremor shakes the ground, and a monstrous horde of creatures, some eerily resembling humans, emerges from the destruction, advancing toward a defensive line. A high-pitched screech cuts through the air, indicating a looming assault. "I don't see them," a soldier claims, seemingly unaware of the immediate danger. A figure with glowing red eyes and an aura of dark energy materializes before them. The question hangs heavy in the air, but isn't that a human? The chilling answer follows swiftly: it's a vampire. The scene shifts. A level 7 dungeon breach in Gaeseong is connected to a string of vampire murders in Seoul. Some have infiltrated the capital. A strategy meeting unfolds. Meta attacks are somewhat effective against returned vampires, but only if the attackers are at least SSS rank. The British government uses a combination of low-rank returnees and special Archimite bullets. The critical question is posed: what happens if one gets bitten? The grim implications hang unspoken in the tense atmosphere. A government official, his face etched with disbelief, receives an unsettling report. Undead creatures, impervious to current technology, have infiltrated Seoul from Gaeseong. The gravity of the situation escalates. In response to a monstrous incursion originating in Kazakhstan, the Chinese government initiates a tactical nuclear strike in Xinjiang. Amidst the chaos, a citizen confronts the authorities, his voice a mix of outrage and desperation. He accuses them of incompetence, demanding an evacuation as monstrous threats overwhelm the city. Reporting to her director, the construction supervisor confirms her location at the public bathhouse construction site. The casual tone belies the gravity of the situation about to unfold. A national emergency is declared. The director relays urgent news: the third corps subordinate unit is withdrawing to the Seoul barriers, a desperate measure as a monster cluster gathers near Wajongbu. The supervisor's calm facade shatters. She vehemently protests the plan to bomb the Wajongbu monster cluster, recognizing the devastating consequences, even questioning the competence of those ordering it. The urgency in her voice leaves no room for doubt. The scene shifts to the Suho Land Situation Room. A crucial announcement is made: all personnel in the area must immediately report to the drill ground. The order is repeated for emphasis, heightening the sense of impending crisis. A soldier, eyes wide with alarm, reacts to the unfolding events. His startled posture and the exclamation points emphasize the shocking nature of the situation. A woman in a business suit sprints through a city alley, pursued by 2 security guards. "There you are," one shouts. An older woman watches from a nearby doorway, a question mark floating above her head, her expression one of bewildered curiosity. The woman's face is etched with urgency. "We have to flee, now," she gasps, her eyes wide with fear, reflecting the gravity of the situation unfolding around her. A smartphone screen displays an emergency alert: the Capital Defense Command is reinforcing Seoul's outer perimeter and imposing checkpoints, prohibiting civilian entry. This official announcement confirms the escalating crisis and the reason for the woman's frantic escape. At a heavily guarded checkpoint, a group of people are being meticulously searched. One of them remarks, "Is something up? Why are they checking everyone all of a sudden?" Another replies, "I heard they declared martial law while we were inside the dungeon." The sudden imposition of martial law contextualizes the earlier chase and the urgency of the situation. A gray van, marked RCD, speeds away, tires screeching, adding a final element of urgency to the escape narrative. The vehicle's departure leaves the audience with the looming question of what these characters face, and the extent of the ongoing martial law crisis. A lone figure, a woman with long blonde hair, stands beside a sleek, red motorcycle. The cityscape sprawls behind her, a mix of modern skyscrapers and distant mountains, a subtle tension hanging in the air. Her expression is serious, a finger pressed to her lips in a gesture of silence. The urgency of the situation is palpable. The scene shifts. We see the woman from a distance, her back turned, as soldiers march past. Her voice is heard explaining, "I was selling skewers in the cockroach dungeon but had to leave everything behind and hurry back," highlighting her sudden departure and the unusual nature of her work. A soldier responds dismissively, "Very well. Next, please." The casual tone of the soldier contrasts sharply with the underlying tension. A young woman, her clothes torn and stained, is approached by a soldier wielding a scanner. The scanner emits a series of beep sounds, adding to the ominous atmosphere. Her plight is clear: she is not only injured, but now subject to scrutiny. A horrifying scene unfolds. The gray-haired assailant, eyes blazing crimson, viciously attacks a soldier, a sickening chomp punctuating the brutal assault as bang echoes from gunfire. The creature's savage power is clear. The assault continues. More soldiers fall under the creature's merciless attack as the sounds of bang and pow fill the air, each impact signaling another victim. A soldier, his face etched with terror, stares at his empty pistol. "It's gone," he cries, his voice filled with disbelief and dread. The creature's power surpasses all expectation. A powerful whoosh announces the creature's escape, leaving behind only a swirling vortex of dark energy and chaos. The threat remains, though momentarily unseen. A horrifying tumble fills the panel as a woman is violently disintegrated, her body dissolving into a spray of crimson and black particles against a swirling, icy blue backdrop. The sheer brutality of her demise is palpable. A fiery whoosh engulfs a figure, reduced to ash by a powerful attack. A high-pitched squeal pierces the air as soldiers watch, their faces grim amidst the inferno. This scene depicts the swift, brutal efficiency of a superior force. It's Swyong Choi from the RCD. The sharp declaration introduces Swyong Choi and her affiliation, the RCD. The accompanying visual shows her serious expression, eyes focused and determined, which adds to the scene's tension. A VWOOM sound effect adds to the intensity. The significance of this introduction hinges on the implications for the escalating conflict. And slays it in one blow. The caption explains the Soul Slayer's devastating capability, its single-strike lethality. This emphasizes its power and potential to shift the balance of the conflict. The accompanying visual shows a blurred sword stroke, further enhancing its power. Sunpil Jang, it's the name of the great artisan who returned from the planet Hades, and the narration reveals the sword's origin and the legendary status of its creator. This adds a layer of intrigue and hints at a deeper, possibly mythological backstory impacting the conflict's stakes. A team of soldiers rushes past, their urgency palpable as a woman, presumably in command, is addressed. The cry of "Captain" echoes the chaos unfolding. The captain efficiently confirms the identities of two individuals, Sukja Lee and Miso Kim, highlighting the systematic nature of the evacuation amidst the crisis. Her calm demeanor contrasts sharply with the urgency of the surrounding situation. Impatience creases the captain's features as she impatiently phones someone, her words revealing her frustration with the delayed evacuation. "Ugh, these people, what's taking them so long to evacuate?" The ring emphasizes her urgency. An elderly woman expresses concern, highlighting a critical plot point. Jianu's father and uncle remain absent, creating a significant obstacle to the evacuation plan and forcing a difficult decision. The response emphasizes the need for immediate action regardless of the absence of family members. Panic grips the scene. Construction workers flee, but a crucial figure, Jianu, is missing. The urgency is palpable, something significant has transpired. The search intensifies. A woman, presumably a leader, directs a team of armed guards in a confined space. An elderly woman is present, adding another layer of concern. The atmosphere suggests a desperate race against time. A citywide lockdown is ordered. The president's decisive action underscores the gravity of the situation, confirming that whatever caused the chaos is a serious threat. The focus shifts to Gate 34. Two figures, possibly antagonists, are shown approaching, emphasizing the high stakes and suggesting they are directly linked to the unfolding crisis. Concern etched on their faces, the officers watched the woman, their whispered question hanging heavy in the air. "What's up with her?" The unease surrounding her is palpable. A blonde woman, clearly in charge, barked orders, "Set up all the equipment around the gate and stand by." The urgency in her voice mirrored the gravity of the situation. Her team responded with immediate obedience, a testament to her authority. The sound of shattering glass echoed as unseen forces smashed through windows, sending armed officers sprawling. A desperate cry of their bats pierced the chaos. Another officer, struck, cried out in pain as he fell, the impact a heavy thud that added to the escalating pandemonium. A monstrous crash, a deafening kabam, signaled a devastating blow, shaking the very foundations of the building. Amidst the wreckage, a woman's sharp command cuts through the din: "Dodge." Her expression is one of grim determination, facing whatever unseen horror unleashed this chaos. A thunderous kaboom echoes as a powerful blast sends debris flying, shattering the surrounding environment. A woman, eyes wide with alarm, gasps, "There's something there." Three shadowy figures, wings flapping ominously, flap, flap, approach, their arrival is imminent. The woman retaliates, unleashing blasts of energy, PW, 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 fiery projectiles arcing towards her attackers. A fiery blast erupts as a figure is thrown violently to the ground with a resounding thump and thud, a swarm of bats taking flight amidst the chaos. Soldiers scramble, carrying a woman to safety, shouting, "Run toward the beast fam, and hang on tight, ma'am," as debris rains down. The woman, witnessing the unfolding catastrophe, seethes with rage. What are they saying? Bastards! A powerful energy surges around her. Panic grips the soldiers as they desperately try to escape, their faces etched with terror, shouting, "Captain!" Two monstrous figures emerge from the chaos, their eyes glowing menacingly, one announcing, "She's down. She's on the ground. Mine." Bats swarmed as several figures lunged for the woman on the ground, their hunger evident. A desperate cry, "No! Mine," echoed as one man tried to claim her. The air swished as he moved, the frantic flapping of the bats adding to the chaos. Suddenly, a formidable elderly woman appeared, wielding a frying pan like a weapon. Her furious gasp was followed by a sharp rebuke, "Who do you think you're laying your dirty hands on?" The startled would-be attackers froze. One of the attackers, his eyes glowing red with hunger, growled, "Fresh blood, at last," but was cut short by another's assertion, "Don't you touch her, I'm first." A tense standoff ensued, marked by a clear visual of their rivalry. A swift, brutal intervention. The frying pan connected with bone-jarring impact. Whack! Bunk! The two antagonists were sent sprawling, their attack thwarted. One groaned, "Ack!" The woman remained unharmed amidst the chaos. The two vampires clashed, their argument escalating. One accused the other of greed, shouting, "Sharing is caring, you greedy bastard." The other retorted, "I'm the eldest here, so I should go first." Their conflict centered on the order of feeding. First come, first served. A blonde woman is being held captive by three monstrous figures with glowing red eyes. Their rage is palpable as one snarls, "That bastard's crossing the line." The scene is tense, the implication clear, someone has transgressed, and the consequences will be brutal. The monstrous figures turn their attention to something beyond our view as the blonde woman is shown struggling. A question mark floats above one of their heads, their previous anger replaced with sudden confusion and surprise. This marks a shift in the immediate threat and hints at a larger, unknown factor. The scene abruptly shifts. A group of men in tactical gear react with alarm, their expressions mirroring shock and urgency. One shouts, "It's Ms. Swyong Choi." The introduction of Ms. Choi strongly suggests she is someone of significance, and her sudden appearance indicates a critical development unrelated to the monstrous attackers. A blur of motion, a terrifying cryric sound of tearing metal, the blonde woman, now free, issues a command, "Take both of them and run to the beast farm." The urgency is desperate, she clearly knows the location of a sanctuary, and she's willing to make a dangerous gamble to get there. The immediate danger is still present but is secondary to the overarching escape plan. Panic erupts as a swarm of bats descends, their terrifying shrieks echoing through the air. "Bats again," someone cries, the chilling realization dawning that this is no ordinary infestation. The situation escalates rapidly. Bats are turning into vampires, a horrified witness shouts, the transformation witnessed adding a terrifying new dimension to the threat. A chilling tableau appears. A group of newly vampiric creatures stands revealed, their leader proclaiming with cold menace, "It's mealtime." The hunt has begun. The vampires descend upon their prey, a swift, brutal attack leaving the officers helpless. A desperate "Ack" pierces the chaos. A figure in dark clothing unleashes a wave of blue energy, a desperate counterattack against the vampiric horde as a monstrous canine creature lunges. The sounds of battle, a guttural craw, and a whooshing whoosh, fill the air. The beast patrol attacks. A dark-haired man is savagely mauled by monstrous, glowing blue wolves. Their jaws snap shut with a sickening chomp, his pained yell echoing, "Gah." The assault continues relentlessly. More vicious chomps and crunches punctuate the man's desperate struggle as he is thrown to the ground, his life force draining away under a torrent of blue energy. A warning cuts through the chaos. Officers shout, "Ms. Swyong, behind you!" A large, snarling wolf approaches an unsuspecting woman from behind. Swyong, quick to react, throws a defense bomb. 3 explosive blasts, thwum, 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 erupt around her, driving back her attackers. A tremendous explosion, a deafening boom followed by a heavy BAM, rocks the scene as Swyong is thrown violently by the force of her own defensive measure. The blonde woman, a whirlwind of motion, deflects blows with practiced ease. Her sword sings, a swish, swish, swish echoing as she cuts through her opponents, muttering, "Shit," under her breath, the urgency clear in her stance. A monstrous figure lunges, a slash, punctuating the brutal attack, red eyes gleaming, sharp teeth bared in a snarl. The raw violence of the assault speaks to a superior power at play. The sudden appearance of a squad of armed individuals brings a dramatic shift in momentum. Fear and confusion ripple through their ranks as one cries out, "It's our boss!" The blonde woman is thrown back with a powerful impact, the sound of shum shum shom echoing the force of the attack. Her blonde hair streams behind her as she takes the blow, while an ominous kie adds to the feeling of impending danger. A dark-haired man watches this scene unfold from a distance, his expression a mixture of shock and bewilderment. He whispers to himself, "What are these things?" His question hints at a far greater mystery at work, beyond the current brutal conflict. The blonde warrior lunged, her blade a blur as it sliced through the air with a powerful swoosh. Her expression reflects the intensity of the moment. This is a desperate strike. A thunderous loom echoed as the woman plummeted, the impact leaving a bloody stain on the ground below. The scene is brutal, the consequences of the previous attack made shockingly clear. A monstrous bat, eyes blazing with malevolent red light, swooped down with a menacing SHWOP, its shadow stretching across the scene, a harbinger of further chaos. "Step back," she screamed, her face a mask of urgency as the unseen threat loomed. Panic erupted. Bats, countless bats, swarmed the sky in broad daylight. "What's happening?" a bystander cried, their fear palpable. The unnatural event was undeniable. A wave of destruction followed. A building shattered, the impact throwing people into chaos as the unseen force raged. The force of the unseen impact sent a woman sprawling as a crushing blow struck the ground near her. A pained groan escaped her lips, "Arg." An elderly woman cries out in pain, clutching her back as a concerned officer rushes to her aid, asking if she's all right. The scene establishes an immediate sense of urgency and vulnerability. A woman with dark hair, displaying unexpected power, commands everyone to get behind her. A surge of energy erupts from her hand, promising swift action. The scene shifts to imminent danger, a counterattack about to begin. A powerful energy blast decimates the attackers. The sound effects, bam and thwack, highlight the devastating force, and a high-pitched cry underscores the sudden and violent end for at least one foe. The scene showcases the woman's exceptional combat prowess. The woman, now surrounded by bats, urgently demands everyone to escape, the scene becoming more chaotic and desperate. The frantic atmosphere and the squealing of the bats amplify the escalating crisis. Observing her opponents stagger after the energy blast, a new threat emerges as one of the attackers comments on her as tasty-looking, implying a supernatural predator-prey dynamic. This reveals a dark, possibly vampiric, element to the conflict. A blinding flash of golden energy sliced through the air, sending a young woman tumbling. The force of the blow was immense, leaving a trail of fragmented debris in its wake. A man with crimson hair and glowing red eyes emerged, his fangs bared in a predatory grin. "I'm first," he snarled, his words dripping with aggression, "because I caught her." A swift kick connected with the crimson-haired man's jaw, sending him reeling. The impact was sharp and sudden, the sound of smack echoing the force. A woman in pink, momentarily stunned, recoiled. He launched himself forward, a furious yell escaping his lips. "I said, I caught her, you bastards." His attack was relentless, fueled by frustration and a desperate need to claim victory. A tense standoff unfolds. The welfare manager and Jet are caught in the crossfire as two factions clash. The officers' concern is palpable, their captain is in imminent danger. The situation escalates. A callous order is issued, further fueling the conflict and revealing the stark power imbalance. The insult is not accidental, it mirrors the disregard for their safety. Two monstrous figures, their eyes blazing, emerge, their menacing presence adding a brutal physical threat to the already volatile situation. Their words carry a lethal implication. A desperate escape attempt is made. The roar of a motorcycle engine cuts through the tension as a vehicle speeds away, leaving a trail of dust and danger in its wake. Swift, brutal attacks ensue. The slash of blades cleaves through the air, leaving the outcome uncertain. The intense action emphasizes the life or death stakes. A woman on a motorcycle speeds through a chaotic scene, ghostly figures dissolving behind her in a flurry of blue energy and the sound of zatzat pzzzt pzzzt. The speed and intensity suggest a desperate escape. Civilians flee, panic etched on their faces, as a swarm of bats descends upon them. One man carries a woman, their escape urgent and frantic amidst the sound of flutter. The text "run" adds to the immediate sense of danger. The source of the chaos is revealed. An enraged vampire, surrounded by bats, declares, "You shouldn't touch others' food without permission." His words reveal the reason for the attack, suggesting a supernatural conflict over a seemingly trivial matter. The woman from the motorcycle, now dismounted and wielding a glowing sword, confronts the vampire. With a confident smirk, she comments, "Ha! This just gets better and better," as she prepares for battle, the sounds of WHOM and DUDUN indicating her swift movement and confident approach. With a powerful swing, she cries out, "Shut up," her blade leaving a glowing trail as it connects with the vampire. The impact creates a powerful swing and KIE sound. A monstrous wolf, eyes blazing, sinks its teeth into its prey with a resounding chomp. The sheer force of the bite is palpable. The vampire, weakened by Bekku's bite, is swiftly carried away by a group of officers. "That vampire bitten by Bekku's getting vanished," one exclaims, highlighting the decisive nature of the earlier attack. A blonde woman with a katana, her long hair streaming, slices through the air with a whoosh, dispersing a swarm of bats with a swift flutter. Her precision is evident. The bats explode into dust, a violent FLAAP marking their final demise, leaving only scattered remnants behind. More vampires attack, prompting the blonde woman to ask, "Just how many of them are there?" The sheer number of opponents underscores the growing danger. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes lunged at the blonde woman, who reacted swiftly, narrowly dodging the attack. The swoosh of movement filled the air. The vampire, its eyes burning with crimson light, bared its fangs, its hunger palpable. "Fresh blood from a virgin," it snarled, the words a guttural promise. The image of its gaping maw, the sound of its desperate hunger, gape, is terrifying. A screech of agony pierced the air as the vampire was overwhelmed by an intense, multicolored explosion of energy. The sheer force of it is visually stunning. The sound itself, screech, is a testament to its destructive power. Amidst the fiery chaos, a figure in a blue bodysuit stood defiant. Skeletal creatures, burning with infernal flames, surrounded him, but he remained unmoved. A low growl, kra, emanated from the demonic horde as they lunged. The impact, a heavy thump, punctuated the scene. A powerful surge of energy propelled him forward, a whoosh accompanying his rapid movement, as a low hum, ki, vibrated in the air. His sudden, violent acceleration startled nearby officers. "Miss Swayon," one shouted, eyes wide with disbelief as they witnessed the impossible. What the hell's that now?" The urgency in their voices reflected their sheer astonishment. The force of his departure caused a devastating explosion, kablum, a fiery maelstrom engulfing him as he was launched skyward. A desperate gasp escapes the lips of one of the soldiers as a powerful blow sends him reeling. His comrades are equally hard-pressed, struggling against an unseen force. The sound of flapping wings fills the air. A resounding clank echoes as a heavy object connects with a foe, sending him sprawling. The scene is chaotic, bodies clashing, energy crackling. A woman lies unconscious amidst the violence. "How can we be losing to these pathetic creatures?" the leader snarls, his features distorted in disbelief and rage. His words reveal the desperation turning into anger. A high-pitched squeal pierces the air as a sword, crackling with blue energy, cleaves through an enemy. This is the turning point. A swift, decisive strike. A shadowy figure, the vampire queen, clutches a blonde woman, her face obscured by darkness, yet eyes burning with malevolent light. The scene pulses with a chilling, crimson energy. A man, his features sharp, observes a digital display. He questions the queen's actions, stating, "The vampire queen? Why's she wreaking havoc on someone else's home ground?" His unease is palpable. The scene shifts, revealing the blonde woman, now pale and lifeless. The vampire queen stands over her, her crimson eyes glowing. "I smell fresh blood," she snarls, her voice dripping with malice. "The cost of their lives shall be redeemed with this one's blood." The queen's cruel purpose is made clear. A powerful burst of energy erupts from the man, a furious PZZZZZT. He unleashes his attack, defying the queen's cruelty. "Just go to hell," he roars, his voice filled with righteous anger. A monstrous crack splits the air as fiery energy erupts from a creature, its form shrouded in shadow, but its eyes burning with malevolent yellow light. The creature's face is a mask of agony, a network of cracks spreads across its stone-like skin as another, sharper crack echoes from within, accompanied by a hissing shwo. This, it seems, is no ordinary being. A rapid series of pew-pew sounds punctuate the scene as the man, reacting to the unfolding events, identifies his foe, Flame Fairy. The implication is clear: a desperate battle, potentially against a powerful and elemental being, has begun. A thunderous explosion, a deafening boom, erupts, sending shockwaves through the air. The initial impact, a heavy thud, precedes the cataclysmic blast. The force of the blast throws a figure through the air, a desperate arg escapes his lips as he tumbles violently. He skids to a halt, the harsh skiad echoing the abrupt end to his flight. The man surveys the scene. Two figures, one seemingly unharmed, the other injured and groaning, lie before him. He accessed his status window, a subtle shift in his expression hinting at the weight of the situation. A low, guttural sound, a YWOM, echoed as the monstrous figure slumped, its hold on the blonde woman loosening. The creature's threat hung heavy in the air: "You budge a finger, and I'll punch a hole through this virgin's face." Its power was palpable, a chilling prelude to violence. "You wanna live that badly? Is that why you brought her with you?" The question, laced with contempt, challenged the creature's motives. "That's cowardly of someone strong like you. 10,000 years?" The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the young man's seemingly unfazed expression. He casually inquires about the animal kingdom, a planet unknown to us, but clearly significant in this world's history. A powerful being, seemingly unburdened by the recent attack, dismisses the significance of the incident. The casual mention of selective justice hints at a larger system of cosmic balance, and the continued focus on the fairies suggests their importance in this universe. The challenge is issued. The words "let's fight" cut through the air, signaling an escalation that will soon bring conflict. The king of the animals is revealed, but her identity is less important than her dismissive demeanor. The focus shifts from the immediate threat to a larger, possibly more intricate plot. "He's remarkably clever," they mused, observing him from a distance. The implication hangs heavy: this observation will soon prove crucial. A sudden whoosh of air, VWOM. And the man's gaze sharpens. His daughter? The question hangs in the air, pregnant with tension. Another VWOOM. A flash of blue energy erupts from beneath his feet. He's clearly in danger. Is she enchanted? The question is rhetorical. The monstrous figure before them leaves no room for doubt. The command follows, chillingly direct: "Slice his head with your sword." Swyong Choi lunged, her attack a blur of motion. The word lunge explodes across the panel, mirroring the raw power of her assault. A whooshing sound accompanies Swyong's rapid movement, a visual echo of her speed. Her status display flashes: HP at 99%, stamina at 79%. She is clearly engaged in a demanding confrontation. A monstrous figure, its face a mask of rage, snarls, "Kill him and every creature on this land. Bring me their blood." The command reveals a creature of immense power, driven by a bloodlust that threatens the entire region. The monstrous creature is engulfed in a blue blaze, a whoosh accompanying its sudden fiery demise. A single word escapes its lips, why, a testament to its final, incomprehensible confusion. A man in blue tactical gear asks the blonde woman, "You okay?" She replies, with a spark of energy crackling around her feet, "Why wouldn't I be?" Their exchange reveals a casual confidence, yet the subtle energy suggests underlying tension. The blonde woman's swift kick sends a shockwave of energy toward the man, who barely avoids it, rolling to safety as he exclaims, "Ugh." His surprise highlights the unexpected nature of her attack. A meteor streaks across the sky, a massive rumble shaking the earth. The sheer scale of the event is emphasized by the visual impact and the onomatopoeia. The blonde woman, witnessing the meteor, gasps, "No way, is that a meteor?" The final text, "This is just the beginning," establishes the larger conflict about to unfold. A celestial body, radiating an intense, fiery energy, hurtles towards the earth. Two figures, silhouetted against the apocalyptic light, watch in stunned silence as the world prepares for impact. The immense power of the approaching object is palpable. Barry, one of the figures, is caught in a vortex of brilliant blue energy, a desperate cry escapes his lips. The raw power surges through him, threatening to consume him entirely. A cataclysmic explosion rocks the earth, a deafening kaboom echoes across the landscape. The sheer force of the blast is almost unimaginable. The blonde woman stares, wide-eyed and horrified, at the aftermath of the blast. Beside her, a monstrous figure, scarred and blazing with unnatural energy, lies defeated, a question mark hanging in the air, reflecting her utter disbelief at the turn of events. He unleashed a torrent of energy, a swirling vortex taking shape before him. "Tornado," he yelled, as the powerful gust of wind lifted him into the air. The wind howled, a deafening shwaaaa as he was propelled through the air. The sheer force of the attack was breathtaking. Debris was flung about wildly in the maelstrom. A metallic thwack echoed as a piece of what appeared to be a drone struck the rapidly spinning vortex. A final, faint beep signaled its demise. He landed softly, gazing around in stunned silence. The intensity of the moment left him breathless. A woman nearby gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. "What did I just witness?" she exclaimed, her voice laced with awe and a hint of fear. A wave of disbelief washes over him. "That bastard. Don't tell me he's..." The unfinished sentence hangs heavy in the air, the unspoken horror palpable. A thunderous loom echoes as two figures plummet from the sky, engulfed in a vortex of dark energy and blood. Their descent is swift and brutal. One of the falling figures, a woman with fiery red hair, lands gracefully, a wolf-like creature at her side. "From now on, it's my home ground," she declares, a steely resolve in her eyes. A low growl, krrr, emanates from the wolf. A man watches the scene unfold, a smirk playing on his lips. A dismissive PFFT escapes him as he observes, "We've got another nutjob, I see." His amusement is chilling. A fiery explosion, a double FSSSH, engulfs the other woman, the force of it evident in the intense energy radiating outward. The attack was swift and devastating. He grips his energy blade, a blue aura crackling around it. It's still holding, he wonders, his expression a mixture of determination and apprehension. The strain is evident. A monstrous, shadowy figure erupts from below, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy, causing a monstrous SHWO as it bursts from the depths. A wave of dark energy washes over a terrified woman, almost completely engulfing her. With a swift swoosh, the hero cuts through the darkness, his blade a streak of blue light. Blood spatters across the surrounding walls as he cleaves through the entity. A sharp tap echoes as he delivers a swift, precise kick to a fleeing, smaller fragment of the dark entity. The impact sends the fragment disintegrating. A whirlwind of fiery energy engulfs Swyong Choi as she plummets, a pained kurg escaping her lips amidst the petsat sound of intense impact. Bats of shadow scatter in her wake. The young man in blue armor watches, a flicker of concern in his eyes as a tiny fairy darts around a glowing orb, emitting a faint sha sound. A system notification flashes, Swyong Choi's HP is at 99%, stamina at 79%. The young man in blue exclaims, She's fine? The vampire princess, her wound rapidly healing, confirms her suspicions. The blood is fresh. A low hiss escapes her lips. She reveals her identity, the last princess of the fallen vampire kingdom, a title seemingly accompanied by an impressive appetite, judging by her peculiar list of cravings. The princess boasts of her impenetrable defenses, highlighting her incredible resilience over the past 10,000 years. The scene shifts. The princess lies beside her victim. A figure in advanced armor observes, expressing his displeasure with the unfolding situation. The wounded woman pleads with him, a desperate attempt to avoid being abandoned. A monstrous, gray-skinned woman with crimson hair and burning yellow eyes snarls, incredulous that a human could inflict damage upon her. Her words, a venomous hiss, reveal not only her wounds, but also an unsettling implication: her body was violated by the human's actions. The creature's disbelief intensifies. The explanation, an attack by fairies, is clearly unacceptable to her, revealing a fundamental power dynamic and potentially a surprising weakness within this world's hierarchy. The creature's rage boils over. Despite her earlier curiosity, she declares her intent to kill the intruder, claiming the territory as her own. This escalation establishes the immediate conflict and stakes moving forward. A monstrous figure, its skin a mottled gray, addresses a blonde woman, its clawed hand gently lifting her chin. "Rise, my daughter," it commands, the words laced with an unsettling tenderness. This is no ordinary reunion. The daughter's apparent compliance hints at a power dynamic far beyond simple familial affection. The monstrous woman abruptly silences her daughter with a sharp rebuke. "Don't you ask any more questions, you asshole." A surge of dark energy, a visible WHOM, erupts around them, emphasizing the raw power held by this creature and the danger inherent in defying her. A woman, her blonde hair pulled back, seethes with barely contained fury. "What the hell's that bitch saying?" she demands, her expression a storm of disbelief and anger. The intensity of her reaction hints at the gravity of the situation. A close-up reveals a monstrous face, its red hair a stark contrast to the gray, almost skeletal features. A single, malevolent yellow eye burns with dark energy, signifying a being of immense power and malice. The monstrous being is hurled backward with immense force, a blue energy blast impacting it with a whoosh. It crashes to the ground with a resounding thud, rolling over and over with a roll as it attempts to regain its bearings, clearly disoriented and in pain. The creature's form crackles with blue energy as it struggles to maintain itself. Its voice, a low growl, barely audible, utters, "I didn't know better." This admission speaks of both arrogance and sudden awareness. In the bottom panel, we see the fearful reaction. Is that sword a god's artifact, hinting at the weapon's immense power? Another blue energy blast erupts from the creature as its form begins to disintegrate. "If I can't have it, then I should destroy it," the creature roars, driven by a desperate, destructive intent to deny the object to its enemies. A being of crackling blue fire, seemingly formed from the very essence of flame, sits upon a jagged rock. Its form is skeletal, almost translucent, yet radiating immense power. A sudden flare erupts from its fingertip, a fiery whoosh filling the air. From a high angle, we see the fiery creature's head thrown back, its maw agape in a silent roar. Its eyes glow with infernal light as it proclaims, "My enraged warriors will annihilate every living thing on this land until there is no more." The threat is palpable, an undeniable harbinger of destruction. A massive, explosive clash of energy erupts. Blazing orange and deep violet forces collide, a cataclysmic whoosh echoing the raw power of the conflict. The scale of the battle suggests something far beyond the initial threat. Two colossal, bear-like creatures grapple amidst the inferno, their struggle adding to the chaotic energy. A whoosh marks the brutal force of their clash as fiery energy continues to surge. This is a fight of titans, a desperate struggle to prevent the annihilation previously foretold. A devastating blow connects, the force of the impact obliterating the landscape. Dust and debris erupt in a blinding maelstrom of energy. The resulting explosion, a deafening kaboom, throws the attacker back, a shockwave of azure energy rippling outward. Alarms blare at Japan's defense headquarters. "Sir! We lost signal from the combat satellite MSZ-001. Panic grips the room as they scramble to understand the catastrophic event. He watched the aftereffects of a massive explosion, a vast, swirling cloud of energy dissipating in the azure sky. Did I secure it safely? He wondered aloud, the question tinged with uncertainty. The sheer power felt like something detonated nearby. A figure, consumed by a torrent of cerulean energy and crackling lightning, was flung violently backward. There's no doubt, that's divine power. A voice echoed, its tone awestruck and tinged with fear. The overwhelming power of the divine energy was evident. The man in blue armor watched the scene unfold, a dark, bloody smear streaking across his shoulder. The aftermath of the divine energy blast left a clear mark. The sound of the impact was a low swish against the backdrop of a turbulent sky. He stood amidst the lingering energy, seemingly uninjured. Small sparks crackled around him as he generated spheres of pink energy in his hands. "Look at you, still breathing," he said, a smirk playing on his lips, highlighting his remarkable resilience. The other man, his expression calm despite the destruction around him, spoke. "It's a shame. We could have been friends if you didn't trespass on my territory to challenge me." His words were a subtle blend of regret and disdain. Soho Park, the king of the realm, introduces himself with a confident smile. A woman with blonde hair, her eyes wide with urgency, watches as something opens with a boom. A powerful, swirling blue energy erupts, its movement captured by the word SWEING. Frustration boils over as Soho Park, witnessing the ongoing chaos, seethes at the persistent interference. A creature, monstrous and vaguely canine, is bisected by a sword imbued with incandescent blue energy. The impact, a violent stab, leaves a trail of sparking azure flames across the ground. Divine power, undeniably. The aftermath. A woman, sword at her hip, observes a man, his blue uniform gleaming, sheathed in similar energy, the blade still faintly glowing. The scene speaks of recent, decisive victory. The man, now calm, addresses the woman. His concern is less about his own well-being, and more about what she might think of him. "Do I look sick?" he asks, a subtle hint of vulnerability underlying his words. He continues, his gratitude overshadowing any self-consciousness. "Anyway, thanks. You saved my family." The weight of his relief, and the enormity of her act, hang heavy in the air. A meteor hurtled towards the earth, but before impact, a figure in red dashed forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent the celestial body rocketing back into space. News of the protagonist's survival reached his worried comrades. Their relief is palpable, their concern overshadowed by the immediate need to understand what transpired. They inquire about his ordeal. The protagonist's companions update him, Granny Sukjet and the captain are receiving medical attention, and his friend Jianu has been taken to the dormitory. The captain's warning, an imminent bombing. The urgency of the situation is unmistakable, triggering an immediate need for escape. A young woman, her blonde hair whipping behind her, sprints through a sun-dappled forest, a look of startled alarm etched onto her face. A single question mark hangs in the air above her head, mirroring her disorientation. A man in advanced combat gear crouches low to the ground, his attention fixed on something beyond the panel's edge. A subtle tap sound is heard, suggesting a careful, deliberate movement. Behind him, other soldiers stand alert, forming a protective perimeter. The earth trembles. A deep, resonant rumble shakes the very foundations of the forest, heralding the approach of something immense and powerful. The visual shows ominous, dark roots clawing their way up from the earth, defying gravity with a terrifying force. Panic grips the soldiers. The news is catastrophic, a 1.2 million strong army has withdrawn. The urgency in their faces mirrors the desperate situation. "Soho, come on. Even the army has withdrawn. We should also hurry up and do the same," one soldier urges, voicing the collective fear. The blonde woman, now caught in the midst of the encroaching roots, senses the full weight of the impending doom. A second rumble intensifies the threat, underscoring the impossibility of escape. Her expression reflects a mixture of fear and grim determination as she realizes it's too late for a retreat. The soldiers behind her seem similarly trapped and helpless. An earth-shattering boom erupts, the force throwing a group of figures backward as they stand amidst a vibrant, verdant forest. The conflict has begun. A colossal shadow streaks across the sky, a massive bird of prey, wings outstretched, swoops down, a whoosh echoing the ferocity of its descent. Panic grips the group as they flee. "Run, everyone," someone shouts, the urgency amplified by the chilling realization: are we on our way to fending off 1.2 million of those creatures? Their desperate dash is punctuated by a pained ulu. Reinforcements arrive. A squadron of fighter jets screams across the sky, a blur of speed and power, as a voice booms over a broadcast: "Hello, all. This is Dongsu from Soho Guild TV. Support has arrived, but the sheer scale of the impending battle remains daunting." A devastating barrage of explosive fire engulfs a wave of monstrous creatures. A series of BAM and kaboom punctuate the explosions, marking the beginning of a desperate fight for survival. The Apache squadron engages the enemy. A radar sweep shows a concentrated cluster of targets. A barrage of bombs explodes, a monstrous enemy creature is revealed amidst the fiery devastation. The sound of the explosions echoes, crock-a-boom. Amidst the chaos, a pilot cries out in distress: "Mayday, Mayday! Arg! Foxtrot Squadron, 5th Aircraft, is down." The scale of the enemy's power is clear. The decision is made: Seoul must be evacuated immediately. The threat of a large-scale meteor attack underscores the urgency. The president addresses a room full of tense officials: "We've invested too much in Seoul to let it fall. The US has approved nuclear bombing. The B-1B Lancer will be launching from Guam. The stakes are undeniably high." The impending strike is detailed: a 22 million pound nuclear warhead, nicknamed Good Man, will be deployed. It's scheduled to impact the old Nokyang station in about an hour. The immediate effects are discussed. While the shockwave won't be a major concern, long-term radiation exposure is a significant unknown. Furthermore, Soho Island, critically, is situated in Ujeongbu. A massive, fiery explosion erupts, a whoosh of immense power, signaling the nuclear detonation. The protective shield around Seoul is activated in a desperate attempt to contain the fallout. The Apache squadron is forced into a hasty retreat. "We can't hold off any longer," the pilot shouts, the urgent beeping of his console echoing the desperation of the situation. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts in the sky. The pilot, startled, asks, "What was that just now?" The unexpected event throws the already dire situation into further disarray. The light coalesces into a majestic, ethereal bird of pure energy, its form both breathtaking and terrifying. It's a sight unlike anything witnessed before. A figure bursts through the chaotic scene with incredible speed, a blue streak of power cutting through the enemy ranks. "That's Park," the pilot exclaims, recognizing the arrival of their unexpected savior. The impact of the figure's arrival is deafening, a powerful wham, shaking the very ground. Park unleashes a devastating attack, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. A deep rumble, RUUMBL, underscores the sheer force of his power as he engages the monstrous enemies. A guttural roar, a terrifying GAAAH, echoes as a horde of crimson demons erupts from the earth, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. A soldier, witnessing the demonic onslaught, gasps, "What the hell's that man doing?" His question hangs heavy in the air, a testament to the sheer scale of the unfolding chaos. Amidst the fiery carnage, a warrior stands defiant. His face is etched with grim determination as he unleashes his power, a shout of wrath of the earth ringing out. The earth itself seems to tremble beneath the force of his might. A colossal wave of energy, a terrifying spectacle, surges from the warrior, impacting the demons with a deafening crack. The earth groans under the strain of this immense power. The earth shuddered. A monstrous creature, its form barely visible amidst the dust and debris, was crushed beneath a tremendous weight. The sound of cracking stone echoed the creature's final, agonizing moments. A young woman, her face etched with worry, addressed her team. Their mission was faltering, the situation was far more dire than anticipated. "I can't," she began, the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air, revealing the limits of their capabilities. Another creature lunged, its attack met with a brutal counter. The impact, a thunderous crash, sent it sprawling. The sheer force of the blow illustrated the growing power of their opponent. A figure, their features obscured by shadow and motion, let out a guttural growl, the word growth echoing their primal, triumphant surge in power. The tide of battle was turning. A monstrous creature writhes, ensnared by a wave of rapidly advancing vines. The vines crush it with a powerful swish, a testament to their overwhelming force. Holy! Those vines are crunching down the monsters, the narrator exclaims, confirming the vine's effectiveness. More monsters, spitting fire, are ensnared and quickly subdued by the vines. The sounds of impact, wham, and pow underscore the relentless assault. A young man, clad in armor, stands amidst the chaos. His eyes glow with an unnatural light, suggesting a potent power. He observes the scene with calm intensity. A defeated monster lies in ruins, crackling with residual energy. A voice, filled with rage and disbelief, cuts through the silence. That bastard, don't tell me he's Dash. The unfinished sentence hints at a shocking revelation about a powerful antagonist. A sword, a blur of blue energy, sliced through the air with a powerful whoosh. The force of the strike sent debris flying. Hey, are you okay for real? Concern etched itself onto the young man's features as he looked at the woman. The woman's anger flared. Man, why you provoking me, huh? She snapped, her irritation palpable. Meanwhile, the young man silently wondered, should I prepare a hatchet now? His apprehension was evident. Her anger subsided, replaced by a weary sigh. Oh, that, yeah. She mumbled, her earlier aggression dissipating. A group of men rushed past, their panicked expressions clear. One man shouted, damn it. I can't believe I didn't get to record that. Relieved to find the pair safe, a superior officer greets them, his words a stark contrast to the grim news about to come. It's good to see you two safe and sound, he states, yet a question mark hangs in the air, unspoken anxieties swirling around them. Concern etched on his face, the man inquires, is everyone else all right? His question reveals a deeper worry, extending beyond his own safety. A frantic announcement shatters the fragile calm. But bro! There's an evacuation order in place for this whole area. I heard tens of thousands of monsters are rushing this way. The gravity of the situation suddenly explodes into the open. The weight of this revelation crushes the man's composure. The question hangs heavy in the air, bomb this place? The unthinkable has become a terrifying possibility. A woman's eyes blaze with an eerie, glowing intensity, a silent scream of determination and impending power. The womb effect suggests not just sound but a wave of energy, building toward a desperate, decisive act. The ground trembles. A low, guttural rumble emanates from the earth, a palpable wave of impending chaos. A woman's face, etched with grim determination, delivers the horrifying news: 1.2 million monsters are approaching Suholand's outer walls, a mere 20 feet away. A barrage of explosions erupts. Bam! Boom! Bam! The forest shudders under the relentless assault. Juno's voice is sharp with urgency. Bro! They've started launching K9 Thunders. Soon, the bombers will arrive as well. The scale of the impending attack becomes terrifyingly clear. A blonde woman leads a squad through a forest, her urgency evident as she shouts, "Hey, wait up!" One of the men trailing behind calls out, "Bro!" The pursuit is intense, their every step echoing with a powerful dash. A man with a backpack sprints ahead of the group, a frantic energy propelling his movement. Overhead, the whirring of unseen vehicles signals a dire change in the situation. He mutters, "I might as well broadcast it live." Inside a command center, military personnel monitor a catastrophic failure. Reports of downed aircraft pour in: Apache Delta Squadron, 4th aircraft is down, and Foxtrot Squadron, 3rd aircraft is down. The gravity of the situation is palpable, the officers are shocked. What? Can these monsters attack from ground to air? The effectiveness of their air support is clearly in question. The statement "our K9 attack didn't even make a dent on them," highlighting the overwhelming power of the enemy. A fiery maelstrom engulfs the sky. The 10th Fighter Wing of the 301st Air Squadron has initiated a desperate counterattack amidst the ensuing chaos, but the visual suggests the battle is far from over. This is a full-scale aerial assault, the sheer scale of destruction is horrific. A ferocious roar ripped through the air as monstrous, fire-breathing creatures descended, their onslaught met by a desperate hail of fire from military helicopters. The battle raged, a maelstrom of fire and fury. Within the Blue House Situation Room, the gravity of the situation was palpable. "We're pulling all the firepower we've got," declared a high-ranking official, but the damage inflicted by the beasts remained surprisingly minimal. Their advance was only slightly slowed. An older official's face crumpled in disbelief. "That's unthinkable," he exclaimed, his voice thick with alarm. The situation demanded immediate action. They must stop the monsters at all costs. Relief washed over the room as the announcement came, "Yes. We're saved." The initial panic gave way to a collective sigh of relief. The immediate threat had seemingly been averted. However, a chilling update appeared on the tactical display. 40 minutes remained until a catastrophic event. If it goes off at 1,600 feet above the ground, we estimate the shockwave to reach up to 2.6 miles radius. A new, far greater danger loomed. The B-1B Lancer Squadron has just landed at the base in Guam. This strategic deployment signifies the escalating threat to Seoul. A high-ranking official, clearly agitated, demands the immediate activation of the Iridium system, questioning the point of protecting Seoul if Soho Land is already under attack. This reveals a critical division in the response strategy and the high stakes involved. A horrifying wave of demonic creatures attacks, their terrifying assault underscored by the guttural shriek, "Ki." This brutal and chaotic scene highlights the immediate urgency of the situation and foreshadows the scale of the invasion. Two Apache helicopters swiftly approach a colossal beam of energy. The onomatopoeia whoosh emphasizes their speed and the immensity of the energy source. This suggests a powerful counterattack or a desperate defense mechanism in response to the demonic invasion. A pilot, face strained with effort, shouts "beep" amidst the intense situation. This short, urgent command or status report amplifies the chaotic immediacy and intense pressure on the front lines. Suho descends from the heavens, a celestial being with newly manifested wings, their ethereal glow illuminating the cosmos. The power is palpable. The ground trembles beneath him as he lands, a shockwave rippling outwards. The force of his arrival shakes the very earth. A horde of monstrous figures stomps towards him, their heavy footfalls echoing the impending battle. The air crackles with anticipation. Soho crouches, a fierce warrior poised for battle. The flames licking at the scorched earth reflect the burning intensity in his eyes. A cataclysmic explosion erupts, sending Soho sprawling. The sheer force of the blast shatters the ground beneath him. A wave of searing energy erupts from the hero, incinerating the demonic horde. The ground cracks, and lightning lances strike, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The demonic screams are cut short as the hero's attack pulverizes them. A crushing wave of force obliterates the remaining creatures. The battle's aftermath reveals a field of shattered rock and dust. The hero stands, exhausted but victorious, amidst the devastation. From a distance, a man watches, his face etched with disbelief. "Over now," he questions, the implication hanging heavy in the air. The battle is won, but the war is far from over. The ancient evil stirs once more. Monstrous creatures, clawing their way from the earth, unleash a terrifying screech as they rise. "They are rising again," a voice cries out in desperate warning. Thick, thorny vines erupt from the ground, ensnaring the beasts. Their desperate struggles and pained cries are stifled as they're bound by the encroaching vegetation. One creature, momentarily trapped, unleashes a furious blast of fire, a desperate act of defiance before succumbing to its fate. The pow of the explosion reverberates through the landscape. Human onlookers, witnessing the horrifying display, recoil in shock and disgust. "What the hell's that now?" one exclaims, observing the grotesque final moments of the creatures. Their bodies violently expel a dark substance before death. A reunion unfolds. Across a verdant field, four figures cheer wildly, shouting "Suhu" and "Bro." Their excitement contrasts sharply with the tense stance of the armored man and the blonde woman beside him. The woman's expression is unreadable, a silent observer to this unexpected display. The blonde woman's concern deepens as a single thought crosses her mind: "I was taken away?" Her expression speaks of confusion and disorientation, a stark contrast to the joyful scene in the previous moment. A blur of motion, several figures are violently thrown backward. The visual suggests immense power. The artist masterfully uses motion lines and a sudden shift in coloring to emphasize the force of the impact. The energy of the attack is palpable. The impact. A deafening kabam echoes the earth-shattering force, underscoring the devastating nature of the previous attack. The panel's energy and effects suggest not only a physical blow but a profound disruption. A man in a suit sits before a laptop, his face etched with worry. 2.6 miles, then Seoul will be safe, right? He types, his question hanging heavy in the air, underscoring the precariousness of the situation and the high stakes involved. The distance is critical. A monstrous roar, a guttural kraah, echoes as a hulking, blue-skinned creature slams into the ground, its impact sending tremors through the earth. The sheer force of the blow speaks to its immense power. Soho, get out of there! The desperate cry cuts through the chaos as a blinding explosion engulfs the scene. A figure, Suho, is barely visible amidst a fiery maelstrom, the sounds of BAM and kabam underscoring the ferocity of the attack. His survival hangs precariously in the balance. Soho! Get out of there! A massive explosion rocks the scene, the earth trembling beneath the force. A sickening crack echoes as Suho is thrown violently backward by the blast. His body impacts the earth, the sound a pained, drawn-out key. The creature lets out a high-pitched shriek, squeal, as it is consumed by a devastating wave of fire. A final, powerful whoosh marks its demise. Soho knelt, engulfed in a fiery maelstrom. The earth cracked beneath him, the intense heat radiating outwards in waves of destruction. The scene shifted to a high-ranking official, his face a mask of disbelief. What on earth did I just witness? Did Soho Park just trigger an earthquake, then create fire? How powerful! The official's astonishment deepened. I didn't know he was that strong. The official, now visibly panicked, barked an order. What are you waiting for? Tell them to withdraw the bomber. A cataclysmic rumble shakes the earth. Suho, a figure clad in blue, kneels amidst a ravaged landscape, surrounded by the remnants of a horrifying horde. Though some still writhe, he lies still, seemingly unconscious. The sheer scale of the devastation suggests a brutal battle just concluded. He's unconscious. Observers, horrified, express concern, questioning Suho's state. Is he merely incapacitated, or something more? The implication is a profound and possibly irreversible change has overcome him. The blonde woman, leading a small team, urgently commands a retreat. A fierce energy blast narrowly misses them, illustrating the immediate and deadly danger they face. They are clearly outmatched. The blonde woman fights valiantly, but is overwhelmed by the sheer number and ferocity of the attackers. The sounds of impact, smack, pow, smack, paint a brutal picture of close-quarters combat. Her position is desperate. A warrior, wielding a spear, channels a torrent of azure energy. The force washes over a horde of grotesque, red-skinned creatures, scattering them. Two men stand in a convenience store, the cashier offering a polite farewell. The atmosphere is mundane, a stark contrast to the previous scene. The cashier, a man with silver hair, chuckles softly, a subtle shift in demeanor. He comments on the recent events, dismissing them with nonchalant amusement. A system interface appears, revealing a reversion stone upgrade. The man has collected 298 units of blood, nearing the threshold for the next level. The implication: the convenience store cashier is involved in something far more sinister than a simple job. Millions of monsters and vampires from the north are rampaging through Seoul. A desperate escape from the city is underway. News reports detail Soho Park's incredible feat. Using his earthquake ability, he single-handedly repelled 1 million monsters, even deflecting a meteor with his bare hands, before dispersing the debris with a tornado. The man's expression shifts from casual observation to stunned disbelief. Earthquake, he questions, the word hanging in the air. A whooshing sound accompanies a sudden vision: earth, plant, fire, wind, the elements swirling in a chaotic display. The scene opens near Giddel, Finland, a winter landscape painted in shades of blue and white. The setting, bleak yet serene, establishes a sense of foreboding. Inside a dimly lit cabin, an elderly woman, her face etched with worry, sits before a crackling fireplace. A hushed question hangs in the air, "Did you hear that?" Her apprehension speaks volumes. The woman continues, her voice barely a whisper, "They say our Savior has ascended from the east, a god." The narrative subtly shifts from personal anxiety to a broader, almost mythical expectation. The camera shifts to reveal a cloaked figure, silhouetted against the swirling snow. The description continues, amplifying the mystery, "The one who calls tornadoes, shakes the earth to fend off ghosts." A tangible threat is introduced. A skeptical voice cuts through the awe, "A savior with a long facial scar doesn't exist." This voice introduces doubt, immediately creating conflict between faith and reason. The scene is then interrupted abruptly by the sound of a door latch clack, signaling a sudden and unexpected arrival. A blizzard rages outside as a group huddles inside a rustic cabin. One woman lies on the floor, seemingly unconscious, while another looks on with concern. A man, his back to us, urgently declares, "We gotta move." The tension is palpable, danger is imminent. A heavy dun echoes as a shadowy figure emerges from the swirling snow. His eyes glow red, a menacing presence filling the scene. The urgency for escape intensifies. A conversation reveals a crucial detail: if the mysterious assailant bears a long facial scar, he is not Soho Park. This suggests the existence of others with divine powers, expanding the scope of the conflict. A woman describes a rare item, a fruit of the gods, that blooms once every 1,000 years, vanishes after 10 days, and grants immortality. Its existence raises the stakes significantly. The narrative concludes with the revelation that this fruit is the key to awakening divine power, linking the previous panel's plot points and hinting at the overarching struggle for this potent artifact. Rage boils over as he seethes, "That insolent bastard. That novice jackass got lucky with an item and dares to act like he's all that?" His fury is palpable, fueled by the audacity of a newcomer. The focus shifts, revealing a more calculating aspect of his anger. How did Soho Park get his hands on that crimson peach? The question hints at the object's significance and the unexpected threat it poses. The location is established, Ishigaki Island, Okinawa. The visual sets the scene for the next events, hinting at a secluded yet significant location. Grave news arrives. Ikeda, Chief of Defense HQ, reports, the U.S. Pacific Fleet aircraft carrier group that was on its way to the rescue of South American refugees has been annihilated by sea monsters. The casual mention of sea monsters underscores the immense, escalating threat. Takeo, director of the Supernatural Control Department, is visibly shaken. A colossal octopus, its tentacles thick as skyscrapers, crushes the Statue of Liberty beneath its weight. Oceanic fury surrounds the scene, a terrifying display of raw power. The question hangs heavy in the air: how can they abandon someone capable of destroying a meteor with his bare hands? The gravity of the situation, the sheer scale of Soho Park's power, is underscored. A map highlights the vulnerability of Seoul, besieged by monsters. The city's utter dependence on Soho Park for survival is starkly revealed. Their desperate hope is laid bare. The Busan mayor, Jang Moo-sun, a man who previously visited the Yasukuni shrine, is identified. This seemingly innocuous piece of information foreshadows a far darker truth. The imminent opening of the gates of Hades in Busan and Ixon is announced. The casual delivery of this apocalyptic news creates an atmosphere of impending doom. The current military campaign is facing unexpected resistance. Even with the current forces, subduing the Mammons proves difficult, therefore, any additional external factors are unwelcome. A strategic alliance is imminent. Once the Central Plains citizens join forces with other Korean cities, Soho City will be compelled to sign a mutual defense treaty. A powerful energy surge knocks a figure back. The force is significant enough to cause him to stagger. A warrior, eyes blazing, stands amidst the aftermath of an explosion, his power clearly demonstrated. He unleashes his power, a guttural cry escaping his lips as he bellows, "Flame!" The very air crackles with anticipation. The ensuing inferno consumes the monstrous horde. Their pained shrieks are swallowed by the flames. A wave of fire engulfs the creatures, their desperate cries of ki and the whoosh of the flames echoing the devastation. Meanwhile, at the Blue House Crisis Management Situation Room, the unfolding catastrophe is displayed on a large screen. A collective gasp of woe escapes the assembled officials. Uncertainty clouded the faces of the government officials as they witnessed the display of power. Is that the so-called spectrum magic? One questioned, voicing the doubt hanging heavy in the air. The implication was clear: even if this magic is on their side, its immense power is a double-edged sword. Suddenly, the tension shattered. News arrived that fundamentally altered the situation. Mr. President, the monsters coming south have all been wiped out. The sheer scale of this victory was met with disbelief. What? All 1.2 million of them? The visual reveals the source of the devastation, a monstrous creature, its form cracking and crumbling under immense strain. The sounds of fracturing earth, crack and crack, underscored the catastrophic exertion of power. This wasn't just a victory, it was a display of overwhelming force, the collateral damage hinting at its cost. The cost becomes immediately apparent. Alarmed observers witness the aftermath. He's overheated. This suggests the source of the massive victory was severely injured or exhausted in the process, creating a potential new crisis alongside the success. The final image depicts the hero, seemingly collapsing amidst the carnage he created. The onomatopoeia KIE echoes the final, agonizing strain before a potential defeat. The exclamation point in the speech bubble reflects the intensity and uncertainty of the situation, leaving the reader hanging on the brink of disaster despite the previous victory. A man, eyes wide with terror, gasps as a surge of blue energy erupts from him. Two figures behind him watch, clearly concerned, as the energy intensifies. The scene crackles with raw power. The blue energy explodes outward in a dazzling display, accompanied by a whooshing sound, as the man cries out in anguish. The text proclaims, "Dragon Ascension." This is clearly a powerful transformation. A high-pitched squeal pierces the air as the energy takes a monstrous form, fiery blue claws extending amidst a chaotic explosion. The transformation is complete, and it's not benign. Two men discuss a recent triple homicide in the Dongri neighborhood. The implication, heavily suggested, is that a vampire is responsible. This grim discovery sets a dark tone for the events unfolding. Living as Woozing Lee facilitates the upgrade of my reversion stone. A digital ding confirms the success of the upgrade. He checks his phone, anticipating news. The wait is over. His jaw drops. 1.2 million monsters have been eradicated. The scale of the event is shocking. A wave of immense power washes over the landscape. The aftermath of the monster annihilation is catastrophic yet decisive. No way. Is this divine power? The woman's disbelief is palpable, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and wonder as she witnesses something extraordinary. The implications of this newfound power remain unclear, but its sudden manifestation suggests a significant shift in the narrative. Kneeling before a crackling fire, a woman prays fervently. The scene is bathed in a warm, yet somber glow, highlighting her desperation and profound need. This moment of quiet devotion foreshadows a larger narrative involving faith, hope, and a desperate plea for salvation. At last, a God has come to save us all from this hell. The words, heavy with despair and relief, escape the lips of a man slumped against a wall. His exhaustion speaks volumes. The arrival of a divine entity marks a potential turning point in a world mired in suffering, though the nature of this God and the extent of their power remain to be seen. Gives us medicines and puts food on our tables, and saves us, the weak, from evil. The narration continues to reveal more about this divine intervention, highlighting the tangible benefits and protection offered. This description of the God's actions emphasizes their role as a savior, providing relief and security from both physical hardship and external threats. The image shows a hopeful but wary populace. A man sits slumped, his expression a mixture of weariness and skepticism. The words above him echo the desperate hope of a dying land, a God who will save this forsaken land of the dead. His inner voice continues, questioning the sudden surge of faith. Is everyone starting to daydream about the hope that chaos erupts? A man is attacked, a scream cut short by a horrifying KRGH, as a vampire's fangs pierce his flesh. The chilling words, "vampires are coming," ring out, a stark contrast to the previous panel's quiet contemplation. This sudden violence underscores the desperate need for a savior. The scene shifts to a man with silver hair, his face a mask of dawning realization. "I think that was my 21st reversion," he murmurs, his voice laced with awe and fear. His words connect the prior events. The vampire attack confirms the old woman's prophecy. The implications are clear. The prophecy of a divine power is no longer a mere daydream. His eyes widen as he draws a connection. Then there's gotta be an item that awakens the divine power. A powerful, golden silhouette emerges, engulfed in a dazzling whoosh of energy, reinforcing the existence of the prophesied artifact and the imminent arrival of a potential savior. Crimson Peach. The name, spat out with barely contained fury, hangs in the air. The shopkeeper's expression is one of simmering resentment, hinting at a past interaction, or perhaps a deeper conflict, between him and the individual known as Crimson Peach. "It's 'cause you're a weakling." The winged figure, wounded and defeated, speaks with bitter resignation. His words reveal a power imbalance, not just physical, but potentially stemming from a perceived character flaw, weakness. A bustling city street is shown, but the shopkeeper's thoughts draw the narrative focus. He contemplates a crucial past event, hinting at the possibility of time travel and the potential to undo a catastrophic outcome, or perhaps prevent it altogether. The possibility of altering the past is clear. His face is a mask of dawning understanding. "I was right. Reversion is the key." The shopkeeper's revelation confirms the existence of a time-altering ability or artifact, revealing the core mechanic of the story's narrative structure. This is not merely a reflection, he has discovered a crucial piece of information. Panic grips the scene as a voice cries out, "Oh no! My God!" their fear palpable against the backdrop of a besieged coastal city, waves crashing against the cliffs. Another voice, less distraught but equally concerned, immediately inquires, "What's wrong?" The answer is chillingly clear. "I've seen the most recent image. It must be true that these sea monsters have evolved to become even more powerful," a voice states, the implication of this newly discovered power clear. The image reveals monstrous, glowing-jawed creatures lurking beneath the waves, a direct threat to the nation. The discussion shifts to political maneuvering amidst this crisis. Two men, clearly in positions of power, drink and casually discuss Soho Park and his apparent unwillingness to cooperate. One suggests, with chilling intent, "If Soho Park isn't willing to become one of us, then why not make his entire country ours?" The other, slightly hesitant, murmurs, "Ooh, would that be possible?" The camera pulls back to reveal a broader picture. A plan is forming, one fueled by ambition and strategic exploitation of the ongoing crisis. One of the men states confidently, "I'm sure people in Busan, Daegu, Gwangju, and Jeju will want to feel safe under the protection of a stronger government." This statement is underscored by a visual of protesters in Busan demanding independence amid the chaos. Over drinks, two figures discuss strategy. One expresses surprise that Korea still holds such skilled individuals, while the other explains that securing Busan and other provinces won't be an issue. Their focus is on a specific interest, the Aruka's Asian portal in Siagwapo. The conversation shifts to the implications of their plan. The inhabitants of the Central Plains on planet Hades will aid their advance into the continent. The urgency increases. An impending crisis looms. Submarine volcanoes are expected to erupt within 5 years, forcing immediate action. Suddenly, a portal opens, revealing a startling new element of their situation. A figure bursts onto the scene, a blur of teal energy trailing behind him. He grins, extending a gloved hand in greeting, a high, barely audible above the PZZT of his sudden arrival. Busan's bold move, actively seeking independence and forging a mutual defense pact with Japan. The renowned Namgung family's thousand-sword smith, a Korean national. This revelation carries significant geopolitical weight. A high-ranking official, his face a mask of barely contained astonishment, observes the arrival. "I expected you to use a drone," he remarks, the incredulity in his tone palpable, "but a portal?" The implication is clear, this method far surpasses their expectations, hinting at significant technological or magical advancement. The scene shifts to a handshake, a powerful symbol of trust and cooperation. Three figures in tactical gear stand with the official, their hands clasped in a show of unity. "It's the result of our blood, sweat, and tears," one states, their words underscoring the immense effort and sacrifice required to achieve this remarkable feat. The narrative turns to a mysterious figure, his words dripping with anticipation. He speaks of Seho Park, a place clearly significant within this world, suggesting a powerful new weapon, and hints at further revelations about Level 7 dungeons. And much more, he adds, leaving the audience to eagerly await the unfolding story. A man examines a crimson gem, a bloodstone harvested from a slain giant. He muses, the task seemingly insufficient for the effort involved, already missing the thrill of the Scorpion dungeon. Financial woes plague his guild. Unexpected construction costs have depleted their funds, leaving them reliant on limited government support. Their partner, DGB, is also struggling, their stock value halved by downsizing. The desperate situation compels them to a drastic measure. They will raid and collect all remaining bloodstones, even resorting to free entry for others if necessary, acknowledging the perilous nature of the endeavor. Amidst the grim work, one member expresses distress, prompting his comrade to question his emotional reaction. The distressed member reveals years of hardship, a depth of suffering his companion fails to comprehend. A chilling screech echoes as the team surveys a gruesome scene. Several grotesque, lifeless creatures lie scattered on the ground. One member sighs, again. Another suggests, "I think we should call it a day." The weight of repeated, brutal encounters hangs heavy in the air. A furious voice spits, "You stinky granny, how dare you!" The speaker is clearly enraged, his face contorted in a mask of fury. The target of this outburst, an elderly woman, whimpers weakly, "Eek! That son of a gun!" The contrast between youthful rage and fragile vulnerability is striking. A woman in a business suit offers practical care, stating, "Everything looks hazy, my back's killing me, it hurts everywhere." She then gives instructions, "Don't forget to take your meds 30 minutes after each meal." "I'll leave them here." "Oh, and the new kitchen assistant we hired will report to work tomorrow." Her words contrast sharply with the harshness of the previous scene. The woman departs, her heels clicking on the floor. A group of people and monkeys sit around a table, feasting on pizza and other food, a stark juxtaposition to the recent violence. Their happy cackling fills the room. The scene abruptly shifts tone. The scene focuses again on the group at the table. A question is posed, "Didn't Suho already heal her?" Another voice comments, "Her recovery seems too slow," while a third offers an alternative explanation, "I think she's just heartbroken." The scene reveals the emotional impact of the events, contrasting the physical healing with unresolved emotional trauma. He should be with his guild members, cleaning up the field in front of the barricade. A woman, clearly agitated, interrupts his thoughts, "Were you looking for me?" Again, he asks, clearly annoyed. The question hangs in the air, a prelude to a more pressing matter. An official letter arrives, raising concerns. Official letter about what? The gravity of the situation suddenly shifts. "Cheetah, let's go," he shouts, urgency lacing his voice. "We're at war with the Agujum crew as of now." A chaotic scene unfolds, marked by frantic movement and the sharp, unsettling cackle of the cheetah. The man studies the document, his expression thoughtful. The woman beside him speaks, her tone inquisitive, "Guild Zero?" The name hangs heavy with unspoken implications. Soho District 13 is being upgraded to Soho City. The news is met with confusion, a young man questioning the implications. A map graphic shows Soho City's addition to a list of designated areas. The visual reinforces the official elevation and its strategic significance. The government's concern is revealed, they are worried about the lack of internal defense while powerful individuals like the young man are abroad. The young man's resolve hardens. His priority is ensuring his home remains safe, regardless of national policy. A man in a suit offers a neighborly sentiment, "I think it's good to help each other. We're all neighbors, after all." His words suggest a willingness to cooperate, hinting at a potential shift in the narrative's dynamics. A woman in a business suit sits across a table, her confident smile radiating self-assurance as she boldly states her proposition, "I'd like to propose to you." The scene unfolds in a brightly lit office, setting the stage for a significant business transaction. The woman's smile widens, her gaze intense as she finishes her sentence, "Hire me." Her directness underscores her confidence and professional expertise, suggesting a strong sense of self-worth. A blonde woman, her expression a mixture of disbelief and shock, simply asks, "Are you serious?" The question reveals her surprise at the unexpected proposal, introducing uncertainty into the previously confident atmosphere. He mused over the word's talents, a thoughtful expression on his face, a pen idly between his lips. "That sounds nice," he murmured, a hint of intrigue in his tone. The news left his companions speechless. A woman in a business suit delivered the update. The stunned reactions of the man and woman across the table revealed the gravity of the situation. A barely suppressed chuckle escaped her lips. Their shock intensified. "What? A special task force for vampires," the blonde woman exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. The implication hung heavy in the air: vampires were not eradicated, as previously believed. The woman explained they weren't taken care of, and that they were now being equipped to deal with the persistent threat. A sigh escaped the blonde woman. "Ugh, but I'm not being sent off to faraway farmland again, am I?" she complained. The man reassured her, a doodle in his notepad betraying his indifference. "Nah, you'll be in Seoul for now." The blonde woman, still slightly anxious, pondered, why not take one more day off? Her male colleague simply replied, "Don't mind me," already focused on his work. He sighed, a weight settling on his shoulders. "But she's sick." A soft sound, a delicate schwa, escaped her lips as she shivered. The returned soldier, weakened by a cold, muttered, "A returnee with a cold? How embarrassing." The chaos unfolded, gunshots, bang, 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 echoed through the room. "What do you want me to do?" "The silver bullets aren't working," one man shouted in desperation. Another, equally frantic, demanded, "When are we getting the Urukamite bullets in?" The underlying tension was palpable. The Minister of National Defense was about to approve an import contract before he was pulled into this crisis. A werewolf-like figure lunges at a man in a suit, claws extended. The man, clearly skilled, effortlessly dodges the attack, sending the creature tumbling through the air. A blonde woman in a suit, with a determined expression, executes a swift, precise strike with a blade, slicing through the air as she takes flight. The slash emphasizes the speed and precision of the blow. News headlines flash across the screen, detailing a series of shocking events. Congressman Malgan Kim is found dead after a vampire ambush, Chief Justice Dake Lee is attacked, and Minister Jido Kwan also faces a vampire assault. The Minister of Public Administration and Security expresses growing concern regarding the escalating vampire activity and the rise of fan cafes devoted to the creatures. The final headline reveals the alarming disappearance of the Minister of Public Administration and Security himself, Dae-hwan Kim, a sign that the threat is both significant and rapidly escalating. Amidst a cityscape, a voice shouts in frustration, "Get that camera off my face!" The scene is one of chaos and surveillance, clearly hinting at a public figure struggling to maintain control. Missive adds to the atmosphere of urgency and despair. A woman confronts a kneeling, older man. Her furious outburst, "Come on! How could you leave me at a time like this?" reveals the severe emotional distress caused by the escalating vampire crisis and the implied abandonment or betrayal by someone in a position of authority. A worried man, his face etched with concern, pleads, "Will you reconsider? Please?" He's clearly desperate, his words highlighting the gravity of the situation. The implication is that he is trying to convince someone to accept a crucial offer, one that they seem reluctant to take. A sudden burst of energy, a PZZT, erupts as a man in futuristic armor appears, startling those around him. This clearly marks a significant shift in setting and introduces a new element of action and potential conflict. Chief Gilbert Reynolds of British Security Services arrives, his initial surprise quickly morphing into amusement. He apologizes for startling those present and then states, "Well, I thought you might be happy to see this." He. His words, and his nonchalant chuckle, suggest a momentous event has just occurred, an event he finds unexpectedly pleasant. His presence firmly grounds the story within the realm of geopolitical intrigue. The scene focuses on a technological device, a generator, with the critical limitation being stated, but this generator can only let 2 people pass for now. We get erroneous coordinates when 3 or more try to use it. This imposes a significant constraint on the unfolding events, forcing choices and increasing the stakes. A sinister smile stretches across the face of a man in a suit. "It's about time we stepped up for the greater good of humanity and the New World Order," he declares, his words dripping with thinly veiled malice. The implication is clear: his actions, however brutal, are justified for a larger, unspecified purpose. A wide shot reveals a bleak, mountainous landscape littered with the corpses of countless people. Gasps of agony, GAAH and AARGH, echo across the scene, painting a grim picture of a recent, devastating massacre. The man in the red headband reveals the truth: "So you were the reason why there aren't any necrobills around. I told you many times I was going around saving lost souls." His companion, the man with the gray hair, is visibly surprised, the revelation adding unexpected context to his friend's mysterious wanderings. The absence of the undead, previously unexplained, is now linked to a secret act of mercy. A low groan echoes as a section of a building's roof collapses. The sound, a muffled suggests a minor injury, but the gravity of the situation remains unclear. A young woman stands by the bedside of an elderly woman, her expression concerned. "Why are you crying again?" she asks, highlighting the recurring nature of the older woman's distress. The elderly woman replies, her voice heavy with weariness, "It's sad enough to be this old, and now." This dialogue establishes a tender, yet melancholic dynamic. The elderly woman's request for energizing Korean raspberry wine reveals a surprising resilience and a desire to defy her age. The younger woman's questioning look and the older woman's defiant declaration, "Yeah, I'll show the world I'm still young," hint at more than mere physical ailments. A new character, a blonde woman, enters the scene. Her abrupt inquiry, "How's Granny Sukja?" immediately links her to the ongoing situation and reveals the older woman's name, highlighting the significance of her well-being. The young woman from the previous panels shifts the conversation. "Speaking of which, where's Soho Park?" "Not here yet," she asks, introducing a new character and subtly shifting the focus towards another narrative thread entirely. The implication is that Soho Park's absence is noteworthy. A government agent sits with colleagues, addressing a young man. "There he is," she notes, presenting an official letter. "There's an official letter from the government I'd like to share." The young man, addressed as uncle, is clearly the target of this visit. The focus shifts to a Guild Zero defense contract document, lying open on a table. The contract's presence foreshadows a significant development. The agent smiles, revealing the contract's implication: "If you sign this, Soho Guild's level will be elevated to level 0. This is a momentous offer, hinting at power and responsibility. The current geopolitical landscape of Korea is revealed, a nation of united cities with varying levels of autonomy. For major cities, Seoul, Busan, Gwangju, and Daegu stand alongside 3 medium-large cities, plus Jeju Province. Soho City will maintain the same autonomy as the other large cities and will sign a mutual defense treaty with the Korean government. This is presented as a significant development with implications for the protagonist's future actions. The protagonist, seemingly unmoved by the political implications, firmly declares his intention to remain in Soho City, regardless of the offered advantages. His resolve signals an upcoming conflict. A woman, likely a government official, questions the protagonist's willingness to constantly handle requests and involvement from various parties who need his skills. This hints at his unusual abilities and the pressure they bring. The woman acknowledges the necessity of Soho City securing government backing, implying that the protagonist's unique capabilities are essential for their stability and defense, making his cooperation crucial, despite his reluctance. He gestures to a document, "So, sign here?" She corrects him, "No, not there. Here." The seemingly minor correction hints at a power dynamic and her precise nature. Confusion etched on both their faces, the man's pen falls. A subtle shift in the scene underscores the unexpected turn. A new woman enters the frame, a confident smile playing on her lips as she announces, "I'm an ambitious woman." Her introduction marks a significant shift in the narrative focus. She continues, "I'm an executive at RCD. If you hire me, I'll do my best to bring in top-tier talents that are fit for the prestigious. Her confident self-introduction is not only a declaration of intent but also a display of the stakes involved. Swayeon, brimming with confidence, announces her intention to formally apply for a new job within the week. This seemingly mundane act foreshadows a significant shift in her life. The pleasant facade shatters. Swayeon is abruptly informed that she's been conscripted into a special task force dedicated to combating vampires. The casual manner of this announcement highlights the seriousness and immediacy of the vampire threat. The gravity of the situation is further emphasized. Recent reports of vampire-related murders necessitate the expansion of the task force, underscoring the escalating danger. Another individual, a blonde woman, calmly decides to rest overnight before joining the task force, accepting the situation with a quiet pragmatism. This contrasts with Swayeon's sudden conscription. A young man sits alone, seemingly unfazed by the events unfolding around him. He continues to work diligently, illustrating a detached demeanor, potentially hinting at his own involvement or awareness of the larger conflict. A woman, blonde hair plastered to her back, emerges from a shower, shivering. Her question hangs heavy in the air: "Did I catch a cold, or something?" The subtle tremor in her voice hints at something more sinister than a simple chill. The shower continues, but now the water reveals two small, puncture wounds on her neck. A cold dread replaces the earlier uncertainty. The scene shifts violently. A man in a suit is thrown from a high-rise building, crashing through glass. The sounds of bang, bang, clank, clank, clank echo the brutal force of the attack as another man watches from above and yells, "Do something." A figure, revealed to be the blonde woman from the shower, falls from the building. A katana slices through the air, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. The swift, deadly action concludes the sequence, leaving a trail of debris in its wake. A monstrous, wolf-like creature savagely attacks a man in a suit, its jaws clamped around his throat. Blood sprays. The scene is a brutal display of violence. The attack concludes, Minister of National Defense Hog Won-jong is dead. The panel emphasizes the finality of his demise. The narrative shifts. We learn that the British are distributing Irukamite silver bullets to their allies, and that a powerful figure, Cheon, is suspected of orchestrating the minister's death as part of a larger conspiracy to seize power. The arrest of Hak Han-jon for corruption further fuels these suspicions. A woman, likely an associate of the deceased minister, expresses disbelief and demands clarification regarding the unfolding events. She appears shocked and concerned by the implications of this violent coup. The woman is told to continue her work as usual, a chilling indication that the conspiracy is far-reaching and powerful, and that those involved intend to maintain the status quo. The destination, Soho City, hints at a strategic importance. Soho's eyes widen in disbelief, his mouth agape in a silent gasp of shock. The weight of the unexpected news hangs heavy in the air. A blonde woman angrily berates a young man, her words sharp and accusatory. He is out of the country constantly, it seems, a fact she clearly finds unacceptable. The tension between the woman and the young man escalates as she questions his thoroughness, revealing a lack of due diligence in his agreement. He counters, suggesting the information was already conveyed. A door slides open with a whooshing sound, a sharp, quick movement that adds a sense of urgency to the scene.